traveling through a high martial world, you with kidney deficiency are worse off than an 80-year-old man. Yet a beautiful teacher eagerly took you home. He said you are a once-in-a-millennium natural athlete. He is infatuated with you. However, just as you were captivated by his alluring scent, he unexpectedly kicked you into the arrow furnace. A strong sense of weightlessness, and the burning sting on your skin, make you instantly realize that you are rapidly approaching death. In an instant, your body was consumed by the rising flames, turning into a pool of blood. This blood merged perfectly with the dark golden molten iron after entering the furnace. It became the joy of Yu Qinghong as he poured the molten iron into the pre-prepared sword mold. Once the molten iron cooled, it formed a sword embryo. Then, the rhythmic sound of forging echoed in the basement, and hours later, Qinghong plunged the red-hot sword embryo into the cold water melted from the ice of Changbai Mountain. In an instant, mist filled the air. Ding! Host successfully bound to the fated magic sword system currently. The racial spirit is searching for a sword master within 10 meters who can bind with the magic sword. Detected that the only sword master has been selected to bind with Qinghong. Current first sword master is with Qinghong. Did I have to die for you to show up, system bro? Can you bring me back to life? Isn't the host considered alive right now? Then help me kill that bitch, who paid with her own life. The blood-colored longsword forged from it is cradled lovingly by the enemy. With only your consciousness remaining, you wish you could devour the woman in front of you alive. The system is a magic sword assistance system and cannot execute directly, but as the spirit of the magic sword, the host can use magic sword techniques to influence structures. Does influence mean indirectly? Your gaze becomes subtle, seemingly catching the hidden meaning of the system. You just tried it, and as the spirit of the magic sword, you found yourself restricted to a 1-meter radius centered on the magic sword. Although your range of motion is limited, your soul can pass through walls, unexpectedly gaining a perfect god's eye view. When the system prompts you to check the magic sword panel, you suppress your inner anger and choose to accept reality. The panel shows that this so-called divine weapon is just a low-level spirit tool with a talent for killing, and the current sword master is with Qinghong. Watching him still immersed in joy, you can't help but sneer. This pathetic woman probably doesn't even realize her forging has failed. Gently caressing the sword body with Qinghong, he looks intoxicated. You and I will surely be remembered through the ages. As my destined sword, let's call you the Qionggue sword. You secretly mock his childishness in your heart, only to find that the sword Minglan has truly turned into the beggar's sword. The system indicates that the true name can only be released after advancing to a profound tool, and you can't be bothered to care about this silly name. Continuing to look further, your eyes brighten. The magic sword skill blood sword can continuously reduce the sword master's fortune value, and the effect of big chest can cause a 5-point drop in fortune. These negative effects combined could make even a favored daughter of heaven unable to handle it. The only downside is that using big chest requires consuming magic energy, and currently, the magic energy stock is at 0. But that's okay, you've already seen the hope for revenge. Letting this woman live a few more days is fine, after all, her good luck is about to run out. Your gaze continues, and you look at the second skill, Destiny Extreme Martial Arts. You browse the skill description and find that Destiny Extreme Martial Arts not only allows the magic sword to reach infinite realms but, more importantly, its great burning effect catches your attention. Although mutual destruction is usually not a wise choice, at this moment, you are deeply attracted to this option. Late at night, Yu Qinghong finally emerged from the basement and arrived at the villa assigned to him in Wudao. 1. Through the window, you see the starry night sky dotted with stars, and the training ground across the river is empty. The students have all gone back to sleep, and the small forest is quiet. Exhausted, he entered the bedroom with Qinghong, locked the door, and placed you under the pillow. He shed his red robe, lazily stretched, and lay down. Proud of her special physique, this woman never needs to bathe, saving all her time for martial arts and practice. You watch coldly as this sleeping femme fatale has no idea that within the structure forged from the flesh and blood of a traveler lies a sword spirit that wishes to tear her apart. After confirming that the system won't affect you if the swordmaster dies, you finally make up your mind. In the dead of night, when no one is around, your sword body begins to heat up, and a violent energy surges like an impending volcanic eruption. Within 10 seconds, a scorching energy storm erupts centered around you. It instantly engulfs the nearest Qinghong, sweeping through the entire villa and the surrounding small forest. The blazing flames dye the clouds above Wudao one into fiery hues, quickly attracting the attention of students who have not yet fallen asleep. Many students take out their phones to capture this strange fiery cloud, and some, driven by curiosity, even run directly toward the center of the flames. But when they reach the riverbank, they find that a cordon has already been set up, and the trees and villa on the opposite bank have turned to scorched earth. The principal furrows his brow as he looks at the devastation across the river, confirming that this is just an ordinary fire, not caused by a star beast. The cracks show no traces of dark elements. Although the energy fluctuations are strong, the safety officer puts away the instruments, speaking with certainty. Upon learning that no noble children were injured, the principal visibly relaxes. As for those wandering dancer teachers, there are plenty of people wanting to take their place. You silently observe everything. At this moment, you have transformed into a completely black longsword, embedded in the ruins. System, check my panel for the magic sword. Panel shows the sword name is Xiongguei sword. Level has dropped to a high-level mundane tool. Talent, killing magic sword. Inheritor, sword master is with Qinghong. How is that possible? You were shocked to see that the sword master was still with Qinghong on the panel. The next day, the absence of Qinghong in the swordsmanship class caused a stir. As one of the few beautiful swordsmiths in Jiangnan City, his classes have always been full. Yesterday morning, a student casually mentioned seeing teacher Yu holding hands with a handsome guy returning to school, suggesting they might be dating. Hearing this, Chu Bing, president of the Ginghong fan club, instantly turned pale. By the time the others turned back, he had already vanished. In this martial arts school that allows idol worship, Chu Bing is currently immersed in unbearable jealousy, thinking, impossible, absolutely impossible. Chu Bing struggles to shake off the unpleasant images in his mind and decides to personally investigate Qinghong's villa. Using his stealth skills, he sneaks around like he usually does when following Qinghong. Silently crept past. In the basement, Qinghong frowned as she examined the pitch-black long sword in her hand. Although the blade glimmered like obsidian, it was a far cry from the one of yesterday. He couldn't believe that after using meteorite dark iron, crimson fire crystal, heavenly mountain cloud water, and even the precious Tai Shanjing, he could only forge such a mundane sword. Inside the sword, you watched as Yu Qinghong picked up a high-grade mundane sword and clashed it against the other. Both swords were left with scars, and this result plunged Yu Qinghong into complete confusion. Am I really not a genius? However, what shocked you even more was this woman's worldly wisdom. She had actually split off a separate entity that communicated with her true self. The one teaching at school during the day was merely this separate entity. Meanwhile, the true self was in a secret chamber on the second level of the basement, continuously cultivating. No wonder she was both a master of broken swords and a martial arts powerhouse. This was truly a feat of time management. Just as you were marveling at this, a faint rustling sound came, as if a gentle breeze was passing by. Curtin and Qinghong immediately became alert, drawing their swords and pursuing. With his mastery as a great martial artist, he easily intercepted the intruder after just a few swift movements. Ah, teacher Yu, Chu Bing feigned calmness. You didn't come to class today, and everyone was very worried. Yu Qinghong held a long sword, her murderous intent apparent. You saw it all. It turned out that Chu Bing had accidentally discovered the basement in the ruins, uncovering Qinghong's secret. At this moment, you could sense that although he appeared calm on the surface, he was already plotting to escape with the ferocity of a whirlwind. Spare me, teacher Yu, I really didn't see anything. Chu Bing pretended to surrender. Suddenly, he transformed into a gust of wind and rushed out. Goodbye, teacher. Qinghong calmly raised her sword, and a flash of crimson lips was followed by a fleeting shadow. A blood-red rose bloomed at the nape of Chu Bing's neck, and his headless body crashed to the ground. Ding! Talent for slaughter activated, vitality +1, magic energy +1. At that moment, you felt a warm power surge into the sword, a sensation as wonderful as having your soul soak in a hot spring. Just as you were lost in that feeling, the system alerted you that the sword body was damaged, and you quickly used a bit of magic energy to repair it. Suddenly, you felt the sword tremble violently as an ominous black flame began to spread. Qinghong hurriedly threw you out and stood guard, watching this strange phenomenon intently. Soon, your sword body was burned to a crimson red by the black rock, melting into liquid iron and flowing to be reforged within the formless sword. This scene left Qinghong stunned. This was something even Xuanqi couldn't achieve. Could it be celestial energy? However, he quickly calmed down. With Tai Shanjin, such a supreme material, it was impossible to forge celestial energy, but one thing was certain, this sword was far from an ordinary mundane weapon. As the black rock dissipated, Qinghong picked you up again and began to examine you carefully. You noticed that the blade mark made by the high-grade mundane weapon on your sword body had actually vanished. Qinghong's gaze suddenly became intense. He recalled the ancient texts mentioning the Destiny extreme weapons, mysterious artifacts that could bring people back from the dead, reverse time, and even sever causality. Unable to contain himself, he swung the high-grade mundane weapon at you once more. This time, the mundane weapon cracked open instead. Yet you remained unscathed. Although your appearance hadn't changed, your quality had indeed improved, now in a peculiar realm between high-grade mundane energy and low-grade spiritual energy. As Qinghong paced back and forth in front of the weapon rack, she suddenly glanced at the headless body on the ground, her eyes growing increasingly fervent. Could it be that this sword could grow stronger through killing? If so, how about killing a few more? Could it evolve into spiritual energy or even a destiny artifact? He licked his lips, holding the sword with both hands as if admiring a rare treasure. From now on, I'll call you the poor ghost divine sword. You felt disgusted by this twisted woman, but had to admit that after absorbing the life force and soul of that unfortunate soul, you had indeed grown stronger. Although a bit of magic energy had been used for repairs, you weren't in a hurry. No one could resist the temptation of growing stronger through killing. Yu Qinghong would surely find ways to gather more sacrifices. The next day, Yu Qinghong returned to class as if nothing had happened. After news of a missing student spread, the principal organized several searches, but ultimately to no avail. After all, the body had long been used by that madwoman to forge swords. You watched as the unfortunate student's parents cried outside the school gate, ultimately leaving with only compensation. The principal blamed the incident on an attack by a star beast. Meanwhile, Yu Qinghong hypocritically offered her condolences. In the following month, Yu Qinghong acted like an ordinary teacher, but she carried with her wherever she went. Just as you were about to doubt your judgment, on an ordinary night, she pulled out a strange white ghost mask from under the bed. Your spirit jolted. Indeed, this woman was not as innocent as she seemed. The mask had pitch-black eyes and a twisted, upturned mouth, resembling a bizarre crying face. After Qinghong donned the mask, her entire demeanor turned cold and sinister, blending into the shadows like a coiled venomous snake ready to strike. Rumor has it that a formidable investigator has recently been transferred to the 5th Supervisory Bureau of Jiangnan City. His voice has grown dark and hoarse. If too many people go missing nearby, they'll eventually suspect me. It seems I must return to the source. You had to admire this woman's patience. If it were you, you certainly couldn't endure for so long. She donned a large black robe, completely concealing her figure. After leaving her residence, she and Qinghong moved swiftly along the shadows like ghosts, ultimately vanishing from sight. Two drunken dancers passed by. One of them seemed to sense something but was quickly reassured by their companion. If you could check the surveillance on this street, you would find that it completely failed to capture Qinghong's figure. She chose Ninghai City as her target, a city over 200 kilometers from Jiangnan City, designated as a yellow danger zone due to the nearby Ninghai mountain range. You were all too familiar with this place. When you first crossed over, you had been a beggar here, fleeing to Jiangnan City to survive, only to encounter this twisted woman with an abnormal mindset. On the mountain path, you and Qinghong chose a secluded trail to lie in wait. Soon, a 4-person team passed by, dressed in sleek attire embroidered with the character 4 flute, looking almost like they were on an outing. However, Qinghong did not attack them, leaving you puzzled. What exactly was this hawk waiting for? In the deep of night, another 8-person team appeared, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. One man walked unsteadily, his eyes wrapped in gauze. Brothers, just hold on a bit longer. We're already at the perimeter. The captain shouted back. This time, we hunted a tier 3 ferocious beast, and the gains are huge. Everyone's tired, the perimeter should be safe, so let's find a place to rest for the night. Looking at these weary hunters, you suddenly had a foreboding feeling. Hearing the news that they were safe, the tension that had gripped everyone finally eased. The conversation became much more relaxed. That red-scaled fire python should yield quite a bit of meat, and it even had a blood-red snake gallbladder. That's a spirit-level alchemy material. But we were lucky to encounter a second-tier ferocious beast fire python that was in the process of evolving. That creature had just shed its skin, so its strength was greatly reduced, otherwise, we would have all died there. My wife just gave birth to a son tonight and is still waiting for me to come back. Alas, it's a pity we lost 2 brothers. At this point, the small team suddenly fell silent. The captain, walking at the front, sensed the atmosphere was off and turned back to shout, "Once we reach Ninghai City and sell this batch of goods, I'll give everyone a little extra pay." "Thank you, Captain." Hearing that they might get extra pay lifted the spirits of the group a bit, and their steps quickened considerably. The night was deep, and the dense forest was overgrown. One of the warriors said, "I suddenly have a bit of a stomachache. I need to find a place to relieve myself. You all go ahead, I'll catch up with you in a bit." Saying this, he left the group without waiting for a response, clearly in a hurry. Just as he squatted in a patch of grass, completely relaxed, Rain Qinghong appeared behind him like a ghost, unnoticed. With true energy surging in her left hand, she swiftly covered the warrior's mouth and, with the Qiangui divine sword, slashed his throat. Then, she lifted his head and quickly returned to the shadows. The entire process was seamless, drawing no attention from anyone other than Suyin. Following this, Rain Qinghong repeated her actions, killing 2 more burly warriors who had left under pretense. They were 2 major realms higher than her, still in the dark. There was no suspense, these 2 strong men were also silently slain by Rain Qinghong. There was a small interlude. When Rain Qinghong found them, the 2 were entangled together, breathing heavily. Suing felt quite disgusted. The scene was too beautiful to bear. As the demonic sword Suing transformed into slice through the throats of these two men, two streams of life essence flowed into the sword's body. Ding! Triggered talent slaughter, vitality +2, demonic energy +2. With the demise of 2 lives, Suing once again gained 2 points of demonic energy. Including the first person Rain Xinghong had killed, the total amount of demonic energy stored in the sword was now 3 points. Watching those two who had just been living beings turn into cold heads held in Rain Xinghong's hand in the blink of an eye, Suing felt no inner turmoil. These people died innocently, but he was not much better off than them. Although he had been resurrected by the system as a sword spirit, he couldn't eat, didn't need to sleep, and now had to help his enemies kill, which was worse than being dead. This world would be better off destroyed. Suing coldly watched as, after the killings, Rain Xinghong gently caressed the slightly warm blade of the demonic sword. Go ahead, keep killing. I have no way out now. But the more people you kill with the demonic sword, the faster my demonic energy will rise. Just wait. By that time, it will be your death day. Rain Xinghong moved stealthily in the night, following the marks the team had made for the few who had left. Soon, she found a small team that had just set up a campfire near a cave, preparing to spend the night. Upon spotting the target, Rain Xinghong did not act rashly but instead hid in a patch of grass where she could see the cave entrance. Inside the cave, orange-red flames burned dry branches, crackling with a pop and pop sound. The captain took out sleeping bags from his backpack and distributed them to the others in the team. It looks like it's going to rain heavily outside. Let's spend the night here. Understood, Captain. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then they each found a comfortable spot in the cave and lay down. After a while, the wind began to pick up outside, and the dark sky started to drizzle. Gradually, the rain intensified, turning into a downpour. Looking up at the sudden heavy rain, Yu Qinghong squinted slightly. About a quarter of an hour later, under the cover of the thunderous rain, she quietly crept up like a ghost. First, near the cave entrance, she suddenly sprang up after a flash of lightning cut across the night sky. At the moment the thunder crashed, she killed the warrior on guard at the entrance with a single sword strike. Then, her figure flickered, and in an instant, she killed 2 more warriors who were still asleep. However, just as she was about to deal with the next person, a blind warrior huddled in a corner of the cave suddenly shouted loudly, "Someone's there. Who's outside?" Yu Qinghong glanced at the blind warrior, and with a flick of her sleeve, a small stone pierced through his throat. 4 kills. Damn, my demonic energy. Suing was stunned. When Yu Qinghong killed the blind monk, he didn't receive any feedback. It seemed that it wasn't enough for the swordmaster to kill. Only the targets directly killed by the demonic sword could provide him with demonic energy. Damn, what a waste. Although Yu Qinghong killed the blind warrior the moment he opened his mouth to warn, his panicked shout still woke the last living person. When the captain woke up, he quickly discovered that his team members were dead all around him. He then turned to look at the cave entrance and saw a figure in a black robe, holding a black longsword in one hand, with a white crying ghost mask on their face. Just then, several white lightning bolts streaked across the sky outside the cave. The figure in the black robe appeared like a demon against the backdrop of the lightning. This person's realm is not below mine, the captain silently lamented. With his early-stage martial artist realm, he couldn't see through the strength of the figure in the black robe. He swallowed hard, trying to appear calm. Old Chen and the others haven't returned. You killed them, didn't you? That's right. A hoarse voice came from behind the mask, indistinguishable in gender. This voice was very unfamiliar. The captain racked his brain trying to remember. He truly couldn't recall if he had offended anyone recently. We haven't offended you, have we? He asked, voicing his inner doubt. No, Yu Qinghong replied coldly. Then why did you kill us? Just because, she replied dismissively. As soon as her words fell, Yu Qinghong launched a surprise attack with lightning speed. A surge of azure true energy enveloped the demonic sword, and Suing felt the sword become incredibly light. Yu Qinghong suddenly sprang up, her hand raised, and the sword fell. The captain was caught off guard and had his head severed by Yu Qinghong's sword. The expression on his face remained one of shock. He probably never understood until death where they had gone wrong. The rain grew heavier, flooding into the cave, washing away the traces of blood with the torrential downpour. Yu Qinghong must have had great fortune, even the heavens were helping her. Suing sighed while checking the demonic sword's panel. Wait, what is this? When he saw the skill section of the demonic sword, he suddenly discovered that after Yu Qinghong had killed 8 warriors in succession, there was a plus sign next to the skill blood sword, ominous. Ha, the demonic sword skill can be upgraded? Ding! Would you like to enhance the demonic sword skill blood sword, ominous? After clicking the plus sign next to the demonic sword skill, the system provided a prompt. System, what will happen after the enhancement? The magic sword technique strengthens one existing effect at random each time, and after each enhancement, there is also a chance to produce a brand new effect. Current level, LV. 1. Each consumption of 1 magic energy increases the success rate of enhancement by 10%. Do you want to immediately consume 7 magic energy for enhancement? Current success rate, 70%. No. After a moment of thought, Suin chose not to enhance for the time being. On one hand, magic energy can only be obtained through killing, making the acquisition method quite limited. Moreover, his luck has never been very good. Although the system's description sounded tempting, the corresponding failure rate was also 30%. However, there was an even more important reason for Su Yin's consideration. That was the second effect of the magic sword technique, Blood Sword, Ominous. Major Calamity. Consume 10 magic energy to reduce the sword master's luck value by 5 points within a day, which can stack with the effect of reducing 1 point of bad luck. These two effects combined could easily strip away 6 points of luck from Yu Qinghong. It is known that luck is a rather metaphysical concept. Suing used to enjoy reading novels about destined villains before he crossed over. In those novels, the protagonist's luck was continuously taken away by the villain, leading to a series of setbacks, ultimately being trampled underfoot by the destined villain protagonist. Yu Qinghong was a bold and reckless woman, yet she acted with extreme caution. Despite her young age, she had numerous fortuitous encounters and an exceptional martial arts realm, even killing while coincidentally erasing traces in a heavy rain. Although Suin did not know exactly how much luck she had, it was certainly not low. Could she possibly be a protagonist? Damn it! After dealing with the corpses, Yu Qinghong hurried back to her temporary residence in Zhanglan City overnight. After removing her white ghost mask, taking off her black robe, and changing into regular clothes, she took the Qiangui divine sword to the table, pulled out a chair, sat down, and began to review her experiences from that night. I remember the last time I killed a student. The Qiangui underwent a mutation. Yu Qinghong looked curiously at the pitch-black long sword lying quietly on the table. Why did I kill a small team tonight, including a martial artist, yet the Qiangui only slightly heated up without continuing to mutate? Could I be mistaken? Is the Qiangui's miraculous change not due to killing? Then what could it be? She stood up, walked to the weapon rack, and picked up a short sword with a dark golden blade. Then she turned back to the table and placed it next to the Qiangui. This sword was forged from the same material, combined with fragments from refining the Tai Xianjing in the past, along with the corpse of that student. Due to insufficient Xianjing, she chose to forge a short sword. The result, of course, was an expected failure. After all, not everyone has a system like Suin. This short sword was a mundane weapon when Yu Qinghong forged it and did not possess any spiritual essence. Could it be because of the Tai Xianjing? After lifting the dark golden short sword to examine it closely, Yu Qinghong's gaze became somewhat subtle for a moment. The next day during the day, after a night of rest, Yu Qinghong returned to school to teach her students sword techniques as usual. During the break, she obtained a ranking list of all students based on their martial arts test scores from a teacher, along with a student contact list. Back in her office, Yu Qinghong spread the martial arts test ranking list on the table and extended a finger to slowly look down from the first entry. Ding Feng, Si Kongwen, Wang Yuyao, Yun Qinghuang, Li Feixing. She patiently flipped through page after page. After going through many pages, her jade finger finally stopped on a name on one of the last few pages. Found it. Xu Bin, I think that's the name. Rain Qinghong tried to recall for a moment, then took out the contact book and found the address corresponding to the name. Xinghu Garden A1-8 District. What was she doing? Sui knew that this woman, Rain Qinghong, was very calculating and would never act without purpose. However, he didn't care. As long as Rain Qinghong could continue to kill and provide him with demonic energy, that was enough. As for who to kill, it was all the same to him. After all, ordinary people and martial artists both yielded 1 point of vitality and 1 point of demonic energy. Could this be considered a kind of realization of equality among all beings? Suin couldn't help but think. That night, after returning to her temporary residence, Rain Qinghong put on her mask and black robe again. Suin initially thought she would go to the outskirts of Ninghai City to ambush a martial artist, but after Rain Qinghong jumped down from the window in her black attire, she soon arrived at a high-end villa area that looked luxurious from the outside. After bypassing the security at the entrance of the villa area and sneaking in, Suin also realized where this was. Xinghu Garden? Wasn't this the home of that student named Chubin that Rain Qinghong mentioned during the day? What was she doing here so late? A home visit. Looking at Rain Qinghong, she didn't seem like someone who would come for a home visit. Soon, Rain Qinghong arrived at a villa with a small courtyard, marked with a sign that read A1-8 District. As she climbed over the wall into the courtyard, a large black dog kept by the villa's owner suddenly barked loudly, only to be killed by Rain Qinghong with a single strike of her demonic sword. Ding! Triggered talent slaughter, vitality +0. 0.01. The vitality gained from killing animals was negligible, and there was no increase in demonic energy. Could it be due to the difference in species? Suin speculated that the same might apply to ferocious beasts, a sword that could only grow through killing. It seemed the title of demonic sword could not be shed. Xiao, what's happening outside? A woman's voice came from behind the door, followed by the sound of footsteps. Before long, Suin saw a middle-aged woman in pajamas walk to the door, preparing to open it. However, just as she was about to open the door, before she could see what was happening outside, she was slain by Rain Xinghong, who was waiting by the door with a dark gold short sword. After entering, Rain Xinghong, holding the dark gold short sword, walked straight to the master bedroom and stabbed the man lying on the bed. Damn, what a beast! It wasn't because he regretted not getting those 2 points of demonic energy. It was because, looking at the photo frame on the bedside table in the master bedroom, showing a smiling family of 5, Suin finally understood who this Chubin was. So vengeful, killing the man's son, forging the body into a sword, and then using that sword to kill his parents. What a living hell! Satan, any clues? I woke up and found myself ranked second? After killing Chubin's parents, Rain Xinghong frowned as she looked at the sword in her right hand. The dark gold short sword remained quiet in her grip, the notch from her earlier experiments still unhealed. Then, she turned her gaze to the second bedroom. She killed Chubin's 2 younger siblings hiding under the bed in the second bedroom. After checking the villa again to ensure no one was left alive, Rain Xinghong returned to her home. It seems that only the Qiangwei divine sword is special. Looking at the dark gold short sword that remained silent after she had wiped out Chubin's entire family, Rain Xinghong sighed. At Jianglan Martial Arts School, principal's office. You want me to go on a business trip to Ninghai City for a month? Hearing this unexpected news, Rain Xinghong, sitting on the sofa opposite the principal's desk, felt somewhat surprised. Yes, that's right. The principal nodded and pushed a cup of freshly brewed hot tea in front of her. With less than 3 months until the martial arts exam, our Jianglan Martial Arts School has been at the bottom of the rankings compared to several key high schools in other cities for practical combat. So the school has decided to organize a team of senior students to hunt ferocious beasts in the Ninghai Mountains before the martial arts exam, to sharpen their teamwork and practical skills. However, although it's nominally for the students to pay attention to their safety, there still needs to be a strong teacher providing covert protection. After discussion, the school unanimously believes you are the most suitable. What do you think, teacher Yu? The principal looked at Yu Qinghong, who was sitting on the sofa in silence, thinking she was unwilling, and continued, Sigh, things have been unsettled in Jianglan City lately. A month ago, a student mysteriously disappeared and there's been no news since. A few days ago, several ordinary families in Jianglan City were wiped out. The surveillance along the nearby roads didn't capture anyone coming or going. The Martial Supervision Bureau suspects the murderer is a very powerful and cruel martial artist, and they should still be in Jianglan City. Although your strength is decent, after all, you are a woman. This trip to Ninghai City is also for your safety. How can it be determined that it was a martial artist and not a star beast? Yu Qinghong asked, as she had clearly disposed of the bodies every time. Because star beasts don't clean up the scene, the principal set down his teacup. Yu Qinghong. A few days ago, after using a dark gold short sword to wipe out the Chubin family, Yu Qinghong also used a magic sword to slaughter a family of 3 whose parent had insulted her privately. This woman was somewhat psychologically twisted, but Suin had also accumulated enough magic energy to use the magic sword technique, Blood Sword, Great Malevolence, which required 10 points of magic energy. Taking advantage of the fact that Yu Qinghong was asleep last night, he used the Great Malevolence technique once. When Yu Qinghong was called to the principal's office this morning under the pretext of a conversation, Suin thought her killing had been exposed. It turned out she was just being sent on a business trip. What was going on? Why did the magic sword technique not work? Could it be that this woman was truly the protagonist, with a stroke of luck? So reducing 6 points of luck was not obvious. Suin was confused. Although it was an unexpected situation, going on a business trip to Ninghai City suited Yu Qinghong just fine. After all, in Jianglan City, if she killed a few civilians, she would be targeted by the Martial Supervision Bureau, making it inconvenient to kill and help Zhongguo advance. In Ninghai City, it would be much easier, so she readily agreed to the principal's assignment and accepted the task. After returning home and packing a few things, Suin thought he would have to wait until night to disguise himself before acting. However, just before noon, Yu Qinghong changed into a red floral dress and put on a sun hat before heading out. After leaving her rented place, Yu Qinghong took a taxi. In no time, she arrived at a train station with a strong technological vibe that Suin had never seen since his arrival. After paying 1,000 xia yuan at the ticket counter for a first-class ticket, she boarded a Xingyuan train heading to Ninghai City. Sitting on the smoothly running Xingyuan train, Yu Qinghong leaned back against her seat and closed her eyes in contemplation. Suyin, however, was shocked by the scene of the train hovering in the air as it arrived. Although he had heard that this was a world where technology and martial arts developed together, he had never seen it before. Now that he witnessed it firsthand, he couldn't help but marvel at the enormous gap between people. He had begged for half a month to save 50 xia yuan, walked from Ninghai City to Jianglan City, while Yu Qinghong casually spent 1,000 xia yuan on a train ticket, arriving in no time if she just closed her eyes for a bit. Indeed, whether before or after his arrival, it was a world where strength reigned supreme. The train carriage from Jianglan City to Ninghai City wasn't very crowded. However, it wasn't sparse either. The majority were martial artists with abundant vitality, along with some ordinary people who looked well off. However, what caught Suyin's attention the most was a girl sitting by the window in the back row, wearing cat ear headphones and an ancient ring on her ring finger. The girl, around 15 or 16 years old, had long, smooth crimson hair and was dressed in a white training outfit. Next to her seat lay a sword and shield that looked to be of considerable quality. At that moment, she was resting her elbow on the window, propping her chin up, gazing outside, lost in thought. There was nothing particularly special about this girl, but Suyin couldn't help but glance at her a couple more times, reminded of the novel trope about the hometown of the king sitting by the window in the back row. "Mouse brother, look, there's a red-haired girl in the front carriage who's really pretty," a yellow-haired youth, resembling a delinquent, whispered from the corner of the back carriage, licking his somewhat dry lips and pointing at the cat-ear girl by the window. "Keep your voice down, do you think I'm blind?" Mouse brother, sitting next to the yellow-haired youth, shot him an annoyed glance. His beady eyes, resembling a rat's, roamed over the girl's well-proportioned body wrapped in the white training outfit, spinning around. "There are quite a few people here. When she gets off the bus, we'll sneak after her, and then... But Mouse brother, that girl looks like she might be tough to deal with. Do you think we can take her?" The yellow-haired youth expressed his concern, glancing at the sword and shield glinting ominously beside the girl. "What's there to be afraid of? At her age, she should still be in high school, at most around the 5th or 6th level of Qi and blood," Mouse brother said, looking at the yellow-haired youth with a mix of disappointment and frustration. He extended an arm, revealing powerful muscles beneath his sleeve, and from the skin, one could vaguely see the blood vessels beneath pulsing with Qi and blood. Martial artists cultivate their Qi and blood, reaching levels 1 to 9, martial apprentices train their bones and skin, martial masters circulate their Qi and blood, and great martial masters refine their true Qi. In an average city, a great martial master is considered a skilled fighter. As for the martial lord realm, the transition from great martial master to martial lord has stumped many. Those who can make that leap are undoubtedly the elite in the martial arts world. The circulation of Qi and blood throughout the body is a sign of a martial apprentice breaking through to a martial master. "Mouse brother, have you broken through to a martial master? Keep it low-key." The yellow-haired youth was about to exclaim in surprise but was quickly silenced by Mouse brother's hand over his mouth. "After we get off, we'll act according to plan. Come closer and listen to me. We'll do it like this." The two huddled together, lowering their voices, discussing some sinister plan. Suyin noticed that the yellow-haired youth's eyes were growing brighter, his expression increasingly lewd. He had been aware of these two since boarding the bus. Ever since using the Great Evil last night, Suyin had been paying close attention to the changes around Yu Qinghong. However, upon realizing that one was merely a newly initiated martial master and the other was even weaker, just a martial apprentice, he lost interest in them. It wasn't that Suyin looked down on them, it was mainly because Yu Qinghong's martial arts level had recently advanced to the mid-stage of Great Martial Master, with true Qi protecting her internal organs. The chances of these two being able to kill Yu Qinghong were almost zero. After hearing their conversation and realizing their target was not Yu Qinghong, he stopped paying attention. The carriage was very quiet. Although the two spoke in hushed tones, it was no different from conspiring loudly in front of a great martial master. Naturally, Yu Qinghong heard them too. She opened her eyes and glanced at the two and the girl, but when her gaze swept over the girl, her expression suddenly froze. The sword and shield beside the girl, although low-level spiritual artifacts, and the ancient ring on her ring finger, was actually a mysterious artifact. Others might think it was just an ordinary ring, but with her keen eye as a talented swordsmith, she could never be mistaken. Unlike spiritual artifacts, which can be crafted, mysterious artifacts are generally only obtained through various fortuitous encounters. The prices of mysterious artifacts in the market have always been high, yet there is still a lack of supply. Although with the extraordinary nature of the Qiangui Divine Sword, Yu Qinghong believes that given time, it will surely grow into a mysterious artifact, a celestial artifact, or even a divine artifact. However, treasures like mysterious artifacts, which even martial masters covet, are never too many. A strange light flickered in Yu Qinghong's eyes. After the Star Source train arrived at Ninghai City, the girl took off her headphones, put on her hood, and slung the sword and shield from the seat behind her before getting off the train. Brother Mouse, who had been watching the girl, immediately signaled Huang Mao to follow. The two of them got off the train one after the other. The girl walked ahead, and after passing a few snack streets, she suddenly quickened her pace and turned into a pitch-black alley. Discovered? Seeing the pigeon in hand about to fly away, Huang Mao, who had been pretending to shop from a distance, suddenly became anxious. He hurriedly quickened his pace and followed the girl into the alley. However, Huang Mao, who chased into the alley, stopped in his tracks because the girl had vanished. There was no one in sight, only the dark and deep alleyway. Huang Mao, who had originally planned to tease her, suddenly found himself at a loss. Where is she? Did we lose her? After calculating the time, Brother Mouse patted Huang Mao's shoulder, displeased. The two had originally agreed that Huang Mao would play the role of a little rogue to tease her, and then the brave Brother Mouse would swoop in to save the beauty and win her heart. The routine was old, but effective. Many naive young girls fell for the hero saving the beauty trope. However, they didn't expect Huang Mao to mess up right from the first step. I don't know, Huang Mao said, nearly in tears. She was already gone when I came in. Just as the two were blaming each other and preparing to give up, a clear, bell-like voice suddenly came from behind them. Excuse me, are you two looking for me? Hearing that sweet voice, the two turned around in surprise. They saw the girl standing not far behind them, smiling at them, the sword that had been on her back now held in her hand. Yes, little beauty, the two said, realizing their plan had failed and deciding to drop the act. Brother Mouse grinned lewdly, revealing his two big front teeth. How about coming with us to do something fun? What fun thing? The girl tilted her head cutely as if pondering, then smiled sweetly. Sure, how about right here? The two were momentarily stunned, their bodies halting mid-charge, then exchanged knowing smiles. Ha, turns out she's a shy one. Then let's go together. With that, the two exchanged glances and rushed towards the girl. Brother Mouse and Huang Mao walked away peacefully. The two lay on the ground, their faces swollen like pig heads. However, they only looked terrible on the outside. In reality, they had merely fainted. Yun Xinghuang had been very measured in her actions. When she knocked them out, she used the back of her blade. In her view, it was enough to teach them a little lesson. There was no need to kill them. Glancing at the two sprawled on the ground like dead pigs, Yun Xinghuang couldn't help but chuckle. With this level, they thought they were strong. She put the sword back on her back and clapped her hands. It was already generous of her to let these two go. She had no intention of babysitting them, and they would naturally find their way back once they woke up. Having dealt with the stalkers, the girl's mood was quite good, so she hummed a cheerful tune and walked towards the other end of the alley without looking back. This time she came to Ninghai City not only to complete the beast trial task assigned by the school but also to take care of an important matter, leaving her little time to waste here. The song gradually faded away, leaving Huang Mao and the other like two dead pigs in a deep sleep. However, just as the girl was leaving, unexpectedly, a line of blood appeared on the necks of the two sleeping men. Two heads almost simultaneously rolled off their bodies. The girl walked briskly towards the exit of the alley. Yun Xinghuang was already contemplating whether to eat first or take a shower later. Just then, a sharp glint of cold light suddenly pierced towards the back of her neck from behind. Suyin looked regretfully at the girl, who seemed completely unaware of the impending attack. This girl, despite her young age, had already reached the realm of a martial artist, her martial arts talent and level far surpassing her peers. If it weren't for her bad luck in encountering Yu Qinghong today, she would surely achieve great things in the future. Unfortunately, she was just another soul about to die under Yu Qinghong's sword. Yu Qinghong had been lying in ambush since the girl fought against the two with yellow hair. It was only when the girl was at her most relaxed moment that she struck like a venomous snake. This sudden ambush was something the girl could not possibly evade. Yu Qinghong thought the same, so she didn't even bother to change her disguise. However, just when she thought she had succeeded, a loud clash of metal made Yu Qinghong's expression change. At a critical moment, the girl surprisingly reacted. Yun Xinghuang instantly turned around and raised her shield to block Yu Qinghong's almost certain killing blow. Using the recoil, she continuously retreated, creating distance between herself and Yu Qinghong, a master at the great martial artist level. Feeling the residual true energy coming from the shield, Yun Xinghuang gripped the slashing knife tightly in her hand and took a deep breath. This is a bit troublesome. Yu Qinghong didn't care about any reasoning. Seeing her assassination attempt fail, she gathered her true energy and once again charged at the girl like a shooting star. 5 consecutive strikes, each one more vicious than the last, aimed directly at the girl's vital points. However, the girl did not choose to sit back and take the blows. Although she wielded a massive shield, her movements were extremely agile, only raising her shield to block when she truly couldn't evade. For a moment, she actually managed to defend against Yu Qinghong's fierce assault. However, compared to Yun Xinghuang, whose breathing had become somewhat rapid, on the other side, Yu Qinghong merely took half a step back to steady herself. The gap in strength between the two was glaringly obvious. Yet, the first thing Yu Qinghong did after stabilizing herself was not to take advantage of the girl's fatigue to finish her off, but to raise the Qiangui divine sword to eye level. On the blade, some cracks appeared. It was evident that it had sustained slight damage during the earlier battle. It was perfectly normal for weapons to be damaged in combat. In the past, Yu Qinghong would have completely disregarded such matters. For a swordsmith, ordinary weapons were plentiful. But now, having understood the uniqueness and special nature of Qiangui, she regarded this sword as her most prized creation and could not bear to see it harmed. Yu Qinghong was a bit angry. When she got angry, she wanted to kill. You, very good. Yu Qinghong narrowed her eyes and looked at the vigilant girl across from her. Angered, Yu Qinghong no longer held back. With a push of her heels against the ground, her entire body soared into the air, leaving behind a blood-red afterimage. Phantom sword dance. Yun Xinghuan looked gravely at the sky filled with blood-red afterimages, knowing that using the shield was futile. She simply thrust the heavy shield into the ground and gripped the red-black slashing knife with both hands. Qinghuang's sword technique, seamless garment. With the weight of the massive shield removed, the girl's evasion speed further increased. Relying on her spirit-level sword and shield, along with some exquisite martial skills learned from who knows where, she was able to occasionally counterattack while defending. However, Yu Qinghong, whose Qiangui sword was severely damaged, could only avoid its edge. But after a few exchanges, the seasoned Yu Qinghong quickly found a way to break through. Yu Qinghong pretended to evade, and the girl indeed fell for it, relaxing her defense as she raised her slashing knife and jumped into the air, bringing it down with gravity. Yu Qinghong smiled coldly. In an instant, she stabilized her stance, then thrust her sword through the girl's wrist, sending the blade she held flying. Without her weapon, the girl, whose martial arts cultivation was a whole realm lower than Yu Qinghong's, was almost certain to lose. A young girl in the late stage of martial artist, after exchanging so many moves with Yu Qinghong, to be honest, Suing felt a bit impressed. She was the first person Suing had seen who could survive so long under Yu Qinghong's sword. The outcome was already decided. Yu Qinghong, holding her sword, slowly walked towards the girl step by step. She was savoring the fear of her prey in the final moments of life. Yun Qinghuan covered her bleeding wrist with her other hand, enduring the excruciating pain as she pulled out a token from her chest. Do you recognize this? It was a white cloud-shaped token, intricately engraved around the edges, with the character Yun written in traditional script in the center. San Yun token. Yu Qinghong stopped in her tracks, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Are you from the Yun family of Yinjing? That's right. Yun Qinghuan took a breath, a complex look flashing in her eyes as she gazed at that San Yun token. I can pretend I never saw you today, and I will never trouble you in the future. I only ask that you spare my life. The Yun family of Yinjing was a super martial arts family that had been passed down since ancient times, with profound heritage and immense strength, one of the 4 super families in the capital. It was said that any elder from the Yun family was at least a martial respect level expert. The Yun family was extremely protective. Every member had a cloud-shaped token. There was once a martial respect rogue who, not believing in evil, killed a member of the Yun family in another region. As a result, the Yun family sent 3 martial respect elders to pursue him for thousands of miles, killing him on the spot. The San Yun token could only be obtained by direct descendants of the Yun family. How could it be so coincidental? Yu Qinghong could provoke someone with such a strong background just by casually killing someone? But girl, you are too young. There are only the 2 of you in this alley. Isn't reporting your background just seeking death? Sure enough, after the initial surprise, a murderous intent surged in Yu Qinghong's eyes. Just now, she had already mentally issued a death notice to the girl. Regardless of whether the rumors were true or not, today she had completely offended the girl before her. Once she let her go, after leaving this alley, the initiative would no longer be in her hands. She liked to control the lives of others and disliked the feeling of her own life being controlled by someone else. Lightning flash. To prevent the outcome from straying further from her expectations, Yu Qinghong struck with deadly intent. Transforming into a flash of lightning, the already exhausted Yun Qinghuan was instantly sent flying by this blow, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out blood. From her chest, a shattered green jade token fell out. Inside the magic sword, Suin watched as Yu Qinghong gradually approached the fainted girl inside. Although this outcome was within his expectations, he had initially fantasized about the girl defeating Yu Qinghong to avenge him. Unfortunately, there weren't that many coincidences in the world. Yu Qinghong stood before the girl, raising her sword high, and swung it down. At that moment, an astonishing turn of events occurred. The eyes of Yun Qinghuang, who lay at Yu Qinghong's feet, suddenly opened, revealing a pair of imposing golden pupils. Yun Qinghuang underwent a complete transformation, as if she had become another person. With one hand, she caught the sword that Yu Qinghong had swung down. An unstoppable force restrained the incredulous Yu Qinghong, and the Qiangui sword was sent into Yun Qinghong's hand. A mere ant dares to harm my phoenix? A cold snort, undeniable. Drawing the sword, striking, all in one breath, like a dragon descending from the heavens. There were no fancy sword techniques, just an ordinary sword stroke. Yu Qinghong turned her neck, and her head fell off, just like those who had been easily killed by her before. After swiftly killing Yu Qinghong, Yun Qinghong didn't even glance at the lifeless body on the ground and casually tossed aside the Qiangui sword in her hand. She picked up the fallen knife and shield, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared into the alley. What a fast sword! Suyin didn't even see Yun Qinghong's movements clearly before Yu Qinghong was killed. This was definitely not the girl's own strength. Suyin recalled the ancient ring on the girl's ring finger. Could it be? No way? Just an ordinary murder and treasure hunt, and it turned out to involve a powerful family descendant. This descendant's ring contained a mysterious powerhouse of unknown strength. What kind of damn luck was this? The blood sword, De Xion, was so unreasonable. But really, it was a good death. In a dark corner where the demon sword lay, Suyin laughed wildly. At the moment Yu Qinghong died, the resentment dissipated, and he felt his mindset calm significantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the master, triggering the talent demon sword inheritance. In the next moment, a massive stream of information, accompanied by surging vitality and soul energy, surged into the demon sword. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Shen level high-grade technique Wind Thunder Source Flow. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Shen level high-grade martial skill Wind Thunder Sword Style, the Shen level low-grade martial skill Phantom Sword Dance, the Shen level low-grade martial skill Blood Fresh Flower, and the Shen level medium-grade body technique Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. After an indescribable sense of relief, Suyin, having absorbed Yu Qinghong's vitality and soul, found that his range of activity had expanded. After some exploration and experimentation, he roughly estimated his activity radius had increased from 1 meter around the demon sword to 1.5 meters. This discovery thrilled Suyin. Although he still couldn't stray too far from the demon sword, he once again felt the sensation of being alive. System, what is going on? Suyin asked the system. Demon sword inheritance. Each time the host successfully kills the master, they will inherit all the legacies of the previous sword master, including vitality for the demon sword's advancement, and soul energy to enhance the host's control over the demon sword. Techniques, martial skills, and body techniques can be passed on to the next sword master by consuming a certain amount of demonic energy. Inheritance? After hearing the system's explanation, Suyin finally noticed that another talent of the demon sword, aside from killing, had been activated. After reading the description of this talent in the series of system prompts, Suyin's gaze became somewhat subtle for a moment. It was clear that this talent could only be triggered by killing the master. Passing on techniques and martial skills to the sword master would increase the difficulty of killing the master, but correspondingly, the stronger the sword master, the more people killed, the greater the benefits it would bring him. On the other hand, inheritance also required consuming demonic energy. So after careful consideration, Suyin decided to choose some techniques and martial skills to inherit based on the sword master's performance. After all, he was also lacking in demonic energy, and self-sacrificing behavior was not suitable for him. In the evening, a drunken man stumbled upon the headless corpse in the alley after tripping, and after being startled awake, he called the police. Soon, several police cars surrounded the alley, and several uniformed officers got out to search the scene. After finding the heads of a few individuals and confirming the identity of the corpse, the detective in charge of the case couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In Minhai City, such deadly fights among martial artists were not uncommon. Moreover, it was not something ordinary police could resolve. They only needed to take the bodies away and call the Martial Supervision Bureau to have the martial guards handle it. Suyin watched as several police officers covered the corpse with a white cloth and loaded it into a vehicle before leaving the alley. Wait a minute! Suddenly, Suyin realized a serious problem. It seemed he had been left behind. The girl just now casually tossed him into the gap between two old buildings. Because it was perfectly blocked by an overturned trash can, it was a blind spot, so when a police officer was searching this area earlier, he avoided coming near Suyin due to the unbearable stench. This alley was quite remote, and there weren't many people passing by. If no one discovered him for a long time, would he have to stay in this dark place forever? Suyin began to miss the moment he was beheaded by the girl. Setting aside their grievances, this woman could indeed be considered an excellent sword master. At least when she held him, Suyin didn't have to worry about hygiene issues, because every day, Yu Qinghong would meticulously maintain the Qiangui divine sword. Suyin waited for 2 days and nights without a single person passing by. Only a black cat rummaging through the trash can for food noticed the magic sword on the ground. The black cat curiously touched the hilt with its paw. He tried to recognize the black cat as his sword master, but the system rejected him. The reason was that the black cat only touched it and did not grasp or hold the hilt with its mouth. Soon, the black cat lost interest in the motionless magic sword lying on the ground and jumped onto the trash can, scampering away. Next came the endless waiting. Just as Suin was about to go mad from the surrounding silence and darkness, on the night of the 5th day, a rustling sound suddenly came from the 3rd-floor window of the nearby old building. Then the window opened, and a rope was thrown down, landing right next to the magic sword that Suin had transformed into. Hearing this sound, Suin, who was sleeping inside the magic sword, woke up and immediately became alert. In his eager gaze, a small, thin man climbed out of the window and slid down the rope. "The few households around here are really fucking poor," the thin man muttered as he slid down. "There's nothing valuable. What a waste of my precious time. Damn it." The thin man spat towards the window after landing on the ground. Just as he was about to leave, he felt something at his feet. What the hell? The thin man squatted down to check and found a pitch-black long sword. The sword had some cracks, and a noticeable deep bloodstain was close to the hilt. The thin man wiped it vigorously with a cloth but found that the bloodstain wouldn't come off. It seemed engraved on the blade. Suin tried to recognize this thin man as his sword master, but the system still indicated a binding failure. Why is that? Suin wondered. The sword master needs to hold the magic sword with their hand to bind it, the system replied. All right. The thin man's vitality wasn't strong. He probably had a martial arts realm around the 2nd stage of vitality, and he didn't look like the ruthless type, so Suin didn't mind the failed binding. As long as the thin man could take him out of this place, it would be fine. However, what Suin didn't expect was that after the thin man wiped the bloodstain for a while and found it wouldn't come off, he stood up and cursed. What bad luck, turns out to be a broken sword. No wonder no one wants to leave it here. Wait a minute, there's only one sword here, he can't be talking about him, right? Suin felt a bit frantic. Who is the unwanted broken sword? He was a magic sword capable of infinite advancement. Earlier, that girl had treated him like a treasure. I haven't complained about you yet, and you're already judging me? Suin was furious. He swore that if the thin man dared to grasp the magic sword, he would accept him as his sword master. Unfortunately, the thin man couldn't hear Suyin's words and simply stood up and climbed over the wall to leave the alley. Sigh, another one has left. Am I really going to stay in this hidden corner for a lifetime? Suin thought pessimistically. Just then, the small, thin man who had already left quietly returned. As the saying goes, a thief doesn't leave empty-handed. This sword may have its flaws, but it looks decent enough. Let's take it with us. He picked up the magic sword from the ground, muttering incantations. Suin didn't expect the situation to take such a turn. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Do you want to bind the second sword master, Shurjin? Bind. When the system prompt sounded, Suin hesitated for a moment before choosing to agree. However, the reason Suin accepted this sword master was not just out of spite, he had his own considerations. After using a powerful curse to kill Yu Qinghong, he was running low on magic energy. Rather than being sold off to who knows where by the small man, it was better to temporarily accept this sword master. Although the small man was somewhat lacking in martial arts, he was still a martial artist and didn't seem like a good person. A little lack of talent didn't matter. After all, Suin had inherited Lao Hong's legacy, and he could pass on a few martial arts techniques to him later. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully binding the swordmaster, Shurjin. Shurjin, holding the long sword, lamented that he almost missed out on a good sword. It had been too dark in the alley earlier, so he hadn't paid attention, but now that he was outside, under the moonlight, the pitch-black long sword felt exquisitely refined in his hand, as if the entire blade was made of obsidian. He lightly waved the long sword at the nearby wall, and a corner of the wall was easily sliced off. The cracks in the blade did not affect its use. Shurjin became excited and danced around for a while before raising the long sword above his head, aligning it with the bright moon, his eyes slightly squinting. In a daze, he seemed to recall a long-forgotten dream. By the time he returned to the shared room, it was nearly midnight. As he climbed through the window, his roommate, who was wrapped in a blanket watching a movie, was startled. Upon seeing who it was, his roommate Susi rolled his eyes. Can you please use the front door next time? Do you know how easy it is to scare someone to death like this? Got it. I'll be more careful next time. Shurjin rarely apologized, taking off the long sword and placing it against the wall. Ha, why are you acting different today? Susi poked his head out from under the blanket, puzzled. His gaze fell on the pitch-black long sword by the wall. This sword is nice. Where did you buy it? Does it have a name? It's called... Sitting on the edge of the bed, Shurjin, who was wiping his body with a towel, paused, suddenly realizing he hadn't named the long sword. The Black Jade Sword. Shurjin initially wanted to say he found it by the trash can and that it had no name. However, under Susi's gaze, he felt embarrassed to admit it was picked up, but the name that suddenly popped into his mind felt quite fitting. Yeah, it's called the Black Jade Sword. Shurjin looked at Susi, his eyes clear. Sword name, Black Jade Sword level, high-grade ordinary weapon talent, slaughter, magic sword inheritance swordmaster. Shurjin magic sword skills, 1. Blood sword ominous bad luck. The sword master's luck value steadily decreases by 1 point, with a maximum of 10 points, chosen 1. Great misfortune. Actively using it enhances bad luck, causing the sword master's luck to decrease by 5 points within a day, which can stack with the effects of bad luck, with a maximum reduction to -10, Heaven's Fury, People's Wrath. 2. Destiny Extreme Martial Arts. When the magic sword reaches its current level cap, it can advance to the next level, gaining a new form, and can freely switch between the basic form and the new form. 3. Slaughter, talent. When the magic sword kills a target, it can absorb part of the target's vitality and soul. The vitality is used for the magic sword's advancement, while the soul is used to nourish the host. 4. Magic sword inheritance, talent. Each time the host successfully kills the sword master, they will inherit all the previous sword master's legacy. Among them, martial arts techniques, combat skills, and movement techniques can be passed on to the sword master by consuming a certain amount of magic energy. Current inheritance, Shen level top grade cultivation method Wind Thunder Source Flow, Shen level top grade martial skill Wind Thunder Sword Style, Shen level low grade martial skill Phantom Sword Dance, Shen level low grade martial skill Blood Fresh Flower, Shen level mid grade body technique Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. After Shurjin named the magic sword Black Jade Sword, the system immediately updated the swords panel. This guy looks uneducated, but his naming is quite good. Sui nodded, expressing agreement with this cheap sword master. Although he didn't care much about the sword's name, he found it off-putting if it were something grand like Great Treasure Sword. Black Jade Sword? That name sounds familiar. Susi repeated it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Isn't that the name of the general's sword from the story of the Green Umbrella and Black Jade Sword that circulated in our village? Ha, you little brat, naming the sword this way, you don't want to become a general, do you? Alright, I'm not joking with you anymore. Seeing Shurjin silent, Susi said seriously, how have you been considering the job introduction I mentioned to you these past few days? Now is the time when we need manpower. You're getting a great deal, let me tell you. Okay. On the way back, Shurjin had already thought it through. Since arriving in Ninghai City, he had been idle for a month, and doing petty things was just a stopgap. Since his old friend Susi had connections, he might as well follow him and see how it goes for a while. Ah, good brother. Let's get some sleep tonight, and tomorrow morning, I'll take you to meet Wolf Brother. Susi patted Shurjin's shoulder and said, don't worry, from now on, others will have to look up to you, you'll have face. The next morning, Susi took Shurjin to a nightclub called Prosperous Summer Entertainment City. The nightclub was lavishly decorated. As soon as he entered, Shurjin was stunned by the extravagant crowd, spending money like water. After Susi pulled him through a dance floor and several corridors, they entered an office. In the office, Shurjin met the person Susi referred to as Wolf Brother. Through Susi's introduction, Suin also learned who Wolf Brother was. Wolf Brother, whose full name was Mo Lang, was a manager at this nightclub. He was also a martial artist at the martial master level. Susi was one of Wolf Brother's subordinates, with a strength at the 5th level of Chi and Blood. With Susi's connection, it was easy for Shurjin to join Prosperous Summer Entertainment City. Shurjin originally planned to refuse. Ever since he danced with the sword under the moonlight last night, he intended to return to the right path. However, the thought of refusal vanished when Wolf Brother took out a yellow-level low-grade cultivation jade slip, God Slayer technique. You heard it right, although the name of the technique sounded impressive, it was actually a common yellow-level technique. In Suyin's view, it couldn't compare to the techniques and martial skills in the magic sword inheritance at all. But Shurjin regarded this God Slayer technique as a treasure, practicing diligently except for eating and sleeping. For someone like him, who came from a poor background, cultivation relied entirely on self-exploration. Unless he joined a certain force to practice profound techniques, it would be very difficult to achieve anything in his lifetime. Or perhaps he might have some fortuitous encounter and obtain the martial arts inheritance from a senior expert. Shurjin could only dream of such encounters, so he practiced the God Slayer technique with exceptional diligence. Suin watched as this fortuitous encounter sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing a common technique, unsure of what to say for a moment. He decided to observe for a while longer. Shurjin, 15 years old, was born in a very backward mountain village near Ninghai City and was an orphan. Like all the children in the mountains, he enjoyed sitting at the village entrance after meals, listening to the storyteller share tales with other kids. He couldn't remember many of the stories the storyteller told, but one story about the green umbrella and the black jade sword left a deep impression on him. When the princess of the previous dynasty, Zheyuan, was still young, she passed through a bustling market in a green silk carriage and saved a young beggar, the general Wang Chuan of the previous dynasty, gifting him a black sword for self-defense. Years later, as her country faced destruction, everyone turned to the enemy, except for one general who refused to surrender. Holding the black sword, he fought alongside Zheyuan to break through the enemy lines, slaying countless foes beneath that black sword. But ultimately, under a rain of arrows, the princess died in the general's arms, and after cutting through the enemy ranks, the general took his own life with the black sword, cradling the princess's corpse. A young boy, encountering a celestial maiden in his time of despair, worked hard to become a martial arts master, ultimately saving the girl he had admired in his youth, leading to a passionate yet tragic tale of righteousness. Other children merely thought it was an interesting story to hear after a meal, but Shurjin was deeply influenced by the protagonist, who rose from beggar to general, wielding a sword to break through thousands of troops. Every day after waking, he practiced like the general in the story, dreaming of becoming such a powerful warrior and having a noble and beautiful woman take him away from the mountains. This was, of course, impossible. Reality was cruel. Despite his diligent training every day, without a divine sword or martial arts techniques, Shurjin had only managed to reach the second level of chi and blood through his own exploration over the years. Moreover, he had not encountered a woman like Princess Zheyuan from the story. What frustrated Shurjin even more was that after relying on himself to leave the mountains and enter Ninghai City, he discovered that being at the second level of chi and blood meant nothing here. His faith collapsed in an instant, transforming him from a naive boy yearning for a hero to save the beauty into a foul-mouthed thief, until he stumbled upon the black sword transformed from Suin in an alley, reminding him of his original aspirations. Suin, out of boredom, clearly did not expect this. This sword master, who seemed like a typical dragon riding character, actually had such an inspiring past? The ability to read fragments of the sword master's memories was an unexpected discovery by Suin. He speculated it might be due to absorbing Yu Qinghong's soul after slaying the master, which strengthened his own soul. There was no helping it, Suin was simply too bored. In recent days, Shurjin had been obsessed with practicing that useless technique, and aside from initially using the black jade sword for some sword practice, he had almost completely left Suin to gather dust. This had left Suin feeling frustrated for several days. He wanted to pass on the high-grade mysterious technique from the demonic sword legacy, wind and thunder source flow, to this foolish sword master to enhance his strength. However, in the past few days, Shurjin hadn't killed anyone, resulting in Suin not gaining any demonic energy. A clever woman cannot cook without rice. After finishing another half-day of training, Shurjin received a call from Wolf Brother, asking him to go to his office with Su Si for a task he needed to complete. There is no free lunch in this world. After joining the prosperous Great Xia, Shurjin was required to regularly complete tasks assigned by Wolf Brother. However, the previous tasks had all been simple ones, like keeping an eye on the scene outside nightclubs or maintaining order when someone got drunk and caused a ruckus on the dance floor. In short, he was just acting as a lackey. Nevertheless, Wolf Brother paid well, with a monthly salary of 20,000 xia yuan. To put it in perspective, the price of first-tier beast meat, approximately equivalent to human martial artists, was about 1,000 xia yuan per pound. 20,000 xia yuan could buy around 20 pounds of beast meat. Just by doing some simple tasks, he could earn such a considerable salary every month, and Su Si mentioned that he could eventually receive even more advanced techniques and martial skills. Shurjin was very satisfied with the current situation, as life was much better than before. He hoped this state would continue indefinitely. However, when Su Si brought Shurjin to Wolf Brothers' office, as soon as they entered, Shurjin felt that the atmosphere was off. There were several unfamiliar faces standing around. The expressions on their faces were filled with confusion and anxiety. They should all be newcomers like him. When Su Si brought Shurjin in, Wolf Brother signaled his men to close the door. Wolf Brother patted Shurjin's shoulder enthusiastically and said with a smile, "You've been in the Great Xia for about half a month now, right? Has Su Si told you our rules?" Before Shurjin could figure out what Wolf Brother meant, Su Si answered first, "No, he hasn't told me yet. Shurjin just arrived, and I was planning to wait a couple of days until he got used to things before telling him about this." "Oh, I see." Wolf Brother sat in a grand chair and tapped the table in front of him, revealing a hidden door where the bookshelf had been. Shurjin swallowed hard. He suddenly felt that this job might not be as simple as he had imagined. After everyone entered the hidden door and descended a flight of stairs, Shurjin discovered that they were in a basement. At that moment, a heavy sound of an iron gate slamming shut echoed behind them, seemingly sealing the door. "Don't worry, it's just a simple task. I went through this too." Su Si turned around and gave Shurjin a reassuring smile. This made Shurjin, who was gripping the black jade sword tightly, relax a little. Soon, they arrived at a spacious room. On the floor knelt several people whose faces were obscured. Each wore a black hood, their hands bound behind their backs, and their mouths stuffed with cloth. Hearing the footsteps of newcomers, the previously quiet kneeling figures began to squirm, trying to speak, but could only make muffled sounds due to the cloth in their mouths. "This is just some traitors who want to betray the organization, and spies from our arch-rival, the Golden Dragon Society," Wolf Brother explained seriously, seeing the confusion on everyone's faces. "Each of you must execute one. This is the rule for joining our great Xia. Who wants to go first?" As soon as this was said, a stir arose among the newcomers, including Shurjin, who hesitated. No one was willing to step forward, and the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. Wolf Brother's expression grew increasingly grim. No, I don't want to kill anyone." Finally, someone couldn't bear the pressure, shouting in despair as they tried to escape. Suing shook his head helplessly in the magic sword. Since Wolf Brother dared to bring them down here, he wasn't afraid of them running away. Mo Wolf shot a cold glance at the fleeing person and chased after them like the wind. In less than 20 seconds, he returned, holding a bloodied head and tossing it to the ground. Wolf Brother's face was cold as he scanned the crowd with sharp, eagle-like eyes. "You few, who will go first?" The group stood frozen, seemingly intimidated by the person before them. Seeing that Shurjin was still hesitating, Susi nudged his arm with his elbow and whispered in his ear, "This is a blood oath. Hurry up and do it." Looking at the unarmed captives on the ground and then at the increasingly impatient Mo Wolf, Shurjin wasn't a fool. He knew that if he didn't submit this blood oath today, Mo Wolf wouldn't let them leave alive. The person who had just run away was a clear example. "I'll go first." Realizing this, Shurjin no longer hesitated. He gripped the black jade sword with one hand and walked up to a burly man kneeling before him. He plunged the black jade sword into the man's chest. Just as Shurjin used the magic sword to take the man's life, a long-awaited system notification sounded. Ding! Triggered talent slaughter, vitality +1, magic energy +1. After half a month, Suin once again felt a familiar warmth. Mo Wolf gave Shurjin an appreciative look and turned to the remaining people. "What about you?" Seeing someone take the lead, the others no longer hesitated, each grabbing a weapon from the rack and systematically executing the captives on the ground. "Very good." The expression on Mo Lang's face shifted from gloomy to bright as he smiled at everyone, saying, "Welcome to officially join the prosperous Great Xia." That night, Susi wisely chose not to disturb Shurjin. Shurjin sat alone on the edge of the bed, looking up at the bright moon outside the window, but the weather wasn't great tonight. Many dark clouds obscured the moonlight, making the room feel somewhat dim. Facing the pitch-black long sword against the wall, Shurjin murmured to himself, "Hey you sword, do you think what I did was right?" Sui knew that Shurjin wasn't genuinely asking him for an answer. It was just that after killing an unarmed man today, he felt a bit lost. Having seen Shurjin's memories, Suin understood that this sword master wasn't inherently bad, he had merely strayed onto the wrong path for a moment. For someone like this sword master, he was willing to give a little more opportunity. The next day, when Susi returned to the shared apartment, he brought Shurjin a gift from Wolf Brother, a yellow-grade mid-tier martial skill, falling leaf style. Holding this martial skill in his hands, Shurjin felt as if he wasn't so lost anymore. Just as there is light, there is also darkness. The prosperous Great Xia Entertainment City had many industries. In Ninghai City, besides visible businesses like nightclubs, there were also many hidden industries such as red light districts, underground deathmatch arenas, and underground casinos. Although these industries were hidden from the light, they were essentially powerful money-making pits, especially the red light district in Ninghai City. Countless martial artists and ordinary people, after a day of exhausting work, would choose to spend their extra energy and money here at night. During the month he spent with Shurjin, Suin witnessed a side of the world he had never seen before. Today, after practicing the falling leaves style with the Heiyu sword for an hour in the morning, Shurjin went out on a mission with someone called Dog Brother. After that day, Susi was transferred to the branch office in Jianlan City, so he hadn't been with Shurjin these past few days. When Shurjin arrived at the agreed meeting place, Dog Brother was already there waiting with two younger brothers. Upon seeing Shurjin walk over with a black sword on his back, Dog Brother casually tossed aside the cigarette but he had just finished and revealed a set of yellowed teeth that hadn't been cleaned in who knows how long. Smiling at Shurjin, "You must be Susi's brother, Shurjin, right? Wolf Brother has high hopes for you, so I'll take care of you. From today on, you'll work with me." Dog Brother's full name was Wang Ergo, a mid-level martial apprentice, while the other two younger brothers were at the first level of Qi and Blood. During this time, through practicing martial arts and with the aid of fierce beast meat, Shurjin's martial arts realm had risen from the second level of Qi and Blood to the fifth level. Although this was a significant improvement, it was still one major realm lower than Dog Brother. Here, strength was paramount. so he had no objections to this arrangement. Today's task was simple: to collect debts with Dog Brother and the two others. The prosperous Great Xia Entertainment City secretly operated many gray industries, and as long as it was profitable, high-interest loans were one of them. Hearing that today's task was to collect debts, for some reason, the two younger brothers standing behind Dog Brother seemed a bit excited. When Shurjin followed Dog Brother and the others to the debtor's home, it seemed they had been informed in advance about the visit, as the debtor had already set out a fruit platter and sunflower seeds on the coffee table. The debtor was a middle-aged man in pajamas, also a martial artist, at the early stage of martial apprenticeship. However, due to long-term indulgence in wine and women, coupled with gambling debts, he appeared very haggard and his chi and blood were low. After entering, Dog Brother unceremoniously plopped down on the man's sofa, propping his legs up, and got straight to the point. "When are you going to pay back the money? I really can't come up with the money right now. Can you give me a few more months? Once I win some money, I promise I'll pay it back." The middle-aged man looked at Shurjin and the others, smiling ingratiatingly. Clearly, his martial arts realm was higher than theirs, yet he could only speak to them in a subservient manner. Watching the forced smile on the man's face, Shurjin unconsciously felt a strange sensation in her heart. "You're making this difficult for me," Dog Brother said as he stood up, his expression somewhat unpleasant. "According to the rules, if you don't show up today, you'll have to break 5 fingers. This rule." Just then, a lazy voice came from the man's bedroom, as if he had just woken up. "Who is it? Is there a guest, dear? This rule can be broken just this once. You can pay it back next month," Dog Brother said, licking his lips and smiling broadly upon hearing the woman's voice. "But I'm suddenly feeling a bit tired. Can I borrow your bedroom to rest for a while before I leave?" The middle-aged man hadn't relaxed yet upon hearing that he could pay it back next month, but what Wang Ergo said next left him in shock. This, not willing? Or do you want to have 5 fingers broken? Dog Brother's gaze turned unfriendly. "Then, please go to the bedroom and rest for a bit." After saying this, the middle-aged man slumped onto the sofa like a deflated balloon. "That's more like it." Satisfied, Dog Brother patted the man's shoulder and entered the bedroom, then closed the door. Who are you? Where's my husband?" Immediately after, sounds that would make anyone blush came from the bedroom. The few people standing guard outside were breathing heavily, and Shurjin felt her face heat up a bit. After a while, the bedroom door opened. "Do you want to go in and rest a bit too?" Dog Brother said with a smile, adjusting his pants as he looked at Shurjin. The two people beside him cast envious glances. Dog Brother's suggestion of resting was clear to Shurjin. However, inexplicably, he did not directly refuse. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? He swallowed, glancing at the woman on the bed and then at the man on the sofa. He owes so much money to Shangshur. According to the rules, he should have his fingers broken. Now that we've helped him so much, it's only right to collect some interest, understand? Shurjin stepped into the bedroom and closed the door. In fact, he already had an answer in his heart. Human desire is like a rolling stone on a high mountain. Once it starts, it cannot be stopped. On the bed in the bedroom, a fierce battle was taking place. The black jade sword was carelessly placed at the bedside. Watching this scene, Suin fell silent. Originally, he had planned to cultivate this sword master well. After all, he was young, in his adolescence, restless, and curious about such things, which he could understand. However, he had already given an opportunity. Suin silently opened the magic sword skill panel. Ding! Do you want to enhance the magic sword skill blood sword, ominous? Current level, LVO1, each consumption of 1 magic energy increases the success rate by 10%. Do you want to consume all magic energy for enhancement? Current magic energy, 4, current success rate, 40%. Suin thought it over. Since the sword master wasn't capable, he would change to another sword master. He could currently influence the sword master's magic sword skill, and for now, there was only blood sword, ominous. The power of this skill was evident. Even Yaqinghong couldn't withstand a round of great ominous energy. The only drawback was that it required too much magic energy to activate the skill once. However, after enhancing the magic sword skill, it might strengthen the original special effects or even produce new effects, perhaps solving this drawback. But a 40% success rate was still too low. There was only one chance, so he planned to enhance it 4 times, consuming 1 magic energy at a time. If it failed, he would just fall into slumber and continue to lie low for a while. Suin believed that with his luck of drawing limited characters in a game called Genshin Impact, he could at least be considered a minor lucky player. Yes. Do you want to consume 1 point of magic energy for enhancement? Current success rate, 10%. Ding! Magic sword skill blood sword, ominous, enhancement successful. It actually succeeded on the first try. Seeing the prompt for successful enhancement, Suyin's expression brightened. Could it be that he really is a lucky one? This way, he saved 3 points of magic energy. Suppressing his excitement, he opened the magic sword panel and focused on the magic sword skills section. After carefully reading the skill description, he discovered a brand new effect in the description of the blood sword, ominous. Blood tide absorbs the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself. At midnight every day, magic energy automatically recovers by 1 point. The magic energy obtained in this way is independent, with a maximum storage of 10 points. Current storage, 0/10. Blood tide? Magic energy recovery? After reading the skill description, Suin was thrilled. The importance of magic energy goes without saying. Among the magic sword skills he possessed, almost all required magic energy to use, except for a few passive skills. Previously, magic energy could only be obtained by the swordmaster using the magic sword to kill, and the means of acquisition were extremely limited. But now, although the magic energy recovered by blood tide is not much, only 1 point, and there is a storage limit, it is stable. The most important point is that blood tide does not rely on the swordmaster. It can be said that from now on, the Black Jade Sword can truly be considered a magic sword, and with blood tide recovering 1 point of independent magic energy every day, it would only take 10 days to fill up. Then just wait for 10 days. Suin silently made his decision. 3 minutes later, Shurjin pushed the door open and walked out. So fast? Dog Brother blurted out. Shurjin awkwardly scratched the back of his head. First time? After a moment of surprise, a knowing smile appeared on Dog Brother's face. Not bad, right? Shurjin's face immediately turned red. Very smooth. When he said this, Shurjin felt his throat was a bit dry. Patting Shurjin's shoulder, Dog Brother smiled broadly and turned to the other 2 followers, saying, "You two should go in and rest as well." "Thank you, Dog Brother." *2 The 2 followers waiting outside were already eager. Hearing this, they exchanged smiles and entered the bedroom one after the other. For a moment, the bedroom was filled with springtime warmth. Before long, the 2 came out satisfied, one of them holding a black sword. "Jingu, it seems you left something in the room." After entering the same door and coming out, the relationships among the few had become much closer, and their titles had become more intimate. "What thing?" A bit dazed, Shurjin took the sword and then realized that he had been so busy fighting earlier that he had completely forgotten about the Black Jade Sword. Just as Suin had said before, human desires are like rolling stones on a high mountain. Once they start, they can never stop. One can only say that Shurjin's speed in going astray was quite fast. He could easily switch between one persona in front of people and another behind their backs. Under the careful guidance of Dog Brother and the others, Shurjin had done some things that Suin found disgraceful. For example, when going to collect debts from someone, if that person looked weak and their wife and daughter were beautiful, he would tease them before leaving. As for martial skills, they had been completely neglected. When following Dog Brother and the others to show off in the territory of the Golden Dragon Society, during the brawl between the 2 sides, Shurjin basically hid behind others, timid and fearful of being caught up in it, making Suin shake his head in disapproval. In the quiet of the night, Shurjin would no longer hold the Black Jade Sword to confide his thoughts. During these 10 days, Shurjin indulged in pleasure, immersed in desire, and the speed of his transformation made Suin doubt whether he had missed a couple of chapters in a novel. However, this also made Suin completely lose hope for this sword master. What use is a sword master who is lazy and afraid of death? So, in the early hours of the 10th day, after accumulating enough magic energy through blood tide, Suin decisively used the active skill of the magic sword, blood sword, ominous, great misfortune. He probably didn't get up from bed until around 8 in the evening, reluctantly crawling out. Previously, he would spend an hour every morning practicing martial arts with the Black Jade Sword. Now, after becoming addicted to pleasure, such things had long been cast aside. Originally, Shurjin planned to continue sleeping. However, just a moment ago, he received a phone call. It was from Brother Dog, asking Shurjin to accompany him that night to collect a debt. Shurjin had done this many times before and was already quite familiar with it. When he saw Wang Ergo, he was smiling and talking to a handsome young boy beside him, who looked about 15 or 16, with a somewhat youthful face. The boy listened to Wang Ergo's instructions, nodding occasionally, appearing very patient. Upon seeing Shurjin arrive, the 2 walked over to him. Brother Dog patted the handsome boy on the shoulder and introduced him to Shurjin, saying, "This kid is my nephew Wang Fan. His parents passed away early, and now he's hanging out with me." Shurjin replied lightly, giving the boy a slight smile to show friendliness. After a brief introduction, the 3 of them headed towards their destination. Shurjin had no particular feelings about this newcomer, but Suin glanced at him slightly. Mainly, the name and background sounded very typical. Many protagonists in the novels he had read before were named something like Xiao Fan or Yi Fan, and they often started with both parents deceased. The target for debt collection today was a single young woman living in a rather remote urban village. Shurjin followed Brother Dog and the others, and around 11 o'clock, they finally found the approximate location. After getting out of the car, they turned down a few streets and passed through a narrow alley, the path becoming increasingly narrow and the environment worse, with trash scattered by the roadside and foul black water flowing on the ground. The three of them covered their noses and quickened their pace. Soon, they arrived outside a dilapidated courtyard in the urban village. "This is it." Brother Dog, with a look of disgust, kicked the old wooden door and shouted loudly, "Jinlonghui, here to collect a debt." The wooden door was kicked open with force. However, to Shi Jin's surprise, a very haggard man appeared behind the door, looking somewhat terrified as he stared at the three of them. "Who are you? Where is Lin Fong?" Brother Dog asked. Seeing the aggressive Brother Dog and the two armed men behind him, the man looked very panicked and stammered, She is in the back room. I'll go get her." After saying that, the man got up from the ground, not bothering to brush off the dust from his pants, and ran directly into the courtyard. "Uncle, why did we call ourselves Jinlonghui just now?" Wang Fan asked quietly as he approached Brother Dog. Shi Jin also cast a puzzled glance, sharing the same question. "You're new and don't quite understand yet. Although Jinlonghui and our Shangshi Daxia are rivals, we do have some business dealings. Sometimes, we transfer debts that are hard to collect. The one we're here to collect today was transferred from Jinlonghui to us. This Lin Fong is said to be a young and beautiful college student who has borrowed over 1 million xia yuan from Jinlonghui in the past 2 months. They've sent people to collect several times, but those who went have gone missing, which might be suspicious. You two should stay close to me later." Got it, uncle." Wang Fan nodded seriously and quietly stepped back behind Brother Dog. Shi Jin looked at this scene with some disdain. In his view, Wang Fan was too timid, actually scared by a woman. He completely disregarded what Brother Dog said, though he didn't show it on his face. After a while, a woman who looked to be in her 30s walked out from the back room. She was fairly good-looking, but her complexion was sallow, her long hair somewhat dry, and she wore tattered clothes, her belly protruding as if she were 9 months pregnant. "You are Lin Fong?" Dog Brother looked at Lin Fong's swollen belly with some surprise. He had seen Lin Fong's photos beforehand. The woman in the pictures was youthful and vibrant, full of energy, and she looked like a completely different person now. "That's right. You are from the Golden Dragon Society, aren't you?" Lin Fong covered her belly, looking quite weak. "Let's talk inside." Lin Fong led the three of them into the living room, which had almost no furniture, just a tea table and a few wooden chairs, seemingly a very ordinary setup. After brewing a pot of tea and placing it on the wooden table, Lin Fong looked at the three and said, "I have the money ready, it's in the bedroom, but I'm not feeling well. Which of you can come with me to get it?" "Then you go, Shi Jin," Dog Brother said with a smile to Shi Jin. He was in a good mood, although the intel was a bit off. He didn't expect this woman to be so cooperative, having prepared the money in advance. As long as he could get the money, he didn't care who it was from. "Got it, Dog Brother." Shi Jin, carrying the black jade sword, followed the woman into the bedroom. "Uncle, don't you think it's a bit strange?" After the two left, Wang Fan leaned closer to Dog Brother and whispered, "This woman's place is so shabby, where would she get the money to pay off her debts?" "It is a bit strange, but don't think too much. We're here watching, she can't escape." "Okay, can I check other rooms?" Wang Fan asked. "Of course," Dog Brother replied with a smile. Wang Fan stood up and casually chose a room to enter. As soon as he stepped inside, he was choked by the thick smoke filling the room and quickly covered his mouth and nose. At that moment, the room was filled with swirling smoke, curling upwards. The room wasn't large, it seemed to have originally been a study, as there were 2 rows of bookshelves on either side, but now they were covered with many red candles. In front of the desk were a dozen burning incense burners, and the white smoke was emanating from there. The items that were originally on the desk had been cleared away, and now there was a huge black statue in its place, with a tablet in front of it, Eden. This was a statue of a woman holding a baby, both of their faces smiling. However, the more Wang Fan looked, the more he felt that the expression on the woman's lips was not one of joy, but rather, of sorrow. The dense smoke made the statue appear hazy, adding to its mystery. What was going on here? A ritual? Wang Fan frowned. The statue exuded an ominous aura, making him feel uneasy. Moreover, the smoke had a vaguely intoxicating quality. "You say there's a strange statue in the study?" Dog Brother set down his teacup and repeated. "That's right. Let's go take a look." Wang Fan and Dog Brother entered the study, and Dog Brother opened the windows, allowing the smoke to gradually drift outside, revealing the true nature of the room. Both of their expressions changed instantly. Just moments ago, the swirling smoke had obscured their view, but now that the smoke had cleared, they discovered that in front of the statue were several bowls of offerings placed in an iron basin. The blood inside had turned a dark red. Freshly bleeding hearts, livers, lungs, kidneys, all looked very fresh. In one basin, a white brain was soaked in bright red blood, along with the head of a man, his face showing a look of terror, clearly the man who had just entered. What kind of evil god was this? Both men were horrified. Wait, this is bad. Wang Fan and Dog Brother rushed into the bedroom, where Shijin was half undressed, pinned down on the bed by Lin Feng. Shijin looked confused, not understanding why the two had come in at that moment. Shijin, run. This woman is trouble. Wang Fan shouted anxiously. Trouble? Shijin turned his head and met the woman's blood-red, crazed eyes. The warning came just in time, but it was of no use. Shijin felt a sudden pain in his abdomen, as Lin Feng pulled out his bright red heart and held it in her hand, blood and entrails spilling everywhere. He struggled to lower his head and discovered that the black jade sword he had just set down by the bed was now in Lin Feng's possession. A long cut had been made in his stomach, leaving it empty inside. Shijin had no idea what was happening. In that moment, he was completely at a loss. He never expected that the woman who had just approached him like a little lamb would turn into a bloodthirsty wolf and strike him down in the next second. Moreover, the information clearly stated that this woman had no martial arts talent and was just an ordinary person. Yet, the speed at which she drew her sword was so fast that he couldn't react, clearly indicating she was a martial artist of a higher realm than his. The series of unexpected events led to him being killed by Lin Feng's sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the master again, the system's prompt sounded, but Suyin paid no attention, as he was still in a daze. The change had happened so quickly that even Suyin, who was preparing to watch a little movie, couldn't react in time. Lin Feng crushed Shijin's still beating heart into a bloody foam and then stuffed it into her mouth. Damn, how brutal! Although she had put the bloody foam in her mouth, Lin Feng seemed very reluctant to swallow it. She locked her hands around her neck, and the black jade sword fell to the ground. 2 streams of blood tears flowed from her eyes, as if she were struggling. In an instant, Lin Feng's body emitted a strange black gas. She released her grip on her neck and tilted her head back to swallow Shijin's flesh and blood. Soon after, her aura began to rise rapidly, quickly breaking through from the early stage of a martial apprentice to the mid-stage. Fan Zi, get out of there! Wang Ergu urged anxiously. Just moments ago, he had felt a nearly tangible malice lock onto Wang Fan. However, since Wang Fan had entered the room before him, he was now behind Lin Feng. He was about 10 meters away from Wang Fan and had no way to help immediately. As expected, Lin Feng, trapped in a black low-pressure zone, did not move her body, but her head twisted 180 degrees to face Wang Fan, her mouth curving into a wide, eerie smile. In a bizarre posture, she dodged Wang Fan's attack and then lunged at him like a frenzied beast. The terrifying scene made cold sweat pour down his back, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. However, Wang Fan did not sit idly by. Flowing water sword technique, used stillness to counter movement. Gritting his teeth, he raised his long sword to block, but a tremendous force suddenly pressed down on the sword, nearly forcing him to his knees. Fortunately, he managed to block Lin Feng's now blood-red nails just in time. This was a defensive counter technique that not only reduced damage but also caused the attacker to become rigid. Wang Fan had obtained it during a fortuitous encounter. Wang Fan was worried about being coveted by others and had not intended to reveal it so early in front of anyone. However, in the face of a life-and-death crisis, he could not care about that anymore. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Lin Feng was momentarily rigid due to his counter, he rolled and shouted, "Second uncle, save me." Calling for help was a form of wisdom. Mountain crushing fist. Wang Erga shouted, slamming his hand onto the ground, his whole body leaping into the air as he raised his fist and smashed it down towards Lin Feng. Bang! It was as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. Lin Feng was directly slammed against the wall. Life or death was uncertain. He was at the peak of his cultivation and had already touched the threshold of the late stage of a martial apprentice. Although Lin Feng was strange, she was still young, and taking a solid punch from him left her with no chance of survival. However, he was somewhat surprised that his nephew, with only the blood energy realm, could withstand a blow and control this woman. Fan Zi, how are you? Wang Ergu asked with concern. I'm fine, this time I really owe it to second uncle. Wang Fan smiled slightly, preparing to stand up, but his legs went weak and he nearly knelt down again. He looked down and saw that the white iron sword in his hand was shattering inch by inch. This made Wang Fan feel a wave of fear. If it weren't for his fortunate encounters, by this time next year, he would probably be 6 feet under. Although he had used exquisite martial skills to mitigate most of the damage, his white iron sword was merely a low-grade ordinary weapon, unable to withstand even the residual force. It seemed he needed to find a better weapon. This time was a stroke of luck. If his weapon broke in the next battle, it would be disastrous. At that moment, at his feet, Wang Fan's gaze caught sight of the pitch-black long sword that Shijin had previously carried on his back. On the way here, it seemed he had heard Shijin mention that his black jade sword was of a rather high grade. Ding! Would you like to bind the third sword master, Wang Fan? Seeing Wang Fan reach out to grasp the black jade sword, Suyin showed no hesitation. Bind. System, is that even a question? Just bind it directly. With this name, this background, and this martial skill, he might even have some fortuitous encounters. He was the perfect template for the protagonist of an upgrade novel. It is well known that the male leads in fantasy novels tread upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood to achieve the highest glory. Just like Hanli from A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality or Gu Yufan Yuan from Gu Master. Which one of them hasn't had their hands stained with countless blood? Following the protagonist, Su Yin's path to advancement would definitely be smooth sailing. The future looked bright. Second uncle, what should we do now? Wang Fan stood up, leaning on the black jade sword, and staggered over to Wang Ergo's side. Let's leave here first. Wang Ergo pondered. Alright, Wang Fan nodded in agreement. It was always better to be cautious outside, especially since his sense of crisis had not dissipated. Then we will. His gaze inadvertently glanced at the rubble that buried Lin Feng, and Wang Fan's pupils suddenly constricted. His body instinctively rolled sideways to the ground. What's wrong, you? Wang Ergo was puzzled, but the next second, his head flew high into the air. Then, the headless corpse that fell to the ground was quickly drained by something. Wang Ergo, a mid-level martial artist, was actually killed in a single blow. There was no time to mourn for his uncle's death. Just then, a faint voice of a little girl seemed to come from above the pile of rubble. Mommy Wang Fan turned towards the sound, his eyes widening in shock, because he saw nothing. However, Suyin, who was held in Wang Fan's hand, was stunned. In his line of sight, a spherical, unknown object exuding a strong black aura hovered in midair. What is that? A black sun? No, that's not the sun. In the center of the black sun was something resembling an unformed fetus. Around the black sun, skulls with long tails were desperately trying to burrow inside. The scene was extremely eerie. Were these skulls like sperm? Could this possibly be an embryo? Or some kind of ghastly thing? It seemed to sense someone's gaze. In the center of the embryo, which had been quietly floating in the air, where the eyes of a baby should be, one suddenly opened. The pitch-black pupil stiffly turned around and then looked towards a certain spot. That was where Wang Fan was hiding. Immediately after, a whip exuding a black aura swiftly lashed out. Wang Ergo had just been decapitated by such a thing. Discovered. Just as the eerie embryo's gaze turned towards Suyin, Wang Fan's sense of crisis peaked. Although he could see nothing, he instinctively dodged. A bottomless, narrow chasm appeared in the spot where he had just been. Hiss! It was confirmed. There was something invisible circling around him. A drop of cold sweat slid down Wang Fan's forehead. His right hand unconsciously tightened around the black jade sword, as if that was the only thing that could provide him with a semblance of safety. Wang Fan was a martial artist at the 9th level of the Blood Chi realm, and the black embryo seemed to be above the martial apprentice realm. In the next minute, although Wang Fan barely dodged a dozen attacks thanks to his innate sense of danger, Suyin could clearly see that he was relying solely on instinct to evade, completely unable to perceive the source of the attacks. Several times, he nearly got hit by the whip. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Wang Fan was killed. Suyin became anxious. It was not easy to find a sword master who seemed to be the protagonist. He didn't want Wang Fan to die like this. Was there any way to help this sword master? However, all of his magic sword techniques were currently lethal to the master. Wait a minute. Perhaps he could try the magic sword inheritance. The magic sword inheritance was the only method Suyin could think of. Wang Fan's movement skills were not outstanding. One could even say he had no movement skills at all. His ability to dodge the whip strikes relied entirely on his excellent perception. In this situation, he could only exhaust himself in defense and had no way to spare any attention to find an escape route. If he could pass on the mid-grade Shen-level movement skill Wind Spirit Moon Shadow from Yu Qinghong to Wang Fan, perhaps it could help him escape. Inheritance of a low-grade Huang-level skill required 1 point of magic energy, mid-grade 2 points, high-grade 3 points, low-grade Shen-level 4 points, and so on. Therefore, the mid-grade Shen-level Wind Spirit Moon Shadow required 5 points of magic energy. Suyin currently had a total of 4 points of magic energy, so he was still 1 point short. The moonlight outside gradually brightened, and a gentle breeze rustled the treetops, casting mottled shadows. There was still half a minute until dawn. As long as Wang Fan could hold on a little longer, Suyin would be able to gather enough magic energy through the blood tide to inherit the mid-grade Shen-level movement skill Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Half a minute passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Fan's stamina gradually waned, and his movements began to slow down. Just as the clock's hands passed midnight, Suyin gained 1 point of magic energy from the blood tide. He did not hesitate and decisively chose to inherit. System, inherit the mid-grade Shen-level movement skill, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Ding! Inheriting, please wait patiently. Wang Fan silently lamented. He never expected that after just joining this uncle today and following him to complete a simple task, he would encounter such a bizarre situation. The exit was clearly not far away, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Am I really going to die here today? He thought pessimistically. Just then, Wang Fan suddenly felt a clarity in his mind. His consciousness seemed to enter an illusory space. It was a dark and stormy night, with heavy rain pouring down. A figure in a black robe with a white crying ghost mask moved like a specter in the moonlight, silently reaping lives like a gust of wind. At the same time, a profound piece of information appeared in Wang Fan's mind, seemingly a high-level movement skill called Wind Spirit Moonshadow. He had a strange feeling that with just a thought, he could immediately master this mysterious skill. Today happened to be a full moon night, with shadows everywhere. If he learned this movement skill, he could use the omnipresent shadows to escape. The magic sword inheritance occurred in an instant. In the next second, Wang Fan, who had just been fleeing in a panic, suddenly vanished from the room and appeared several meters away in the courtyard, causing a black whip that was about to strike him to miss completely. Mom! The strange embryo's pupils suddenly moved, emitting a confused sound, seemingly not understanding why the toy had suddenly disappeared. Strangely enough, despite having no expression, Suing felt a sense of curiosity emanating from it. Great! He had escaped. In the small courtyard, bathed in the bright moonlight, Wang Fan was extremely excited. Although he had almost died here, for some reason, he had mastered a powerful movement skill. The effect of this body technique is outstanding, but it demands a high level of vitality. After just one use of shadow escape, covering only a few meters, his internal energy was already surging. However, that was enough. As long as he used shadow escape a few more times to leave this sinister place, the rest would no longer concern him. As for what would happen to the nearby civilians if the invisible monster that followed him couldn't find him, well, that had nothing to do with him. He glanced into the room. It was very quiet around. That thing seemed not to have chased him out. He decided to take a moment to catch his breath. Wang Fan rested for 2 breaths, slightly calming the surging energy within him, planning to use Wind Spirit Moonshadow for another shadow escape. Just then, he felt a sudden pain in his thigh, and then he collapsed in front of the small courtyard's gate, the black jade sword slipping from his hand and falling to the ground. Wang Fan was momentarily stunned. By the time he reacted, one of his legs had been completely severed, and the other leg was being pulled up by something, leaving him hanging upside down in the air. Maru! Seeing this scene, Suing knew that this sword master was done for. Wang Fan couldn't see the strange embryo, so he was unaware, but Suing had seen it clearly. Just as Wang Fan used Wind Spirit Moonshadow to teleport into the small courtyard, the next second, that suspected embryo also almost simultaneously teleported above him, a pitch-black sphere completely covering the full moon above his head. It had instantly replicated Wind Spirit Moonshadow. Suing helplessly rubbed his forehead, somewhat speechless at Wang Fan's behavior of popping champagne in the middle of a crisis. He had already escaped, yet he ran out without looking back and even dared to rest in place. He certainly didn't think it was because Wind Spirit Moonshadow had a heavy load. Why could Yu Qinghong use it to escape all the way to the neighboring city? The technique was fine, it must be a problem with the person. But none of that mattered anymore, because right before Su Yin's eyes, after playing for a while, the strange embryo tore Wang Fan into pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the master for the 3rd time. Wang Fan could be considered the fastest swordmaster to die under Suing, surviving for less than 2 minutes. Once again, the master was killed, but Suing fell into thought. Wasn't this a high martial world? Why was there such a bizarre thing? Blood rain mixed with human limbs fell from the sky, and the ball-like embryo, exuding a thick, ominous black aura, blocked the bright moon. The surrounding skeletal sperm danced wildly, emitting piercing wails. A scene of hellish chaos. Was this an existence from beyond the Starsea? Ghosts and gods? Cthulhu? Or something else? This scene reminded Suing of the black sun that appeared at the end of the night parade of 100 demons, burning many evil spirits to ashes. Dream of death. He named this strange embryo. The dream of death lingered in the night sky, continuously shadow escaping, wandering around this city and village for a while. Soon, the tails of the surrounding skeletal sperm were adorned with sleeping women. However, these women appeared to be in a semi-transparent state. Watching the dream of death return with its bounty, disappearing on the distant horizon, Suing had a premonition that he might encounter this being again in the future. Inside the small courtyard, blood pooled everywhere, and human limbs and chunks of flesh were visible all around. Looking at this hellish scene, Suing felt no discomfort. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, but after becoming a demon sword, the emotions he had as a human had faded to the extreme. Am I still considered alive like this? He muttered to himself, gazing at the demon sword lying in the blood pool. To be honest, after successfully avenging Yu Qinghong, he no longer knew the meaning of his existence. No one could hear him speak, no one communicated with him. In this state, Was he really still alive? Why not just fall into a deep sleep, seeking liberation in beautiful dreams and the afterlife? It seemed there was a voice whispering nearby. In a daze, Suin found himself sitting at a dining table, across from his father and mother. It was just like the scene of his family of 3 gathered around the table for a meal before he traveled back in time. The room was not large, a 2-bedroom apartment, but it was decorated very warmly. Today's meal was sumptuous. Suyin's mother had prepared a large spread of delicious dishes. Xiaoyin, eat more. If there's not enough rice, Mom will serve you more, Suyin's mother said with a smile, watching him chew slowly, as if casually asking, "Why don't you just stay home this time? I can ask your dad to help you find a job, and then our family can be together." Upon hearing this, his father, who had been seriously reading the newspaper, put it down a bit and leaned in closer. "I still want to go out and see the world," Suin replied softly, holding his bowl of rice. His father set down the newspaper, and a hint of loneliness flashed across his wrinkled face, but it quickly turned into a smile. "I see. I told you, you wouldn't stay. You've always yearned for the scenery outside, so have your mother and I," his father patted Suyin's shoulder. "Your dad and I have spent our whole lives in this small county. We might not be able to accompany you any longer. There are so many beautiful sights in this world, Xiaoyin, you should go see them for us. Out there, don't push yourself too hard. If you encounter something you can't get through, remember, coming back is the most important. Really, can't you stay?" In the latter half of the family dinner, his mother talked about funny stories from Suyin's childhood, and he listened patiently. His father brought out a treasured bottle of good wine, clinking glasses with Suyin several times. His father, who rarely got drunk, was surprisingly tipsy, and even his mother, who couldn't drink, had 2 glasses. Suin ate very slowly, very slowly. He quietly picked at his food. Tears unknowingly welled up in his eyes. Until the last bite of food was finished, he slowly set down his chopsticks. He stood up, went to his room, and brought 2 blankets to cover his parents. At the door, he took one last reluctant look at his sleeping father and mother. Suin walked out resolutely. His consciousness seemed to pass through a layer of bubbles, and the world behind him grew increasingly blurry. When he came to his senses, Suin was back in that messy little courtyard. Lying on the ground, looking at the bright moon in the sky, his negative emotions washed away like a tide. Before he traveled back, while working in another place, his parents had both died in a car accident, and he never got to see them one last time before they were sent to the funeral home for cremation. Not being able to see his parents one last time was a regret he had always carried. "No matter what you are, thank you for allowing me to fulfill my wish." Suin felt a bit emotional. He found the meaning of his existence. The suffering in the world is all for the ants. The multitude of beings is countless. Why is it that only those born noble can roam the world and witness the beautiful scenery that those born as ants have never seen? His sword master, Suin, should have a splendid life. If not, then let him achieve it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully waking up from the dream of death and comprehending the ultimate magic sword technique. Supreme True Method. Hearing the system's prompt, Suin felt a bit surprised. Dream of Death had stolen the wind spirit moon shadow from him, and he had comprehended the new magic sword technique Supreme True Method from Dream of Death. Could this be considered a form of reciprocity? However, what was the ultimate magic sword technique? Recalling his thoughts, Suin opened the magic sword panel and focused on the special magic sword technique Supreme True Method. He noticed that this newly acquired ultimate magic sword technique was in a separate column. Moreover, the skill icon was black. Gray indicated insufficient magic energy to use the skill. Black meant the skill could not be used by Suin. Why is this? Did I really occupy a skill slot for a useless magic sword technique? Filled with doubt, Suin opened the skill description. Skill name, Supreme True Method effect, Sacrifice. Burn one's own life to temporarily elevate martial arts realm by 2 major levels for 1 hour, for sword masters only. Side effect, the sword master will die after use, and the soul will sink into the supreme dream of illusion. Note 1, this technique derives from the primordial power of the unknown life form Dream of Death, extremely dangerous. It is strongly recommended that the host hand it over to the system for processing. Note 2, why not just fall asleep, seeking liberation in beautiful dreams in the afterlife Eden? Note 3, the system kindly reminds that Eden's actions are akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, with ill intentions. If the host recovers it for the system, as compensation, the host can unlock the magic sword maul in advance. After reading the description of the magic sword technique Supreme True Method, Suin had a strange expression. The amount of information revealed in this description was substantial. Suin summarized it roughly. First, this skill does not seem to be naturally comprehended. It feels more like Dream of Death intentionally allowed him to obtain it. Moreover, it is extremely dangerous, and the system wishes to recover it. Suin tried to inquire about the recovery price from the system. The system's reply was, 10,000 magic energy. After a few minutes of contemplation, Suin chose not to recover it for the time being because he was unsure if the recovery process was reversible. Furthermore, at present, this skill did not seem to pose any harm to him. The most important point was that something even the system cared about must be a good thing. Second, the magic sword system seemed to have a magic sword mall, but he had not unlocked it yet. He was currently unaware of the conditions for unlocking it. Additionally, the recovery price quoted by the system was calculated in magic energy. It could be inferred that the function of magic energy, besides being used for magic sword techniques, likely also served as currency for the magic sword mall. System, how do I normally unlock the magic sword mall? When the historical magic energy value reaches 10,000, it will unlock automatically. It seemed that unlocking this magic sword mall was not easy. The magic energy reserve of Blood Tide was only 10, and the main source of magic energy was still the sword master. But reliable sword masters were hard to find. The path to unlocking the magic sword mall was long and arduous. Third, the phrase in Note 2, why not just fall asleep, seeking liberation in beautiful dreams and the afterlife, caught his attention. Before falling into the illusion, he seemed to have heard this whisper as well, but at that time, he thought it was just an auditory hallucination. Who was this Eden mentioned in the notes? While Wang Fan was hiding, Suin saw a collapsed, eerie statue, with a divine tablet worshipped in front of it. It seemed to have this name written on it. In the Bible, Eden is a carefree fantasy land. Adam and Eve were expelled from Eden for eating the forbidden fruit. But looking at the appearance of the dream of death in that statue, it seemed that Eden was a malevolent god. He decided not to think about it anymore. Overthinking was futile. He was currently too far from the level of such malevolent beings. No matter how much he thought, it would only be speculation. Continuing to speculate based on speculation might lead to results that were far from the truth. Fourth, why was I left behind again? Is there anyone out there? Someone come save me. However, Suin did not wait too long. In the early hours of the next day, a cleaner discovered the horrific scene in the small courtyard. After leaning against the wall and nearly vomiting up the previous night's meal, the cleaner, pale-faced, dialed the police. Soon, several police cars executing duties nearby stopped at the entrance of the small courtyard. However, under the dual impact of the hellish scene and the pungent smell of blood and decay, even a few seemingly capable veteran police officers changed their expressions, and a recently graduated young female officer couldn't hold it in and vomited directly. After a thorough search, they found the disemboweled bodies of Shi Jin and Lin Fong in the bedroom, along with the eerie altar scene in the study. The young female police officer discovered a black jade sword lying in a pool of blood in a corner of the small courtyard. After comparing the fingerprints on the sword with those of the deceased, Suin was naturally taken along in the police car as the murder weapon. In the car, Suin overheard a conversation between several officers. They were there to investigate another bizarre incident involving more than 10 women who had fallen into a deep sleep. They had just stopped by to handle the report from this side. Seeing their furrowed brows, Suin knew they were destined to find no real cause. After all, even he didn't know where the dream of death had gone. Upon arriving at the police station, several officers got out of the car, and the female officer took Suin to the evidence room, placing him in a numbered safe before leaving. The safe was pitch black, and there was hardly anyone in the evidence room. It was eerily quiet. The waiting time was quite dull, so Suin simply closed off his consciousness. He didn't know how long it had been when he felt the essence of the magic sword being taken out of the safe. Upon regaining consciousness, Suin was surprised to find a familiar face before him. Yes, it was still the little police officer he had put in the safe. The little police officer took the black jade sword out of the safe and placed it in a bag, mumbling, "Is this for real? This case is just wrapped up like that. A useless murder weapon still needs to be disposed of, and I have to work overtime after hours. Why am I so unlucky? What? Dispose of it?" Suin was shocked. If he were still human, he would definitely grab this little police officer by the collar and greet her warmly. "Aminos, you're such a cutie. Young lady, I see you have extraordinary talent. You will surely achieve great things in the future. What you lack now is a suitable weapon, do you know? Can you use a sword? Come, grip the hilt, and you will obtain an unparalleled divine weapon. Becoming a martial lord is not a dream. Trust me, really." All the way, Suin tried to entice the little police officer to become the master of the magic sword. Unfortunately, the little police officer showed no reaction, seemingly completely uninterested in him. After leaving the police station on a pink little sheep, the little police officer stopped in front of a trading association and then walked inside. Weren't they supposed to destroy it? What was she doing at the trading association? Suin was puzzled. The sign of the trading association read Wanda Trading Association, giving him a sense of déjà vu as if he had returned to the time before his journey. Upon entering, Suin felt a lively atmosphere that was completely different from outside. Beast meat of the third-tier Thunder Wolf, 20,000 summary yuan per pound. Mid-level Shin grade martial skill, rock-solid force, priced at 5 million summary yuan. Low-level Spirit grade Thunder Spear, priced at 2 million summary yuan. Inside the trading association, various shops selling materials, elixirs, weapons, and techniques for martial artists were lined up, stretching as far as the eye could see. Even Spirit-grade weapons and Xian-grade techniques were available for sale. However, the prices made Suin gasp in astonishment. It seemed that no matter which world one was in, having money meant moving forward quickly, while being broke made it hard to take a single step. The little police officer ignored the shops nearby and headed straight into a store with a sign that read Cheng Family Weapon Shop. There weren't many customers in the store at the moment. The little police officer went straight to the counter. On the long bench behind the counter lay a girl in her early 20s, dressed in a white hanfu, with a fan covering her face, looking as if she were sleeping soundly. Cheng Xiaolin, wake up. What is it? Cheng Xiaolin, unable to stand being shaken, wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and asked drowsily, "Help me out, dispose of this black sword for me. 10,000 summary yuan, I'll take it." Cheng Xiaolin glanced at the black jade sword in the bag, and her eyes immediately lit up. As the owner of a weapon shop, she had a keen eye. She could tell at a glance that this sword was crafted by a master. From the obsidian-like sheen of the long sword's blade, it was clear that it was made from the precious material known as meteorite black iron, and its quality reached that of a high-grade mundane weapon. What? 10,000 xia yuan? The young policewoman was somewhat taken aback, and just as she was about to suggest destroying it, she swallowed her words. Her monthly salary was only 5,000 xia yuan, and this ordinary iron sword was actually worth 10,000. That was equivalent to 2 months of her income. Add another 2,000, I can't go any higher. Cheng Xiaolin thought her best friend was dissatisfied with the price she offered, and she took the black sword, saying, "Although this sword is a high-grade mundane weapon, there is a slight crack on the blade. It doesn't affect its use, but it does have a flaw in appearance. And look here." Cheng Xiaolin pointed to 3 bloodstains of varying depths near the hilt and said, 12,000 xia yuan. "For the sake of our friendship, I'll take a little loss and sell it to you." "Good friend, it's yours." The young policewoman grabbed Cheng Xiaolin's hand, excited. She had originally planned to just throw it in a trash can, but she was worried it might be picked up by someone else. So she thought to ask her former classmate, who inherited her family's weapon shop, Cheng Xiaolin, to help her dispose of it. She never expected to receive an unexpected windfall. Being best friends, in our hearts, Cheng Xiaolin was also very happy. In the market, mystical weapons were basically valuable but hard to sell. The most circulated were still mundane and spiritual weapons. A high-grade mundane weapon could sell for around 50,000 xia yuan, and although this black sword had a slight flaw, its overall quality was still good. Selling it for 40,000 xia yuan should not be a problem. The deal was struck. Both of them were very happy. It was a win-win situation. Suin was dumbfounded inside the sword. Was he just sold? And for just over 10,000? Suddenly, he felt a bit angry for some reason. "By the way, where did you get this sword?" Holding the black sword, Cheng Xiaolin carefully wiped the blade with a clean cloth and suddenly remembered something. Her best friend wasn't a martial artist. After graduation, she went to the police station, and her family wasn't very wealthy, even somewhat struggling. Where did she get such a quality weapon? It's a murder weapon. The young policewoman touched her hair, feeling a bit embarrassed. What? Just as Cheng Xiaolin was about to place the black sword in the display case, her hand trembled, almost dropping Suin on the ground. Suin was placed outside the store, away from the counter, and he was somewhat bored watching the crowd come and go. Inside the Wanda Chamber of Commerce, although there were quite a few people passing by, he couldn't tell if it was due to the remote location or some other reason. Throughout the entire morning, not many customers entered or exited Cheng's weapon shop. What puzzled him even more was that ever since the young policewoman left yesterday, the girl in the white hanfu had become a bit neurotic, not only placing him on the shelf at the door but also stealing glances at him while wiping the product shelves, leaving him confused. Suin actually wanted to recognize the girl in white as his master. After all, as the owner of a weapon shop, she should be better at taking care of weapons than an average person. However, seeing how the girl avoided him, Suin gave up on that thought. He spent the entire morning in boredom. Just when he thought the day would pass like this, in the afternoon, a young man with a swagger and dyed yellow hair walked into the shop. As soon as he entered, the yellow-haired guy whistled at Cheng Xiaolin behind the counter and asked, "Little beauty, do you have any good stuff here? Recommend something to your brother?" Cheng Xiaolin didn't like being looked at with such lewd eyes, but she was always patient with customers. Don't worry, the weapons produced by the Chang family weapon shop are guaranteed to be high quality. This batch just arrived yesterday, let me show you. As Cheng Xiaolin said, the weapons from the Chang family weapon shop are of excellent quality and reasonably priced, making them quite reputable in Ninghai City. Every so often, several key high schools in Ninghai City send people here to purchase weapons for new students. The yellow-haired guy was also quite tempted after looking around. What do you think of this high-grade ordinary weapon? Cheng Xiaolin casually pulled out a black sword from the rack at the door and recommended it to the yellow-haired guy. This sword is about 4 feet long, 1 inch wide, with a shiny blade that reflects clearly, and it's only 15,000 xia yuan. Upon hearing it was a high-grade ordinary weapon, the yellow-haired guy's eyes immediately lit up. You're not lying to me, right? It really is only 15,000 xia yuan? There won't be any problems, will there? He was somewhat suspicious that his ears might be malfunctioning. After all, the same price in other shops would only buy a mid-grade ordinary weapon, and even then, it would be one of the poorer quality ones. High-grade ordinary weapons on the market usually start at 50,000 xia yuan each. Just a little bit, Cheng Xiaolin said, suddenly feeling a bit guilty when asked about this. She muttered to herself, after all, it was previously a deadly weapon. Although this sword is a high-grade ordinary weapon, it's a second-hand sword with a few minor flaws. Cheng Xiaolin pointed to some slight cracks and 3 bloodstains on the blade, saying, if you mind, I can recommend something else. No need. I'll take this one. The yellow-haired guy shook his head. He had just observed it closely. The crack was so minor that he hadn't noticed it unless he looked closely, and it had little effect on the appearance. As for the 3 bloodstains of varying depths, he thought they were intentionally made by the swordsmith, giving it an oddly beautiful aesthetic. Besides, getting a sword of this quality for 30% of the price, what more could he ask for? If I'm not satisfied, I should be able to get a refund within 10 days, right? The yellow-haired guy casually asked. Of course. Here's my business card. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Take care. Cheng Xiaolin waved goodbye to the yellow-haired guy as he left, then turned around and let out a barely noticeable sigh of relief. She was somewhat superstitious and had always been afraid of deadly weapons in haunted houses. She hadn't slept well at all after receiving her friend's black sword last night. Fortunately, she sold it today and even made a little profit. She could finally sleep well tonight. Happy times? Ding! Would you like to bind the 4th sword master, when Tiancheng bind? A flowing sword master, a forged demon sword. After changing 3 sword masters in a row, Suin had come to terms with the matter of binding a new sword master. For him, if the sword master was decent, he could try to cultivate them a bit. If the sword master turned out to be a total loser, then it would be a matter of bad luck. After all, with the blood tide now, he would have another good sword in just a few days. When Tiancheng was a newcomer who had recently joined the rival Jinlong Society of the prosperous Great Xia, with strength at the first level of Qi and blood, his martial arts realm was the worst Suin had ever seen. In the 3 days he followed when Tiancheng, Suin hadn't seen him practice any martial arts techniques. This guy was either flirting with girls or on his way to flirt with girls. Every time the demon sword was drawn from its sheath, it was because he was showing off to a new acquaintance that he was a martial artist. When the girls learned that his sword was actually a high-grade ordinary weapon, they would always look at him with admiration. Suin seriously suspected that this guy was only at the first level of Qi and blood, and that he bought him just to show off in front of girls. Moreover, when Tiancheng's purpose for joining the Jinlong Society was not pure either. The Jinlong Society mainly operated massage, bathing, foot therapy, and a full range of red light district services. Every night, he had to order 2 women to spend the night at a massage parlor on the 3rd floor of this red light street. You heard that right, too. It was simply too enviable and infuriating. No wonder that when Tiancheng, as a martial artist, walked unsteadily due to his frail body. Following when Tiancheng, Suin felt that there was no hope for him to advance in this lifetime. Therefore, after storing 10 magic energy through the blood tide, Suin once again used the great evil fortune. 4 days later, in Ninghai City, at the Wanda Chamber of Commerce, in the Cheng family's weapon shop, Cheng Xiaolin saw the black sword that had been sold previously. This sword was indeed sold to Wen Tiancheng by our Cheng family's weapon shop 7 days ago. She flipped through the records in the ledger, looking bewildered at a plump woman at the counter who claimed to be a relative of Wen Tiancheng. Although generally, we can refund without reason within 10 days, this sword shouldn't have any issues, right? And why hasn't Wen Tiancheng come himself? He's already dead. The woman looked quite pleased. Dead? Dead? Cheng Xiaolin's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Just last week, she had seen Wen Tiancheng. How could he have suddenly died in just a week? Moreover, why was this aunt so happy when her relative had died? Can I ask how he died? Cheng Xiaolin's keen gossip instincts told her there must be a story here. I can give you a refund. He was just a damned Shao thief, caught in the act. The woman seemed somewhat gleeful as she spoke. Chow thief? What's a chow thief? Cheng Xiaolan's face was filled with curiosity. You know Chow Chow, right? He likes not to love Lolas but to take married women. A chow thief is someone who likes other people's wives. Ah, strange knowledge was added. What exactly happened? Please elaborate. Cheng Xiaolan felt her gossip spirit igniting. Seeing Cheng Xiaolan so interested, the woman continued, what you don't know is that when Tiancheng usually liked to flirt, especially with married women. The woman he was having an affair with was the wife of one of his friends. Yesterday, when Tiancheng went to his friend's house for dinner, for the thrill, they got his friend drunk and, in broad daylight, started fooling around on the rooftop of his friend's apartment. As a result, when they were at a critical moment, his friend woke up from his drunkenness and wanted to go to the rooftop for some fresh air. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Wen Tiancheng and his wife. So, his friend, in a fit of rage, killed Wen Tiancheng? Cheng Xiaolan asked. Not exactly. The woman shook her head, not holding back the details. When Tiancheng was just unlucky. When the woman saw her husband coming, she panicked and accidentally fell from the 13th floor, dragging Wen Tiancheng down with her. You know, that was the 13th floor. It's said that when Tiancheng's thing was even broken inside, he died a terrible death. You say, he clearly has a wife as beautiful as a fairy, yet he flirts with other people's wives. Isn't it deserved that he died? That does seem quite deserved. Cheng Xiaolan picked up the black sword, drawing it from the sheath for a brief inspection. She found that nothing seemed to be wrong with the blade. The money has already been refunded to you. After checking, Cheng Xiaolan put the black sword back on the shelf and casually asked the plump woman, by the way, who are you to Wen Tiancheng? The plump woman, having received the money, puffed out her chest excitedly, her facial fat shaking wildly. I am Wen Tiancheng's wife. Suyin returned to the Cheng family weapon shop once again, continuing to wait for the next swordmaster. He realized that he seemed to be getting worse. After leaving Yuqinghong, the swordmasters he bound were all inferior. He actually wanted to bind a ruthless killer directly. But the problem was that such people probably wouldn't look at a mere ordinary weapon. Better to keep waiting. Luck was on his side. That night, he was bought again. Ding! Do you want to bind the fifth sword master, Lu Rennie? Bind. Lu Rennie was a small leader of a gang, with strength at the early stage of a martial apprentice. This guy is a burly man with a scarred face, and the Ren in his name has nothing to do with him. He is a complete bully who loves to dominate the market, oppressing timid and weak vendors on the street. He has a violent temper, and if he disagrees with someone, he will immediately start a fight. The day after Suyin was bought, he twisted one vendor's hand into a pretzel just because the vendor complained a bit about not wanting to pay him tribute, showcasing his cold-blooded cruelty. At first, Suyin was quite satisfied, but he soon discovered a problem. Lu Ren was indeed cruel, but he only crippled people instead of killing them. Moreover, he seemed to prefer using his fists and feet over weapons, often able to incapacitate an ordinary person with just one punch or kick. When he was with Wen Tiancheng, Suyin could occasionally draw his sword to show off. But now, following this guy Lu Ren, Suyin felt like he was just gathering dust. What a joke! If he didn't need a sword, then why buy him? Was it just because they had too much money and were looking to have some fun? Regardless of the reason, Suyin was unhappy. So, a few days later, Suyin appeared again at the Cheng family's weapon shop. This time, it was Lu Ren's son who came to process the refund. Lu Ren's son was covered in bruises, likely from being beaten by his father regularly. Cheng Xiaolan looked at the familiar black sword, her delicate face momentarily lost in thought. Did Lu Ren not come himself? Him? He can't come anymore. What happened to him? What happened? He died. A hint of mockery appeared on the young boy's innocent face. Ah, what's going on? Cheng Xiaolan, who was inspecting the black sword with a cloth, paused in shock and looked up. He messed with someone he shouldn't have. The boy seemed to have been holding back for a long time, and when asked, he opened up. Yesterday there was some traffic, and a car was blocking the way in front of me and my cheap dad. He got really angry and overtook the car, stopping it. He casually grabbed a weapon and after getting out of the car, he kicked that car, along with the person inside, into the nearby greenbelt. And then a young man with a broadsword got out of that car, very strong, and in just a few breaths, he beheaded my cheap dad. Murdering in broad daylight, is that even allowed? Did they get caught? Cheng Xiaolan was shocked. Caught? That young man is a direct descendant of the Ninghai Feng family. The Ninghai Feng family. Cheng Xiaolan covered her mouth. The Ninghai Feng family is one of the three long-standing martial arts families in Ninghai City, along with the Ling and Yun families. The heads of these three families are all great masters at the late stage of the martial profound realm, and while they can't completely dominate Ninghai City, they certainly wield significant power there. What happened next? Later, even the mayor was alarmed. When he arrived at the scene, he immediately classified the incident as justifiable self-defense. That Feng family descendant left in the mayor's car with an elderly person from the car. So Lu Run died for nothing? Cheng Xiaolin swallowed hard. They didn't pursue it, and it was already bad enough that my mom and I got dragged into this. Well, this matter was already unjust. That night, Cheng Xiaolin tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and had a nightmare. Ever since she took in this black sword, 2 buyers had died under mysterious circumstances in just half a month, making one think deeply and fearfully. Once could be a coincidence, but twice? Could this sword be a cursed sword, haunting her? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. During the day, she hid behind the counter with panda eyes. It was clearly a scorching summer day, yet the shop felt cold and eerie. She had just checked the black sword again and found that the cracks on it had disappeared, and the bloodstains near the hilt had turned into 5 lines. She distinctly remembered there being only 3 before. The bloodstains couldn't possibly represent the number of dead, could they? Could it be that this black sword actually has a spirit, a magical artifact? Indeed, my grandfather was right when he said not to take in things of unknown origin. Whoa, I'm going to die too. Cheng Xiaolin sat wrapped in a blanket, her eyes vacant, as passers-by glanced curiously at her in front of the shop. She muttered softly to herself, "Black sword, you wouldn't harm a poor, helpless girl like me, would you? Grievances have their source, debts have their owner. I haven't even been in love yet. I can't die." Woo-woo, this girl had been mumbling to herself since early morning. Caught a cold on such a hot day, her body so weak. It seems my earlier decision not to recognize her as the sword master was indeed correct. Placed on the rack outside, Suin scoffed at the girl's physical condition. Just then, Suin met a pair of bright, sparkling eyes. After mumbling for a while, Cheng Xiaolin felt her body warm up a bit. Coming to her senses, she glanced at the shop entrance and couldn't believe her eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. She went to the door to confirm. The ominous black sword she had placed at the entrance was actually gone. Along with it, the trash she had left there in the morning was also missing. Could it be that the black sword really has a spirit, heard her muttering, and decided not to harm her, leaving? Did it also help her take out the trash? Standing at the shop entrance, Cheng Xiaolin breathed a sigh of relief. However, she wondered if the black sword would come back. For now, it would be best to go to her grandfather's place to avoid the trouble. At 6 in the evening, the sky began to darken. Ninghai City, slums. A little girl, about 13 or 14 years old, wearing patched clothes and with a small frame but bright black eyes, sneaked home holding a long object wrapped in old newspaper. Just as she was about to return to her tiny room, the light in the room suddenly turned on. Under the dim yellow light, a handsome young man, slightly older than the girl and somewhat resembling her, stepped out of the darkness. The boy, around 17 or 18, had a maturity that belied his age. "Speak up, why are you back so late today?" The boy looked at the girl seriously. "Do you know we were all worried about you?" His tone carried a hint of questioning, but the girl was not frightened. On the contrary, she happily unwrapped the old newspaper, revealing a pitch-black long sword inside. "Brother, look what I brought back." The girl tilted her small face up, as if asking for praise. "A long sword?" The boy's expression froze when he saw what was inside the newspaper, clearly not expecting his sister to bring back a sword. "Where did you get it?" "I found it outside." The girl clasped her hands behind her back. "Found it?" The boy's brows furrowed even deeper. He drew the sword from its sheath and examined it closely under the light. "Ding! Bind Sword Master, by Yujing?" "Wait a moment." Suin decided to assess the situation before deciding whether to bind or not. The conditions for a magic sword to change its master were quite strict. A new master could only be chosen after the previous one had died. Although it was said that using a great calamity could kill the previous master, it would waste 10 days to accumulate demonic energy through blood tide. Once or twice was fine, but if it was always like this, Suin found it a bit hard to evaluate. Better to wait a while longer. Perhaps there would be a better choice. The pitch-black long sword was about 4 feet long and 1 inch wide, its surface smooth as jade, fitting comfortably in hand. Bai Yujing plucked a hair from his head, gently blew on it, and the moment the hair touched the sword's edge, it snapped in two. Then, he went to an old locust tree at the door, swung the sword forcefully, and a forked branch of the tree was effortlessly cut down. Looking down at the sword's edge, there was not a single sign of dullness. "This is a good sword." In Bai Yujing's eyes, this sword is no worse than the butcher's knife used by Wang, the butcher from the street where he often sells charcoal. Such a sword, Bai Yujing felt, could definitely not be bought for 50 summer yuan, so how could anyone just throw it on the ground? And it just happened to be picked up by his sister. "Tell me, where did it come from?" Bai Yujing turned to look seriously into his sister's eyes and repeated the question. "I really found it." The girl twisted her fingers. Her little movements did not escape Bai Yujing's notice, which made his heart sink. It seemed it wasn't just found. Tell the truth. This time, there was a hint of sternness in his tone. Oh, I really found it. Be more specific. Where did you find it? At the entrance of a weapon shop, the girl said softly, but she quickly defended herself. I didn't take it from the display rack. This sword was thrown outside the shop with the garbage. It was probably going to be discarded. I saw the shopkeeper's sister wrapped in a quilt, shivering as if she was sick, so I helped her take away the garbage. After hearing his sister's words, Bai Yujing quickly pieced together the story. His sister, being young, must have mistaken the weapon left outside the shop for garbage and picked it up. Brother, your hatchet is all rusty. Weren't you planning to get a new one? Just use the sword. It's much sharper than your old hatchet. No need, a hatchet can be bought again if it's lost. Tomorrow is Sunday. I'll accompany you to return this sword and apologize to the shopkeeper. Why? The girl became anxious upon hearing that her brother was going to return the sword. Sister, remember, although we are somewhat poor materially, we are not lacking in spirit compared to others. You'll understand these things when you grow up. He patted his sister's head, speaking earnestly. I have received your good intentions. Oh, the girl nodded, half understanding. I'll go heat up the food. You eat first. I'll take dinner to mother. Bai Yujing brought a small bowl of rice soup and slipped into a small inner room. The inner room was very small, with only a wooden bed, on which lay a frail woman. Mother, it's time to eat. Bai Yujing sat by the woman's bed with the rice soup, scooping a spoonful, blowing on it, and bringing it to her lips. After a long time feeding the woman, Bai Yujing wiped the soup from the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. After doing all this, he quietly exited the room. The woman on the bed looked up, listening to her son's footsteps leaving, her eyes misting with tears. Early the next morning, Bai Yujing took the black sword and his sister to the entrance of the Cheng family's weapon shop. The shopkeeper is out. This shop is temporarily closed, opening time undecided. His sister read the words on the white paper posted on the door. Let's go back. With a sigh, Bai Yujing could only take his sister home. In the following days, Bai Yujing would go to return the sword every day, but for the next few days, he came alone because his sister still needed to go to school. Let's come one last time tomorrow. After being stopped at the door once again, Bai Yujing looked at the long sword in his hand, as if speaking to himself. During these days, Suyin had gained a general understanding of Bai Yujing's situation. Bai Yujing lived in a slum in Ninghai City, was a charcoal seller, and had to go far into the mountains every afternoon to chop wood, burn it into charcoal at night, and get up early the next day to carry it in a bamboo basket to sell in the nearby town. He had a younger sister named Bai Yueling, who was innocent and sensible, still in school, and doing well academically. He also had a mother who was paralyzed due to a stroke in her early years and could not afford treatment. The family environment of this three-person household could be described as extremely oppressive. If there were no life-changing adventures, his life would likely remain as it is for the rest of his days. At least that's what Suyin thought. The next morning, after yet another failed attempt, Bai Yujing had to give up on the idea of returning the black sword. The Wanda Chamber of Commerce, where the Cheng family's weapon shop was located, was several miles away from the street where he usually sold coal, and he didn't have much time to waste on this matter. In the evening, on his way home after selling coal, Bai Yujing felt somewhat heavy-hearted. His sister would be entering high school in a few months, where she would be tested for her martial arts aptitude, and his mother's condition had been worsening lately. He needed money, a large sum of it. However, Bai Yujing didn't worry for too long, because during dinner, he received some good news. At dinner, Bai Yujing was called outside by a middle-aged man in a white uniform. Xiao Bai, I have news about the matter you asked me to inquire about last time. Is it true, Uncle Chen? Bai Yujing's eyes lit up at the middle-aged man's words. Uncle Chen was an investigator from the Martial Supervision Bureau, and due to not saving Bai Yujing's father, who was taken hostage during a mission years ago, he had always felt guilty towards Bai Yujing's family. However, Bai Yujing had always felt that this matter couldn't be entirely blamed on him. Moreover, over the years, Uncle Chen had helped their family quite a bit, so Bai Yujing held no resentment towards him, but rather more gratitude. Since his mother fell ill, this was one of the few pieces of good news he had heard. Absolutely true. Uncle Chen assured Bai Yujing earnestly, our Martial Supervision Bureau has a temporary position available recently, with quite good pay, and you only need to work 1 day a week. Do you want to give it a try? Are there any requirements regarding martial arts level? Bai Yujing hesitated a bit. He didn't know much about the Martial Supervision Bureau, only that it was an official organization established by the Daxia district government of the Blue Star Federation to oversee martial artists' crimes. It was also called the Commission of Counter-Guilty, abbreviated as CCG. However, for certain reasons, the arrest rate for martial artists' crimes was actually not high. To capture martial artists who committed crimes, the investigator themselves must also be a powerful martial artist, and their martial arts level must at least reach the level of a martial apprentice, otherwise, it would only lead to more casualties. Bai Yujing asked this because he was just a beginner martial artist at the first level of Qi and blood, and if something went wrong, then his mother and sister. Seemingly sensing Bai Yujing's worries, Uncle Chen quickly said, "There's no danger, as long as you're strong, bold, and have good mental resilience. Many people want this job. I had to pull quite a few strings to secure this one spot." "Thank you, Uncle Chen, I'll give it a try." Bai Yujing thanked him. He accepted this part-time job for 2 reasons. First, the working hours were short, but the pay was generous, and there wasn't much danger involved. Second, he really needed money right now. "Good boy, since that's the case, I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. You can bring any handy weapons you have." "Okay, see you tomorrow." Bai Yujing nodded. After bidding farewell to Uncle Chen, Bai Yujing returned indoors. "Brother, who was that outside just now?" Bai Yueling, having finished her meal, didn't go to bed but sat at the dining table, her eyes filled with curiosity. "It was Uncle Chen. He said he has a part-time job for me. He wants me to try it tomorrow morning. I don't know if I can do it." Back at the dining table, Bai Yujing picked up his bowl and spoke while eating. Yueling's brother is a man. He can definitely do it." Bai Yueling swung her legs while sitting on the chair. I hope so." After casually finishing dinner, Bai Yujing set down his bowl. "Then today, Yuling will wash the dishes, and you should rest early, brother." After saying this, Bai Yuling chuckled and, regardless of her brother's protests, picked up the remaining bowls and chopsticks with her small frame and left. Looking at his sister's innocent smile, Bai Yujing felt a stir in his otherwise calm heart. He silently vowed that no matter what happened in the future, he would protect her well. A night passed. At 4 a.m, it was still dark. Bai Yujing had already changed his clothes. Usually, he would fill a bamboo basket with the charcoal he had made the night before and head to the nearest town to sell it by 5 a.m. However, today, since he had arranged to go to the Martial Supervision Bureau with Uncle Chen, Bai Yujing got up an hour earlier than usual. On the small table in his bedroom lay the black long sword that he had not returned yesterday, along with his daily use hatchet. The hatchet, worn from years of chopping wood, was rusted and had several nicks on the blade. After a moment's thought, Bai Yujing picked up the black long sword instead. He wrapped the sword in its scabbard in a white cloth and tied a simple knot to secure it behind him. It didn't matter if he was alone, but with Uncle Chen, using a rusty weapon would surely be embarrassing. With the black sword on his back, he stepped outside and glanced at his sister's door. She was sleeping soundly. After covering her with a blanket, Bai Yujing quietly left the house. Outside, Uncle Chen had not yet arrived, as it was still early. Sitting cross-legged under the locust tree at the entrance, Bai Yujing closed his eyes to rest. Around 6 o'clock, a surprised middle-aged voice sounded beside him. "Xiao Bai, you're up so early?" The slum was far from the city center, and the roads were rugged, so Uncle Chen had arrived a bit early, not expecting Bai Yujing to be waiting for him. "Just got up," Bai Yujing replied, opening his eyes. He sensed the qi and blood within him. There was hardly any change, just a bit of clarity in his vision. This was normal. For an ordinary person without martial arts techniques, the efficiency of cultivating qi and blood was very low. Over the years, Bai Yujing had grown accustomed to this. He didn't seek to become a powerful martial artist, just strong enough to maintain his health. Standing up, Bai Yujing said to Uncle Chen, "Let's go, Uncle Chen." On the way, Uncle Chen asked, "Were you practicing martial arts just now?" "No, just some ordinary breathing exercises," Bai Yujing replied. "Breathing exercises?" Uncle Chen was somewhat surprised. It was the first time he had heard this term, because usually, I have to climb mountains and walk a lot every day. Regulating my breathing saves a lot of energy. Bai Yujing scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I was just tinkering around when I had nothing to do. It's normal that you haven't heard of it, Uncle Chen." "That's quite good." Uncle Chen gave him an approving look. "I thought you were practicing martial arts and didn't want to disturb you, so I just watched for a while. If you don't have any martial arts techniques to practice, you could try our Martial Supervision Bureau's Yellow Grade Intermediate Technique, Golden Thunder Formula." "Okay, thank you for your concern, Uncle Chen." Bai Yujing nodded slightly in gratitude. Upon arriving in the city, the two found a small restaurant and had a simple breakfast. Afterward, Uncle Chen drove Bai Yujing to a grim-looking building on the outskirts. "Special monitoring of Haishur." "Uncle Chen, aren't we going to the Martial Supervision Bureau? Where is this?" "This is the special prison of Ninghai City, used to detain special criminals." "Special prison?" Bai Yujing repeated the term. After greeting a few others in uniform, Uncle Chen led Bai Yujing to the door of a pure white room. "Go in and change your clothes first." This was a single-person changing room. The layout was simple, with only a full-length mirror, a chair, and a coat rack, on which hung a loose-fitting white robe. Bai Yujing took off his linen clothes and placed them on the chair along with the black longsword he had unsheathed. then changed into the white robe. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, he turned left and right to check himself. The clothes fit well. After changing, Bai Yujing strapped the black sword back on his back and walked out of the room. Not bad, Uncle Chen appraised Bai Yujing, now dressed in white, and handed him a key. From now on, this will be your changing room. What will my job entail? Bai Yujing asked, taking the key and voicing his curiosity. Uncle Chen glanced at the clock on the wall, then turned and walked deeper into the corridor. Time is running out. Follow me, we can talk on the way. Bai Yujing silently followed, entering a narrow, dimly lit passage. Do you know where the martial artist who killed your father ended up after he was captured? Here? Bai Yujing paused slightly, a thoughtful expression on his face. That's right. Uncle Chen spoke in a low tone as he walked ahead, seemingly reminiscing. That man killed over 20 ordinary people. Your father was just one of them. When he was brought here, he still wore a proud and defiant expression. So, I took on the role of the executioner that time, and until the moment he died, he was filled with fear, crying and begging me to act quickly. Uncle Chen sneered. Did he think begging would help? Of course not. So I switched to a dull knife, and after torturing him for a minute, I unhesitatingly severed his head. Bai Yujing had never heard Uncle Chen speak of such secrets before. Today was the first time. Go in. This is the place. Uncle Chen stopped, turned, and smiled slightly, returning to his previous amiable demeanor. Don't feel any pressure, remember, we are executing justice. Bai Yujing nodded, he vaguely guessed what part-time job Uncle Chen was introducing him to. The moment he stepped out of the passage, the blinding white light was so bright that Bai Yujing couldn't help but raise a hand to shield his eyes. Once he adjusted, he realized he was in a spacious, enclosed square. A few spectators were already seated on the high platforms surrounding the square, but not many. In the center of the square stood two men, each wearing heavy black iron shackles around their necks, their collarbones pierced, and their bodies entwined with dark chains. The loudspeaker in the square began to slowly announce the crimes of the two men. These two were agents from the Sakura district, discovered by the Martial Supervision Bureau's inspectors while inciting gender conflict and stealing intelligence in Ninghai City. After the loss of a third-tier inspector and several innocent bystanders, a second-tier inspector of the Great Martial Master Realm was dispatched to apprehend them. Please, executioner, step forward and prepare for execution. A spotlight shone on Bai Yujing. Understanding, Bai Yujing walked to one of the execution platforms and unwrapped the cloth binding the black longsword from his back. At this point, Suin had realized what the broadcast referred to as the executioner. Wasn't this just like the executioners of ancient times? It was a profession that involved countless killings, yet was entirely justified. Suin never expected that such a noble profession had been preserved and that he would encounter it. System, bind Bai Yujing as the Swordmaster. Ding! 6th Swordmaster, Bai Yujing, binding successful. 2 uniformed personnel each held a chain, leading the 2 death row inmates to the execution platform. They seemed to have their meridians sealed in advance, as the 2 could only move their mouths. The first death row inmate glanced sideways at Bai Yujing, chuckling lightly, and spat out foul words. Ha, Chi Blood Realm First Layer. Looks like the Great Xia Martial Supervision Bureau is out of people, sending a little brat. Your father and I. Bai Yujing ignored him and stepped directly on the man's head, causing it to slam into the ground. He placed the black sword against the neck of the condemned prisoner and then raised the sword high. The first prisoner's head rolled off the execution platform, and the scalding blood splattered onto Bai Yujing's white robe, some even hitting his face. Next was the second one. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor. The second prisoner's mental fortitude was clearly much weaker. Upon seeing Bai Yujing approach with the still dripping black sword, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Bai Yujing, expressionless, beheaded the second prisoner in the same manner and returned to the passage he had just come from. Outside, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. With 2 heads collected in quick succession, Suin was overjoyed. The blood and souls of 2 martial artists had given him a significant boost. This long-lost feeling was something Suin hadn't experienced since parting ways with Yu Qinghong. The more he looked at this sword master, the more satisfied he felt. This was a potential asset that needed to be well protected. After several failed sword masters, he finally found one worth keeping, and Suin felt a lump in his throat. During his idle moments, he had also reflected on the reasons for the previous sword master's failures. Although it had a lot to do with the sword masters themselves not being up to par, he also bore a small part of the responsibility for having let them run free. He was still clear-headed about that. This time, Bai Yujing performed well, and Suin decided not to keep all the profits to himself. He planned to give this sword master a little reward. Well done, little Bai. Uncle Chen, not minding the bloodstains on Bai Yujing's robe, stepped forward and hugged him. By the way, I've brought your reward this time. Uncle Chen handed Bai Yujing a small stack of money, all 100 yuan bills. After receiving the money, Bai Yujing counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 16 bills. That was 1,600 summer yuan. So much? Bai Yujing was slightly taken aback. Although he had heard Uncle Chen mention a good reward yesterday, this amount exceeded his expectations, and he returned half to Uncle Chen. Although they are all scoundrels, killing too many can easily lead to psychological issues, so it's normal for the reward to be a bit higher. Don't mind it. Change your clothes and head home early. Uncle Chen waved his hand and smiled, but you, kid, have some guts. When I executed my first sentence, my hands were shaking. After bidding farewell to Uncle Chen, Bai Yujing returned to the pure white changing room. He locked the door and leaned his back against it. His body was still trembling slightly, but it wasn't from fear, it was excitement. Although it was his first time killing, he felt a sense of pleasure from it. This feeling was quite abnormal. Shaking his head, he tried to calm his emotions, changed into his own clothes, and took the black sword, preparing to go home. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, his eyes revealing extreme shock. Just moments ago, a strange piece of information had appeared in his mind. Xian level high-grade technique Wind and Thunder Source Flow, First Realm, Swift Wind and Thunder? Bai Yujing had heard others mention it in conversation before. In this world, martial arts techniques were divided into 4 grades, from highest to lowest. They were Celestial, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. Techniques were the foundation for martial artists' cultivation. Ordinary people could reach the Qi and Blood realm through years of training or by consuming beast meat, Qi, and blood pills, etc. But this method could only allow them to reach the second level of Qi and Blood. At this point, they had to choose a technique as their main cultivation method to continue their training. Otherwise, the Qi and Blood they cultivated would dissipate, and if they continued to consume beast meat, they could suffer from reverse Qi flow or even die from blood explosion. Because of this, the price of techniques was often 10 times or more that of martial skills of the same grade. Even a yellow-level technique's Jade Slip was not something an ordinary family could afford, let alone someone in Bai Yujing's situation. The profound techniques of the Xian level are mostly found within those prominent families and top academies. When a volume occasionally appears at an auction house, it is immediately snapped up at a high price. Therefore, when Bai Yujing discovered that the sudden information appearing in his mind was a high-grade Xian-level technique called Feng Lei Yuan Lu, his shock was beyond measure. Bai Yujing was well aware of his own aptitude. It wasn't like in novels where one suddenly becomes a martial arts genius. Instead, he had indeed encountered a fortuitous event. Just moments ago, his consciousness had been pulled into a mysterious space. There, a woman in red wielding a black longsword demonstrated the technique just once, and he grasped this profound Xian-level skill. However, it was only at the first realm. Wait a minute, a black longsword? Bai Yujing looked down at the black longsword in his hand, and his pupils instantly dilated. It was almost identical to the black longsword in the red-clad woman's hand, the only difference being the number of bloodstains near the hilt. Could the Xian-level technique he had just comprehended be related to this black longsword? Bai Yujing's gaze flickered slightly. As if affirming this guess, the black sword in his hand began to warm slightly. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, Bai Yujing almost instantly understood the extraordinary nature of this black sword. Could it be that his sister had unknowingly picked up a divine sword? At that moment, a gentle knock sounded from outside the door, followed by Uncle Chen's concerned voice. "Xiao Bai, are you okay?" "I'm fine." After realizing the value of the sword, Bai Yujing carefully cleaned the bloodstains from it with a clean white cloth before slinging it back over his shoulder. After adjusting his breathing, he stepped out of the changing room. "If you're fine, I'll take you home." "Uncle Chen." What's wrong?" Uncle Chen turned around in confusion. Nothing. Thank you." Bai Yujing opened his mouth but still didn't mention the black longsword or the Xian-level technique. Although Uncle Chen had always been good to their family, he understood one thing: a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure can lead to trouble. Even brothers can turn against each other. He didn't dare gamble on human nature. Regarding the black sword, Bai Yujing decided to keep this secret for a lifetime. Wow! Sweet and sour ribs. Wow! Braised crushing carp. Wow! And my favorite creamy mochi from Luxa. After school in the evening, as soon as he entered the house, Bai Yujing was greeted by a delicious aroma that was different from usual. When he saw the table filled with fragrant and appetizing dishes, Bai Yueling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Despite the drool almost spilling from the corner of her mouth, she obediently sat at the table without reaching for her chopsticks. After a while, Bai Yujing came out of the kitchen holding a plate of freshly made dishes. "Brother, what good day is it today that you made so many delicious things? Is it the new year?" Bai Yueling couldn't help but ask. "It's from the part-time job Uncle Chen introduced yesterday. I tried it during the day, and they were very satisfied with me, so they advanced a portion of my salary. I bought some good food. Let's celebrate tonight. Yay! Hurry and eat, it will get cold soon. Then I'll dig in. On the way back, Bai Yujing had already thought it over. He would not tell his sister about what happened today for now. Children speak without restraint. If a divine sword with an inheritance were to be carelessly mentioned and others found out, he couldn't imagine how many people would covet it. It might even attract deadly trouble. They had no means to protect themselves, and even if they handed over the long sword, they could still be silenced. He would wait until his sister was a bit older to tell her. Until then, he would keep it safe for her. Watching his sister, who was eating delicious food with a look of happiness on her face, Bai Yujing was momentarily lost in thought. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Seeing her brother seemingly in a daze, Bai Yueling raised her head in confusion. With rice still in her mouth, her little face was round and cute. Bai Yujing realized that he had been thinking too far ahead, to the point of being distracted. Worrying about these things was meaningless, he should focus on the present. "I was thinking about some things." "Wait, why are you crying?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yueling put down her bowl and chopsticks, touched the corner of her eyes, and found that there were indeed wet tear marks, momentarily stunned. "It's tears of joy. Ever since our parents had their accident, I haven't eaten such delicious food in a long time." But soon, she giggled and stretched out a small hand holding an empty bowl. "I want another bowl. This white rice is so good, I feel like I could eat 3 bowls just of rice." Here, Bai Yujing stood up and went to the kitchen to get his sister another bowl of white rice. "Eat slowly, don't choke. If you want more, there's still some in the pot." Hearing his sister's words, Bai Yujing felt a mix of emotions. Over the years, his sister had suffered alongside him. However, those days of hardship were now behind them. Their lives would surely get better from now on. "You eat first, I'll go check on Mom." Standing up, Bai Yujing carried a bowl of lean meat porridge into the small room next door. A filial son indeed. Hanging on the wall alongside a rusty hatchet, Sui nodded. He still recognized the character of this sword master. This world was not as simple as it seemed. It was better to endure for a while and stabilize his development. From the current perspective, Bai Yujing was the best choice he had. With his part-time position as an executive officer in the Martial Supervision Bureau, he should be able to reap a few heads every week. Suin didn't ask for much, occasionally letting him indulge would be enough. Little by little, restoring the magic sword to the level of a spiritual weapon was just a matter of time. Silently watching the figure that had tidied up and returned to his own room, Su Yin's expression was calm. "This was my first active investment, please don't let me down." Late at night, in the quiet of the early hours, Bai Yujing, lying in bed, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He simply sat up and sorted through the events of the day. Suddenly, he discovered a problem. This problem was not difficult to find. It was just that during the day, there were too many troubling matters to consider, which made him overlook it for a moment. That was, he had not just received this magical black sword for the first time. Counting from the day Yueling brought the divine sword home, it had actually been 5 days. Although Bai Yujing was extremely poor in life, relying on charcoal burning and selling charcoal to support the family, he had attended school for a while before. However, after his parents' sudden misfortune, he gave up his studies to treat his mother's illness and support his sister's education. When he was still a student, the teachers tirelessly taught them. For students from families like theirs, the fastest and most effective way to change their lives was to achieve good results in the National Martial Arts Examination and enter a prestigious school. There were no shortcuts in martial arts. To reach the pinnacle of martial arts, one needed exceptional talent, top-notch techniques, rare materials, elixirs, perseverance, and opportunities. Each was indispensable. But there were exceptions to everything. For example, hidden somewhere in this world was a martial arts legacy. In the past, there was a predecessor from a common background in the Great Xia who cultivated to the realm of the extreme martial saint, crossing the stars with his physical body and achieving divine understanding in martial arts. This extreme martial saint was originally a cultural student in his youth, but after being caught in a time-space rift, he accidentally entered a realm called the Xiantian Hall. After passing the test of the Xiantian Hall, he obtained a powerful body cultivation inheritance. Relying on this inheritance, he made a stunning impression in the subsequent National Martial Arts Examination, thus beginning a legendary life. It is said that this supreme martial sage had no children or family, and in his later years, he found a secluded place to sit in meditation until he passed away. When someone discovered his tomb, it was found to be completely empty, with only a tombstone inside, which bore a single inscription: "I have placed all my inheritances and the coordinates related to the Xiantian Hall at the top of the 9-turn extraordinary tower. Do you want to obtain my inheritance? Then strive to reach the top." This was the entirety of a supreme martial sage's legacy, and it might even hide secrets about the Xiantian Hall. Once the news spread, all martial artists in the Great Xia were stirred. The Nine-Turn Extraordinary Tower was a celestial artifact that this supreme martial sage had brought from the Xiantian Hall, located in the capital city of Great Xia. However, when several martial sages of Great Xia eagerly prepared to enter the Nine-Turn Extraordinary Tower, they discovered that this supreme martial sage had set a threshold for this celestial artifact, only allowing martial artists under the age of 21 with a martial realm not exceeding martial lord to enter. Bai Yujing knew that what his teacher had told them was true. The Nine-Turn Extraordinary Tower was later designated as a protected site by the Great Xia government, and since it only opened once a year, each entry slot was precious, reserved for the prodigies of various academies and noble families in Great Xia. Bai Yujing speculated that, similar to the threshold set for challengers to accept the inheritance from the Nine-Turn Extraordinary Tower, the Divine Sword should also be an inheritance artifact of a certain martial arts master. The reason the Divine Sword passed on to him the first level of the Shen level technique, Wind and Thunder Source Flow, on the 5th day instead of the first day, must be because he had inadvertently met some condition during the day. Could it be blood? Bai Yujing was clever, and this series of deductions brought him almost to the truth. This was also one of the reasons why Suing chose to pass on the inheritance after the Sword Master had killed someone. Since there was no way to communicate directly with the Sword Master, he could only guide indirectly by throwing out bait. Suing knew that given Bai Yujing's current predicament, he would definitely grasp this lifeline. In the early morning, Bai Yujing, as usual, got up early, cooked, and went up the mountain. However, today, he did not go directly to the dense forest to chop wood but first hunted a few roe deer in the mountains. Ever since he obtained the first level of the Shen level technique, Wind and Thunder Source Flow, Swift Wind and Thunder, from the Divine Sword yesterday, he felt that his speed and explosive power had greatly improved. This was also why he was able to hunt agile roe deer in the mountains. Just the first level could bring such a significant enhancement. This made him eager to obtain the mental methods and formulas for the subsequent levels of the technique. However, looking at the Divine Sword in his hand, stained with roe deer blood yet as cold as a lifeless object, showing no reaction, Bai Yujing couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed inside softly. Although he had long suspected it, he still held a glimmer of hope last night. Sure enough, it was not possible. After a moment of silence, Bai Yujing took out a small knife to skin the roe deer, using the sword to cut off the antlers and a few choice pieces of meat to keep. These were all things that could be sold, they couldn't be wasted. The death penalty is a serious crime. Although Ninghai City has a considerable administrative scale, there aren't that many martial artists awaiting execution every day. Therefore, Bai Yujing still engaged in his usual work and practiced Wind and Thunder Source Flow in his spare time. To his surprise, in just a week, he broke through from the first level of Qi and Blood to the third level, achieving 2 consecutive breakthroughs. This discovery reignited the martial heart that had been dormant for a long time. At noon, Bai Yujing received a message from the Special Supervision Office of Haishur, asking him to come by in the afternoon. The reason this time was that 3 warriors, after getting drunk, raped a pregnant woman in an alley and even bet on whether the child in her belly was a boy or a girl. Fueled by alcohol, they cut the child out of the pregnant woman, resulting in the unfortunate woman's immediate death. It is said that when the investigator arrived at the scene, the 3 were still laughing heartily, completely unconcerned. When Bai Yujing held his sword to their necks, they cried out that it was not intentional, just drunkenness. However, these powerless excuses could not bring the poor victim back to life. Did they ever think, while committing violence, that one day the blade would fall upon their own heads? Stepping on their heads, Bai Yujing decisively severed the necks of the 3, and he couldn't help but think, "Here, this is your reward for this time, a total of 3,400 summary yuan." A white-clad investigator brought Bai Yujing his payment. Judging by the insignia on his sleeve, he should be a third-class investigator. Why so much? Bai Yujing was somewhat surprised. The extra is from the husband of the deceased woman over there. He casually pointed in a direction and offered no further explanation before turning to leave. Turning to look in the direction he pointed, Bai Yujing saw a man at the edge of the viewing platform casting a grateful glance at him. Presumably, he was the woman's husband. Retracting his gaze, Bai Yujing couldn't help but smile slightly. This feeling was quite nice. After returning to the changing room and changing out of his blood-stained white robe, he locked the door and unsheathed his long sword from his waist. He feasted once more. Suin was very satisfied and generously passed on the second level of the Wind and Thunder lineage to Bai Yujing. The familiar sensation returned. With the first experience as a foundation, Bai Yujing was mentally prepared this time. Wind Spirit Rice Soul. He carefully sensed the new information in his mind and murmured. Although he was somewhat prepared, experiencing it again still brought a wonderful feeling. Wind Spirit Rice Soul. It opens a wind eye and a thunder eye within the heart and lungs, increasing wind and thunder attribute damage by 30%, and the true energy can temporarily add wind and thunder elements to weapons. It seems that human lives are indeed needed to unlock the inheritance within the sword. The previous owner of this black sword must have been a bloodthirsty predecessor, Bai Yujing thought to himself. But martial arts do not distinguish between good and evil. It's just a pity that my martial arts cultivation is too low to fully unleash the power of the technique. Suyin was unaware of Bai Yujing's thoughts at this moment, otherwise, he would surely have said, "You're overthinking it. You are the one who has killed the most among the recent sword masters." However, as long as the sword master could grasp his meaning and occasionally offer him something, that would be enough. Everything else was unimportant. Since the global martial arts boom in regions outside of the Great Xia, there has been an extremely high number of warriors who, relying on personal strength, disregard human life and commit heinous acts, such as killing entire families over minor conflicts. To maintain stability and order within its borders, the Great Xia has established extremely strict laws against martial artists' crimes, and the Martial Supervision Bureau was created for this purpose. However, due to the large population base, with a total population of 2 billion in Great Xia, there are always some daring and reckless individuals willing to commit crimes. Bai Yujing was very proactive. Since learning that the Black Sword desired human lives, he took the initiative to apply to his superiors to increase his execution frequency from once a week to twice. The people at the Martial Supervision Bureau were very pleased. Although the executioners were well paid, the psychological pressure of frequently killing was immense, making it difficult to replenish personnel. Bai Yujing's predecessor had retired due to psychological issues. Having someone willing to take on the task was naturally a great relief for them. Suyin was also very happy. For him, the progress of the experience bar was increasing faster, and the accumulation of demonic energy was also rising. But the happiest of all was Bai Yujing. He was able to earn more extra rewards, and at the same time, he could unlock the inheritance within the Black Sword more quickly. It turned out that Su Yin's judgment was quite good. Bai Yujing was indeed a remarkable sword master. Over the course of 2 months, he executed a total of 25 martial artists who had been sentenced to death for various reasons. They ranged from martial apprentices to martial masters, and even included a great martial master. However, there was a slight issue when executing that great martial master. Bai Yujing's first strike surprisingly failed to break through the defense. The black sword transformed by Suing merely cut through the skin on the great martial master's neck. This caused a small commotion among the spectators present. Although the great martial master had his true energy sealed and said nothing, Bai Yujing still read the words and from the disdainful look in his eyes. Bai Yujing was not angry, he simply changed his sword-holding posture from one hand to two, then adjusted his stance. Under the wide sleeves of his white robe, a hint of golden lightning flickered. The audience in the stands only felt a flash before a head, still carrying a mocking expression, soared high into the air and then fell steadily into a small pit in front of the execution platform. The force of this strike and its explosive power made the accompanying inspectors glance sideways. In fact, Bai Yujing had held back. To prevent his technique from being exposed, he only mobilized a portion of the thunderous force to enhance the explosive power of his wrist, making it seem not much different from the effect of the third-tier yellow-grade technique Golden Thunder formula practiced by the third-tier inspectors of the Martial Supervision Bureau. Although they were somewhat surprised that this executioner, with only 9 layers of blood and chi, could possess such strength, everyone assumed it was innate divine power. Although the provided blood and demonic energy were the same as an ordinary person, the life essence and purity of the great martial master's soul still gave Suing a sense of pleasure akin to enjoying rare delicacies. When Bai Yujing was alone, he would hand over the third layer of the thunderous source to him. Indeed, Bai Yujing had offered the blood and souls of 25 people before Suing made any move. Did you think Suing was heartless? Of course not. In fact, the thunderous source technique only had 6 layers of realms, with the highest being the martial ancestor level. Even Yu Qinghong had only achieved a small success at the 4th layer. Moreover, if it were given too easily, the sword master would not cherish it, and since it was an investment, one always had to earn a little profit. Therefore, Suing did not feel that he was heartless, he considered himself a great benefactor. After returning to the changing room and putting on his clothes, Bai Yujing stood in front of the full-length mirror with a black long sword in hand, a frown on his face. Despite executing many people over the past 2 months, the divine sword had yet to impart the third layer of the thunderous source to him. Was there something about him that the divine sword found unsatisfactory? Or was it that the divine sword had no inheritance left? Just as Bai Yujing was feeling anxious, a familiar sensation appeared in his mind. It was the inheritance of martial arts. Bai Yujing's eyes brightened. It seemed the divine sword was not dissatisfied with him. Bai Yujing's life did not undergo earth-shattering changes due to Su Yin's involvement. Even after gaining a fortuitous encounter, he still lived a regular life every day. He would get up to cook, go up the mountain to chop wood and hunt, return home to make charcoal, and practice his techniques. Only every 3 days, when he received news from the Martial Supervision Bureau about needing to carry out executions, would he take Suin along for the trip. Such days were quite mundane. In the first few weeks, Suin would observe what the sword master did each day. As time went on, when Bai Yujing did not encounter any dangers, he would simply fall into a deep sleep. He would only wake up periodically to check on the sword master's recent activities, to see if he was offering sacrifices to the sword on time. If there was nothing particularly important, he would continue to sleep deeply. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. In the past 6 months, Suin witnessed the changes in Bai Yujing's family life. The good news is that Bai Yujing used the money he earned from selling coal and hunting, as well as the savings he accumulated while serving as an executive officer at the Martial Supervision Bureau, to buy a spirit-level recovery pill, rejuvenation pill, for his mother at Wanbao Building. Although it didn't completely cure his mother's illness, her body regained sensation and she could speak. The living standards of Bai Yujing's family also improved significantly. They later moved out of the slums. The reason was that Bai Yujing used the remaining money from buying the rejuvenation pill to rent a small courtyard in the suburbs of Ninghai City for the family to live in. His younger sister, Bai Yueling, was also tested for martial arts aptitude when she started her first year of high school and was transferred from the cultural class to the martial arts class. Bai Yujing himself successfully broke through to a martial apprentice level relying on the high-grade Shin-level martial arts technique given to him by Suin. This was good enough. Bai Yujing was already very satisfied. Although he had spent all his money and wasn't very well off, everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction. The only one who had nothing to do every day was Suin, who spent his time on the demon sword, either in a deep sleep or in a daze. Fortunately, although the days were boring, the experience bar indicating the advancement progress on the demon sword panel in the system kept rising day by day. How are you getting along with your new classmates? During dinner, looking at the girl in front of him who was eating silently, Bai Yujing casually asked, "Ha?" After finishing her meal and just putting down her chopsticks, the girl looked startled, seemingly unsure how to respond, and after a while, she quietly said, "Well, it's okay, I guess." This girl was none other than Bai Yujing's sister, Bai Yueling. Half a year had passed, and Bai Yueling had blossomed into a charming young girl. However, when she spoke, her youthful face showed a hint of shyness in her bright black eyes. "Then what's with the bruise on your arm?" "I accidentally fell." "Can a fall cause this?" Bai Yujing frowned, pointing at a red and purple bruise on Bai Yueling's shoulder. "Come on, tell me what happened." "I got hit by a classmate during martial arts class." Bai Yueling's eyes were slightly red. "I feel so stupid. The classmates who joined after me have already reached the second level of Qi and blood and become martial artists. And I've been practicing the yellow grade intermediate technique Qi cultivation method taught by the teacher for over a month, but I haven't even felt the Qi. They all secretly say I'm a waste, that I cheated during the aptitude test." It seemed that mentioning this made Bai Yueling sad, and she ended up saying a lot, her voice gradually taking on a hint of tears. Bai Yujing sat quietly beside her, playing the role of a listening ear. "How do you usually practice? Let me see. Now." Bai Yueling sat cross-legged on the bench and closed her eyes. Following the method the teacher had taught, she began to draw in Qi. 3 minutes later, nothing happened. "Look, brother, just like this." Feeling the Qi and blood within her, Bai Yueling felt a bit dejected. Maybe it really is like they said, the aptitude test equipment was faulty. "I really don't have martial arts aptitude." "No, you do have aptitude." Bai Yujing shook his head, denying his sister's speculation, and this was not a false comfort. It was just that when Bai Yueling was drawing in Qi, Bai Yujing noticed that the slight Qi she drew in was indeed not absorbed or refined by the Qi cultivation method, but his own wind eye reacted strongly. In short, Bai Yueling was not suited for the technique her teacher taught, and continuing to practice would only be in vain. "Let's go to your room. It's time to tell you some secrets." "Ha? Did he have some juicy news?" Hearing this, Bai Yueling's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and a surge of curiosity filled her heart. Even the bruise on her shoulder seemed to hurt less. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from behind. Bai Yueling opened the door. Outside, Bai Yujing, dressed in a new training outfit, sat down opposite her. "Brother, what is the secret you mentioned?" Instead of directly answering his sister's question, Bai Yujing asked, "Yueling, do you know what our Bai family's ancestors did? Could it be?" Bai Yueling suddenly became a bit excited. "Is our Bai family an hidden family that is about to emerge?" Bai Yujing? "No, our father was a coal seller, our grandfather was a coal seller, our great-grandfather was a coal seller, and our great-great-grandfather was a descendant of a hidden family?" Bai Yueling asked curiously. "Was also a coal seller." "All right, what kind of secret is this?" Bai Yueling felt even more disappointed at night. "Our Bai family has always been coal sellers since our ancestors, and there has never been any exceptionally talented martial artist, Bai Yujing slowly said while looking at his sister's bright black eyes. Although this world seems to develop both technology and martial arts, everyone knows in their hearts that martial artists are more respected than researchers. Only when a truly powerful martial artist emerges from a generation of poverty can the family's fate be completely changed. You actually have the aptitude, and it's much better than mine. Brother, don't comfort me. Clearly, your aptitude is better. You are already a martial apprentice, while I don't even have a sense of qi, Bai Yueling said dejectedly. That's not true. Bai Yujing shook his head. From today on, you shouldn't practice the qi cultivation technique anymore. I also think, maybe. Bai Yueling nodded in agreement. I'll teach you a high-grade mysterious technique later. I'm not suited for it. Wait. Bai Yueling covered her mouth. It seemed she heard something about a high-grade technique. Brother, what did you just say? I said, I'll teach you a high-grade mysterious technique. Bai Yujing repeated. Brother, you also said we are not a hidden family. After about an hour, Bai Yujing finally made Bai Yueling believe that the Bai family was really not a hidden family, and he made her promise to never disclose the techniques he taught her to anyone else. Back in his room, lying on the bed with his hands behind his head, Bai Yujing found it hard to sleep. Tonight, he originally planned to give the divine sword to his sister Bai Yueling, but at the moment he was about to leave, Bai Yujing hesitated. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with this opportunity, but because the divine sword required continuous killing to unlock its inheritance. His sister was someone who would feel sad even if a small cat or dog was hit by a car. So after much hesitation tonight, Bai Yujing chose to pass on the techniques from the divine sword instead of directly giving the sword to his sister. Outside the window, the moon hung high. Using the white moonlight that streamed into the room, Bai Yujing took down the black long sword from the wall. His reflection appeared on the sword's surface as he murmured to it, "Oh divine sword, do you know? Yueling's aptitude is really good. Just now, I only told her the heart method and incantation of the wind and thunder lineage once, and she already grasped the basics. Yet I received your inheritance, and after reaching the martial apprentice realm, my progress has been slow, unable to break through for a long time. Will you resent me for not giving you to her tonight?" Just as Bai Yujing had said to Bai Yueling before, his aptitude and comprehension were not high. Even after practicing the high-grade mysterious technique passed down by Suyin, he quickly encountered a bottleneck. The black long sword in his hand remained silent, not responding to his questions. Bai Yujing smiled self-deprecatingly. In fact, ever since a few months ago, when the divine sword passed the third level of the wind and thunder lineage to him, it had fallen silent until now. Perhaps his aptitude was too poor, and the divine sword had long given up on him. Suyin was unaware of Bai Yujing's inner thoughts. He was quite satisfied with this sword master. In the past 6 months, Bai Yujing had executed quite a few death sentence martial artists, finally allowing the demon sword to reach the requirements for advancement. Suyin did not continue the inheritance mainly because the fourth level of the wind and thunder lineage was only a minor achievement, which was somewhat inadequate. However, now was the time. 1 month later, on a certain day, Bai Yujing climbed the mountain, skillfully and steadily using the black sword to chop down withered branches. It was just like the countless times he had done before. Just as he was tying the stacked dry branches with cloth strips to carry them on his back, preparing to head home, the black sword resting on the stone suddenly underwent a transformation. The pitch-black blade was suddenly enveloped in blazing black flames. Then, it slowly floated before his eyes, coinciding with the setting sun on the distant horizon. The world was a furnace, with the sun as the guide. On the sword body, 5 blood streaks began to change first. Under the scorching of the black flames, the blood streaks vaporized into crimson gas, starting to detach from the sword body and swirling around it. What is happening? Bai Yujing had no idea what was going on and could only take a couple of steps back to observe the situation. The transformation continued. Surrounded by the rich blood energy, a fine crack suddenly appeared on the pitch-black sword body. The entire burning process lasted about a quarter of an hour, with more and more cracks appearing until they covered the entire sword body. At a certain moment, perhaps reaching a critical point, the pitch-black exterior shattered with a loud bang. In its place was a scarlet long sword surrounded by 5 streams of blood-colored flames. After half a year, Suyin had finally advanced to a spiritual weapon once again. Though it was still a spiritual weapon, the difference was that last time he was still trapped in the hands of his nemesis, Yu Qinghong. This time, however, he was free after having slain his enemy. The two completely different circumstances made Suyin feel a bit emotional. After his reflection, he summoned the system to open the demon sword panel, wanting to see what changes had occurred after advancing to a primary spiritual weapon. Upon seeing it, his eyes widened. Demon sword panel. Sword name, none level, low-level spiritual weapon talent, slaughter, demon sword inheritance swordmaster. Bai Yujing demon sword skills, 1. Blood Sword Ominous Bad Luck. The Sword Master's luck value steadily decreases by 2 points. Death Omen. Actively used, reduces the Sword Master's luck value by 10 points within a day, can stack with bad luck. Blood Tide. At midnight every day, the magic energy value automatically recovers by 2 points. Current storage 10/20. 2. Destiny Extreme Martial. When the demon sword reaches the current level cap, it can advance to the next level, gaining a new form, and can switch between magic energy and the basic form. 3. Absolute Kill Execution. Targets harmed or killed by the demon sword cannot be restored, healed, revived, or resurrected. 4. Blood Rain Sweet Dew Refeeding. When the sword master uses the demon sword to slay a target, they can receive a portion of vitality back, return ratio, 1% to 50%. 5. Extreme Marvelous True Method Sacrifice. The sword master burns their own life force, temporarily increasing their martial arts realm by 2 major levels within an hour. After advancing to a spiritual weapon, the demon sword received an all-around enhancement. The first point was that the skill Blood Sword Ominous, originally having 3 effects, bad luck, great misfortune, and blood tide, had been strengthened. Bad luck was a double-edged sword. Now, bad luck could cause the sword master's luck to steadily decrease by 2 points. This meant that the sword master was now more likely to suffer misfortune and fall into adversity. However, Suin did not see this as a bad thing. He would rather have more people provoked by Yujing to gain some experience for himself. Great Misfortune had now upgraded to Death Omen, reducing the sword master's luck from 5 points to 10 points within a day. If stacked with bad luck, it could reduce a total of 12 points of luck. This combination skill would likely be unbearable even for a true child of luck. However, Suin was very satisfied with the current sword master. Therefore, there was no opportunity for the Death Omen to make an appearance for the time being. The daily recovery of magic energy increased from 1 point to 2 points, and the storage capacity changed to 20. This improvement can only be described as decent. Although the daily recovery of magic energy has become 2 points, the storage limit is still there, with a maximum capacity of 20 magic energy. Well, it's a nice bonus. The second point is that the magic sword has gained 2 brand new passive skills, Decisive Kill and Blood Rain Blessing. First, let's look at the newly appeared skill, Decisive Kill. It has only one effect, execution. Its function is that targets injured or killed by the magic sword cannot be restored, healed, revived, or resurrected. Recovery and healing are easy to understand, meaning restoring health and treating injuries. However, the term revival is a bit unclear to Suin. System, what does it mean to be unable to be revived? The system explained, Decisive Kill conceptually kills the target, so once the target is dead, it cannot be revived as an undead by necromancy or divine arts, nor can it become a non-living entity like a zombie or corpse spirit. It's not just about clearing health points, it's about killing the concept itself? How unreasonable. After hearing the system's explanation, Suin was shocked. But I like it. This aligns perfectly with his imagination of the magic sword. As for resurrection, what if some ability to reverse time, reverse causality, or something more direct, like a cheat ability to bring the dead back to life, appears? Isn't that impossible? No, it's very possible. This is a high martial world, with countless races in the starry sky, and even evil gods exist. What is impossible? Now, let's talk about the second skill, Blood Rain Blessing. It also has a unique effect, only one, refeeding. After the sword master uses the magic sword to kill a target, they can receive a portion of the target's health back. The return ratio ranges from 1% to 50%. This effect can be said to be incredibly overpowered. Normally, aside from body cultivators, martial artists generally cultivate by absorbing the world's vital energy, operating their techniques to transform it into the energy they need, or by consuming elixirs, beast meat, or refining elemental stones. The essence is to convert external vital energy for personal use, enhancing their martial realm. However, the newly emerged magic sword technique Blood Rain Blessing provides the swordmaster with a new cultivation method. By killing, the more one kills, the faster the cultivation speed. It can be said to completely overturn the traditional martial cultivation system. What if the sword master has poor aptitude and slow cultivation progress, facing a bottleneck? No worries, there's Blood Rain Blessing. With this magic sword technique, even a swordmaster with the worst martial aptitude can eventually break through. The premise is that there are enough sacrifices. However, what does the return ratio of 1% to 50% mean? Suin noticed that the skill description of Blood Rain Blessing mentioned a ratio. Isn't higher better? Blood Rain Blessing has the effect of purifying, filtering impurities, and feedbacking the purified health to the swordmaster. When the return ratio is below 5%, the returned health is completely pure, and the swordmaster absorbs it without side effects. The maximum return ratio is 50%, which means no purification is done. What happens if the return ratio is high? Suin asked. The magic sword technique Blood Rain Blessing is different from the magic sword talent slaughter. It will mix and absorb health and soul, then purify and return. If too much is returned, the unfiltered soul impurities may cause the swordmaster to fall into corruption or madness. After the system's introduction, Suin roughly understood the mechanism of the magic sword technique Blood Rain Blessing. A return ratio exceeding 5% means blood rain for the swordmaster, surging and effective quickly, but with side effects. A return ratio below 5% means a gentle rain. Although the amount is small, it is safe and painless to break through. System, set the return ratio of Blood Rain Blessing to 5%. Bai Yujing has performed well this past half year. While ensuring purity, Suin gave Bai Yujing the highest return ratio as an extra reward for an excellent employee. Sigh, after all, I am not a devil. Ding! The magic sword technique Blood Rain Sweet Dew return ratio set successfully. Current ratio, 5%. The black flames covering the sword dissipated. Under the swirling blood energy, the long sword completed its transformation. When all the dust settled, Bai Yujing walked over to the stone, reaching out to grasp the half-suspended hilt of the crimson long sword. The lingering warmth on the hilt seemed to remind him that everything that had just happened was not a dream. Just as he held the hilt, in the next moment, a long-lost sensation appeared in his mind. The divine sword transmitted the fourth level of the wind and thunder source flow to him, along with a matching high-grade martial technique, Wind Thunder Sword Style. A double inheritance. Bai Yujing was excited. However, after the excitement faded, he looked at the completely transformed divine sword before him. A hint of worry appeared on his face. He was no longer the naive fool who knew nothing from half a year ago. During his time as an executor, Bai Yujing had seen some high-ranking investigators and their weapons, including some spiritual tools, but none were as extraordinary as the divine sword before him. Now, with the divine sword revealing its sharpness, could his early-stage martial apprentice strength protect the divine sword and his family? Bai Yujing muttered to himself, "Divine sword, your appearance is too extraordinary, my realm is too low. I fear I won't be able to protect you in the future." Hearing Bai Yujing's words, Suin also thought of this issue. After the magic sword advanced to a spiritual tool, its external appearance was too prominent, and it would inevitably be fought over by countless people. Bai Yujing's unique profession allowed Suin to grow safely and steadily. The next sword master might not be as outstanding as Bai Yujing. After understanding the stakes involved, Suin decided to continue to stay low-key and develop quietly for a while longer. Thus, he used the magic sword technique, Destiny Extreme Martial General, to switch the magic sword's appearance back to that of the black sword before its advancement. Moments later, under Bai Yujing's astonished gaze, the swirling blood energy around the magic sword returned to the bloodstains on the sword body, and the crimson sword body turned black again, though the blade remained sharp. Bai Yujing tried the sword, and his eyes immediately lit up. He discovered that the divine sword had not degraded, it had merely retracted its flamboyance, but in other aspects, it still far surpassed before. The divine sword must have understood his earlier words and grasped his thoughts. "I'm back." As Bai Yujing spoke, he placed the branches he had tied with hemp rope behind him on the ground. A series of continuous coughs came from inside the house. Cough, cough. Is it Xiao Jing back? Upon hearing this voice, Bai Yujing hurriedly lifted the curtain and entered the room. A weak woman was trying to sit up with her hand propped against the bed. "Mother, you should lie down." Bai Yujing walked to the bedside and supported the woman's arm. "I'll go get you some medicine." Bai Yujing stood up and left the room, quickly returning with a bowl of medicine. The woman looked at her son, who had changed somewhat over the years, and sighed. "Alas, all these years, it has been mother who has burdened you. It's all in the past. Aren't our lives getting better and better?" Blowing on the medicinal soup, Bai Yujing comforted, "Just drink the medicine first." The woman said nothing, only sipping the medicine one mouthful at a time, silently shedding tears. After taking care of his mother, helping her drink the medicine, and lying down to sleep, Bai Yujing quietly stepped out. At the door, he encountered Bai Yuling, who had just returned from school. He casually asked her about her recent situation at school. Bai Yuling had a good affinity with the wind and thunder source flow, and relying on this high-grade martial technique, she quickly cultivated to the 5th level of the Qi and Blood realm and had transferred to the top class, receiving special training from the teachers. Those snobbish classmates who had previously looked down on her were completely shocked. Coupled with her lovely appearance, she had also made a few friends in the new class. This was evident from the smile on her face when she talked about these things during dinner, and from the way she shared the interesting events that happened at school today with him. Bai Yujing felt genuinely happy for his sister's changes. However, a discovery a few days later surprised him even more. When he was notified to execute a criminal as usual at the Haishir Special Supervision Office, at the moment he struck down the criminal with his sword, Bai distinctly felt a weak yet pure vitality surge through the sword into his body. It flowed along his meridians into his dantian, reaching all his limbs and bones. The fatigue in his body vanished in an instant. Even the cultivation bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time showed signs of loosening under the impact of this vitality. A blood rain of sweet dew. A piece of information about this strange situation appeared in his mind. As long as he killed with the divine sword, he could become stronger? He had already experienced that feeling. This enhancement had no side effects at all. That vitality was completely absorbed by him, transforming into his own chi and blood. Bai Yuqing had an inexplicable premonition. Even if his aptitude was mediocre, even if he couldn't bear to buy the most ordinary chi and blood pills, even if he was just an ordinary person among the masses, as long as he could continuously kill with the divine sword, he could reach the pinnacle of martial arts, the realm that all martial artists dream of, becoming a legend on Blue Star. Reflecting on everything that had happened before, Bai Yuqing formed a conjecture he believed was closest to the truth. Perhaps everything before was a test. This might be the true inheritance within the divine sword. On the way home, looking at the strangers passing by in a hurry, Bai Yuqing's hand gripping the hilt of the magic sword turned red. It wasn't until he saw the warm yellow light coming from the small courtyard ahead and turned to see the myriad lights of the city that he realized he was home. He touched the back of his clothes, which had somehow become damp. The sky, lightly snowing. In July, when the heat of summer in the south had just passed, it was already starting to snow. Fluffy snowflakes fell, a thin layer, as if draping a light veil over him. In the courtyard, Bai Yuqing stood quietly in place, watching the rare snow scene in the south, silently sighing. In the end, he did not take action against ordinary people. Just then, a voice came from behind him. "Brother, why are you standing alone in the yard?" A small head with long hair and slightly curled ends peeked over. "What are you looking at?" "Let me see too." "Nothing, just thinking about some things." "Oh?" The girl elongated her tone, wearing an expression that suggested he was definitely hiding something from her. However, a moment later, "Well, I'll let you off this time." She chuckled and hugged Bai Yuqing's arm, pulling him toward the house. "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. School let out early today, and your sister personally cooked a reunion dinner, just waiting for you." "Today, so it's the Mid-Autumn Festival?" Bai Yuqing murmured. "Yes." He looked up. Indeed, the moon tonight was very round. How long had it been since they had all been together like this as a family? He remembered that since their parents had an accident and the family fell into decline, Bai Yuqing had not celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival again. Turning to look inside the house, his sister was sitting at the table, waving at him. "I'm coming." As if he had come to a realization, a smile appeared on Bai Yuqing's lips as he briskly walked toward that warm place. "In the end, I still cannot become a demon." In Minghai City, on the rooftop of a skyscraper, a man dressed in a black trench coat looked up at the sky with a serious expression. The snow wind made his black coat flutter loudly. "Is this snow definitely caused by the influence of the star beasts?" A snowflake landed on his face, feeling a bit cold. "Yes." A woman's voice came through the headset. "According to the energy intensity displayed by the Fisher gauge, it has reached at least the 7th level. Could it be a ghost level?" The man in black raised his left hand to press down the brim of his hat. A night had passed. The sudden snowstorm in the southern country showed no signs of stopping, and it seemed to be getting heavier. When Bai Yuqing woke up in the morning, silver-white snowflakes were fluttering down from the sky, and a thick layer of snow had accumulated in the yard. "Brother, with this much snow, maybe we shouldn't go to town today, let's take a day off." Since she didn't have to go to school today, Bai Yuqing got up, brushed her teeth, and prepared to crawl back into bed for a little more sleep. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and, passing through the entrance, happened to see her brother, already dressed in winter clothes, about to head out with a bamboo basket full of charcoal. "It's so cold, the charcoal will definitely sell well today." Bai Yuqing slung the bamboo basket over his back and turned to smile. "I'm heading out now. Take care of mother at home. Be careful on the way." Bai Yuqing yawned and complained, "I felt like it was noisy outside last night. I didn't sleep well at all. I'm going to sleep a bit more." Then sleep a little longer." Waving his hand, Bai Yuqing opened the entrance door and stepped into the wind and snow. On the road to the city, the snow accumulation wasn't too severe, but if the snow kept falling, it would be a different story. Shielding his face with his hand, Bai Yuqing looked up at the somewhat dim sky. He thought to himself that he needed to hurry. If the snow got too heavy and blocked the road, he might not make it home in time tonight. On the road today, there were noticeably fewer pedestrians than yesterday. As he approached the town, more people began to appear. However, Bai Yuqing didn't rush to find a spot to set up his stall. He was drawn to a figure dressed as a monk. The monk wore a wide-brimmed hat, and with his head lowered, his face was not visible. His left hand was hidden under a gray-white robe, while his right hand held a begging bowl. He stood by the roadside, with few passers-by paying him any mind. Bai Yujing felt pity for him and paused as he passed by, pulling out a 10 yuan summer currency note from his pocket and placing it into the monk's bowl. Perhaps it was because he had killed too many, that helping a Buddhist within his means could bring him some psychological comfort. He didn't intend to linger. Ding-ling-a-ling, a series of clear silver bell sounds rang out. Bai Yujing was somewhat surprised. He discovered that the source of the sound was right in front of him. The monk revealed a silver bell from under his robe, gently shook it, and lifted his head, exposing long hair that was coiled beneath the hat. "May the gods bless you." The monk's lips parted slightly, and his voice, like flowing spring water in a valley, brought a sense of tranquility. However, Bai Yujing was momentarily stunned. A woman? A beautiful woman? They accidentally locked eyes, and the female monk gave him a kind smile before lowering her head again. A female monk in the heavy snow? A strange person. Bai Yujing muttered to himself, considering it an encounter with an oddity, and didn't think much of it as he turned to leave. For him, this was just a small episode on his early morning trip to the market. 2 days passed. Due to the heavy snow, Bai Yujing's charcoal sales had been quite good over the past 2 days. He had thought that the snow would stop at most after 1 day, but unexpectedly, it continued for 2 days without showing any signs of letting up. The next day, Bai Yuling went to school. However, during dinner that evening, she chatted with him about things happening at school. Most of it was gossip and amusing stories. Usually, he would just listen, but today there was a piece of gossip that caught his attention. "Yesterday, I heard from other classmates that there was a strange monk begging for alms on the way home from our school." A monk? At the dining table, Bai Yujing paused with his chopsticks, a strange woman he had encountered before flashing through his mind. I heard they say she's very beautiful, has a lovely voice, and a sweet smile." "A female monk," Bai Yuling said discontentedly. That boy described her in vivid detail, and now other boys are asking him where they can chance upon this monk. "I think that's just a fake. Aren't monks usually Buddhists? I heard that monk even talked about some deities or something." "Brother, isn't that strange?" "That is quite strange." Bai Yujing nodded in agreement. "By the way, when are you going to find me a sister-in-law?" Bai Yuling changed the subject, giggling. The girl's focus always shifted quickly, catching people off guard. Bai Yujing. 2 flowers bloom, each expressing its own branch. Meanwhile, on the other side, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed black glasses drove out of the gate of Ninghai High School. Ninghai High School is a school in Ninghai City that offers both martial arts and liberal arts programs, and Bai Yuling attends the martial arts program there. The man's name was Ning Hangyuan. At just under 40, he had already reached the level of a Grand Master and was highly valued by the principal. As the director of education at Ninghai High School, Ning Hangyuan was determined to make a significant impact in education, often working late into the night before returning home. Today was no exception. After finishing a day of work, Ning Hangyuan was almost the last to leave the school. While waiting at a red light, he glanced at the watch on his left wrist. It was nearly 8 p.m. Looking up, he noticed the snowflakes falling on the car window and suddenly remembered that today was his daughter's 11th birthday, and he had promised to celebrate it with her. He decided to buy a cake to make up for it. With that thought, Ning Hangyuan located a cake shop and drove over. As he walked out of the cake shop holding the carefully selected strawberry jam cake, he caught sight of someone standing under a streetlight not far from his car. As he approached the car, he glanced again for some reason. He found that it was a monk wearing a wide-brimmed hat that covered her face, dressed in a thin gray-white robe, holding a bowl, and looking down. Ning Hangyuan thought to himself that this person was also dedicated to her work, and he suddenly felt a bit sympathetic towards her. In such cold weather, she was still begging at this hour? After opening the car door and placing the strawberry jam cake on the passenger seat, Ning Hangyuan closed the door and walked towards the monk. "Here you go, this is 100 yuan. Taking a 100 yuan bill from his wallet, Ning Hangyuan placed the money into the monk's bowl. "You should head home early, at this hour, there won't be many people wandering around in this weather." As he spoke, Ning Hangyuan noticed that there was already quite a bit of money in the monk's bowl. Most of it was in 1 yuan coins, with several bills ranging from 10 to 50 yuan. His 100 yuan bill was the only one of its kind. Dingling, just as he was observing the monk's bowl, a clear sound of a silver bell rang in his ear. The monk's left hand produced a silver bell from somewhere and shook it gently. "Thank you, may the deities bless you." She lifted her head, her rosy lips slightly parted, and her cool, sweet voice seemed to make one forget the cold. "It's a woman?" Ning Hangyuan clearly did not expect that the monk before him was a woman. However, by the time he regained his senses, the female monk had already turned and walked away. "Forget it, I should just head home first." Inside a high-rise apartment, with the sound of the key inserting into the lock, Ning Hangyuan pushed open the door to his home. "Daddy's back." As soon as he entered, he heard a surprised child's voice. Then, a small figure leaped into his arms. "Why are you so late today?" His wife peeked out from the kitchen. "I'm sorry, I got held up a bit tonight." After apologizing, Ning Hangyuan took out the strawberry jam cake he had bought on the way and placed it on the table. "Today is Tuan Tuan's birthday. I bought her favorite strawberry jam cake." "Wow, it's strawberry jam cake. Daddy is so nice." Hearing that her favorite dessert was there, the little girl exclaimed in delight. "Daddy specially went to the cake shop to buy it for Tuan Tuan. Are you happy?" Ning Hangyuan smiled, unwrapping the packaging while playfully pinching his precious daughter's little face. Happy. However, when he opened the cake packaging, Ning Hangyuan's brow furrowed slightly. Inside the cake box, there was no plastic knife and fork for cutting the cake. How could the cake shop be so careless? He cursed inwardly. Suddenly, Ning Hangyuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Then, it was as if his consciousness floated far away. "Daddy, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Seeing her father's head suddenly drop, the daughter worriedly hugged his arm. But soon, she saw her father lift his head and smile mysteriously at her. "Good girl, don't worry, Daddy will go find a knife and fork." The next moment, without caring about his daughter's reaction, Ning Hangyuan walked straight toward the bedroom, muttering softly, "Knife and fork, knife and fork. Where are the knife and fork? Oh, here's one." After rummaging around in the bedroom, Ning Hangyuan found a turquoise short knife on the weapon rack. This knife was called Wind Cutter, a low-level spiritual weapon with wind attributes. Combined with wind attribute martial arts, it could deliver swift wind strikes in a short time. Picking up Wind Cutter, Ning Hangyuan's lips curled into a strange smile. He quickly walked out of the room and said, "Daughter, close your eyes and make a wish. Daddy will give you a surprise later." What kind of surprise? Although Tuan Tuan was very curious, she obediently closed her eyes. 1 minute later, when Ning Hangyuan's wife came into the living room carrying dishes from the kitchen, she froze in place. Then, amidst a short, sharp scream, the plate containing the freshly cooked dishes slipped from her hands and shattered on the floor. What she saw was a hellish scene. The room was filled with pieces of entrails, intestines hanging over the sofa, and large amounts of flesh and blood covering the ground. The strawberry cake was stained red with dark, bloody filth. Her husband was slowly approaching her with the dripping turquoise short knife in hand. The woman, just an ordinary housewife, was instantly decapitated. After doing all this, Ning Hangyuan opened the door and stepped into the hallway. What idiot is making such a loud noise watching a horror movie at this hour? A neighbor, hearing the screams, cursed as he opened the door to check the situation. He happened to meet a pair of crimson eyes. Immediately, his entire body, head and all, was vertically sliced into 5 pieces. Calmly stepping over the neighbor's corpse, Ning Hangyuan, holding the blood-stained wind cutter, knocked on another family's door. This night, the neighborhood was destined to be anything but peaceful. 3 days later, in the early morning, it was still dark. A dispatcher, usually responsible for notifying Bai Yujing of executions, called to tell him to go to the Haishir Special Supervision Office in the morning, bringing some food, as the workload might be heavy today, and to arrive early. Got it. Bai Yujing didn't ask much and hung up the phone. He packed the food into a bag, strapped his sword to his waist, and set off. Upon arriving at the Haishir Special Supervision Office, Bai Yujing noticed that there seemed to be many more people than usual. There were at least twice as many patrolling outside. After changing clothes in his locker room and stepping out, he passed a corner where an old and a young third-level inspector were chatting as they walked. After cultivating the wind and thunder source, Bai Yujing's hearing became extremely sharp. Following behind the 2 investigators, Bai Yujing, although not intentionally eavesdropping and standing a bit far away which made their voices faint, still caught every word of their conversation. "Hey, brother, why are there so many people at the Haishir Special Monitoring today? What exactly happened?" asked the younger investigator as they walked. "You don't know?" "I don't know. I was on leave, and this morning I suddenly got a call from the captain saying something big happened in Ninghai City, and since the bureau is short-staffed, my leave is temporarily cancelled, and I need to hurry back," the investigator said with frustration. The call didn't say what the matter was. 3 nights ago. By the way, you really don't know? Better not to know. This matter is a bit too eerie. Come on, Lu Gu, my good brother. You can't just say half of it. I'm so curious. The young investigator offered a cigarette, eagerly lighting it for the one he called Lu Gu. "I only found out from a friend in the intelligence department while having breakfast today. If it weren't for you being so clever, I wouldn't tell you, but you have to keep it a secret." Lu Gu took a puff and satisfiedly blew out a smoke ring. "That's for sure." The young investigator patted his chest in assurance. What gossip, so mysterious? Suin had just woken from a deep sleep and felt like there was fresh news to consume. He instantly perked up. In this world, one must not miss out on upgrades and gossip. Although Bai Yujing was initially uninterested, when Lu Gu mentioned a secret, his ears perked up slightly, and his steps unconsciously slowed. This path led to the execution ground, which he usually walked alone. With 2 more people today, he was curious about what had happened. Lugu lowered his voice and said, 3 nights ago, the Ninghai City police received a call from a child who said his mother killed his father and was now outside looking for him with a kitchen knife, asking them to send someone quickly. The operator thought it was just a child's prank and didn't take it seriously. But soon, the child's screams came through the line, and the operator realized it was real. By the time the police arrived, they found a blood-soaked woman sitting next to the bodies of the father and son, holding the knife and smiling eerily at them. This woman is a martial arts expert? The young investigator hesitated, puzzled. No, just an ordinary housewife. Lugu shook his head. Then what does this have to do with us? To the young investigator, even though he didn't understand why the woman would kill her husband and son, these ordinary people's cases, no matter how bizarre, had nothing to do with them. Suin also felt like he had bitten into a tasteless piece of gossip, a bit dissatisfied as he clicked his tongue. All this mystery for this? You think that's the end? Lugu looked at the young investigator with a look that said he was still too young. Is there more to this? Of course. This is just the beginning. Otherwise, why would they say this matter is eerie? Seeing the young investigator's curiosity, Lugu continued without holding back. After the police arrived, the woman didn't put up much of a fight. With solid evidence and the scene being a clear case, she was directly taken to prison. Everyone thought the matter was settled, but then, what happened next? Well, just as those police officers were about to wrap up, one of the last officers suddenly went crazy, pulled out his military knife, and killed the other officers who had gone with him. Why not use a gun? Who knows? Lugu shrugged. He and his colleagues don't seem to have any deep-seated grudges. I heard they often went out for barbecues together before. So did this policeman flee after killing someone? The young investigator asked. Flee? He didn't escape at all. Lugu took another drag from his cigarette and said slowly, when the others from the police station arrived at the scene, he was still stabbing the corpse's heart with a military knife. When he was taken to prison, he was still chuckling. In the past 3 nights, similar violent incidents have occurred in different places in Ninghai City, involving different people, totaling nearly 100 cases. At this point, Lugu fell silent. Is it really that bizarre? Upon hearing this, the young investigator also felt something was off. I heard the most brutal one was a director at Ninghai High School. This person is a master of wind techniques, and what he did was astonishing. Goodness, with a wind-based spiritual weapon, he killed all 600 residents in his community, over 300 households in total. I heard the body parts were piled up throughout the neighborhood, and the forensic experts couldn't even piece together a complete corpse. Our Ninghai Martial Supervision Bureau put in a lot of effort to capture this dangerous individual. When we arrived at his home, his daughter's head was placed on a cake, and the blood had all dried up. It was supposedly her birthday that day. Hiss. After hearing this, the young investigator gasped. Such a vicious case, he had never heard of anything like it since becoming an investigator. Not to mention that nearly 100 cases had occurred. The mayor is extremely furious right now and has demanded that the police cooperate with our Martial Supervision Bureau to quickly ascertain the cause. So how are they handling so many murderers? Can the police station and the special prison in Haishur accommodate them? They've all been handed over to the Haishur special prison, and today they were all executed. That's why we were brought here, to prevent any unexpected situations. Lugu made a gesture across his throat. The 2 men's conversation gradually faded away. Suddenly hit with such explosive news, Suin was shocked. He never expected that such ruthless people could emerge from the small Ninghai city. However, what shocked him even more was that brutal master of wind techniques who killed over 600 people in one night. Bai Yujing was also secretly alarmed because his sister attended Ninghai High School. He had heard his sister mention Ning Hangyuan before, who usually cared for the students and had a good reputation among them. How could he suddenly turn into a bloodthirsty killer? Moreover, although the operator had notified him to come over early, they hadn't specified the reason. Could it be that they called him in today just for this matter? Nearly 100 violent cases. Averaging out, that's over 30 cases a day? And all happened overnight in Ninghai City, like a surging undercurrent. His intuition told him that Ninghai City might soon become the center of this vortex. For a moment, watching the 2 figures leave, Bai Yujing's mood grew heavy. Thinking of this, Bai Yujing tightened his grip on the sword at his waist. In the past, he could only leave things to fate. But now, the divine sword was his support. When he arrived at the closed-off execution ground, Bai Yujing looked around, and the high platforms were almost filled to capacity. The number of people involved in this violent incident was simply too many, and the scope was too broad to keep it under wraps. In no time, the people of Ninghai City were in a state of panic and outrage, with citizens demanding immediate punishment for these inhumane criminals. To quell public discontent, the mayor directly announced the live execution of these individuals today. 1. To set an example. 2. To test the waters. The investigation over the past few days had made no progress, so they wanted to see if they could draw out any potential new leads. After the news was released, the entire Ninghai city was in an uproar, with countless citizens wanting to see what kind of people could commit such inhumane acts. In an instant, the relatives and friends of the victims, along with the onlookers, surged in like locusts. If it weren't for the limited space and the dozens of investigators maintaining order outside, there would likely be even more people. On the execution ground, the criminals knelt on the ground, each adorned with heavy shackles, including men, women, and children. Bai Yujing roughly counted and found there were about 100 people. The youngest even looked like a child. He had killed many, but never had he killed so many at once. On the execution ground, someone stood at the front reading out the crimes of these individuals. From the high platform, shouts filled the air, with some people even excitedly yelling, "Kill them! Kill them! Executioners, hurry up and kill them!" Bai Yujing unsheathed the long sword from his waist in advance, holding it and leaning against the passage with his eyes closed, waiting for the death sentence to be announced. "Begin the execution." With that command, Bai Yujing opened his eyes. Gripping the sword, he walked slowly towards the execution platform. The first criminal was a woman wearing a blood-stained apron. The crimes read earlier were that she had killed her husband and her newborn child. When Bai Yujing reached behind the woman, she was still staring at the ground with a silly smile. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, her features not fierce, making it hard to believe that someone like her could commit such inhumane acts. Looking at the woman, Bai Yujing's expression remained calm. However, whether he believed it or not was unimportant. His only responsibility was to kill. A line of blood appeared on the woman's neck, and her head was severed with a single stroke. As the woman was beheaded, a subtle warm current surged into his body along the sword, nourishing his meridians. Indeed, killing could elevate one's realm. Although he pondered this in his heart, Bai Yujing's expression did not change as he steadily walked towards the second criminal. This was a man in a cheap suit, looking like an ordinary office worker. The cheers from the audience did not disturb him at all. With just one stroke, Bai Yujing smoothly severed the man's head. The subtle warm current appeared again. Then came the third, then the fourth, the fifth, the 20th. By the time he reached the 20th, the audience was no longer shouting as enthusiastically as at the beginning. By the 50th, the audience had fallen silent. By the 80th, some of the onlookers had begun to leave quietly, and some with weaker constitutions even started to cover their mouths and gag. Some investigators maintaining order on the periphery, who had not seen many gruesome scenes, also changed their expressions. As time passed, the stage was awash with blood, and countless headless corpses lay scattered. Until the last criminal was executed, Bai Yujing was the only living person left on the execution ground, and the audience had unknowingly dwindled to less than half. As he descended the execution platform with the still dripping bloodied sword, the investigators unconsciously parted to give him a path. Everyone silently watched his departing figure, speechless. However, Bai Yujing paid no attention to these gazes. All the way, he hurried his steps, because he was about to lose control. Just now on the execution ground, he couldn't directly operate his techniques to absorb the vital energy. Instead, he let this pure vital energy flow within his body. After executing more than 100 people, the vital energy that had been circulating within him gradually converged into a surging current, washing away the impurities in his body. After returning to the changing room and locking the door, Bai Yujing quickly sat cross-legged, operating the wind and thunder source flow, beginning to break through his bottleneck. The bottleneck of a martial apprentice in the early stage was like a thin membrane that could be easily broken. After breaking through to the mid-stage of a martial apprentice, this wave of pure vital energy settled in his dantian. While Bai Yujing was in seclusion to break through, Suyin also opened the system panel to check the system messages. Just as Bai Yujing killed the 100th person, the system prompted him that he had completed an achievement, 100 people kill. The trigger condition was that the sword master used the demon sword to slay 100 people within a day. Suyin also received an achievement reward for this. One chance to draw a demon sword skill. Ding! Would you like to proceed with the demon sword skill draw? Draw, of course. For him, the more demon sword skills, the better. System, draw. Demon sword skill drawing in progress, please wait. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the demon sword skill, enhancement aura. Enhancement aura? Another passive skill? This was already the third passive demon sword skill Suyin had obtained recently, aside from absolute kill and blood rain sweet dew. What a coincidence! He had even looked forward to what the active sword skills of the demon sword might be before drawing. After a moment of complaint, Suin looked at the skill description of this newly acquired demon sword skill. Enhancement aura, not yet activated. Omnipotent. When equipped with the demon sword, the sword master's strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, perception, and sanity each increase by 1 point. This is an aura-type skill. As long as the demon sword is equipped, the sword master's 6-dimensional attributes will receive a comprehensive boost. The first 4 are literal. For the last 2, Suin inquired with the system and received the answer. The higher the perception, the easier it is for the swordmaster to detect killing intent and abnormal presences. The higher the sanity, the less likely the mind is to be eroded by killing intent and abnormal presences. Although it seems quite comprehensive, since each attribute only increases by 1 point, to be honest, it feels a bit lackluster. However, better than nothing. Let's consider it a small encouragement for the swordmaster. Casually setting the enhancement aura to active, Suin prepared to have a good sleep to digest everything. Today, the demon sword had slain over 100 people in one go, absorbing quite a bit of vitality and souls, and he felt a bit weary. This weariness was spiritual. Although, as the spirit of the demon sword, Suin could directly let the demon sword eliminate it, he didn't plan to do so. When he had the time, he preferred to alleviate this weariness through sleep. After all, sleeping was one of his few pastimes. 15 minutes later, Bai Yujing opened his eyes in surprise. He didn't expect the blood rain sweet dew to bring him such a noticeable enhancement. Not only did it help him break through the bottleneck he had been unable to surpass due to his aptitude, advancing to the mid-level of a martial apprentice, but he also discovered that while holding the divine sword, his strength and speed seemed to have increased a bit. His mind also felt sharper. The heartbeat during his breathing seemed to have become stronger. Bai Yujing didn't know if this was just his illusion. However, the divine sword advanced through killing, and today he had executed over 100 people. Perhaps the divine sword had undergone some miraculous change as well. Gently stroking the sword body, Bai Yujing sighed inwardly, "Divine sword, how many more surprises are you going to bring me?" But what Bai Yujing didn't know was that while he was focused on breaking through, someone had secretly recorded a video of the execution scene and posted it on social media in Ninghai City. It quickly sparked a heated discussion. Many people left comments under the video. Damn, at the scene, blood flowed like a river, and the heads were almost piled into a small mountain. It was terrifying. I just slipped out of there. You could still walk? I was so scared my legs went soft, I crawled out. I felt like if I had been any slower, I would have been chopped up. What are you guys talking about? Didn't they say that those killed were all murderers caught last night? Is there something more to this? Someone raised a doubt. Are all these over 100 people murderers? I don't think so. Did you see that girl in the green dress? She looks so pitiful. I feel sorry for her. How could such a beautiful person possibly kill someone? That old woman with white hair, she's already in her 70s or 80s. What motive could she have to kill an entire family? Do you think this is a novel? Yeah, if you ask me. The most vicious one is the executioner. Did you see? Others might kill a few people at most, but he has killed over 100 in a row. When he was killing, did his mouth curl up a bit? Could it be that this person is a real-life murderer? Damn, it really seems so. Killing so skillfully, it doesn't look like acting. He can't really have a criminal record, right? I suggest a thorough investigation. Is there anyone who understands? Quickly check what this person is made of. I studied C language. I'll check right now. A C language master has appeared. Worship. By the way, doesn't anyone think long-haired men are handsome? Soon, someone found Bai Yujing's address, family information, and even photos of his sister and mother, and posted them in the comments section. In a dark room somewhere in the city. Looking at the posted photos and information, a soft gasp came from the lit computer screen. Today, because there were many people executed, Bai Yujing received quite a bit of extra pay, so he bought some desserts that his sister loved and went straight home. I'm back. As he approached the small courtyard, Bai Yujing shouted loudly. Normally, his sister would have rushed out by now, perhaps saying, "Brother, why are you back so early? What delicious food did you bring me?" But today, the house was eerily quiet, with no response. As he got closer to the door, he noticed a strange, unpleasant smell of rust in the air. Bai Yujing frowned. How could there be a smell of rust at home? But after a moment, his expression changed drastically. This isn't the smell of rust. This is the smell of blood. He was all too familiar with this scent. A bad premonition rose in Bai Yujing's heart. The desserts fell into the snow, rolling out onto the ground. Yuling, are you home? Bai Yujing rushed into the house, shouting anxiously, "Brother, I'm here." As he passed through the living room, a weak voice came out. Bai Yuling lay on the floor, looking up at the ceiling, her chest soaked in blood where her heart should be. Blood continuously seeped from the wound, staining the pure white dress she was wearing. As she spoke, she coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood, seemingly mixed with some internal organ fragments. Don't talk, let me help you stop the bleeding. Supporting Bai Yueling's body, Bai Yujing tried to stop the bleeding, but he couldn't manage to do so. It was only then that he noticed a bloody hole in her chest. Trembling, she reached out a hand to grasp Bai Yujing's hand, weakly saying, "It's useless. Don't talk yet. There must be a way." "Brother, you said, if a person loses their heart, can they live?" Bai Yueling smiled bitterly and shook her head, her chest rising and falling, her face becoming a bit flushed, as if regaining some spirit. "I don't have much time left. Stay with me, and talk for a while." After checking, Bai Yujing found that his sister's heart had been hollowed out. The reason she seemed fine for now was that the thunder eye, located where the heart should be, was taking over its function. Once the vital energy in the thunder eye was exhausted, she would die immediately. Upon realizing this cruel fact, Bai Yujing stopped trying to stop the bleeding. He knew it was pointless. "What exactly happened?" he asked, forcing back his grief. "Just now, I was in the living room, and I heard footsteps. I thought it was you coming back. Then, I realized it was a shadow. Before I could react, a sharp pain shot through my chest. Bai Yuling suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Looking at Bai Yujing's profile, she smiled and said, "Brother, am I about to die?" Seeing his sister's weak smile, Bai Yujing's feigned strength could no longer hold back. Ignoring his tears, he shouted, "Don't die. Our lives have just started to get a little better. How can you? A man must not cry." Lying in Bai Yujing's arms, Bai Yuling slowly extended her right hand to gently wipe away the tears on his face. "That shadow is very strong. Brother, your path ahead is still long. You must live well. Don't seek revenge for me, okay? Promise me." "Okay, I promise you." Hearing the satisfactory reply, a hint of blush appeared on Bai Yuling's face. Her right hand drooped softly, and she fell silent. Just then, by coincidence, a strong wind blew open the window, and the flying snow from outside drifted in. The white snow water washed away the dirty blood on Bai Yuling, making her look as if she had peacefully fallen asleep. In his arms, his sister's body gradually grew cold. Bai Yujing remembered the long sword that had always brought him miracles. He hurriedly took off the long sword he carried with him and placed it on his sister. It was like seeking help in a desperate situation. "Divine sword, is there any way to save my sister?" After speaking, he looked hopefully at the long sword, wishing it could create another miracle. However, this time he was destined to be disappointed. Suin looked at the girl lying in Bai Yujing's arms, lifeless, feeling quite helpless. He was a magic sword, a sword for killing. When it came to killing skills, he had many. But when it came to healing and saving skills, he truly had none. Blood Rain Suitu could barely count as half, but it only worked for the swordmaster. Killing, he had a way. Saving, perhaps in the future, but for now, he really couldn't help. After waiting for a long time, the long sword showed no response. Bai Yujing's hopeful gaze gradually dimmed. However, soon he could no longer care about his disappointment, because he suddenly remembered something. After gently laying his sister's body on the bed, Bai Yujing rushed eagerly towards his mother's room. His sister was kind-hearted. It was unlikely that anyone would specifically want to harm her. The intruder must have come for him. He just happened to be away this morning to execute a criminal at the High City Special Supervision Office. Thinking of this, Bai Yujing felt a pang of heartache. His sister Bai Yuling could be said to have been implicated because of him. If the intruder's target was him, then his sister had already encountered misfortune. What about their mother? Bai Yujing suddenly recalled that he had been back for quite a while and had not heard his mother's voice at all. She must not be in any trouble. The distance from the living room to his mother's room was not long, but the closer he got to his mother's room, the stronger his unease became. When Bai Yujing burst into the room, his mother was covered with a quilt, only her head exposed as she slept, but her face was as pale as paper. However, before Bai Yujing could breathe a sigh of relief, the smell of blood in the air intensified his anxiety. He seemed to have discovered something, trembling as he approached the bedside with the long sword in hand. The source of the bloody smell was beneath the quilt. Bai Yujing's mother was dead. The state of her death was extremely tragic, as if her body had been cut into tiny pieces by a sharp weapon while she was still alive. There were remnants of true essence in the flesh, indicating that the murderer had at least the strength of a martial lord, seemingly having struck hundreds of blows in a second. Therefore, despite her body being reduced to this state, she did not die on the spot. But in the few seconds before her death, she must have died in extreme pain. This was what the forensic doctor Bai Yujing had brought in had said. As Bai Yujing lifted the quilt, he only then discovered that his mother's head was intact, but the organs and flesh below her neck were completely mixed together. Even with the magic sword pressed against the coroner's neck, he could not restore his mother's body even slightly. He could only use his mother's clothes to set up a grave marker under the banyan tree at the entrance of their home, buried next to his sister's grave. Bai Yujing held a simple funeral for them, even though he was the only one in attendance. After that day, no matter what he did, he carried the magic sword with him. He continued to live at home as usual, sitting in front of the grave during the day to keep vigil. The bizarre murder incidents in Ninghai City still occurred from time to time, and the number of people needing the death penalty increased. Bai Yujing numbly used the magic sword to behead them, then packed up and returned home. It seemed no different from usual, but only Suing knew the immense hatred hidden in his heart. Every midnight, he would wake up startled, staring blankly at the graves outside the window. In those 7 days, the shadow had not appeared again. On the night of the 7th day after his sister and mother's passing, the ashes of burning paper money danced in the falling snow. Bai Yujing knelt before the grave, murmuring, "Yueling, mother, you can rest assured. I will definitely avenge you." As he spoke, his hand gripping the magic sword was clenched so tightly it almost bled. But revenge, how easy could it be? He was merely a small martial apprentice, while the murderer of his entire family was at least a martial master or stronger. If that shadow truly wanted to kill him, it would be no more difficult than crushing an ant. The gap in strength loomed like a chasm before him. Moreover, aside from the disparity in strength, he didn't even know who the other party was or why they targeted him. Bai Yujing felt as if he were lost in a fog, unable to see the road ahead. Could it really end like this? Of course not. In these days, although he lived as if nothing had happened, going about his daily life as before, every time he woke at midnight, that anger and guilt tormented him to the brink of madness. In these 7 days, he still stayed at home, but he had long since developed a desire for death. That shadow had missed him, and it would surely return to find him. He wanted to see who it was that had destroyed everything, his hopes. However, he was mistaken. Until the night of the 7th day after his sister and mother's passing, which was now, the shadow had not appeared again. He felt as insignificant as an ant, forgotten. Did killing his family mean no more to that shadow than stepping on an ant by the roadside, so it didn't even matter to them? A surge of rage welled up in his heart. He could not just die like this. He wanted revenge. He wanted to personally find the one who killed his entire family and destroyed his hopes. Then, along with that person's cherished loved ones, he would make them suffer 1,000 cuts. Let that person also experience the pain of losing their closest ones, just as he had. Touching the long sword hanging at his waist, Bai Yujing murmured, "Divine sword, do you know? My sister Yueling is truly very intelligent. After I taught her the advanced Shen level technique, the wind and thunder source flow, she reached the 2nd level, Wind Spirit Rice Soul, in just a month or two. She was only 15 years old. A few days ago, Yueling's teacher even told me that Yueling has great talent in martial arts and plans to recommend her to Qingbei University in the capital. Do you know Qingbei University? It's a top university that has produced many martial saints. She could have had a bright future. I promised her that when she went to Qingbei University in the capital, I would accompany her to see the 9 Turns Extraordinary Tower. But now, she is quietly lying in the grave before me. I don't even know who the murderer is. I hate it, I hate it." Bai Yujing spoke plainly about his sister's life, his tone revealing little sorrow, but Suing could see that he was not as calm as he appeared. As he spoke, his clenched fists dug his nails deep into his flesh, the hot blood dripping onto the snow-covered ground in front of the grave, staining the white snow a vivid crimson. As if oblivious to the pain, he looked down at the sword at his waist and continued, as if speaking to it, "I know that Yueling didn't want me to take revenge for her. She wanted me to live well and not waste my life. But my heart, truly, cannot find peace. I know that with my current martial arts strength, seeking revenge is nothing but a pipe dream. I am merely a martial apprentice, and my enemies are at least masters of the martial realm. He could kill me easier than crushing an ant by the roadside. I promised Yueling that I cannot die. I must live. I don't want to die. I want to live. Only by living can I avenge my sister and mother. Only by surviving can I have the chance to slay my enemies. Divine Sword, I know you can understand my words. I know you must have a way to help me." Bai Yujing drew the sword from his waist and laid it flat before the grave. He extended his right hand, smearing the blood from his palm onto the sword, from the hilt to the blade, and finally to the tip. "I know you like blood and human lives. Compared to a divine sword, you are more like a demonic sword. But I don't care. As long as you can help me take revenge, I can give you anything, even my life, without hesitation. I, Bai Yujing, vow here. Even if this life leads to endless suffering, I will make those who harmed us pay. Blood debt, blood repayment." The last 4 words were almost a roar that erupted from his throat. The night was deep, and the wind and snow were cold, but the suppressed hatred and madness in Bai Yujing's tone were more piercing than the frigid winter. He took a step back, facing the demonic sword, and bowed deeply. He prostrated himself completely, his body touching the ground. This was the first time in half a year that Suin saw such a mad look in Bai Yujing's eyes. All along, he had given Suin the impression of a kind and honest person. This madness, Suin had only seen in that woman, Yu Qinghong. Perhaps the blow of his entire family being exterminated had been too great, leading to his current state of abnormality. Although Suin had always acted mysteriously in front of Bai Yujing, some things were only clear to him. The demonic sword had limitless potential, but for now, it was merely a low-level spiritual weapon. There were only two ways to quickly enhance the sword master's strength. Suin looked at the demonic sword's panel. First, the exquisite true method could be ruled out. Although this skill could temporarily elevate the sword master by 2 major levels, it would result in certain death once the effect ended. Suin did not want Bai Yujing to die. Counting the previous sword masters of the demonic sword, although Bai Yujing's martial arts realm was not the highest, he had killed more people than all the previous sword masters combined. If Bai Yujing died, where would he find such an excellent employee again? Sword master. So what remained was, Suin looked at the skill of the demonic sword, Blood Rain, Sweet Dew, his gaze momentarily becoming somewhat subtle. Previously, to avoid affecting the sword master's character, the ratio was set at 5% pure vitality. Thus, Bai Yujing executing over 100 people only allowed him to break through a small realm. What if the ratio were set to 50%? But soon, Suin abandoned this idea. For him, a rational sword master was clearly stronger than a madman. So, only one method remained. System, set the return ratio of Blood Rain, Sweet Dew to 25%. A compromise, this was the best plan Suin could come up with at the moment. Even if the purity of the blood is somewhat diminished, the distortion of the sword master's character shouldn't be too severe, right? Probably? Ding! The return ratio for the magic sword technique Blood Rain Sweet Dew has been successfully set. Current ratio, 25%, 5 times the Blood Rain. To be honest, this is no different from drinking poison to quench thirst. Suin himself doesn't know what consequences will arise. I hope you can endure it. Looking at Bai Yujing, who bowed his head, Suin thought silently. On the snowy night, the magic sword suddenly erupted with a blood-red light, dyeing everything in the small courtyard crimson. The strange phenomenon lasted for more than a minute before returning to its previous state. Bai Yujing also noticed the change in the long sword. The divine sword, has it responded to me? Seeing the long sword retract its red glow, Bai Yujing stood up, picked up the long sword, and tried it out, but it seemed he didn't feel anything different. Although he hadn't discovered it yet, deep down, Bai Yujing had a premonition that the long sword must have undergone some extraordinary change. The next day, Bai Yujing was notified as usual to carry out the execution. When he, as always, beheaded the criminal with a single stroke, he suddenly knelt on one knee, supporting his trembling body with the long sword. "Are you okay? Do you need to take a break?" the supervising officer below asked. "I'm fine, I'm great." Despite the pain shaking through his body, Bai Yujing straightened up, picked up the long sword again, and grinned a sinister smile. "Let's continue." He finally understood. He finally knew what the response of the divine sword meant. Just a moment ago, a strong torrent of blood surged into his body like an electric current through the sword's body. It stimulated his heart and lungs, tempered his bones and flesh, and expanded his dantian. This wave of blood was constantly tearing through his body while also strengthening every cell within him. The pleasure of becoming stronger every second almost intoxicated him. If the blood returned from the divine sword before was like a trickling stream, then now it was a raging river. With each kill, the amount of foreign blood flowing in was far greater than before. "Then let's continue." The supervising officer signaled him to proceed. Bai Yujing raised the long sword and walked behind a death row inmate whose realm was that of a martial artist. The sword's edge was placed against the inmate's neck. The next second, the head flew into the air, and at the connection between the head and neck, faint arcs of electricity flickered. Clang! This time, the long sword in Bai Yujing's hand slipped from his grip and fell to the ground. In the arena, people began to discuss in small groups. What's wrong with this executioner today? How could he even drop his sword? Wasn't he killing heads steadily before? Yeah, one sword for one head, he was so quick. I don't know what's going on today, he's dropped the sword twice in a row. Haven't you heard? It seems something happened at his home. I heard his whole family was wiped out, their bodies shattered beyond recognition. Hiss, so brutal. Where did you hear that? A cousin of mine who's a forensic doctor told me. I live not far from that person, and a few days ago when I passed by, I saw him sitting in the yard staring blankly at the grave, a proper grave marker. It should be true. His family was dismembered, and he can still sit there without thinking of seeking revenge? I thought he was decisive when killing. I assumed he was a man of blood and guts, but it turns out he's so cowardly. Today he can't even hold onto his eating utensils, scared to this extent? It's right to be scared. My cousin said the murderer is at least a great master of martial arts, and the executioner should only be at the blood realm, right? With such a huge gap in realms, anyone would be afraid to take the initiative to approach. Isn't that just asking for death? So what if there's a big gap? That doesn't change the fact that this person is just a coward. Hey, keep your voice down. Be careful not to be overheard. It seems like he's looking at you. Did I speak too loudly just now? No way. Can he hear me from this far away? It's at least over 100 meters from here to the central area. Did he just happen to glance this way? Shrinking his neck back, he realized that the person really was looking at him, and immediately shut his mouth. Let me find a doctor to take a look at you. Your current state doesn't seem quite right. No need, I'm feeling just fine right now. Picking up the long sword, Bai Yujing looked intently at the inspector, giving him a brilliant smile. I've never felt better. This is bad. Could it be that he's killed too many people recently and developed psychological issues? Looking at that strange smile, the inspector couldn't help but shiver. That smile made him uneasy. Can an ordinary person still smile so happily after killing someone? It's like a mental patient who never admits to being sick. At that moment, the inspector decided he must keep a distance from this freak in the future, regardless of what others might think. After completing today's execution task, Bai Yujing rushed back to the changing room like the wind. This like the wind isn't just a description, he really stirred up a gust as he walked, his speed increasing. Once back in his room, he locked the door and immediately found a spot to sit down, channeling wind and thunder source flow to refine the surge of energy and blood that had nowhere to go within him. In this world, a martial lord could truly be considered a master. The distinction between martial lord and martial sovereign is a watershed. Once one advances to martial sovereign, they can directly harness the world's vital energy and walk on air. There are hardly any martial lords who can break through to the martial sovereign realm, but those who do are invited by countless families to become elders, rising to the top and enjoying abundant resources. As for those who can break through to the martial profound realm, they are even rarer. In Ninghai City, only the heads of the three major families have reached this level. Regarding the martial venerable realm of the 7 stages, currently, there is only one in Ninghai City, whose identity is unknown, rumored to only act when a crisis capable of destroying Ninghai City arises. Although Bai Yujing broke through to the late stage of martial disciple while guarding the spirit, he is still weak compared to true masters. Absorbing the pure energy and blood provided by the divine sword for cultivation, while efficient and safe, would still take him several years to advance to martial lord given his qualifications. This time, the energy and blood transmitted by the divine sword, although much greater in quantity than before, was not purer. Absorbing and refining such quality foreign energy and blood would cause a rapid rise in martial arts realm in the short term, but it would affect the foundation of his martial arts, making it exponentially harder to break through to higher realms later on. If he had enough time, he would definitely choose the safer cultivation method from before without hesitation. However, Bai Yujing couldn't afford to think about that now. He didn't have much time left. Although he didn't know the Shadow's purpose for not making a move to kill him in the past 7 days, as if it had disappeared from the world, the sense of urgency in Bai Yujing's heart had not diminished in the slightest. He felt like a fish on a chopping board, ready to be easily killed at any moment. He needed to improve his strength quickly. The wind and thunder source flow was like an insatiable black hole, greedily absorbing the surging energy and blood from the rain of blood and continuously refining, washing, and strengthening every inch of his meridians. Bang! A layer of shackles within Bai Yujing was broken through. A wave of scorching energy erupted from his body. The dust floating around him was pushed outward by the energy wave. Sui noticed that Bai Yujing's aura changed at that moment. Did he just break through to martial master so effortlessly? Looking at the sword master who had advanced a major realm in less than half a month, then glancing at his own experience bar that had only increased by less than 5%, he felt a pang of envy. Suin admitted that he felt a bit sour. His magic sword talent for killing treated all targets equally, regardless of their realm, adding a bit of vitality and demonic energy, focusing on fixed damage. However, the magic sword technique Blood Rain and Sweet Dew returned a percentage to the swordmaster. Tonzi, are you taking kickbacks? Suin asked sourly. Absolutely not. This system swears on its integrity. Then why is it that whether it's an ordinary person or a martial artist, I can only absorb 1 point of vitality and demonic energy? As the destined magic sword, what you absorb is actually a higher level energy called source. Everyone has a share of source, which returns to the heavens and earth upon death. Only those killed by the magic sword have their source plundered. The system refines 1 share of source into 1 point of pure vitality and demonic energy for the host's current use. What you're saying is nonsense. Nonsense. So that's how it is. The system's answer resolved a long-standing question for Suin. When he looked at the sword master again, Suin had regained his composure, but he was somewhat surprised. After breaking through to the martial master level, Bai Yujing remained seated, eyes tightly closed, with his internal vitality still surging and boiling. A crystalline red hue appeared on his skin, and at the same time, sweat mixed with black impurities seeped from his body. Wait, does he want to continue? Half an hour later, a muffled sound came from within, and Bai Yujing's aura surged upward significantly. Sui knew Bai Yujing had broken through again. Having a cheat really makes a difference, he silently marveled. A minute later, Bai Yujing slowly opened his eyes. The world before him was as clear as a washed sky. Everything seemed to have become lucid. He sank his mind into his dantian, feeling his current realm. This is mid-martial master? Clenching his fists, feeling the abundant vitality flowing beneath his skin, Bai Yujing still found it hard to believe, murmuring, I actually broke through directly to mid-martial master. How is that possible? The path of martial arts is inherently difficult. Without resources like fierce beast flesh or vitality pills to assist in cultivation, an ordinary martial artist in the late stage would take years of steady practice to possibly break through to the martial master realm. Yet he had broken through from mid-martial apprentice to martial master in just over 10 days. Moreover, he had crossed over from early martial master directly to mid-martial master. This speed of breakthrough was undeniably fast. If others knew that just half a year ago he was only at the initial stage of vitality, their eyes would surely pop out. Bai Yujing clearly understood his level. If it weren't for the surging energy that had just appeared in his body, it would have been impossible for him to break through to martial master so easily, let alone mid-martial master. It was the power of the divine sword. The divine sword was willing to help him. The divine sword was supporting him in this way to take revenge. Bai Yujing was extremely excited. However, after the excitement, he quickly calmed down. Bai Yujing did not become complacent. Although he had now become a martial master, considered a martial arts expert in the eyes of ordinary martial artists, he was still just an ant in front of the powerful martial lords, perhaps not even a slightly stronger ant. After calming the surging vitality with breathing techniques, he walked out of the room. Before leaving, Bai Yujing went to find Uncle Chen. As he reached the door, he heard voices arguing inside. Old Chen, you're about to retire. Let the young ones take the task of secretly investigating the underground black boxing at the Shangshi Daxia Entertainment City. Old Su, I know you're worried about me, but don't worry, I know my limits, and I won't get into trouble. Sai, you're still the same as before, I can't persuade you. Then, an older official sighed as he pushed the door open and brushed past Bai Yujing. The door remained ajar, and Uncle Chen sat behind his desk. Upon seeing Bai Yujing, he kindly waved his hand. It's you, Xiao Bai. Sit down. How are you doing now? I'm fine, I'm doing well. Nodding, Bai Yujing sat down calmly across from Uncle Chen and asked, Uncle Chen, have there been any leads on the murderer of my sister and mother? Not yet. Shaking his head, Uncle Chen's mood was somewhat heavy. According to informant reports, there seems to be news of activities related to cultists of an evil god, which might be connected, but there's no evidence yet. We need to investigate further. I see, I understand. I promise you, I will do my utmost to find the murderer of your family. Do you believe me? Yes, I believe you. Bai Yujing stood up calmly, feeling numb, and said, then I'll head back now. Wait a moment. Watching Bai Yujing's desolate figure, Uncle Chen couldn't help but call out to him, Xiao Bai, would you like to stay at my house for a while to relax? No need, Uncle Chen, you've already helped me a lot. Hearing the voice, Bai Yujing's footsteps paused slightly, and a bit of warmth emerged in his already cold heart. Thank you. This thank you was heartfelt from Bai Yujing. After refusing Uncle Chen's kindness and leaving the Martial Supervision Bureau, Bai Yujing did not return to the small courtyard in the suburbs. He rented a haunted villa with a basement in the city at a very low price and settled in. Bai Yujing did not want to disturb his sister and mother's rest, nor did he want to implicate Uncle Chen's family because of himself. Although he did not say it, in his heart, Uncle Chen was already his last relative. In the following week, Bai Yujing executed over 200 people in succession, and with the extraordinary training speed brought by the blood rain and sweet dew, he leaped from the mid-level martial master to an early-stage grand martial master expert. Suin also generously taught Bai Yujing the other martial techniques and movement skills from the demon sword inheritance. In the basement, Bai Yujing held a long sword in one hand and executed the Shen-level superior martial technique Wind and Thunder sword style that Suin had passed on to him against the wooden dummies scattered throughout the basement. He stood in place, golden true energy enveloping the long sword, the sword shadows flashing like lightning, leaving only after images in the air. Dozens of golden lightning bolts erupted from the sword, accurately and swiftly striking the wooden dummies on the field. All the wooden dummies shattered into pieces in the lightning. Wind and Thunder sword style second form, rending wind and thunder. Yu Qinghong rarely made a move. This martial technique obtained from Yu Qinghong was something Suin had only seen her use the first form of. The other sword forms were actually the first time he had seen them. I didn't expect the lethality of martial techniques to be so terrifying under the enhancement of true energy. Is this what it means to be a grand martial master? Sheathing the sword, Bai Yujing touched his violently rising chest and sighed. Recently, the nights in Ninghai City have not been peaceful, with homicides occurring every night. Before the sunset, street vendors and nearby businesses began to pack up early to head home. In the past week, the area had been under citywide martial law, with patrol officers visible everywhere maintaining order, and search teams of 3 to 5 people looking for something. After dark, countless ordinary people huddled in their homes, locking doors and windows, hiding under their blankets and praying that misfortune would not befall them. An invisible fear spread throughout the city. However, among the aristocratic families, most of the young heirs were arranged with personal protection by their elders, and the atmosphere was not as severe. Ninghai City, the residence of the Feng family. As night fell, the bright moonlight shone into an ancient-style pavilion. This was a standalone ancient-style building, standing out awkwardly against the surrounding modern architecture. Through the paper window of the attic, a silhouette of a girl sitting motionless at her desk, cradling a rabbit doll, can be faintly seen. The surroundings of the small building appear calm. However, in the unseen shadows, there are actually dozens of dark guards, all at least at the martial master level, secretly guarding the place. This is the residence of Feng Shuitong, the 13-year-old legitimate daughter of the Feng family. As the favorite daughter of the family head, Feng Yuanzhang, the number of dark guards here is the highest among all the younger generation of the Feng family. The past few nights have been peaceful, and several dark guards have started to feel a bit bored. So, someone spoke up to gossip. Have you heard? That bizarre possession incident that has been making waves recently, where many people have died. And then? Everyone knows about this, otherwise, why would we be guarding here? There's no follow-up? Can't you come up with something fresh? There is actually a follow-up. I say you only know part of it. This possession incident actually has a hidden mastermind behind it. So many investigators from the Martial Supervision Bureau haven't found any mastermind, and you think you're clever. How do you know there isn't a mastermind? Have you heard the rumors about the street corner nun? The one who stands by the road with a bull, takes out a bell from her sleeve, and smiles to bless those who give her money. According to eyewitnesses online, someone accidentally discovered that although these people who have changed drastically have no connection, they share a commonality. They all helped that strange nun on the night it happened. Now the internet is buzzing that this woman is a servant of an evil god, and anyone who helps her and hears the bell will be controlled by the evil god, becoming unrecognizable to their own kin, which is to be possessed. The people from the Martial Supervision Bureau must have found out too, so the whole city has been under lockdown every night recently. I guess they are searching for this nun. Hiss, is it that scary? I saw the nun you mentioned at the outskirts last week, but I was too far away to hear the bell. You kid, you really are lucky. But I heard this nun is quite beautiful. If I heard the bell, even if it meant a drastic change in temperament, I'd have to taste what it's like first. Pfft, with your courage, I don't believe it. Maybe when you saw her from afar, you got scared and ran away. Just then, a dark guard whispered, speaking of which, don't you think Miss Feng Shuitong seems a bit strange lately? What could be strange? Isn't Miss Shuitong just quietly staying in the attic, not going anywhere? I can't quite put my finger on it, but I feel like Miss Shuitong is different from before. By the way, Ningjia, I remember after you broke through to the martial lord level, you were supposed to protect Miss Shuitong closely, right? When you and the family had visited her last time, did she say anything? Why is she now guarding outside with us? Nothing much, just that she doesn't want me to protect her anymore. Speaking of which, Miss Shuitong's makeup and clothes seem to have changed to a dark style lately. When the girl holding the rabbit doll talks to me, I don't know why, but I always feel a bit creeped out. Wasn't Miss Shuitong always dressed in white? She wouldn't have been possessed, would she? Xiao Jiao. Mind your words, be careful. There might be ears on the other side of the wall. Don't speak recklessly about things without evidence. Oh, got it. Stop thinking about nonsense, let's stay alert. It hasn't been peaceful at night lately. It's fine, with Ningjia, a martial lord level expert, guarding here, I could stand on my head and eat 3 pounds of dung if a fly managed to get in. In a delicate girl's room within the building, the girl is alone. A girl with long silver hair tied with a black hairband, blue-black pupils, and crimson lips coated in black lip gloss, was quietly sitting at a desk. In her arms, she held a red-eyed rabbit plushie. On the floor, the moonlight cast shadows of the girl and the desk. Suddenly, a shadow of a man wearing a hat appeared behind the sofa, adding to the darkness. A man in black silently entered the room. Guess who I am? A kindred spirit? The girl's lips moved slightly, but she did not turn around. For some reason, despite the questioning tone, her face maintained a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Unbelievable, you guessed it right away. The man in black snapped his fingers with his right hand, feigning a look of exaggerated surprise. I came all this way to remind you. What about? You've been making too much noise lately. If you don't tone it down, it could affect the plan, and we would have a hard time. With his hands clasped together, chin resting on the back of his hands, the man leaned slightly forward on the sofa. He pushed down the brim of his hat with his right hand, smiled faintly, and suddenly vanished from the sofa. In the next moment, he stood abruptly behind the chair where the girl was sitting. To be honest, I envy you a bit. Your body has a strong ability, just don't alert those human powerhouses and meet an early demise. The man in black leaned over the desk, looking at the girl's face with sincere invitation. So, how about it? Would you like to join our possessed ones? Kindred spirits. There are many? The girl looked slightly surprised. That's right, we are currently planning a big scheme. So, to avoid too many variables, could you please keep a low profile for a while? I understand. That's wonderful. Receiving a satisfactory answer, the man's smile returned. A second later, the sofa was empty again, leaving no trace of the man who had just sat there. It was as if no one had ever been there. The girl raised the rabbit plushie to her face, gripping its neck and murmuring, "Just about collected enough, let's listen to him for now. What do you think?" Under the gaze of the girl's blue-black pupils, the rabbit plushie's eyes suddenly glowed red and began to thrash violently. However, because its neck was being gripped, after struggling for a while, the plushie slowly fell still. "Bad child, you're not being good." The girl's index finger tapped the plushie's mouth. A night passed. The basement was a scene of devastation, with fresh sword marks all over the walls. In the first half of the night, Bai Yujing repeatedly practiced and absorbed the sword techniques and movements taught to him by Suin. He practiced until he was exhausted. It wasn't until the second half of the night that he sat on the ground, circulating his energy to begin his cultivation. After becoming a grand martial artist, Bai Yujing discovered a misty vortex had appeared in his dantian. During cultivation, the vortex slowly transformed his blood and vital energy into true energy for storage. Once the vortex was filled with true energy, he might be able to attempt a breakthrough to Martial Lord. After breaking through to Martial Lord, he should at least have the power to protect himself and avenge his family. He sat like this for several hours. This persistence made a certain lazy person, who only ate for 2 days and slept for 5, feel a bit ashamed. However, the results of his cultivation did not seem very ideal. As a sword spirit, Suin immediately noticed that there was a problem with the vortex inside Bai Yujing. Within what should have been a pure-colored vortex, there was a small spot of red-black filth, like ink spilled on a pristine white cloth, very conspicuous. System, what is this thing? Killing intent. It may affect the sword master's mind. It seems that the killing intent is a byproduct of the incomplete purification of the blood rain and sweet dew. Suin pondered silently. If he were the divine sword protecting the master, the best choice at this moment would be to restore the ratio of the blood rain and sweet dew to normal, preventing the killing intent from continuing to grow. However, correspondingly, the sword master's strength would also increase very slowly. But Suin understood that this was definitely not what the sword master wanted. He was the fated demon sword. As a reward for accompanying him for nearly a year, he was willing to respect the sword master's decision. After a night of cultivation, when Bai Yujing opened his eyes, it was already past 8 in the morning. The true qi in his dantian had only increased by a strand the thickness of a hair. This was within expectations, and Bai Yujing did not feel too surprised. With his dull aptitude, it was already something he wouldn't have dared to dream of to cultivate to the level of a great martial master one day. After a simple breakfast, Bai Yujing took his long sword and prepared to go to the Martial Supervision Bureau to ask Uncle Chen if there was any news. When Bai Yujing arrived at the door of Uncle Chen's office, he saw movers coming in and out, carrying things out. "Hey, handsome, isn't this Chen Shui's, Uncle Chen's name, office? Why are you moving things? What happened?" Bai Yujing stopped one of the movers and asked in confusion. The mover, about to get angry at being stopped, suddenly felt good when he heard himself being called handsome. "Oh, it's like this, Chen Shui has resigned. We're here to move his things today." "Resigned? That's impossible." Hearing this answer, Bai Yujing's confusion deepened. Last week, Uncle Chen had promised him that he would definitely help him find the murderer. Bai Yujing understood Uncle Chen's character. For a regret that didn't even have a promise, he had taken care of their family for over 10 years. How could such a person suddenly resign? He remembered that last time he came, he seemed to have heard Uncle Chen talking about investigating something. Something must have happened. Thinking of this, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the mover's arm. "Hey, how would I know? I mean, you wouldn't be by." As he said this, the mover suddenly felt inexplicably scared, swallowed hard, and swallowed back the word he didn't say. Just now, when the person in front of him was angry, he seemed to see a kind of red-black oppressive aura around him. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. At this moment, the mover saw the long sword on Bai Yujing's back and looked at his handsome face, and he remembered who the person in front of him was. Bai Yujing, Lord Bai? You know me? Who on the internet doesn't know you? He had even mocked Bai Yujing online for laughing when he killed someone. Now that he saw the real person, he suddenly felt a bit guilty. Be honest, please let me go. Well, of course I know you. The mover wiped the sweat from his forehead with an awkward smile and said cautiously, perhaps Jin Shuyi has retired. Why don't you go check at his home? Retired? It seemed that last time he came, he indeed heard news about Uncle Chen wanting to retire. Concern leads to chaos. After the mover's reminder, Bai Yujing finally remembered. Sorry, I accidentally used too much strength just now. At that moment, Bai Yujing lost interest in continuing to ask how he knew his name, apologized casually, and turned to leave. He knew where Uncle Chen lived, and he was going to confirm it at Uncle Chen's house next. No, it's fine. Watching Bai Yujing's departing figure, the mover touched his back and found it already soaked with cold sweat. Who is it? Behind the door, a middle-aged woman in her 50s opened the door. Her eyes were a bit red, as if she had just been crying. My name is Bai Yujing. I am a junior of Uncle Chen. Is Uncle Chen at home? Bai Yujing bowed slightly. Are you the little Bai that old Chen often talks about? The middle-aged woman stared at Bai Yujing's face for a moment, asking somewhat uncertainly. Yes, come in and talk. Seeing that there was no one around, Aunt Chen sighed and stepped aside to make way. On the coffee table in the living room were 2 teacups. One cup was already empty, as if someone had just left. Aunt Chen poured a cup of fresh tea for Bai Yujing and then sat down opposite him. I heard Uncle Chen has retired. Isn't he home? Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Bai Yujing looked around and, finding Uncle Chen was not at home, asked, Old Chen. He died last week while on a mission. The middle-aged woman covered her face and wept. What? Bai Yujing was shocked by this news and stood up. The teacup fell from the coffee table, spilling tea on the floor. He suppressed his grief, his voice deep and low. Tell me, who killed Uncle Chen? Aunt Chen cried as she spoke. I don't know the specifics of what happened. I just heard from someone who came from the Bureau of Martial Supervision to deliver compensation that old Chen was already dead when he was found. Aunt Chen wept bitterly. I always heard old Chen mention you, saying you were a child of misfortune. That day I asked him where he was going, but he didn't tell me. He said if he told me and something happened, you would definitely come looking for answers. He had seen too many people seeking revenge for others and ended up losing their lives. He didn't want you to get involved. I understand. Bai Yujing's voice was low as he took out a stack of money from his pocket. Aunt Chen, take this money as a small token of my appreciation. After saying that, fearing Aunt Chen would refuse, Bai Yujing stuffed the money into her hands, said his goodbyes, and left. Was this how it would end? Along the way, feeling the surging anger within Bai Yujing like a volcano about to erupt, Suyin felt it wouldn't end so simply. He knew Bai Yujing hadn't forgotten the hatred for the brutal slaughter of his family. He was just choosing to endure for the time being, suppressing his anger deep inside. This anger was like a spark, just waiting for the last straw to completely explode. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, Bai Yujing, holding the magic sword, suddenly opened his eyes, a red glint flashing in them. He jumped out of bed decisively, walked to the wardrobe, and found an unworn light blue trench coat to change into, then took his long sword and stepped out. However, after taking just a few steps, he stopped. Bai Yujing thought of a question. During the day, that mover somehow knew his name. Could it be that others recognized him too? After a moment of thought, he untied the hairband holding his hair and let his long hair down. After casually putting the hairband away in his pocket, he covered his face with a white cloth. Just a simple disguise, Bai Yujing murmured as he looked at the reflection of the white-clad goddess in the shiny sword blade. Goodness, what does it mean to be a cross-dressing boss? Tactical retreat. Suyin was also stunned by this transformation. Sneaking out at this hour and changing his gender, he almost knew what Bai Yujing was planning. This was definitely going to stir up trouble. He entered a shopping mall and circled around the nearby streets a couple of times. After confirming that no one was following him, Bai Yujing used Wind Spirit Moon Shadow in a dark corner of an alley. Moments later, he disappeared into the night. Under the night sky, a figure swiftly moved through the shadows, Bai Yujing's expression serious, his thoughts racing. Uncle Chan's death ignited his anger, but at the same time, it intensified the urgency he felt since breaking through to the Grand Martial Master level. Earlier in the basement, he witnessed the immense destructive power unleashed by the Grand Martial Master using martial techniques. All the wooden dummies were obliterated in an instant, as if struck by lightning. The gap in strength between the Grand Martial Master and the Martial Master was already so vast. What about the difference between the Martial Lord and the Grand Martial Master? For days, Bai Yujing had been intentionally or unintentionally ignoring this disparity. For the higher he cultivated, the more he felt the despair that was as deep as a chasm. It wasn't until today, upon learning of Uncle Chan's death, that he was suddenly jolted awake. Although he had become a Grand Martial Master, it was still not enough. He came from a poor background, with mediocre talent, far inferior to those who were born with everything, lacking in cultivation resources, and had renowned masters guiding them from a young age, solidifying their foundations as heirs of martial arts families. At the current pace, even with the divine sword's nurturing, Bai Yujing estimated it would take him at least several months before he could attempt to break into the martial lord realm. This was already a speed that other martial artists could only dream of. But would the one who killed his sister and mother leave him so much time? Perhaps one day soon, he too would be killed by that person, who would disdainfully step over his body, grinning as they pulled out his heart. In a hidden corner, he would die silently, unnoticed, becoming just another cold number in the daily death toll reported in the news. This was a fate he would never accept. It seemed he needed to kill more people. With this thought, Bai Yujing's expression grew colder as he remained hidden in the shadows. When he visited Aunt Shen during the day, he had momentarily forgotten in his grief and anger. It was only when the night grew deep and quiet that the conversation he overheard outside Uncle Chen's office last week suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Uncle Chen had mentioned investigating something related to the cult of the evil god at the Shangshi Daxia Entertainment City. He seemed to have also mentioned underground illegal fighting. Bai Yujing had heard of this place. It was a famous den of vice in Daxia, operating many gray industries like nightclubs, casinos, usury, and underground fighting. There were many such establishments in Ninghai City, and they occupied a large area. Uncle Chen's death must be closely related to the people at Shangshi Daxia Entertainment City. Standing atop the dome of one of the Shangshi Daxia Entertainment Cities in Ninghai City, the building was ablaze with lights on this snowy night. Bai Yujing, having emerged from the shadows, stood high above, his hawk-like gaze coldly scanning every person entering the place. Who exactly killed Uncle Chen? Checking one person at a time would take a lot of time and might not yield any results. Why not just kill them all? His eyes flickered slightly. A somewhat mad idea appeared in his mind. But if there were martial lords stationed in the entertainment city, he might not be able to leave unscathed. Moreover, with so many people around, going on a killing spree here would easily attract the attention of patrolling officers on the street. However, for some reason, it seemed there were no inspectors from the Martial Supervision Bureau tonight. After observing for a while from the dome, Bai Yujing's mind gradually calmed. Perhaps he needed to think of other methods? Just as he was about to abandon this somewhat crazy idea and first gather intelligence in secret, his gaze caught a signal emanating from an inconspicuous corner behind the entertainment city, raising an eyebrow. A distress signal meant for informants? He recognized it from a chance encounter. What a timely coincidence. I didn't expect you to be an informant for the Martial Supervision Bureau. This is quite an unexpected discovery. In front of a secluded small door behind the entertainment city, a burly man with a scarred face gestured for his three underlings to stop. He smiled a grim smile as he looked at a chubby man who had been cornered against the wall. Speak, how do you want to die? Taking the knife sheath handed over by the little brother, he drew out a blood-stained long knife. The scarred face spoke lightly, I killed here. Or, according to the rules, it will be thrown to the newcomer as a practice for their initiation. Can I choose neither? The chubby boy leaned against the wall, a mournful expression on his face. Of course not, little friend. The scarred face tapped the chubby boy's face with the back of the knife. If you don't choose, I'll have to choose for you. Wait, can you give me a few minutes to think it over? The chubby boy pleaded. At that moment, he saw a mocking smile appear on the scarred face. It was like a cat toying with a poor mouse. The scar on his face became even more menacing with that smile. You just secretly sent a distress signal, didn't you? Planning to buy time for the nearby search officers to come rescue you? Caught in his own thoughts, the chubby boy's pleading expression suddenly froze. Since that's the case, how about we play a game? The scarred face plunged the bloodied long knife into the snow, appearing like a demon against the white backdrop. Let's bet on whether a search officer will come to save you within a minute. The few little brothers beside him leisurely took out their stopwatches, seemingly unconcerned. Had he become bait? No way. The chubby boy's heart sank. Time passed second by second. Until the scarred face began the countdown, no one had appeared. Time's up. It seems your distress signal went unnoticed by the search officers. Seemingly enjoying the fear of his prey, the scarred face drew the long knife, raising it high. To be honest, no one will come here tonight. The surrounding little brothers laughed heartily, eagerly anticipating the upcoming scene. The chubby boy was so terrified he almost collapsed to the ground, but for some reason, he felt a sense of relief in his heart, just as he raised his head, preparing to accept his fate. In the next second, he widened his eyes in shock. What shocked the chubby boy was not the grinning scarred face before him, nor was it the menacing long knife raised high, about to swing down at him. It was when the scarred face said no one would come tonight, and he raised his head to welcome his death. Above the scarred face's head, in midair, suddenly appeared a figure dressed in moon-white snow clothing, long hair flowing, holding a sword sheath in one hand. floating in the air against the moon. True essence controlling the air. This was the mark of a martial lord. The chubby boy did not know that Bai Yujing had actually achieved this effect using wind spirit. After a moment of shock, he quickly realized he might be saved, and immediately shouted for help. Martial lord, help! I have important information. He believed this seemingly kind search officer would definitely not stand by and watch him die. Even at death's door, still playing such childish tricks. The scarred face and his companions exchanged glances, chuckling in disbelief. Little friend, you. Before he could finish, the scarred face's expression suddenly changed, because he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying beast's gaze upon him. When he was just a young man entering the blood chi realm, this feeling had saved him more than once. The scarred face believed this was a talent. Even now, as a strong practitioner in the early stages of the martial master realm, he had avoided many dangers relying on this talent. Even if the chubby boy was just bluffing, he preferred to believe it was real. At that moment, a white figure surrounded by a green whirlwind deftly landed in front of the chubby boy, instantly sending the few of them flying back with the powerful wind pressure. The scarred face barely steadied himself by plunging the long knife into the snow, but the lower-ranked little brothers were blown all over the place. Damn it! Someone really came, and they were this strong. In just one encounter, fear arose in the scarred face's heart. He was no match. Run, you must run. Brothers, don't be afraid, it's just a woman. Let's go together. Scarface drew his long knife and roared to the sky. A few of his underlings immediately understood and charged towards the white figure. But what they didn't notice was that after Scarface shouted that line, he directly threw away the long knife and turned to flee towards the small door. What the hell? How shameless. He thought Scarface was going to fight to the death. In the end, this feigned bravado from the sixth brother almost made Suin unable to hold back. We can't let him escape. He will go back to report. The chubby one shouted anxiously when he saw Scarface trying to run. Looking at Scarface's back, which seemed to wish for 2 more legs, Bai Yujing took a deep breath. Blood fresh flower. His right hand gripped the hilt of his sword. Draw the sword out of the sheath. Clang! The moment the sword blade was unsheathed, Bai Yujing stepped forward, darting past several people like a ghost in a flash. The shadow of the sword swept past Scarface, vanishing in an instant. Sheathing the sword, he then calmly walked past the others towards the chubby one. The 4 were momentarily stunned, wanting to turn around to see what had happened, but they couldn't control their bodies no matter what. At that moment, almost in an instant, a fine red line appeared on the necks of the 4 simultaneously. Scarface touched his neck. His head fell off. Scalding blood gushed from the headless corpses, painting 4 bright blood roses on the snow. Wow, so strong. The chubby one was astonished, his mouth unconsciously forming an O shape. This was a one-hit kill. Stealing a glance at Scarface, who had been so arrogant just a minute ago and was now a headless corpse, the chubby one couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What were you trying to show off for? Thank you for saving me, my lord. I am an informant from the 5th section of the Martial Supervision Bureau, codename 13. Seeing his savior approach, Wu 13 brushed off the dirty snow on his clothes and said respectfully, Second-class investigator, Shui. Bai Yujing slightly nodded, using a disguised female voice to give a false name. So it's Lord Shui. Upon hearing this, Wu 13 suddenly realized. Now it was Su Yin's turn to be surprised. You dare to say you know the fake name I just made up? That's too fake. You know me? Bai Yujing looked at him with a strange expression. Of course, I don't know you. However, Wu 13 felt embarrassed to say this. After all, the other had just saved him. But he wouldn't lie either. His chubby face turned bright red. By the way, is Lord Shui here to deal with the cultists of the evil god? Upon hearing the words cultists of the evil god, Bai Yujing immediately knew he had found the right place. Yes, tell me, what exactly is going on? Lord Shui, are the other investigators still on their way? Wu 13 stood on tiptoe, looking into the night behind Bai Yujing, and asked curiously. It's just me. Only you, an investigator? Didn't Lord Chen explain the seriousness of this matter when he returned? For a moment, Wu 13 was stunned. I didn't mean to doubt your strength. Seeing the expression of the snow-clad lady in front of him was off, Wu 13 quickly added in a very fast tone, Tonight, on the 5th underground level of the entertainment city, where underground fights usually take place, a grand event is going to be held. It is said that the organizers somehow brought a few ferocious beasts from the Ninghai Mountains and planned to secretly arrange a beast fight. And then? Originally, this beast fight was a carnival for those gamblers who usually enjoy watching underground fights, but somehow the news leaked out, and as of today, nearly 1,000 spectators have signed up. At this point, Wu Shisan's tone was clearly urgent, but in reality, the beast fighting is just a facade. It is a grand feast meticulously planned by the followers of the evil god to offer sacrifices to the Lord of Flesh and Blood. In the underground 5th level of this entertainment city, there is a sacrificial array. Once the array is activated, all the corpses within will become offerings to the Lord of Flesh and Blood, and the consequences are unimaginable. What is the strongest realm here? Just as Wu Shisan was elaborating, Bai Yujing, disguised as Shui, suddenly asked an unrelated question. It should be that evil god's follower, a great martial master in the early stage. What level are the ferocious beasts? There are a few at the second level, and only one at the third level. Bai Yujing nodded and walked towards a small door of the entertainment city. Lead the way. Wait a moment, my lord. It's not just a matter of realm, the evil god's follower. Wu Shisan looked at Shui, who had just been in front of him and was about to walk into the entertainment city, and instantly turned into a dazed and adorable baby. Gritting his teeth, Wu Shisan chased after her. Shui was his savior. He couldn't just let her run away alone. My lord, wait for me. Is this the place you mentioned for the beast fighting? After entering the entertainment city, Wu Shisan followed the elevator down to the 4th underground level, then walked through several small paths, and finally descended to the 5th level. Bai Yujing pointed to a large iron gate guarded by 2 burly men in black not far away. Yes, my lord, Wu Shisan whispered from behind Bai Yujing. We must act low-key here, remember. However, before he could finish, he noticed that Shui, who had just been in front of him, was walking straight towards the iron gate. Who goes there? Stop! The 2 fierce-looking men stepped forward, blocking the iron gate from a distance. The beast fighting has already begun. Those without entry qualifications are not allowed inside. Wu Shisan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly walked towards the iron gate, trying to get there before Bai Yujing. We have qualifications. He reached into his pocket to feel for the invitation but found nothing, his expression changing slightly. It seemed that the invitation had accidentally fallen out when he was escaping earlier. He could only awkwardly explain, brothers, could you make an exception? We were in a hurry and seemed to have forgotten the invitation. No invitation. The 2 men exchanged glances, their expressions unfriendly as they drew their weapons to threaten him. So that means we don't have entry qualifications? In that case, get lost. Don't block my sight here. Wu Shisan opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but he heard a soft retort from behind, as if to himself, qualifications? Bai Yujing passed by him and walked straight towards the iron gate, completely ignoring the 2 men. Clang! The 2 men in black didn't react in time. With just one sword strike, 2 pillars of blood shot up into the sky. The iron gate shattered into pieces under that single blow. Is this qualification enough? Before the 2 heads hit the ground, Bai Yujing had already entered through the iron gate, holding the magic sword in one hand. Not a single drop of blood stained her snowy attire. What the heck? Wu Shisan was stunned by this display. As an informant, he had seen many high-ranking martial investigators, but none had been as decisive as the Shui before him. Could she have previously served in the Ten Kings office? Although this was against protocol, Bai Yujing had truly been impressive just now. Shui, wait for me. After passing through the iron gate, the 2 entered a dark narrow path. It was initially extremely narrow, just wide enough for one person. After walking several dozen steps, light began to appear ahead. The brilliant lights were faintly visible. The noise, the clamor, the roars of ferocious beasts, the lively atmosphere almost hit him in the face. Lord Shui, ahead is tonight's main venue, which is also the range of the sacrificial array. At this point, Wu Shisan hesitated for a moment. I will go in with you to identify that evil god's follower. No need, you can leave now. My lord. Wu Shisan was taken aback, then became excited. I'm not afraid of death. As an informant for the Martial Supervision Bureau, I have long been prepared for sacrifice. You can't die yet. Bai Yujing frowned. When things get chaotic later, I won't have time to protect you. For him, a living witness was the only way to clear his suspicion. It was Shui who killed, not Bai Yujing. If he died, it would be meaningless. After saying this, Bai Yujing ignored Wu Shisan and walked directly towards the venue ahead with his sword in hand. I understand. Lord Shui is really gentle. The frown on his face shows he is worried about my safety. Watching the figure in white gradually disappear ahead, Wu Shisan's eyes brimmed with tears as he turned and ran outside without looking back. Lord Shui, you must survive. Watching the little chubby boy run while crying like a baby, Suin suddenly felt a chill. What on earth is this kid imagining? With this demeanor, could it be that he has developed feelings for Bai Yujing? You're being led astray by that male fairy. The key is that you're here getting all emotional while no one even noticed. Glancing at Bai Yujing, who was holding the demon sword and purposefully walking towards the venue, Suin knew that he hadn't said those words out of any shallow reason like pity. He realized he had been enjoying sarcasm more and more lately. Perhaps it was because he hadn't communicated with anyone for too long. By not speaking, he was almost forgetting his own existence. He wondered if the demon sword could evolve further and develop a communication skill. It would be fine if he could only communicate with the sword master. Just as Suin was lost in thought, Bai Yujing had already stepped into the venue. Contrary to the narrow passage he entered through, the interior of the venue was very spacious, with a central square arena covering about 300 square meters. On the arena, in different areas, 4 ferocious beasts of various species were engaged in one-on-one battles with 4 martial artists. They occasionally let out furious roars. Below the stage, the crowd surged, the atmosphere booming, all eyes glued to the stage, their expressions exceptionally excited. At a glance, the sea of heads was endless. Bai Yujing roughly estimated that there were definitely more than the 1,000 people mentioned by that informant named Wu. If you counted the numerous security personnel maintaining order below the stage, the number of people here tonight was absolutely over 1,000. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the arena. Roar! A martial artist, who appeared to have sustained a leg injury during the ongoing battle, was affected in agility. Faced with another swift attack from the beast, he didn't have time to dodge. The beast opened its massive jaws and bit down on one of the martial artist's legs. Then, it violently lifted its head, tearing the leg off completely. A large amount of blood gushed from the severed leg, staining the arena floor crimson. The martial artist, who was already struggling to defend himself, lost all power to resist after losing a leg. He could only watch helplessly as the beast approached him step by step. Stimulated by the smell of blood, the audience below became even more frenzied. Many even turned red with rage. Eat him, you beast, what are you hesitating for? I've bet all my money on you. Get up, you useless thing. It's just a leg, get up and keep fighting. It's over, I'm going to lose. I sold my house for this. Amid the frenzied atmosphere of the audience below, the ferocious beast launched a fierce attack. The warrior, having lost a leg, had no choice but to raise the back of his sword to defend himself. Bang! The sword slipped from his hand and, in an instant, the beast's sharp claws ripped him open. He gasped his last breath on the spot. What followed was an extremely brutal scene. The beast's claws pressed down on the corpse's chest as it lowered its head and bit into the other leg. Then came the sickening sound of chewing. Ah, I won. I finally won. Damn it, what a waste, I've lost everything. Eat well. Whoa, give me my money back, I don't want to play anymore. On stage, the outcome was clear. Below, some were ecstatic, while others looked as if they had lost their loved ones. Some shook their heads, others sighed. Holding the dripping blood magic sword, Bai Yujing stood at the entrance, watching all of this. Silent and wordless, he felt out of place among the frenzied crowd. Soon, security personnel patrolling the venue noticed him. What are you doing here? What am I doing here? Bai Yujing repeated the question back, as if questioning himself. Answer quickly, or I'll shoot. The man seemed a bit off, and his face was covered with a white cloth. Blood dripped from the black long sword in his right hand. He looked nothing like someone who came to watch a beast fight. After waiting a few seconds without a response, the security personnel grew impatient. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a sudden pain shot through his neck, and his vision began to rise. What was happening? Why did the headless corpse on the ground look so familiar? The audience was getting closer. At that moment, a gambler who had just won money was shouting wildly, his face flushed. Suddenly, a round object fell into his hands, sticky to the touch. Which bastard threw this at me? Crack! The curse he was about to utter was abruptly cut off. Murder, there's been a murder. His scream was like thunder on a clear day, instantly causing a stir among the audience outside the ring. However, the venue was simply too large. The commotion in this corner did not attract much attention. The gamblers inside remained fervently focused on the beast arena in the center, shouting with all their might. Someone's causing trouble in our entertainment city. Get over here, quick, put down the sword. 3 security personnel who rushed over drew their guns and aimed at Bai Yujing, yet he merely squinted. The magic sword in his right hand gradually became enveloped in a bluish-red aura, falling leaf style. Bai Yujing's swordplay was incredibly swift, like autumn winds sweeping away leaves. He flashed forward, and in a single breath, he severed the heads of the 3 men. Bai Yujing was now a master at the great martial master level. Even using only yellow-level sword techniques, these security personnel were utterly powerless before him, like wolves among sheep. The venue was crowded, a mix of people. In less than a minute, dozens of security personnel and outside gamblers fell under his sword. Bai Yujing's strikes were like startled swans, enhanced by the speed of his wind-based true energy. He reached a level where every strike was lethal. Often, with one swing, 1 or 2 people would fall. Continuously, a large amount of vitality was transmitted back to him through the magic sword, instantly absorbed and transformed into true energy by the cyclone in his dantian under the refining of the wind and thunder source flow. With each kill, it felt as if his body cells were conveying a desire to him, a craving for more blood, a craving for more slaughter. At first, he was still not quite accustomed to it, but as the number of people falling under his sword increased, he no longer suppressed this feeling. Beneath his feet, blood gradually flowed like a river. The blood stained the ground, flowing towards the inner arena. More and more spectators began to sense that something was wrong. In that instant, the gamblers who had just been clamoring in the venue fell silent. The crowd suddenly hushed. In the blink of an eye, screams erupted, and the crowd began to scatter in panic. No one had the heart to pay attention to the fierce beast fights on the stage anymore. The chaos among the audience quickly caught the attention of a blond man in black-rimmed glasses, holding a wineglass in the stands. "Oh, you say there's a woman with a sword slaughtering people in the venue? Lord Edward, should I send someone to stop her?" "Not just the guests, many of our people from the Great Xia are also being killed." "No need, the more people die, the more it pleases me." Edward chuckled lightly, swirling the red wine in his glass. Oh, I almost forgot about you." Edward spread his fingers, gently clenched his fist, and the head of the subordinate before him burst like a watermelon. It was as if there was an invisible hand in the air. "It's time to start this feast." Standing in front of a floor-to-ceiling window, he looked down at the crowd below, panicking and trampling each other in a desperate bid for survival. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Humans are truly ugly. Let me add some fuel to the fire for you." He snapped his fingers. The protective barrier around the arena shattered with a loud crash. Without the protection of the barrier, the four ferocious beasts on the stage immediately leaped into the crowd. Most of the gamblers were ordinary people. Under the onslaught of the beasts, they were almost killed with a single touch, and casualties rapidly escalated. The cries, curses, wails of the crowd intertwined with the roars of the beasts. This venue turned into a hell on earth. The sudden change in the scene quickly caught Su Yin's attention. What was happening? Why were there beasts competing with him for experience points? Under the frenzied slaughter of Bai Yujing and the four ferocious beasts, in just a short quarter of an hour, all the living people in the underground fifth-floor venue of the entertainment city were wiped out. Even the four ferocious beasts lay on the ground, their heads severed. You ask how the beasts also died?" Su Yin indicated that they were casually killed by Bai Yujing, who was blinded by rage. Unfortunately, Bai Yujing was alone. Even with such a high kill efficiency, he still lost quite a few kills to the beasts. Su Yin lamented the missed opportunities. When no one was left standing on the stage, the red glow in Bai Yujing's eyes gradually faded. His pure white snow robe was also stained red with blood. Bai Yujing did not let Wu Shisan identify who the evil god's followers were, because Uncle Chen might have been killed by someone else. But as long as he killed them all, he would inevitably find the one who truly killed Uncle Chen. The venue was covered with corpses. As for whether there were many innocent people among them, he did not care at all. He had already lost all his relatives. As long as he could take revenge, he could disregard everything. Dragging the demon sword on the ground, Bai Yujing staggered towards the exit. He had to leave. So many people had died here, someone would definitely discover it tomorrow. By then, the trouble would be immense. Moreover, the divine sword had returned a massive amount of vitality to him tonight, and the wind and thunder source flow was merely a mysterious level technique, unable to be fully refined in a short time. This wave of vitality was still surging wildly within him. He needed some time to digest, absorb, and then turn it into his own power. However, just then, clap, clap, clap. In the quiet venue, the sound of applause suddenly rang out. "You really saved me a lot of trouble, my beautiful lady." An elegant blonde man strolled onto the stage. "Nice to meet you, I am Edward." With the sound echoing, blood-red runes suddenly rose from the ground of the entire venue. A large number of severed limbs, broken arms, and blood began to emit an ominous crimson light, shriveling as if being absorbed by the ground. "So now, may I ask you, to die?" As soon as the words fell, Edward elegantly snapped his fingers. Instantly, Bai Yujing was struck as if hit by a heavy object, sent flying. What, this old six? He actually launched a sneak attack. Edward's ambush was so sudden that it caught him off guard. He wanted to dodge, but due to the turmoil of his internal energy, he couldn't mobilize his true chi and could only cling tightly to the demon sword, being heavily slammed into the pile of corpses. "Wait, why is it a man?" Edward's smile instantly froze. However, what happened next made him even more furious. "Why can't the ones you killed be sacrificed? What did you do? What did you do? What did you do? It was so close, just a little more and I could have become the beloved of the beautiful, noble, and mysterious Lord of Flesh and Blood, gaining more power, and my invisible hand would have become stronger. I would dominate this world. But all of this was ruined by you, this humble, filthy, ugly insect. Unforgivable, unforgivable." Unforgivable. Edward's face no longer held the elegance and composure it once had. He was completely mad and brutal. Invisible and sharp blades began to wreak havoc around him. The marble arena in the center of the venue was slashed diagonally, the smooth ground and walls became pockmarked, and the collapsed rubble buried by Yujing layer upon layer. Madman. This was Su Yin's assessment of this evil god's follower as an observer. A bit powerful, but mentally twisted. A bit of power, but not much. His so-called power, the invisible hand, was just an ugly tentacle. Indeed, from Su Yin's perspective, Edward's back was covered with hundreds of flesh buds, densely packed in every corner, looking extremely horrifying. With every swing, the tentacles connected to the hundreds of flesh buds danced wildly, like a frenzy of demons. But for some reason, it seemed only he could perceive this reality. Bai Yujing appeared oblivious. Perhaps not seeing such a thing was a kind of happiness. After all, even for someone like Su Yin, who could be considered inhuman and devoid of fear, looking at it for too long felt a bit like losing sanity. Although Edward was only at the great martial master level in martial arts, with this tentacle, let's just call it a power for now, it could still severely injure Bai Yujing with a single blow. It was a sneak attack, and coupled with the turmoil in Bai Yujing's internal energy, he was already exhausted. It seems somewhat unfair, but isn't the world like this? There are no absolute rights or wrongs. The weak are prey to the strong, only the victors can write the rules. The losers and the truth can only be ruthlessly buried by time. Su Yin's gaze fell on Edward, who was dancing like a demon, then looked at Bai Yujing, buried deep under the rubble, seemingly unable to rise again. For a moment, he felt a strange expression. It seemed that the outcome was already decided. However, having been by Bai Yujing's side for nearly a year, witnessing everything about him, his hardships, rise, happiness, pain, and despair, Su Yin believed he absolutely would not, nor could he, so easily fall here. Underground, 5th level, Beast Fighting Master Venue. After enduring Edward's frenzied whipping for a full 5 minutes, this place no longer resembled its original state. Blood and flesh splattered across the surrounding ruins and broken walls. After venting his anger and calming down slightly, Edward's gaze suddenly locked onto the pile of rubble pressing down on Bai Yujing. He could sense that beneath that pile of stones, there was still a breath of life. "It's all over," he said coldly. As the words fell, the hundreds of flesh buds on Edward's back swayed in the wind. At the same time, the hundreds of twisted, menacing tentacles connected to him lashed out towards the pile of rubble. Was it really going to end like this? Back in the magic sword, looking at Bai Yujing, who was gasping for breath with several thick steel bars piercing through his chest, Sui let out a barely perceptible sigh. Perhaps even he himself did not realize that deep down, he hoped for a miracle to happen. However, just when Sui thought Bai Yujing was about to perish here, a sudden change occurred. The blood in Bai Yujing's body began to rapidly absorb the surrounding natural energy at an astonishing speed. This natural energy flowed into his body with his breath, reaching his heart and lungs. His heart resumed beating, and the revival of his lungs allowed the energy to circulate throughout his body with powerful breaths. The vast amount of blood energy that had been flowing wildly within him, unable to be absorbed by the cyclone in his dantian in such a short time, was now completely absorbed not only by the cyclone but by all the organs in his body, in sync with his breathing rhythm. The rich blood energy expelled the steel bars piercing through Bai Yujing's body and began to rapidly heal the terrifying wound on his chest. At the moment the injury was fully healed, Bai Yujing's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide, and his right hand gripping the magic sword tightened abruptly. Sui noticed that his eyes had turned completely blood red, as if he were a demon returning from hell. Was this the instinct driven by murderous intent? Just as countless writhing tentacles approached, a deafening sonic boom erupted. The massive pile of rubble pressing down on Bai Yujing suddenly exploded. The rising dust cloud made Edward instinctively turn his head, covering his mouth and nose with his hand, causing the writhing tentacles to momentarily pause. Cough, cough. What's going on? What answered him was a series of heavy footsteps. Edward turned back to see a figure with long hair slowly emerging from the dust, dressed in blood-soaked garments that fluttered without wind. However, what caught his attention more was the scarlet long sword in the figure's hand, radiating intense light. 5 streams of flames circled the sword's body, burning with black flames. Under the stimulation of the sword master's murderous intent, the magic sword also regained its true form. Bai Yujing felt a twinge of fear. Just moments ago, when he lost consciousness, his body had actively overclocked its breathing technique under the stimulus of death, completely absorbing the impure blood energy that had not been transformed within him. Although his injuries had healed, he had nearly been completely consumed by the malevolent energy within. Fortunately, at a critical moment, a refreshing aura emanating from the divine sword cleared his mind and helped him regain himself. However, the blood energy and chaotic true energy within him were still in turmoil, as if they were about to explode his body. This crisis was potentially fatal for him, but at the same time, how could it not be an opportunity? Bai Yujing had a premonition that if he could fully unleash this blood energy, he might gain unimaginable benefits. Now, he just needed a suitable opportunity. Just as he racked his brain thinking about what this opportunity might be, Edward on the opposite side grew impatient. "Humph, stop with the theatrics." He snapped his fingers, and hundreds of invisible, menacing tentacles surged toward Bai Yujing once again. From Suyin's perspective, the hundreds of frenzied, monstrous tentacles struck toward Bai Yujing from all directions at an astonishing speed, almost simultaneously. Although the venue was large, it was ultimately limited. Thus, under the overwhelming assault of so many tentacles, it was as if the sky was being blotted out. The momentum was not only grand but also extremely shocking. Yet, only Suyin could see all of this. If the followers of the evil god possessed such incredible power, how terrifying must the evil god's kin be? Unconsciously, Suyin thought of the evil god Eden's kin, dream of death. He wondered where that guy was now. Back to the point. For Bai Yujing, the sky full of tentacles and the howling noise rushing toward him went unnoticed. It was as if he existed in another dimension, much like how beings in a two-dimensional world cannot perceive or touch the existence of a three-dimensional world, while the three-dimensional world can interfere with and influence the beings of the two-dimensional world. Therefore, Bai Yujing could not perceive it. Perhaps the evil god was a higher dimensional existence that transcended humanity. Of course, this was merely Suyin's baseless speculation about the phenomenon, which might be far from the truth. However, this did not change the fact that Bai Yujing was facing a crisis that could affect life and death. In the face of this overwhelming wave of tentacles that could drive one to madness at a glance, Bai Yujing's expression remained unchanged. He even closed his eyes. Suyin wanted to remind Bai Yujing of the impending destructive blow, but he was just a sword that could not speak. He could only be a bystander, watching everything unfold before him. "Underestimating me is just asking for death," Edward said with a hint of excitement in his eyes, licking his lips and sneering. He was so excited because, after the initial madness subsided, he calmed down and observed that the blood and flesh energy that could not be sacrificed to the beautiful, noble, and mysterious Lord of Flesh and Blood had almost all been contained within this oblivious guy before him for some unknown reason. So, if he killed this guy and then sacrificed him to the Lord of Flesh and Blood again, would he not regain favor? It was very possible. "Oh, great Lord of Flesh and Blood, please accept the sacrifice of your most beloved follower." Edward's expression turned pious once more. Just then, Bai Yujing spoke lightly, "I'm curious, why are you so confident that I will be killed by you?" As he spoke, hundreds of tentacles had already surged in front of him. At the same time, Bai Yujing's right hand rested on the hilt of the magic sword. "Otherwise, if you can't even see my attack, how can you possibly counter it?" It was merely a dying struggle. Edward sneered as he watched Bai Yujing's hand on the hilt. He did not want to talk to a dead man. He wanted to see the body of this arrogant guy torn apart by his power. Through the magic sword, Suyin could feel Bai Yujing's hand on the hilt trembling slightly. Although his physical condition was not as dire as Suyin had imagined, it was not good either. What was he planning? Bai Yujing was waiting for an opportunity. When a person is caught between life and death, the potential hidden deep within their body is often greatly stimulated. His body could not withstand such a massive amount of blood energy and chaotic true energy, especially after being severely injured. He only had one chance to strike. All along, Bai Yujing had been using the sword techniques taught to him by the divine sword. He never considered himself a rare swordsmanship genius, nor did he have any particular talent in the way of the sword. His progress to this day was entirely due to the help of the divine sword. Yet, every time he swung his sword to kill, that feeling was firmly etched within him. It filled every inch of his meridians, every bit of his flesh and blood. It was remembered by every single cell in his body. Bai Yujing closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and focused his mind on the sword in his hand. In that instant, it seemed as if the entire world had quieted down. At the moment when hundreds of menacing tentacles were about to reach him, Bai Yujing moved. His body suddenly leaped into the air, his wrist and body twisting as he swung his sword. This strike was no different from the sword techniques he had used before to kill. But at the moment he unleashed the sword, a terrifying sword intent erupted from within him, sending shivers through anyone who caught a glimpse of it. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly into Bai Yujing's body, compressing, purifying, and liquefying the chaotic true energy that roamed throughout him into true essence. His realm was increasing at an unimaginable speed with every passing second. Before drawing his sword, he was merely a grand martial artist. But after this strike, that ordinary boy had completed his transformation from grand martial artist to martial sovereign. In the sky, Bai Yujing, 12 floors and 5 cities. An immortal caresses my crown, granting me longevity. Edward stared blankly at everything before him. sword intent, and a step into martial sovereign. He had never seen such a rapid breakthrough speed, nor had he ever heard of it. However, this was not the end. After this strike was unleashed, at that moment, Edward's pupils dilated as he witnessed the most brilliant scene he had ever seen in his life. Blood-red true essence continuously condensed above the demon sword, and by the time it fell, it had already formed a crescent-shaped sword chi, which grew larger and larger. In the next instant, the tentacles collided with the sword chi. It was as if there was no room for resistance, completely obliterated. One strike to sever. When Bai Yujing landed, the injuries to his body had been completely healed by the sword intent. How is this possible? And why can't my powers be restored? Did the demon sword trigger its ultimate kill effect? Looking at Edward, who sat on the ground in disbelief, Suin silently thought. Nothing is impossible. You lost, Bai Yujing said, tilting the demon sword at his side as he slowly walked toward Edward. That's right, it seems I lost. After his initial loss of composure, Edward regained his calm, sitting on the ground as if he had given up resistance. Can you tell me, what was the name of that move just now? It's my own creation, it has no name, Bai Yujing replied coldly. However, if it must have a name, I call it, Bai Luo Huangquan. Ding! Demon Sword Technique Absolute Type, Bai Luo Huangquan, has been recorded. Demon Sword Technique Absolute? What is that? I'll check it out later. I see. Edward let out a bitter laugh. You haven't killed me yet. You must have something to ask, right? That's right. My sister Bai Yueling, my mother, and Uncle Chen, you killed them, didn't you? Bai Yujing asked, pointing his sword at Edward. Who are they? Edward raised his head again, puzzled. I never kill beautiful ladies. I don't know who Uncle Chen is, but a week ago, I did kill a search officer with the surname Chen. You're lying to me. At this point, do I still have a reason to lie to you? Edward revealed a grim smile on his face. Without completing the sacrifice, the Lord of Flesh and Blood will not let me go. It seems this so-called Lord of Flesh and Blood isn't all that impressive after all. Looking at the seemingly completely resigned cultist of the evil god, Suin silently thought while checking the magic sword skill panel. Since the crisis had been averted, he took this opportunity to focus on the magic sword panel. He discovered that the magic sword skill had opened a third column, named Magic Sword Skill, Absolute. It was positioned next to the ultimate magic sword skill. However, there was currently only one skill inside, which was the recently recorded Biluo Wangquan. System, you know what I'm going to say. The system appeared promptly, providing an explanation. If a sword technique created by the swordmaster is recognized by the system will rate it, replicate it, and include it in Magic Sword Skill, Absolute. Biluo Wangquan, system rating, Heavenly Grade Low. What? It's actually a Heavenly Grade Low sword technique. Suin admitted he was a bit shocked when he saw the rating. Although the power displayed earlier was indeed impressive, he thought it would be at most a ground grade. He never expected that there would be a Heavenly Grade rating in the system. This was the first and only Heavenly Grade martial skill he had obtained, even if it was just low grade. But, one must know this is Heavenly Grade. In any ordinary martial arts family, it could be passed down as a family heirloom for generations. A martial skill of this level is something ordinary martial artists have only heard of in rumors. How did he obtain it so easily? This investment was worth it. Suin looked at Bai Yujing with a fatherly gaze, finding the swordmaster more and more pleasing to the eye. However, as a sword spirit, Suin still noticed some changes in Bai Yujing's personality. The murderous aura of blood rain had subtly influenced him. Although he had become a martial lord, the true energy in the cyclone had transformed into true essence. The blood-colored murderous aura had not diminished. The previous Bai Yujing would never have actively killed someone to improve his realm, even if those gamblers were not good people. On the other side, the questioning continued. Edward, who had lost all his tentacles, sat on a relatively intact skeleton, looking quite honest, almost answering every question. But Suin was unsure how credible his words were. In Ninghai City, there are more evil god cultists than just me. I don't know if it was one of their people who did it, but I have no dealings with them. Why don't you know? Aren't you all evil god cultists? Bai Yujing furrowed his brow as if suddenly realizing something. Edward, why do you have the illusion that all cultists believe in the same god? Edward looked a bit weary. As far as I know, besides the Lord of Flesh and Blood I believe in, there should be another one whose faith is different from mine. The recent possession incidents in Ninghai City should have been caused by another cultist. However, given the situation, that person should have reached the level of a favored one, otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a big commotion. Perhaps, the person you are looking for is him. I'm really unlucky, taking the blame for him and getting caught up in your mess. You killed Uncle Chen, so you aren't innocent either. Bai Yujing narrowed his eyes. Alright then, You should put the sword away first. Edward sighed and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. As you can see, without my powers, I'm just an ordinary grand martial artist. I no longer pose any threat to you. Bai Yujing glanced at Edward in front of him and removed the sword from his neck. You just mentioned there's another evil god cultist. Do you know which evil god he believes in? I don't know. Edward shook his head, and the next second, a sword was once again pressed against his neck. Wait, although I really don't know, I think it might be the doll princess. Looking at Bai Yujing, who drew his sword at the slightest disagreement, Edward felt a headache coming on. Princess of dolls? Bai Yujing's brows furrowed even deeper, as if trying to discern the truth in Edward's words. The evil god princess of dolls? Upon hearing that Edward actually had information about an evil god, Suin, who had been feeling drowsy listening to their tedious conversation, suddenly perked up. This was the third name of an evil god he had heard, following Eden and Lord of Flesh and Blood. Information about evil gods was rare. Suin lost interest in sleeping and focused on their conversation. That's right, it's Princess of Dolls. I learned her name from a divine revelation after offering a sacrifice to the beautiful, noble, and mysterious Lord of Flesh and Blood last month. Besides the beautiful, noble, and mysterious Lord of Flesh and Blood, the other evil god, Princess of Dolls, has also set her sights on this world. Although I don't know what her powers are, I suspect, from her name, that it might involve turning people into dolls or something like that. Maybe? Turning people into dolls? Internally noting this information, Bai Yujing's gaze became somewhat subtle for a moment. That's all I know. After saying this, Edward seemed to feel a sense of relief. Why are you telling me this? Bai Yujing retracted the magic sword in front of him and looked deeply at Edward. Because I have a sister too, and I can understand your feelings. Edward sighed softly. When he mentioned his sister, a gentle expression appeared in his eyes. You evil god followers have sisters too? Bai Yujing was somewhat surprised. What do you think we are, born from stone? Before becoming a follower, I was also a human, Edward retorted with annoyance. Looking at the two who had fought fiercely not long ago, almost blowing up the entire venue, now chatting peacefully like friends, Suin couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of this world. I know you will definitely kill me. Even if you don't, Lord of Flesh and Blood will kill me for the failed sacrifice. Could you do me a favor after I die? Edward patted the blood on his clothes and stood up from the bones he had been sitting on. He pulled out a bracelet from somewhere and laid it in his palm. This ice heart bracelet is a storage artifact with a restriction set on it. Please help me deliver it to my sister. She knows how to unlock the restriction. Once it's opened, consider this artifact as your reward. Think of it as my last request as a brother, just like you. Holding the bracelet in his hand, Edward looked seriously at Bai Yujing, seemingly waiting for his response. All right. After a moment of thought, Bai Yujing gave his answer. Receiving a positive response, Edward seemed somewhat relieved. He flipped his palm and slowly walked towards Bai Yujing with the ice heart bracelet. Closer. Just as he was about to reach Bai Yujing, Edward extended his hand to place the ice heart bracelet in Bai Yujing's hand, a strange smile barely visible at the corner of his mouth. However, what greeted him was a flash of sword light. A severed hand, covered in tiny flesh buds, fell onto a piece of a broken limb. What the hell, this old six? Watching the severed hand land on the limb, the flesh buds crazily burrowed into it. Suin was stunned. He thought this evil god follower had truly repented. Even he couldn't figure out how Bai Yujing had discovered it. I thought my performance just now was pretty good. How did you find out? I don't think my acting had any obvious flaws. And everything I said was true. I really do have a sister. Seeing the lie had been exposed, Edward no longer continued the meaningless pretense. His expression turned cold again. You clearly agreed just now. So I'm very curious, how did you find out? I didn't find out. Edward slowly typed out a question mark. I just suddenly wanted to stab you. You motherfucker, just for such a ridiculous reason? Edward's expression could no longer be maintained. He had thought of many reasons for being discovered. Perhaps it was that strange smile that had alerted the other party in advance. Or maybe it was because he was a follower of the evil god, so the other party had always been on guard against him. He never imagined it was for such a ridiculous reason as suddenly wanting to stab him. Just then, Bai Yujing's figure disappeared from Edward's sight. His eyes couldn't catch the other party's movements at all. The next second, he was greeted by the crisp sound of a sword being drawn. The sword moved like a startled swan. The gap in their realms was so great that he couldn't even block the sword's momentum. In the blink of an eye, Edward's head and 4 severed limbs flew off and fell to the ground. Strangely, when the magic sword sliced through Edward's neck, Suin did not receive any indication. Not dead yet? Or was it for some other reason? Seeing Edward's head roll on the ground with wide open eyes, Bai Yujing also sheathed his sword, intending to leave. Just then, the sacrificial array that had disappeared from the ground due to the lack of offerings and incomplete sacrifices reappeared. An evil bloodlight painted the entire venue crimson. What was going on? Wasn't it said that the sacrifice had already failed? Keek, you forced my hand. Since that's the case, let's die together. A hoarse voice from Edward came from behind Bai Yujing. He turned around. He saw that Edward's body, along with the 4 severed limbs, had also manifested the sacrificial array beneath them. Bai Yujing pressed down on the sword hilt. With incredible speed, he unleashed the split wind thunder. 5 thick golden red lightning bolts, carrying unmatched might, shot towards Edward's severed limbs. He was now at the martial lord realm. The speed and power of the split wind thunder were far greater than when he had just entered the great martial master stage. However, just as the split wind thunder was about to hit, it suddenly vanished in a bizarre manner, as if it had never existed. What did you do? Bai Yujing had just tried it out and found that this space was sealed by an unknown force. He coldly looked at Edward. However, at this moment, Edward had already transformed into something unrecognizable. In the red light, his head split open in the middle, and large chunks of flesh buds burst forth from his limbs, sprouting grotesque and disgusting tentacles. The whole person resembled a twisted monster. It's useless, you can't stop the arrival of the Lord of Flesh and Blood. As his most beloved follower, I sacrifice my own flesh and blood so that he can briefly descend upon Ninghai City. When the time comes, I want you, and this city, to accompany me in death. Was this a summoning of the evil god? Now, it wasn't just Bai Yujing. Even Suyin and the magic sword's blade changed his expression. This was getting serious. He never expected that just a follower of the evil god could attract the attention of the evil god. Suyin wasn't confident that Bai Yujing could contend with an existence of that level. Could it be that he was going to perish here this time? Before long, Suyin keenly sensed an unknown presence's gaze descending upon Ninghai City. At that moment, the entire Ninghai City woke countless people from their dreams, filled with inexplicable fear. The Ninghai Mountains were eerily quiet, with the ferocious beasts resting in their respective territories, trembling in fear. At the Feng family's residence, the Gothic lowly, Feng Shuitong, who was quietly sitting in the room holding a rabbit doll, cast her gaze out the window, her eyes flickering. Inside a certain mansion, a man in a black trench coat stood up from the sofa, murmuring, "Evil god?" However, at this moment, the one suffering the most was Bai Yujing, who was directly facing this pressure in the underground venue. He forcefully drove the magic sword into the ground. With one hand gripping the magic sword, he knelt on one knee, desperately resisting the suffocating pressure. His lips were bitten until they bled, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for the effect of the magic sword's skill, enhancement aura, it was uncertain whether he could remain conscious at this moment. As for Suyin, he felt no sense of oppression at all. In fact, he was even a bit drowsy. Could it be because I am in sword spirit form? He found it puzzling. It's coming. I can feel the gaze of the great Lord of Flesh and Blood. Edward, transformed into a twisted monster, excitedly waved his tentacles. As he spoke, Suyin felt a cold gaze descend upon the underground venue. The Lord of Flesh and Blood had arrived. Was this the gaze of the Lord of Flesh and Blood? With the arrival of the evil god, the pressure escalated once more. Your most beloved follower, Edward, is here, my esteemed Lord of Flesh and Blood. Edward excitedly stared at a certain spot in the void. The gaze of the Lord of Flesh and Blood swept over Edward, not lingering for a moment. Then, it turned to Bai Yujing, the evil god, indescribable and unapproachable. Bai Yujing closed his eyes, not daring to open them. His internal energy surged. Although it was exceptionally difficult to resist, his hand still firmly gripped the magic sword. Finally, the gaze fell upon the magic sword in Bai Yujing's hand. Though it had no physical form, at that moment, Suyin felt as if their gazes had met. In the venue, the red light of the blood-red formation suddenly faltered. Moments later, the extremely evil red light that had been everywhere vanished completely, and the entire venue returned to calm. The Lord of Flesh and Blood had left, departing silently, unlike the oppressive entrance. With a wave of his sleeve, he took nothing with him, not even the flesh and blood Edward had sacrificed. It was all about letting go. Only Edward, who had transformed into a monster, remained in the venue, bewildered. Although the Lord of Flesh and Blood had descended for a short time and left quickly, for some reason, Suyin had the illusion that he had just fled. Was it because I carry the aura of the evil god Eden? Below is the dividing line. This chapter is somewhat of a poor update. Fighting continuously can be tiring, so I took a break to supplement the protagonist's setting and think about how to make the subsequent plot more exciting. With the new book starting, I seek bookshelf placements, followers, and urges for updates. Eden sent himself a finishing magic sword technique through his follower, the Dream of Death, the ultimate true method. Perhaps it also allowed him to acquire a hint of the evil god's aura. There may be a hierarchy among evil gods, just as there is among human warriors. The Lord of Flesh and Blood discovered the presence of Eden's aura, which is why he abandoned his gaze on this world. Fleeing in panic might be because the Lord of Flesh and Blood's rank is actually much lower than Eden's? Suyin believed this to be the closest inference to the truth. It can't be that he was scared away by just a glance. Before becoming a magic sword, he was just an ordinary human. If there was any difference between him and the people in this world, it was only his identity as a transmigrator. Perhaps being a transmigrator counts as one? However, he would rather consider himself a soul transmigrator. If it weren't for becoming a black household due to transmigrating, he might have already made a name for himself in school. Regardless of the reason, the final result was that the gaze of the Lord of Flesh and Blood left this world. Edward's mad plan to drag everyone in Ninghai City into the abyss ended in such an absurd outcome. How should I put it? Su Yin's evaluation of this was somewhat half-hearted. It seems that the god you believe in did not choose to help you. Wiping away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he sat down on the spot for a while, circulating his energy to calm his breath and quell the surging blood within him. Bai Yujing stood up, picked up the magic sword, and tilted his hand holding the hilt slightly as he slowly walked towards the petrified flesh and blood monster. Why? It was as if he hadn't heard. The flesh and blood monster showed no reaction to Bai Yujing's approach, merely repeating this phrase in a vague manner. Had his intelligence regressed after his faith collapsed? Looking down at the limp flesh and blood monster, Bai Yujing said calmly, "Tearing Wind Thunder, second form." With one sword strike, he effortlessly sliced through the flesh and blood monster transformed from Edward. Turning around, he walked towards the exit. Shattered tooth. Although he had only struck once, the flesh and blood monster was torn apart under that single blow. The scattered chunks of flesh exploded. His life force rapidly faded, and a surge of life energy was transmitted through the magic sword into Bai Yujing's body. In the moment before death, Edward seemed to regain some awareness. Noticing the life being swiftly drained away, he looked at the figure in bloodstained clothes walking towards the exit, his remaining eye suddenly widening. You are also. This was a sacrifice. As a follower of the evil god, he was not unfamiliar with this. No wonder the people killed by the other party could not be sacrificed. Bai Yujing's footsteps paused. Just as he was about to pass through the exit, he noticed a bracelet lying on the ground beside it. It was the storage artifact called the Ice Heart Bracelet. Edward had asked him to help bring it to his sister while he was in disguise. Moments later, Bai Yujing summoned the wind spirit, and a gentle breeze lifted the Ice Heart Bracelet. He placed it into a small wooden box on the ground and sealed it with true essence. Although it had been confirmed that the other party was acting to deceive his trust, it was uncertain how much of what Edward said was true or false. Nevertheless, it provided a breakthrough. Perhaps even Edward himself had not realized that despite acting, when he mentioned his sister, a fleeting emotion crossed his face. Was it a trace of humanity that had not yet extinguished? Perhaps it was a promise he had casually made earlier, or that hint of genuine feeling that slightly moved Bai Yujing, reminding him of his own sister. In the end, Bai Yujing still took the bracelet. From the moment Bai Yujing disguised himself to go out and discovered the informant from the Martial Supervision Bureau, to learning about the evil god followers initiating the sacrificial feast, and finally entering the underground venue to kill everyone, battling the evil god followers and attracting the evil god's attention, and ultimately leaving the venue. The entire process seemed long, but in reality, all these events took less than a quarter of an hour combined. Before the others in the entertainment city discovered the hellish scene in the underground venue, Bai Yujing had already avoided all the patrolling officers and surveillance cameras on the street and returned to his residence. In the basement, he changed into a clean set of clothes and threw the bloodstained outfit he had removed into the roaring fire. The bloodstained clothes gradually burned to black ashes in the flames, effectively destroying the evidence. After doing all this, Bai Yujing found a quiet corner in the basement and sat down. A lot had happened tonight, and he had encountered serious crises. However, correspondingly, the benefits and gains he obtained were also immense. First was his strength. Between life and death, his martial arts realm had directly crossed the chasm between Grand Martial Master and Martial Monarch, skipping over the mid and late stages of Grand Martial Master. In a leap, he became a martial artist at the early stage of the Martial Lord realm, truly gaining the power for self-protection and revenge. Next was Xue Hen. He successfully avenged Uncle Chen by slaying the evil god's follower, Edward, who had killed him. The last point was that he obtained clues about the brutal murderer of his sister, Bai Yuling, and his mother. This was the most crucial and significant gain of the night. In the latter half of the night, Bai Yujing did not go to bed to rest. Instead, he sat alone, holding his long sword, silently leaning against the corner of the basement wall, talking to the sword. Ever since the day his family had an accident, Bai Yujing, who could still exchange a few words with others, began to grow increasingly reclusive. Often, he would talk to the long sword alone like a madman. Tonight was no different. Divine sword, do you know? I was really happy today, because I finally found the clues to the murderer who killed my entire family, and I avenged my Uncle Chen. Do you know? This past month at the Martial Supervision Bureau, when others learned that my family had been slaughtered, I lived as if nothing had happened, swallowing my anger. Do you know what they called me behind my back? They called me a coward, called me useless, called me an ant, saying I only kill those who cannot resist, that I don't even dare to seek revenge for my family. Heh, they don't know what I think. I think about it every night, to the point where I almost go insane. I didn't dare to seek revenge before, didn't even dare to investigate, because I lacked strength. But now, I have strength. I am now a great master of the martial lord realm. Tonight, I killed many people, but they were all bad people, scum. Which one of them didn't deserve to die? I heard people say that those in the entertainment city are mostly wicked, bullying others and seducing wives. And those gamblers, they owe debts they can never repay in this life. By killing them, I also help them, and their wives and children, find relief. Moreover, even if I didn't kill them tonight, they would be killed by that evil god's follower. Bai Yujing chattered with the sword all night, and Suing felt that he must have been suppressed for too long. In the next 2 days, Bai Yujing didn't go anywhere. He stayed at his residence, resting while stabilizing his realm. On the third day, when Bai Yujing prepared to go to the prison for execution as usual, someone brought him good news. The true culprit behind the recent chaotic possession incidents in Ninghai City, which had kept countless people awake at night, had been caught. Another evil god's follower, the one suspected of killing his entire family, the person he had longed to kill, had been captured. This good news was told to him by a female clerk at the Martial Supervision Bureau. Today was supposed to be the day for executing the murderers involved in the possession incidents. However, Bai Yujing was informed that no one needed to be executed today. Filled with confusion, he casually asked someone at the Martial Supervision Bureau and learned this shocking news. No wonder the search officers, who had been everywhere on the streets these past few days, had disappeared. No wonder no one had come to find him while he was resting these past few days. It turned out that the true culprit behind the possession incidents had been caught. But how could this be possible? So many search officers, so many patrolmen, and a large number of informants had searched for over a month without finding any trace of that evil god's follower. How could he have been caught so suddenly, without any warning? When did this happen? It was 2 days ago, the female clerk replied. 2 days ago. That was the day after the evil god's arrival, while he was recuperating at his residence. Wasn't that evil god's follower said to have the strength of the martial lord realm? Who caught him? Bai Yujing still felt this was unlikely. It was captured by our Martial Supervision Bureau's Lord Wu Yunkei. Perhaps it was because of Bai Yujing's good looks that the female clerk showed exceptional patience with his questions. Bai Yujing noticed that when she mentioned the name, her voice was noticeably excited. Wu Yunk, who is that? He had been serving as an executive officer at the Martial Supervision Bureau for over a year. Although he hadn't deliberately sought to learn about it, he still had some understanding of the high-ranking martial inspectors above the martial lord level in Ninghai City. However, this was the first time he had heard the name Wu Yunk. What? You don't even know Lord Wu Yunk? Are you really from our Ninghai Martial Supervision Bureau? The female clerk looked somewhat surprised. Is this Wu Yunk very famous? Not just famous, he's incredibly famous. Wu Yunk is the only special inspector in our Ninghai Martial Supervision Bureau, a 7th-level martial lord, and he's also very handsome. When she spoke of this, the female clerk resembled a fervent fan, with pink bubbles appearing in her eyes. Then why don't I know about him? Bai Yujing frowned. Of course you wouldn't know. There have been so many criminals to be executed recently, and you've been so busy every day that you wouldn't have time to pay attention to these things. After chatting for a while, the female clerk recognized who Bai Yujing was. Lord Wu Yunk was transferred from the Jianglan City Martial Supervision Bureau 2 months ago. I heard he used to work at the capital city Martial Supervision Bureau and even dealt with a ghost-level star beast by himself. So he was transferred from Jianglan City. No wonder he didn't know. A ghost-level star beast, which is equivalent to a city-destroying level, has strength comparable to a martial lord, but usually requires multiple martial lords to handle it. Wu Yunk managed to deal with it alone? Bai Yujing was secretly astonished and continued to ask, then how was that evil god's follower captured? Wasn't there no trace of him after searching for so long? Speaking of which, capturing that evil god's follower wasn't entirely Lord Wu Yunk's credit. The head of the Feng family, Feng Yuanzhang, also contributed significantly. This matter is related to the head of the Feng family? Of course it is. Although Lord Wu Yunk has reached the level of martial lord, that evil god's follower was very good at hiding. Feng Yuanzhang also paid a great price, using a treasure from the Feng family's legacy, the incomplete immortal artifact Chenshur Shanhai map, to locate the position of that evil god's follower. An immortal artifact? Hearing this, he was taken aback. He knew that Feng Yuanzhang had extremely high martial arts cultivation. Like Yun Tianchang, the head of the Yun family, and Ling Yishan, the head of the Ling family, he was a super strong expert in the late stage of the martial profound realm. Bai Yujing frowned, feeling something was off. What does capturing the evil god's follower have to do with Feng Yuanzhang? Why would he be willing to exert such effort and even use an incomplete immortal artifact at such a cost? You wouldn't know this, I heard it from others. The female clerk leaned in closer and whispered, I heard it was because that evil god's follower had set his sights on Feng Yuanzhang's youngest daughter, Feng Shuetong. This made Feng Yuanzhang determined to join forces with the Martial Supervision Bureau to eliminate that evil god's follower. How could such a coincidence happen? But upon careful thought, if there was the assistance of an immortal artifact, combined with a martial lord tracking at full strength, then even an evil god's follower at the martial lord level, no matter how well he hid, would have a high chance of being captured. Perhaps this was the truth of the matter? So, the enemies who killed his sister and mother had really been caught? Bai Yujing doubted whether he was dreaming. If all this were true, then for the past month, he had been awakened in the middle of the night. To possess strength equal to that of his enemies, he had not dared to slack off for a single day, working hard at cultivation like a madman. To break through his realm, he had even lowered his own bottom line, killing so many people, his hands stained with countless blood. What was it all for? Where is that evil god's follower now? Bai Yujing asked in a low voice. I don't know about that. I heard it was to prevent a prison break, so she was kept in solitary confinement. But what? But in 3 days, Lord Wu Yonk will publicly execute the followers of the evil god. You can go and see for yourself then. I heard that the head of the Feng family, Feng Yuanzhang, and Miss Feng Shuetong will also be present. Okay, I will go. Bai Yujing nodded and turned to leave. He still didn't want to believe it, he needed to witness it with his own eyes. The 3 days were not easy for Bai Yujing. He slept in the basement, quietly waiting for the public execution 3 days later. But every midnight, he would wake up in a fright, fearing that it was all just a dream. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, no one suddenly went mad due to the evil god's influence, nor did anyone die because of it. Could it be that the followers of the evil god were really captured? Bai Yujing felt a bit despondent. On the 4th day, he stepped out of his door and onto the street. The execution of the evil god's followers was scheduled for the evening. The streets were festooned with lights, as if celebrating a festival, and although it was still lightly snowing, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly lively compared to before. He arrived at the site of the public execution. It was a sea of people, countless individuals drawn by curiosity, all wanting to see what the notorious followers of the evil god looked like. Bai Yujing stood several hundred meters away. With his strength as a martial lord, he could still see clearly from such a distance. He spotted the female monk, the woman he had encountered on the street before, but this time, she had her head down and was not wearing a conical hat. Was she really the follower of the evil god? Looking at this long-anticipated enemy, Bai Yujing's expression was complex. Despite all the evidence pointing to her as the mastermind behind everything, his subconscious felt that something was off. People in the crowd were discussing animatedly. Is this the follower of the evil god? She looks just like the rumors said, quite beautiful. Could she be wrongfully accused? How could she be wrongfully accused? This was captured by our Ninghai Martial Supervision Bureau's special investigator Wu Yonk and the head of the Feng family, Feng Yuanzhang. I heard the Feng family's inherited celestial artifact confirmed it. What? The Feng family's celestial artifact? Is it that map of the earthly mountains and seas? Then it must be true. Sigh, what a pity for such a beautiful woman. Ha, what's there to pity? If it weren't for Lord Wu Yonk capturing her, who knows how many more people would have fallen victim to her wicked hands. I wonder if this woman has accomplices or other means. But with Lord Wu Yonk here, it should be fine, right? Look at you, if you're scared, just don't watch. The voices around him were loud, but Bai Yujing seemed to hear nothing, his gaze fixed intently on the female monk on the platform. Just as someone in the crowd had said, perhaps there would be accomplices coming to rescue her. Moreover, he remembered what the follower of the Blood and Flesh Lord, Edward, had said. Another follower of the evil god might not just be at the follower level, but rather a kin of the evil god's doll princess. Edward had planned to sacrifice thousands of people in the underground venue that night to become a kin of the evil god Blood and Flesh Lord. Even followers were so troublesome, before dying, they could still summon the gaze of the evil god. What about a higher level kin? If not for the unknown reason that night, the Blood and Flesh Lord's gaze had suddenly vanished, he would have likely died there. So, he believed there was a high possibility of something unexpected happening during today's public execution. Just as Bai Yujing was deep in thought, a handsome man in a black trench coat and a black magician's hat suddenly appeared on the platform beside the female monk. as if he had teleported. It's Lord Wu Yunk. Below the stage, someone immediately recognized the man in the black trench coat. Soon, the atmosphere among the crowd became lively. This man is Wu Yunk? Standing several hundred meters away, Bai Yujing scrutinized the suddenly appearing man. Is this the martial artist who captured the minions of the evil god? He is indeed terrifyingly strong. Just now, his gaze had been fixed on the stage. With his current strength as a martial lord, he surprisingly couldn't see how this man, standing on the stage and smiling while waving to the crowd, had appeared. If Wu Yunk had attacked him just now, would he have been able to react? Bai Yujing asked himself, and he realized he wouldn't have been able to. Although the other party had maintained a smiling demeanor, he believed that if the two faced off, in that instant of confrontation, he would be killed by the other. In the demon sword, Suin also noticed the man in black who had suddenly appeared on the stage. However, his focus was somewhat different from Bai Yujing's. Although Suin also felt that this man's aura was excessively strong, he found the overall impression he gave to be quite strange. During the battle in the underground venue of the entertainment city, among the thousands who were eliminated, although the heads of nearly half were taken by 4 ferocious beasts, Bai Yujing still managed to slay nearly 1,000 people. This large wave of experience significantly raised the progress bar for the demon sword's advancement. Moreover, Suin had also drawn a special skill from the achievement reward for completing the 1,000 people slaughter through the swordmaster at the system. The reason it was called a special skill was that it was not a demon sword technique, but a sword spirit technique. Sword spirit technique, that's right, just this one word, and there was no skill description. Suin had used it a few times when he was bored over the past couple of days, but he hadn't noticed any special changes. When used, it switched to a darker field of vision. In this dark vision, non-living objects like walls, wooden dummies, and chairs showed no changes, but living beings, like Bai Yujing, appeared differently. In the dark vision, a circle of whiteness like qi surrounded his body. Other than that, there was nothing else. Suyin's evaluation of this skill was an unclear yet impressive waste of a skill. After the initial novelty wore off, he lost interest in this sword spirit technique. It felt like a wasted chance at a lottery draw. However, when Bai Yujing remained motionless, staring at the woman on the stage, Suin soon grew bored again. So he suddenly remembered this skill that he had almost forgotten. With the thought of casually finding something to do, Suin used the sword spirit technique, switching his vision to the dark view. Bai Yujing's qi was still white. Among the crowd watching below, the vast majority of people had qi that was a light black, like white rice paper soaked with black ink, just varying in depth. But the two people on stage were different. The woman, believed to be a follower of the evil god, had qi that was light white. The man in black beside her had qi that was a deep black, thick like ink. This mass of black qi surged wildly around his body and twisted in a strange manner, as if it were a living creature. Just a glance made Suin feel nauseous, prompting him to turn off the dark vision. Just now, it seemed he suddenly felt a chilling gaze. This eerie sensation made his heart shudder. Since taking over this body, it was the first time he had felt this way. Wu Yunk's gaze quickly swept over the cheering crowd below, but he found nothing. Was it an illusion? There shouldn't be any existence in this city that could threaten him anymore. Soon, he cast this little episode aside. Wu Yunk pressed his palm down. Listen to me, as if by magic. The previously lively crowd below fell silent in an instant. For months in Ninghai City, the wicked, countless murders, the cunning and treacherous cultist of the evil god has been captured by me. Today, right here, in front of everyone, I will execute her. With that, Wu Yunk flipped his palm, and a silver flash appeared in his hand. No, this wasn't lightning. Bai Yujing saw clearly that it was a silver spear. Heaven's Wrath Thunder Spear. Someone gasped softly. Then, under Bai Yujing's gaze, Wu Yunk thrust the spear like a thunderbolt. Nothing unexpected happened as Bai Yujing had imagined. The cultist's head flew high into the air. After an initial silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Long live Lord Wu Yunk! Great! The cultist has finally been eliminated. We no longer have to live in fear. With Lord Wu Yunk here, the sense of security is simply overwhelming. Bai Yujing looked at the head that had fallen to the ground, unable to believe his eyes. The cultist of the evil god. Just like that, so easily eliminated? It was too smooth. So smooth that it felt like a dream. After confirming that the cultist had indeed been executed, Bai Yujing left. On the way back, he felt dazed, as if he had lost all his goals. He bumped into several passers-by, earning their curses for being a lunatic. He didn't even remember when he returned to his residence. That night, Bai Yujing locked himself in his room. He didn't say a word. He felt an emptiness in his heart, as if something was missing. All along, he had been striving to find the murderer of his family, to gain the strength for revenge. He had not dared to slack off for a single day. enduring the pain of blood rain tearing at his body, enduring the strange looks from others, enduring the torment of his soul every night. He practiced desperately. With this reckless training and the help of the divine sword, in just 1 month, he had broken through from a martial apprentice to a martial lord. He was no longer that ant who could be crushed at will. He had gained the power to touch and explore the truth. However, at that moment, he suddenly learned that the enemy he had longed to find had been captured and killed. Everything he had done instantly became a joke. It was at this moment that Bai Yujing suddenly realized what he truly wanted in his heart was not to have the murderer killed, but to personally capture that murderer. Then, to bind this cruel killer of his entire family in front of his sister and mother's graves, to punish him with the most brutal, vicious, and painful means in this world, to make him kneel before his sister and mother, crying and regretting, confessing his deeds, then, to personally kill him. But that opportunity would never come again. The next day during the day, Bai Yujing cancelled the rental of the villa he was currently living in, packed his belongings, and returned to the place where he once lived with his sister and mother, carrying the magic sword. He looked up at the familiar yet strange little courtyard in front of him. This was his former home. "I'm back." As he walked into the little courtyard, he softly spoke to the empty house. Once, when he returned from chopping wood on the mountain, as soon as he said this, Bai Yueling would say, "Brother, you're back," while adorably peeking her head out from the house. Or she would come out and suddenly stretch out her hands, smiling as she hugged him from the front. Hee, surprise attack. However, now, the small courtyard is missing 2 people and has 2 new graves. Everything is gone. The things remain, but the people are no longer here. The past is like floating clouds. In this home, he is now left all alone. Oh, no, he no longer has a home. Sigh. In the small courtyard, a long sigh echoed. Perhaps it is time for him to forget all of this and start a new life somewhere else. That night, Bai Yujing sat by the bed, looking at the moon outside the window. The long night stretched on, and he found it hard to sleep. Originally, he had planned to burn some paper money in front of the graves and bring some sweets that his sister loved before leaving. But when he actually arrived here, in this place filled with almost all his joy and memories, he changed his mind. He decided to stay and accompany them for one last night. The wind outside was a bit cold. Looking at the 2 graves under the night sky, Bai Yujing felt a sense of melancholy. He spoke to his long sword. "Divine sword, do you think that the evil god's follower is really dead?" Suin rolled his eyes. "If you ask me, who should I ask?" However, Suin also knew that Bai Yujing didn't really want him to provide an answer. But the question he casually asked reminded Suin of the chi of the woman he saw today. An evil god's follower, notorious for killing. Why was the chi around her body white? Bai Yujing's chi was also white. Does the color of chi represent good and evil? Perhaps, as Bai Yujing said, maybe the real evil god's follower is someone else. Bai Yujing didn't genuinely want the magic sword to give an answer. He just wanted someone to confide in. "Actually, I still haven't accepted this fact. I always feel that there must be something wrong here. This evil god's follower has been hiding in Ninghai City for a month without being discovered, manipulating others to commit murder, and no one knows who the next person to go mad will be." She had no reason to announce her intention to target the little daughter of the Feng family before making a move. The head of the Feng family, Feng Yuanzhang, even used a treasured immortal artifact to protect his daughter, incurring such a great cost. He had no reason to mislead the Martial Supervision Bureau with false information about a fake evil god's follower. Wu Yunk, as a special investigator of the Martial Supervision Bureau, would never protect a real evil god's follower. As he spoke, Bai Yujing's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. He must have overlooked something, he must have missed something. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Bai Yujing's mind. Everything seemed too smooth. It was almost as if it had been rehearsed in advance. He recalled what Edward had said to him. This evil god's follower is the follower of the evil god doll princess. But the woman he saw today never displayed her powers to anyone from beginning to end. If the evil god's follower who was executed today is fake, then the real evil god's follower might still be alive and hiding in Ninghai City. Is that possible? No, it is very possible. As long as the real evil god's follower uses the doll princess's powers to manipulate someone and makes everyone believe that this person is an evil god's follower, then, in that case, as long as this person, whom everyone believes to be an evil god's follower, dies, then, the real evil god's follower can hide beneath the deep waters, and no one will ever discover them again. If things are really like this, perhaps this evil god's follower is far more cautious than he imagined. However, there are still several points that remain unexplained. Just as Bai Yujing closed his eyes to think, a very faint sound suddenly reached his ears. Someone has entered? Who could it be? If he hadn't already reached the martial lord realm and was extremely sensitive to killing intent, he would have definitely not noticed. His right palm silently pressed against the hilt of the magic sword. Suddenly, a wooden door behind him burst open in the middle, and a chain blade coiled around like a venomous snake in the shadows. However, Bai Yujing had been prepared in advance, and a shadow flickered past the sudden attack. Then, a sword named Shattered Tooth slashed towards the direction of the attack. Yet, it vanished into thin air. Bai Yujing's heart sank. This person's strength was greater than his. They should possess mid to late stage martial lord realm power. Bai Yujing leaned against the bed with his sword, cautiously staring into the darkness outside the door. The shattered tooth did not strike with the sensation of hitting flesh. At the moment of impact, it was neutralized by a powerful surge of true essence. However, the wooden door, already split in the middle, along with the wall behind it, completely crumbled under this sword strike. A cold wind rushed in from outside. A shadow stood at the doorway, making no further moves after the failed ambush. It seemed somewhat puzzled by its earlier misstep. Bai Yujing stood quietly in place, feeling the intense true essence fluctuations and terrifying pressure emanating from the shadow. His expression was not good. Late-stage martial lord. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered in the martial realm so far. The two faced each other, neither making the first move. Watching the still shadow across from him, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered slightly. This small courtyard was located on the outskirts of the city. It was several miles away from the city center, and there were no nearby homes. Even during the day, only a few people passed by. Moreover, it was now deep into the night. Therefore, Bai Yujing was almost certain that the shadow had come specifically for him. But why would such a master target him? Wait a minute, shadow, martial lord? This characteristic? Just then, the shadow spoke, its voice somewhat hoarse, making it impossible to tell if it was male or female. Your skills are much better than your sister's. The shadow's words sounded like praise, but there was a clear tone of arrogance and disdain in its voice. But unfortunately, your heart, I will take it tonight. Upon hearing the shadow's words, Bai Yujing was momentarily stunned. However, in the next second, a surge of emotion named ecstasy erupted from the depths of his heart. The true servant of the evil god. It really hadn't died. You must be the evil god's servant that has been causing such a stir in the city recently, right? You killed my sister and mother too? Bai Yujing lowered his head, bringing the magic sword before him, gently wiping it with his palm. Ha ha, your imagination is truly rich. The evil god's servant was killed by Wu Yun today, wasn't it? This was witnessed by everyone in Ninghai City. The shadow denied vehemently. However, your family, I indeed killed. That girl who loved to smile was your sister, right? I still remember her incredulous expression when I pulled out her heart. Oh, and that woman lying in bed is your mother? I turned her lower body into minced meat with this and kindly covered her with a blanket. I wonder if you found out later. The shadow waved the chain blade in its hand, as if showcasing its masterpiece. You seem very pleased. Bai Yujing's voice was calm, betraying not a hint of emotion. So what? The shadow laughed exaggeratedly. What can you do to me? Kill me. Suing noticed that under the shadow's provocation, a hint of crimson quietly crept into the corners of Bai Yujing's eyes. Something was off. The shadow was deliberately trying to provoke Bai Yujing. It was because, after the earlier test, Bai Yujing had used Wind Spirit Moon Shadow to evade its attack. Was it afraid he would flee due to being outmatched? One had to say, the shadow's method seemed quite effective. Just as Suing thought Bai Yujing would charge at the shadow in the next second, he heard, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Bai Yujing turned his head and cast a cold glance at the position of the shadow. Then, he vanished from the spot. Running away? The shadow was momentarily taken aback. Had he pushed too hard? After a brief pause, he quickly reacted, leaping out of the window to pursue. When he reached the courtyard, he saw Bai Yujing standing at the entrance of the small yard. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. With a flash, Bai Yujing disappeared again, reappearing on a path several dozen meters away. The distance widened once more. Once again, he watched helplessly as his prey vanished before him. The shadow felt a surge of frustration. However, even so, he had to chase. Under the night sky, the two figures moved, one fleeing and the other pursuing. Often, just as the shadow caught up, Bai Yujing would swiftly use Wind Spirit Moon Shadow to create distance. In the distance, the city glimmered with neon lights. Suddenly, a figure in white appeared out of nowhere. After glancing at the surroundings, Bai Yujing stopped. He was quietly waiting, knowing the shadow would surely catch up. He had lured the shadow here, not out of fear or cowardice, but to avoid disturbing his sister and mother's peace. As expected, within a few seconds, a shadow descended from the sky, mocking, "Run, keep running. Why have you stopped? Have you exhausted your true essence?" Seeing the prey he had chased for so long suddenly halt, the shadow thought he had given up. "I didn't expect you to escape this far," the shadow sneered. "But today, as my prey, you're doomed." Prey? Bai Yujing didn't think so. If it had been a few days ago when he was still a grand martial master, the shadow might have truly killed him. But now, even though he was 2 small realms below his opponent, who was the prey was still uncertain. Bai Yujing closed his eyes, his hand covering the hilt of his sword. The blood-red true essence transformed into a stream of air, slowly lifting his body into the air. Overestimating yourself, the shadow scoffed, a powerful pressure surging from his body. In a direct confrontation with his late-stage martial lord true essence, how could he lose? But soon, he could no longer smile. As Bai Yujing ascended into the air, a blood-red killing intent continuously surged from his body, almost materializing, swirling around him like a tempest. His long hair danced wildly in the wind. At the same time, a towering sword intent erupted from his body. With just one glance, the shadow nearly lost his composure. "Is this early-stage martial lord?" he exclaimed in horror, looking at the blood-colored figure in the air. The shadow felt an impulse to flee. Impossible. The shadow refused to back down, his body also erupting with powerful true essence. Chain blades spat out green wind blades, shooting towards the sky. In the face of all this, Bai Yujing remained oblivious. The killing intent surged wildly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, both blood-red. Killing sword intent, blood flame slash. He uttered calmly, and the overwhelming killing intent ignited like it had been doused in gasoline, boiling over. A sword like a startled swan. In an instant, a tidal wave of killing intent swept towards the shadow, crushing everything in its path. When the blood energy dissipated, an arm was left behind at the spot where the shadow had just been. Escaped? Watching the shadow scurry into Ninghai City like a rat with its tail between its legs, Bai Yujing's killing intent remained undiminished as he flickered and pursued. The roles of hunter and prey were reversed in that moment. Damn it, he was only early-stage martial lord. How could he possess such power? Was he really not a martial sovereign? Speaking of which, wasn't it just last month that he was at the martial disciple level? Could it be that he was hiding his strength? Hiding 3 major realms all at once seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? While fleeing desperately towards Ninghai City, he recalled the terrifying scene from earlier. The shadow, covering the wound where his arm had been severed, was filled with dread. If he hadn't sensed the danger and immediately used a secret technique to escape, it might not have just been a severed arm, but he could have been killed on the spot. Although he had escaped, tonight's mission had failed. The thought of the terrifying punishment for failing the mission made the shadow tremble all over. The relief of having narrowly escaped death diminished significantly. However, he was also unwilling to return and continue the mission. Accepting punishment might not lead to death, but continuing the mission would certainly result in immediate death. Weighing the two, the shadow was clear about which was lighter and which was heavier. Just as he was contemplating how to explain his return, a sudden wave of terrifying killing intent came from behind, and a flat, emotionless voice rang out. "Want to escape? Do you think you can?" Upon hearing this voice, the shadow's soul nearly left his body. Blood ignition technique. Gritting his teeth, the shadow spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Instantly, his body was enveloped in a red glow. His speed increased dramatically. The shadow transformed into a blood shadow and accelerated towards the outskirts of Ninghai City. How much of a stir could a martial lord cause in Ninghai City? Once he found a crowded place to slip into, he could escape with his life. Under the explosive speed of the blood ignition technique, the shadow quickly approached Ninghai City. Killing sword intent, blood flame slash. A blood-colored sword energy grazed his scalp, severing one of his ears. Did Bai Yujing miss? Of course not, he had deliberately aimed to miss. Want to die? It's not that easy. Looking at the disheveled shadow ahead, Bai Yujing felt a long-lost sense of exhilaration. However, consumed by revenge, he failed to notice that with this constant tugging, they were getting closer to Ninghai City. Watching the city come into view, Suin felt a bit dazed. No way. Are they really going to chase into the city? If they went on a killing spree in the city, it would be on the news tomorrow. The shadow also realized this. Gritting his teeth, he spat out another mouthful of essence blood and quickly slipped into the city. Bai Yujing did not hesitate and directly pursued him inside. However, after continuous shadow evasion, his stamina began to lag behind. Watching the shadow gradually distance himself, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. The thought of letting the shadow escape here meant that the next chance for revenge might be far off. He bit his lip until it bled. Divine sword, help me. The murderer of my entire family is right in front of me. I don't want to give up. As long as I can kill the murderer, I will pay any price. Bai Yujing's eyes turned blood red. Pay any price. Suin fell silent. He glanced at the demon sword's technique, blood rain sweet dew, then at the swordmaster, who was consumed by madness for revenge. He adjusted the ratio of blood rain sweet dew to 50%. He didn't know what to say, so he could only show his support through action. Just then, the sword body of the demon sword suddenly burst forth with a scarlet glow. A piece of information appeared in Bai Yujing's mind. From now on, for every person he killed, he would receive 10 times the effect of the initial blood rain sweet dew, Feeling the heat radiating from the sword in his palm, Bai Yujing whispered, "Thank you." At that moment, two passing thugs blocked Bai Yujing's path. They looked at the long sword in his hand with ill intent, their faces showing greed. "Kid, hand over the sword." With a casual slash, he killed the two oblivious passers-by, using the influx of energy and blood to replenish his stamina. Bai Yujing once again entered the shadow evasion state and pursued the direction the shadow had fled. "It's really a lingering ghost." The shadow cursed softly. Injured in having lost a significant amount of blood, he felt somewhat weak, but he had not given up. After all, that kid was only in the early stage of the martial lord realm. His true essence couldn't possibly last longer than mine. The shadow charged into the Shengshi Entertainment City on the street, bathed in bloodlight. This was an office. In front of the desk, a man dressed in a manager's suit stood up. However, the shadow did not pause for a moment and dashed out through another window. "Who is it?" The next second, Bai Yujing appeared from the shadows, wielding a demonic sword. "My friend, is it appropriate to come and go as you please?" The man reached out to block him. Bai Yujing didn't even glance at him, and a pillar of blood shot into the sky. "Wait, isn't that his second sword master, the boss Lang Gu of Shijin? What are the odds of running into an acquaintance?" Lang Gu was merely a martial artist at the martial master realm, and his body had been hollowed out by years of indulgence in wine and women. He couldn't stop Bai Yujing for even a second. The next moment, Bai Yujing chased after him again. "Do you really have to kill me today?" He turned back, looking at Bai Yujing, who was relentlessly pursuing him. The shadow, radiating a red blood glow, let out a low growl and charged into a residential building on the street. Killing sword intent, blood flame slash. This time, Bai Yujing did not deliberately miss. He knew that once the shadow escaped, there would be no chance left. A blood-colored sword energy shot towards the shadow's back. After a series of chases and severe blood loss, the shadow could hardly defend himself. Two blue lights flashed behind him, and his protective spirit artifact shattered in response. After taking Bai Yujing's furious strike head-on, he crashed into a residential home. "Cough, cough. Don't kill me, how about I tell you a secret?" Looking at Bai Yujing, who had chased in, the shadow spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, seemingly resigned, lying on the ground and no longer resisting. Inside the house, a family of three hid in fear nearby. The male head of the household held a kitchen knife, looking as if he had just grabbed it from the kitchen. He watched warily as the battered shadow lay on the ground and Bai Yujing, who had followed him in. "No matter what the secret is, it won't save your life today." Bai Yujing declared the shadow's death sentence with an expressionless face. "Don't you want to know who sent me? I'm just a knife. If you kill me, you'll never know the truth." "Who is it?" Bai Yujing stopped in his tracks, his gaze flickering. "Can you guarantee to spare my life?" "I swear I won't trouble you again." "Fine, I promise not to kill you," Bai Yujing replied calmly. Although he wanted to kill the shadow right now, he still suppressed his killing intent. He wanted to know who the mastermind was. As for promising to spare the shadow's life after learning the truth, well, that was certainly a lie. Because he was, after all, a madman. Ever since he became all alone, he had gone mad. A madman has no need to keep promises. What? Another piece of gossip. Upon hearing there was fresh gossip, Suin immediately perked up. Bai Yujing stared intently at the shadow, waiting for him to reveal the whole truth, to bring the true mastermind to light. Indeed, it was the shadow who directly attacked his family, causing them to suffer immensely, but the one who orchestrated it from behind was equally guilty. He would not let any deserving person go unpunished. Meanwhile, on the other side, the original homeowners were whispering to each other. "While those two aren't paying attention, let's quickly leave through the back window." The male head of the household, seeing the situation, anxiously pulled his wife and son close, speaking in hushed tones, afraid that the two over there would hear them. The family of three had been hiding behind the sofa, watching for a while now. "That one lying on the ground seems to want to say something secret. Should we not listen?" The man's wife looked a bit hesitant. She didn't want to leave right away. "Are you crazy? What's more important, your life or eating melon seeds?" The male host looked at his wife in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. "Those two over there are clearly powerful and ruthless martial artists. You heard their secret. Aren't you afraid of being silenced?" The male host was quite clever. He had just seen with his own eyes that these two had flown in. Those who can fly are at least martial lords or above. People like them, eavesdropping on others' secrets, are they tired of living? "So, should we leave now?" the man's son asked quietly. "What else? Listen to me, hurry up and go. If we delay, we won't be able to leave." After saying this, he didn't care about his wife's or son's reactions and stealthily crawled toward the back window, hidden by the sofa. Seeing that the man had gone first, his wife and son quickly reacted and followed him. The three of them, like thieves in their own home, slowly distanced themselves from the shadow lying on the ground. Their whispered conversation was no different from loudly conspiring in front of Bai Yujing, who had already become a martial lord. However, Bai Yujing did not stop them from leaving. He had no intention of killing this family, although killing them would only take a sword strike, and their lives could serve as fuel for a blood rain to help him break through to a higher realm. Despite his hands being stained with countless blood, and the murderous intent surging in his mind almost uncontrollable, perhaps there was still a last shred of conscience deep down. Not killing good people was his final bottom line as a human. Maybe, I am not suited to be the master of the divine sword. He sighed inwardly. No longer paying attention to the three on the other side, he stepped on the Shadow's chest. Are you deliberately stalling for time to recover from your injuries? Bai Yujing narrowed his eyes slightly. After waiting a few seconds without hearing the answer he wanted from the Shadow, Bai Yujing gripped the magic sword and thrust it down into the Shadow's leg, adding another wound to the already battered figure. Shadow? Who is stalling for time? What use is stalling for a few seconds? What can he recover in just a few seconds? He realized that this strange kid was simply trying to torture him. Perhaps he never intended to let him go from the start. Of course, he wasn't naive enough to truly believe Bai Yujing's words. Anyone who could cultivate to the late stage of martial lord was not lacking in talent, aptitude, intelligence, or resources. The Shadow was not foolish, on the contrary, he was quite clever. He knew that stalling for time was meaningless. If he was recovering, wasn't the other party recovering too? With the opponent's early stage martial lord's true essence reserves, they surprisingly seemed to last longer than his own. Moreover, after chasing him for so long and using that level of martial arts so many times, the opponent's aura still seemed to be in peak condition. The other party must have some secret method he didn't know about to recover stamina and true energy, so the Shadow never intended to stall for time from the beginning. Although he did say he would tell the other party who was behind him, who said he had to tell the truth. Even if he spoke falsehoods, how would the other party know? However, pure lies are easily exposed, so the Shadow's plan was to try to speak the truth while interspersing some lies. He was betting that the other party would be wary of his master. After a moment of silence, the Shadow calmly looked at Bai Yujing and said, "To tell you the truth, it's the wind." However, just as he was about to say it, an unexpected change occurred. Bai Yujing saw the Shadow suddenly clutch his heart after saying a few words, and his entire demeanor changed to one of extreme terror. "No, I didn't mean to betray you, please let me go." At that moment, his body began to shrivel and rot at a visibly rapid pace. This bizarre scene left Suyin and the magic sword momentarily stunned. However, the reason for his shock was not the strange way the Shadow was dying, but rather, why did he take so long to say it? Couldn't he just say the name directly? Wasn't this just giving time for a cover-up? The change happened quickly, but Bai Yujing was even faster. Seeing the situation, Bai Yujing acted swiftly, slicing through the Shadow's neck with a sword before it could take its last breath. He delivered a finishing blow. In that instant, an extremely surging energy, like a tidal wave of blood and chi, was transmitted into his body by the magic sword. The blood rain and sweet dew were operating at full efficiency, and coupled with the fact that the Shadow's realm was 2 minor levels higher than Bai Yujing's, this wave of blood and chi directly broke through his bottleneck, allowing him to step into the mid-stage of martial lord. Opening his eyes, his gaze was radiant with brilliance. "I've become stronger, once again." He raised his hand, and a rich blood-colored true essence condensed in his palm. As he casually dispersed the true essence, the overflowing chi lifted the white sleeves of his robe. Under the dual pull of the magic sword and the unknown entity, the Shadow soon turned into a desiccated corpse, lying on the ground motionless. "What did I say? Luckily we ran fast, that was terrifying." "Yeah, good thing we listened to you. That person must be a practitioner of the demonic path. If we had been a moment slower, we might have died too. Let's hurry and leave here. Find someone from the Martial Supervision Bureau." The horrifying scene of the Shadow being drained into a dry corpse left the family of 3 shaken. Not daring to delay any longer, the male head of the family led the way, climbing out the window to escape through the back. The mother and son followed suit. This was the 2nd floor. Jumping down from here wouldn't cause any harm. But suddenly, the expressions of the 3 became hollow, only to quickly return to normal. The next second, they all turned to look at the figure in white in the living room, holding a bloodied sword and preparing to leave. This unmasked gaze made Bai Yujing stop in his tracks. He turned to look at the source of the gaze. He saw the man's wife and son already lying in a pool of blood. The male head of the family, holding a dripping knife, mouthed something at Bai Yujing, then smiled mysteriously. Immediately after, the man's expression changed to one of extreme terror. The speed of his change was astonishing. He dropped the bloody knife and stumbled toward the balcony in a panic. "Help! That evil god's follower isn't dead yet. He killed my wife and son, and now he wants to kill me." The man screamed desperately as he fled for his life. Bai Yujing's expression shifted slightly. He understood the meaning of what the man had just mouthed to him. "Not yet over." The sword body crackled with golden arcs of electricity, and Bai Yujing instantly transformed into a streak of lightning, leaving behind an afterimage as he sliced through the man's body, cleaving his head in half. Although Bai Yujing's reaction was swift, employing the fastest move of the Wind Thunder sword style, the man's voice still carried out into the night, like thunder striking the ground. The sound was piercing. Soon, lights began to turn on in several households in the other buildings of the neighborhood. Standing on the balcony, Bai Yujing almost instantly understood the sinister intentions of the person behind the shadow. Yes, it's an evil god's follower. You, don't come over. I don't want to die. A woman's frantic and incoherent screams came from the third floor, but her expression showed no panic at all. When Bai Yujing looked up, she leaned out from the balcony, her face twisted with mockery and derision. A fruit knife was pressed against her throat, blood seeping out. Bai Yujing condensed his true essence beneath his feet and leaped lightly to the third floor. A head fell from the balcony of the third floor. It was killed by Bai Yujing. Rather than let the woman commit suicide, it was better for him to kill her and elevate his realm. In the living room, the woman's husband and son lunged at him with sinister smiles. Bai Yujing's expression remained unchanged, and with a flash of swordlight, two heads soared into the sky. Blood gushed out like a bursting spring. The woman's scream awakened more people. In the residential building, more and more lights turned on, and more people noticed something was wrong here. They heard the woman's panicked cries. Cultist of the evil god, still alive? Doubt flickered in the eyes of most people. How is that possible? Wasn't the cultist of the evil god killed by Lord Wu Yunk yesterday? This was witnessed by everyone. However, when they saw the blood flowing like a river from the opposite building, their doubts instantly turned into horror. Quick, find the Wu Monitoring Bureau. The cultist of the evil god is really still alive. Hello, is this the Wu Monitoring Bureau? There's a massacre happening in the North District. Hurry and send some stronger investigators to handle it. Wu Yunk, is Lord Wu Yunk there? Help! These panicked crowds rushed out of their homes, trying to flee the North District. However, after running a distance, they all unconsciously changed their expressions. With strange looks, they walked in the same direction. After Bai Yujing dealt with everyone in the building, he walked out, his white clothes stained red with blood. A thick aura of killing intent almost became tangible around him. It was enough to make timid people flee at a glance. So many people had actually become puppets of that cultist of the evil god? When did this happen? Although his expression did not change much, Bai Yujing felt increasingly alarmed as he killed. Blood dripped from the tip of the demonic sword, pooling into a thin stream at his feet. Snap! The sound of a flash went off, particularly noticeable in the night. Got it! Bai Yujing turned around, and a woman smiled at him, waving her phone. On it was a social media site. A photo had just been uploaded, showing Bai Yujing standing in a pool of blood with a long sword in hand. He had been set up. Suing pressed his forehead with his hand, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. If he didn't leave quickly, experts from the Wu Monitoring Bureau would soon come looking for him. Who exactly are you? Looking at the woman opposite him, Bai Yujing's face was expressionless. He knew that the woman could not possibly be the true form of that cultist of the evil god. He just didn't understand why she was so fixated on him. After he finished killing the manipulated people in this building, he returned to the second floor because he suddenly remembered something. When he plunged his long sword into the heart of the shadowy corpse, he discovered a problem. The shadow had no heart? Why is your soul white? The woman suddenly spoke to herself, tilting her head and looking at him adorably. Bai Yujing frowned. He didn't understand what the woman meant. However, her seemingly nonsensical words sparked Su Yin's thoughts. He recalled the mysterious skill he had drawn from the 1,000 people slaughter reward, I. When using I, he saw a circle of mist-like chi floating around Bai Yujing. It seemed to be white. Could it be that chi represented the soul? But why was the chi of that martial master named Wu Yunk he saw that day as black as a ferocious demon? Wasn't he a special investigator of the Wu Monitoring Bureau, the guardian of Ninhai City? Was there something wrong with this? Not far away, a crowd controlled by the minions of the evil god surrounded, looking at Bai Yujing and the woman standing in front of the building with strange eyes. In the distance, the sound of wind breaking came. It should be the people from the Martial Supervision Bureau arriving. That night, the operator received many calls from different groups, saying that the followers of the evil god were not dead and were rampaging in the northern district. Such a malignant incident occurred, so the Martial Supervision Bureau arrived quickly. This woman was not the true form of the evil god's minion. Killing her would not have much significance. After taking a deep look at the woman, Bai Yujing entered the moon shadow escape state. His body disappeared from the spot. Didn't you say that the mastermind behind the cursed incident, that follower of the evil god, had already been killed by you? In the mayor's office, the mayor was fuming, and at the conference table, the secretary and others were silent, afraid of provoking the mayor's wrath. Only one man in a black trench coat had his legs crossed on the conference table, looking quite relaxed. The brim of his black hat obscured his face. I don't care if the woman before was a follower of the evil god, or if this person today is a follower of the evil god. Woo Yunk, I want you to immediately, right now, bring him back. The mayor turned angrily to Woo Yunk sitting below, his words carrying an undeniable command. However, the next second, Woo Yunk's figure flashed, leaning down from a high position with a smile, looking at the mayor's face. Didn't I say, don't disturb me while I'm thinking? Then, he flashed back to his previous position. Issue a wanted order. A martial lord is not enough to make me take action myself. Yes, what's going on? Why does this guy Woo Yunk have such a strong presence after killing the ghost-level star beast? The mayor's forehead dripped with cold sweat. Below the stage, with his hands crossed on the table, Woo Yunk's eyes flickered, lost in thought. Only with caution can one live long. Woo Yunk deeply understood this principle. After all, the original owner of this body was gravely injured and on the brink of death after driving the ghost-level star beast Snow Dragon King back into the rift. Without confirming that there was no danger around, he let down his guard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to occupy this human martial lord's body. But no matter what happened before, now he was Woo Yunk. Unfortunately, this body was too heavily injured. Despite recuperating for over a month, it still had not fully recovered. Now he could only exert the strength of a half-step martial lord. However, even so, a half-step martial lord in this border city of Ninghai was already among the strongest. Indeed, until yesterday, Woo Yunk thought so. At that time, he believed it was just his illusion. However, after returning, that chilling feeling of being watched still lingered in his heart. It wasn't until the next day that it faded away. He was sure it wasn't an illusion. There must have been some terrifying presence watching him. Woo Yunk recalled the aura of the evil god's descent he felt a few days ago. Could it be that an evil god had also set its sights on Ninghai City? If so, that plan might need to be delayed a bit and initiated in another city. After all, this was a matter of great importance and absolutely could not afford to fail. Woo Yunk's eyes narrowed slightly. However, what exactly was that newcomer up to? Thinking of this, Woo Yunk's expression darkened. The figure that had originally been sitting with crossed hands at the conference table slowly disappeared from the seat. With Woo Yunk's departure, the tense atmosphere in the mayor's office suddenly relaxed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. What an arrogant guy! The mayor secretly cursed in his heart, not daring to openly scold him, fearing that Woo Yunk might come back with a vengeance. He had just taken office as the mayor of Ninghai City, and within less than a month of being transferred there, such a major incident occurred, resulting in so many deaths. The higher-ups scolded him mercilessly, telling him that if he couldn't resolve this matter within 7 days, he would be kicked out. Now, he could only pin his hopes on this guy to handle the situation smoothly. As night fell, the Feng family's residence was peaceful and serene. As the most powerful martial arts family in Ninghai City, the security here was the highest, with almost no signs of being affected by the turmoil. In an ancient-style pavilion, an unexpected guest arrived in Feng Shuetong's boudoir. Not here? Woo Yunk frowned slightly. He looked around but did not see the person he was looking for. Are you looking for me? A tinkling voice came from behind, and a small hand tugged at his clothing. Woo Yunk turned around, his expression somewhat surprised. You really are elusive, Feng Shuetong. The other party was still dressed in that gothic Lolita outfit, her makeup still that dark smoky style, but she held a delicate silver bell in her hand. The sound of the bell just now had come from her. What is this? Woo Yunk asked casually as he looked her up and down. My new collection, Feng Shuetong said, gently shaking the silver bell, which chimed softly. Is it nice? Your hobby is quite unique. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. I thought I had already helped you deal with the cultists of the evil god. What's going on tonight? Woo Yunk looked at Feng Shuetong with some dissatisfaction. Now there are rumors that the cultists of the evil god are not dead, and my reputation has been affected. After all, I am still the special investigator of the Martial Supervision Bureau on the surface. Woo Yunk narrowed his eyes slightly. I can't really kill you. What exactly are you plotting? You want to kill the cultists of the evil god, Feng Shuetong said, playing with the silver bell. What does that have to do with me? Woo Yunk, he began to doubt whether this fellow clansman had just recently possessed a body and wasn't quite clear-headed yet. Isn't this all you're doing? His gaze became somewhat subtle for a moment. Woo Yunk shot her a look of disbelief. I did it, but don't you think he looks more like a cultist of the evil god? Feng Shuetong said casually, pinching the long ears of the rabbit in her arms. You really are devious. Woo Yunk smiled slightly, beginning to understand this fellow's thoughts. By the way, there's one more thing. Woo Yunk walked to the window, seemingly recalling something, and suddenly turned back. When I executed the scapegoat you gave me yesterday, I felt the gaze of an unknown presence, and it was quite unsettling. Perhaps a new unknown evil god has set its sights on this place. You'd better be careful and not provoke anything strange. Out of concern for his fellow clansmen, Wu Yunk offered a friendly reminder. Got it, Feng Shuetong replied casually. A gust of wind blew in, and the window opened somehow. Wu Yunk's figure vanished from the room. After he completely disappeared, Feng Shuetong lowered her head, her blue-black pupils fixed on the quiet rabbit doll in her arms, and she murmured, although the aura is quite similar, he and I are not of the same kind. But since he thinks so, I might as well take advantage of it. Good child, how long do you think that Bai Yujing can hold on? This time, the rabbit doll in her arms did not emit any red light. The next day during the day, the Martial Supervision Bureau sent people to carefully search the residence outside Bai Yujing. Even the luxurious mansion he temporarily rented in Ninghai City, along with its basement, had not been spared. Unfortunately, there was no trace of Bai Yujing in either of those places. This was because someone had posted a photo of the North District on a community forum yesterday. In the photo, there was a handsome man with long hair, his profile exuding an air of disdain. He held a bloodied sword in one hand, standing expressionlessly in front of a building. His white clothes were completely soaked in blood. At his feet, blood flowed like a river. The murderous aura surrounding him was so intense that it could scare a child just by looking at the photo. Based on these features, someone identified the man as Bai Yujing, who had served as an executor at the Martial Supervision Bureau for a year. Consequently, the mayor of Ninghai City immediately issued a wanted notice, launching a citywide manhunt. The true believer of the evil god, Bai Yujing. In an instant, the atmosphere in Ninghai City became tense, with everyone on edge. Even though it was daytime, many businesses in the North District had their doors tightly shut, and the streets were eerily quiet. The personnel from the Martial Supervision Bureau and the police could only go door to door investigating, while patrols occasionally passed by on the streets. However, under such a thorough search, Bai Yujing seemed to have suddenly evaporated from the world. For 2 consecutive days, the investigation yielded no results. Some speculated that he might have already left Ninghai City. So, had Bai Yujing really left Ninghai City? Of course, Bai Yujing was still in Ninghai City. With his mid-level martial lord strength, combined with the extraordinary movement technique of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, he could leave at any time he wished. But some information revealed by the shadow a couple of nights ago made him change his mind. Logically speaking, with personal photos posted online, a wanted notice issued, traffic blocked, and the city under martial law, it would be impossible for anyone to remain unfound for 2 days. But this only applied to ordinary people or low-level martial artists. Ninghai City is adjacent to the Ninghai mountain range, which is home to many ferocious beasts, and it is also on the border. Although it is not a large city, the resident population is roughly estimated to be over 7 million. Trying to find one person among so many is like searching for a needle in a haystack. This method of searching would not even be able to find the previous mysterious female monk. If a martial lord level martial artist truly wanted to hide, it would be even harder to find them. The mayor himself understood how difficult it would be to find a martial lord expert within 7 days. Therefore, after 2 days of fruitless searching, on the 3rd day after issuing the wanted notice, he spent a fortune to release a bounty task at the Martial Artists Association. Anyone who could provide clues or capture Bai Yujing would receive a reward of 10 million xia yuan. If someone could directly capture Bai Yujing, they would even receive a low-grade Earth-level martial technique, 9 Heavens Mysterious Fire Technique. The mayor was truly putting in a lot of effort this time. It should be known that low-grade Earth-level martial techniques are basically priceless and cannot be bought with money. When he took out this 9 Heavens Mysterious Fire Technique, he nearly ground his back teeth to dust. He hated Bai Yujing to the core. Although Bai Yujing hadn't killed his parents, the mayor felt it was even more painful than being directly killed. But what could he do? Although he could mobilize the people from the Martial Supervision Bureau, that guy Wu Yunk simply wouldn't listen to his orders. If Bai Yujing wasn't found within 7 days, he would have to pack up and leave Ninghai City. He had only just become mayor, and his seat was still warm. Compared to his future, a low-grade Earth-level martial technique didn't seem that important. Capturing Bai Yujing would yield a low-grade Earth-level martial technique. Even just providing a clue would earn a reward of 10 million xia yuan. It should be known that in this world, there is no shortage of people. If you don't practice martial arts, there are plenty who do. The federal Guangda Xia has over 2 billion people in just one district. What does that even mean? If the proportion of geniuses is 0.1% and that of super geniuses is 0.001%, then there are 200,000 geniuses and 20,000 super geniuses. However, in the entire Great Xia, there are only a little over 100 who can cultivate to the martial saint level, and the number of extreme martial saints is even less than a handful. One of the main reasons is the lack of high-grade cultivation methods. Heavenly grade, immortal grade, and even possibly existing destiny-grade cultivation methods are firmly controlled by the martial arts families of this class. You may be born into a commoner family, a martial arts genius, but due to poverty, your family can only afford a yellow-grade cultivation method. Meanwhile, he is born into a super martial arts family in the capital city. Despite being a martial arts waste, he can soak in an immortal-grade spirit herb bath from birth to improve his physique, has access to Shin-grade pills as if they were candy, can eat high-level fierce beast meat whenever he wants, and can choose from heavenly or immortal-grade cultivation methods. At first, the gap between the two may not be obvious, but over time, the martial arts genius born into a commoner family will be far outpaced by the martial arts waste of the family. Resources are the hardest thing for a martial artist from a commoner family to obtain. Yet, commoner martial artists without any background are precisely the most numerous in this world. Not everyone has the good fortune of Baiyujing, who can obtain a destiny demon sword like Suyin to change their fate. So when this news spread from the Martial Artist Association, the entire Ninghai city was in an uproar. After all, many martial kings and even martial sect masters were cultivating methods that were not even of the earth grade. Even some stewards and elders from the three major families in Ninghai city were itching to act. After all, this earth grade cultivation method could still be used for the younger generation in their clan, even if they themselves did not cultivate it. At the very least, they could trade it for other treasures or sell it at the auction house to buy other cultivation resources that would be useful to them. In short, many martial kings and martial sect masters who were rarely seen, as well as some martial artists from the families, joined the search for Baiyujing. To them, Baiyujing was now a walking treasure. However, days passed, and they still found no news about Baiyujing. In fact, more than a dozen martial kings and one martial sect master disappeared during the search. Some people no longer searched day and night as they had at first. Some even grew fearful and quietly left the search party. After yet another fruitless search, a martial artist from a family and several members of the Martial Supervision Bureau chatted while resting on a street corner in the northern district. "Sai, we've been searching for so many days with so many people and still haven't found him. Do you think Baiyujing is still in Ninghai City?" sighed the martial artist from the family. "Who knows? He should still be in Ninghai City, but he definitely isn't hiding in the northern district. Searching here is probably a waste of effort. That Baiyujing is a master at the martial king level. I heard that several martial kings and even a martial sect master have recently disappeared without a trace. I think they probably ran into him and got killed. He's very cunning and treacherous. None of us are even great martial masters. If we really encountered him, we would just be delivering food." With that opening, the family martial artist became more familiar with the members of the Martial Supervision Bureau. "I heard that Baiyujing was one of your Martial Supervision Bureau's people before?" the family martial artist asked. "Yes, I've heard of this person. It seems he just joined the Martial Supervision Bureau over a year ago to execute criminals. At that time, he was only at the first level of the Blood Chi realm?" Hiss. "In just a year, he broke through from the first level of the Blood Chi realm to the Martial King level? Those demonic martial artists who cultivate demonic methods can't be that fast, right?" "Yeah, I also think it's outrageous. I don't even know which evil god to believe in. It's so absurd that it makes me want to believe in it." "Brother, be careful with your words, such things shouldn't be said." "I know, I was just joking. Where is this evil god? If there really were one, there would probably be so many believers that they'd have to line up, and I doubt I'd even get a turn." Saying that, I actually feel like Baiyujing is being wronged. I heard the mayor issued a death order. At this point, even if he isn't, he has to be. After chatting for a while, the few of them regained some strength and continued their search. Listening to their voices gradually fade away, Baiyujing stood silently by a window of a nearby residential building. These few people probably never imagined that the person they were searching for was just a stone's throw away from them. For the past few days, Baiyujing had spent most of his time here. After a moment of silence, he expressionlessly addressed a somewhat lecherous man sitting in front of a computer. "Didn't you say you were a C language expert? Haven't found anything yet? Since ancient times, CT has never looked up." This is a line from a famous shooting game in a mode called hide and seek. The hunters repeatedly searched a place many times without finding anything, preferring to search far away rather than looking up to see if the hider was right above them. It is precisely because it is so obvious that it gets overlooked. This is what is known as darkness under the lamp. These past few days, Baiyujing's method of hiding from the search in Ninghai City has shown Suyin what it means to be in darkness under the lamp. He not only did not leave Ninghai City, but he didn't even leave the northern district. Instead, he was hiding in a civilian's home in a residential building in the northern district. No one would have thought that Baiyujing, who was seen as ruthless and a mass murderer, had not killed the homeowner. For days, the entire city had been searching for him. Suyin watched as the Martial Supervision Bureau and the police came to question several times. They simply did not discover that Baiyujing was hiding here. The only time he went out was when he was disguised and accidentally intercepted by a martial lord in a small alley, forcing him to kill the man in self-defense. Bai Yujing also knew that he had been framed by that unknown evil god's follower and had become a recognized evil god believer, becoming the target of everyone's ire. Moreover, he had killed too many people recently, and he often felt an uncontrollable urge to kill, sometimes even experiencing hallucinations. So, for the past few days, he simply stayed in the northern district, avoiding the limelight, stabilizing his mind, and pondering the half-uttered words of the shadow that day. After all, the mastermind seemed to know everything about him, while he knew nothing about the other party. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy. This feeling of the enemy being hidden while he was exposed made him very uneasy. However, even though he was trying to avoid the limelight, there were groups of people searching for him in the streets and alleys 24 hours a day. Staying on the streets was definitely not an option, and given that martial practitioners consumed a lot of energy, they needed to replenish their strength through food. Even though martial lords could somewhat fast using true essence, before knowing who the enemy was, maintaining a peak state was crucial. So, a few nights ago, Bai Yujing took advantage of the night and used the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow escape to sneak into the home of a solitary resident on the third floor of a residential building in the northern district. Time rewinds to a few days ago, the night he killed the Shadow Martial Lord. As he was about to escape the northern district using the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow amidst the moonlight, Bai Yujing suddenly exited the stealth state. Originally, he planned to return to his small courtyard located in the suburbs, but as he approached the city limits of Ninghai, he suddenly changed his mind. The photos of those he had killed, who were manipulated by the evil god's powers, had just been posted online by that woman. If he returned to the small courtyard, it wouldn't be long before the Martial Supervision Bureau would come knocking, although he had only killed those manipulated by that evil god's follower. But even if he spoke the truth, who would believe him? It would inevitably lead to a great battle. Although he had just used the sword intent of killing to defeat a late-stage shadow of the martial lord, and had relied on the power of the divine sword to break through to the mid-stage of the martial lord, he still lacked the confidence to guarantee a kill against a martial sovereign. It should be noted that the Martial Supervision Bureau still had 1 or 2 first-class inspectors at the martial sovereign level. It was just uncertain whether they were in Ninghai City at the moment. If they were, and a fight broke out, it might play right into the hands of the evil god's minions. Moreover, the super-strong martial venerable Wu Yonk was also in Ninghai City. Facing Wu Yonk, Bai Yujing had no confidence in winning against him. Although he was confident that his divine sword was not inferior to Wu Yonk's Heavenly Fury Thunder Spear, there was still a significant gap of 2 major realms between them. Furthermore, he had heard that once a martial artist broke through to the martial venerable realm, they would comprehend a power known as domain, with each martial venerable possessing their own domain. Bai Yujing speculated that the reason Wu Yonk could silence the previously lively crowd with just a gesture was perhaps one of the powers of the domain he had comprehended. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he did not want to confront the Martial Supervision Bureau directly. Since he could not return to the small courtyard, he needed to find a temporary place to stay. Bai Yujing, carrying his sword, turned to look at the North District shrouded in night, his gaze momentarily revealing a hint of complexity. At 2 in the morning, a man sitting at a computer desk lazily stretched and leaned back in his chair. His surname was Hao, and his name was Shuai, which was ironic as he was a rather sleazy-looking man both in appearance and demeanor. As a professional keyboard warrior, his favorite pastime was to insult others online or to expose the private information of strangers based on his limited computer knowledge. The so-called exposing meant to leak someone else's private information online. A few days ago, while watching a virtual streamer, he felt slighted when his comment was ignored, so he retaliated by exposing her private information and real photos online. This little V was a beautiful woman living alone. Just now, he saw the news that this poor woman had been stalked by a hater to her home, raped for a day and a night, and then jumped to her death. Serves you right for acting all high and mighty and ignoring me. Now you're dead, and it's well deserved. Seeing the news of the woman who had ignored him jumping to her death, Hao Shuai nodded in satisfaction. He closed his computer and opened his phone, played a game of Honor League, and after less than 15 minutes, with a score of 0/16/1, he was berated by his support who threatened to come offline and kill him. Hao Shuai cursed as he closed the game. What kind of trash plays Honor League? I can't carry this bunch of idiots. If you have the guts, come and fight me in real life. What a bad day. Nothing was going right. Hao Shuai stood up, planning to make a bowl of noodles for a late-night snack, and then go to bed. As he passed through the living room, he felt a chill. Turning around, he noticed that the window was open, and a cold, snowy wind was blowing in. Did I open the window? He muttered in confusion, walking to the window to close it and draw the curtains. At that moment, he felt a chill on his neck and, upon looking closely, saw a blood-red long sword glinting with cold light. Don't scream, or I'll kill you, a chilling voice came from behind him. I'll stay here for a few days, you just stay here during this time. I'll leave in a few days. If anyone asks, find an excuse to cover it up. Hao Shuai was so scared he nearly knelt down, desperately covering his mouth and nodding in fear. You better not try any tricks, otherwise, I won't mind taking your head when I leave. Bai Yujing found a piece of black cloth to cover his face. Then, he found a relatively clean spot and sat cross-legged. This, sir, I promise. As long as you don't kill me, I'll cooperate with whatever you want. He didn't dare to look back, fearing that seeing the face would lead to his demise. It seemed he had some sense, he would hide here for a few days. Bai Yujing quickly glanced around and noticed a computer on the table. He knew that using a computer could access a lot of information online. This was something his sister, Bai Yueling, had occasionally educated him about. But he didn't know how to use these things, he only knew how to use a sword. Can you use a computer? Bai Yujing asked casually. Of course, I'm a C language expert. Not to brag, but there's no information online that I can't find. After noticing that the visitor had sheathed the intimidating blood sword, Hao Shuai no longer looked as frightened as before and wore a flattering expression. A C language expert? Hearing this term, Suyin looked puzzled. However, seeing Bai Yujing's expressionless face, it was clear he didn't get the joke. Find me detailed information about the Ninghai Feng family. After a moment of silence, Bai Yujing looked thoughtfully at Hao Shuai, his tone carrying an undeniable weight. If you can't find it, I'll kill you. He squinted, giving him a dangerous look, and as he said this, Bai Yujing exuded a hint of killing intent, causing the temperature in the air to drop suddenly. Of course, this was just to scare him. Even if he couldn't do it, he wouldn't kill him. It was just to apply some pressure. He would never kill innocent people without reason. That was his bottom line, or one could say, his principle. If he lost this bottom line, he feared he would be completely consumed by killing intent, turning into a demon whose mind was filled only with slaughter. Perhaps one day in the future, he too would be devoured by killing intent. But at least, it couldn't be now. With this thought, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered slightly. Why yes, I will definitely look carefully. Frightened by Bai Yujing's murderous gaze, Hao Shuai almost crawled to the computer desk. After settling this person, Bai Yujing no longer paid much attention. He wasn't afraid of this person turning against him. If he had other ideas, he could just kill him. He had principles, but he was never rigid. He reached out and pressed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache, and took out a wooden box from his pocket. Opening the box, a bracelet, entirely ice blue and exuding a chill, floated out. The water blue halo brought a sense of tranquility just by looking at it. Edward's words were not wrong. This ice heart bracelet was indeed something he had prepared for his sister. It was just that it should have been before he became a fanatic of flesh and blood. Although Bai Yujing had indeed promised to help him with this task back then, Edward hadn't finished speaking before he had launched a surprise attack and then transformed into a flesh monster. He didn't even know his sister's appearance or name. This bracelet had remained with him all this time. Perhaps he would never have the chance to return it. After taking another look, Bai Yujing put the ice heart bracelet back in the wooden box and returned it to his pocket. He closed his eyes, calming his mind. Too much had happened recently. He felt like he was at the center of a whirlpool, small yet unclear. Rarely having this opportunity, he needed to rest well. On the other side, Hao Shuai, who was occasionally stealing glances, noticed that the man in white seemed to have fallen asleep. A fierce look appeared on his face. However, upon seeing the blood sword behind the man, his expression quickly turned to fear. He reluctantly turned away and began searching for information related to the Ninghai Feng family. There was no other reason, he was afraid of dying. It seemed a long time had passed, and his consciousness kept sinking. When he opened his eyes again, Bai Yujing woke up on a simple wooden plank bed. However, a moment later, his expression changed slightly, because he suddenly realized that the power of his blood and energy, as well as the true essence in his dantian, seemed to have vanished. He was startled and quickly reached behind him, intending to grab the divine sword. However, he grasped at nothing. The divine sword was not behind him. Had he been ambushed? He sat up and cautiously observed his surroundings. This was a small, seemingly shabby thatched hut. Bai Yujing looked up. There was a missing piece on the roof of the hut. A cold, biting wind seeped in through the gap. No wonder he had felt cold since a while ago. With the protection of his blood and energy and true essence, Bai Yujing had not felt cold for a long time. What's wrong, brother? Did you have a nightmare? A somewhat cute, drowsy voice came from beside him. Hearing this sudden voice, Bai Yujing quickly moved away. Broken tooth. He coldly snorted. Bai Yujing used his palm as a sword and decisively struck towards the source of the voice. This was a memory formed from countless beheadings. Although the divine sword was not by his side, he could still perform sword techniques with just his body. However, the expected outcome of a clean strike did not occur. Ouch, that hurts. Why did you hit me, brother? Bai Yujing. In front of him stood a girl about 13 or 14 years old, with beautiful golden long hair, holding her head with both hands and looking at him with a pitiful gaze. The girl's eyes were striking, with clear blue pupils. His palm had just struck the girl's head in a sword-like manner. He retracted his hand and looked down. It was a child's hand. Looking again at the unfamiliar girl in front of him, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered slightly. What on earth was going on? He clearly remembered closing his eyes in that room, stabilizing his realm. Had he fallen asleep? Was this a dream? If it was a dream, why did he know it was a dream yet couldn't wake up? Although he didn't know what had happened, Bai Yujing understood that when faced with the unknown, one must remain calm. Who are you? He asked the girl coldly. It's Anna. After a brief pause, the girl spoke with a puzzled expression. Doesn't brother recognize Anna? Anna? This name was very unfamiliar to Bai Yujing. He was certain he did not know anyone by that name. I don't know you, Bai Yujing replied frankly. Although his body had turned into that of a child, he was still Bai Yujing. He didn't want to lie to a little girl. After saying this, Bai Yujing clearly saw the expression on the girl named Anna's face freeze for a moment. The next second, his vision began to darken. His consciousness seemed to penetrate a layer of bubbles. Bai Yujing suddenly opened his eyes. What he saw was still the room he had been in before falling asleep. He reached back to touch. The divine sword was still there. His gaze flickered slightly. So what was that dream just now? Perhaps it was simply a dream. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yujing decided to stop probing into this strange dream. Dreams are an extension of thought. Perhaps it was his subconscious longing for his sister that caused him to have this dream. His body felt much better than yesterday, and the relentless killing intent that had filled his mind had somehow been temporarily suppressed. Looking out the window, it was still a dim night, but the streets were brightly lit, and the searchers had not diminished. He pressed his forehead and turned to look at a figure on the other side. White. Master Bai, you finally woke up. You've been sleeping for a whole day. What? He had actually slept an entire day? Bai Yujing's expression suddenly darkened. How could he have been so careless? Moreover, Bai Yujing noticed the change in how Shuai addressed him. He suddenly remembered something. That night, the evil god's follower had manipulated so many people in the North District. This person in front of him might also be within the range of manipulation. If his guess was correct, then his whereabouts might have already been exposed. Thinking of this, a terrifying killing intent erupted from him, instantly locking onto Shuai. You recognize me? Spare me, Master Bai. Shuai, frightened, weakened at the knees and knelt on the ground. It was during the day when the people from the Martial Supervision Bureau came asking, saying they were hunting for the evil god's believer Bai Yujing. After seeing the blood sword in the photo, I realized. But I didn't tell them you were here. I made up an excuse as you said and got past it. You think I'm the evil god's believer? Bai Yujing narrowed his eyes slightly. And no, that's what they said, but I don't believe them. You don't believe them, but you believe me? Bai Yujing laughed, finding the reasoning somewhat ridiculous. I believe, of course I believe. Shuai stammered, if Master Bai really was that evil god's believer, I would have died last night. Bai Yujing's gaze flickered, as if assessing the truth of these words. The reason he hadn't killed the other party yesterday was partly due to his own bottom line, and he wanted to let this person, who seemed knowledgeable about computers, help him look up some information. On the other hand, he also wanted to verify what the hidden evil god's follower used to manipulate these people. If it was manipulation without reason, ignoring distance, then no matter where he escaped to, there would be no safe place for him in this world. For now, this person still had some use to him, regardless of whether what this person said was true or false, since no experts came to ambush him last night, and today he also didn't report him to the Martial Supervision Bureau immediately. He would temporarily spare his life to verify some of his speculations. Glancing at the still trembling Shuai on the ground, Bai Yujing retracted his killing intent. Get up! How did it go with the thing I asked you to find yesterday? Shuai, just standing up, scratched his head and gave a somewhat awkward smile. He had intended to say he forgot, but the words wouldn't come out. In fact, Shuai's memory wasn't good. He hadn't remembered the previous incident of opening the box for Bai Yujing. He had bullied so many people online that he had no time to remember each one. When the Martial Supervision Bureau people came during the day, he had originally planned to report Bai Yujing, but upon hearing that this evil god's believer had killed rampantly in the North District and successfully escaped, he immediately shut his mouth. I'll give you 2 more days. After giving him a meaningful glance, Bai Yujing returned to his previous position and sat cross-legged. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Understood. Shuai nodded vigorously. This master was someone who could kill without blinking. He really hoped he would leave soon. Outside, the night deepened. Bai Yujing sat with his eyes closed, true essence swirling around him, seemingly in meditation. In reality, he was cautiously alert to everything around him. If someone were to ambush him at this moment, the next second would bring about Bai Yujing's most terrifying counterattack. However, in the latter half of the night, no one came to find him again. Nevertheless, Bai Yujing wasn't planning to continue sleeping tonight. After such an incident, he had no mood to rest. He simply practiced while pondering those things he hadn't figured out yet. However, despite this, as time passed, he unknowingly fell asleep again. As he fell asleep, watching Bai Yujing's breath gradually even out, and his killing intent slowly calm down, Suing felt a bit strange. This doesn't quite seem like Bai Yujing's usual style. Is there something in the room? Suing used the sword spirit technique. He switched to dark vision and scanned the surroundings. Soon, he discovered the source of the problem. In Bai Yujing's arms, in the wooden box containing the ice heart bracelet, the bracelet was gently floating, emitting a calm, serene blue light. Is it this bracelet that's the issue? Although he found the reason for Bai Yujing's slumber, Suing had no way to tell him. But this bracelet should be a good thing. It actually suppressed some of the killing intent. Moreover, it seemed to pose no harm to Bai Yujing's body. Well, since that's the case, then it doesn't matter. His consciousness gradually sank, as if he had passed a long period of time. Bai Yujing once again woke up from a somewhat rudimentary wooden bed. He opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. Another strange dream? Dreaming of the same scene twice, with the same opening, he quickly realized that this dream was not simple. What's wrong, brother? Did you have a nightmare? Just as Bai Yujing was pondering, a somewhat cute, drowsy voice came from beside him. The same dialogue echoed in his ears. Bai Yujing turned his head to see a little girl, about 12 or 13 years old, with beautiful golden long hair. Sure enough, it was her. Looking at this girl, Bai Yujing had a thoughtful expression. The little girl stretched out her small left hand and placed it on Bai Yujing's forehead. He did not dodge. Ever since the divine sword had advanced once, he had become exceptionally sensitive to malice and killing intent. The girl in front of him bore no ill will. Are you running a fever? She asked, brushing aside her golden bangs and placing her other right hand on her own forehead. Nope. Glancing sideways at the girl whose face was filled with concern, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered with an inexplicable meaning. From a small cracked mirror beside the thatched cottage, he saw his current appearance. It seemed that the owner of this body had a good relationship with the girl in front of him. He remembered that the last time he had immediately woken up after denying knowing the girl. However, this time, Bai Yujing did not intend to do so. Bai Yujing had vaguely guessed who the golden-haired little boy he saw in the shattered mirror was. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be Edward from his childhood. At that time, although Edward had told him some information about another evil god's follower to gain his trust, he must have selectively concealed some other things. Bai Yujing's intuition told him that Edward and the evil god's puppet princess had some kind of relationship. At the very least, they shouldn't be complete strangers. Edward had no reason to hide such an unimportant matter from him. Therefore, Bai Yujing believed that Edward might have subconsciously concealed some things after witnessing the immense power of his technique, the Bilua Wanquan, fearing that the evil god's follower might also be killed by him. This was a reasonable inference based on integrating the clues he knew. As for why he entered this dream in the form of childhood Edward, was it because of the ice heart bracelet he took out last night? Thinking of this, Bai Yujing's gaze became somewhat subtle for a moment. If that's the case, then perhaps this place is a dreamlike recreation of some of Edward's past memories, similar to a photo dream or a past reappearance. If the plot is presented within a framework, any unexpected occurrence outside the framework would lead to the collapse of the illusion. That's why he suddenly woke up after denying knowing Anna, because Anna is Edward's sister. As an older brother, how could he not recognize his own sister? After realizing this, Bai Yujing decided to follow the plot of the dream. He wanted to see who this mysterious evil god's follower was, the one who had brought ruin. That ant made a fierce expression on her face, scaring Anna away. The ant's behavior deepened Bai Yujing's frown. He wanted to teach this ant a lesson, but he had no body at the moment. He could only watch quietly from above. Anna sat on the street, tightly clutching a worn-out summer yuan bill in her hand. She remembered the fairy tales her brother used to tell her. In the fairy tale world, when a princess fell into trouble, a prince would always come to rescue her. Although she wasn't a princess, perhaps a prince would come to save her too. Sitting by the roadside, Anna looked at the passers-by with hopeful eyes. However, not a single person stopped for her, and Anna's gaze gradually shifted from hope to disappointment. Watching the darkening sky, Anna knew it was time to go home. Otherwise, her brother would worry if he came back and found her missing. However, on her way home, as she passed an alley, Bai Yujing noticed a man with ill intentions. Looking at the petite and lovely Anna, the lecherous man's eyes flashed with excitement. After Anna passed by, he followed her. Bai Yujing coldly watched the man who was following Anna. he vaguely guessed what was about to happen. "Ah, you little beast, you dare to bite me." In a thatched cottage, a lecherous man clutched his bleeding hand. On the ground lay a severed finger. "You lowly foreigner, I will burn you to death with a torch." A vicious look appeared on the man's face as he stuffed a cloth into Anna's mouth, tied her to the bed with coarse rope, and set the thatched cottage on fire. The raging flames engulfed Anna, consuming the shabby cottage. Accompanied by thick smoke, the blazing fire illuminated the night. Watching the man flee in panic, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Bai Yujing's eyes. But just then, it was as if a hand had pressed the stop button on the world. The once billowing smoke froze in the air, and everything in the world seemed to suddenly freeze. Bai Yujing suddenly felt a heart-pounding sensation stronger than when he was in the underground venue. An inexplicable great terror descended upon the illusion of Ninghai City at that moment. In an instant, it completely froze space along with time. This terrifying power, this uncontrollable heart-pounding breath, was an evil god? Bai Yujing's expression changed slightly. He was not unfamiliar with the aura of the evil god. He had faced the oppressive force brought by the Lord of Flesh and Blood in the underground venue. However, the aura of this evil god was different from that of the previous Lord of Flesh and Blood. If the Lord of Flesh and Blood gave him a feeling of distortion and madness, this one before him was an endless depth and darkness. If Bai Yujing was not mistaken, this evil god had just projected a wisp of aura in the illusion of Ninghai City from the past. It should be the evil god puppet princess mentioned by Edward. But wasn't this a corner of the past illusion of Ninghai City? Thinking of this, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered slightly. He remembered a few years ago, after chopping firewood on the mountain, he felt an inexplicable nameless fear on his way home. Could it be that this evil god had once cast a glance at Ninghai City? Despite feeling anger at Anna's tragic experience, Bai Yujing did not forget his purpose: to find out the identity of the evil god's minion. He wanted to see what else happened after the arrival of the evil god puppet princess. Just as Edward had sacrificed all his blood and flesh to attract the attention of the Lord of Flesh and Blood, the arrival of the evil god was not a coincidence. Perhaps it was because that evil god's minion had done something that attracted the evil god's gaze. Just as he settled down, intending to continue watching this past image. At that moment, in this world where everything was suspended by an unnamed force, the sky, once thick with dark clouds, suddenly began to dissolve from afar, and the tall buildings in the distant city of Ninghai quickly flickered in Bai Yujing's eyes. What was happening? The world was ending? No, it was the illusion of the past Ninghai City rapidly collapsing. Before Bai Yujing could react, he felt his consciousness rising from the depths of an endless ocean. After seemingly piercing through a layer of bubbles, he suddenly awoke. Bai Yujing opened his eyes, a thoughtful expression on his face. After Anna was burned to death and the evil god doll princess descended, this dream, or rather the world of the past, shattered. He too awakened, returning to reality. Was it because of Anna's death, or was it that despite the past reappearing, he could not bear the power of the evil god? If it was for the first reason, then his previous assumption that the world in this illusion was dominated by Edward's memories would not hold. The Ninghai City in this dream was actually led by Anna. So if he could prevent Anna's death, perhaps the plot could continue. If it was for the second reason, then the past Ninghai City in the dream would definitely collapse, and he could only be a bystander, witnessing the end of this world. However, Bai Yujing actually leaned more towards the first reason, because in the dream, his perspective had always been fixed on Anna. Moreover, when Edward mentioned asking him to help deliver the ice heart bracelet to his sister Anna, even though it was acting, Bai Yujing saw a fleeting emotion in Edward's eyes that did not seem fake. As a brother, he must have known long ago that his sister had already been burned to death. As the actual owner of the ice heart bracelet, he must also know that the bracelet would bring a person's consciousness into the past Ninghai City. So what was Edward's true purpose in handing him the ice heart bracelet? After pondering for a moment, Bai Yujing gave up on continuing this meaningless speculation. No matter what the truth was, he no longer had the opportunity to verify it. Warm and gentle sunlight streamed in through the window, warmly illuminating Bai Yujing. He couldn't help but squint slightly. It was a rare sunny day. The heavy snow that had shrouded Ninghai City for over a month finally began to dissipate. Perhaps because of the weather, Bai Yujing noticed that there seemed to be more people searching for him outside than there had been a couple of days ago. Among these people, he sensed the presence of some powerful martial artists. There were even a few whose realms he couldn't discern. Martial Sovereign Realm? Bai Yujing thought it was unlikely they were Martial Profound Realm martial artists. As far as he knew, the Ninghai City Martial Supervision Bureau did not have any search officers at the Martial Profound Realm. Only the heads of the three major families had reached the late stage of the Martial Profound Realm. The gap between high-level martial artists was far more severe than that between low-level martial artists. Without any worthwhile interests at stake, the Martial Supervision Bureau should not be able to mobilize these three. However, even if they were only at the Martial Sovereign realm, that was still quite troublesome. Although having killed a late-stage Martial Lord Shadow gave him a rough understanding of his current strength, he did not have a clear concept of how much of a gap existed between him and a Martial Sovereign expert. After all, just over a month ago, he was merely a mid-level martial artist. In the eyes of these people, he was not even worth a single ant. Any random high martial artist could easily crush him. Now, in just over a month, he had broken through to the mid-level of the Martial Lord realm. All of this was granted to him by the Divine Sword. Taking the Divine Sword from behind to the front, Bai Yujing murmured, "O Divine Sword, how should I repay you?" How to repay me? Hearing Bai Yujing's soliloquy, Suyin was somewhat surprised. If I could speak, I would definitely tell Bai Yujing, "Kill more people, I want to see rivers of blood." However, he also knew that for the past few days, the entire city was filled with people hunting for Bai Yujing. The best choice was actually to avoid the limelight for now. Moreover, although Bai Yujing's realm had advanced to the Martial Lord level at an astonishing speed with the aid of the Blood Rain and Sweet Dew, he had also comprehended the killing intent that all sword cultivators dream of. But in reality, there was still a gap between him and those true masters with deep foundations in martial arts. Ultimately, it was still a matter of foundation. Bai Yujing lacked a foundation, despite raising his realm to the same level as those masters in a short time with the help of the Demon Sword. He only had the Demon Sword and not even a protective spiritual artifact. Yet, even so, he had never given up. No matter how great the difficulties, they had never defeated him. This was also what Suyin admired about this sword master. If possible, he actually did not want to see Bai Yujing die. On the night of the third day, a low-grade local technique plus a reward of 10 million xia yuan for me? It seems I am indeed valuable. After learning from the honest Hao Shui about the sudden increase in hunters, Bai Yujing slightly squinted his eyes. This sudden change made him abandon the idea of changing hiding places. At night, Bai Yujing sat cross-legged to cultivate as usual, but his consciousness did not enter that dream again. Taking out a wooden box from his bosom, he looked at the ice heart bracelet emitting a faint blue glow in the darkness, and Bai Yujing fell into contemplation. Although Bai Yujing had a premonition during the day, when the world of that dream collapsed, the story's ending had already been predetermined. He might never have the chance to enter there again. But when this matter was truly placed before his eyes, he still inevitably felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps the identity of that evil god's kin would never be known again. Or perhaps for some other reason. He extended his hand to bring the long sword from behind to the front, laying it flat on his knees. In this quiet night, the long sword emitted a scarlet glow. Bai Yujing gently caressed the sword body, as if treating an old friend of many years. This magical long sword had accompanied him for a year. He had lost his sister, lost his mother, lost Uncle Chun who had treated him well. Now he was all alone, solitary, with only this long sword still by his side. He spoke softly to the long sword. "Mother, Yuling, and Uncle Chen, they are all gone now. Only you are still with me. I don't know how many days and nights I've struggled to understand why they all left, while I am still alive. Countless times, I've thought about ending it all and going with them. But I carry too much hatred. Just thinking about the great revenge that remains unavenged. Just thinking about the enemies who caused my family to be destroyed still living well, while I die quietly like a coward. I have endured until now. I practice swordsmanship desperately, cultivate desperately, kill desperately. All for the day I can personally take revenge on my enemies. Just a few days ago, I personally killed the shadow and avenged my mother and sister. You know how happy I was." Listening to Bai Yujing's murmurs, Suyin fell silent. He quietly looked at the ominous fate within the demon sword technique, unsure of what to say. Perhaps, maybe, it could be that the tragedy that befell Bai Yujing had a little bit to do with him. Bai Yujing continued to speak to himself. There are people behind the shadow manipulating things. I know that the minion of the evil god must still be hiding in Ninghai City. Divine Sword, do you know? I might not have much time left. As the number of people I kill increases and my martial arts realm rises, I find it increasingly difficult to control my killing intent. From time to time, a mad thought pops into my mind, urging me to strike at those innocent people. At most a month, no, perhaps only half a month, I might completely lose my sanity, consumed by killing intent, turning into a demon that knows only slaughter. I may not have the chance for revenge anymore, but even if I have to die, I want to die as a person. Bai Yujing extended his right hand to pick up the long sword from his knee. I know that you have helped me a lot along the way, but please help me one last time. I want to once again enter the dream of the past Ninghai City and see the true identity of that minion of the evil god. And also, he paused here, save a girl who was very similar to my sister, Yueling. What dream of the past? Who to save? As Bai Yujing spoke, Suyin began to lose comprehension. Just then, he saw Bai Yujing extend his left hand, touching the ice heart bracelet that floated before him, originally emitting a ghostly blue light, which was suddenly stained blood red. Wait, what is this feeling? At the moment Bai Yujing held the magic sword and touched the ice heart bracelet, Suin felt a very familiar sensation. As his consciousness sank deeper, it felt as if a long time had passed. When he opened his eyes again, Bai Yujing found himself back at the moment Anna secretly slipped out of the house. This time, he was no longer in a god's perspective. Really? I'm in? Bai Yujing found it hard to believe. He looked at his hands, still holding the divine sword in his right hand. Moreover, what surprised him even more was that he felt the power of blood and energy within him and the thick true essence in his dantian. In other words, he was now at the strength of a martial lord. Squinting slightly, Bai Yujing followed with the sword. According to his previous deduction, since this dream version of Ninghai City was led by Anna, as long as he could save Anna and change her fate of being burned to death, perhaps he could continue the plot after the evil god puppet princess descended. Thus, he could find the true identity of that minion of the evil god. Following the memories from the last dream, Bai Yujing found the old lady before Anna went to the recycling station to sell bottles. A little girl with golden hair will come by here shortly. After you collect her bottles, give her 100 xia yuan. The old lady, who are you? Why should I listen to you? Bai Yujing frowned, the sword in his hand slicing through the air, the tip stopping right next to the old lady's neck. A drop of cold sweat slid down her forehead. For these bottles, I'll give you 100 xia yuan, the old lady said with a beaming smile at the dirty girl before her. So much? Anna exclaimed, thinking these could only sell for at most 5 xia yuan. Is it too much? The old lady forced a smile. Fortunately, Anna seemed not to notice, happily bouncing away with the money. She was very pleased. With this money, she could buy a birthday gift for her brother. Anna entered a shop and soon came out holding a beautifully wrapped small box. She happily walked on her way home. However, as she passed an alley, a lewd man with ill intentions flashed an excited look in his eyes. Just as he was about to follow, a figure in white blocked his path. Get out of the way! Where did this blind fool come from? The man looked displeased. What answered him was a sword radiating with murderous intent. The blood-red sword light swept horizontally across the man's neck. His head flew up, and a column of blood shot into the sky. Shattered tooth. As the head soared into the air, Bai Yujing's sword sliced through, and the man's body was instantly torn apart, rending wind thunder. In an instant, 5 bolts of thunder were unleashed, and the severed limbs were obliterated beneath the lightning's glow. Anna seemed completely unaware of what was happening behind her. This should be enough. Watching Anna return home safely with her gift, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered slightly. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The thatched cottage unexpectedly burst into flames, accompanied by thick smoke, illuminating the night with its glow. Then, with the arrival of the evil god doll princess, the world was once again frozen in time. What was happening? That person had clearly been killed by him. Looking at everything that remained unchanged, Bai Yujing fell into silence. At the same time, a voice echoed softly, "These are all things that have happened in the past. What significance is there in changing the past here?" Suing couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. As expected, he thought this feeling was so familiar. This was the dream of Eden. Silently watching the world before him, as if the pause button had been pressed. After a moment, Bai Yujing turned around with a complex expression, looking in the direction from which the voice came. Upon hearing that soft voice earlier, he realized that his previous speculations about the evil god's kinship were completely wrong. He also understood the true reason why Edward had concealed his identity as a kin of the evil god. "You are the kin of that evil god doll princess, aren't you, Anna?" Not far across from him, pure white light points continuously gathered, gradually forming a human silhouette. Soon, a girl with flawless golden hair, dressed in a pure white princess dress, appeared before him. It was indeed Anna's image, but no longer clad in tattered burlap. Instead, she resembled a pure princess. After a moment of silence, Bai Yujing's hand quietly pressed against the hilt of the magic sword. As long as Anna answered affirmatively, he would immediately draw his sword to end it all, even if it cost him his life. To put an end to everything. However, Anna, dressed in the white princess dress, showed no intention of directly answering the question. She lifted her beautiful eyes and gazed at the humble thatched cottage, frozen in time, engulfed in roaring flames and thick smoke. In her clear blue pupils, the firelight was reflected. "Before answering this question, can I tell you a story? About a pair of poor siblings," Anna said flatly, her eyes revealing no emotion. No pain, no resentment, calm as a pool of stagnant water without any change. For a moment, the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Bai Yujing's hand on the hilt of the sword loosened and tightened again. After repeating this several times, Bai Yujing's hand slowly left the hilt. He ultimately did not draw the sword. In this dream of the past in Ningxai City, he saw what had once happened to the girl named Anna before him. His intuition told him that there might be more to this matter. Anna seemed immersed in her own world, quietly standing by, listening to Anna's narration. Bai Yujing's expression kept changing. From Anna's words, he heard another perspective of the story. Anna, I'm going out. I'll probably be back in the evening. Edward stood at the door of the thatched cottage, extending his small palm to gently pat Anna's head, earnestly advising her, there are many bad people outside. You must stay at home and not go anywhere, do you understand? Anna understands. Anna will obediently wait at home for brother to come back. Anna nodded obediently. Seeing his sister's understanding demeanor, Edward felt a bit relieved. He and Anna had been without parents since childhood, relying on each other, and they faced discrimination everywhere because of their hair color. So he often told Anna fairy tales about princesses and princes. Today was Anna's birthday, and he wanted to go to Ninghai City to find a construction site to carry bricks, then use the daily wages to buy her a princess crown as a birthday gift. Of course, it would be a cheap one, a glass craft, and he planned to surprise Anna with it when he returned home in the evening. After giving these instructions, Edward left, but what he didn't know was that shortly after he left, Anna also secretly went out. The calm words came from Anna, as if she were speaking about someone unrelated, but Bai Yujing knew that the Anna in the story was herself. Anna knew that today was also her brother's birthday, and she wanted to give him a gift. However, the little money she made from collecting bottles was not enough to buy even a bottle of water. Sitting by the roadside, Anna rested her chin on her hand, watching the passers-by who came and went, none of whom were willing to stop for a moment. Although she felt a bit disappointed, Anna did not resent them. On her way back, she had intended to pick a small flower as a gift, but hesitated when she reached out. If I pick the flower, will it hurt? Afraid that the flower would feel pain, she gave up the idea of picking it. When Anna got home, a man suddenly appeared, roughly pushing her onto the bed from behind. Out of fear, Anna bit the man. Tied to the wooden bed, as the flames began to rise, Anna saw the man fleeing, and she looked hopefully at the door, wishing for a handsome prince to appear and save her, just like in fairy tales. However, until the fire blazed fiercely, and the burning pain spread throughout her body, Anna did not wait for her prince. It hurt so much, her body really hurt. Before her consciousness faded, she saw a figure rushing into the flames. It was her brother. Perhaps even she did not expect that in her final moments, a trace of resentment towards the world would arise in her heart. Why is living so painful? Perhaps the fall of a pure and flawless soul is more easily spied upon by the evil god. At that moment, time and space froze. The evil gods named Doll Princess and Eden cast their gazes simultaneously. Anna's resentment was taken away by the Doll Princess, while everything else sank into the illusion of Eden. After Anna's body was burned, her brother went mad. Obsessed with resurrecting Anna's body, he attracted the attention of the Lord of Flesh and Blood and became his follower. This is the truth of it all. After saying this, the Anna across from her turned around, calmly looking at Bai Yujing. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered slightly. How can you prove that what you say is true? Although in Anna's story she was the victim, this was just her side of the story. There is no need for proof. Becoming a devotee means giving everything to the evil god. Similarly, being abandoned by the evil god means losing everything. I can feel that Eden no longer watches over me. Now, this illusion is about to collapse. Watching the distant city slowly dissolve into nothingness, Anna's tone was neither sad nor happy. Her eyes only held emptiness and numbness. I will sink down with this dream, forever. Leave quickly. Although I don't know how you got in here, if you don't leave soon, you might never be able to. What can I do to save you? After a moment of silence, Bai Yujing frowned and asked. After a slight pause, Anna's vacant eyes flickered with a glimmer, but it quickly dimmed again as she shook her head. You can't save me. Why? My body is not here, it's in a deeper layer of the dream. This illusion is composed of 3 layers, and this is just the surface layer of the dream. This illusion has 3 layers? Looking at the city edge in the distance, which was gradually flickering, Bai Yujing asked. That's right. In the surface layer of the dream, Anna will repeatedly experience the cycle of death. Even if the process changes, the final result of being burned to death will not change. In the second layer of the dream, Anna is the happiest because she has a loving brother, father, and mother, and the family lives happily together. Anna waved her hand, and 2 doors glowing with white light appeared before Bai Yujing. Behind the first door, Anna and the thatched cottage were engulfed by raging flames. Behind the second door, Anna and her family held hands, smiling. But to save me from here, you need to enter the 3rd layer of the dream. The 3rd layer of the dream? That's right, the real dream, where you will face the cruelest reality. Anna's face bore a slight bitter smile. As her words fell, a 3rd light door appeared before Bai Yujing, behind which was an endless, boundless expanse of white. The entrance to the 3rd layer of the illusion was sealed by me when I was still a member of Eden. Bai Yujing stepped forward and reached out to touch the light door. His hand was stopped by an invisible barrier before it could enter the light door. I am no longer a member of Eden, and I cannot open the entrance to the third layer of the dream. I can only search for the entrance to the next layer of the dream and the surface layer, but there isn't enough time now. Looking at the approaching obliteration in the distance, Anna shook her head inside. How do you know unless you try? Bai Yujing squinted slightly and took 2 steps back. It's impossible. This barrier cannot be broken by human strength, and even if you get in, the gaze cast by Eden at that time is not something a human can. Before she could finish her sentence, a blood-red sword light swept through, shattering the barrier. Anna! Bai Yujing sheathed his sword, and as he prepared to step into the light door, a small figure with golden long hair, dressed in a white princess dress, blocked his way. Anna looked up, her expression complex as she gazed at Bai Yujing, seemingly seeking an answer. Why must you save Anna? Clearly, you could choose to leave by yourself, couldn't you? After a moment of thought, Bai Yujing bypassed Anna and walked straight toward the third light door. Perhaps you remind me of my own sister. Remember, you owe me a favor. Wait a moment. Before she could finish, Bai Yujing, holding the long sword, stepped into the third light door. Seemingly caught off guard by someone's strong initiative, Anna stood in front of the empty light door, somewhat dazed. The moment Bai Yujing stepped into the light door, everything around him rapidly faded as if crossing time. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a vast, boundless, pure white world. In the center of this world lay a small, pure white coffin, its lid transparent, and he stood directly in front of this coffin, able to see its entirety from his angle. He looked into the coffin. For a moment, he fell silent. Inside lay a small figure, charred and unrecognizable from the fire, curled up in the coffin. Are you a bit scared? Anna said softly from behind him. Let's end this here, it's about time. Anna is not a princess from a fairy tale, so she doesn't need a prince to save her. The moment you opened the coffin, the gaze of the evil god came with it. Although it was just a glimpse from the river of time in the past, it is not something a human can bear. You came here to find the kin of that evil god doll princess, didn't you? I've already told you who she is. With a faint smile, Anna's expression held a hint of bitterness, so you don't need to take such a big risk to save Anna. And there's something I haven't told you. In fact, as long as Anna, the core of the illusion, dies, her secondary consciousness will also perish. Didn't you ask me why I wanted to save you? Turning his back to Anna, Bai Yujing interrupted her, one hand holding the sword, the other resting on the coffin. In Anna's astonished gaze, Bai Yujing slowly pulled down the coffin lid. I just feel that kind people shouldn't be treated this way by the world. Just as the coffin lid completely fell, the originally pure white boundless sky was suddenly covered by a brilliant and deep starry sky. This was not the starry sky Bai Yujing was familiar with. It was filled with endless malice and chaos. The planets and stars felt alive, as if they were peering back at him as he looked over. At the moment this mysterious starry sky appeared, Bai Yujing felt an inexplicable great terror descend upon him. But strangely, unlike the last time with the Flesh and Blood Master, the gaze of Eden only lingered for a moment before departing. He looked at the magic sword in his hand, deep in thought. Suyin was also somewhat dazed. The moment Eden appeared just now felt like a friendly greeting before it left. It was like, "Oi, a powerful evil god has appeared. The powerful evil god greeted you, the powerful evil god has left." However, between him and Eden, not counting the previous magic sword technique, this was strictly speaking their first meeting. Anna's eyes widened in surprise. Is it over just like that? Your Highness, am I free now? Yes, you are free. Bai Yujing nodded. Soon, as the malicious mysterious starry sky dissipated, the space of the illusion began to completely collapse. When Bai Yujing opened his eyes again, his consciousness returned to the real world, and it was already daytime. The ice heart bracelet floated quietly before him, no longer emitting a ghostly blue light. But at that moment, a joyful voice suddenly rang in his heart. Your Highness, you're awake. Anna? Bai Yujing looked at the ice heart bracelet that flew around his hand in surprise. He tried to ask in his heart. It's Anna. Anna is now just a remnant soul, with nowhere to go. Your Highness saved Anna, and Anna wants to repay you. Anna's mood was somewhat jubilant. Can you sense where that doll princess's kin is now? Narrowing his eyes slightly, Bai Yujing asked in his heart. Pure white light points coalesced into a small figure the size of a palm. With long golden hair cascading over her shoulders, Anna appeared before Bai Yujing, dressed in a pure white princess gown, wearing a transparent crown made of either crystal or glass on her head. Anna's long eyelashes fluttered, her brows slightly furrowed in a cute manner, as if she were deep in thought. She tilted her head slightly. Bai Yujing glanced sideways at Hao Shuai on the other side and noticed that he seemed to have no reaction to Anna's sudden appearance. Can't he see Anna? Rubbing his chin, Bai Yujing wore a contemplative expression. It seems not. it should be because the distance is too far. After a moment, Anna said somewhat dejectedly, "There's another possibility, she might have attached herself to some human. If that's the case, I might only be able to notice her when she appears within a few meters of His Highness the Prince." "Is that so?" Upon hearing Anna's response, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered slightly. Saving Anna was an unexpected part of the plan. Although he did see a shadow of the moon spirit in Anna, it wasn't entirely out of naive sympathy. Helping someone within his ability was just a matter of convenience. But to help someone beyond his capabilities, even to the point of losing everything and being in tears, was something he would never do. Although Bai Yujing's murderous intent occasionally clouded his thoughts, it was clear that he was not a fool. Perhaps he might have been in the past, but after everything he had been through, he was no longer that simple charcoal seller. Of course, he wouldn't say these things directly in front of Anna. Looking at Anna, whose face still bore an apologetic expression, Bai Yujing's gaze became somewhat subtle for a moment. In recent days, the mayor had mobilized the entire city to search for him, yet they had not found him. He knew that relying solely on himself, even with the slight resentment of knowing that the evil god's minion was Anna, the chances of finding her in the vast sea of people were almost impossible. The word wind mentioned in the unfinished sentence from the shadow's mouth might refer to the Ninghai Feng family, or perhaps it did not. If there was enough time, he could slowly search and verify. But now, he didn't have much time to verify everything one by one. However, with Anna's perception, the time for verification could be saved. He just needed to find her. Then, cut down. Thinking of this, Bai Yujing turned to look at the blood-red longsword beside him, his eyes flickering slightly. The last time in the underground venue, the sudden departure of the Lord of Flesh and Blood could still be explained as a coincidence. But the evil god Eden that Anna mentioned was the same. Perhaps the divine sword still hid many secrets he was unaware of. Just thinking of this, Bai Yujing let out a barely noticeable sigh. "What's wrong, Your Highness? Is it that Anna's ability is insufficient, disappointing you?" Seeing Bai Yujing suddenly sigh, Anna's small figure quickly flew in front of him, looking worried. "No, I just suddenly thought of some other things." Bai Yujing shook his head. "By the way, I've been meaning to ask, why do you keep calling me Your Highness?" "Because." Anna put her hands behind her back, tilted her head, and revealed a cute smile on her fair little face. "Isn't that how fairy tales are written? When the princess falls into a danger that brings despair to everyone, the prince will appear to save her, right? Actually, I'm not." "Never mind, do as you please, as long as you're happy." Bai Yujing shook his head, no longer putting too much energy into it. After all, a title was just a code to him. "By the way, Anna, do you know how the minion of the doll princess controls those ordinary civilians and martial artists below the grandmaster level?" After thinking for a moment, Bai Yujing looked at Anna and asked. In fact, regarding this issue, he had made some guesses himself, such as the prolonged blizzard in Ninghai City that lasted over a month, or the somewhat inexplicable use of mental intent. However, since Anna, who had once been watched by two evil gods, was right here, it would be quicker to ask her directly. As for why he specifically mentioned martial artists below the level of Grand Master, it was mainly because during the previous incident involving possession, Bai Yujing seemed not to have seen any Grand Masters or above being manipulated to wreak havoc in the city. The shadowy martial lord he encountered a few days ago was the first, but his thoughts seemed normal, unlike those who had been manipulated before. After pondering for a moment, Anna confidently said, "I think it should be through pollution." "Pollution? What is that? How should I explain it?" Anna seemed momentarily at a loss for words on how to explain it to Bai Yujing. After a brief pause, she blinked and said, "When His Highness was at the surface of the dream, during the time the doll princess descended, he must have felt that kind of despairing, seemingly endless depth and darkness." Hearing Anna's metaphor, Bai Yujing nodded gravely, recalling the time when the great fire blazed, and time seemed to freeze, feeling that bottomless, endless darkness that seemed to pull one in with just a glance. Seeing that His Highness seemed to understand her meaning, Anna continued to explain with metaphors. "A person's soul is like a blank sheet of paper. Different people have different souls. For pure and kind people, the soul is a clean white on that blank paper, while those with evil thoughts, those with wicked hearts, will have dust on their soul's white paper. However, this dust can be removed." At this point, Anna paused slightly, her expression becoming more serious. "But pollution is more severe. It's like a drop of black ink on this blank paper. As time passes, even though it's just one drop, it will gradually spread until it completely taints the entire sheet of paper. This is a change that occurs at the essence of the soul." After hearing Anna's description, Bai Yujing fell silent for a moment. What happens when the soul is completely polluted? His hand unconsciously tightened around the magic sword. In fact, he had a vague idea of the answer. It will deteriorate. The person remains the same, but their original consciousness will forever fall into darkness. losing their humanity and becoming insane. This process can be said to be irreversible. After a slight hesitation, Anna continued, "Actually, there is an even more terrifying possibility, which is that a completely new, extremely evil consciousness may be born from the darkness to replace the original consciousness of that person. Because in reality, the one who became the doll princess's follower is not Anna, so Anna only knows a rough idea. Her power should be to accelerate the speed at which the polluted individuals fall into darkness, or to temporarily manipulate those who are more deeply polluted." Earlier, Anna had been quite certain, but as she spoke further, she clearly hesitated. She cautiously looked at Bai Yujing and, after much hesitation, asked, "Does His Highness want to know this because something has happened? My sister and my mother were both killed by that evil god's follower." Bai Yujing wiped the sword and answered flatly, "Ah." Upon hearing this, Anna lowered her head, and her clear blue pupils seemed to be veiled with a faint mist. She quietly apologized, I'm sorry. After all, you are also just a victim. Unfortunate to be chosen by the evil god. If it weren't you, that doll princess would have chosen someone else." Shaking his head, Bai Yujing extended the clean sword in front of him, the blade reflecting his figure. The evil god's minion has used its power to instill fear this past month, manipulating many martial artists to kill numerous people in Ninghai City, not just my family. She must be trying to spread the seeds of corruption by creating fear of the darkness. The mental dialogue between Anna and Bai Yujing was also heard by Suyin, who was inside the magic sword. It seems that when he used the sword spirit technique at that time, the color of the chi he saw under the dark vision must indeed represent the soul. Among the people in the audience at that moment, their souls all carried a hint of black. The most formidable was that martial master named Wu Yunk. The black mist around him was so menacing it seemed almost alive. However, whether they were corrupted or not, Suyin didn't really care. After all, even those people Bai Yujing executed weakly, though fallen, could still provide the magic sword with vitality and magic energy just like normal people. As long as they were still human and hadn't turned into something bizarre, that was enough. Compared to all this, Suyin was more interested in Anna's mental dialogue skill. "You know what I want to say, right? Give me one too." But as he eagerly looked at Anna, after waiting for a while, he realized she seemed completely oblivious. Suyin also gave up on this unrealistic thought. He had gotten used to it, it had been so long, he was already accustomed. However, Suyin didn't feel disappointed for too long, because there was good news. Just now, out of boredom, when he checked the magic sword panel, he unexpectedly found that the experience bar for the magic sword's advancement seemed almost full. It should be the result of Bai Yujing killing quite a few people that night a few days ago in the northern district. Rubbing his hands together, Suyin felt a bit excited. He remembered the last time the magic sword advanced from a high-grade mundane weapon to a low-grade spiritual weapon. Its appearance changed dramatically. It transformed from a pitch-black sword into a blood-colored long sword surrounded by swirling blood energy. Moreover, several very useful magic sword techniques appeared all at once, like the core magic sword technique Blood Rain and Sweet Dew, and the conceptual level magic sword technique Absolute Kill. However, it seemed that so far, no one had managed to escape under the magic sword's command, making Absolute Kill seem rather useless. But that didn't diminish the fact that it was a divine skill. But at that time, when Bai Yujing used the magic sword to sever Edward's invisible hand with the technique Bilua Wanquan, Edward seemed to have said it couldn't be restored. Did Absolute Kill actually have an effect on the evil god's power? Pretending to stroke his chin, Suyin looked thoughtful. He wondered if this advancement would bring about any new changes. "Anna, can you tell who has been corrupted and who hasn't?" "Of course, Your Highness," Anna said, patting her still undeveloped chest earnestly. "For example, that person over there has not been corrupted." Anna's words made Bai Yujing glance in surprise at Hao Shuai on the other side. For some reason, Hao Shuai, who was busy being a keyboard warrior, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. "Next, I need to go out and see how many people here have been corrupted. I'll also check near the Feng family's residence to see if there's any trace of the evil god's minions." "Anna wants to go too." Anna raised her hand. Bai Yujing nodded and placed the ice heart bracelet on the wrist of his hand that wasn't holding a sword. He walked to the back window, thought for a moment, then untied the hairband that had been holding his hair up, letting his long hair down. He then used the hairband to tie a loop near the ends of his hair. After changing his hairstyle, he brought the sword in his right hand in front of him and said softly, "Divine sword, can you change back to the simple black long sword appearance? I need to go out to investigate some matters, but that day when I was in the northern district, I was photographed, and those people hunting for me outside recognize you." "Change appearance? No problem." Suyin used the magic sword technique to switch the Destiny Extreme martial arts back to the simple black sword form of a mundane weapon. Looking at the sword in his hand, the blade transformed from a deep crimson, swirling with blood energy, back to its plain, pitch-black state. Bai Yujing nodded. he chose not to use true essence to fly but instead leaped out of the back window and jumped into the alley, landing silently under the influence of the second layer of wind spirit from the wind thunder source flow, not disturbing a single fallen leaf. If there were experts nearby, the fluctuations of true essence would be easily detected. After circling the back alley twice and confirming there were no surveillance and no one had noticed him, Bai Yujing concealed his blood energy with a breathing technique. Disguised, he hung the black sword at his waist and confidently walked out from the other side of the alley. Bai Yujing maintained a normal expression, walking down the street like an ordinary person. However, the results reported by Anna made his heart sink deeper. Ninghai City was where his ancestors had lived for generations, and it was the place he had called home since childhood. Although it wasn't very large, Bai Yujing had long regarded it as half of his home. Birds return to their hometown, and foxes die at their burrows. He didn't want to leave this place in the final moments of his life. Although the streets of Ninghai City were only slightly more guarded than usual, Bai Yujing knew that this was no longer the familiar place he once knew. In the past half hour, he had noticed that the vast majority of people passing by him had varying degrees of soul pollution. The least polluted had reached 20%, while the most polluted had even reached 50%. This meant that these people would inevitably fall into darkness. Tightening his grip on the sword, Bai Yujing felt a sense of confusion. Under the enhancement of the wind spirit, he unknowingly arrived near the Wind family's direct lineage residence. As soon as he entered the Wind family's territory, he distinctly felt an atmosphere different from the outside world. The guards here were extremely strict, they seemed relaxed, but there appeared to be many hidden individuals in the shadows, and there was even a presence stronger than his own. Secretly noting this information in his mind, Bai Yujing turned to leave. It was daytime, and the shadow evasion of the moon shadow was limited. Relying solely on the wind spirit, he wasn't confident he could enter without alerting anyone. After leaving the Wind family's direct lineage residence, he visited the Wind family's collateral residence located in the southern district, but the defensive strength there was clearly lacking. Although there were patrols, the only high-level combatant was an elderly figure with graying hair and beard, seemingly nearing 100 years old and having little hope of breaking through to the half-step martial sovereign realm. Bai Yujing infiltrated and took a look around without anyone noticing him. However, the bad news was that he didn't make any special discoveries. According to Anna, there was no perception of the presence of that evil god's follower. Bai Yujing planned to return to the Wind family's direct lineage residence at night, using the moon shadow to stealthily infiltrate and investigate further. During the day, what he sensed might have just been the power the Wind family displayed to intimidate those with ill intentions. But as a martial arts family with a 1,000-year legacy in Ninghai City, rich in resources, and on par with the other two major families, the Ling family and the Yun family, even showing signs of surpassing them, Bai Yujing did not believe that the Wind family only had this apparent strength. As night fell, the sun gradually sank in the west until it completely disappeared beyond the horizon. The shop owners along the streets began to close their businesses, and night venues like the Shangshur Entertainment City and the Golden Dragon Club also closed early these days. Street vendors, seemingly afraid of something, gradually packed up their stalls, as if fearing the arrival of malevolent spirits after dark. This was because a few days ago, the special investigator of the Martial Supervision Bureau, the super-strong 7th-level martial sovereign Wu Yonk, publicly executed the mastermind behind the evil incident, that mysterious evil god follower, the enigmatic female monk. Despite the mayor issuing a wanted notice for Bai Yujing, the cultist of the evil god who committed indiscriminate murder in the North District that night while awake, not everyone initially believed it. The next day, a tragic incident occurred in the West District where a truck driver, possessed, crashed into a pet dog barking furiously at his vehicle and an unrestrained elderly woman, turning them into a bloody mess. This could still be somewhat explained as an isolated case. However, in the following days, dozens of incidents occurred in other districts where ordinary people or martial artists suddenly became possessed and slaughtered civilians. At this point, even the most oblivious realized that the female monk killed a few days ago was not a true follower of the evil god. The recent string of bizarre events in Ninghai City had become too frequent, prompting many to consider renting a place in nearby cities to hide or returning to their hometowns to avoid the chaos. On the streets, hurried passers-by wore wary expressions, fearing that any stranger might suddenly turn hostile and stab them in the back, or that a martial artist might unexpectedly start a massacre among the crowd. Even those martial artists who had been lured by the mayor's district-level bounty announced at the Martial Artist Association were secretly anxious, weighing the pros and cons, and many chose to quietly withdraw. The recent disappearance of over a dozen martial lords and a martial sect master made them realize that such high-level cultists were likely beyond their reach. After all, even if they found Bai Yujing, they would first need to be able to defeat him. If not, they had to be able to escape. As night fell and the moon rose high, in a third-floor apartment of a residential building in the North District, Hao Shui sat in front of his computer, just opening a social media site, preparing to check the pile of notifications in the upper right corner where over 99 people had tagged him. He had been living in fear these past few days and had no mood to vent online. He clicked on the 99 plus notifications, but the internet seemed slow today, and the little circle kept spinning without loading. Hao Shui felt a bit annoyed. He had finally waited for Bai Yujing to leave in the morning and hoped he wouldn't return all day. Now, wanting to vent his frustrations online, he encountered this issue instead. Just as his impatience grew, a strange wind suddenly blew open the back window. The curtains hanging by the window swayed with the wind. Hao Shui, why did this scene feel somewhat familiar? At that moment, a voice behind him sent chills down his spine. Why was this guy back again? Was he worried that he would report him later, so he came back to kill him? Bai Yujing returned late due to an unexpected situation that delayed him. On his way back, he was stopped by a sinister old man who suddenly emerged from the shadows in a concealed corner. Suyin initially thought someone had recognized Bai Yujing. Unexpectedly, the old man was drawn by Bai Yujing's disguise as a weak woman and intended to assault him, but was caught off guard when Bai Yujing, this weak woman, swiftly cut his throat with a thunder sword. Suyin was left speechless. However, when the demonic sword sliced through the old man's neck, Suyin realized that this old pervert was actually a martial lord. As a large amount of blood energy was absorbed by Bai Yujing along the sword, Suyin also gained some blood energy, magic energy +1. It was a surprising gain. Just as Hao Shui was about to wet himself from fear, Bai Yujing's words momentarily stunned him. Have you found any information about the Feng family in Ninghai that I asked you to look into a few days ago? Looking at the lewd man in front of him, whose name he hadn't even asked, Bai Yujing frowned slightly at his bewildered expression. Did you not say you were some sea language expert? Haven't you found anything yet? He had originally planned to sneak into the Feng family's direct line residence after nightfall, but suddenly he remembered that a few days ago, he had asked this man to look into some relevant information for him. After all, there were many more people living in the Feng family's direct line residence compared to the collateral line, and he had spent quite a bit of time investigating the Feng family's collateral line residence in the afternoon. Without a target, not only would it be a waste of time, but the risk of being discovered would also increase. Anna's perception range was only a few meters, which meant Bai Yujing had to verify each person one by one. When he saw the man in front of him frown, Hao Shui also recalled this matter. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't here to kill him, that was good enough. He quickly said, Bai Yi, what do you want to know? In the past month, has anyone in the Feng family shown a sudden and significant change in personality, behavior, or preferences compared to before? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yujing asked. He remembered Anna's earlier speculation that it might be attached to someone. A significant change. Upon hearing this, Hao Shui began to recall, and after a moment, he said, it should be Feng Shuetong, the youngest daughter whom the head of the Feng family loves the most. Feng Shuetong, the daughter of Feng Yuanzhang? He suddenly remembered that there had been rumors that Feng Yuanzhang had spent a great deal to use the inherited immortal artifact Chenshur Shanhai map to locate that evil god's follower. However, after the events of the past few days, it could be basically confirmed that Feng Yuanzhang had lied. What else do you know? Bai Yujing narrowed his eyes slightly. I heard that although Feng Yuanzhang loves this youngest daughter the most, Feng Shuetong has been weak and sickly since childhood and is very shy, so she rarely goes out. Feng Shuetong likes cute things. As the head of the family, Feng Yuanzhang usually doesn't have much time to accompany his daughter, so to prevent Feng Shuetong from feeling lonely, he had people send her many cute dolls. But, before Hao Shui could finish his sentence, Bai Yujing interrupted him with a strange expression. He suddenly heard a sensitive word from what the other party said. Dolls? Repeating the two words, Bai Yujing's gaze became somewhat subtle for a moment. Why did you suddenly mention dolls? Bai Yujing glanced at Hao Shui. It's nothing, I just suddenly remembered something. You can continue. However, it seems that Feng Shuetong doesn't like these cute dolls. Servants often see her sitting alone in the room in a daze. But one day, about a month ago, Feng Shuetong suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person. Changed into a different person? What do you mean? She used to only wear white dresses and hats, but suddenly one day she changed into a black gothic lowly dress, and even wore smoky makeup. When she went out, she would always hold a rabbit doll in her arms. Moreover, some people said that when passing by her, they often felt a chill on their backs. Bai Yujing fell silent. Your Highness, Anna thinks this Feng Shuetong seems very suspicious. It sounds like she might be possessed. Pointing a finger in front of him, Anna poked Bai Yujing's clothes, but her finger passed through the fabric. After trying twice more and finding she couldn't touch it, Anna's cheeks puffed up. Bai Yi, is something wrong? Seeing Bai Yujing not speaking, Hao Shui timidly glanced at him. Bai Yujing was deep in thought. After hearing the other party's description, Feng Yuanzhang's youngest daughter, Feng Shuetong, indeed seemed very suspicious. He realized that he hadn't quite understood one thing earlier: why Feng Yuanzhang would lie and protect the true evil god's follower. But if he discovers that the true servant of the evil god is actually his own daughter, then his actions would make sense. However, whether that is the case or not can only be clarified by finding Feng Shuetong. In his heart, Bai Yujing listed Feng Shuetong as the first subject of investigation for tonight. Is there anything else? No, nothing else. Hao Shuai shook his head repeatedly. He actually hadn't found much useful information. All of it was hearsay from people online, and the secret information of those great martial arts families was hard to track down. He cautiously looked at Bai Yujing, afraid that the other party would be dissatisfied with this news and then, in the next second, draw his sword and kill him with one strike. You did well. This information is very useful to me. Bai Yujing glanced at him and nodded. After a moment of surprise, Hao Shuai's expression brightened. He hurriedly said, Bai Yi, does that mean I don't have to die? Bai Yujing looked at him in surprise. When did I say I was going to kill you? Great! Hao Shuai suddenly felt that a single sentence could be so wonderful. However, before he could be happy for long, he saw Bai Yujing's expression suddenly freeze. His eyes first filled with confusion, then suspicion, and finally he turned his head sharply, glaring at him with murderous intent. Wah! What's wrong, Bai Yi? Under that terrifying gaze, Hao Shuai unconsciously took a step back until he was cornered by the computer desk. Terrified, he knelt down, for he saw the killing intent in those gradually reddening eyes, and, death. Don't kill me, don't kill me, I swear I will keep my mouth shut, I absolutely won't report to the Martial Supervision Bureau, However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Bai Yujing's hand move slightly, and then his head flew high into the air, blood gushing from his neck and splattering onto the computer screen. In front of Bai Yujing, who was at the mid-stage of the martial lord realm, he was like a weak chick being slaughtered. Until he watched Bai Yujing walk towards the window, his head still in the air, not yet having landed, wore an expression of confusion. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He saw the unread messages displayed on the blood-stained screen, the content that had not loaded due to network lag earlier. Quote, exposing the true information of a perverted killer, name, Bai Yujing, family, Bai Yueling, younger sister, mother. Hao Shuai, I heard that the killer's whole family was killed, serves him right, who told him to smile while killing. I even suspected he was a follower of some evil god, didn't expect him to be so trash, funny. A prophet has appeared, actually predicting the identity of the evil god's followers so long in advance, funny. Big shot, this is a real big shot. If I were that Bai Yujing, I would definitely kill the prophet first. +1 when Hao Shuai's head fell to the ground, his expression seemed to be one of regret. That person just now was too hateful, actually slandering His Highness the Prince. In the ice heart bracelet, Anna said angrily. Carrying the demon sword and moving through the moonlight, Bai Yujing remained silent. The killing intent in his heart was almost boiling. I never expected that the one who harmed my family so badly would be an ordinary person I have never even met. Divine sword, was I too merciful to people before? He stopped in a shadowy corner, his expression emotionless, a hint of crimson flashing in the corner of his eye. The influence of the killing intent was becoming more severe. He keenly noticed that part of Bai Yujing's pupils was gradually being covered by blood red. Suyin sighed quietly. He looked at the enhancement aura in the demon sword skill panel. As the only Halo-type magic sword technique he currently possesses, it can comprehensively enhance the six-dimensional attributes of the swordmaster, especially the precious rationality. Unfortunately, it only has a slight effect and cannot be strengthened with magic energy. If this magic sword technique could be upgraded, perhaps it would allow Bai Yujing to hold on a bit longer. I wonder if the magic sword will enhance this skill when it advances to a mid-level spiritual weapon. I remember that during the last major advancement, each passive magic sword technique received varying degrees of enhancement. Your Highness, what happened to you? Anna also noticed something was off with Bai Yujing. He was now enveloped in a blood-red aura that made anyone who looked at him feel a chill and an impulse to flee. On the other wrist of Bai Yujing, the ice heart bracelet emitted a tranquil, serene, and gentle light in the darkness. Although the ice heart bracelet was a grade higher than the magic sword, it still took a considerable amount of time to barely calm the blood-red aura. With Anna's efforts, Bai Yujing's gaze gradually regained some clarity. Thank you, he whispered. What happened to your Highness just now? You suddenly became so terrifying. Anna revealed herself in front of Bai Yujing, looking at him with concern. Are you afraid of me? Bai Yujing asked Anna. Anna is not afraid of your Highness. Anna is just a bit worried. Anna shook her head vigorously. I'm fine, no need to worry, Bai Yujing replied, shaking his head, his gaze flickering slightly. At this point, it was meaningless to dwell on right or wrong or the purpose of these actions. He only wanted to find the true culprit behind all these events. Then, he would wash away the overwhelming blood feud he bore with that person's blood. After a moment, Bai Yujing re-entered the shadow stealth state of moon shadow, gradually disappearing into the shadows. Tonight, the moon was dark and the wind was high. In the northern district, the residence of the Feng family, as one of the three major martial arts families in Ninghai City, known for its strength and deep roots, not long after the occurrence of the strange and evil events, the head of the Feng family, Feng Yuanzhang, sent people to gather the exceptionally talented martial arts prodigies and master weapon refiners from the clan to live at the main residence. This also included many side branch members with decent martial arts talent. Thus, although the Feng family had suffered some impact on their businesses during this month-long strange event that everyone feared, they had not sustained any serious injuries. The other two major martial arts families, Yun family head Yun Tiancheng and Ling family head Ling Yishan, had done the same. This was to preserve the family's legacy and heritage. It was the foundation of a large family. So, even though the night was deep, the residents remained on high alert, with small teams of patrolling martial artists moving back and forth. One could even see some fierce-looking canine beasts accompanying them, likely raised from cubs. In those unseen dark corners, many people's auras were concealed. There were a great many people here. Having disguised himself and scouted the area around the Feng family's main residence during the day, Bai Yujing stealthily approached a shadow near the residence and hid in a concealed spot. Watching the strict guards within the residence, he narrowed his eyes slightly. If he were to charge in directly, even a martial artist at the martial sovereign level would not dare to say they could leave unscathed. Although his strength had rapidly expanded over the past month, Bai Yujing was well aware that, with his mid-level martial lord strength, he did not yet have the qualifications to act recklessly. However, he was not here tonight to annihilate everyone in the Feng family. After all, he was not confident enough to slay someone like Feng Yuanzhang, a late-stage martial profound expert. Tonight, he came here just to see if the person he was looking for was in the Feng family's residence. So, sneaking in quietly without alarming too many people was the best choice. If he confirmed it wasn't the right person, he could leave quietly again. But if he confirmed that Feng Shuatong was indeed the evil god's favored one he was searching for, then tonight, he would take revenge with his own hands. Thinking of this, Bai Yujing tightly gripped the magic sword in his hand, a glint of red flashing in his eyes. He looked up at an ancient-style pavilion within the Feng family's residence. It was a standalone ancient building that seemed out of place compared to the other structures around it. The residence of this young lady from the Feng family was not difficult to inquire about. On his way here, he had caught a few thugs who were about to attack an innocent passerby, and with a little intimidation, he learned this information from them. Of course, after questioning them, these men unsurprisingly became ghosts under Bai Yujing's sword. However, their martial arts realm was too low, only at the blood chi realm, and the blood energy returned to him by the magic sword did not provide much of an enhancement to Bai Yujing, who was already at the mid-stage of the martial lord realm. To quickly break through to a higher realm, he still needed to kill stronger opponents. "Your Highness, there's an unsettling aura inside that makes Anna very uncomfortable," Anna said softly. "I know." It seemed he was very likely in the right place tonight. Moreover, Anna hesitated for a moment before continuing. The souls of the people inside seemed to be tainted, much more severely than those outside. "Is that so?" Upon hearing Anna's words and feeling the cold sensation coming from the hilt of the sword, a strange expression flickered in Bai Yujing's eyes. In that case, if he accidentally got discovered by the people inside after sneaking in, there would be no need to hold back. Anna's words also brightened Su Yin's expression. He knew that if Bai Yujing encountered someone next, he would definitely strike to kill. Su Yin wasn't cursing him to be discovered. Mainly, the magic sword was just a few people's worth of blood energy away from advancing to a mid-level spirit weapon. Looking at the progress bar that was so close to being full, he felt a bit impatient. After observing outside the Feng family's residence for a while, Bai Yujing found an opportunity, under the moonlight, and leaped over a high wall that separated the inside from the outside, sneaking in. However, his luck wasn't very good. As soon as he entered, he bumped into two people hiding in the bushes, a man and a woman. The two were staring wide-eyed at Bai Yujing, who had suddenly appeared there. The woman was about to speak when her head rolled off. The man, seeing this, was so frightened that he didn't even have time to put on his pants and fled. A long sword sliced open his throat from behind. Bai Yujing's expression darkened. He hadn't expected his luck to be this bad. Quick battle, quick resolution. At that moment, he no longer hesitated. Before the patrolling team arrived, he brandished his long sword and stealthily made his way toward the ancient-style building. Fortunately, he did not encounter any more of those face-to-face situations along the way. He ascended to the second floor of the small building. Through the paper window on the door, he could vaguely see a girl with long silver hair, dressed in a gothic Lolita dress, standing with her back to him beside a closed window. "Your Highness, it's her." Before he could speak, Anna's voice echoed in his heart. Bai Yujing unconsciously tightened his grip on the long sword. Just then, the paper door in front of him suddenly opened from the middle to both sides. The girl, who had been facing the window, turned around to face Bai Yujing. Her face showed no expression, but the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, as if she were smiling. "Don't you have anything you want to say to me?" Bai Yujing remained silent and charged forward with his long sword. "Your Highness, be careful." Suddenly, as if she had discovered something, Anna shouted anxiously. 100 Claws Rampage! A shadow appeared behind Bai Yujing like a ghost, silently and without a sound. The dual blades in hand slashed towards Bai Yujing's back at an even faster speed. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Despite Anna's early warning, which allowed Bai Yujing to adjust his sword stance, the shadow's dual blades still grazed his back before he could slip into the shadows. Instantly, 3 pairs of crossed claw-like wounds appeared on his back. The wounds were deep, and a sharp pain shot through him. Bai Yujing's heart sank slightly. The attacker was very strong. He only sensed a hint of killing intent when the dual blades were already striking. If it weren't for Anna's reminder, he might have been seriously injured just now. Flowing water sword technique, using stillness to counter movement. Bai Yujing gripped the magic sword with his other hand, adopting a defensive sword stance, vigilantly watching for possible attacks in the room. From the brief exchange, he realized that the attacker was significantly stronger than the shadow he had encountered before, who was at the late stage of the martial lord realm. "I didn't expect you to dodge. Your reaction speed is indeed fast." Since he had already been exposed, the shadow decided not to hide anymore. He shielded Feng Shuitong behind him. Bai Yujing got a clear look at the person before him. It was a tall, thin middle-aged man dressed in black, holding a pair of gleaming black sabers in his hands. He licked the corner of his mouth, looking at Bai Yujing as if he were prey. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the man in black, Bai Yujing knew that the opponent was likely a master of the martial sovereign realm. His rational mind told him that it would be best to tactically retreat at this moment. However, the enemy was right in front of him. How could Bai Yujing give up such an opportunity? Killing sword intent, blood flame slash. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from him. A blood-colored sword energy shot towards Feng Shuitong with endless killing intent. Sword intent? The man in black looked somewhat excited. He didn't expect that the opponent, who was merely a martial lord, had comprehended an understanding that could only be grasped by those in the martial sovereign realm. Not bad. Facing the surging blood-colored sword intent, he stood his ground, crossing the 2 sabers in front of his chest. Blade intent, chaotic wind. A similarly terrifying sharp blade intent erupted from his body. The black blade shadows, imperceptible to the naked eye, stirred up a violent wind. They collided with Bai Yujing's blood-colored sword energy. Boom! The black blade shadows actually sliced through the blood-colored sword energy, scattering the sword energy past the man in black. It slashed diagonally across the walls on both sides, cutting the supporting pillars of the small building in half. In the following seconds, the man in black and Bai Yujing exchanged blows for dozens of rounds. Bai Yujing's martial arts realm was already a major tier lower than that of the man in black. Moreover, the man in black was using an earth-level martial technique, which was only slightly inferior to Bai Yujing's blood flame slash. As time passed, Bai Yujing's wounds multiplied. In contrast, the man in black still appeared calm and composed. The scales of victory gradually tilted towards the man in black. The black blade energy and blood-colored sword energy wreaked havoc in the room, leaving it in ruins. Due to the earlier sword energy severing the supporting pillars, combined with the aftermath of their fierce battle, the already shaky small building could no longer bear the weight. With a thunderous crash, the small building was about to collapse. This enormous commotion quickly drew the attention of everyone in the Feng family's residence. More and more people rushed towards the scene. Just before the small building completely collapsed, Bai Yujing, shrouded in blood-red malevolence, burst out of the window. The pain from his wounds reminded him that he was not yet a match for the black-clad martial sovereign. If he didn't find a way to escape soon, he was very likely to perish here tonight. Master, Facing Feng Shuitong, the previously arrogant black-clad martial artist's face showed fear. Just a moment ago, he had let the opponent escape due to a moment of carelessness. "Bring him back to me," Feng Shuitong commanded, looking at the black-clad man with a calm demeanor. "Yes." The black-clad martial artist's figure flickered and he chased after the escapee. After he left, Feng Shuitong pondered for a moment. "You all go too." As soon as she finished speaking, more than a dozen powerful figures appeared beside her. Among these figures were both men and women, all of whom were strong martial lords. "Yes, master," they replied in unison and also rushed out. Many of these individuals were the strong ones who had gone missing during the search for Bai Yujing in the past few days. "Young miss, are you alright? Moments later, a slender, elegant old man descended from the air and appeared beside Feng Shuetong. He was the grand elder of the Feng family, at the late stage of the martial artist realm. He was the only elder present tonight. In the latter half of the night, he had been sleeping when he suddenly felt a violent tremor from the ground and was called awake. Just as he was about to explode in anger, he saw from the window that the small building where Feng Shuetong resided had collapsed. He never expected that someone would dare to cause trouble in the residence of the Feng family's direct line. I'm fine. Just now, that evil god follower Bai Yujing came to assassinate me, but my guards stopped him. He just escaped, Feng Shuetong said, holding a rabbit doll and feigning a frightened expression. Elder Feng, you must chase after him. What? Bai Yujing? The elegant old man was so shocked that he nearly pulled out his beard. He had only taken a nap and almost caused a major incident. In an instant, a hint of anger appeared in the old man's eyes. Young miss, don't worry. With this old man here, Bai Yujing won't escape. He took out a jade talisman from his bosom, crushed it, and then rushed out. Watching the elegant old man leave, Feng Shuetong's expression was blank. However, Bai Yujing was unaware of these events. Just moments ago, he had killed a few patrolling martial artists on the way, recovering some stamina and injuries. But just as he was about to leave the Feng family residence using the wind spirit moon spirit, a red barrier suddenly lit up in front of him, blocking his path. This delay allowed the black-clad martial artist to catch up. Dozens of powerful auras surrounded Bai Yujing one after another. The patrolling martial artists in the residence, nearby experts, and ambushing dark guards were all rushing over. Bai Yujing was clearly trapped in a desperate situation. Bai Yujing, do you think you can escape? The black-clad martial artist held his twin blades at his sides and laughed. Why can't I escape? Looking at the many people surrounding him, Bai Yujing tightened his grip on the demon sword, narrowing his eyes slightly. The black-clad martial artist did not know what gave Bai Yujing such confidence. In the demon sword, Suing felt an approaching powerful aura from afar, anxious beyond measure. The opponent's realm was clearly much higher than Bai Yujing's. Did he have to pass on the exquisite true method to Bai Yujing? This demon sword skill would allow him to leap from the mid-martial lord realm to the mid-martial profound realm, enough to annihilate everyone present. But the side effect was certain death, and Suing did not want to see Bai Yujing die. At that moment, Su Yin's gaze caught sight of the demon sword's panel. Just now, Bai Yujing had killed a few people while escaping, perfectly filling the progress bar for the demon sword's advancement. It was a gamble. Just then, the long sword in Bai Yujing's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling red light. In the darkness, it was particularly eye-catching. This sudden red light was so bright that it overshadowed the red barrier enveloping the entire Feng family residence. It resembled a blazing sun. At that moment, the black-clad martial artist, the dozen martial lords, the patrolling team rushing from behind, and the dark guards, were all blinded by this brilliant light. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Yujing swiftly drew his long sword, a terrifying killing intent erupting from within him, and slashed at the red barrier in the void with a blood flame strike. However, just as the blood-colored sword energy was about to collide with the red barrier enveloping the entire encampment, a ripple-like wave spread out. The sharp and unstoppable blood-colored sword energy seemed to sink into it, dissipating into nothingness moments later. Seeing this scene, Bai Yujing's expression changed slightly. This is a heavenly-level barrier. Water pattern celestial canopy. It can withstand all attacks from martial artists below the martial profound realm for a certain period. Even I cannot break it. You are merely a small martial lord, so there's no need to waste your effort. An elderly voice came from afar, followed by a rush of wind in the air. Bai Yujing retracted his attack and looked in the direction of the voice. It was an elegant old man with a thin face, long white beard, and dressed in a white robe, exuding an air of immortality. At this moment, the elegant old man was floating in the air, stroking his beard and smiling at him. Everyone in Ninghai City is looking for you. Who would have thought you were right here in our Feng family's encampment? Marvelous, truly marvelous. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a commotion arose among the crowd that had rushed over. What? He is the evil god's follower Bai Yujing? The one who has caused chaos in Ninghai City for the past month? The one who attacked Miss Feng Shuetong tonight is actually the evil god's follower Bai Yujing? Ignoring the discussions of the crowd, Bai Yujing's expression remained unchanged, but he let out a slight sigh in his heart. The elegant old man did not emit any true essence fluctuations yet could fly in the air. This was another martial zone expert, and the vitality within him seemed even stronger than that of the black-clad martial zone. Coupled with the previous black-clad martial zone, there were now two martial zone present. Moreover, the head of the Feng family had yet to make an appearance, and his strength had already reached the late stage of the martial profound realm. With a barely perceptible glance at the divine sword in his hand, the sword's body still radiated a strong red glow. A scorching sensation continuously emanated from the palm gripping the hilt. Others might not understand what the divine sword's current state represented, but he knew that the divine sword was attempting to advance. In the past, he had witnessed this miraculous change on the divine sword atop the mountain. That day, the divine sword transformed from a plain black long sword into a deep red long sword surrounded by blood energy flames. In the days that followed, the divine sword imparted the miraculous blood rain to him. Now, he was blocked by the water-patterned celestial canopy, with two martials eyeing him from behind, and he could be said to be in a desperate situation. The divine sword had a spirit. This sudden advancement must be aware of the danger he faced and wanted to save him. However, the disparity in strength between him and his enemies was too great. Even if the divine sword completed its advancement, it might not be able to bridge that gap. Tonight, he was very likely to die here. But even if he were to die, he would take Feng Shuatong, the one who had brought ruin to his family, the evil god's kin, down with him. With this thought, a resolute glint flashed in Bai Yujing's eyes. His pupils gradually filled with blood-red killing intent, and his blood-red eyes coldly scanned everyone below. A terrifying, frenzied sword intent erupted from his body. A massive amount of violent blood-colored true essence surged forth. Not good. Everyone scatter, stay away from him. Sensing this terrifying killing intent, the elegant old man's expression changed, and he quickly warned the crowd. At the same time, he vanished from his spot, rushing towards the area with the most Feng family disciples. He had seen through Bai Yujing's intentions. A flash of brilliance flickered in the eyes of the black-clad martial master, and a sharp blade intent erupted from his body. The black horizontal blade exhaled a pitch-black blade light, transforming him into a fleeting shadow. However, Bai Yujing was faster than them all. His legs pushed against the ground, and his body suddenly burst forth with astonishing speed, leaping into the sky, his white robes billowing as if moved by an unseen wind. The surrounding elemental energy of heaven and earth surged madly towards the dazzling demonic sword in his hand, which shone like the blazing sun. In his blood-red eyes, the rampant killing intent blazed like a fire, growing ever brighter. Killing Sword Intent, by Luo Huangquan. Even though the killing intent was frenzied, his calm words sounded like a death proclamation to everyone. Without any flourish, he raised his hand and drew his sword. The blood-red true essence that had been condensed on the demonic sword transformed into a crescent-shaped sword energy as the sword fell. The crescent of killing intent grew larger with the distance it fell. The massive crescent of killing intent seemed to slice through the night, darting downwards towards the crowd below at an untraceable speed. Wherever the crescent of killing intent passed, every speck of dust in the air was cut in two. Although the elegant elder had warned them, the crowd had already scattered a distance away. But the crescent of killing intent was too fast. In horror, they watched the crescent sword light draw closer, leaving them no time to evade. Where the crescent of killing intent swept through, heads flew into the air, and blood flowed like rivers, turning the Feng family's stronghold into a scene of carnage. Even among the dozen or so martial lords, only a few of the wind-type martial lords survived by sheer luck. One sword, all killed. A massive surge of vital energy rushed towards Bai Yujing in the air under the effect of the torrential blood rain. At that moment, his martial arts realm began to rise rapidly. Mid-stage martial lord, late-stage martial lord, half-step martial master. However, although his martial arts realm was rising at an unimaginable speed, the overwhelming malevolence that followed engulfed Bai Yujing's reason like a tsunami, plunging him into madness. Just then, the black-clad martial master appeared behind Bai Yujing like a ghost, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. Blade intent, lone blade decision. The black-clad martial master struck like a last-minute contestant in the finals, suddenly delivering a thunderous blow. The black horizontal blade, infused with dark true essence, coldly slashed towards Bai Yujing's back. This strike was unavoidable for Bai Yujing. However, at that moment, Bai Yujing suddenly turned around, locking eyes with a pair of blood-red pupils. Faced with this strike, Bai Yujing did not evade at all. The black-clad martial master only saw the corners of his mouth curl into a smile. A streak of blood-red sword light sliced across his shoulder, but at the same time, his lone blade decision heavily struck Bai Yujing's chest. Enduring the black-clad martial master's blade intent with his physical body, Bai Yujing's body rapidly fell towards the ground. As he was knocked from the air, the gaping wound carved by the black-clad martial master on his chest quickly healed under the powerful recovery of the killing sword intent. So, although he appeared severely injured, he was actually not in serious trouble. However, the black-clad martial master was not so fortunate. At the moment Bai Yujing's sword passed over his shoulder, an unbearable pain and burning sensation surged through his arm. He turned to look at his left hand, his eyes widening in shock. The hand that had held the horizontal blade was now empty. The black-clad martial master had never expected Bai Yujing to react in time, let alone choose to fight him to the death after doing so. However, what terrified the black-clad martial master even more was that even after his left arm was severed, he had managed to seal the wound with dark true essence in time. But from the severed end of the arm, blood continued to flow uncontrollably. The black-clad martial master pulled out a small white bottle from somewhere, opened it, and carefully dripped a drop of the milky liquid onto the wound of the arm. This was the Millennium Spirit Milk he had treasured for a long time, a healing holy medicine of Earth grade. Just a drop on the wound could instantly restore the injury. He usually couldn't bear to use it for minor wounds. However, after carefully pouring a drop of the Millennium Spirit Milk from the bottle onto the severed end, blood still flowed like a stream from the wound. Seeing this scene, his expression clearly showed a moment of shock. He then extended his right hand and dripped 2 more drops. It was ineffective. Trembling, he poured the entire bottle onto the wound. Still, it had no effect. Fear suddenly appeared in the eyes of the black-clad martial master. This feeling of helplessness was even stronger than when his heart had been taken out earlier. He was already overwhelmed and had no mind to care about the white jade capital he had severed in midair. As his body was about to hit the ground, the terrifying visible wound on the chest of Bai Yujing, inflicted by the black-clad martial master, was almost completely healed. As he landed, a surge of blood-colored true essence transformed into a current, supporting his body. He halted his descent, and his feet lightly touched the ground. At that moment, a wave of overwhelming, unstoppable power surged into his body like a fierce ocean wave. Under the stimulation of this massive force, the blood-colored true essence in Bai Yujing's dantian suddenly began to surge wildly. The thunder eye and wind eye in his heart and lungs, every organ in his body, and even the cells seemed to breathe, greedily digesting this influx of power. The insufficient blood essence that had previously halted his progress at the half-step martial master realm began to rise again. Finally, at a certain moment, as if breaking through some shackles, Bai Yujing's aura changed. He exhaled a visibly scorching breath. Early stage of the martial master realm. All of this may seem lengthy, but in reality, from the moment Bai Yujing was chased to being surrounded, to the instant he killed the black-clad martial master, it was merely a matter of a few breaths. For Bai Yujing, it was even just a fleeting thought. By the time the elegant old man reacted, Bai Yujing had already slain half of the people in the Feng family's stronghold and several martial lords under his sword, almost instantaneously killing the black-clad martial master. Moreover, his own realm had leaped from the mid-stage of martial lord to the early stage of martial master, becoming a top martial artist. He had forcefully turned this deadlock into a lively game. You. The elegant old man stared wide-eyed at the scene of blood flowing like a river. He had never expected that after activating the heavenly level barrier, the water-patterned sky curtain to trap Bai Yujing, things would take such a turn. The previous murderous crescent sword energy had such a vast range that he could only try to protect the direct descendants of the Feng family. Coming back to his senses, seeing the carnage before him, a surge of rage ignited in the elegant old man's eyes. The smile on his face could no longer be maintained. He no longer entertained the idea of capturing the evil god's believer Bai Yujing alive and sending him to the Martial Artist Association to claim the bounty. This Bai Yujing was simply too strange. He didn't know what kind of evil technique had allowed him to break through a small realm and a large realm in such a short time right before his eyes. If someone had told him this before today, he would have definitely scoffed. I can't let you continue to break through. The elegant old man took off the white robe he was wearing, revealing a strong body with extremely vigorous blood essence beneath it. He entered the martial path through body refinement, taking the route of tempering oneself and achieving sanctity through the physical form. He practiced the top-tier body refinement technique of the Feng family, the mid-grade heavenly level Xuanwu true formula. Xuanwu, resembling a tortoise and snake, is one of the 4 divine beasts. Born with divine strength, it possesses extremely strong defensive capabilities. Thus, the elegant old man who practiced the Xuanwu true formula also had formidable offensive and defensive power. However, at this moment, he looked at Bai Yujing's blood-red eyes with a grave expression. Although his strength had reached the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, while Bai Yujing had just entered the martial sovereign realm, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent in the slightest. Having absorbed a massive amount of blood energy at once, Bai Yujing's mind was now completely consumed by killing intent. He could hear no sounds and see nothing. All he saw was a sea of blood red. He could no longer make out the figure of the elegant old man. Just then, the elegant old man moved. His first strike was a killing blow. The ground beneath his feet instantly formed a deep pit with a stump, and in a flash, he appeared right in front of Bai Yujing. This was not a technique of movement but pure physical speed. He raised his hand and punched Bai Yujing in the abdomen. The gap of 2 small realms, combined with overwhelming power, sent Bai Yujing flying like a cannonball. With a loud crash, he smashed through a wall, crashing into the ruins of a building that had been collapsed by the killing intent of the crescent moon. Bai Yujing was buried beneath the rubble, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Under that punch, nearly all the bones in his body were broken. He could not get up. Yet, despite this, his hand still gripped the blazing magic sword tightly. However, at that moment, the blood energy that had been swirling around the magic sword suddenly sank into the sword body, and the next second, mysterious crimson patterns appeared on the sword. The 5 blood streaks on the sword detached from the blade, tracing a simple line pattern at the end of the hilt. It looked like an eerie eye. Then, a pure black flame surged forth, enveloping Bai Yujing entirely. The elegant old man stood outside the ruins, patiently waiting for a while. Logically, there was no chance of survival after taking that punch head-on. However, for some reason, feeling the gradually weakening aura beneath the rubble, he felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. Just then, accompanied by a tremendous roar, the ruins exploded. Bai Yujing stood up, swaying, with one hand gripping the sword. His pupils were pure black, completely different from the previous blood-red eyes. In his hand, the fiery red patterns on the long sword stood out vividly in the night. He actually stood up? Although he had felt some unease earlier, deep down, the elegant old man was reluctant to believe that Bai Yujing could withstand that punch. So when he truly saw Bai Yujing swaying and standing up from the ruins, the shock in his heart was beyond measure. It should be noted that to avoid further accidents, he had just unleashed a killing move. Moreover, due to the special nature of his cultivation technique, his physical and blood strength was far superior to that of other martial artists at the same realm. Even an ordinary late-stage martial sovereign expert would not dare to say they could stand after taking his full-powered punch. However, the elegant old man did not think for long. His thoughts were simple. Since he didn't die from one punch, then he would throw another. But just then, he suddenly heard a strange sound in his ears, like the rhythm of something. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. This sound came from within Bai Yujing. Was it a heartbeat? It seemed as if something within him was stirring, about to erupt. The elegant old man looked at Bai Yujing's pair of emotionless pure black eyes. He couldn't help but want to strike again. But in that instant, he suddenly felt as if someone had pressed the pause button on him, leaving him frozen in place. He seemed to sense that something within the other party was awakening. The fierce aura grew stronger, and the oppressive feeling, like a mountain, made it hard for him to breathe. Though still alive in the Feng family's residence, the Feng family disciples who were far away and not affected, the guards, servants, patrolling martial artists, and hidden guards, everyone suddenly felt an inexplicable heart palpitation. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. It was a fear that came from the depths of their souls. This also included Feng Shuatong, who was watching everything from somewhere unknown. However, the one under the most pressure was still the elegant old man closest to Bai Yujing. What on earth is happening? As a top-tier body refining martial artist, a grandmaster of martial arts in the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, the elegant old man actually felt fear towards Bai Yujing, who was 2 minor realms lower than him. He didn't dare to look directly into the other's eyes, as if staring too long would lead him to fall into an abyss. Impossible. His aura just now clearly indicated he was severely injured. I understand now, he must be bluffing. Although the elegant old man constantly reminded himself not to be cowardly before the battle, the shock in his eyes was nearly impossible to conceal. What about the other elders? Why was he the only one here tonight, and where had the family head gone? Just then, he saw the hilt of the long sword in Bai Yujing's right hand, covered in red patterns. The design resembling the eye of an evil god suddenly glowed with a red light. A scarlet vertical pupil opened in Bai Yujing's pure black eyes. At the same time, a fierce and arrogant aura, like a tide, enveloped everyone in the Feng family residence. This bizarre scene caused everyone's breath to catch. What is this aura? Why do I feel so scared? I didn't believe Bai Yujing was a follower of the evil god before, but now I completely believe it. Elder, hurry and open the water pattern sky screen. We need to get out. Help! Who has a phone? Quickly find the family head. Find Wu Young from the Martial Supervision Bureau for help. Suyin was now trembling all over, suddenly feeling an urge to cry. He shook as he stood up, momentarily unaccustomed to the sensation of having a body again. Just as the elegant old man had predicted, Bai Yujing had indeed been severely injured by a punch just now. But now, he had been restored by Suyin using demonic energy. Suyin's current state was neither possession nor rebirth. He was simply temporarily borrowing Bai Yujing's body while he was completely unconscious. Strictly speaking, he was in a state of being possessed by a ghost. His true form was actually the demonic sword held in Bai Yujing's hand. The ability to do this was mainly because the demonic sword had advanced to a mid-level spiritual weapon, resulting in a brand new demonic sword technique. Demonic energy spreading. Skill name, Demonic Energy Spreading Effect, Reverse Master. During the sword master's unconscious period, the demonic sword can control the body on their behalf. When the demonic sword is the main body, it consumes demonic energy every second, and cannot absorb sources upon completing a kill. Effect: Explosive Demon. During the reverse master period, all sword techniques from the demonic sword's inheritance and all techniques mastered by the sword master can be used, with enhanced effects. Consumption: 1 demonic energy/second consumption. None, to be honest. When Suin saw the specific effects of the demonic sword technique demonic energy spreading, he was momentarily stunned. He recalled watching Battle Through the Heavens, where every time Yao Lao possessed Xiaoyan, a certain meme often appeared in the comments. Heavenly stage combat technique, being possessed by a ghost. Only now was he the ghost. Moreover, after the magic sword advanced to a mid-level spiritual weapon, in addition to the newly acquired magic sword technique Magic Chi Rampage, the passive magic sword technique Enhancement Aura was also strengthened. Enhancement Aura, activated, effect, enhancement. When equipped with the magic sword, the sword master's strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, perception, and sanity each increase by 2 points. The increase in all attributes has changed from the previous 1 point to the current 2 points. The precious sanity value has also been enhanced. He could feel that after taking over Bai Yujing's body, Bai Yujing, who had almost fallen into madness due to absorbing too much impure blood energy in a short time, was now quietly sleeping deep within the body. It just needed some time to recover. But here, it was clearly not a place to recover quietly. He first had to deal with these troublesome guys in front of him. In fact, as a devouring magic sword, the death of the swordmaster also brought him considerable benefits. However, who made Suyin appreciate Bai Yujing? Over the past year, Suyin's rapid advancement was largely thanks to Bai Yujing, and he was a magic sword, after all. He could do whatever he wanted. If the swordmaster couldn't, he could kill. If the swordmaster could, he could also save. Here it comes, the good show is just beginning. Substitute, go online. Except for the initial moment when he was a bit clumsy after not having a body for so long, causing him to sway slightly while controlling the body. But after a moment, Suyin had already mastered Bai Yujing's body skillfully. He slightly tilted his right hand, holding the magic sword diagonally at his side. For a moment, his expression was somewhat strange. This feeling of holding his own body was quite wonderful. Suyin squinted slightly, simply sizing up the seemingly formidable elegant old man in front of him. He had a peculiar feeling that this person was very weak. After thinking for a moment, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. How about we make a bet? What are we betting on? Upon hearing Bai Yujing's words, the elegant old man clearly looked taken aback. Let's bet on the lives of everyone here. The fierce vertical pupils coldly swept across the crowd, then fixed on the old man in front of him. I'll give you 20 seconds to open the water pattern sky barrier and let me leave. For every second you take to open it, I'll kill one more person when I leave. He squinted slightly. A fierce aura, like a tide, enveloped everyone present. Just as the red barrier was about to cover the Feng family's residence, he seemed to have heard the old man mention that this so-called water pattern sky barrier could absorb all attacks from martial artists below the martial profound realm in a short time. Suyin was currently using Bai Yujing's body, so he naturally synchronized with Bai Yujing's early martial sovereign realm level. He had roughly estimated that while he could forcibly break through, it would take quite a bit of time. Even though the current reserve of magic energy was still considerable, Suyin didn't want to waste too much. Magic energy was precious. If he could save it, he would. As soon as this statement was made, nearly everyone at the Feng family's residence changed color. The expression on the elegant old man's face changed repeatedly. He felt that he was being underestimated by Bai Yujing. Although he had sensed a terrifying aura from Bai Yujing just now, he didn't think he would lose in a real fight. Bai Yujing was only in the early martial sovereign realm, while he had been solidifying his position in the late martial sovereign realm for many years. He had even recently gained some insights and was faintly touching the threshold of the martial profound realm. If given a few more years, he might become the fourth person in Ninghai City to break through to the martial profound realm. Bai Yujing's words made the elegant old man even more certain that he was just being pretentious, trying to trick him into opening the barrier to let him leave. If he really had the ability to kill everyone here, why would he need to make this bet? If you really believe that, then you are truly foolish. The wise light flickered in the eyes of the elegant old man as he felt he had discovered the truth of the matter. You killed so many from the Feng family tonight, and you think you can just leave like this? You really don't take the Feng family seriously. He let out a cold snort. In the next moment, the elegant old man suddenly launched an attack. His figure flashed, raising his fist to strike at Bai Yujing across from him. The speed of this punch was so fast, the power so strong, that it even created a sonic boom. Demonic energy rampant, shadow escape. Just as the elegant old man thought this punch would hit, he seemed to see the corner of Bai Yujing's mouth slightly rise. Immediately after, his fist passed right through Bai Yujing's body. A phantom? His expression changed. This punch did not have the sensation of hitting anything. It seems the negotiation has failed. The regretful voice of Bai Yujing echoed from across from him. He raised his head, his face filled with horror. When did this happen? To everyone's eyes, it seemed that as soon as the Grand Elder approached, Bai Yujing's figure became ethereal, vanishing like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was already at the same distance from the Grand Elder as before. What is going on? It was actually quite simple. In Su Yin's vertical pupil, the flowing essence of the world, the tiny dust in the air, and the moving wind all appeared to be frozen. Thus, the old man's movements, although appearing instantaneous to ordinary people, seemed as slow as a turtle in Su Yin's eyes. Demonic energy rampant, instant shadow slash. Shadow escape instant step, combined with phantom sword dance. In the next moment, Su Yin's figure flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the elegant old man, a myriad of sword shadows pressing down. Su Yin's speed was extremely fast, so fast that the elegant old man could not react at all. He only felt a sharp pain in his chest. His entire body was sent flying, uncontrollably curling up, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! A figure crashed to the ground like a cannonball, producing a thunderous sound. The ground collapsed halfway, with cracks spreading out like a spider web into the distance. It was as if an earthquake had occurred. Lying on the ground, the elegant old man clutched his chest, the blood and energy within him surging uncontrollably. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of black blood mixed with internal organs. It's over, it's over. The Grand Elder really can't defeat Bai Yujing. Is this even a human? The Grand Elder is at the late stage of martial sovereign. Are we all going to die here tonight? Seeing this scene, everyone's faces turned pale. He's not dead yet? Lightly landing on the ground, Su Ying glanced at the still-breathing elegant old man with some surprise. Quite a bit of strength, huh? He decided to take it more seriously. Fiery black flames suddenly erupted from the tip of his sword, rapidly spreading along the red patterns covering the sword body, as if igniting the demonic sword. Then, Su Ying raised the burning black flame sword in front of him. Watching this scene, the elegant old man immediately felt himself locked in by a killing intent that was suffocating. At that moment, the shadow of death instantly enveloped his heart. Wait, does the bet you mentioned earlier still count? Su Ying seemed to ignore him. I will open the barrier right now, and I will let you go. The elegant old man shouted anxiously. After the earlier confrontation, he realized he was wrong. Bai Yujing truly had the ability to kill him. Of course it counts. Su Ying smiled at him, stopping his movements. Seeing this, the elegant old man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had heard of some of Bai Yujing's past deeds and knew that this person was relatively trustworthy. He was also in a desperate situation. Not knowing where he pulled it from, he took out a jade talisman. The elegant old man spat out a mouthful of essence blood. As the bright red essence was absorbed by the jade talisman, the red barrier enveloping the Feng family's residence gradually faded, and the water-patterned sky also began to disappear. The barrier has opened. Can you let me go? Of course. After Su Ying finished speaking, a sword light burning with sinister black flames swept across the neck of the elegant old man. No! The head that soared high still bore the joy of surviving a calamity. In the next moment, the burning black flames instantly consumed his entire body. At the same time, a surge of blood and energy, like a vast ocean, madly rushed into Bai Yujing's body at that instant. Draw the sword, sheath the sword. One sword strike, instantly refining. Having just broken into the early stage of the martial sovereign realm, he stepped into the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm once again. I am the most trustworthy. Su Ying glanced back and said lightly, you exceeded by 1 second. With the death of the elegant old man, this battle also came to an end. Inside the Feng family's residence, it was already a scene of devastation, filled with traces of battle. It was as if a natural disaster had just occurred. Su Yin's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. In the distance, the people within the Feng family's residence watched helplessly as Bai Yujing's figure vanished into the night. For a moment, no one dared to chase after him. The next day during the day, when someone went out to the street, they found that the shops and martial arts halls along the street had basically hung up signs for sale or transfer, with only a few still open, and even the business association was closed. This person found a private small cafeteria that was still open. He remembered this place, which had been nearly deserted the day before due to recent food safety issues. But today, upon entering, it felt like a sea of people. After ordering a few simple dishes, he finally squeezed out of the crowd, looking for a vacant seat, when he overheard two people chatting quietly behind him. Sigh, so many shops are closed again today. it's not easy to find a place to eat outside. Not just that, I heard even the Wanda Business Association and Wanbao building have moved away, and they moved overnight. They must have gotten the news early. It seems Ninghai City can't hold them anymore. Hearing their words, the person was somewhat taken aback. Although he wasn't a martial artist, he had some understanding of the Wanda Business Association and Wanbao building, which sold resources for martial artists. If even such large businesses had moved away from Ninghai City, especially overnight, something significant must have happened last night that he was unaware of. "Brothers, what happened last night?" he asked, sitting down beside them with a puzzled expression. The other two didn't hide anything. Seeing someone curious, they simply sat together and chatted. "Haven't you heard? Last night, many people from the Fong family died, and the blood flowed onto the street. The sanitation workers took over an hour to clean up the blood from the street and walls." "Fong family? Which Fong family? Is it the one I'm thinking of?" The person thought for a moment but felt it was unlikely. Where else in Ninghai City could there be a second Fong family? It's the one of the three major martial arts families. No way, the head of the Fong family is a late-stage martial Shen expert, and there are several elders in the martial sovereign realm. Who would have the guts to go to the Fong family and kill people, and all at once? Who else could it be? It's the evil god believer by Yujing that has been rumored recently. Not only did he have the guts to kill in the Fong family, but he also managed to escape in the end. One person shrugged, looking completely unconcerned. "I heard that last night the head of the Fong family happened to be away from the family residence." After hearing about this incident, he hurried back, and when he saw the scene of corpses everywhere and rivers of blood, his face turned green. At first, Bai Yujing seemed to be targeting Feng Shuitong, the daughter of the Fong family, for assassination. After the assassination failed, he was about to escape, but was stopped by the barrier, and had no choice but to start a massacre. What was the point of stopping him? Speaking of which, wasn't that strange female monk who was identified as a follower of the evil god also caught because she had her eyes on Feng Shuitong? Why does she always get targeted by followers of the evil god? What does she have that's worth coveting? Who knows? It's possible both of them were wronged. Sigh, let's not talk about this anymore. The Martial Supervision Bureau hasn't caught anyone after so many days. It seems hopeless. In a few days, I'm also planning to leave Ninghai City and look for a job in Jianlan City. The waters here in Ninghai City are too deep, I can't grasp it. I envy you, brother. If it weren't for my family and friends being here, I wouldn't want to stay in this hellhole, living in constant fear, not knowing when I might suddenly kick the bucket. The massacre of the Fong family last night, with blood flowing like rivers, was impossible to hide. Even the sanitation workers knew about it. After being passed around by the nearby residents, it quickly spread throughout Ninghai City. Even the Fong family, a martial arts family with a 1,000-year legacy, couldn't do anything about that follower of the evil god, Bai Yujing, let alone the ordinary people who had no means of self-defense. The news of the Fong family being slaughtered was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Organizations like the Wanda Chamber of Commerce and Wanbao Building, which were well informed, withdrew from Ninghai City as soon as they received the news in the early morning. Those who still believed in the Martial Supervision Bureau, thinking this matter would pass quickly and had no intention of leaving Ninghai City, began to waver. Even the mayor was prepared to pack up and leave. After all, compared to a career, one's life seemed more important. Only the underground entertainment industries like Shengshur Dashet Entertainment City, the Golden Dragon Society, underground casinos, and the Red Light District continued to operate, thriving on the fear of others and their own greed. At the Fong family's main residence. "Greetings, head of the family. Greetings, head of the family." Along the way, the servants, guards, and some of the Fong family's younger members all bowed to Feng Yuanzhang. Feng Yuanzhang, at the late stage of the martial Xian realm, was considered one of the top 3 masters in Ninghai City. He was nearly 80 years old this year, but with his short black hair and a face that showed little sign of age, he appeared very spirited, not at all like an elderly man. Like the Grand Elder, Feng Yuanzhang practiced the mid-grade heavenly technique Xuanwu True Formula, but he had already reached the 7th realm of perfection. Due to the special nature of the technique, his lifespan was considerably longer than that of an average person. However, at this moment, Feng Yuanzhang's expression was not good. It was as dark as if it could drip water. He walked silently, ignoring those who bowed to him along the way. A few minutes later, he arrived at the door of a room. He pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, Feng Shuitong, dressed in a Gothic Lolita dress with long silver hair, was facing away from him, looking out the window. Hearing the footsteps, she turned around, her expression blank as she looked at Feng Yuanzhang with her blue-black pupils. The two stared at each other, neither saying a word. "Father, did you come to see your daughter for something today?" After a moment, Feng Shuitong spoke. Feng Yuanjing's face was as water, his voice seemingly suppressing anger. Do you know about the incident last night when that Bai Yujing broke into our Feng family's residence and killed nearly half of our people? There were also many of our clan members inside. I know, Feng Shuetong replied calmly. I heard he was initially after you. Feng Yuanjing's tone suddenly rose a pitch. Did you use that so-called evil god's power again? Didn't you promise me last time that you wouldn't use it anymore? After saying this, he looked at his disappointing daughter with a somewhat complicated expression. Feng Yuanjing was aware. The chaos in Ninghai City over the past month, where everyone lived in fear of the evil god's followers, was none other than his daughter, Feng Shuetong, standing before him. At nearly 80 years old, Feng Yuanjing had a daughter late in life. His previous wives had only given him sons, and he had finally managed to have a daughter. Therefore, even though he usually had little time to accompany her due to family affairs, he doted on her in every way possible, providing her with whatever she desired materially. Thus, when rumors surfaced that a hidden, suspected evil god follower, a female monk, had set her sights on his daughter, he went to great lengths to secretly use a fragment of the Feng family's inherited celestial artifact, the Chart of Mountains and Seas. Although it was just a fragment, as a celestial artifact, the Chart of Mountains and Seas still possessed magical powers. Its essence was to trace back causes based on results. Despite the fragment being usable only once a year and each use consuming a large amount of essence stones, Feng Yuanjing still activated it privately. However, when he captured someone possessed and traced the source with the chart, the figure displayed on the chart left him speechless, because according to the chart's indications, that evil god follower was none other than his daughter, Feng Shuetong. In that moment, he fell silent. When Feng Yuanjing found his daughter to explain the results of the chart, faced with irrefutable evidence and his own formidable strength at the late stage of the martial profound realm, Feng Shuetong candidly admitted that she was indeed that evil god follower. Yet, looking at the gothic lowly before him, whose attire, makeup, and personality were completely different from the smiling daughter he remembered in a white dress, Feng Yuanjing began to doubt whether his lack of companionship had led to his daughter being bewitched by the evil god, becoming a follower. Thinking of this, he found it hard to hand over his daughter to the Martial Supervision Bureau for execution. Thus, after Feng Shuetong promised not to use the evil god's power again and not to harm the Feng clan members, Feng Yuanjing ultimately made a decision that went against his conscience. That was to cover up the truth of the matter. But he knew that paper couldn't contain fire, and the Martial Supervision Bureau would eventually uncover the truth. So, he privately sought out his close friend, Wu Yunk, a special investigator from the Martial Supervision Bureau, and explained the need for a scapegoat. Although Wu Yunk looked at him strangely after hearing this, he ultimately agreed to help. The matter went smoothly. Feng Shuetong somehow found that elusive female monk. Wu Yunk cooperated by publicly executing her. He also falsely reported the results of the Chart of Mountains and Seas, making the entire incident appear more credible. This matter should have come to a close. However, just last night, when he went to find Wu Yunk to inquire about the newly emerged evil god follower, he heard the news that Bai Yujing had come to the Feng family's residence and was killing indiscriminately. When he returned, he was met with a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Faced with his questioning, Feng Shuetong remained silent. Feng Yuanjing noticed his daughter's reaction. For the first time, he began to doubt whether he had made a mistake in this matter. Bai Yujing has already broken through to the martial zone realm, and it's the mid-stage. After a moment of silence, Feng Shuetong spoke softly. As she spoke, her gaze flickered slightly, but last night, he was still only at the mid-stage of the martial June realm. What did you say? That Bai Yujing broke through a major level in one night? Feng Yuanjing doubted whether he had misheard. A person like that, and he still managed to escape? Feng Shuetong lowered her head and reached out to touch the long ears of the rabbit doll. Hearing this news, Feng Yuanjing felt a mix of uncertainty. For a moment, he couldn't care less about pursuing why his daughter Feng Shuetong had violated the agreement and used the power of the evil god again. A martial zone realm warrior was not terrifying. What was terrifying was a warrior who could break through from the mid-stage of the martial June realm to the mid-stage of the martial zone realm in one night. As a peak expert in the late stage of the martial Xian realm, Feng Yuanjing naturally was not afraid of Bai Yujing. Even if Bai Yujing had now broken through to the martial zone realm, it still posed no significant threat to him. But one must understand that the Feng family was not just Feng Yuanjing's family alone. The entire Feng family, including both the direct and collateral lines, although many had died or been injured last night, still numbered over 1,000. Even the Grand Elder had been killed by Bai Yujing. The others would certainly not be his match. If Bai Yujing found a place to hide and waited until he broke through to the martial Xian realm, it was possible that even he might not be able to contend with him. How did you provoke such a person? Feng Yuanjing looked at Feng Shuetong with a complex expression. Seeing his daughter silent, he sighed inwardly. Since a mistake had already been made, then it could only be followed through to the end. He hadn't expected that a decision made against his conscience at that time would lead to such a big trouble. I will find a way to resolve this matter, Feng Yuanzheng said solemnly. After taking one last look at Feng Shuetong, he turned and left the room. You've caused such a big mess, just stay in this room for now. Feng Yuanzheng's voice came from afar. The room returned to silence. Bai Yujing actually saved Anna. That really surprises me, Feng Shuetong said softly after a moment. She turned the rabbit doll in her arms to face herself. And you, why is your luck so good? It really makes me jealous. Waking up on a familiar bed, Bai Yujing suddenly opened his eyes. Above him was a brown ceiling with a chandelier hanging from it. A constant feeling of fatigue washed over him. He reached out a hand to touch his still painful forehead, momentarily unable to recall what had happened. Where is this? Why am I sleeping in a bed? When Bai Yujing finally saw his surroundings clearly, he was slightly taken aback, because this was his home. Yes, it was Suyin who brought him here. As the saying goes, darkness under the lamp. After being searched countless times, no one had come here anymore. Woo, Your Highness, you finally woke up. Anna's voice echoed in his heart. Yesterday, Anna kept talking, but it seemed like Your Highness couldn't hear. Anna? Hearing Anna's words, Bai Yujing was momentarily stunned. What happened later last night? He only remembered that at that time, he had clearly been unable to stay awake. Following that, at Bai Yujing's request, Anna roughly described to him the entire process from the opening of the Heavenly Barrier's water pattern canopy to how he left the Feng family's residence and then woke up in his own bed. This took a bit of time. During this process, Bai Yujing sat quietly at the edge of the bed, listening intently while recalling what had happened the previous night, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. When he heard that after being punched into the ruins by that old martial artist, he seemed to have transformed into a different person as he walked out of the ruins, effortlessly slashing the elegant old man with overwhelming strength, and calmly leaving in front of others from the Feng family. Bai Yujing was momentarily stunned, as he had no recollection of these events. In fact, his memory only lasted until he was struck by the black-clad martial artist. After pondering for a moment without any results, Bai Yujing lowered his head and looked at the divine sword that, despite him being asleep, was still tightly gripped in his hand. Compared to the previous vibrant flow of blood energy, the divine sword had changed again. Now, the mysterious crimson patterns covering the blade seemed much more restrained, yet he could sense that the divine sword appeared to be stronger than before. His gaze became somewhat subtle for a moment. He was able to awaken from the boundless killing intent and successfully escape from the Feng family's residence under such circumstances. This should have a lot to do with the divine sword's recent advancement. Thinking of this, Bai Yujing gently placed his left hand on the sword's body and whispered, "Thank you." Ha! Anna tilted her head, reaching up to scratch her hair, looking somewhat puzzled. Suyin knew that Bai Yujing's thank you was directed at him. In fact, Suyin had originally planned to help Bai Yujing take revenge before leaving last night, but he quickly abandoned that idea. Because at that moment, he suddenly sensed a strong aura rapidly approaching the Feng family's residence. Suyin guessed it must be the Feng family's head, Feng Yuanzheng, returning. Although he felt that in his current state of demonic energy he was extraordinarily strong and could hold his own for a couple of exchanges, getting entangled would not be good. After all, the demonic energy consumed at a rate of 1 per second was like burning through it. It was not sustainable, much like Ultraman, who could only appear for 3 minutes after transforming. Moreover, Suyin felt that Bai Yujing likely wanted to take revenge himself. Thus, after weighing his options, he decided to tactically retreat. After several large-scale shadow movements, Suyin arrived at Bai Yujing's former home, a small courtyard in the suburbs. Not sensing any other presence, he released the state of demonic energy that was constantly consuming his energy. On the bed, Bai Yujing sat cross-legged, beginning to regulate his breath. The various energies of heaven and earth seemed to be at his command, and the blood energy within him surged powerfully. Mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm. This was a level he had never even dreamed of. Clenching his fist, he felt the long-lasting blood energy within him, like rivers and lakes. For a moment, he was filled with emotion. If it weren't for the divine sword, he might have silently perished in this turmoil long ago. He certainly wouldn't have the strength to approach and glimpse the truth of everything as he did now. All along, it had been the divine sword helping him, but in this lifetime, perhaps he would never have the chance to repay this kindness. Nevertheless, even so, he wanted to do something for the divine sword in the end. With this thought, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered for a moment. Just as Bai Yujing was resting alone in the small courtyard in the suburbs, a meeting was quietly taking place in a conference room in Ninghai City. Although the mayor sat in the main seat, his presence was clearly overshadowed by the other 4 people in the room. So, today the mayor has called over this special investigator from the Bureau of Martial Supervision, along with us 3 old fellows. For what reason? One of the tall, thin old men with white hair and a youthful face asked with a smile. May I ask Master Ling to wait a moment? There is actually one more person who hasn't arrived yet, the mayor said with a smile, pouring a cup of tea for the tall, thin old man. Master Ling, please have a cup of tea, and we can talk once he arrives. You're too polite, Mayor. Ling Yishan nodded slightly and took a sip from the teacup. I heard that the Feng family was attacked last night by that Bai Yujing, who then left in style after causing a massacre at their residence. Sitting 2 seats away from Ling Yishan, an old man with a somewhat shadowy face and a hooked nose looked teasingly at Feng Yuanzhang, who had been silent since entering. Is there any truth to this, Master Feng? Or is it just hearsay from Yun? The Ninghai Yun family had previously had an unpleasant dispute with the Feng family over the mining rights of a new source of elemental stones, and now that they had a chance, Yun Tiancheng had turned into a sarcastic figure. You should take care of your own Yun family, old ghost Yun. Feng Yuanzheng coldly glanced at Yun Tiancheng across the table. Originally, after finishing a conversation with his daughter Feng Shuetong, he intended to find Wu Yonk to discuss matters. However, he received the mayor's invitation to meet first. Although the mayor was on the verge of leaving due to his inability to catch the mastermind behind the scenes, he was still present, and the courtesy had to be observed. But upon entering, he saw the person he disliked the most, so naturally, his expression was not pleasant. Our Yun family is not as pathetic as your Feng family, to be stirred up into such chaos by a mere character from the martial lord realm. Yun Tiancheng raised his teacup, blowing on it and narrowing his eyes sarcastically. A mere character? That Bai Yujing is no small fry. Hearing Yun Tiancheng's words, Feng Yuanzhang almost laughed. A person who broke through from the mid-martial lord realm to the mid-martial zone realm in one night, such a person could hardly be considered a small character. However, he did not intend to engage in further discussion with this old man Yun Tiancheng. Isn't a martial lord still a small character? Yun Tiancheng laughed heartily. Feng Yuanzhang, I think your Feng family's Xuanwu True Art should simply be called Turtle True Art instead. Bang! Feng Yuanzhang slammed his teacup down heavily, his face showing a hint of anger. Gentlemen, let's calm down, Ling Yishan said with a smile, trying to mediate. Wu Yonk, still dressed in his black trench coat, sat alone to the side, seemingly oblivious to everything. His face was obscured by a black magician's hat, making it impossible to discern his expression. Gentlemen, the mayor was about to speak as the atmosphere grew tense. Just then, a figure in a black military uniform silently appeared at the door. At the moment this figure in black military attire appeared without a sound, Wu Yonk, who seemed to be dozing with his eyes closed, slightly raised his head. His narrowed eyes turned towards the door. The 3 heads of the martial arts families, Feng Yuanzhang and Yun Tiancheng, who were about to clash, along with the peacemaker Ling Yishan, all turned their gazes towards the door upon noticing Wu Yonk's unusual reaction. There stood a black-haired man in a black military uniform with a skirt, long flowing hair, and a slender golden sword hanging at his waist. The man's pupils were a commanding dark gold, and despite not speaking, his mere presence exuded an aura of authority. Beside the man in black military attire crouched a small fierce beast with a wolf's head and fox ears, a horn on its forehead, pitch-black fur, and snow-white paws. At that moment, this adorable little beast was curiously gazing at the people in the room. Looking at the man in the black military uniform who suddenly appeared at the door, the 3 family heads felt a shared shock in their hearts. This was because, despite the man standing there, they did not sense anyone's presence at the door through their aura. He was imperceptible, only visible to the naked eye. It should be noted that the 3 of them were at the late stage of the martial profound realm. Not to mention in Ninghai City, even in major cities like Beijing and Demon City, where top martial artists like martial saints and extreme martial saints were active, they could still be considered powerful figures. Yet, they had no idea when this imposing man in black military uniform had appeared there. When had such a level of martial artist emerged in Ninghai City? Several. The mayor wiped the sweat from his forehead. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed that Wu Yonk and the 3 family heads were all looking towards the door. Realizing this, the mayor turned his gaze to the entrance and finally reacted. Instantly, he put on a smile and jogged towards the man in military uniform. Let me introduce everyone, this is the officer sent from Shanha Province. Shanha Province is a higher administrative division above Jianglan City and Ninghai City, overseeing 26 cities. Just as the mayor was about to jog to the door, the next moment, 2 chairs beside the conference table were pulled open, and the figure of the man in black military uniform appeared on them. Beside him, a small beast with a wolf's head and fox ears, stepping on clouds and snow, also took a seat. Aren't you going to get up and welcome me, Wu Yonk? The man in black military uniform spoke lightly, his imposing dark golden eyes fixed on Wu Yonk, who sat opposite him with slightly furrowed brows. It seemed he was familiar with Woo Yunk. "What are you doing here?" Facing the gaze of the man in black military uniform, Woo Yunk did not back down, though his expression was somewhat subtle for a moment. The mayor, completely ignored by the man in black military uniform and left standing at the door, chuckled and continued to introduce everyone. "This is the officer sent from Shanha province, a martial venerable from the military. Ing ing." The small beast with a wolf's head and fox ears tapped the table leg with its snowy white paw. Noticing this sound, the mayor quickly added, "Oh, and this one here. Ing. This one is the March Beast, a 5th-tier fierce beast. The physique of fierce beasts is often much stronger than that of humans. Therefore, the classification of fierce beasts does not take into account the blood chi realm, as martial artists in the blood chi realm cannot compete with fierce beasts at all. Thus, a 1st-tier fierce beast corresponds to a human martial artist's martial apprentice realm. A 5th-tier fierce beast corresponds to the martial venerable realm. The seemingly unremarkable beast was actually a 5th-tier fierce beast? After the mayor introduced the March Beast, the 3 family heads also glanced sideways. Seemingly sensing their gazes, the March Beast stood up from its chair, puffing out its fluffy chest, looking somewhat proud. This was a very intelligent fierce beast. "Little March, be quiet." The man in black military uniform turned his head and glanced at the March Beast beside him, his brow slightly furrowing. You. After being scolded, the March Beast lowered its head and whimpered. After quieting the March Beast, the man in black military uniform turned to Woo Yunk, his dark golden eyes hidden beneath his bangs slightly brightening. For a moment, they returned to their original state. "You've been in Ninghai City for a month and haven't caught that evil god's follower. Do you need help?" "No need." Woo Yunk placed his hands behind his head, casually refusing. Staring quietly at Woo Yunk for a moment, the man in the black military uniform suddenly smiled slightly. "You're still the same as before. However, the incident with the cultists in Ninghai City has escalated too much. Even the Shanha province is aware of it. I'm here to handle this matter. So, tell me, how much do you know about that cultist?" With his hands crossed and his gaze slightly narrowed, the man in black scanned the crowd with his dark golden eyes. "That person is called Bai Yujing. He's just a mid-stage martial artist. Yesterday, he went on a killing spree at the residence of this Feng family head," Yun Tiancheng said with a smile. "What do you know?" "That Bai Yujing is already at the mid-stage of the martial sect. Last night, even Feng Luyun was killed by him." Feng Yuanzhang glared at Yun Tiancheng. Originally, Feng Yuanzhang had no intention of revealing this information, but after the appearance of the man in black, he changed his mind. Although he knew in his heart that Bai Yujing was not a cultist, if he spoke the truth, not only would he fail to protect his daughter, but the previous cover-up of the truth would also come to light. At that time, the other 2 families would definitely seize on this blemish and suppress the Feng family. If their reputation was ruined, it would be difficult to find a place in Ninghai City or anywhere else. "Impossible. Are you joking? Didn't Feng Luyun break through to the late martial sect a few years ago? How could he be killed by Bai Yujing?" Yun Tiancheng's first reaction was that Feng Yuanzhang was joking. As an old rival of the Feng family, Yun Tiancheng had some understanding of Feng Luyun, the family's elder. Can I say something?" The mayor, who had been left out, weakly raised his hand. "That Bai Yujing used to be an executor at the Martial Supervision Bureau. I had someone check his file, and found that when he entered the Martial Supervision Bureau a year ago, he seemed to only be at the 1st level of blood chi." "What?" This time, not only Yun Tiancheng but even Ling Yishan was shocked. They all realized the seriousness of the situation. Yesterday, Bai Yujing could slaughter the Feng family. Tomorrow, he could very well go on to slaughter the Yun family and the Ling family. Let's leave it at that. Regardless of whether Bai Yujing is a cultist or not, I will take the 3-month beast to verify. As soon as the man in black finished speaking, he appeared at the door, turning his back to the crowd. The 3-month beast, realizing it had been left behind, quickly jumped off its chair and ran towards the door. Just as the man in black was about to step out, he seemed to suddenly remember something. "By the way, recently in Shanha province, some possessed individuals have been discovered, seemingly belonging to an unknown force called the Possessed. Woo Yunk, you should pay attention. Let me ask you this. You haven't been possessed, have you?" Turning his head, the man in black shot a cold glance with his dark golden eyes. After the seemingly casual remark from the man in black, the mayor, who had been standing alone in the corner, clearly felt the temperature in the room drop several degrees. Ninghai City had already been experiencing cold weather for nearly a month due to the previous heavy snowfall, but now he suddenly felt as if this conference room had turned into a sub-zero ice cellar, making him involuntarily tighten his clothing. The 3 family heads also turned their gazes towards Woo Yunk, who was similarly dressed in black. Although they did not know what had happened, the information that had slipped from the man in black's mouth instinctively made them feel that something was amiss. The mayor, being an ordinary person, only felt the sudden drop in temperature, but in their perception, it seemed as if an invisible, terrifying pressure was bearing down on Woo Young at that moment. The behavior of the man in black could almost be considered a blatant provocation. But even so, Woo Young had no intention of pulling out the Heavenly Fury Thunder gun to turn against him directly. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile that carried a hint of helplessness. If you even doubt me, it seems the situation over there is truly not optimistic. Alright, let's put away this meaningless probing. He straightened his body slightly and raised his right hand to adjust the black hat. Woo Young's gaze met the dark golden eyes of the man in black military uniform, which seemed to burn with flames. You should know that once you reach the martial sovereign realm, an additional barrier will form over your mind, right? At our level, not just anything can possess us. Regarding that unknown force you mentioned called the Possessed Ones, I will keep an eye out for you here in Ninghai City. As Woo Young spoke, the terrifying pressure that had been directed at him dissipated in an instant. It seemed as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. What happened to your aura? Why did you fall from the martial sovereign realm? The man in black military uniform frowned slightly, his narrowed eyes focusing on Woo Young's right hand, which had just lifted his hat. Also, I remember you were left-handed. Last month, I sustained serious injuries in a battle with the ghost-level star beast, the Snow Dragon King, that invaded through a rift randomly opened in Ninghai City. I still haven't fully recovered. With a calm expression, he slowly rolled up his left sleeve, revealing a circle of ice-blue marks around his wrist that had been hidden beneath the fabric. Woo Young said lightly, "It's already a stroke of luck that I survived this time. For people like us, who knows when we might die in the future." Looking at the icy marks still emanating a chilling aura from Woo Young's wrist, even Feng Yuanzhang, Yun Tiancheng, and Ling Yishan, the three family heads, showed a hint of respect on their faces. Woo Young's words had no flaws. The man in black military uniform had just used the eye of breaking illusions to check and found nothing amiss. Moreover, he had only suddenly felt like testing him and, seeing the situation, no longer pursued the matter further. Furthermore, the people who had been possessed in Shanha province were discovered by the March Beast. The March Beast's racial trait made it inherently sensitive to soul auras that did not match the body. Now that the March Beast was so close to Woo Young and showed no reaction, it should indicate that there was no problem. The old fellows in the military had him bring the March Beast to Ninghai City, not only to help resolve the large-scale possession incident but also to test Woo Young. Since no issues were found during the test, he saw no need to stay any longer. He did not say anything more. After a turn, the man in black military uniform and the March Beast beside him vanished from the conference room. It seemed he had not discovered anything. Woo Young's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at the spot where the man in black military uniform had stood before leaving. Woo Young knew the effect of the dark golden eyes, but they were not illusory, they were a genuine possession. However, that little guy called the March Beast was indeed very perceptive. If it weren't for its rank being far below that of those low-tier counterparts, it might have exposed him this time. He just hadn't expected that this guy was left-handed. Fortunately, when this guy fought desperately against the ghost-level star beast, the Snow Dragon King, the injury on his left hand had not fully healed. It seemed that even if he had obtained the entirety of this body and completely inherited the memories of its original owner, he could not let his guard down too much. This was his only flaw, but now that flaw was gone. In the future, there would be none. As the saying goes, flaws are fleeting. Ah, just like that, he left? Seeing the man in the black military uniform disappear without a word, the mayor was momentarily stunned, clearly still processing what had just happened. What was the man in the black military uniform here for in the first place? Hadn't the military promised to send a skilled expert to Ninghai City to assist in discussing how to capture that evil god follower, Bai Yujing? They hadn't even started, and he just walked away. The mayor's face immediately turned sour. The reason I called you all here today is to seek the assistance of the three family heads, as well as Lord Woo Young, to capture that evil god follower Bai Yujing. I wonder if you all could. With no other choice, the mayor reluctantly turned his gaze to the others. Seeing that several people were indifferent to his words, the mayor steeled himself and gritted his teeth, saying, "The mining rights for the three veins in Ninghai City for 1 year. How does that sound as compensation?" As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a change in the expressions of several people. Is one of the important cultivation resources for martial artists. The profits generated from a year's mining rights of a vein are quite substantial. He hadn't wanted to offer so much, but thinking about how everything would no longer concern him once he rolled up his bedding and left, he made the decision to invest heavily. These old foxes, the mayor silently cursed in his heart. Last night, the evil god follower Bai Yujing broke into the Feng family's residence and slaughtered many of my family members. This time, the Feng family is willing to lend a hand to eliminate the evil god follower Bai Yujing for Ninghai City. Feng Yuanzhang was the first to voice his agreement. The Feng family already had a grudge against Bai Yujing, so the mayor's proposal was exactly what he wanted. He naturally wouldn't refuse. My Yin family, Ling family, is also willing to help and restore peace to Ninghai City. After exchanging glances, Yun Tiancheng and Ling Yishan also spoke up, expressing their willingness to join. That would be perfect. The mayor was very pleased, feeling that his position was secure. The heads of the Yun family, Yun Tiancheng, and the Ling family, Ling Yishan, had initially not wanted to get involved in this matter, but the sweet deal the mayor offered was simply too tempting. The produced in a year from a vein could cultivate many talents for their families, and this profit was enough to make them act. Moreover, the presence of Bai Yujing indeed posed a threat to them. Then, the mayor turned his gaze to the seemingly contemplative Wu Yonk. If we find that person, I will kill him, Wu Yonk said, narrowing his eyes slightly. The authorities in Shanha province had already begun to suspect him, and they might send someone to test him again. He needed to do something to prove his innocence. The emergence of Bai Yujing at this time was quite timely, drawing everyone's attention away. The clan member who had possessed Feng Shuetong had indeed done him a great favor. Hearing Wu Yonk's response, the mayor was overjoyed. This was it, they were secure now. With 3 late-stage martial Xian realm experts and 2 7th-tier martial venerable realm super strongmen, combined with the influence of the 3 major martial arts families in Ninghai City and the power of the Martial Supervision Bureau, even if Bai Yujing was exceptionally cunning and good at hiding, as long as he remained in Ninghai City, there was no way he could escape this time. However, this Bai Yujing is too good at hiding. After the initial excitement, the mayor spoke with some concern. Previously, aside from issuing a wanted order for the Martial Supervision Bureau and the police to search for him together, I also posted a regional bounty at the Martial Association. So many people in the city have been searching for so many days, yet they still haven't found him. That's easy. Let this Feng family head use the Dusty World Mountain and Sea map once more, Yun Tiancheng said with a smile, looking at Feng Yuanzhang. Oh, I suddenly remembered that it was used last time, and it pointed to the wrong place. The Dusty World Mountain and Sea map can only be used once a year, and it can no longer be used now. Old Ghost Yun, there's no need for your sarcasm. Since you think it's impossible, why not try using your Yun family's celestial artifact? Feng Yuanzhang suggested, pretending to ponder. Of course, he knew that the Yun family had not inherited any celestial artifacts. He was just saying this to provoke him. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yun Tiancheng's face turned from green to white. Then we can only see if that military governor who just came from the Shanha province has any good ideas. Ling Yishan thought for a moment and said, if he doesn't, then we can only resort to the old method, letting our people disperse to search. But this method is very inefficient. In fact, we have another option. Ling Yishan paused slightly at this point. I have a hypothesis. Do you want to hear it? What hypothesis? Everyone except Wu Yonk looked at him with puzzled expressions. Have you ever wondered why that Bai Yujing went from being an unknown execution officer of the Martial Supervision Bureau, a nameless person at the first level of the Blood Qi realm, to a mid-stage martial sect practitioner in just over a year? Ling Yishan stroked his white beard and squinted slightly. Isn't it the power of the evil god? The mayor asked, confused. Even if it were the evil god, it wouldn't simply grant power to its followers without reason, unless he did something that caused the evil god to bestow power. For example, Ling Yishan squinted his eyes and said with some certainty, killing. Bai Yujing joined the Martial Supervision Bureau as an execution officer and caused the incident in Ninghai City, all for the purpose of killing. He might be killing as a sacrifice to quickly elevate his martial arts realm. That makes sense. After hearing Ling Yishan's analysis, the others felt that this possibility was quite high, except for Feng Yuanzhang. Makes sense, my foot. If he didn't know that the true identity of that evil god's follower was actually his daughter, Feng Shuetong, he might have believed Ling Yishan's words. But despite thinking this in his heart, he did not show it on his face. I think if he wants to continue improving, he might continue to kill. Ling Yishan continued to analyze with narrowed eyes. Now, many people have already moved away from Ninghai City, and there aren't many places left with a lot of people. I believe that instead of searching for Bai Yujing aimlessly, like looking for a needle in a haystack, it would be better for each person to be responsible for a specific area and wait for the rabbit to come. As long as Bai Yujing appears, with his martial sect strength, there's absolutely no way he can escape from us. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Ling Yishan's eyes. To be honest, Ling Yishan's analysis was logical, reasonable, and the proposed method was quite feasible. Glancing at Yun Tianchang, who was nodding frequently beside him, even Feng Yuanzheng himself began to waver a bit. Could it be that this Bai Yujing is the evil god's follower? Alright, then let's do as the Ling family head suggests. After quietly listening to Ling Yishan's analysis, the mayor, who had been somewhat worried, excitedly slapped his thigh. Meanwhile, Bai Yujing, who was quietly adjusting his breath in the small courtyard, was unaware that a large net targeting him was quietly being cast. On the other side, at the Feng family's direct line residence, a man in a black military uniform with long black hair silently appeared in the residence. Many people came and went here, but strangely, not a single person noticed him, even as they passed by him. If one looked closely, everything around the man in the black military uniform had a sense of virtualization. The whole person seemed to be shrouded in a unique aura. This is the domain he comprehended after advancing to the martial sovereign realm, the realm of illusion and reality. Within the realm of illusion and reality, he would not be interfered with by those in the real world, much like different layers on the same map, unless he himself wished it. In short, this is a very powerful domain. The military department of the Mountain River province would send him instead of others, also considering this factor. At the Feng family residence, a cute little beast with a wolf's head and fox ears, a dark body and snowy feet, was lowering its head, wandering around and sniffing. Little March, have you found anything? After waiting for a moment, the man in black military uniform cast a faint glance at the March beast that was searching for something. Besides being sensitive to souls, the March beast was also extremely attuned to sense. He had heard about the massacre that Bai Yujing carried out at the Feng family residence last night, so he brought the March beast over to see if there were any lingering scents. The March beast raised its head to look at the man in black military uniform, then shook its head. It seems we need to check other places. The man's gaze flickered slightly. However, at that moment, the March beast, continuing its search, noticed a ruin within the residence. This was the ruin where Suyin had used the magic sword technique, magic energy rampant, to blast open the collapsed building. Because last night, far too many people had died under Bai Yujing's murderous crescent at the Feng family residence. So the servants had only managed to remove the bodies from the residence this morning and clean up the bloodstains. They had not yet had time to deal with the buildings that had been destroyed into ruins during the battle. Back to the point. The March beast stopped its steps when it reached a spot not far from this ruin. Heaven does not close off the path for beasts. After finding nothing just now, the March beast had drooped its head in some discouragement. But now, it unexpectedly discovered two unusual scents at once. One was in the ruin right in front of it, and the other was in a distant small building ruin. Naturally, following the principle of proximity, the March beast chose to start with the ruin that was closest. Its forelegs emitted a faint silver moonlight glow as it leaped and lightly jumped into the ruin. Just as the March beast lowered its head to sniff the lingering scent here, it suddenly raised its head sharply, its entire body freezing in place. In an instant, noticing the March beast's unusual behavior, the man in black military uniform stepped forward, and in the next second, his figure appeared beside the March beast. "What's wrong, little March? Why aren't you moving?" However, even after he approached, the March beast remained dazed and frozen in place. The man's expression darkened as he crouched down and reached out to touch the March beast's body. To his surprise, the March beast fell over at the touch, its body stiffly collapsing to the ground. "Dead?" His face darkened in an instant as he placed his hand on the March beast to feel. Not dead. Its belly was still rising and falling, still breathing. Then what was this situation? Looking at the March beast that had lost consciousness and lay on the ground with its four legs stiffly extended, the man's gaze became somewhat complicated for a moment. The sky was filled with heavy dark clouds. Endless darkness enveloped this world, devoid of any trace of life, only endless silence and emptiness. Silence, all was silent. In the boundless emptiness, a city stood lonely in this wilderness, just like this silent world. Everywhere in the city, remnants of walls and collapsed buildings are visible. The black earth is covered with cracked fissures, and not a single plant can be seen. This is a dead world. The March beast huddles in the shadow between two relatively intact buildings in the center of this city. Its body lies motionless, completely sprawled on the ground. Fear, human-like in nature, flickers in its glossy black eyes. Suddenly, from the heavens above, a slender leg several hundred meters long, resembling the long limbs of an arthropod, pierces through the dim sky and descends into this shattered city. Then comes a second, a third. Dozens of long legs of this unknown creature pass in front of the March beast, with its mouthparts and bristles clearly visible. However, when these long legs make contact with the buildings in the city, they do not destroy them. Instead, they pass through the structures as if they were phantoms, avoiding the position of the March beast and gradually disappearing into the distance. This is the 13th massive unknown creature's shadow that has passed before the March beast. These beings do not seem to be solid, or perhaps they exist in another dimension. But this does not prevent the March Beast from uncontrollably feeling fear. Yet, the reason it is lying here is due to another cause. In the center of the city, a long sword, dozens of meters high and with an unclear appearance, is thrust into the cracked ground. The reason it is said to be unclear is that most of the sword is shrouded in chaos, with only faint patterns visible on the blade. The sword emits an aura that causes the March Beast to tremble uncontrollably. Even though it is a 5th-tier ferocious beast, it still feels as insignificant as an ant before this sword. The March Beast does not know what has happened. It found itself in this strange place the moment it used its racial talent to touch a black aura. Upon opening its eyes, it discovered it had arrived in this bizarre location. Initially, it intended to stay far away from this sword, which instilled fear in it. However, when it noticed that these unknown massive creatures seemed to intentionally avoid this central area as they passed by, the March Beast decided to remain here. After a few minutes, it seemed that no more of those monsters had passed. Only then did it dare to slowly lift its head, curiosity urging it to see the full form of the sword. However, just as the March Beast raised its gaze, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the sword's hilt, flooding the world with brightness. A great terror surged in its heart. In the next moment, the March Beast's figure vanished from this world. In a room, the March Beast awakens from a soft bed. Awake? A man in a black military uniform, sitting at a table and polishing a slender golden sword, asks. The March Beast buries its head in its fluffy paws, trembling uncontrollably. What could it have seen that frightened it so much? Observing this scene, the man in the black military uniform's dark golden eyes flicker slightly. He has never seen the March Beast so terrified. Previously, the March Beast had encountered cultists of the evil god, but this time its reaction is unexpectedly intense. It seems that this little creature cannot be relied upon this time. In a small courtyard on the outskirts. Last night, after stabilizing the blood and energy within through breathing techniques and temporarily suppressing the restless killing intent, Bai Yujing sat cross-legged on the bed, cultivating for a day and a night. Although he was in meditation, he still divided a bit of his mind and aura to remain vigilant of the surroundings of the small courtyard. Even after escaping danger, Bai Yujing did not relax in the slightest. After advancing to the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm, his perception level had greatly improved. The kind of situation where he would only notice a shadowy martial lord almost appearing right in front of him would no longer happen. After deeply exhaling, Bai Yujing slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his gaze. His condition had nearly recovered. After a night of rest, he had almost adapted to the power of the martial sovereign realm. After breaking through to the martial sovereign realm, the sword intent of killing he had comprehended earlier had also reached great perfection through numerous life and death situations. Moreover, whether it was because the divine sword had advanced again last night, Bai Yujing felt that his rationality had also vaguely recovered a lot, and the previously surging killing intent had diminished significantly. However, there was one regret. Although he had killed the black-clad martial sovereign wielding twin blades last night, he had failed to slay Feng Shuetong. After this failure, there would likely be more people arranged to protect Feng Shuetong, making it even more difficult to kill her. However, with the power of the divine sword, he had now reached the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm. Even against the elegant old man from last night, he was confident he could either match him evenly or safely escape using shadow escape. But these were not the key concerns. What Bai Yujing truly worried about was the head of the Feng family, a martial arts expert whose strength had reached the late stage of the martial profound realm. Unlike others, the head of the Feng family had been famous for many years and had reached the late stage of the martial profound realm many years ago. He was a truly dangerous figure. Bai Yujing had heard many stories about him since he was young and had even fantasized about becoming such a powerful person. The martial profound realm. Just 3 simple words, yet it was a realm that countless martial artists could not reach in their entire lives. The profundity of martial arts was as lofty as a mountain. Although he did not truly want to kill Feng Shuetong, but rather the lingering resentment attached to her that had been taken away by the puppet princess, Bai Yujing knew clearly that the late-stage Feng Yuanzhang would never give a nameless person like him a chance to explain. Feng Yuanzhang would not believe his words. Moreover, he had just killed many people from the Feng family last night, even though their souls had been severely tainted. But he had no evidence to prove any of it. So, the next time he went to kill Feng Shuetong, he was very likely to confront Feng Yuanzhang directly. Bai Yujing understood that the gap between him and Feng Yuanzhang was still vast. The martial sovereign realm was not enough. Thinking of this, he slightly squinted, and his gaze momentarily appeared quite serious. As for the 2 family heads from the other 2 major martial families, who were also late-stage martial profound realm warriors, Bai Yujing believed the probability of confronting them was not high. He had no grievances with these 2 martial families. Since he needed to continue rapidly increasing his strength, he would inevitably have to rely on the blood rain and sweet dew of the divine sword. At the martial sovereign realm, the blood and chi benefits gained from killing ordinary people had become very small. Only by killing martial artists, especially those with abundant blood and chi in high martial arts realms, could he quickly improve. Bai Yujing quickly dismissed the idea of slaughtering ordinary people to break through to a higher realm after just a moment of thought. After all, if he indiscriminately killed those ordinary people, what difference would there be between him and the shadowy martial lord who had used force to kill his entire family? The revenge he had always insisted on would lose its meaning. Bai Yujing believed that his sister and mother would definitely not want to see him become a cruel and heartless killing demon in order to avenge them. He glanced out the window. Under the night sky, the bright moon hung high. A gust of fresh wind blew in, causing his long hair to dance. In his hand, the blade of the magic sword, with its red patterns, appeared even more enchanting under the pure silver-white moonlight. Was it night again? Gazing at the moonlight beneath the night sky, Bai Yujing fell into deep thought. Suddenly, his expression brightened. He had thought of a brilliant idea that could achieve 3 goals at once. Just past midnight, Bai Yujing, sitting cross-legged on his bed with his eyes closed in meditation, opened his eyes. He picked up the magic sword from beside him and left the small courtyard. Taking advantage of the night, he used the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow technique. After breaking through to the martial sovereign realm, the range of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow's shadow escape had expanded significantly. Often, a single shadow escape could teleport him several hundred meters. Of course, Suyin, when the demonic energy was rampant, could enhance the shadow escape under Wind Spirit Moon Shadow to teleport over 1,000 meters. Although he had always seen Bai Yujing use this technique, when Suyin tried it himself, he couldn't help but exclaim at its power. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow not only allowed for stealth but also concealed one's aura, with a vast range. He felt that such a cheat-level technique shouldn't merely be classified as mid-grade in the Xian tier. Where exactly did Lao Hong obtain the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow technique? This remained an unsolved mystery. Under the broad shadow escape, Bai Yujing quickly sneaked into Ninghai City. Along the way, he encountered almost no one. The shops by the roadside and the martial arts halls were mostly shrouded in darkness. However, Bai Yujing did not linger for a moment. He was not here for these things tonight. Under the cover of night, Bai Yujing stealthily entered a large courtyard that was lit up. Standing in the courtyard, a lively atmosphere enveloped him, and he could vaguely hear the sound of glasses clinking and the boisterous laughter of men coming from within the houses. This large courtyard belonged to a black force called the Hunters. The leader of the Hunters was named Feng Kuang, a late-stage martial lord, said to be a collateral relative of the Feng family from Ninghai. They specialized in hunting those who emerged from the Ninghai Mountains, particularly the gold teams that returned to the city after hunting fierce beasts. Killing fierce beasts was much quicker and simpler than killing people and looting. As long as one was outside Ninghai City, the Great Xia actually did not explicitly prohibit private fights among martial artists. Therefore, the authorities had no good way to deal with such unethical yet not illegal behavior. Bai Yujing knew about this because an old man who often came to buy coal from him on the street had once told him. His son had joined an 8-man gold team hunting fierce beasts in the Ninghai Mountains and, upon returning, had likely encountered an organization like the Hunters, never even seeing the face of his wife who had just given birth to their son. After that, the old man never came back to buy coal from him, and some said he was killed after seeking them out. At that time, Bai Yujing lamented the treachery of the world. But back then, he was only at the first layer of the blood chi realm, slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Although he felt indignant about such matters, he was powerless to act. However, tonight, while contemplating how to quickly elevate his realm, he suddenly recalled this incident. Killing such martial artists could not only elevate his realm but also repay the divine sword. Moreover, it could be seen as acting on behalf of heaven. A threefold gain. Organizations like this were not rare in Ninghai City. The Hunters were just one of the larger ones. Teams capable of hunting fierce beasts typically started at the martial disciple level, and those martial artists who hunted fierce beasts often had a considerable martial arts realm. These people could not possibly have clean hands. With this thought, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered slightly, and with his right hand gripping the magic sword, he walked toward the area where he sensed the strongest aura and the most people. Although the reputation of the Hunters was almost notorious in Ninghai City, as the saying goes, good people do not live long, while calamities last for 1,000 years. As a genuine villain organization, the Hunters can almost be said to be entirely composed of evildoers. They know the law and understand it, never committing crimes within the city. However, once outside the safe zone, they repay every grievance, and with their leader, Feng Kuang, being a martial arts master at the martial lord level, backed by the powerful Feng family, few dare to provoke them. Even if someone they know is robbed and killed by them, the average person can only swallow their anger and silently accept reality. This world is strange. If you are a good person who does not practice martial arts, even strangers might step on you. But if you are a deeply skilled villain, those nearby will have to smile, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Essentially, regardless of the world, it is a survival of the fittest. However, in a high martial arts world, this principle is magnified infinitely. Even in the relatively safe Great Xia, there are often many extremely evil martial artists who disregard the law. Few can maintain their integrity like Bai Yujing when faced with the immense power to dominate others. Enough small talk, let's get back to the point. The hunters, as a small force, are indeed not comparable to the great martial arts family of the Fongs. The guards patrolling this large courtyard are clearly not on the same level in terms of quality or quantity as those stationed at the Fong family residence. Many of them look drowsy and lazy. Compared to the strict guards at the Fong family's direct residence, they can be said to lack any discipline. This is normal, as these individuals were merely scum of the earth before joining the hunters, with little to commend them aside from their martial arts skills. The room is brightly lit, filled with the sounds of clinking cups and lively chatter. Outside the room, several martial artists dressed in tight clothing, with standard long knives at their waists and fierce expressions, are gathered together chatting idly. These individuals are all martial masters, and the long knives at their waists gleam coldly, all being of decent quality. One of them looks up and glances in the direction of the room with the most voices, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing his face. I say, the boss is just too cautious. In Ninghai City, who would be foolish enough to provoke us hunters? Damn, it's already this late, and here we are, just standing around like wooden blocks. It's really frustrating. What can we do? It's a time of trouble lately, it's better to be cautious. Let's hold on a bit longer. By the way, after the shift change, should we go have some fun at the Golden Dragon Club? I heard there's a new batch of good stuff. A knowing smile appears on one man's face. I think you're just really hungry. How could you even handle that kind of stuff? Another man looks at him disdainfully. If you ask me, the best catch was that student from the academy team we robbed coming out of the Ninghai Mountains a few days ago. She was so frail that she didn't last long. You still have the face to say that? If you hadn't been so rough, would she have died so quickly? After chatting for a while, they find the topic a bit dull and switch to another. I heard that Bai Yujing disappeared after escaping from the Feng family last night. I wonder where he went. Do you think we might be so unlucky as to run into him? How could it be so coincidental? Ninghai City is quite large. Besides, we hunters have no grievances with Bai Yujing. What reason would he have to come after us? That's true, but I don't know why. I just have this uneasy feeling tonight. Stop scaring yourself. Bai Yujing is only at the mid-level of the martial lord realm, while our boss is at the late stage. If he really dares to come, the boss will take action. After a while, someone finally notices something is off. It's already this late. Why hasn't the shift change come yet? And isn't it unusually quiet outside tonight? Something's wrong. It's the smell of blood. There are intruders. You all be on guard. I run fast. I'll go find the boss. The man's expression changed, and he quickly ran towards the room lit with lights. The others, seeing this, placed their hands on the hilts of their knives, starting to be on alert. Just then, from the darkness around a nearby corner, a figure in white appeared, holding his sword in one hand. Blood dripped from the tip of the long sword, forming a curved path of blood behind him. Yet, his body was clean, not a trace of blood on him. At the moment this white figure appeared, the few people closest to Bai Yujing drew their swords and charged at him. Their reaction was relatively quick, but it was of no use, because they were facing Bai Yujing. Before they could reach him, a powerful and chilling gust of wind blew them away. These people's martial arts realm was too low. They couldn't even withstand Bai Yujing's wind spirit. With a lift of his hand, he swung his sword without using any sword techniques. The vitality of heaven and earth was concentrated on this sword, and a blade of wind detached from the sword body, swiftly beheading the few people lined up in a row. Streams of blood energy transformed into nourishing rain, surging into Bai Yujing's body through the demon sword. As he made his way through, most of the hunters he encountered were martial apprentices or martial masters, and in front of Bai Yujing, who was at the martial sect realm, they were like clay chickens and tile dogs, easily crushed. However, this amount of blood energy was just a drop in the bucket for him now. That's why Bai Yujing had deliberately let one of the minions escape to call for help. He needed the blood of experts to sacrifice to the divine sword. Just as Bai Yujing expected, he didn't have to wait long. The door of a brightly lit room was suddenly kicked open from the inside. A one-eyed giant with a muscular bare upper body and an eye patch walked out, surrounded by others. "Boss, the people outside have all been killed," someone reported. In the courtyard before them, corpses were strewn everywhere, heads rolling. A figure in white, masked and holding a sword, stood not far away. Feng Kuang extended a hand, commanding his subordinate beside him, bring me my halberd. He squinted slightly, directing his gaze at the white-clad figure in the courtyard, his voice rough and deep. Who are you? Because Bai Yujing was masked, and the demon sword had changed in appearance after its advancement, Feng Kuang did not recognize him. Bai Yujing did not respond. He had come tonight to sacrifice the sword. The late stage of the martial lord realm, not bad. Bai Yujing could see through the one-eyed giant's realm at a glance. Seeing the person before him not responding, Feng Kuang's expression suddenly darkened. Not speaking? As long as he captured the person, they would naturally speak. With a flicker of his figure, Feng Kuang took the initiative, raising his halberd, carrying the weight of the earth, and struck towards Bai Yujing. This strike of the heavy halberd aimed at the right shoulder of the opponent holding the sword, but he did not use all his strength. It was more of a probing strike. This white-clad person was of unknown origin, and he wanted to test the opponent's strength first. Mainly because he had not seen through the opponent's realm. After all, he was at the late stage of the martial lord realm. If he couldn't see through, could the opponent be above the martial sect realm? However, there were not many martial sect warriors in Ninghai City, and most of them were among the three major martial arts families, basically well-known strong figures. Feng Kuang thought that he usually hadn't provoked any martial sect sword experts, so he believed it was more likely that the opponent had cultivated a method to conceal their aura. Even though it was just a reserved probing strike, in the eyes of the others present, this halberd was not only as heavy as 1,000 pounds but also struck with the force of a gale, the earthy thick true essence adhering to the heavy halberd, pressing forward with an irresistible momentum. Whoosh! Accompanied by a tremendous sound of wind being sliced, the heavy spear quickly approached the man in white across from it. Yet the man in white did not flinch or evade. Just when everyone thought the man in white was stunned by the swift strike, at that moment, the blood-red mysterious patterns on the blade of the long sword in his right hand suddenly lit up, glowing like burning flames, particularly striking against the night sky. Unlike Feng Kuang, who held back and aimed to capture Bai Yujing drew his sword with the intent to kill. If Feng Kuang had known that the person standing opposite him was Bai Yujing, and that he was at a higher realm, he would never have been so arrogant. But unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. With a single draw of the sword, the sound of the blade rang out like a clear dragon's roar, and at the same time, a blood-colored sword light shot through the air. This was the blood flame slash, a branch of the killing sword intent. However, after Bai Yujing broke through to the martial sovereign realm, his killing sword intent had already reached great perfection. Thus, the blood flame slash was also enhanced. In that instant, as the sword was swung, terrifying vitality from heaven and earth coalesced around the blood-colored sword light. The energy solidified into a formidable force. At that moment, the blood-colored sword energy unleashed by the blood flame slash transformed into a devastating sword force. Be careful, Chief, someone hurriedly warned. The vitality of heaven and earth, martial sovereign? Upon realizing this, Feng Kuang's expression changed drastically, and he felt a desire to retreat. He abruptly shifted from offense to defense, raising the heavy spear to shield himself. Wait, I'm from the Feng family. I have ties with the Grand Elder of the Feng family. If you kill me, won't you fear the Feng family? Feng Kuang shouted in terror while frantically channeling the thick earth true essence within him to form a yellowish barrier in front of his body. However, with a crisp crack, the blood-colored sword force shattered Feng Kuang's true essence barrier without any obstruction. It then crushed his spiritual weapon, the heavy spear. Two flashes of green light passed over Feng Kuang's chest as his necklace and jade pendant, protective spiritual artifacts, were ground to dust. How could this be? Why is it so strong? The power of this sword far exceeded his imagination, and disbelief filled Feng Kuang's face. The blood-colored sword force, carrying an unstoppable momentum, slashed through. It cut through Feng Kuang's body diagonally, splitting him in two. The severed half of his body slowly slid down. You wait, the Grand Elder will avenge me. Feeling his life force rapidly draining from his body, Feng Kuang glared fiercely at Bai Yujing. After Feng Kuang was slain by a single sword strike, the scene fell into a profound silence. He actually killed the chief? Brothers, let's go together. He's all alone, for the chief's revenge. Kill him. That terrifying sword energy, he can't possibly have the strength to use it a second time. After the initial silence, the other members of the hunters suddenly roared in anger. Charge! Many drew their weapons and surged toward Bai Yujing with great momentum. But a small number of people looked around, and upon realizing no one was paying attention to them, quietly retreated. It was clear to the discerning that this man in white had easily killed the chief. The strongest here was the late-stage martial lord, Feng Kuang. If their strongest chief could be so easily killed by the man in white before them, how could those at the highest realm of only great martial masters withstand him? But unfortunately, not everyone could see this. Often, it is not the number of people that matters. Although it's said that a swarm of ants can kill an elephant, these ordinary members of the hunters are not ants. and Bai Yujing is certainly not an elephant. He is the master of the magic sword. What he fears the least is a group battle. Facing the warriors rushing towards him recklessly, Bai Yujing slightly narrowed his eyes. He drew the magic sword, and the blood-red sword light cut through the night. In the quiet night, a terrifying powerhouse appeared in a large courtyard. How long would it take for him to eliminate a group of ants? Ling Yishan, is this your brilliant idea? In the same conference room, Feng Yuanzhang looked grimly at an old man sitting beside him, who had white hair and a youthful face. Do you know that just last night, 3 small gangs were slaughtered by that Bai Yujing? Not a single person escaped. Feng Yuanzhang slammed the table, making a loud noise, and the surface of the table caved in under his palm. This was already a restrained reaction, indicating that his anger was nearly uncontrollable. After slaughtering 3 small gangs, Bai Yujing's realm might have improved again. The next time they saw him, he might have already reached the martial profound realm. Master Feng, please calm down. Be rational, everything is under control. Ling Yishan, with a calm expression, stroked his white beard, looking as if he was strategizing, seemingly having anticipated everything. At least we know his target, don't we? How can you expect me to be rational? After hearing Ling Yishan's words, Feng Yuanjing said in a deep voice that Bai Yujing just broke through to the martial sovereign realm and was able to kill Feng Luyun, who was in the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, with a single sword strike. If he breaks through to the martial profound realm in the next few days, we might not even be his match. Just then, a burst of laughter came from behind Feng Yuanzhang. It was the voice of Yun Tiancheng. "Ha, Feng Yuanzhang, you are being too alarmist. I never realized you were so cowardly before. What do you know? If Bai Yujing really breaks through to the martial profound realm, perhaps only Wu Yonk and that man from the military department of the Shanhua province can deal with him." Feng Yuanzhang replied coldly. "Gentlemen, do not be anxious." At this point, Ling Yishan squinted his eyes and looked out the window. Bai Yujing will not break through to the martial profound realm. Aside from a slight loss of composure at the beginning, as a long-established powerhouse in the martial profound realm from the Feng family, a martial arts family with a 1,000-year legacy, Feng Yuanjing quickly calmed himself down. He knew that getting angry here would not solve the problem. It would only make Yun Tiancheng laugh at him. After calming down, Feng Yuanzhang looked thoughtfully at Ling Yishan, who was sitting opposite him, stroking his beard and always wearing a smiling expression. For a moment, he couldn't decipher his true thoughts. "Why are you so sure that Bai Yujing won't break through to the martial profound realm?" After a moment of contemplation, unable to figure out the underlying meaning, Feng Yuanjing straightforwardly asked, "Isn't it obvious?" Without directly answering the question, Ling Yishan picked up the teacup he had just saved from the table, blew on the steam, and took a small sip, appearing very relaxed. "Speak plainly. Don't keep me in suspense." Feng Yuanzhang frowned slightly. "Last night, Bai Yujing slaughtered 3 small gangs and left the scene before our people at the Martial Supervision Bureau could discover it, right?" "That's right. So what?" Feng Yuanzhang didn't understand what Ling Yishan was trying to express. After slaughtering those 3 small gangs last night, he may have already broken through to the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, but he definitely hasn't reached the martial profound realm yet. Ling Yishan slightly narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his gaze. "He is very anxious." "What do you mean?" Upon seeing Ling Yishan's wise demeanor, Feng Yuanjing straightened his posture slightly. He had a premonition that Ling Yishan might say something astonishing next. After a moment of silence, Ling Yishan looked at the other 2 family heads who were patiently waiting for his next words, seemingly enjoying the moment. Although Ling Yishan's martial arts realm was exceptional, having reached the late stage of the martial profound realm, what he truly enjoyed was the feeling of having those at the same level or higher be awed by his wisdom. Thus, he leaned slightly forward at the conference table, resting his chin on his crossed hands, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke with a deep and determined expression. "Let me make another seamless deduction." Ling Yishan cleared his throat, about to speak, but suddenly seemed to remember something, raising his head to look at the 2 people on the other side. "By the way, remember not to ask questions or interrupt while I'm speaking. It might disrupt my train of thought." Feng Yuanzhang, Yun Tiancheng. Feng Yuanzhang felt a vain throb on his forehead. He despised riddlers the most. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was also at the late stage of the martial profound realm, he might have already used the Xuanwu true art to press the other's head into the ground and asked, "Do you dare to be a riddler now?" However, this time, Feng Yuanzhang held back. He had tried sending people to search, but Bai Yujing seemed to have cultivated a method of disappearing and reappearing, always managing to stay a step ahead of them. He had his family's dark guards keep watch, but the results were not very good. Last night, when he received news from the dark guards and rushed to the hunter's side, Bai Yujing had already left long ago, leaving behind a scene of chaos. What a bunch of useless people. If they could have just held Bai Yujing back for a moment, he might have caught him last night. Since he didn't have any better methods, he decided to listen to what this old fellow Ling Yishan had to say. With that thought, he nodded slightly and said, "No problem, go ahead. You speak, I listen." Beside him, Yun Tianchang also nodded in agreement, indicating he wouldn't interrupt. After both expressed their agreement, Ling Yishan once again rested his chin on his crossed hands, his gaze deepening once more. Have you ever thought, since Bai Yujing has a method to quickly enhance his martial arts through killing, why didn't he create this so-called possessed incident in Ninghai City when he joined the Martial Supervision Bureau a year ago to increase the number of kills, but instead only started doing so in the past month? Of course, because the person who caused the possessed incident was not him at all. Feng Yuanjing's gaze flickered slightly, but he couldn't speak that truth. Bai Yujing initially joined the Martial Supervision Bureau as an executor, steadily killing a few people each week, but a month ago, he suddenly began killing in large numbers. Just in the past few days, he first stormed into your Feng family and killed 2 martial sect experts, along with a good number of others, making a leap from martial lord to martial sect. Then last night, he wiped out 3 small gangs. Ling Yishan answered his own question. The intervals between these 3 time periods are getting shorter. He is anxious, possibly due to some reason that forces him to take risks and expand his killings. Feng Yuanjing slightly turned his head. He actually wanted to say, "Please stop your nonsensical reasoning," but the words were on the tip of his tongue, and he held back. I don't know the specific reason, but it doesn't affect what I want to say next. He took almost a year to rise from the Blood Chi realm first layer to the mid-stage of the Martial Lord realm. From the mid-stage of the Martial Lord realm to the mid-stage of the Martial Sect realm, it only took one night. The difference here, I believe, lies in the quality of the people killed. From mostly ordinary individuals, it suddenly escalated to 2 martial sovereigns and several martial lords. But he has also attracted your Feng family because of this. Ling Yishan's narrowed eyes turned towards Feng Yuanzhang. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuanzhang slightly nodded. Although the process was clearly wrong, he surprisingly felt that Ling Yishan's reasoning seemed to make a bit of sense. What was going on? Last night, among the 3 small gangs he wiped out, there were no experts at the martial sovereign level, at most a few martial lords serving as the president and vice president. According to the normal cultivation of martial artists, the blood and energy accumulation required to break through from mid-martial sovereign to martial profound is even greater than that needed to advance from mid-martial lord to mid-martial sovereign. Therefore, I deduce that Bai Yujing is at most at the late stage of martial sovereign. Moreover, he revealed a flaw while killing. He seemed to intentionally avoid the area where the 3 of us were stationed. The 3 gangs that were wiped out last night were almost all notorious evil gangs. So, as long as we... At this point, Ling Yishan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his gaze intensely fixed on the 2 in front of him. He felt as if he were the ancient Kongming, unable to help but shake his hand, only to realize he had no fan. After listening to Ling Yishan's analysis, Yuntian City also lit up with excitement. Only Feng Yuanzhang's expression was complex. How did this old fellow manage to reason all this out despite the process being wrong? It sounded quite reasonable. Could it be that this old man was truly a genius? People sit in the sword, melons fall from the sky. Suyin would never have imagined that a group of people was actually conspiring against Bai Yujing, and among them was a brilliant strategist. A blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse. After a round of half-hearted analysis, they accidentally guessed half of the passive magic sword technique, Blood Rain Sweet Dew, of the demon sword. Just as Ling Yishan deduced, Bai Yujing indeed did not break through to martial profound. Last night, after slashing Feng Quan with his sword, he swiftly annihilated the hunters with a force that could be described as overwhelming. Then, with the speed of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, he swept through another area, eliminating 2 similarly natured underworld factions. Unfortunately, he did not encounter any martial arts experts above the martial lord level. Among them, the strongest was Feng Quang, who was killed in the hunter's courtyard, at the late stage of martial lord. The leaders of the other 2 underworld factions were clearly inferior, only at the mid-martial lord level. However, later on, when Bai Yujing arrived at the territory of the second faction called Blood Lotus Society, he encountered an unexpected situation. Bai Yujing did not know much about the Blood Lotus Society, having only heard of it before. The leader of the Blood Lotus Society was a mid-martial lord level martial artist. However, this person was much more cunning than Feng Quang, the leader of the hunters. Upon realizing he could not see through Bai Yujing's realm, he decisively pulled out a small bottle with a fiery red body from his pocket. He quickly poured out a blood-red pill from inside and swallowed it in a flash. After consuming this blood-red pill, his blood and energy surged instantly, temporarily boosting him from mid-martial lord to late martial lord. However, this did not have any effect. The gap in realm and strength was too great. He was still slain by Bai Yujing with a single sword strike. After killing the leader of the Blood Lotus Society with one sword and absorbing his blood and energy, Bai Yujing found a bottle of fiery red pills on him, explosive blood pills. He opened the bottle and saw there were still 2 pills left inside. Just from the name of such a sinister pill, one could tell it must have strong side effects on the body. Otherwise, the leader of the Blood Lotus Society would not have consumed it during battle. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yujing put the remaining 2 blood-exploding pills into the Ice Heart bracelet. The Ice Heart bracelet itself is a storage artifact. After Anna unlocked the restrictions of the Ice Heart bracelet, Bai Yujing placed some commonly used items inside. However, he never let go of the magic sword. Suyin, who was curious about what the storage space inside the Ice Heart bracelet looked like, felt a bit disappointed. At this moment, in a small courtyard on the outskirts, Bai Yujing was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed, refining the blood energy that the divine sword had delivered to him after he had wiped out 3 black forces the night before. This blood energy flowed into his internal organs, cleansing every inch of his meridians. At a certain moment, the shackles within Bai Yujing's body were broken, and the surrounding heaven and earth's essence seemed to be attracted, gathering around his body to form small spirals of energy. His long black hair and the white robe he wore were gently swayed by the energy spirals. He slowly opened his eyes. Extending his palm, a spiral of energy quietly hovered above it. Feeling his current realm, he realized this was the late stage of martial zone. In fact, this breakthrough was mainly thanks to the elder Feng Luyun of the Feng family. As a powerful figure in the late stage of martial zone who had touched the threshold of martial Shen, after Suyin had refined all his blood energy with demonic energy, Bai Yujing was already on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of martial zone, just a step away. Thus, after refining the blood energy he obtained last night, Bai Yujing was able to break into the late stage of martial zone in one go. In just 2 nights, he had jumped directly from the mid-stage of martial June to the late stage of martial zone. This speed of breakthrough could almost be described as defying the heavens. But all of this came at the cost of exhausting his body's potential. Bai Yujing had a faint premonition. Perhaps, martial Xian was the limit of his life. This did not mean he could only cultivate to martial Xian, but rather that every time he refined the blood rain, the accumulated malevolent energy within him drained his potential. However, he did not regret it. If he could live his life over again, he would still make the same choice as today. Just like the vow he made on the 7th day after his mother and sister's death, in front of their graves. In that bone-chilling wind and snow, he had vowed that even if this life faced endless calamities, he would make all those who had harmed them pay the price they deserved. But even if he could only break through to the early stage of martial Shen, it should be enough for him to bypass Feng Yuanzheng's encirclement and directly kill Feng Shuetong. Thinking of this, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered slightly. Last night, when he had wiped out the 3rd black force, he had originally planned to continue to the next target, but it seemed that a passerby had discovered the bloodbath and reported it to the police. To avoid causing too much of a commotion and attracting Wu Yonk or the heads of the 3 major families, Bai Yujing had no choice but to abandon his plan to continue the blood sacrifice of the divine sword last night. However, tonight, he was prepared to change his target and continue, because to quickly break through from the late stage of martial zone to martial Xian, the only path was through blood rain and sweet dew. Just like last night, the clock on the wall had just passed midnight. Bai Yujing, sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes. Before going out, he carefully tidied his hair, tied it up, and covered it with a piece of white cloth. Then he changed into a brand new white robe, a habit he had developed after becoming an executor of the Martial Supervision Bureau. Because once he wore this white robe, he would walk onto the execution ground to deliver death to those who deserved it. Even though he was no longer an executor now, he believed that what he was doing now was no different from when he had served as an executor. Under the night sky, with the wind and moonlight, Bai Yujing quickly stealthily slipped into a dim alley behind a tall domed building. This was the territory of the Golden Dragon Society. The Golden Dragon Society operated a series of illegal businesses, including massage, bathing, foot therapy, red light districts, casinos, underground death fights, and slave trading. As one of the important gray industries controlled by the Ling family in Ninghai, the Golden Dragon Society brought immense wealth to the Ling family. However, the hidden evils within were unimaginable to ordinary people. Bai Yujing chose to come here because there was a powerful martial artist serving the Ling family stationed here. Just as he had just emerged from the shadows and was about to leap onto the 2nd floor of the Golden Dragon Society, a terrifying blade aura slashed toward him at a preemptive angle. Bai Yujing? An old man with white hair and a youthful face, holding a straight black knife, smiled as he stepped out from the shadows. "I've been waiting for you." It was clear that this old man, with his black straight knife, white hair, and smiling face, had come prepared. This old man, who suddenly launched a sneak attack, was none other than Ling Yishan, who had been lying in wait at the Golden Dragon Society for a long time. Ling Yishan did not expect that his luck would be so good tonight. During the day, based on the target Bai Yujing attacked the previous night, he predicted several locations where Bai Yujing was most likely to appear that night. These included the Golden Dragon Society controlled by the Ling family, the Ninghai branch of the prosperous World Entertainment supported by the Feng family, and another gray industry backed by the Yun family. They had agreed that whoever first spotted Bai Yujing at these three locations would immediately inform the other two family heads and Wu Yunk to prevent Bai Yujing from escaping. Since the Golden Dragon Society belonged to the Ling family, Ling Yishan himself was responsible for this place, and with him here, the martial artist originally stationed at the Golden Dragon Society had been sent away. According to their previous agreement, upon discovering Bai Yujing, he was supposed to notify the others first before taking action. However, after witnessing Bai Yujing's ghostly movements, Ling Yishan suddenly changed his mind. Compared to the promise made to the mayor to kill Bai Yujing and gain a year's mining rights to the Ling family's Yuan stone vein, he was actually more curious about the secret behind Bai Yujing's rapid breakthrough. Unlike the other two family heads, he practiced only a high-grade earth-level technique and was the oldest among them, nearing his limit. If he could not break through to the martial sovereign realm soon, he might soon depart from this world. The thought of this filled him with great fear. No one is unafraid of death, even Ling Yishan, who had reached the late stage of the martial Shin realm. Unlike the amiable old man he appeared to be, Ling Yishan was quite a hypocritical character. He suspected that Bai Yujing might have improved his realm through killing, but so what? It should be known that in this world, there was no shortage of people. Two-legged beasts might be hard to find, but two-legged humans were everywhere. This strike was launched from afar. Almost at the moment Bai Yujing revealed himself from the shadows, it accurately slashed toward where Bai Yujing stood. However, it was not aimed at his neck but at his legs. Ling Yishan was extremely ruthless. Upon discovering that Bai Yujing had cultivated a technique that allowed him to slip into shadows and move unpredictably, he conceived the idea of first crippling Bai Yujing's legs to force him to reveal the secret behind his astonishing speed of breakthrough in martial arts, and then finally killing him. As for whether Bai Yujing could dodge this strike, Ling Yishan had already sensed it when Bai Yujing revealed himself. As he had expected, after annihilating 3 small gangs last night, Bai Yujing had not reached the martial profound realm but had only broken through to the late stage of the martial sect realm. He was at the late stage of the martial profound realm, a whole major realm higher than Bai Yujing. Moreover, his cultivation techniques, the grade of his martial skills, combat experience, battle awareness, and divine weapons were all far beyond what this kid, who had only been at the first layer of the Blood Chi realm a year ago, could compare to. Not to mention that this strike was a sneak attack. With all these factors combined, he believed Bai Yujing absolutely could not dodge it. The pitch-black, terrifying blade aura surged from the edge of the blade, carrying the breath of death, piercing through the night, even slicing the dew in the air along the way in half, as if it were going to cut open the space between the two. The black straight knife in Ling Yishan's hand was a mid-level mysterious weapon named Murakumo. If struck directly by this knife, one would be poisoned by a curse from the wound, with no cure. Therefore, Ling Yishan chose to use Blade Aura. So, was Bai Yujing really doomed? The timing of this Blade Aura was too sudden, and it was extremely fierce, coming in at an angle. Although Suin, with a god's eye perspective, noticed it immediately, he had no way to warn him. The exquisite true method of the Yen magic sword technique was actually different from other skills in the magic sword inheritance. It required the sword master to have a resolute will to die. This delay meant that the pitch-black blade aura was almost upon Bai Yujing. Because he had predicted Bai Yujing's trajectory in advance, it looked as if Bai Yujing had crashed into it himself. Even Suin felt that this time Bai Yujing might be finished. After the magic sword advanced, the enhancement aura had strengthened to LV2, increasing rationality by +2. And Bai Yujing's murderous aura was temporarily suppressed. But at the same time, it also prevented Suin from using the magic energy to counteract. So this time, he could only watch helplessly. But for some reason, just as Bai Yujing was about to leap onto the second floor of the Golden Dragon Club and collide with the terrifying pitch-black blade aura, he suddenly shifted his position in midair and fell to the ground at a considerable speed in the opposite direction of Ling Yishan. The pitch-black blade aura penetrated the second floor of the Golden Dragon Club, cutting through everything in its path as if it were nothing, accompanied by screams from the crowd in the hall, flying out from the other side of the building and shooting into the night sky. He actually dodged it. Was it because of the enhancement aura's perception +2, or was this all attribute up magic sword technique really that strong? The value of the enhancement aura was still rising. Seeing Bai Yujing evade the sneak attack with an incredibly unfathomable move, Suin was somewhat secretly astonished. This also made him realize the strength of this passive magic sword technique, which usually went unnoticed and had little presence. Indeed, products from the system must be of high quality. None of his magic sword techniques were useless. With one hand on the magic sword, Bai Yujing stared solemnly at an old man with white hair and beard emerging from the shadows. The old man held a pitch-black straight knife in his right hand, the handle long enough to take up almost a third of the entire blade. The terrifying blade aura from earlier should have been struck out by this old man. If it weren't for his realm having risen to the late stage of the martial sect realm, and the divine sword having advanced last time, Bai Yujing realized that his perception of killing intent and reaction speed had improved significantly. He would never have been able to dodge that ghostly blade aura just now. Bai Yujing narrowed his eyes and focused on the old man in front of him. The blood chi power emanating from this person gave him a feeling of unfathomable depth. Just standing there, he exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Bai Yujing felt that this person's face looked familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was. Ling Yishan was somewhat surprised. He clearly hadn't expected Bai Yujing to be able to react, but he soon smiled and said, "You really are quite capable. No wonder so many people from the Ninghai City Martial Supervision Bureau, the Martial Artists Association, and our three great families can't catch you." The three great families? Bai Yujing keenly caught the key words from the old man's mouth, and his expression darkened. Among the three great martial families in Ninghai City, only the three family heads could give him such a sense of pressure. He knew Feng Yuanzhang. He had caught a distant glimpse of him on the day Wu Yonk executed the false evil god's followers. The old man before him could only be the head of the Ling or Yun family. If that were the case, he would be in danger today. However, Bai Yujing did not remember offending them. "Are you Ling Yishan or Yun Tianchang?" Bai Yujing said in a deep voice. "I don't remember offending you." While speaking to distract the other party, he was also looking for an opportunity to escape. Bai Yujing did not want to confront a late-stage martial profound realm expert right now. "Head of the Ling family, Ling Yishan." Ling Yishan stroked his beard and smiled slightly. "Bai Yujing, you." Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Yishan noticed Bai Yujing's figure slowly disappearing from the spot. His smile instantly froze on his face. "Ling Yishan?" After a moment of silence, his figure flashed and also disappeared into the night. 100 meters away from the Golden Dragon Club, in a small food street. The surroundings were brightly lit. Bai Yujing had passed through here when he came out, and he noticed that there were quite a few people on this street. But strangely, not much time had passed. When he stepped out of the shadow escape, the place was left with empty storefronts, and there was not a single person in sight on the street. Moreover, while he could normally teleport hundreds of meters with a single shadow escape, he had only moved 100 meters this time before being blocked by an invisible barrier. What kind of barrier is this? Bai Yujing raised his hand and slashed with his sword, a blood-red sword aura cutting through the air, flying out smoothly as if it had encountered no obstruction. But when he took a step forward, he was stopped. Seeing this scene, Bai Yujing's gaze became somewhat subtle. He knew that it was very likely he wouldn't be able to escape today. "This is the divine ability I comprehended after breaking through to the martial profound realm, painting the ground as a prison." At that moment, an old voice came from behind him. "In the 100-meter range centered around me, there are now only you and me. Unless we determine a victor, you cannot leave here." Ling Yishan, dressed in black, stood with his hands behind his back, exuding the calmness of an old artist. Because of the nature of the divine ability, he was not afraid of Bai Yujing escaping. "Bai Yujing, surrender. It's just your bad luck to run into me here today. If it were those two, it might not have been the case." Before he could finish speaking, Bai Yujing's figure disappeared from view again. Seeing this, Ling Yishan's eyelids twitched slightly, and he almost lost his grip on the hilt of his sword. How long is this going to go on? Ling Yishan's heart sank slightly. If Bai Yujing kept escaping like this, he really had no good way to deal with it for the time being. The fluctuations of divine abilities were different from true essence, as obvious as fireflies in the night. After a while, Feng Yuanzhang and Yun Tianchang, those two old fellows, would definitely notice, and the people from Wu Yonk and the military department of the Shanha province might also pay attention. By then, Bai Yujing's secret would no longer be his alone to control. Moreover, he discovered a problem. Despite breaking through from the mid-martial monarch realm to the late martial zone realm in a very short time, Bai Yujing's mind did not seem to be greatly affected, which seemed inconsistent with the situation of the evil god's blessing. Could it be that he was able to break through so quickly because he had some kind of precious treasure on him? A treasure that can allow a person to break through so many realms in such a short time. Is it a celestial artifact, a weapon of destiny, or something else? Even someone like Bai Yujing, a character he had never even heard of before, could quickly break through from the first layer of Qi and Blood realm to the late stage of martial sect. What if he, Ling Yishan, were to obtain it? With his extraordinary martial arts talent, how far could he reach? Martial Venerable? No, Martial Saint? Or perhaps, breaking through to the legendary Extreme Martial Saint, joining the 10 glories of the Great Xia? Would there be a place for him in the Great Xia Martial God Hall? At that time, it wouldn't just be this small Ninghai city. Would he have the chance to step out of the Great Xia, out of Blue Star, and experience the myriad races of the starry sky? Thinking of this, Ling Yishan's breath became heavier. Compared to all this, a small yuan stone vein was completely insignificant. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. Right now, he had to force Bai Yujing to reveal his secret before others arrived. As the initiator of the barrier, he could naturally sense the other party's position. Without further hesitation, Ling Yishan stored away the Murakumo in his storage ring and took out a mid-level spiritual weapon straight sword. Ever since he acquired the mid-level artifact Murakumo, he had stopped using other weapons. This mid-level spiritual weapon was one he had used before and had kept in his storage. However, with his strength at the late stage of martial profound realm, a spiritual weapon was sufficient for him. Immediately, Ling Yishan's figure transformed into a shadow and swiftly pursued Bai Yujing's direction. The night deepened. After being blocked by an invisible barrier once again, Bai Yujing realized that Ling Yishan was not deceiving him. He was truly trapped by the divine ability of the barrier. Although he could continuously use shadow escape to buy time, it was meaningless. If he wanted revenge, he couldn't stay here forever, and Ling Yishan must have notified others. He wanted to get out. Unless he could kill Ling Yishan, who was at the late stage of martial profound realm, here. But was that possible? Watching Ling Yishan approach from a distance, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered slightly. Bai Yujing, you have nowhere to escape, Ling Yishan said, looking at Bai Yujing and speaking. I know that your rapid breakthrough to the late stage of martial sec must be due to some secret. I've changed my mind. If you tell me this secret, I, Ling Yishan, can swear to let you go. Hearing Ling Yishan's words, Bai Yujing looked up at him in surprise. A secret? His rapid breakthrough relied on the blood rain and sweet dew of the divine sword, but would Ling Yishan really let him go after telling him? Bai Yujing thought not. Moreover, he couldn't possibly hand over the divine sword. He hadn't avenged his great enmity yet, and he still hadn't. In that case, he could only nowhere to escape? Slowly raising his head, Bai Yujing looked calmly at Ling Yishan, one hand pressing down on the demon sword. But the words he spoke were like thunder on a clear day. Why should I escape? In an instant, a small red vial appeared in his left hand, which he crushed. Then, he swallowed 2 blood explosion pills in one gulp. At that moment, a fierce aura erupted from him, like an ancient ferocious beast. His chi and blood surged dramatically, and a red mist even enveloped his body. Are you crazy? You ate 2 blood explosion pills? What was Bai Yujing trying to do? Was he going to fight me? Ling Yishan's eyelids jumped violently. A person of great renown is not without merit. Indeed, Ling Yishan admitted that this so-called Bai Yujing, a follower of the evil god, was truly impressive. Not only had he boldly invaded the Feng family's residence a few days ago, but he had also killed Feng Luyun, who had just broken through to the mid-stage, and left gracefully. Last night, he had once again bloodily wiped out 3 small gangs, and his realm had surged to the late stage of the martial sovereign realm. Just now, at the Golden Dragon Society, he had even dodged a preemptive blade aura that a martial sovereign warrior absolutely could not evade, which left him slightly astonished. But so what? Even if Bai Yujing's breakthrough speed was astonishing, he was still just a martial sovereign warrior, even if at the late stage. The martial sovereign realm was still the martial sovereign realm. Without comprehending divine abilities, what right did Bai Yujing have to attack him, a martial Xian realm warrior? Clearly, he had already made concessions. As long as Bai Yujing was willing to hand over that secret, he would let him leave. Was this secret really more important than life? Although he had indeed played a word game, only saying he would let him leave without mentioning that he wouldn't kill him afterward, planning to first trick him into revealing the secret. But who would have thought that this madman Bai Yujing wouldn't even be willing to try, directly swallowing 2 blood explosion pills and flipping the table. Looking at Bai Yujing, whose eyes were suddenly covered in blood red, exuding a fierce aura, as if wrapped in a thick mist of blood, Ling Yishan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. As the head of the Ling family, he was certainly familiar with blood explosion pills. This type of pill was made from the essence blood of a ferocious beast known as the blood-crazed beast. Although it could significantly enhance a warrior's vitality for a period of time, the malevolent aura in the pill would greatly affect the warrior's mental state, so one could only swallow one at most at a time. When Wanbao Tower first launched this product, it had caused a huge sensation in Ninghai City. However, after dozens of cases where warriors had been eroded by the malevolent aura and turned into madmen, it quickly fell out of favor, only used by those fearless members of the Blood Lotus Society. Swallowing 2 blood explosion pills at once, even if he didn't explode from the overwhelming vitality, his mental state would still be greatly affected for a time. Did this guy have no common sense at all? Was the mindset of a cultist so hard to fathom? Ling Yishan cursed several times in his heart, and his expression turned quite ugly. If Bai Yujing really became a madman, then no one would ever know the secret. He couldn't accept such an outcome. Though it seemed lengthy to explain, it all happened in an instant. Just as Ling Yishan was contemplating, a figure, seemingly burning with blood flames, suddenly rushed towards him at a speed difficult to capture with the naked eye. At the same time, a fire-red long sword, with a terrifying blood-colored blade, slashed towards him. With the enhancement of the demon sword's aura and the explosive power from the blood explosion pills, Bai Yujing's strength and speed had reached a terrifying level. If a martial sovereign were here, they might be severely injured by this sword strike. However, Ling Yishan was, after all, a strong warrior at the late stage of the martial Xian realm. He raised his gaze to glance at the descending sword edge, and a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. This kind of attack wasn't even swordsmanship, it was merely an ordinary slash relying on beast-like physical quality, clearly indicating that his mental state had been affected. In the blink of an eye, facing Bai Yujing's fierce sword strike, Ling Yishan boldly countered with his straight sword, meeting Bai Yujing's long sword head-on with incredible speed. Clang! The pitch-black blade clashed with the blood-colored sword edge. The blood-red sword light was blocked by Ling Yishan's straight sword, producing a crisp sound of metal colliding. A tremendous force came from the straight sword, causing Ling Yishan to take a slight step back, while Bai Yujing was sent flying back by this immense force. During the battle, Ling Yishan still had the leisure to observe the weapon Bai Yujing was using. He noticed that it was a long sword with a pattern resembling the elongated eyes of a ferocious beast on the hilt, and the blade was engraved with fiery red mysterious patterns. A flash of inspiration suddenly crossed his mind. Killing breakthrough, sword? Killing sword? Could this fiery red long sword be the secret behind Bai Yujing's rapid breakthrough? However, this thought only flickered in his mind before being suppressed by Ling Yishan. There was absolutely no possibility of that. This long sword couldn't even cut through the pitch-black straight knife in his hand, which was merely a mid-level spiritual weapon. It was just an ordinary spiritual weapon, not even reaching the level of a mysterious weapon. For something to have such miraculous effects, it should at least be a celestial weapon, not to mention the fated extreme martial arts. Ling Yishan first ruled out a correct answer. What was this old guy just thinking about? Suing caught the fleeting, probing glance Ling Yishan had thrown at him just a moment ago, and the slight movement of his gaze shifting away shortly after. Why did he feel like this old man looked down on him? What Suing didn't know was that just now, he had been assessed by Ling Yishan as an ordinary spiritual weapon without any remarkable qualities. But it was probably for the best that he didn't know. Otherwise, he would have made Bai Yujing grab this old man's collar and give him a good lesson. However, looking at Bai Yujing's current situation, it seemed, perhaps, not too good. Suing felt a bit puzzled. The reason he wasn't worried was that he found it somewhat strange. He gazed at the familiar figure that had been sent flying by a tremendous force, with blood-red eyes and a body radiating blood energy, only able to use basic sword techniques, seemingly completely affected by the blood explosion pill. He muttered softly to himself. Was the side effect of this blood explosion pill really that strong? It should be known that Bai Yujing's willpower was exceptionally resilient, and with the enhancement of the aura, even the suppression of the mysterious weapon, the ice heart bracelet, couldn't hold him down. This combination had even suppressed the chaotic blood energy absorbed from the blood rain and sweet dew, which surged like a tide, along with the substantial malevolent energy affecting the mind. Could it be that he was just acting? Just as Suin was thinking this, he saw Bai Yujing's figure crash violently against the invisible boundary of the drawn prison, creating a large wave of air. It looked really painful. If it were the conscious Bai Yujing, he would at least have activated the blood-colored true essence or the world's vital energy to form a barrier behind him for cushioning. But he didn't do that. Instead, he took the hit squarely. Now even Suin was uncertain if Bai Yujing was just acting. However, at that moment, a drop of water suddenly fell from the sky, hitting the ground. Suin looked up at the sky, where a large mass of dark clouds had accumulated without him noticing. It seemed like it was going to rain heavily. When the first drop of evening rain fell from the sky, it wasn't long before the dark sky began to drizzle. The rain grew heavier, quickly turning into a downpour, turning the dry ground into mud. The wind picked up. Watching the suddenly worsening weather, Ling Yishan frowned slightly. True Essence formed a shield in front of him, blocking the rain curtain outside. His divine ability, drawing a prison, could only pull one person into the void realm. Thus, the situation of being blocked by an invisible barrier and the pedestrians disappearing from the street occurred. Only when a victor was determined, or he actively cancelled the drawn prison, would the void realm disappear. This divine ability was not strong. One could even say it was somewhat weak. When the opponent's realm was higher than his, drawing a prison and entangling oneself were no different. But when the opponent's realm was lower, drawing a prison became the opponent's despair. However, the environment in the Void Realm synchronized with the real world. Was it raining outside too? Ling Yishan disliked such unexpected events because they gave him a sense of losing control. As a wise man, he preferred everything to be within his grasp. How about it? Can we talk now? Ling Yishan looked calmly at Bai Yujing, who was struggling to rise from the mud. Rainwater slid down Bai Yujing's cheeks. He did not answer the question. Taking advantage of the rain's cover and the fierce wind that enhanced the speed of the wind spirit, Bai Yujing's body suddenly vanished from the spot. Disappeared? Ling Yishan looked at the suddenly vanished Bai Yujing, his expression slightly surprised. At that moment, Bai Yujing's figure appeared like a ghost behind Ling Yishan. The demon sword burned with blood flames, sweeping towards Ling Yishan's back with a tidal wave of killing intent. The intent to kill, blood flame slash. It seems you don't quite understand the concept of the martial profound realm. He suddenly turned around, grinning at Bai Yujing, whose eyes were blood red. Below the martial profound, all are ants. A sharp flash of blade light cut through the air, sparking against Bai Yujing's sword edge. It blocked the sudden strike. Then, with even greater speed, he teleported behind Bai Yujing. A kick infused with black true essence sent Bai Yujing flying like a sandbag. A white shadow streaked through the rain like a bullet. Bai Yujing crashed heavily onto the muddy ground, splashing a large puddle, and a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed onto the sword's body, nearly causing the demon sword to slip from his grip. This time, he did not get up as quickly as before. Just as Ling Yishan had said, the gap between Bai Yujing and him was too great, so much so that even without using martial skills to extract the secret, he could still beat Bai Yujing to the point of having no power to fight back. If it weren't for your secret, you would have been dead long ago. With his right hand holding the straight sword, Ling Yishan walked slowly towards Bai Yujing with an expressionless face. Tell me, and I might spare your life. Ling Yishan narrowed his eyes slightly, patiently waiting for Bai Yujing's response. He did not believe that in this state, Bai Yujing could come up with any tricks. Waiting a little longer was no problem. Even the intent to kill was ineffective against this old guy? Was the martial profound realm really that strong? If the martial profound realm was like this, then what about the higher levels of martial sovereign and martial saint? Looking at Bai Yujing, who could not even get up but still tightly gripped the demon sword, Su Yin's expression was somewhat complex. All along, although Bai Yujing had faced numerous changes, he had always sailed smoothly when confronting enemies, often achieving counterattacks against stronger foes. This made Su Yin develop a feeling of indifference towards the high-level combat power of this high martial world. Bai Yujing had always been creating miracles, just like the protagonist of his favorite anime, Demon Slayer, before he crossed over. Both faced great changes at home. Yet, under such blows, he did not turn into a demon under the power of the demon sword, still retaining a sense of goodness in his heart. The people Bai Yujing killed could be said to be innocent. This time, could it really come to an end? If Bai Yujing died, Su Yin, as the demon sword, would likely be taken away as a trophy by Ling Yishan. As long as one person was killed, Ling Yishan would definitely discover the secret of the demon sword. By then, he might be even crazier than Bai Yujing. For Ling Yishan, who was the demon sword to Su Yin, perhaps he was more valuable. However, Su Yin did not like this hypocritical old guy in front of him. It was just a feeling, much like how he despised Yu Qinghong. Even though Luo Hong was more helpful for the demon sword's advancement, Su Yin still unhesitatingly killed her with misfortune. The demon sword was different from the evil sword. Although it was called a demon, it was actually free to do as it pleased. Even if Bai Yujing would ultimately die, Su Yin hoped it would be after avenging his great hatred, leaving without regrets. Not just dying here like this. Su Yin wanted to use the demonic energy to counter the master and test if the enhanced Biluo Wangquan could break through this old man's confinement. He needed to leave this place first. However, the system indicated that the sword master's consciousness was still clear. Not unconscious? Then how? Looking at the figure lying in the muddy ground, seemingly unconscious. After carefully sensing Bai Yujing's current state, Su Yin's gaze became subtly complicated. Wasn't Bai Yujing's consciousness controlling the body just now? What was that? An instinct driven by killing intent. This situation reminded him of the last time it occurred, back in the underground beast fighting arena of the prosperous world entertainment. That time, after Bai Yujing had killed many gamblers, his white clothes were stained with blood, turning into a blood-stained garment. In the face of Edward's tentacle frenzy, he comprehended the sword intent of killing and broke the martial lord with a single sword. But this time, what was the reason? Su Yin remembered that Bai Yujing had entered a state of instinctive combat after swallowing 2 explosive blood pills obtained from the Blood Lotus Society's president. Could it be that the murderous aura affecting consciousness from the explosive blood pills and the chaotic blood energy from the blood rain had some wondrous reaction? Did it cause Bai Yujing's consciousness to enter a deeper subconscious state? This was the first time Su Yin had seen such a situation. However, Where did Bai Yujing's consciousness go? The sky, light snow. In July, when the summer in the south had just passed, it had already begun to snow. This was a small courtyard located on the outskirts of Ninghai City. Fluffy snowflakes fell on the face of a figure standing in the courtyard. They melted, turning into snow water. Seemingly feeling the chill, Bai Yujing suddenly opened his eyes. He reflexively clenched his right hand, only to find that the divine sword was not by his side. Is this my home? But I clearly remember. Just as Bai Yujing was confused, a familiar yet strange playful voice came from behind him. Brother, what are you doing standing here all alone? In the night sky, a hazy full moon hung above the darkness. A girl dressed in winter clothes was about to turn to see what her brother, who had been standing in the courtyard in a daze, was doing when she saw the person in front of her turn around. The next second, she found her head resting against a warm chest. The touch of a rough large hand brushed against her cheek. Despite the cold weather, her little face turned red instantly. After unsuccessfully trying to break free from Bai Yujing's embrace, Bai Yuling's little face puffed up slightly. Long time no see, are you okay? She murmured to herself. Bai Yujing, somewhat lost in thought, reached out his right hand to touch his sister's cheek. It felt like a dream. Since that night, Bai Yujing's dreams had been filled only with the lonely grave in the courtyard and overwhelming hatred. Yet even so, the image of the owner of this face lingered in his mind, as if it were a dream from last night. Am I dreaming? He rubbed his thumb on Bai Yuling's little face, his eyes filled with affectionate longing. But why? Are you in front of me, so real? Seemingly affected by his emotions, Bai Yuling stopped struggling and lifted her head in his embrace, looking worriedly into his eyes. Brother, did you just have a nightmare? Nightmare. Bai Yujing shook his head and loosened his right hand that was holding his sister's petite body. His gaze turned to the distance, as if he were speaking to himself, but perhaps it really is a nightmare. Since it's a nightmare, then, after thinking for a moment, Bai Yuling extended a hand in front of Bai Yujing. Her fingers spread wide. The gentle breeze slipped through her fingertips as she earnestly advised, just let it go with the wind. Don't think about it anymore, Bai Yuling said with an optimistic smile, extending her right index finger to point at the full moon in the sky. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and your sister has rarely cooked a reunion dinner. After saying this, Bai Yuling walked into the house with her hands behind her back. Halfway through, she suddenly seemed to remember something and turned her head, her expression serious. You mustn't say it doesn't taste good later. The warm yellow light illuminated a small room. Despite the cold wind and snow outside, the two of them frequently clinked glasses, and laughter filled the air. Bai Yuling was not yet of drinking age, so she and Bai Yujing were having fruit wine. Nevertheless, after a few rounds, she began to feel a bit tipsy, her delicate face turning rosy. As she became slightly intoxicated, her words noticeably increased. Bai Yujing looked at her face and listened quietly. Brother, the advanced Qian level technique you taught me last time, I've cultivated it to the second level, the wind spirit rice soul. The wind eye and thunder I feel so magical. That thunder eye in my heart makes my heart race every time I cultivate, like I have a second heart. Brother, do you think if something happened and I lost my heart, could the thunder eye replace it? Just kidding. Brother, our martial arts class teacher said my martial arts talent is great. If I practice diligently, I can definitely achieve good results in the martial arts exam. Maybe I can go to Qingbei University in the capital. I'm so happy I heard there's a magical 9-turn extraordinary tower there. If I can really get into Qingbei University, I must go see it when I get there. That's not what I meant. What I really want to say is that I hope you can accompany me to see it. Brother, after the Mid-Autumn Festival, isn't the New Year coming soon? This year, let's buy some fireworks to set off in the courtyard during the New Year. I love those big heart-shaped fireworks. We can celebrate then, hee. After all, our lives are starting to get better and better. I believe it will only get better in the future. Fireworks are fleeting, but human connections last. When the time comes, you can set off the fireworks, and I'll be responsible for capturing this moment forever with photos. When I grow old, these photos will be precious memories. You don't want to take pictures? That won't do. We agreed that I would take pictures for you. Brother, as Bai Yuling spoke, her voice faded away. She had fallen asleep with her head resting on the table. Bai Yujing stood up, carried Bai Yuling to her bed in her room, tucked her in, and then sat down on a nearby chair. The bright moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating Bai Yuling's peaceful sleeping face. Looking at his sister's serene expression, Bai Yujing couldn't help but reach out to stroke her head. 3 days passed in a flash. Brother, you're back so early today? Bai Yuling, dressed in her martial arts uniform, returned from school and found her brother already in the living room as soon as she opened the door. There wasn't much going on over there, so I came back early, Bai Yujing said with a smile, wiping the blood-red long sword in his hand. Then I'm going to my room, she said. Go ahead, he replied casually, as if nothing was different from usual. But as the sound of the door closing echoed, Bai Yujing's expression instantly turned cold. A moment later, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the door. In an instant, a shadow appeared at the entrance, just as the shadow was about to push the door open and enter. A slender hand shot out from behind him like lightning, grabbing his head and forcefully slamming it into the ground. The shadowy figure of Wu Jun. Then, a chilling sensation came from his neck, and he was plunged into darkness. After kicking the headless corpse of the shadow away, Bai Yujing pushed the door open and walked in. Hearing the footsteps, Bai Yueling poked her head out. What happened? Nothing, just dealt with a fly. Oh, although she didn't understand why there were flies in such cold weather, Bai Yueling nodded, but then shyly rubbed her stomach. Brother, I'm hungry. I want to eat 3 bowls of rice tonight. Tonight, I'll make you a feast, but no alcohol, not even fruit wine. Upon hearing there was no fruit wine, Bai Yueling's little face immediately turned sour. In the middle of the night, after the girl fell asleep, Bai Yujing, dressed in a white robe, took one last look at the door. With the magic sword hanging at his waist, he resolutely turned and walked into the wind and snow. In a flat area indistinguishable from the surrounding snowy landscape, he stopped, closed his eyes, and slowly placed his hand on the hilt of the magic sword. In these 3 days, Bai Yujing had long lost feelings of peace, happiness, and joy. He had hoped that these joyful days would continue forever. But dreams would eventually awaken, like clouds dispersing. At that moment, a completely different aura from the previous killing intent erupted from Bai Yujing, dyeing the world around him a dim yellow. In the realm formed by the powerful martial artist Ling Yishan, the head of the Ling family, using his divine ability, painting the ground as a prison. The sudden rain, which had already been quite heavy, seemed to be increasing in intensity. The rain poured down, gradually forming a puddle around Bai Yujing. Having been struck repeatedly by Ling Yishan and falling onto the muddy ground, Bai Yujing's originally pure white robe was stained with muck. However, under the increasingly heavy rain, which could already be called a downpour, the muddy robe was washed clean and returned to its original white. At the same time, the icy rain soaked his long hair and splashed against his cheeks. Nevertheless, Bai Yujing appeared to have no intention of waking up. Opposite him, Ling Yishan was clearly growing impatient. He could wait for a while, but he couldn't stay here indefinitely. With Ling Yishan's powerful perception in the late stage of the martial realm, he faintly sensed 2 closer fluctuations of aura and one more distant one approaching this way. The 2 closer auras should belong to Feng Yuanjing and Yun Tiancheng. The other, further one, Ling Yishan guessed was Wu Yonk. As for the man in the black military uniform who had descended, he had not sensed him, but the aura of his divine ability could not be hidden. The man in black might also be on his way here. Ling Yishan's strength and cultivation method were originally the weakest among them. Once they arrived, he would no longer be in control of the situation. He needed to act quickly. With this thought, Ling Yishan slightly squinted, a fierce look flashing in his eyes, and one hand gripping a straight knife, he walked towards Bai Yujing. If it came to it, he would have to chop off Bai Yujing's limbs first and take him back to interrogate him slowly. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about him escaping. Noticing the change in Ling Yishan's expression, Suyin felt a sense of foreboding. This old man must be up to no good again. He shifted his gaze to Bai Yujing, who was still motionless in the puddle. He didn't know what was going on. It had been almost 10 seconds without any movement. Was it his imagination? Suyin thought he saw Bai Yujing's fingers move slightly. No, it really moved. Bai Yujing slowly opened his eyes, planting the magic sword into the ground to support himself as he stood up, then sheathing the sword back into its scabbard. The blood-red hue in his eyes had faded, seemingly returning to normal. Great, Bai Yujing is awake, and it looks like his consciousness has returned. We are saved. Wait, why am I saying we? Suyin was slightly taken aback, lost in thought. Noticing that Bai Yujing's gaze had returned to normal and that he had put away his weapon, Ling Yishan also stopped in his tracks. He slowly spoke, nodding in satisfaction. It seems you know how to recognize the situation. Ling Yishan was confident, seemingly assured of his control over Bai Yujing, but he indeed had the capital to act this way. Although Bai Yujing had killed many, Ling Yishan was unafraid. His realm in the martial profound realm gave him confidence. But Bai Yujing did not respond. Instead, he closed his eyes, his right hand slowly resting on the hilt of the sword, then tightening his grip. His left hand held the scabbard of the magic sword. His body leaned slightly forward, his feet positioned at an angle, striking a pose as if to draw the sword. He stood there quietly, as if merging with the world around him. There was no killing intent. Wasn't this the intent of the killing sword? Suyin felt a bit puzzled. He did not sense any murderous aura from Bai Yujing. Without the intent of the killing sword, could it be the wind and thunder sword style? Looking at this starting posture, it resembled the wind and thunder sword style split wind thunder. But Suyin felt it was not quite right, as the wind and thunder sword style was merely a profound level sword technique, yet Bai Yujing now gave him a sense of decay reminiscent of the killing sword's intent during the time of Bai Luo and Huang Quan. Could it be that Bai Yujing had comprehended some other powerful sword technique? Although Bai Yujing always thought of himself as dull-witted, Suyin completely disagreed. Because in his magic sword technique, Absolute, the only two sword techniques were contributed by Bai Yujing. Bai Yujing could be said to be the most formidable swordsmanship genius Suyin had ever seen. Stubborn and unyielding, it seems you have no intention of speaking, Ling Yishan said, seeing Bai Yujing silent and instead gripping his sword again. The last shred of Ling Yishan's patience was exhausted, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Bai Yujing repeatedly challenged his bottom line. Did he really think he was easy to bully? Although he could not kill Bai Yujing for the sake of the secret, he could still sever his limbs, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. With a flicker of his figure, a terrifying blade intent suddenly erupted from him. Though it was also blade intent, Ling Yishan's was entirely different from the dual-blade black-clad martial sage before. His blade intent was not sharp but filled with a silent aura. It was as if with this strike, the target should be cleaved in two. Yet, his figure holding the straight blade stood still, not moving. Suddenly, a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. Ling Yishan did not want to move, he simply could not. In that instant, Bai Yujing's hand moved, slowly drawing the magic sword from its sheath, holding it level at his chest. His movements were slow, but as the sword gradually came out, the scabbard seemed to weather through ages, then dissipated. Like a drop of water falling into a lake, a wide circle of watercolored ripples spread out from Bai Yujing's feet. Then, blood-red waves began to spread rapidly from beneath him, covering the entire ground of the desolate realm until it turned into a void of black. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Ling Yishan's pupils suddenly dilated. He sensed a trace of the Tao's aura, but this was not something a martial saint could touch, right? Bai Yujing was merely a small martial sage, not even a martial profound. How could he comprehend the Tao? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Ling Yishan's heart screamed madly, as the events unfolding before him completely shattered his worldview. He tried to struggle, but his body felt as if it were fixed in place, unable to move. He could only quietly watch everything unfold. Just as Bai Yujing completely drew the sword, the sheath had already completely dissipated. The blade of the demonic sword was as red as if it were about to drip blood, and blood-red lightning flickered continuously on the blade. At that moment, his breath began to rise continuously from the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, until it broke through a certain boundary. A profound aura erupted explosively from him. Bai Yujing had directly broken into the martial profound realm. In that instant of breaking into the martial profound realm, a sudden clarity arose in Bai Yujing's heart. After severing the obsessions within, he entered a state of no thoughts, no desires. At that moment, the name of this divine ability surfaced in his mind. The moment of the broken dream. Why does life fall into slumber? Because of the fear of the pain of reality, of death, and of regrets. Because life is not yet ready to calmly face the end. Because life fears reaching the finish line. But, whether it is a nightmare or a beautiful dream, dreams will ultimately awaken. Only a fleeting dream remains, and in the end, it will all return to dust. The meaning of life cannot be fully grasped. It touches upon the realm of the Tao. But if someone can catch a glimpse of the leopard through the tube, even if it is just a sudden insight into a fleeting shadow, it is enough to elevate them into the ranks of top martial artists. As his consciousness was drawn into the broken dream formed by his obsessions, Bai Yujing severed the heart demon he had carried for so long with a single sword strike. At the same time, he also comprehended a second realm beyond the intent of slaughter, the Yellow Springs, and a sword technique, Shattered Flower Dream Shadow. The moment of the broken dream, all returned to dust. Slaughter is merely a process, while life will ultimately come to an end. The late stage of the martial profound realm's Ling Yishan was the most powerful enemy Bai Yujing had encountered so far. Within the range of the divine ability, the moment of the broken dream, the intent and abilities of all others would temporarily cease, and their own time would also fall into stagnation. The higher the realm, the shorter the stagnation time. At the same time, Bai Yujing would also enter the state of the broken dream shadow. In this state, his time would not be affected, but his attacks would not take effect immediately. They would be settled when the broken dream dissipated. Bai Yujing understood very well that with Ling Yishan's martial arts realm, the moment of the broken dream could not confine him for too long. He would have at most the time for one sword technique. If this technique did not kill him, he could only leave while the confinement was still in effect. Therefore, Bai Yujing decided to use the sword technique he had just comprehended in the broken dream. In fact, even Bai Yujing himself was unclear about how strong this sword was. But he had only one chance. This time, Ling Yishan had held back due to underestimating him and for the secret of the divine sword, but next time, Ling Yishan would not hold back. Moreover, even Ling Yishan, whom he had never offended, had joined in. Perhaps the three great martial families had reached some unfavorable agreement against him without his knowledge. So unlike Ling Yishan, Bai Yujing did not underestimate this sword at all. Likewise, he did not hold back. As he made his move, he put forth all his strength. The sky, at that moment, changed dramatically. Indeed, this was not just a metaphor, the very winds and clouds changed color. According to Buddhist teachings, a moment is a thought, 20 thoughts are an instant, and 20 instants are a snap of the fingers. At the moment Bai Yujing opened his eyes, time seemed to leap across 1,000 years in a single thought, and a profound aura of all things perishing, life returning to dust, suddenly emanated from him. At that moment, in the sky of the ruins realm, the black night sky along with the black clouds was dyed a dusk-like yellow, and the torrential rain that had originally poured down from the sky now eerily stagnated in midair. Seeing the bizarre scene before him and sensing the profound sword intent emanating from Bai Yujing, Ling Yishan's pupils suddenly constricted, a hint of terror surfacing in his heart. As Bai Yujing prepared to strike, it was as if an invisible hand pushed away the yellowed clouds above, quickly dispersing them to reveal a blood moon hanging high in the sky, like the yellow springs before the river of forgetfulness. How could he be this strong? Ling Yishan roared frantically in his heart. Before being drawn into his own painted prison, Bai Yujing was merely a martial sovereign. Although Bai Yujing had indeed killed many at the Feng family's stronghold and single-handedly wiped out 3 small gangs, Ling Yishan had never truly regarded him as a threat. He was powerful, but ultimately just a formidable martial sovereign. Ling Yishan believed he could achieve the same, and he would do it faster. This was also why he hadn't immediately severed Bai Yujing's limbs. Killing Bai Yujing was merely a thought away for him. Even when Bai Yujing broke into the early stage of the martial profound realm, his movements restricted, Ling Yishan's pupils only reflected shock, as he didn't believe he would die. But at this moment, he truly began to panic, the earlier flicker of fear now completely exposed, his pupils filled with visible terror. Because from a single sword, he sensed the taste of death. No, he absolutely could not take that sword. He had to dodge. Ling Yishan frantically urged his sword intent, trying to break the restraints placed upon him. He kept shouting in his heart, "Move! Move for me!" But despite his inner rage, his body remained in the same stance as before, holding the sword, helplessly watching Bai Yujing's next performance. Where are Feng Yuanjing and the others, along with that guy in the black military uniform? Why haven't they arrived yet? Time seemed to stretch infinitely at this moment. Ironically, just moments ago, he had hoped they wouldn't discover him here so quickly, and now he wished they could sprout wings and fly over to save him. The shift in his mindset happened in an instant. Just then, Bai Yujing moved. His left hand grasped the demonic sword's hilt, wielding it with both hands. He slashed diagonally from above his right shoulder down to the left. The blood-red lightning on the sword's body instantly coalesced into a long, blood-colored fissure of sword energy that struck down heavily before Ling Yishan. The sword energy hit, but did not immediately dissipate. It left a flickering blood-red arc on Ling Yishan's body. I'm unscathed? Ling Yishan was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to believe he was unharmed. Could it be a paper tiger? But before he could comprehend what was happening, Bai Yujing's figure vanished before his eyes, transforming into a blood-red lightning that rapidly approached, leaping high into the air after delivering 3 consecutive strikes around his body. In the next instant, the figure, now a blood-red lightning, descended from the sky, the demonic sword's body entwined with blood lightning, slashing diagonally across Ling Yishan's form. As it landed on the ground behind Ling Yishan, Bai Yujing switched to holding the sword with his right hand, extending his right arm that gripped the demonic sword, his wrist suddenly exerting force, drawing a blood-colored circle with his sword. A massive blood-red horizontal sword energy, level with the horizon, swept across Ling Yishan's body once more. What on earth is he doing? Ling Yishan was completely baffled. Bai Yujing's sword technique was indeed grand and had struck him, yet he felt no harm. Despite his body being uninjured, the unease in Ling Yishan's heart did not diminish in the slightest, instead, it grew stronger. However, he would soon understand. Bai Yujing held the demonic sword at an angle beside him, his long black hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. Break! After uttering this word blandly, time, which had been momentarily halted by a fragmented dream, began to flow again. In the desolate realm, it was as if a giant hand had pressed the start button once more. Everything transformed from stillness to motion, returning to its original state. In the sky, the torrential rain poured down again, seemingly endless. At the same time, after Bai Yujing's plain utterance of break, the sense of unease in Ling Yishan's heart reached its peak in that moment. He regained control of his body, but before he could react, he suddenly saw the most magnificent scene he had ever witnessed in his life. A vast sword shadow, as wide as the horizon, flickered with blood-red lightning, carrying the might that seemed to shatter space itself. Like a dragon descending from the heavens, it shattered everything in its path. It was unstoppable. Nothing could hinder such a sword strike. The sword light sliced through Ling Yishan's body, cut through the curtain of rain, cleaved through the dust in the air, and connected with the boundary of the desolate realm formed by the drawn lines. In the next moment, a massive gash was torn open in the boundary that had previously been unreachable. Then, it exploded with a thunderous crash. Ling Yishan didn't even have time to react. His body was cleaved apart by this sword strike, and excruciating pain surged from every corner of his being. He couldn't help but let out a pained groan. It was only then that he realized his body was already in pieces. He wanted to reach out to gather his disintegrating body, but he couldn't control his hands. He could only widen his eyes, feeling the life force within him continuously ebbing away, watching himself slowly approach death. Before dying, countless thoughts flooded Ling Yishan's mind. What exactly was this sword? Why was it so powerful? As a top-tier expert in the late stage of the martial profound realm, why couldn't he withstand even a single strike from Bai Yujing, who had just entered the martial profound realm? Were the followers of the evil god this terrifying? Was it just bad luck for him to encounter Bai Yujing here tonight, or was it his own misfortune? In that moment, Ling Yishan felt an overwhelming sense of regret. If only he had not harbored greed when he first discovered Bai Yujing, if he had not exchanged the intermediate profound weapon Murakumo, but instead decisively killed him, things would not have escalated to this point. Or, to take a step back, if he had notified the other two clan heads as previously agreed, and waited for Feng Yuanzhang and Yuntian City to arrive before taking action, with 3 late-stage martial profound realm experts present, how could Bai Yujing possibly kill him? Or perhaps. But unfortunately, no matter how many thoughts he had, they were all in vain. Everything had already been set in motion. His life came to an end at that moment. Ling Yishan could never have imagined he would die here. Moreover, he would never know that the secret he had always wanted to uncover was that blood-colored long sword he had deemed an ordinary spiritual weapon. All of his vitality and strength were devoured by the demonic sword technique, blood rain sweet dew, and then returned by the demonic sword. After slaying the late-stage martial profound realm Ling Yishan, Bai Yujing felt a tsunami-like surge of vitality rushing into his body, causing his expression to change slightly. This was the vitality of a late-stage martial profound realm expert. Although only 50% was returned, it was still immensely powerful. Bai Yujing directly ignored the rain curtain, sitting cross-legged in place, operating the wind and thunder source flow to begin refining. However, the wind and thunder source flow was merely a profound level technique, and for Bai Yujing, who was now a martial profound realm warrior, it seemed a bit inadequate. After all, the original owner of the wind and thunder source flow, Yu Qinghong, was just a great martial master level warrior. Suyin actually wanted to provide something better, but as a poor sword, he had only these resources. Should he sell the ultimate true method? He remembered that the system had offered 1,000 demonic energy for it back then. However, at that time, seeing the system's reaction, it was highly likely that this explosive magic sword technique, which could directly elevate 2 major realms, would be gone after being sold. So, he kept it and didn't recycle it back to the system. Moreover, the exquisite true method came from the power of that evil god's Eden. The conditions for inheritance were very harsh, and the side effects were extremely strong. Anyway, he couldn't use it, so why not just sell it? Perhaps after opening the magic sword mall, he could buy something good in the mall. However, given the stinginess of the magic sword system, the pricing would definitely be exorbitant. It was a dilemma. Just as Suyin was thinking this, a vast aura emanated from Bai Yujing. Mid-stage of the martial profound realm? As the spirit of the magic sword, Bai Yujing's realm was not a secret to him. Did he break through so effortlessly? Suyin always felt that as a transmigrator, he must be a protagonist. Unexpectedly, he started living a hard life right after his arrival. To make matters worse, he encountered Yu Qinghong and was turned into a sword by her. He felt that compared to his own experiences, Bai Yujing's situation seemed more like that of a protagonist. Suyin felt a bit bitter. However, the higher Bai Yujing's martial arts realm, the faster his advancement speed would be. After leveling up, perhaps the enhancement aura could be further strengthened. Are you Bai Yujing? At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared not far from Bai Yujing. Bai Yujing opened his eyes. He had noticed the old man as soon as he appeared. You are Yun Tiancheng? Bai Yujing squinted slightly. Another late-stage martial profound realm warrior. Haha, it's me, Bai Yujing. Surrender now, and you won't think. A shadowy-faced old man with a hooked nose laughed heartily, but his smile quickly froze on his face. You have already reached the martial profound realm? Where is Ling Yishan? He had hurried over after discovering that Ling Yishan had used a divine ability to trap him. But now, since Bai Yujing was standing there just fine and had become a martial profound realm warrior, he suddenly felt that something was off. After turning his head to observe for a moment, his gaze landed on a certain spot, and his pupils suddenly constricted. You killed Ling Yishan? Yun Tiancheng's eyes were filled with disbelief. Although Ling Yishan's divine ability to trap was somewhat useless, he had fought against Ling Yishan and knew how terrifying Ling Yishan's sword intent was. Moreover, because of Ling Yishan's sword, Nirakumo, As long as one was struck once, they would be infected with curse poison. Even he couldn't guarantee that he would win against Ling Yishan in a one-on-one situation. Yet, the Bai Yujing before him had actually killed Ling Yishan? In response to Yun Tiancheng's inquiry, Bai Yujing did not answer. The power of blood and qi was too immense, the wind and thunder source flow had not been fully refined and absorbed, and there was still a lot flowing within him. In this situation, he couldn't use Wind Spirit Moon Shadow to enter Shadow Escape and leave silently. However, this was a different time. Now that he had killed Ling Yishan and reached the mid-stage of the martial profound realm, with his current realm, if he wanted to kill Feng Shuatong for revenge, Feng Yuanzhang could no longer stop him. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Those who block me shall be slain. Looking at Yun Tiancheng blocking his path, Bai Yujing narrowed his eyes slightly. Sensing the undisguised killing intent in his voice, Yun Tiancheng couldn't help but take a step back. Yun Tiancheng glanced at the arrogant figure in white not far away, his brows slightly furrowing. When he realized that he had actually taken a small step back, a hint of shame and anger arose in his heart. He truly felt like he was regressing. He had actually been stunned by a single word from the other party. Fortunately, Feng Yuanzhang was not present. If that guy found out, he didn't know how harshly he would be mocked. Thinking of this, Yun Tiancheng coldly smiled, wearing an expression as if he had seen through everything. Stop playing the bluffing game. Do you think I can't see the surging energy and blood within you? You were able to kill Ling Yishan by borrowing the power of that evil god of yours, right? Now you're suffering from backlash? Upon hearing this, Bai Yujing fell silent for a moment, then replied noncommittally, if I say I was framed, that I'm not the evil god believer you're looking for, the real believer is actually Feng Shuatong, would you believe me? You're not? Yun Tiancheng was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. You don't mean to say that you managed to break through from martial lord to martial shen in such a short time solely through your own efforts and talent, do you? Last night, the Hunter and Blood Lotus Society, weren't they the ones you slaughtered? Yun Tiancheng didn't believe a word of the nonsense coming from Bai Yujing. On the contrary, he felt that Bai Yujing wasting time here chatting with him only proved that Bai Yujing was already at the end of his rope. However, Yun Tiancheng didn't dare to act directly. He couldn't afford to gamble. The cost of losing was simply too heavy. If he guessed wrong, and Bai Yujing could kill Ling Yishan, then he could naturally kill him too. But retreating like this left him unwilling. Opposite him, Bai Yujing stood firm, hand on his sword, his clothes billowing in the rain, clearly not making a move, yet an ominous pressure emanated from him. After hearing Yun Tiancheng's words, his gaze flickered slightly. Indeed, apart from himself, no one would believe what he said. He couldn't produce evidence to prove any of it. At this point, he could only rely on himself. In fact, Bai Yujing's current state was indeed similar to what Yun Tiancheng described, but not physically, it was mentally. After killing Ling Yishan, his physical injuries and stamina had mostly recovered, but his mental fatigue had not. The moment of the Dream of Remnants was a time-based divine ability, and maintaining it placed a great burden on the mind. This meant Bai Yujing couldn't continuously use the Dream of Remnants in a short period. But Yun Tiancheng didn't know that, so Bai Yujing was also gambling, betting that Yun Tiancheng would leave out of fear. If he lost the bet, he would have to fight. Just moments ago, when he was at a disadvantage, Bai Yujing dared to draw his sword, let alone now. Not revealing his thoughts directly, Bai Yujing intentionally let out a hint of the Yellow Springs realm, his gaze towards Yun Tiancheng growing colder. I've said enough, I only target the Feng family, and I have no grievances with your Ling family or Yun family. I never intended to be your enemy. I don't know what benefits Feng Yuanzhang promised you, but if you insist on obstructing me, then feel free to try. After saying this, a killing intent flashed in Bai Yujing's eyes, and a surge of sword intent erupted from him, containing the essence of life returning to dust. The notion that all things will eventually fade into silence made Yun Tiancheng's eyelids twitch violently. What is this aura? Is this how Ling Yishan was killed? He knew that martial artists could begin to comprehend realms from the martial zone level, but there were distinctions in the levels of those realms. Although Yun Tiancheng didn't know what realm Bai Yujing had comprehended, the aura of the Yellow Springs realm instinctively made him feel uneasy. Wait. Seeing the other party about to strike at the slightest disagreement, Yun Tiancheng hurriedly called out to stop him. His eyes shifted, a strange expression flickering in his gaze. Bai Yujing's demeanor left Yun Tiancheng somewhat confused about his current situation. However, one of Bai Yujing's earlier words had left him stumped. What benefits had he been promised? Strictly speaking, he and Bai Yujing had no enmity. The agreement to pursue together was merely because the mayor of Ninghai City had promised the Yun family a year's mining rights to a Yuan stone vein upon success. But all of this was based on the premise that Bai Yujing was just a martial zone level martial artist, and pursuing him posed no risk. But now Bai Yujing has even killed a strong warrior like Ling Yishan, who was at the late stage of the martial profound realm. With such little benefit, why should he, Yun Tiancheng, risk his life against such a dangerous character? The gains and risks are completely disproportionate. No, there is simply no comparability at all. Just a moment ago, he didn't feel this way, but now that Bai Yujing has pointed it out, Yun Tiancheng instantly feels that this deal is a huge loss for him. The Ninghai Yun family is different from the other two families that originally have their roots in Ninghai City. The Ninghai Yun family is actually a collateral branch of the super martial arts family, the Yinjing Yun family. As one of the super martial arts families of the Great Xia, the direct descendants of the Yinjing Yun family can be said to be the dragon among warriors. Although many years have passed and the bloodline has become somewhat distant, it is still a lineage, and the Ninghai Yun family can still be somewhat connected. To be honest, even if Bai Yujing stirs up trouble in Ninghai City and has killed many people, it has no impact on Yun Tiancheng himself. At most, it has affected the Yun family's business a bit. If it really becomes unbearable, he can always return to the capital, relying on the wealth he has accumulated over the years in Ninghai City. Along with the support of the Yinjing Yun family, he can still thrive in the capital. So, it seems he really has no need to risk his life here with Bai Yujing. The value of life varies from person to person. What if they both end up seriously injured? Bai Yujing's worthless life would be gone, but his own life, Yun Tiancheng's, is very precious. Thinking of this, he took several steps back. The meaning of this is self-evident. However, at that moment, a strong voice came from behind Yun Tiancheng. Yun Tiancheng, don't believe his words. Moreover, you, a dignified late-stage martial profound realm warrior, if you let Bai Yujing escape so easily tonight, where will you put your old face? The voice came closer, and soon, accompanied by a sound of breaking air, a man with short black hair, looking like a middle-aged man, landed beside Yun Tiancheng, another strong warrior at the late stage of the martial profound realm. And upon seeing the visitor's face, Bai Yujing's expression slightly darkened. Feng Yuanzhen? Yun Tiancheng was also taken aback for a moment. With Feng Yuanzhen here, they now have two late-stage martial profound realm warriors, which should give them a great advantage against Bai Yujing, who is at the mid-stage of the martial profound realm. However, he had already made up his mind not to get involved in this mess any longer. You don't need to provoke me. I've already decided to withdraw. Upon seeing that the newcomer was indeed Feng Yuanzhen, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered slightly. He understood that tonight was probably not going to end well. The divine power of the remnant dream was still cooling down, and the wind spirit moon shadow could not be used temporarily due to the blood energy issue. At that moment, he no longer operated his true essence according to the route of the wind thunder source flow in his body to refine the blood energy. Taking advantage of the fact that the two opposite had not reached an agreement, Bai Yujing secretly used his breathing technique, allowing all the organs and cells in his body to absorb the mixed blood energy still flowing within him. Although doing so would further reduce his time, Bai Yujing had no other choice. Hearing Yun Tiancheng's response, Feng Yuanzhen looked at him in surprise. Don't tell me you really believe Bai Yujing won't make a move against your Yun family? He had arrived late and only heard the latter half of Bai Yujing's words. Yun Tiancheng remained silent. Old Ghost Yun, how could you be so confused at this time? Bai Yujing is a follower of the evil god. Do you really believe what he says? Feng Yuanzhen chuckled. Moreover, I notified the Martial Supervision Bureau and Wu Yunk on my way here. They should be on their way now. Sounds good, but why don't you go yourself? Even Ling Yishan has been killed by Bai Yujing, and you want me to risk my life for your Feng family over a mere Yuan stone vein? Should I just go die for you? Yun Tiancheng laughed coldly. Ling Yishan is dead? Feng Yuanzhen was momentarily stunned by the words, not understanding what Yuntian City meant. However, after sensing the intense vitality emanating from Bai Yujing, his previously relaxed expression suddenly darkened. Feng Yuanzhen knew the truth. He understood that Bai Yujing was not a follower of an evil god, and precisely because he knew the truth, the shock he felt was even greater. How could this be? How could Bai Yujing have reached the martial Xian realm so quickly, and even be in the mid-stage of it? How did he manage to do that? Moreover, after discovering the broken corpse of Ling Yishan, Feng Yuanzhen's expression grew even uglier. He somewhat regretted defending his daughter. He had initially thought this matter could be resolved easily, but it had unexpectedly become increasingly difficult to handle. The Feng family and Bai Yujing were now in a situation where they could be said to be at odds to the death. He had heard that when Bai Yujing came to the Feng family's residence that night, he had headed straight for Shui Tong's small attic. Bai Yujing must have learned something. Furthermore, with Bai Yujing's terrifying rate of growth, it was not impossible for him to break through to the martial sovereign realm in a few days. Who could stop him then? Wu Yunk? Feng Yuanzhen felt that even Wu Yunk might struggle to hold Bai Yujing back. Tonight, Bai Yujing must be killed here. With this thought, a terrifying killing intent suddenly appeared in Feng Yuanzhen's eyes. But Bai Yujing's movement was elusive. If he insisted on escaping, it was likely that Feng Yuanzhen alone could not stop him. Yet, it seemed Yuntian City had made up its mind not to get involved in this matter. Although Wu Yonk had said he would come, his location was simply too far from here. It would take some time for him to arrive. What to do? Should he just watch Bai Yujing leave? At that moment, Feng Yuanjing noticed the sword in Bai Yujing's hand, which was as red as if it were about to drip blood, with blood-red lightning flickering along the blade. The pattern on the hilt resembled the elongated eyes of a fierce beast, drawing attention. Feng Yuanzhang had investigated Bai Yujing's background and found that this person was extremely impoverished, with a younger sister still in school and a seriously ill mother. His life was exceptionally monotonous, either selling coal or on the way to the prison for executions. But strangely, every time he executed someone, he did not use the knife provided by the Martial Supervision Bureau, but rather a pitch-black long sword he brought himself. Moreover, Feng Yuanzhang had carefully inquired about the details of how Feng Luyun died from those who survived that night at the Feng family residence. Yet, in their descriptions, they all coincidentally mentioned a long sword. The long sword Bai Yujing used at that time seemed to have emitted an extremely intense blood-red glow during the battle, even overshadowing the red water-patterned sky. Then, it changed its appearance. After that, what could be said to be a one-sided situation where Feng Luyun had the upper hand was almost instantly reversed, with Bai Yujing crushing him. At that time, he did not quite understand what the change in appearance meant as described by those people. But now, having seen it with his own eyes, Feng Yuanjing finally understood what it meant. He also understood why they all mentioned the long sword. Because the long sword in Bai Yujing's hand was impossible to ignore. Looking at this sword, a flash of inspiration crossed Feng Yuanjing's mind. Given Bai Yujing's family situation, he should not be able to afford any decent weapons. Combining the strange phenomena that occurred that night at the Feng family residence with the current appearance of this sword, an impossible conjecture arose in Feng Yuanjing's heart. Could it be the same sword? Perhaps this sword had evolved? Was Bai Yujing's continuous killing and rapid breakthroughs in martial arts also due to this sword? Feng Yuanzhang was startled by his own conjecture. Because he had never heard of a weapon that could evolve, he had lived for so long without such knowledge. Whether it was a spiritual weapon or a mysterious weapon, there was no case of them changing shape or grade in battle. Perhaps a celestial weapon could, but it couldn't permanently elevate one's realm through killing. Unless, this sword is the Destiny Extreme Weapon. At this thought, his heartbeat seemed to quicken. Feng Yuanzhang, as the head of the Feng family and a top-tier martial artist in the late stage of the martial profound realm, had heard of a higher grade of weapon existing above celestial weapons. However, these things had always felt too distant for him before, so he didn't immediately recall it. If that were the case, then Bai Yujing's rapid rise from a first-layer Qi Blood Realm martial artist to a mid-stage martial profound realm powerhouse in just over a year could be explained. However, although it was merely his speculation, it was enough. Wasn't there a possibility? Didn't Yun Tiancheng feel that his bargaining chips were insufficient? Regardless of whether it was true or not, the legendary Destiny Extreme Weapon, even if it was just a possibility, Feng Yuanzhang believed Yun Tiancheng would not be able to refuse. While keeping a watchful eye on Bai Yujing to prevent his escape, Feng Yuanzhang spoke in a deep voice, "Old Ghost Yun, you must kill Bai Yujing with me here tonight." "Are you ordering me?" Yun Tiancheng looked at him with a face that said, "What are you joking about? Weren't you curious why Bai Yujing could break through the martial realm so quickly? Isn't it because of the power of the evil god?" "No, it's because of the sword in Bai Yujing's hand," Feng Yuanjing said heavily. "It's the Destiny Extreme Weapon." "What did you say?" Yun Tiancheng's tone changed, shocked by this news. In the world, divine weapons are divided into 4 grades. From low to high, they are mortal weapons, spiritual weapons, mysterious weapons, and celestial weapons. This is the common understanding of most people living on this beautiful, rich, blue planet called Blue Star, located in a corner of the Azure Blue Star domain. However, in the upper echelons of human society, among high-level martial artists, there is a rumor that circulates. Above celestial weapons, there exists a special grade known as the Destiny Extreme Weapon. Just as the Extreme Martial Saint represents the pinnacle of martial arts, the Destiny Extreme Weapon represents the pinnacle of divine weapons. According to the rumors, the Destiny Extreme Weapon is a condensation of part of the power that the Star God, who presides over the fates of the myriad races in the vast universe, has scattered on Blue Star. Therefore, each Destiny Extreme Weapon carries a portion of the power corresponding to the fate of its respective Star God, possessing unfathomable abilities. It is said that within the martial god temple of the Great Xia, there is a Destiny Extreme Weapon of the fate of life which possesses the miraculous power to revive life and bring the dead back to life. There are even rumors that those who resonate with the Destiny Extreme Weapon may catch a glimpse of the Star God across the vastness and become the Star God's messenger, sharing more power from their fate. Of course, all of this was information that Yun Tiancheng had previously gathered about the Destiny Extreme Weapon. The authenticity of it was still in doubt, as he had lived for so many years without ever seeing a Destiny Extreme weapon or a Star God messenger. He had never seen what the Destiny Extreme weapon of life stored in the Great Xia Martial God Temple looked like, nor had he ever heard of anyone using it. So, he had maintained a non-committal attitude towards these matters before. It was like hearing a miraculous anecdote of unknown truth during a casual chat over tea. Then, with a blank expression, he would say, "Oh, I see, impressive," and forget about it, no longer concerning himself with it. But today, his old rival Feng Yuanjing actually told him that the Destiny Extreme weapon was real and right before him, and it was in Bai Yujing's hands. Bai Yujing is actually the holder of the Destiny Extreme martial arts? The strangeness of this news is akin to discovering that a celebrity named Wang Feng, whom he knows, unexpectedly trended on social media one day. Therefore, when Yun Tiancheng heard this shocking information from Feng Yuanzhang, his first reaction was not joy, but suspicion that Feng Yuanjing was deceiving him. Is this true? Yun Tiancheng's gaze flickered with 7 parts doubt, 2 parts joy, and 1 part greed as he looked at the sword in Bai Yujing's hand. However, not to mention that his relationship with Feng Yuanjing was far from good. In fact, the Yun family and the Feng family were adversaries to some extent. He didn't believe that Feng Yuanjing would be so kind as to share such explosive news that could lead to a bloody storm if it got out. Yun Tiancheng was a man who knew how to read the situation. Although he wasn't particularly good at thinking, he was certainly no fool. Anyone who could cultivate to the late martial sovereign stage had some skills. He wouldn't just rush in foolishly based on Feng Yuanjing's unfounded words. "You're not trying to trick me into being your pawn, are you, Feng Yuanjing?" Yun Tiancheng shot a questioning glance at Feng Yuanzhang. "If that sword is truly the Destiny Extreme martial arts, why would you tell me instead of keeping this secret for yourself? Damn it! How did this old bastard suddenly become so clever at this moment? It wasn't that easy when Ling Yishan had fooled him before, was it? You've seen the terrifying effects of the Destiny Extreme martial arts. Yesterday, Bai Yujing was only at the late martial sovereign stage. Today, he can kill Ling Yishan and break through to the mid-martial Xian stage." Feng Yuanjing gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think I want to keep it all to myself? I can't stop him alone now. If he escapes tonight, the next time he appears, no one will be able to stop him, not even Wu Yonk. Now, it's not too late for you and me to join forces." After hearing Feng Yuanjing's words, Yun Tiancheng stood still. His gaze flickered slightly, and he seemed lost in thought. Yun Tiancheng was contemplating how likely it was for him and Feng Yuanjing to successfully capture Bai Yujing if they teamed up tonight. If he made a move and failed to capture Bai Yujing, allowing him to escape instead, the Ninghaiyun family might face the bloodiest revenge from Bai Yujing, as evidenced by the Feng family's encounter the night before. But the legendary Destiny Extreme martial arts reignited his previously prepared decision to withdraw from this mess. Should he take the risk? Yun Tiancheng's expression kept changing, as if weighing the pros and cons of such a decision. After a moment, he returned to his usual shadowy demeanor, seemingly having made up his mind. However, despite having made a decision, Yun Tiancheng could tell that Feng Yuanjing seemed very anxious about eliminating Bai Yujing. It wouldn't do to not negotiate. He raised his head, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the increasingly anxious Feng Yuanjing, and spoke slowly. "Although it sounds reasonable, in the end, this is just your one-sided story. The Destiny Extreme martial arts is, after all, a legendary thing that no one has ever seen. If it isn't true, wouldn't I be wasting my efforts? Don't give me these empty words. Show me something concrete. So, you want to take advantage of the situation, huh? I'll remember you, Yun Tiancheng." But the threat of Bai Yujing was too great. At this point, Feng Yuanzhang could only agree to his demands. He forcibly suppressed his anger. Feng Yuanzhang glared at Yun Tiancheng and said through gritted teeth, "What do you want? The Ling family, and your Feng family's mine, let it be given to my Yun family." "Fine." Feng Yuanzhang nodded. "And that artifact of your Feng family, the Dusty World Mountain and Sea Map, give that to me too." "What? Don't go too far." 2 veins bulged simultaneously on Feng Yuanjing's forehead and fist. He swore that if he didn't still need this old man's power, he would have charged over and sent this guy flying with a punch. "Then let me use it once when I need it in the future. That should be fine, right?" "Fine. Strictly speaking, it shouldn't be allowed, but compared to directly demanding it just now, using it once seemed more acceptable to Feng Yuanzhang." "Good, since that's the case, I agree." Yun Tiancheng nodded in satisfaction and pulled out a wind-blue long sword from somewhere. "Old Ghost Yun, let's go together," Feng Yuanjing said. "No problem. Wait a minute, I have something to say." At that moment, Bai Yujing suddenly spoke up. Naturally, he had overheard the loud conspiracy between the two. When Feng Yuanjing mentioned that the long sword in his hand was a Destiny Extreme weapon, Bai Yujing slightly turned his head, his gaze landing on the blood-red long sword he had been carrying for over a year. He didn't know what a Destiny Extreme weapon was, but from the conversation between the two and the extreme shock on Yun Tiancheng's face, it must be an incredibly powerful and rare weapon. So the origin of the divine sword is such a formidable existence? No wonder it always gave him a very spiritual feeling. At this moment, Bai Yujing seemed to understand a bit why the divine sword exhibited so many miraculous performances. How fortunate he was to be chosen by the divine sword. While the two were talking, Bai Yujing secretly used breathing techniques to calm his blood and restore his spirit. Seeing that the two seemed to have reached an agreement, he stood still, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Wait a minute, I have something to say." "What do you want to say?" Yun Tiancheng stopped the about-to-move Feng Yuanzheng and spoke. Feng Yuanzheng, who was stopped, looked at Yun Tiancheng in confusion. "What are you doing? Have you ever heard of the saying that curiosity killed the cat?" But without Yun Tiancheng blocking the sword, he didn't want to go in alone either. He had no choice but to stop. "That's right, the sword in my hand is indeed a Destiny Extreme weapon." Bai Yujing glanced at the two, then at the Blood Thunder-wrapped demon sword, and said nonchalantly, "Feng Yuanzheng, Yun Tiancheng." Bai Yujing's words were like dropping a bomb into a calm lake, stirring up monstrous waves in their hearts. Yun Tiancheng was immediately excited. Just a moment ago, he had some doubts, but now even the main character Bai Yujing acknowledged it. This immense fortune was indeed real. Feng Yuanzheng's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected his speculation to be true, but what exactly did Bai Yujing mean by saying this now? He felt that Bai Yujing must have his own motives. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Bai Yujing's next sentence made his expression change slightly. "But have you considered a question? There is only one Destiny Extreme weapon, yet there are two of you. After killing me, how will you divide it?" Bai Yujing squinted slightly, his gaze sweeping over Feng Yuanzheng and Yun Tiancheng's faces. Then he looked at Yun Tiancheng, and Yun Tiancheng, "Now that you know about the existence of the Destiny Extreme weapon, aren't you afraid that after teaming up with Feng Yuanzheng to kill me, he will then kill you to silence you?" This question hit the nail on the head. Not good. Feng Yuanzheng realized what kind of trick Bai Yujing was playing, because after Bai Yujing finished speaking, he clearly saw Yun Tiancheng slightly stunned, taking a couple of steps back, turning his head to look at him warily. "You're talking nonsense, I never thought that." Bai Yujing smiled, his expression non-committal. Feng Yuanzheng loudly retorted, his face alternating between red and white, because he indeed had thought that. His strength was higher than Yun Tiancheng's. After dealing with Bai Yujing, he planned to take advantage of Yun Tiancheng's weakness to eliminate this old rival as well. This way, Ninghai City would be dominated solely by the Feng family, and they could keep the secret of the Destiny Extreme martial arts. It was important to note that there were still two martial sovereigns in Ninghai City. Not only was there Wu Yang from the Martial Supervision Bureau, but also that man in black military uniform who had suddenly descended from the Shanha province. If Yun Tiancheng were to give up and let the news slip, even he, Feng Yuanzheng, would not be able to keep it under wraps. Therefore, Yun Tiancheng had to die, but he couldn't voice this thought. Feng Yuanzheng suddenly began to regret his earlier decision to reveal the speculation about the Destiny Extreme martial arts to Yun Tiancheng out of fear that Bai Yujing would escape. However, it was too late. He could only kill Bai Yujing to salvage the situation. Yet, Bai Yujing's next words left him utterly shocked. Bai Yujing turned to Yun Tiancheng and casually dropped a line, "I have a proposal. My target has always been the Feng family. Why don't you and I join forces to kill Feng Yuanzheng first? After that, I can hand over the Destiny Extreme martial arts to you." Of course, Bai Yujing would not actually hand over the divine sword, he was merely stalling for time. But Feng Yuanzheng's eyelids twitched violently as he saw Yun Tiancheng hesitate. No, he couldn't let Bai Yujing continue. Feng Yuanzheng knew he could not wait any longer, otherwise, it was very likely that Bai Yujing and Yun Tiancheng would turn around and encircle him. Feng Yuanzheng activated the Xuanwu True Art, and his clothes exploded, revealing a body radiating a faint red light beneath. Every muscle on him was filled with destructive power. He shouted, "Yun Tiancheng, don't fall for Bai Yujing's trick. I swear on my integrity that after we kill Bai Yujing, we will study the secret of the Destiny Extreme martial arts together." After saying this, he no longer hesitated and charged directly at Bai Yujing. "Ha, you underestimate my intelligence too much, Feng Yuanzheng. How could I, Yun Tiancheng, fall for such an obvious scheme?" Yun Tiancheng laughed heartily, exuding an aura like the autumn wind. "Let's work together. We can discuss how to handle the Destiny Extreme martial arts after we deal with Bai Yujing." With that, he erupted with unimaginable speed, transforming into a green wind shadow. Yun Tiancheng comprehended the essence of wind, and his speed was already extremely fast, further enhanced by his divine ability, divine speed. Fortunately, old Ghost Yun wasn't too clever, otherwise, things would have really gone awry today. Hearing Yun Tiancheng's words, Feng Yuanzheng secretly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. What a pity, just a little more time, and I could have recovered. Bai Yujing sighed regretfully in his heart. After sensing the rapidly surging blood energy from Feng Yuanzheng, Bai Yujing realized that his plan to delay and wait for his energy to stabilize before using Wind Spirit Moon Shadow to escape had failed. After killing the late-stage Wuxin Jing Lingishan, the blood energy returned to him was simply too immense. Even with the breathing technique to assist in absorption, the time left for him was ultimately too short. In a one-on-one situation, even without Wind Spirit Moon Shadow and the Divine Ability Remnant Dream, Bai Yujing was confident he could exchange his injuries for the opponent's death and then use Blood Rain Sweet Dew and Killing Sword Intent to recover. However, in a one-on-two scenario, against two opponents who were a whole realm stronger than him and also masters of essence and divine abilities, both being heads of martial arts families, even Suing did not think Bai Yujing had any chance of winning. Tonight, I might die here. What a pity. Despite the situation suddenly turning against him, Bai Yujing did not intend to wait for death. The extinguished yellow spring sword intent erupted from his body. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. With the realm of a martial lord, he had slain nearly 10 martial lords, breaking through the boundaries of slaughter, and had instantaneously killed the third-tier Windflow Cloud, as well as the late-stage martial Shen, Lingishan. Everything that had happened in the past 2 days felt like a legend. Bai Yujing, a newcomer who had just stepped into the martial Xian realm, had suddenly become a figure that even the heads of the 3 major families in Ninghai City dared not underestimate. Relying on the terrifying lethality of the Yellow Spring Sword Intent, which brought all things to silence and could cut through anything, Bai Yujing found himself momentarily unyielding against the attacks of 2 late-stage martial Xian masters. In fact, under the ultimate enhancement of the Yellow Spring Sword Intent, the blood-thundered demon sword nearly severed an arm from Yun Tiancheng in a single strike. After witnessing the terrifying killing power of Bai Yujing wielding the heavenly mandate Extreme Martial, Feng Yuanzheng and Yun Tiancheng's attacks momentarily became hesitant. It seemed that Bai Yujing had gained a slight upper hand. However, from a third-person perspective, Suing watched the battle with a grave expression. He noticed a problem he had previously overlooked. Although Bai Yujing had comprehended several highly lethal killing sword techniques, his disadvantages were equally apparent. That was, high attack but low defense. As a martial artist who had broken through from a low-level martial apprentice to a high-level martial Xian in a very short time, Bai Yujing had achieved rapid advancement in his martial arts realm through the demon sword technique Blood Rain Sweet Dew, rather than through the normal cultivation path of martial artists. Unlike other normal martial artists who had undergone medicinal baths to temper their bodies, Bai Yujing had not experienced such training. Moreover, Suing himself was a poor man without any proper defensive martial techniques to pass on to him. Therefore, Bai Yujing had always relied on his powerful true essence to form a shield for defense. Additionally, most of the time, he had been focused on offense, killing with every sword strike. Because of the killing sword intent, even if he sustained heavy injuries, as long as he could kill and absorb blood essence, he could quickly recover to his original state. This was especially evident when facing numerous but lower-level enemies in group battles. After annihilating the 3 notorious gangs, the Hunter, Blood Lotus Society, Bai Yujing had been in nearly peak condition. But this time was different. Feng Yuanzheng and Yun Tiancheng were super strong masters in the late-stage martial Xian realm, with rich combat experience, and their defensive martial techniques and movement skills were of high grade. Even with the enhancement of the stormy weather, Bai Yujing's wind spirit could not gain any advantage over them. Moreover, when Bai Yujing and Lingishan fought within the confines of the drawn boundary, Feng Yuanzhang, having listened to Lingishan's analysis, worried that Bai Yujing might kill and break through in the heat of battle. He had even notified the mayor in advance, under the pretext of surrounding and killing the evil god's followers, to evacuate the residents and crowds from several nearby streets, uniting the Martial Supervision Bureau and the police. Of course, those wandering martial artists still searching for Bai Yujing on the streets had no need to evacuate. They had long since fled when Bai Yujing's sword, infused with the Yellow Spring Sword Intent, shattered the boundary. It was obvious that a super martial arts master was fighting nearby. Who would stay and wait to be caught in the aftermath of such a battle? As a result, the nearby streets were now deserted, with not a single living person left for Bai Yujing to kill to restore his injuries with the killing sword intent. This was a meticulously planned trap aimed at Bai Yujing, but the mastermind Lingishan had not expected that he would be the first to be killed by Bai Yujing, nearly becoming a stepping stone for Bai Yujing's advancement to the martial Xian realm. Every time Feng Yuanzheng struck and landed, the ground beneath him and the nearby buildings trembled. Yun Tiancheng, not knowing what secret technique he had used, had once again increased his already swift speed. The nearby streets seemed to be swept away, one building after another, one shop after another, including the towering dome structure of the Golden Dragon Society, all being violently destroyed, collapsing, and crumbling under the fierce clash of energy. Things were developing in the direction that Suing feared. As time passed, Bai Yujing had several terrifying sword wounds on his body, the residual green sword energy at the wound continuously tearing at it, slowing the healing process. This was left by the wind-blue long sword of Yun Tiancheng. Yun Tiancheng's attacks were ruthless, just like his shadowy appearance, targeting Bai Yujing's sword arm and legs. His speed was too fast. If it weren't for Bai Yujing's quick reflexes and timely blocks, it would have been more than just a few injuries. Moreover, Bai Yujing had also taken a punch from Feng Yuanzhang, causing his internal energy and blood to surge violently. This couldn't go on. He had to take one down first. The pain from the wounds did not make Bai Yujing lose his rationality. Instead, it sharpened his thoughts. During the battle just now, he had been continuously using breathing techniques to recover from the mental strain. He should be able to use the divine ability Remnant Dream for a moment once more. As long as he could successfully kill either Yun Tiancheng or Feng Yuanzhang, the situation could potentially reverse at this moment. The Realm of Wind, 7 Winds Strike. The Realm of Strength, Overlord's Might. As Bai Yujing blocked another attack, Yun Tiancheng and Feng Yuanjing charged at him with an overwhelming aura, aiming for his chest and back. However, what surprised Feng Yuanjing was that at this moment, Bai Yujing actually did not dodge or parry. Instead, he closed his eyes and assumed a sword-drawing stance. Closing his eyes at a time like this? Feng Yuanjing felt something was off, but he wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. Just then, a tremor-inducing aura erupted from Bai Yujing, engulfing the ground beneath the two. Their figures rushing towards Bai Yujing were instantly frozen in place. What is this? The two exchanged horrified glances. Divine ability, Remnant Dream for a moment. Yellow Spring Sword Intent, Shattered Flower Dream Shadow. At this moment, the heavens and earth changed color. The blood lightning on the sword transformed into an enormous, elongated blood-red sword shadow after the final sword dance. With an unstoppable momentum, it sliced towards Yun Tiancheng, as Bai Yujing felt that Yun Tiancheng posed a greater threat to him. After the world returned to its original colors, the blood-red sword shadow swept across Yun Tiancheng's neck, then exploded like a blooming sea of flowers. A head, filled with unwillingness, soared high into the air. With Yun Tiancheng's death, a powerful surge of energy and blood rushed into Bai Yujing's body, causing his aura to rise sharply. But just as he was about to break through to the martial sovereign realm, it felt as if something had blocked him, halting his progress. His martial arts realm remained at the peak of the martial profound realm. After Bai Yujing killed Yun Tiancheng, the situation, which had been gradually becoming extremely critical, experienced a remarkable reversal at this moment. How did Yun Tiancheng suddenly get killed? What was that just now? Was it a divine ability? How could there be such a divine ability? Looking at the soaring head, Feng Yuanjing's face revealed an expression of disbelief. He was unwilling to accept that Yun Tiancheng had died so simply, without any resistance, like a lamb to the slaughter. However, the tidal wave of oppressive energy emanating from Bai Yujing constantly reminded him that this was not an illusion. At this moment, aside from disbelief, Feng Yuanjing felt a greater sense of relief. Asking himself, if Bai Yujing's sword just now had been aimed at him instead of Yun Tiancheng, could he have blocked it? Feng Yuanjing felt that he could not stop it, for he had also sensed the breath of death from that sword. If Bai Yujing had targeted him with that strike, the outcome would not have changed at all. He was almost dead, just a hair's breadth away. Surviving was purely a matter of luck. At this moment, a strange feeling of sorrow for the dead rabbit and the sad fox arose in Feng Yuanjing's heart. A bitter taste rose at the corners of his mouth, for he truly did not expect that the encirclement tonight would end in such a way. It should have been foolproof. The three great families had joined forces, 3 seasoned experts at the late stage of the martial profound realm, surrounding a Bai Yujing at the late stage of the martial zone realm. It should have been an easy task. Yet, they had failed to capture Bai Yujing. How could a mere coal seller born in a slum possess such strength? This was all undoubtedly due to that sword of destiny. He glanced at the long sword in the opponent's hand, entwined with blood-red lightning, still emitting an extraordinary aura in the dark night and pouring rain. Jealousy and greed flickered in Feng Yuanjing's eyes. At this moment, only Wu Yonk of the martial venerable realm could punish Bai Yujing. Moreover, the only person who knew the truth, Yun Tiancheng, was already dead. Once Wu Yonk killed Bai Yujing, the sword of destiny would still belong to him, Feng Yuanzhang. With this thought, he turned and fled outside without looking back. He could not die yet. He needed to inform Wu Yonk. After killing the late-stage martial profound realm Yun Tiancheng, the blood rain and sweet dew should have been enough for Bai Yujing to break through to the martial venerable realm. However, it stopped at the peak of the martial profound realm. This was not due to insufficient vitality but because absorbing too much low-purity blood rain and sweet dew had lowered Bai Yujing's upper limit. Unlike Su Yin's regret, Bai Yujing took it all in stride. After breaking through to the peak of the martial profound realm, he remained vigilant against Feng Yuanzhang while operating the wind thunder source flow and breathing techniques to stabilize his realm. When he saw Feng Yuanzhang running away without looking back, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered slightly. He did not choose to chase after him directly. Instead, he activated the wind spirit and left in another direction, unhesitatingly departing from the already devastated district ravaged by the scattered energy. Bai Yujing's mind remained clear. He did not become arrogant due to his sudden surge in power. This place was not safe. The special investigator of the Martial Supervision Bureau, Wu Yunk, could arrive at any moment. The opponent was a 7th-tier Martial Venerable, a powerful being with domain abilities. Having used the divine ability Moment of Dream Remnant twice in a row to kill 2 late-stage Martial Profound Realm experts, Bai Yujing still felt a deep fatigue in both spirit and body despite breaking through to the peak of the Martial Profound Realm. Tonight, if he had not unexpectedly fallen into the trap of the 3 great families, according to his original plan, he should have first swept through the Golden Dragon Society and then checked out the prosperous World Entertainment City in another district, using the blood rain and sweet dew of the divine sword to enhance his realm. However, despite the many events that transpired, the series of dire situations he faced, and the near brush with death, the outcome was still the same. One could even say that he had gained fortune from misfortune, leading to his comprehension of the divine ability Moment of Dream Remnant, the sword technique Fragmented Flower Dream Shadow, and his martial arts realm leaping directly from the late stage of the martial zone realm to the peak of the martial profound realm. In the border city of Ninghai, there were not many threats left to him. Bai Yujing planned to rest for a night to recover well and then seek out Feng Shuatong tomorrow night. After all, his current state was not good. Moment of Dream Remnant had entered cooldown again, and Shadow Escape was temporarily unavailable. After killing the 2 late-stage Martial Profound Realm experts, Ling Yishan and Yun Tianchang, the massive vitality returned to him from the Divine Sword had rekindled the suppressed killing intent within him. Despite the fact that the opportunity for revenge is now almost within reach, Bai Yujing remains remarkably calm. He does not want any unexpected incidents to occur, even if the likelihood of such an incident is very small. As Bai Yujing departs, the neighborhood becomes completely deserted. The dense raindrops fall from the sky, and between heaven and earth, it seems that only the continuous sound of rain remains. However, not long after Bai Yujing leaves, a handsome man dressed in a black trench coat and wearing a black magician's hat silently appears in the neighborhood. A step too late? Wu Yunk slightly furrows his brow. He had noticed the astonishing phenomenon from a distance. However, he did not expect it to end so quickly, even to the point of being somewhat astonishing. Standing beneath the heavy curtain of rain, although he did not form a protective shield with his true essence, the dense raindrops automatically avoided him as they approached, not a single drop landing on his clothes. Wu Yunk extends his left hand to stroke his chin, his eyes narrowing slightly, his gaze momentarily appearing quite subtle, as if he is deep in thought. What exactly is Bai Yujing's background? If he were not somewhat satisfied with his current body in every aspect, Wu Yunk would consider taking a look at Bai Yujing's body. After all, the other party's talent seems almost absurdly good. Moreover, the most important point is that the other party's appearance is also quite handsome. Feng Shuaitong, how did you get involved with such a person? Wu Yunk seems to mutter to himself, looking up at the rain falling from the sky. To be honest, I'm a bit curious. Wu Yunk adjusts his black hat with his left hand and elegantly turns around. In the next moment, his figure silently disappears from the neighborhood. Just as he appeared silently, only the sound of the rain remains in the world. The sudden downpour from last night lasted the entire night, gradually diminishing only as morning approached, before finally stopping. However, as the saying goes, after the rain comes the clear sky. During the day, the weather is clear and sunny, and the sunlight is not blinding, clearly a rare good day. Without the cover of clouds, the warm sunlight directly bathes the streets and alleys of Ninghai City, seemingly to dispel the over a month-long gloom that has hung over the city. The warm, gentle sunlight shines into a small courtyard on the outskirts of Ninghai City. The 2 graves in the courtyard remain as usual, but today, there are a few white flowers in front of the graves, with raindrops still clinging to the petals, as if they were just picked from the roadside. The tombstones in front of the graves are also very clean, as if someone has taken care of them seriously. The sunlight shines on the 2 graves, as if draping a layer of light gauze over the lonely mounds. Even a young man dressed in white, with a sword hanging at his waist, standing tall with long black hair and an extraordinary demeanor, cannot help but raise a hand to shield his eyes, squinting slightly at the sun. Indeed, the young man standing in front of the graves is Bai Yujing. After leaving the street near the Golden Dragon Society last night, Bai Yujing returned to his previous home, the small courtyard on the outskirts of Ninghai City. To be honest, Bai Yujing, bearing the negative effects of the ominous fate -2, was able to carve out a path for himself under such circumstances, which also surprised Suyin in the magic sword. Originally, when Bai Yujing was forced into the mud by Lingishan without the ability to fight back, and when the demonic energy was rampant and could not be used, Suyin had already prepared to pass on the final magic sword technique that burns life, the ultimate true method to him. Bai Yujing was at the late stage of the martial sovereign realm during the period of Wuzong. Advancing 2 major levels would mean reaching the late stage of the martial venerable realm. Although it was only for an hour, it was enough for him to sweep away everything and take revenge. However, he did not expect that Bai Yujing, at the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, would defy the odds and slay 2 powerful opponents at the late stage of the martial profound realm, even scaring away Feng Yuanzhang, who was also at the late stage of the martial profound realm. It was a grand scene reminiscent of the great love immortal venerable. Had he not heard that heaven does not completely cut off people's paths? As long as I want to walk, the road is right beneath my feet. This development was truly beyond Su Yin's expectations. Moreover, he was unaware that just after Bai Yujing left, Wu Yunk appeared, and the two had just brushed past each other. Otherwise, he would have shouted loudly, "What does it mean to be the protagonist?" However, Suyin also gained a lot last night. His demon sword technique, Absolute, in addition to the previous first type, Biliuo Wangquan, and the second type, Blood Flame Slash, had now included a third type, Fragmented Flower Dream Shadow. In comparison, the bit of demonic energy consumed when he passed on the martial arts to Bai Yujing seemed trivial now. A year ago, when the demon sword was picked up by Bai Yueling at the Cheng family's weapon shop, Suyin thought that with such living conditions, he would soon be doomed again. Unexpectedly, Bai Yujing brought him many surprises, not only helping him advance 2 levels from a high-grade mortal weapon to a mid-grade spiritual weapon but also providing several powerful skills. Now that Bai Yujing was already at the late stage of the martial profound realm, Suyin, as the sword spirit of the demon sword, could also benefit. Suyin speculated that Bai Yujing would likely go for revenge next. With the peak strength of the martial profound realm, Feng Yuanzhang would definitely not be able to stop him. It should be. He initially wanted to say it should be smooth sailing and that nothing could go wrong, but then he thought that saying so felt oddly like setting a flag. In novels and movies, whenever someone has a bad feeling, something goes wrong. Suyin actually did not want anything to happen to Bai Yujing. Looking at Bai Yujing, who was lost in thought in front of the grave, he decided not to set a flag on his back. In the small courtyard, Bai Yujing reached out and gently touched the corner of the tombstone in front of Bai Yueling's grave, his gaze revealing a hint of tenderness, much like when he had secretly stroked her head while she slept in the dream of the remnants. "Wait for me, I will soon avenge you," Bai Yujing murmured to himself. He raised his head to look at the tall buildings in Ninghai City, the tenderness in his eyes slowly transforming into determination. At that moment, a gust of desolate autumn wind lifted Bai Yujing's long hair in the corner of his robe. In this tranquil little courtyard, he seemed like a celestial being descended from the heavens. In the evening, the twilight in the sky was gradually replaced by the night, and a full moon quietly appeared in the night sky. Since it had not been long since the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moon was still very round. In Ninghai City, at the Feng family's main residence, the patrolling guards were, as usual, inspecting various areas within the residence, and several fierce dog-like beasts had also increased in number. However, unlike last time, some Feng family stewards at the Martial Lord Realm had joined this team. Tonight, 3 elders at the Martial Sovereign Realm were also stationed here, 1 at the early stage and 2 at the mid-stage. Since the residence was bloodily washed by Bai Yujing a couple of nights ago, Feng Yuanzhang, the head of the Feng family, was greatly enraged, making the defenses here much stricter than before. Even passers-by outside the residence had to be scrutinized by dozens of hidden gazes. If anyone lingered for even a moment, they would be questioned by the Feng family guards. Under such circumstances, even passers-by were unwilling to linger near the Feng family's residence. As usual, a few guards responsible for the security within the Feng family residence yawned, thinking that today would be just as uneventful as yesterday. But the fierce dog-like beast beside him strangely began to bark wildly at the door, only to immediately shrink back, trembling and whimpering. This bizarre scene instantly caught the attention of the guards stationed nearby. "Stop! Who are you?" At the entrance, a fierce-looking man with a face full of flesh drew his knife and sternly questioned the newcomer. He was one of the new guards. Since last night, when 3 gangs were brutally wiped out, many underworld organizations had quietly disbanded. The fierce man was one of them, but due to his martial prowess, he had been recruited by the Feng family as a guard. In the night, a young man with long hair, holding a long sword entwined with blood-red lightning, gradually approached. "Where is Feng Shuatong now?" Without answering his question, Bai Yujing asked expressionlessly. Another guard, upon seeing Bai Yujing's face, turned and ran. "Are you deaf? What are you mumbling about? Didn't you hear your father ask?" A head rolled to the ground, and Bai Yujing did not pause for a moment. "Where is Feng Shuatong now?" he ran into a group of guards, 2 of whom were still wearing the Feng family's steward uniforms. "Gentlemen stewards, this is Bai Yujing." "Bai Yujing? I didn't expect you to dare come." "Simply self." Before he could finish, one of the stewards felt a flash before his eyes, and the heads of the 10 or so people beside him fell to the ground in an instant. "Where is Feng Shuatong now?" "There, over there." Terrified by what was happening before him, the steward trembled and pointed in a direction. Then, under the fearful gaze of this man, Bai Yujing's figure suddenly vanished from in front of him. "Bai Yujing? Hello, we meet again." It was as if she had known Bai Yujing would come to find her tonight. Standing in an extremely vast courtyard, seemingly admiring the moon, Feng Shuatong turned around and revealed a faint smile to Bai Yujing. Today, Feng Shuatong was still dressed in a gothic Lolita dress, but her long silver hair seemed to have been styled in advance. Her pair of always calm blue-black pupils looked at Bai Yujing, who had suddenly appeared in the courtyard like a shadow. "You are as special as the woman I met before." As she turned, a silver bell hanging at her waist rang out with a crisp sound. Feng Shuatong smiled slightly and extended a slender finger, like a green onion, pointing at the moon in the sky. "Just like that pure white moon hanging in the pitch-black night sky. I noticed you the moment I first saw you." Bai Yujing frowned slightly, unsure of what Feng Shuatong was trying to do. He had originally thought there would be many people here, but to his surprise, in his peak perception of the martial Shen realm, there was only Feng Shuatong standing here in the vast courtyard. She seemed completely unconcerned that he might kill her next, just as she had done to his family. "Don't you have anything you want to ask me?" Sitting down on one of the stone benches beside a stone table, Feng Shuatong tilted her head and looked at Bai Yujing. To be honest, Suyin was quite curious to hear what Feng Shuatong had to say. Based on his experience of watching over 1,000 episodes of Conan, usually at this point, the mastermind, knowing there was nowhere to escape, would often begin to reveal their methods, motives, and thought processes behind their evil deeds. Clearly, Feng Shuatong was preparing to start the revelation segment. Suyin was looking forward to what questions Bai Yujing would ask. So, what questions would Bai Yujing ask? Suyin thought that if it were him, he might ask why she targeted him and his family, or what the purpose of creating these tragedies was. Was it to offer sacrifices to the evil god doll princess? However, Bai Yujing does not play by the rules at all. "I'm too lazy to ask, and I don't want to hear it. Right now, I only have one thought, and that is to kill you." Bai Yujing's narrowed eyes turned to Feng Shuatong, who sat innocently beside the stone table. What he needed was not useless explanations, but a more direct revenge. At this point, discussing anything was utterly meaningless. Moreover, Bai Yujing understood one principle: the longer the delay, the greater the chance of variables arising. Although his martial arts had reached the peak of the martial Xian realm, Bai Yujing knew that in Ninghai City, he was not invincible. At least one person might be stronger than him. Perhaps Feng Shuatong was just trying to buy time in this way. After all, Bai Yujing had used this tactic many times himself. He deeply understood that the more cunning the enemy, the less room for error one could afford. Perhaps just that little bit of time could allow someone to turn the tables. Rather than knowing an unprovable truth, he preferred to see his sword shatter his enemy's body, avenging all deep-seated grievances. The realm of the divine power of the moment of dream opened up in that thought, enveloping the courtyard, and an aura of complete stillness erupted from him. His hands swiftly pressed down on the hilt of the demon sword. On the other side, within the realm of the moment of dream, Feng Shuatong's petite figure was frozen in place, still maintaining her cute tilted head pose. It seemed she hadn't expected Bai Yujing to take this step. Yellow spring sword intent, shattered Feng. This was the most painful move in Bai Yujing's sword techniques, combined with the all-cutting yellow spring sword intent capable of shattering everything before it in an instant. He intended to repeatedly execute shattered Feng before the moment of dream ended. He absolutely would not let her die so easily. This body would be cut into thousands, tens of thousands of pieces in an instant, a level of extreme pain his mother had experienced. Now he would make the true culprit experience it as well. Everything is over. Bai Yujing expressionlessly pronounced Feng Shuatong's death sentence, just as he had done to those heinous criminals on the execution ground. However, Suyin, within the demon sword, slightly changed expression upon hearing this. Not good. This was absolutely one of those flags that must not be spoken. Just like, "There's nothing left to fear, I've won," or "Let's go have barbecue tonight." Once this was said, things would definitely not end there, and often unexpected developments would occur. Although it was just a nonsensical metaphysical logic, Suyin silently glanced at the passive demon sword technique within the demon sword. The first effect under the blood sword, ominous branch, bad luck, -2 luck. Bai Yujing shouldn't be that unlucky, right? This didn't seem to leave much room for maneuvering either. However, just like a famous Murphy's Law, things often develop in the undesirable direction as long as there is a possibility. It's commonly said that the more one fears something, the more it comes to pass. Just as Bai Yujing was about to draw his sword, an unexpected change occurred. "Listen to me," a deep, elegant male voice suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Along with this voice came a figure dressed in a black trench coat, wearing a black magician's hat. A man suddenly appeared beside Feng Shuetong, and it was none other than Wu Yonk. How could Wu Yonk be here? Bai Yujing, don't act impulsively. Release your divine power and put down your weapon. Feng Shuetong, standing before you, wants to have a chat with you. All you need to do is answer her questions. With the sudden sound, Bai Yujing's pupils constricted sharply, and he realized he could no longer control his right hand. The hand gripping the magic sword gradually fell, but it did not release its hold on the sword. After revealing his form, Wu Yonk turned to look at Feng Shuetong with a hint of helplessness. "I have to ask, why do you insist on making me do this? If I had arrived just a little later, you would have really died." "It's fine, I can't die," Feng Shuetong replied, shaking his head with an indifferent expression. What was going on? Why was Bai Yujing really so obediently letting go? Was this Wu Yonk's ability, a divine power, or a domain? If he could control a person's body, how could they fight? Watching this scene, Suin fell into deep thought, feeling that Bai Yujing was in trouble. The celestial phenomenon caused by Bai Yujing's divine power, remnant dream, was so obvious that the sky above this courtyard turned a dim yellow. This peculiar sight caught the attention of everyone in the Feng family's residence. There was no way to ignore it. The night had turned to dusk, making it hard not to notice. Even from far away in tall buildings, many overworked employees peeked out of their windows to see what was happening. In the Feng family's conference hall, this phenomenon seems to be coming from Miss Feng Shuetong's courtyard, an elder with the surname Yao said as he walked to the window and looked outside uncertainly. "Is someone causing trouble again? Do they think my Feng family is an easy target that anyone can trample on?" Another irritable elder slammed the table in anger. He was a guest elder of the Feng family. "I can't stand it any longer. If I hadn't been away from the residence last night, how could that Bai Yujing be so arrogant? No, I have to go take a look." With that, he stood up from his chair and headed for the door. Just then, the last elder walked in, looking worried. Seeing the other two elders present, his expression improved slightly. "Elder Lin, Elder Yao, I finally found you. My subordinates just told me that Bai Yujing has come again, but after killing a steward and over a dozen guards, he suddenly disappeared. The family head should have already gone over. We should hurry and go together." Before he could finish, he saw the irritable elder silently sit back down, feeling puzzled. "Elder Lin, were you going to go over there first?" I just sat for too long in my but got a bit uncomfortable, so I stood up to stretch," Elder Lin replied without changing his expression, picking up the empty teacup on the table and taking a sip. "By the way, you just said the family head has already gone over?" "Yes, I'm not far from there. The commotion is too shocking. I've never felt such fear from the family head. Moreover, I heard this morning that the heads of the Ling and Yun families were both killed by Bai Yujing. Isn't Bai Yujing now at the peak of the martial profound realm? We three need to hurry over to help the family head. If we're late, who knows what might happen." Hiss! The peak of the martial profound realm. Elder Lin gasped. "Elder Xiao, don't be anxious," Elder Yao said as he walked over, leisurely patting Elder Zhao's shoulder, signaling him to sit down first. Then, he pulled out a deck of playing cards from somewhere and began dealing them on the table. After dealing, he stuffed the cards into Elder Zhao's hands. "Elder Xiao, what do you mean by this?" Two elders. Looking at Elder Yao and Elder Lin, who silently picked up their respective hands of cards, Elder Zhao's face showed disbelief. "Is this a time for playing cards? We three are far away, we need to hurry. Otherwise, what do you think we should do?" "Play for 5, Elder Yao said, lifting his head and glancing at Elder Xiao, asking casually. "Of course we should hurry over to help the family head. That Bai Yujing is now at the peak of the martial profound realm, and the family head is definitely in grave danger alone. The stewards have already gone over one after another. You two, as elders of the Feng family, should set an example. How can you sit here playing cards and expect to command respect later?" Elder Xiao angrily slammed his cards on the table, his face filled with righteous indignation. "What realm is that Bai Yujing in? Not worth it." Elder Lin glanced at his cards without looking up. "Peak of the martial profound realm," Elder Xiao replied. "What realm are you in, Elder Xiao?" "Early martial sect realm, what's wrong?" In an instant, Elder Xiao, who had been flushed with anger, suddenly froze, staring blankly at the two mid-martial sect realm elders in front of him, then fell into deep thought. Bai Yujing has already killed the heads of the Ling and Yun families. Is it useful for the three of us to go over now? We are just guest elders. Why rush to our deaths? It would be better to play cards here for a while and observe the situation. Elder Ya glanced indifferently at the dazed Elder Xiao and continued, "What do you think?" Hearing his words was like hearing two speeches. It was enlightening. Elder Shao, for some reason, grabbed the cards he had just thrown on the table, looked at them in confusion, and then his expression darkened. Not worth it. In the courtyard of Feng Shuetong. At this moment, it was in a strange state. After a word from Wu Yonk, Bai Yujing stood quietly with his sword drawn, facing Feng Shuetong and Wu Yonk, not continuing his attack. After hearing Feng Shuetong's words, Wu Yonk was slightly surprised but quickly reacted with a light laugh. That's true, our clan will not die. Even if our current bodies are destroyed, we can always switch to another body. When he said this, Wu Yonk did not deliberately avoid mentioning Bai Yujing. In Wu Yonk's view, Bai Yujing, who had fallen under the influence of the word spirit, was already a dead man. In his domain, anyone with a lower martial realm who fell under the word spirit's suggestion would have no way to break free. What was there to avoid with a dead man? You want me to hold off on killing him because you want to switch bodies? But I think your current body is not bad, and the original owner's true spirit has been extinguished by you. I just want to have a chat with him. Feng Shuetong turned her head to look at Wu Yonk. Can you help me with something using your ability? Don't let anyone come near here for the next few minutes. After all, my current identity is still the young lady of the Feng family. Of course, but why do I feel like I'm your subordinate? Wu Yonk pouted slightly, his figure slowly disappearing from the spot. Just call me when you need me. Watching Wu Yonk's figure gradually fade away, Suyin fell into silence. The information hidden in the conversation between the two was substantial. Suyin was clear about Feng Shuetong's situation. It was the resentment of Anna before her death that was embodied by the evil god doll princess and attached to her. So what about this Wu Yonk? He recalled the dark, sinister living entity he had seen when using the sword spirit technique before. This guy wasn't the original either. He was also an attachment? Is this world so dangerous that even the martial sovereign realm isn't safe? Suyin felt a bit wistful. He suddenly thought that being a sword spirit of a magic sword didn't seem so bad after all. At least there was a guarantee of safety. Being a person in this world was too dangerous. Just then, he saw Feng Shuetong walking towards Bai Yujing. Feng Shuetong tilted her head in confusion, her hollow, lifeless blue-black pupils staring into Bai Yujing's eyes. You have no questions to ask me, but I have many questions to ask you. Bai Yujing, I am very curious about you. Looking at the enemy right in front of him, Bai Yujing tried to draw his sword, but he couldn't swing the magic sword no matter what. At this moment, Bai Yujing realized that the special investigator from the Ninghai Martial Supervision Bureau was in cahoots with Feng Shuetong. Moreover, Wu Yonk had used the word clan earlier. It seemed he wasn't the original owner either. How many people like Wu Yonk were there in this world? Thinking of this, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered, and a multitude of thoughts surged through his mind in an instant. He couldn't draw his sword now. It was as if, just as Wu Yonk had said, he could only obediently stand there and answer Feng Shuetong's questions. Was Wu Yonk's ability to directly control his body, or did he use verbal suggestions to influence his thoughts? Bai Yujing leaned towards the latter, because every time he thought about killing Feng Shuetong, a strange current seemed to pass through his mind, making him change his will and put down his weapon. This ability was indeed powerful, strong enough to sway a person's will, but Bai Yujing believed that this seemingly unsolvable ability must have some kind of limitation. How long could this suggestion affect him? Wu Yonk had never considered that someone could perceive the suggestion while still under his control. To ensure Feng Shuetong, who was also of high status, was taken care of, he had previously found an opportunity to use his dominion over the late-stage Feng family head, Feng Yuanzhang, to make him believe that the two were on good terms, and to have him protect Feng Shuetong. The other party hadn't sensed anything amiss at all, and even after discovering Feng Shuetong's clues, had come to him once to ask for help in keeping it hidden. Wu Yonk had a deep understanding of the power of dominion. Otherwise, the higher-ups of the possessed would not have specifically opened a starry rift in Ninghai City for Wu Yonk, summoning the ghost-level star beast, the Snow Dragon King, to create opportunities for him. However, Wu Yonk overestimated his special ability. He underestimated Bai Yujing and knew even less about the magic swords techniques. Under the influence of the magic sword's enhancement halo, the all attribute up rational halo, and Bai Yujing's own extraordinary resilience, although Bai Yujing was affected by the dominion, he quickly sensed something was off. After trying dozens of times in an instant, Bai Yujing noticed that the strange current seemed to be weakening. The speed was slow, but it was indeed diminishing. Although he repeatedly tried to break free from the dominion in his mind, at the same time, Bai Yujing coldly looked at Feng Shuetong's blue-black pupils, watching her next move. If he were given a little more time, he would make her understand how to write the word despair. You've killed so many people yourself. Why is your soul still pure, not fallen into darkness? Is it because of kindness? Feng Shuetong tilted her head, seemingly unaware of Bai Yujing's thoughts. Upon hearing this question, Bai Yujing's gaze flickered slightly. He didn't know how to answer. Perhaps he didn't even know the answer himself. Am I really kind? At this point, he didn't feel he had the right to speak the word kindness. Countless people had died at his hands. Beneath his feet lay a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and his sword was stained with the blood of others. Perhaps it was the last remnant of his humanity that prevented him from harming those innocent and kind-hearted people. Your kindness saved Anna, so you must know my story through Anna's memories, but you may not know what happened later. Without waiting for Bai Yujing to respond, Feng Shuatong continued to speak to herself. When Anna was being burned in the Great Fire, the will of the doll princess descended here. She found the man who tried to insult Anna, avenged her, and made me her follower as well. And then? Bai Yujing replied casually. As Feng Shuatong spoke to himself, he felt the currents binding his will diminish significantly. I have been searching for a pure soul for her, but there are just too many humans, and they are too ugly. I searched for a long time without finding one, so I thought, if everyone is black, then white would stand out, right? So you created all of this? But it was quite successful, wasn't it? I quickly found the first target, a woman with silver bells. She seemed to always find those who were the most polluted. But I wasn't sure if she really was, so I observed her for a while. Unfortunately, at the moment she was surrounded by those she wanted to save and was executed, I made a special trip to see her. She wavered, just like the former Anna. Feng Shuatong sighed, seemingly regretful. I had high hopes for her. Thank you, may the gods bless you. For some reason, Feng Shuatong's description reminded Bai Yujing of the monk he had once encountered on the street, whose voice brought peace to the soul. But fortunately, one of my wraiths found the second target, which is you. However, your life is too simple. I didn't know how to make you despair, so I ordered the wraith to kill your family in the most cruel way possible, to see if you would fall. Feng Shuatong calmly revealed Bai Yujing's scars. But you really surprised me, Bai Yujing. Not only did you not fall, but you also became stronger and stronger. Several of my wraiths died at your hands. How did you manage all of this? You really are a beast. Upon hearing Feng Shuatong casually recount all of this, Bai Yujing narrowed his eyes slightly, gripping the magic sword tighter. Sensing his anger, the blade of the magic sword flickered violently with blood-red lightning, like exploding flashes. A beast? I don't think I've done anything wrong. Not quite understanding why Bai Yujing would say that, Feng Shuatong looked at him in confusion. What did Anna do wrong? When Anna was helplessly sitting on the street, did anyone passing by offer her even a little help? Doesn't everyone in this city have sins? Shouldn't they all die? Goodness, Suyin exclaimed. Feng Shuatong's hatred was almost on par with the initial feeling he had when he was deceived by Yu Qinghong and then forged into a sword through blood sacrifice. Suyin realized that he too had once equally hated everyone in this world until he killed Yu Qinghong, and only after emerging from the illusion of Eden did his resentment dissipate. But none of that matters now. Feng Shuatong turned and walked toward the courtyard. Bai Yujing, I am now certain that you are the one I have been looking for, the one with the purest soul. Just then, an elegant voice suddenly echoed in the courtyard, and at the same time, a figure dressed in a black trench coat and wearing a black magician's hat appeared in the courtyard. Wu Yunk yawned out of boredom. Aren't you done asking? I've been waiting outside and getting a bit bored. I'm done asking. Now we can kill him, Feng Shuatong said. Finished? Alright, don't rush me. Wu Yunk pretended to complain, chuckling lightly at Feng Shuatong, who was walking away. Then he turned to look into Bai Yujing's eyes. Listen to me, Bai Yujing, you are now a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Stand still and do not move. Your life is no longer your own, it now belongs to me. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards Bai Yujing's position in another direction of the courtyard, seemingly in no hurry to immediately kill his prey. While approaching Bai Yujing, Wu Yunk extended his left hand, gently touching the edge of his hat, then applying a slight force, elegantly and calmly pulling down one side of his black top hat a little. His left hand's fingers were slender and long, with skin as delicate and smooth as white jade, completely different from the rough, calloused hands of an ordinary martial artist. This made him appear not like a martial artist who had trained for years, but rather like an elegant puppeteer. Wu Yunk extended his left hand to the side of his body, fingers spread open, then grasped towards his palm. At that moment, an extremely peculiar and eye-catching silver spear appeared in his hand. This imposing spear was about 3 meters long, with the shaft and body nearly equal in length, both pure silver in color. The shape of the spear was unusual, not the streamlined form of an ordinary spear. From the tip to the bottom sides of the spear body, there were serrated edges resembling triangles that increased in size. At the bottom of the spear body, an X-shaped tail wing spread out to the sides. The sharp, menacing serrations left no doubt about the lethality of all parts of the spear except for the tip. The thunderous wrath spear. As soon as this silver spear appeared, the sky changed color in the blink of an eye. In the originally quiet night sky, large patches of dark clouds began to gather over the courtyard of the Wind family. Within the dense black clouds above, silver lightning flickered like agile electric snakes. The moment the dark clouds appeared, deafening thunder followed. Boom! This strange celestial phenomenon, which clearly was not naturally occurring, along with its awe-inspiring might that changed the color of heaven and earth, immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the Wind family's residence, including many people living in the surrounding area. Most of these people had been asleep, dreaming sweet dreams, but at this moment, they were all awakened by this astonishing spectacle, with some even rolling out of bed. The community channel for people around the North District of Ninghai City instantly exploded. What the hell? What's going on? Can people still live in this broken place of Ninghai City? I mean it. I can't take it anymore. Tomorrow, first thing in the morning, I'm moving to the neighboring Janlan City. Some people are still watching, while some smart ones, like me, have already started packing. I'm leaving tonight. Last night, a block in the North District was just wrecked by that evil god follower by Yujing, and now something else is happening tonight? Can someone tell me which two big shots are fighting in this area? This weather anomaly seems to have been caused by the thunderous wrath spear of that 7th-tier Marshal Venerable Special Investigator Wu Young from the Marshal Supervision Bureau. I moved here from Jianglan City, and I was fortunate enough to see Wu Young make a move from a distance once. That time he fought a high-risk fugitive at the Marshal Venerable level, and there was also this celestial phenomenon, destroying several streets. I was lucky to survive. Hiss. This was actually caused by a weapon? What grade of weapon could have such power? Thunderous Wrath Spear, Thunderous Wrath, could it be? That's right, I heard it's a celestial artifact. Speaking of which, Wu Yunk also has the surname Wu. Could he be related to one of the super martial arts families in Jing City? In Ninghai City, the only fugitive who could make Wu Yunk take action must be that Bai Yujing, who is in the North District. I hope Wu Yunk can defeat Bai Yujing and end all of this soon. I hope Wu Yunk can defeat Bai Yujing. Bai Yujing looked at Wu Yunk, who was slowly walking towards him, his expression somewhat grave. The silver spear in the opponent's hand, interwoven with dense arcs of electricity, emanated a dangerously ominous feeling. He remembered that on the day Wu Yunk publicly executed the divine nun, he had also wielded this spear, which resembled a silver lightning bolt, but it hadn't carried the same overwhelming presence as it did today. That day, he seemed to recall hearing many spectators nearby exclaim loudly, as if calling it the Thunderbolt Spear of Divine Wrath. As the Thunderbolt Spear of Divine Wrath appeared in Wu Yunk's hand, his aura surged, radiating an extremely dangerous vibe. With each step Wu Yunk took, several thick dark golden arcs of lightning flickered around his body, appearing and disappearing. Even just holding the Thunderbolt Spear with one hand as he approached instilled an irresistible sense of helplessness in others. This was an unprecedented formidable enemy for Bai Yujing. Bai Yujing, your talent is truly astonishing. Standing steadily not far in front of Bai Yujing, Wu Yunk lightly waved his left hand, and the Thunderbolt Spear, coiled with lightning and exuding endless pressure, lay horizontally by his side. Wu Yunk narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze piercing, but unfortunately, there are no new peers appearing here. A genius as outstanding as you is now an enemy of my clan, so I must ask you to quietly perish. As his words fell, an invisible, terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him, sweeping towards Bai Yujing like surging waves. Wu Yunk positioned the menacing spear behind him, and his left wrist suddenly exerted force. In an instant, the power of thunder flashed along the spear's body, sweeping horizontally towards Bai Yujing's waist with the force of a thunderclap. As for why he didn't use the spearhead to pierce Bai Yujing's body directly, it was simply his twisted sense of humor. Tearing apart human flesh with the serrated body of the spear would be far more painful than a clean thrust. It's already night, just quietly disappear from this world. In that moment, Bai Yujing felt the threat of death almost overwhelming him. If this spear struck, it would instantly split Bai Yujing in half. The silver spear swept past like a startled dragon, yet the anticipated tearing of flesh and shattering of bones did not occur, and his pupils slightly constricted. Wu Yunk's left hand swept out with the spear. The Thunderbolt Spear, wrapped in endless lightning, tore through the air. Just as it was about to reach Bai Yujing, logically speaking, Bai Yujing, under the influence of the word spirit, should not have reacted at all. His unprotected body would be pierced upon contact. But things did not unfold as he had anticipated. Just as the spear was about to make contact with Bai Yujing, the latter's sword-wielding hand suddenly moved, and with unimaginable speed, he crossed his sword in front of him, colliding with the serrated body of the Thunderbolt Spear. A deafening sound that tore through the air erupted, and Bai Yujing's figure was propelled backward by the recoil, swiftly retreating. In midair, he flickered and landed steadily, creating distance between himself and Wu Yunk. How is this possible? How could he break free from the control? Wu Yunk's pupils were filled with shock. He was more astonished that Bai Yujing could awaken from his control and react immediately than he was that Bai Yujing had blocked his spear. It should be noted that even other powerful beings at the martial sovereign level might not resist the control of the domain. What went wrong? Or was it just a coincidence? Wu Yong's gaze towards Bai Yujing flickered with suspicion. However, on the other side, although Bai Yujing only broke free from the controlling suggestion just as he was about to be struck by Wu Yong's Thunder Fury Spear, and he drew his sword to block what could have been a fatal blow with the Yellow Spring Sword intent, he felt no joy of having survived a disaster. Instead, he stood there dazed, raising the demon sword before him, trembling as he reached for a spot on the blade. The sword, originally entwined with blood-red lightning and covered in mysterious patterns, looked as if it were bleeding. At that moment, a crack appeared on it. It must have been damaged during the clash with the Thunder Fury Spear, where the spear's jagged teeth had inflicted harm. The crack was not deep, it merely indicated some damage to the demon sword's body. Suin did not think much of it. After all, even with Bai Yujing's Yellow Spring Sword intent enhancing it, the demon sword was still just a mid-level spiritual weapon, lacking the strength of many profound weapons. Wu Yong, as a powerful martial sovereign, wielded a Thunder Fury Spear that, from its appearance alone, was a high-grade weapon capable of invoking phenomena in the heavens and earth. It might not only surpass profound weapons but could even reach the level of immortal weapons. Now, the demon sword had only sustained a crack. It was fortunate that it hadn't shattered completely during the earlier clash. Moreover, even if the main body of the demon sword had indeed been shattered by the Thunder Fury Spear, Suin could simply expend a bit of demonic energy to reforge the broken sword. There's a saying, on the day the broken sword is reforged, the demon sword returns. He could wait until it was safe to use a bit of demonic energy to repair the crack. By then, he would still have a good demon sword. Unfortunately, reforging the demon sword took a long time, and during the repair, the sword body would be remelted by black flames, so Suin did not plan to expend demonic energy for reforging right now. Otherwise, during the intense battle later, if Wu Yong thrusts his spear at Bai Yujing while he was blocking, and the demon sword suddenly melted away, wouldn't that be a disaster for his ally? However, Bai Yujing was unaware of Su Yin's thoughts. He did not know that the demon sword was, in fact, immortal. Even if it broke, it could still be reforged with demonic energy. All he knew was that the sword had shattered. He reached out with his trembling left hand to touch the blood-red blade's crack, his eyes flickering with uncertain light. For more than a year, the divine sword had accompanied Bai Yujing, even after his entire family was killed by the ghost of Feng Shuitong. During that most painful and darkest time, it had never been broken. In that long and lonely period, he had come to regard the divine sword as an indispensable family member. Even though the divine sword, as a sword, could not speak or communicate with him, he looked towards Wu Yong, and an indescribable blood-red killing intent flashed in his eyes. Bai Yujing had originally intended to use Wind Spirit Moon Shadow to escape and find an opportunity after breaking free from the control, but now, he wanted Wu Yong dead. However, after the initial shock, Wu Yong also reacted. He did not know if Bai Yujing's breaking free was a coincidence, so he decided to test it again. Listen to me, Bai Yujing, stand still. At the same time, Wu Yong held the spear in one hand, his body slightly leaning forward. As he stood on the heavy blue stone bricks, dozens of dark golden arcs of lightning suddenly flickered, causing the thick stone bricks to crack like spider webs, then suddenly collapse, sending a large amount of debris flying. In that moment, his figure transformed into dark golden electricity, and the Thunder Fury Spear pierced towards Bai Yujing's face. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Bai Yujing's right hand effortlessly gripped the demon sword, and a faint sound echoed in the air. Wu Yong's spear pierced through the air before him. Was it not a coincidence? Had he broken free again, then vanished? In the next few seconds, the dark golden thunder erupted violently in the courtyard of the Wind and Snow Eye, yet it could never touch Bai Yujing. After realizing that this approach was ineffective, Wu Yong's body, flickering with dark golden lightning, reappeared. You really surprised me, Bai Yujing. Wu Yong squinted slightly, looking at Bai Yujing, who stood opposite him again. The Dominion field actually failed against you, but even without the Dominion field, you still won't be my match. Oh, is that so? Bai Yujing replied coldly, his calm demeanor making Wu Yong's gaze grow increasingly dangerous. Do you know? This gun was originally called the Heavenly Fury Gun, and it changes its form depending on the user. It only transformed into the current Heavenly Fury Thunder Gun the moment I grasped it. So, it's not the gun that's strong, but me. Before his words fell, Wu Yong pointed the blade of the Heavenly Fury Thunder Gun towards the sky, gripping the handle with both hands, raising his arms high. Thunder God Dual Technique, Thunder Speed Extension. At that moment, Wu Yong was enveloped in a violent golden lightning, the space around him filled with crackling arcs of electricity. Except for a small patch of ground beneath his feet, the surrounding ground collapsed, revealing a charred expanse. The originally 3-meter-long gun began to extend rapidly, reaching dozens of meters, while the triangular serrated edges on both sides elongated, resembling axe blades, and the X-shaped tail wings at the back retracted towards the gun body like closing scissors. After the transformation, Woo Yunk held the Heavenly Fury Thunder gun with one hand, moving it to his side, the handle touching the ground, kicking up dust. After the Thunder Speed extension, the Heavenly Fury Thunder gun became extremely heavy, yet even so, Woo Yunk could still hold it with one hand. Next, I will thrust at you with all my might, Bai Yujing. Don't die too quickly. He turned his neck and narrowed his eyes slightly. Otherwise, I would be sad. At that moment, in a certain area of a street that had been devastated the night before, now empty, a man dressed in a black military uniform with a skirt, a golden sword hanging at his waist, and long, smooth black hair was sitting on a bench that had perhaps been blown over from a nearby park by a powerful force. His legs, clad in black military boots, were crossed, and in his right hand, he held a paper book with an unreadable cover, seemingly focused and serious. Not far from the man in the black military uniform, a small beast with a wolf's head and fox ears, a tiny horn on its forehead, and a dark body with cloud-like feet was scratching at a patch of mud that had not yet dried. The combination of the dilapidated city, the man reading on the bench, and the fierce beast cub searching for something undoubtedly gave a sense of a post-apocalyptic wasteland. However, a few minutes later, the man in the black military uniform, who had been quietly reading, suddenly lifted his head, his gaze directed towards a distant part of the sky. There, large dark thunderclouds seemed to be gathering towards a certain location. Above the sky, black clouds pressed down on the city. Below the sky, thunder and lightning raged. Taking all this in, flames seemed to burn in the dark golden eyes of the man in the black military uniform. Heavenly Fury Thunder Gun. Woo Yunk. After a brief moment of contemplation, the man in the black military uniform stood up from the bench. He casually tossed the book on postpartum care for fierce beasts, which the March beast had found somewhere, into a trash can at the street corner. Then he walked straight towards the area in the sky where the thunderclouds were densest. Woo Yunk must have found the target. We should go, little March. As the voice fell, a mysterious aura emanated from the man in the black military uniform, entering the domain he had comprehended, the realm of reality and illusion. In an instant, everything around him began to blur. Your performance in this incident was poor. Once this matter is settled, when you return, I will punish you with a week without dessert. Woo-woo. After the man in the black military uniform finished his sentence, the March beast, which had rushed towards his back, suddenly froze in midair, tears glimmering faintly in its round, glistening eyes. It had only just managed to escape the fear of that nameless long sword from the last unknown world, and its perception ability had just begun to recover. Now, hearing this bad news, it let out a pitiful whimper. As it saw the figure of the man in black military uniform gradually walking away, the March beast transformed into a silver moon shadow and chased after him. A gust of desolate autumn wind blew by, and the figures of the man and the beast gradually disappeared into the night. At this moment, the curtain began to rise. However, if you take a hit and lose your life, I will definitely tear your corpse into pieces. Woo Yunk grinned at Bai Yujing. You really talk too much. Bai Yujing replied with a smile. Are you so confident that it won't be you who dies? Yet, despite the words, there was little amusement in Bai Yujing's eyes. His gaze was firmly locked onto Woo Yunk. As a martial artist who also practiced the dual-element techniques of wind and thunder, he could clearly sense the terrifying thunderous power raging from the gun in Woo Yunk's hand. You can only be stubborn while you still can. Woo Yunk's smile faded, his gaze turning cold. I hope you can still laugh later. In terms of realm, speed, and martial skills, he was above Bai Yujing. He couldn't imagine a possibility of losing. Woo Yunk's toes lifted, and in an instant, his body, wrapped in golden lightning, appeared 100 meters in the air. Holding a silver spear that was dozens of meters long and shaped like a frenzied thorn, Woo Yunk looked like a deity of thunder under the dark night and the flashing lightning. He looked down from above, gazing at Bai Yujing, who was as small as an ant in the courtyard below. Thunder God Dual Technique, Divine Might. He spoke slowly, his voice cold and merciless. The spearhead, carrying a terrifying might and entwined with dreadful lightning, tore through the air like a raging thunder. He thrust the silver spear, the Heavenly Fury Thunder Spear, with a thunderous roar. The next second, the courtyard below seemed to be baptized by apocalyptic thunder. Trees, stone tables, vegetation. Everything that had existed in the courtyard was destroyed in an instant by thousands of violent thunders. Even the earth that served as the foundation of the courtyard disappeared for dozens of meters under the spear, revealing a deep, charred pit. Under this magnificent divine might, everything turned to nothingness. Where was Bai Yujing's figure? Not worth a single blow. In the high sky, seeing this scene, Woo Yunk scoffed disdainfully, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. The so-called genius couldn't even withstand a single shot from him. It was merely, are you talking about yourself? But at that moment, an inexplicable fear suddenly surged within him, and a voice rang out behind him. Wu Young's pupils constricted as he caught a glimpse of the shadow reflected on the body of the Heavenly Fury Thunder Spear. When did this happen? In that moment, there was no time to think. He could only turn and cross the Heavenly Fury Thunder Spear in front of him. However, Bai Yujing's sword was faster. In a life-and-death struggle, there was no rule that one had to first strike the opponent's defensive weapon. The blood-red blade, entwined with crimson lightning and carrying the sword intent of annihilation, slashed towards Wu Young's head with an unstoppable force. Wu Young didn't react in time. However, just as the blade was about to pierce Wu Young's neck, a flash of black light from his sleeve revealed a dark comb that fell out. It was a comb with 8 teeth. Among them, 6 out of the 8 teeth of the comb have already broken, leaving only 2 intact. This is a heavenly grade special spiritual treasure known as the Comb of Time, or rather, a miraculous object. Before determining that its owner is about to suffer a potentially fatal physical attack, the Comb of Time will break one of its teeth in advance, reversing time back to 5 seconds earlier. It is an extraordinarily powerful miraculous object. However, the reason the Comb of Time is rated as heavenly grade rather than immortal grade is not only because it can only defend against physical attacks but also because after all 8 teeth have broken, it will be subjected to an unknown curse lasting up to 24 hours. This was a trophy that Wu Yunk obtained after killing a high-risk fugitive at the Martial Venerable level in Jianlan City, and several teeth of the comb had already broken at that time. However, this miraculous comb was unable to save his life when he was on the brink of death from possession. Just as the blood-colored blade of the demon sword was about to slay Wu Yunk, one of the remaining 2 teeth of the Comb of Time broke again, reversing time back to 5 seconds earlier, just as Wu Yunk had finished using Thunder God Combat Technique, Divine Might. Thunder God Combat Technique, Star Piercer. At this moment of time reversal, Wu Yunk unhesitatingly swung the Heavenly Fury Thunder Spear, turning and thrusting with all his might, accompanied by a silver lightning that tore through everything. This thrust was fierce and ruthless, piercing through the stars. Wu Yunk was indeed a genius of lightning. This fierce and relentless thrust, at this moment, even surpassed the speed of lightning, with an unparalleled powerful force that seemed capable of piercing through the stars. The true essence armor of Bai Yujing at the peak of the martial Xian realm only withstood for half a breath before countless cracks appeared, and then it exploded into a shower of blood-colored starlight. The Heavenly Fury Thunder Spear pierced through Bai Yujing's chest. This silver spear, along with Bai Yujing's body, shot towards the charred deep pit on the courtyard ground like a silver comet streaking across the night sky. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a figure dressed in white robes crashed into the ground from the air. The Heavenly Fury Thunder Spear, interwoven with dense arcs of electricity, had half of its body embedded in the already charred deep pit. A large cloud of black smoke immediately filled the courtyard. Nailed to the ground by this star-piercing thrust, Bai Yujing coughed up a mouthful of black blood, with a large, hideous penetrating wound at the position of his heart, which had turned charred under the ravaging silver lightning. Just before Wu Yunk was about to be struck by the demon sword, he used the Comb of Time to automatically protect its master, reversing time back to 5 seconds earlier, altering his fatal outcome. He timed Bai Yujing's appearance perfectly, using the strongest single-target lethal strike in the Thunder God Combat Technique, capable of breaking through the heavens, Thunder God Combat Technique, Star Piercer. Additionally, after the Heavenly Fury Thunder Spear underwent Thunder God Combat Technique, Thunder Speed Stretch, the serrated edges on both sides of the spear body elongated, transforming into terrifying sawtooth shapes resembling axe blades, further widening the wound. All these factors combined resulted in Bai Yujing being severely injured, close to death. As night gradually brightened, stars twinkled in the sky. After the Heavenly Fury Thunder Spear was thrown with all its might, leaving Wu Yunk's hand, the thunderclouds that had gathered over the Feng family's residence gradually dispersed, revealing the brilliant starry sky that had previously been obscured by the black thunderclouds. Wu Yunk fell to the ground from mid-air, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. Clearly, even if his clan's possessed body died, as long as he switched to another body, he could be resurrected. Strictly speaking, there was no concept of death. But why? At the moment Bai Yujing's sword was about to strike his neck, Wu Yunk felt a fear of death that he had never experienced before. He knew that what had just happened was not an illusion, for that nameless fear still lingered in his heart, not yet dissipated, and the strange artifact, the Comb of Time, had also been triggered. Even it judged that it would die under Bai Yujing's sword just now. In other words, Bai Yujing truly had the ability to kill him. At this moment, Wu Yunk's heart was filled more with lingering fear. Fortunately, this guy Wu Yunk had previously seized this strange artifact, which saved his life this time. Although he had used one precious tooth of the Comb of Time, leaving only the last one, and after all the teeth were broken, he would bear an unknown curse lasting 24 hours. But compared to still being alive at this moment, these matters could be considered later. In the magic sword, Suyin watched as Bai Yujing lay on the ground, his chest pierced by the heavenly fury thunder gun, his breath gradually weakening. For a moment, his expression became very complex. Although the comb of time had reversed time back to 5 seconds ago, Suin was not affected by the time reversal. Perhaps due to the system's reason, he had seen the entire process of this battle. The battles between true strong warriors were measured in seconds. Often, in the blink of an eye, victory and defeat were already determined. When Wu Yonk wielded the Heavenly Fury Thunder Gun and used Thunder God Duel Technique, Divine Might, Bai Yujing did not use the magic sword to directly counter with Shattered Flower Dream Shadow. Instead, at the moment before the Divine Might descended, he concealed his breath with a breathing technique and instantly shadowed into the nearby dense forest. Then, at the moment Wu Yonk relaxed, he used the moonlight reflected on the Heavenly Fury Thunder Gun to shadow behind him, only to suddenly unleash the yellow spring sword intent just as the blade was about to touch Wu Yonk. This series of moves left Wu Yonk, who had no understanding of Feng Lingyuang, completely unresponsive. Just as the blade of the magic sword was about to slice into Wu Yonk's neck, even Suing thought Bai Yujing had won. But unexpectedly, after a black comb fell from the opponent's sleeve, time actually reversed. Seeing that Bai Yujing did not seem to notice this abnormal situation, Suing secretly thought it was bad. As expected, this time, Wu Yonk, who was prepared in advance, turned and thrust with all his might. However, what puzzled Suing was that even so, Bai Yujing instinctively reacted and raised the magic sword to block in front of him. But for some unknown reason, after a moment, he moved the magic sword away. If it weren't for this, with the magic sword blocking in front, Bai Yujing's body might not have been completely pierced by the Heavenly Fury Thunder Gun. Even if he were injured, it wouldn't be so severe, and he could still use Feng Lingyuang to. Wait a minute, this foolish boy wouldn't be afraid that the magic sword would be shattered by this shot, so he moved it away, would he? Seemingly guessing the reason Bai Yujing moved the magic sword, Suing felt a bit uncomfortable at this moment. He was just a sword. Although he did give Bai Yujing some benefits, it was with a purpose. Why did the other party have to go to such lengths? Looking at Bai Yujing beside him, whose chest was heaving violently but whose breath was gradually weakening, Suing fell silent. He knew that Bai Yujing might be dying this time, although it seemed he still had some breath. His internal organs and dantian had long been exhausted under the destruction of the Heavenly Fury Thunder Gun. It was only because of his profound realm that the Thunder Eye could hold on for a while longer. But it was all an illusion. Suing silently opened the magic sword panel to see if there was anything usable in this situation. But when he opened the magic sword skill list, he found that an icon that had always been black suddenly lit up at that moment. Among the many magic sword skills, it shone like stars twinkling in the pitch-black night sky. In the night sky, the countless stars transformed the originally pitch-black expanse into a dazzling spectacle. A bright galaxy hung in the boundless night like silk. The stars tonight were truly beautiful. Bai Yujing, pierced by the Heavenly Wrath Thunder Gun, gazed in a daze at this beautiful, brilliant azure sky. With great effort, he raised the blood-red magic sword before him, examining it for a moment before letting out a barely perceptible sigh of relief. Just as Suing had guessed, Bai Yujing had indeed intentionally moved the sword away. After sensing the ultimate power of that shot, he knew that if the divine sword collided with the Heavenly Wrath Thunder Gun, the blade would surely shatter. Bai Yujing understood well that a drop of water should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Moreover, the hope that the divine sword brought him in despair was far more than a mere drop of water could express. In this life, he had no way to repay it. So even if it meant death, Bai Yujing did not hesitate. Did Bai Yujing want to die? To be fair, he did not want to die, because he still had blood feuds to avenge, unfulfilled wishes, and great debts of gratitude to repay. So, was Bai Yujing afraid of death? To be honest, he did not fear death. If it weren't for the divine sword, he would have died long ago when the ghostly shadow of the wind and Snow Eyes Wu Jun came knocking. In short, although Bai Yujing did not want to die, he also did not fear death. What he feared was not death itself, but dying without understanding, dying without value. But now, he knew the truth behind it all, and his death was not without value. In this life, though stained with blood and having killed countless people, each one he killed had a reason to be killed. Though brief, he could say he had no regrets. He owed it to his family, owed it to the divine sword in his hand, and he owed it to himself. In the night, the starry sky was vast and magnificent, the brilliance of the stars everywhere, illuminating every corner of this great curtain with a faint, clear light. Tonight, the stars shone brightly. Compared to last month in Ninghai City, where it snowed every day due to the ghost-level star beast, the Snow Dragon King, the harsh weather of cold days and snowy grounds was a stark contrast. A night like tonight, where one could see the stars in the sky, was clearly a rather good weather. The air was breezy but not cold, and one could hear the rustling of the wind through the trees. Gazing at this beautiful starry sky, Bai Yujing recalled the past, when he and his sister Bai Yueling were young, spending summer nights under the stars, sitting together with their family in the dappled shadows cast by the large locust tree at their doorstep. He remembered that during those times, their mother had pointed to the stars above and told him and his sister. In the starry sky above them, each star actually corresponded to a person who once existed in this world, a proof of their existence. Therefore, each star represented a life, a story that was either mundane or extraordinary. The more splendid the journey of life, the more that star representing that person in the sky would shine. In everyone's own story, they are the protagonists. The paths we each walk in life are different. This road may be overgrown with thorns, may be filled with wind and rain, may be very lonely, and may encounter many setbacks and difficulties. But when we walk our own path, cutting through thorns and braving the storms, looking back, everything we experienced along the way, whether joyful, painful, or regretful, will transform into a unique memory, leaving our mark in this vast sea of stars. The events of that summer night remained vivid in his mind, and the words spoken by his mother echoed faintly in his ears. But at that time, the young Bai Yujing was still in a state of ignorance and did not grasp the profound meaning behind his mother's words. He simply looked up at the starry sky, his clear, water-like eyes shining with light, just like now. So even after experiencing so many farewells, so much sadness, and so much pain, he never gave up hope or chose to sink into darkness, because he firmly believed that among all the stars in the sky, there might be one that belonged to his family, guiding him when he felt lost, helpless, and confused in the dark. As time slowly passed, the light in Bai Yujing's eyes began to dim like a candle flickering in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment. He was well aware of how terrible his physical condition was and understood the severity of his injuries. This time, he was truly on the brink of death. But if given another chance to start over, he would still make the same choice. However, in the final moments of his life, deep within his heart, he couldn't help but feel some regrets. Regrets that he might never have the chance to fulfill. Yet, at that moment, Bai Yujing seemed to sense a peculiar feeling surging into his body from the blood-red sword in his right hand. It seemed to be a powerful secret technique called the Supreme Marvelous Truth. But it was not forced upon him. He could choose to use it or not. The divine sword left the decision in his hands. After realizing the effects and costs of the secret technique taught by the divine sword, a hint of a smile appeared on Bai Yujing's face. The cost is my life, isn't it? His voice was barely audible, but his gaze held a resolute determination. Just using my life as the price, why not use it? I have already embarked on this path, and I have no regrets even if I die 1,000 times. At the moment Bai Yujing agreed to use it, the world around him seemed to brighten. He seemed to see that death, which was originally approaching him, was halted by an invisible hand, and an inexplicable force surged from the divine sword in his hand into his body. The organs and cells that had died due to the terrifying thunderbolt attached to the heavenly fury spear began to recover their vitality at an incredible speed. A flame that seemed indestructible ignited in his chest, illuminating the darkness before him, and the world that had begun to blur once again became clear. This power is. After the fear of almost dying at Bai Yujing's sword faded from his heart, Wu Yong's state gradually recovered. Fortunately, he had killed Bai Yujing before he had fully grown, nipping the danger in the bud. He didn't know what method Bai Yujing had used to make him feel death. The power this person possessed could easily be considered an enemy of their clan. What happened here? Bai Yujing, is he dead? At that moment, a voice that started steady but quickly turned to shock rang out. Accompanying this voice, a figure with short black hair, looking like a middle-aged man, appeared in the courtyard of the Wind and Snow Eye. After glancing around and discovering that the courtyard had been utterly destroyed, and on the other side, Bai Yujing's body was pierced by a silver spear dozens of meters long embedded in the charred ground, Feng Yuanjing turned his gaze toward Wu Yonk. Did you kill him? Indeed, the cultist Bai Yujing has been eliminated by me. Wu Yonk nodded lightly. As expected of the special investigator from the Ninghai Wu Monitoring Bureau, Feng Yuanjing praised with a smile, casting a subtle glance at Bai Yujing. Fortunately, the sword was still there. Feng Yuanjing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I arrived a step late and missed the earlier battle. As for dealing with the corpses, let me take care of it. Wu Yonk was about to nod when his expression suddenly changed, as if he sensed something and turned his head. Feng Yuanjing was taken aback by Wu Yonk's action and followed his gaze. In the darkness, a light began to shine. This radiance emanated from Bai Yujing. At first, it was not intense, just a small point of light emitting a faint white glow. But in the next moment, the white light suddenly burst forth with infinite brightness, illuminating the night as bright as day. Accompanying the emergence of this white light, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in the hearts of Feng Yuanjing and Wu Yonk. What's happening? Feng Yuanjing was greatly alarmed. Unlike Feng Yuanzhang, who could only exclaim, Wu Yonk also felt this sense of crisis. With a face as dark as water, he looked at the terrifying transformation happening to Bai Yujing, which he did not understand, and knew he could no longer just stand by and watch. He had to do something to stop Bai Yujing, otherwise, perhaps they would all die soon. Thunder God Duel Technique, Endless Thunder. The Heavenly Fury Thunder Spear was still piercing through Bai Yujing's body. This was the opportunity. Wu Yonk extended his left hand, slowly spreading his fingers, then quickly clenched his fist. The Heavenly Fury Thunder Spear suddenly erupted with boundless, world-destroying silver thunder. However, he soon widened his eyes in shock, because the lightning from the Heavenly Fury Thunder Spear completely extinguished before it could even touch the brilliance of Bai Yujing. The ice and snow melted away, leaving no trace. How could this be possible? The Thunder God Duel Technique, Endless Thunder, was the strongest group thunder technique. At such a close distance, even a mid- or late-stage martial sovereign would not be able to remain unscathed like this. Moreover, it seemed that the Endless Thunder had suddenly vanished before even making contact with Bai Yujing. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Wu Yonk's unease grew stronger. Amidst the astonished and anxious gazes of the two, the transformation continued. In this infinite light, the Heavenly Fury Thunder Spear, which had originally pierced through Bai Yujing's body and had its tip embedded in the ground, seemed to be pulled out from beneath the ground by an invisible force, exiting his body. The horrific wound that had been opened by the Heavenly Fury Thunder Spear began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, soon returning to its original state. His body began to rise into the air, higher and higher, until it reached above the city, a place visible to everyone looking up. His originally black long hair transformed into a snow-white color during this process. What's going on? Why is it getting bright? Look, what is that? There's a ball of white light in the sky. I looked through a telescope, and it seems to be a person. Oh my god. In the martial sovereign domain, within the realm of illusion and reality, the man in black military uniform, who was heading towards the dissipating thundercloud, also stopped. He looked up at the dazzling light in the sky and the figure of the man in white with white hair, his expression becoming serious for the first time. In the same position as the previous thundercloud? Ninghai City is just a small border town of the Great Xia. How could there be a powerhouse of this level? After pondering for a moment, the man in black military uniform, accompanied by the March Beast, hurried towards the location of the white light at an even faster speed than before. At the Feng family's residence, watching the white-haired figure gradually ascending into the sky, enveloped in endless white light, Feng Shuaton's hollow blue-black pupils showed a ripple for the first time. At this moment, countless people in Ninghai City looked up in awe. Feng Yuanjing turned his head to look at Wu Yonk, who stood opposite him, silently recalling the Heavenly Fury Thunder Spear, his expression blank as he pondered. He now had a very bad premonition. After Ling Yishan and Yuntian City were killed, things began to spiral further out of control. Then, he raised his head to look at the figure bathed in starlight high above, gritting his teeth as he asked, "What should we do now, Wu Yonk?" "Shut your mouth." At that moment, a beam of starlight fell from the starry sky, followed by a second, a third. The stars shone brightly, and countless beams of light fell around the white-haired figure, transforming into a dazzling display of colors. Under Feng Yuan's incredulous gaze, Bai Yujing's aura began to rise sharply at that moment. Early stage of martial sovereign, mid-stage of martial sovereign, late stage of martial sovereign. Watching Bai Yujing leap from the martial profound realm to the martial sovereign realm in an instant, with his aura continuously growing stronger, Wu Young's heart sank deeper. The black windbreaker on his left hand, gripping the Heavenly Fury Thunder gun, suddenly burst open, revealing robust muscles, as golden lightning danced along his arm. Amidst the countless flashes of golden lightning, he hurled the silver spear in his hand towards the celestial figure above. Thunder God Duel Technique, Starpiercer. The silver Heavenly Fury Thunder gun instantly transformed into a silver lightning bolt entwined with golden thunder, charging forward towards Bai Yujing. Bang! An indescribable mysterious aura suddenly erupted from Bai Yujing, causing ripples to form in the void wherever it passed. After breaking through to the late stage of martial sovereign, his aura continued to grow. Early stage of martial saint, mid-stage of martial saint, late stage of martial saint. Martial saint, peak. Bai Yujing's eyes were clear and bright, dazzling like the stars. His entire demeanor became extraordinary. His long white hair danced like snow falling from the sky, his robes fluttering as if he were a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Is this the martial saint realm that countless people yearn for? He reached out his hand, trying to touch the myriad of colorful lights that approached like little spirits. This was the essence of the world. After his life level ascended to the peak of the martial saint realm, the world in his eyes underwent a tremendous transformation. He could clearly see the flow of the world's essence, the patterns of leaves on a tree 10,000 meters away, and the essence of various types of energy. At the same time, he also comprehended his unique domain and path, the Killing Sword Domain and the Yellow Springs Sword Path. Divine Sword, thank you for lending me your power. After a soft sigh, Baiyujing looked at the blood-red magic sword entwined with blood-colored lightning in his hand and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Even if it's only for an hour, it's already enough. Don't mention it, this is all you deserve. Suyin took a deep look at Baiyujing, feeling a bit regretful for this sword master in his heart. He knew that Baiyujing's peak martial saint realm was not a natural breakthrough, but rather a price paid by burning his own life. The exquisite true method was not forced. This magic sword technique required the swordmaster to possess a will to die and also to make a choice. In other words, all of this was Baiyujing's own choice. Although Suyin felt regret, he respected his choice. But at that moment, he keenly noticed a silver lightning bolt shooting towards Baiyujing from the ground. Not a brother, and now there's a sneak attack? Yellow Springs. Baiyujing spoke calmly, extending a finger in front of him. The thunder on the Heavenly Fury thunder gun instantly vanished and fell from midair. Seeing this scene, Wu Yong's pupils suddenly constricted, and he transformed into a golden lightning bolt, rapidly fleeing into the distance. Watching the other party's increasingly distant figure with an expressionless face, Baiyujing swung the magic sword in his right hand through the air. Killing Sword Domain. The Killing Sword Domain is a realm that Baiyujing has just broken through to after reaching the martial sovereign level, derived from the sword intent he comprehended during his breakthrough to the martial lord level, the Killing Sword Intent. As an advancement of the Killing Sword Intent, it similarly possesses the ability to mark targets with a killing imprint and to restore itself through the death of beings within the sword domain. However, unlike the Killing Sword Intent, which only affects one's own mental state, the malevolent aura of the Killing Sword Domain affects all targets within its range, especially those who are adversarial to Baiyujing. The more fragile the mental defenses and the greater the fear of Baiyujing among his enemies, the more significant the impact. Those with weak wills may instantly lose all resistance and become lambs to the slaughter. Although the Killing Sword Domain may not be the strongest domain, it is undoubtedly the most suitable for him. As Baiyujing slashed down with his sword, a phantom scarlet fissure appeared where the tip of the demonic sword passed, and after a moment, the fissure rapidly expanded outward, dyeing the heavens and earth red. Then, at an incredible speed, it extended towards the distance, quickly surpassing the fleeing figure of Wu Yong, who had transformed into a golden lightning bolt, crossing the entire Ninghai city, as well as the neighboring Jianlan city, Qingshan city, and Lianshui city. It almost covered the cities of the entire Mountain River province. The vastness of the Killing Sword Domain and the breadth of its influence can be described as astonishing. In this blood-red world, countless hearts were filled with inexplicable fear, not knowing what had happened. Birds and beasts in the forest huddled in the corners of their nests, trembling uncontrollably, and the roars of ferocious beasts suddenly stilled at this moment, while high-level martial artists looked on with uncertainty. 1,000 miles away in Qingshan City, the capital of Mountain River Province, the city is several times larger than Ninghai City, with a permanent population of about 30 million, making it a medium-sized city in the Great Xia. At this moment, in the highest-level conference room of the Qingshan City Military District, they were discussing how the outside world had suddenly turned blood-red, but aside from feeling anxious and uneasy, there was no other unusual topic. Has the entire Mountain River province been affected? Alright, I understand, said an elderly man with a long breath, short stature, and golden eyes as he hung up the phone with a sigh. Recently, a host of troubles has emerged, and now, it's a season of unrest. It seems like this is a domain? A woman dressed in an elegant ruchuan, exuding a noble aura, said uncertainly by the window. Hee, you're so funny. Whose domain could affect such a large area? Yours? I don't think so. Another woman in a red dress, with her snow-white right leg resting on her left, laughed so hard that she trembled. This is a video just sent over from Ninghai City. Let's take a look together. The elderly man with golden eyes interrupted the woman in red, projecting the video onto the conference room screen. As Baiyujing's sword fell and the Killing Sword Domain unfolded around him, the video was left with nothing but scarlet, and gasps of surprise occasionally echoed in the conference room as everyone exchanged glances. Hiss! Which martial saint is this? Why have I never seen him before? Someone raised their hand to ask. It's that evil god follower from Ninghai City, the elderly man with golden eyes said thoughtfully. General Zhu Yan, this. His domain seems to have blocked all technological means. We can only wait for news from Join. Ninghai City. After transforming into golden lightning, Wu Yong fled without looking back, terrified to the core, regretting why he had meddled in the affairs of the Snowstorm Eye. Although he did not understand why Baiyujing, who had been on the verge of death, suddenly revived, after Baiyujing stopped his full-force strike with just a finger, the last shred of his resistance vanished, leaving only fear. The martial saint realm, still at the peak of martial saint. Don't say it's just the small city of Ninghai. On this blue planet, it can be considered a top-tier powerhouse. Ninghai has to be abandoned. He needs to leave this place now. As someone from beyond the Azure Blue Star domain, Wu Yonk understands how terrifying Bai Yujing is right now. Indeed, he is not a match. But as long as he escapes from here, where can Bai Yujing find him? Damn it! Why am I the one who came to this hellhole of Ninghai? Wu Yonk silently resented the decision made by the high-ranking officials at that time. After running nearly 50 kilometers from the Feng family's residence and reaching another district, Wu Yonk glanced back slightly and saw that Bai Yujing didn't seem to be pursuing him. He revealed his form from the electric light and let out a slight sigh of relief. Now that I'm here, I should be safe. Where do you think you're going? But just then, a voice that made his pupils dilate suddenly came from above. Wait, hold on, I think we can talk. You let me go, and I. Wu Yonk suddenly looked up. A blood-red longsword seemed to pierce through space, growing larger in his eyes. Wu Yonk felt as if his head was about to fall off. A black comb fell out of his sleeve. Comb of time, the last tooth broke, and time flowed backward again, returning to 5 seconds earlier. Whoosh! Like a drowning person suddenly waking from a dream, Wu Yonk gasped for breath. He was back at the Feng family's residence. The comb of time had saved him once more, but this time, he felt as if something was watching him from the shadows. Damn it, this madman isn't even listening to me. He didn't know how Bai Yujing had found him. Now he was also cursed. It seemed this body was no longer usable. Without hesitation, just as time was reversing, a grotesque, sinister mass of black gas shot out from Wu Yonk's mouth, rapidly fleeing into the distance. Wu Yonk's body collapsed to the ground. Wu Yonk, did he die from being scared by Bai Yujing? Feng Yuan stood there in a daze. He only saw Bai Yujing stop the Heavenly Fury Thunder Gun with a finger, and then Wu Yonk fell. He had no idea what had happened. Under the starry sky, Bai Yujing's clothes fluttered, his snow-white hair danced in the wind. He looked at the sinister black mist that had emerged from Wu Yonk's mouth and was fleeing at an almost teleportation speed. Alien? Time? Flowing backward? Bai Yujing's eyes, bright as stars, narrowed slightly. No matter how many times you restart, you won't be leaving tonight. Killing Sword Domain. The Scarlet Sword Domain opened, and the world turned blood-red once more. Moment of Dreams Remnant. The sinister black mist was instantly frozen in mid-air. Wu Yonk, impossible, how could this be? He never expected that even after becoming a soul, he couldn't escape. I am immortal. At this moment, a twisted, mad face appeared on the black mist. It seemed he wanted to say something more. However, as the last sword of the fragmented flower dream shadow fell, time resumed its flow, and the blood lightning of the demon sword sliced through the black mist, scattering it into drifting fragments of flowers. The black mist was completely annihilated under this sword. Ding! Triggered talent slaughter, vitality plus 100, magic energy plus 100. The sudden system notification startled Suin slightly. That massive black mist that emerged from Wu Yonk was actually so valuable? Worth 100 people. In fact, every time the sword master killed someone with the demon sword, the system had also given a notification. However, after discovering that regardless of martial arts realm, as long as it was a person, both vitality and magic energy would increase by +1, Suin lost interest in paying more attention. System, why did you give so much this time? Suin asked. When the sword master uses the magic sword to slay a target, it will plunder all of their essence. The target just slain came from beyond the realm and possessed 100 portions of essence. Such a good thing. It seems I need to keep an eye out for such a big fat sheep in the future. Fortunately, during the last 1,000 people slaughter lottery, I drew a sword spirit technique that can detect beings from beyond the realm, the eye. However, I wonder if the magic sword will ever encounter an excellent sword master like Bai Yujing again. Thinking of this, Suyin's previously joyful mood suddenly dimmed a bit. He turned his gaze towards Bai Yujing, who had closed her eyes after slaying the black mist that emerged from Woyun K, seemingly searching for something. Suyin pondered silently in his heart. The exquisite true method, while powerful, has even stronger side effects. I wonder if, after the magic sword advances to a celestial weapon or a fated extreme weapon, there will be some magic sword technique that can retrieve previous sword masters. If so, perhaps I could even retrieve Bai Yujing, or maybe even drag Laohong back to whip her corpse. At that time, when she kicked him into the sword furnace, he was in immense pain, yet she herself seemed to die too easily, having been killed by that red-haired girl ghost with a single slash to the neck. Thinking back, it feels a bit unsatisfactory. About a breath later, Bai Yujing opened her eyes and looked in a certain direction, found it. After taking a step forward, that figure, still transcendent amidst the brilliance of the stars, slowly vanished from its original spot. This was once a bustling commercial street in Ninghai City. However, due to the possession incident, combined with the fact that it was late at night and many people had recently moved away from Ninghai City, it had become somewhat desolate. But tonight, for some unknown reason, it was unusually lively. Many vendors set up stalls by the roadside, selling snacks like candied hawthorn and grilled lamb and beef skewers, while laughter echoed from pedestrians on the street. Not far away, by the fountain in the square, small boys and girls ran around, playing and frolicking. This lively scene resembled an ordinary night view. When Bai Yujing discovered Feng Shuitong, she was wearing a sky blue yukata, just having bought a skewer of candied hawthorn from a stall, biting down on the topmost piece. Big brother, can I touch the sword in your hand? A somewhat timid voice came from below. Bai Yujing looked down and found a 7 or 8-year-old girl. The little girl looked at him with eager eyes. Nearby, a middle-aged woman stood, seemingly the girl's mother, looking at Bai Yujing with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Seeing the innocent gaze of the little girl, a light shone in Bai Yujing's star-like pupils. Flames burned within his pupils. After borrowing the power of the divine sword, it seemed he had also gained some special abilities. This seemingly prosperous city night scene was false, but these people were all real. What this represented was not hard to guess. Ignoring the disappointment in the little girl's eyes, Bai Yujing held the magic sword and walked straight towards Feng Shuitong. Is the game of house fun? Hearing the voice, Feng Shuitong turned her head, still chewing on the candied hawthorn, mumbling indistinctly, "It's just okay. A martial saint realm, no wonder William K. died at your hands. But I'm not the same as him." Feng Shuitong slightly tilted her head back, her snow-white neck moving as she swallowed the candied hawthorn, her expression suddenly changing. So sour, so confident? Without much more ado, as he approached Feng Shuitong, the magic sword in Bai Yujing's right hand suddenly changed. On the blood-red blade, the once entwined and pulsating blood-colored lightning transformed at this moment into a swirling aura of blood around the sword. The essence of the wind and thunder source continued to rise. In a fleeting moment of a broken dream, the world changed color. After reaching the pinnacle of the martial saint realm, Bai Yujing's spiritual power connected with the heavens and flowed endlessly. This meant he could use the divine ability of Broken Dream countless times. In an instant, a strong blood-colored wind pressure surged from the demon sword. The next second, Bai Yujing's grip on the demon sword tightened suddenly, delivering an upward slash that cleaved Feng Shuitong in half. Following that, the sword shadows swept like a tempest, countless blood-colored sword shadows slicing through Feng Shuitong's body from all directions. After the final horizontal slash across the water's surface, time resumed its flow. Feng Shuitong's body, as if struck by countless swords, disintegrated into countless chunks of flesh, exploding in all directions. Her smile remained frozen on 1/5 of her face. It did not dissipate. However, even on the bustling street, such a brutal scene did not attract a single glance from passers-by. Some even joked and laughed as they walked past Feng Shuitong's corpse. Yet, Bai Yujing's sword had not been retracted. The next second, a somewhat puzzled childish voice sounded from behind him. What was that? For a moment, it seemed like time stopped. Bai Yujing turned around to find it was the timid little girl who had asked if she could touch the divine sword earlier. But it doesn't matter, as long as they are tainted, they are all my avatars. In this city, there are at least tens of thousands more like you. How long can you maintain this state? The little girl tilted her head, looking somewhat confused and quite adorable. Unlike her earlier timid yet innocent expression, it was clear that she was no longer herself, or one could say, she was Feng Shuitong, truly a beast. This scene caused Suyin within the demon sword to falter slightly, having switched bodies to avoid the fatal blow before being slain. Feng Shuitong could be said to be pure evil, but her evil was also pure. What was more terrifying was that she did not feel any wrongdoing in her actions. Compared to Edward, the follower of the flesh and blood master of the evil god, who had previously professed his faith, Feng Shuitong, as the puppet princess of the evil god, was evidently more twisted. Moreover, these people are all innocent. Can you, who prides yourself on justice, bring yourself to act? I pride myself on justice? Bai Yujing looked down at Feng Shuitong with eyes as brilliant as stars, repeating those 4 words as if questioning himself. Am I wrong? Without a hint of fear, Feng Shuitong met his gaze, her smile seeming both genuine and mocking. The reason you killed so many people without falling into darkness is simply to find a justification for yourself, isn't it? Then, can you strike at this innocent child? Just now, she called you big brother. Bai Yujing, gripping the demon sword, remained unmoved, as if Feng Shuitong's words had plunged him into thought. The little girl extended a hand in front of her, her eyes regaining their innocence, looking somewhat fearfully at Bai Yujing, who stood opposite her, his murderous intent unabashed. Big brother, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? But in an instant, the little girl returned to her previous expression, her eyes squinting happily. Was my imitation just now very similar? So, I have you finished? What? The little girl looked slightly surprised, not understanding the meaning of Bai Yujing's words. However, Feng Shuitong only saw Bai Yujing's body slowly disappearing before her. A residual shadow? Before this sentence fell, the bloodthirsty blade pierced through space, a flash of crimson light, as the demonic sword unexpectedly stabbed through the forehead of Feng Shuitong, carrying the aura of annihilation and the yellow springs. In an instant, time seemed to leap across a millennium. The astonished expression on Feng Shuitong's face remained, yet her body crumbled into fragments, scattering with the wind. One sword, yellow springs. I think you might have misunderstood something. I have never had the thought of beautifying my actions with justice at any moment, Bai Yujing said flatly as he retracted the sword, placing the demonic blade at his side. My purpose has always been singular, to avenge my family. So no matter what you say, I will not let you leave here alive. Having used the demonic sword technique derived from the primordial power of the evil god Eden, Bai Yujing had gained the same spiritual vision ability as Anna. This place had likely been cleared by Feng Shuitong in advance, so now the hundreds of people here, including that little girl from earlier, could be said to be beyond saving. Rather than being manipulated like puppets without personality, or replaced by an evil persona, or losing their sanity and falling into madness, it would be better for him to help them find release and die with dignity. Now, if a group of untainted souls stood here, blocking his path and preventing his revenge, would Bai Yujing kill them? Absolutely. He had his bottom line, but he was not pedantic. Feng Shuitong had not only killed his family but had also spread countless deaths. This terrifying ability to transmit pollution like a plague, regardless of the reason, left Bai Yujing with no justification to spare her. With less than an hour of life remaining, he did not want to hear any grand principles. Still, the saying holds true, villains die from too much talk. Feng Shuitong's death once again confirmed Su Yin's belief. Just now, Feng Shuitong had borrowed the little girl's body to say so many self-righteous words to Bai Yujing, which were utterly ineffective. The only reason Bai Yujing had not acted immediately was that he was gathering strength for a guaranteed kill with the Yellow Spring sword technique. Since he was not affected by the momentary stasis of divine powers, could this sword, transcending space and time and embodying the true meaning of the Yellow Spring sword technique, be blocked? Bai Yujing was waiting for a cooldown. What were you waiting for, child? However, Feng Shuitong was too poor, completely incomparable to the black mist emanating from Wu Yunke. Just now, he had only gained 2 points of vitality and demonic energy. Could it be because it was merely a thought? You really are ruthless, you kill without hesitation. It seems I was mistaken. A man's voice suddenly rang out from behind as Su Ying thought it was over. It seems you are not justice, but pure. Still not dead? No matter how fast Feng Shuitong switched bodies, could she be faster than the current peak of the martial saint realm, Bai Yujing? There must be something wrong here. Su Ying felt that today, Feng Shuitong had been a bit too verbose. Bai Yujing turned around and found that the speaker was the candy hawker from earlier. His garments fluttered in the wind, and his gaze seemed somewhat subtle for a moment. Feng Shuitong casually spoke, "You really don't need to hate me so much. Family is something you can have as many as you want. If you need, I can create 2 for you." Before she could finish her sentence, a white shadow almost instantly flew forward, a long hand clenched into a fist, and with a left-handed punch carrying a blood-red wind pressure, struck her face, causing it to cave in. The sword shadow, accompanied by a blood wind, sliced diagonally from the upper right to the lower left at a speed surpassing that of the wind, and then, with even greater speed, a sword cleaved her in half at the waist. The shattered limbs mixed with blood were instantly blown apart by the incredibly strong hurricane from the sword body, creating a scene of brutal carnage. Su Ying seemed to be seeing Bai Yujing use his fists to kill for the first time with the magic sword. Although Su Ying did not understand why Feng Shuitong could not be killed, she was clearly touching a nerve. Family matters had always been Bai Yujing's Achilles heel. Feng Shuitong not only had his underlings, the ghostly Black Shadow and Wu Jun, wipe out Bai Yujing's entire family, but now, right in front of him, she was saying she would resurrect his family as puppets. Su Ying could tell that Bai Yujing looked genuinely angry this time. Bai Yujing slightly squinted his eyes, loosened the wide white robe he was wearing, and quickly tied it around his waist. Breathing technique, concentration. Moments later, in the nearby square, a burly man who had just been laughing and joking with his companions suddenly stopped, raising his head with a puzzled look towards Bai Yujing. He was a martial artist at the Wu Jun level. Why don't you believe it? I admit, although you are indeed strong now, you can't kill. Just as he raised his head, a long left hand suddenly pressed down on his head with immense force, slamming it into the ground. The ground shattered at that moment. Immediately after, the burly man's body flew up like a cannonball, kicked into the air by Bai Yujing's bloodwind figure. While he was still airborne, a white shadow appeared above him even faster, bringing a powerful kick that stomped him back into the ground, followed by a sword that took his life. After the burly man died, a moment passed. A little boy playing in the nearby square looked up, but this time, Bai Yujing stopped. "Why did you stop? Finally realized this is useless?" Feng Shuatong chuckled lightly. Bai Yujing looked over, his eyes slightly narrowed. "You switched bodies twice, but it was 0.1 seconds too slow." Upon hearing this, Feng Shuatong was momentarily taken aback, but her expression quickly returned to normal. "So what? What does it matter?" She laughed nonchalantly. "You can't kill me, can you?" Without directly answering her question, Bai Yujing held the magic sword and spoke. "The way you switch bodies isn't like Wu Yunk, where the entire soul is transferred to another body, right? I've been puzzled since earlier. After killing your original body, I thought you had switched bodies before it was destroyed." In Bai Yujing's star-like brilliant eyes, flames were burning fiercely. "So I tried again with Huangquan, and you actually dodged again. Until just now, you switched bodies in quick succession, but your speed was slowing down. Is your spirit or thoughts being consumed? Or, even though you can switch bodies, do you still feel pain?" Feng Shuatong's smile slightly faltered, her gaze gradually turning cold. "You're very clever, but unfortunately, you're wrong." Bai Yujing had not completely guessed right, as the information available for him to deduce was insufficient, but even so, he was close to the truth. Feng Shuatong's essence was pure malice. After sensing the changes happening to Bai Yujing, she, out of caution, divided her essence of malice into tens of thousands of parts. Then, she attached them to the souls of every person in the Shanha province who had been tainted by darkness. As long as one of those fragments existed, she would not truly die. However, there was a downside to this. Because the malice was dispersed, if any fragment was destroyed, her thoughts would also become sluggish. Similarly, if a clone was harmed, she would feel a part of the pain inflicted on that clone. But this pain was only a little, not intense. As long as she did not endure pain continuously in a short period, she could tolerate it. Among the hundreds of people here, they are merely a fraction of the tens of thousands scattered across the mountains and rivers of the province. They are disposable, after all. No matter how many are needed in the future, it doesn't matter if they all die. This is how Feng Shuatong thought, which is why she felt fearless from the very beginning. However, what Feng Shuatong did not expect was that while Bai Yujing was killing the disposable ones, the thoughts attached to her soul were also extinguished. This is why she was slightly slower when switching bodies just now. But how could the other party even notice such a minuscule time difference? Just as the strong man Feng Shuatong possessed was about to speak again, she suddenly felt a cold, sharp sensation on her face. After a slight pain, half of this body's head flew off, and her consciousness faded away. It turned out that at some point, Bai Yujing had approached with a speed she could not see, the blood-red wind making it impossible for her to open her eyes. Then, with a single sword strike, he severed half of her head, which began to disintegrate in the air, shrinking until it vanished. This sword, while using the wind blade cutting technique infused with the essence of wind and thunder, also carried the sword path of the yellow springs that gradually led to the end of life. Besides tormenting Feng Shuatong and not letting her die too easily, he had some things he needed to verify. Moments later, Feng Shuatong's consciousness revived in the body of a middle-aged woman near a little boy. Bai Yujing raised his eyes, his starry gaze burning with flames, fixed on this middle-aged woman. However, this time was different from the previous ones. Before Feng Shuatong could open her eyes, she felt as if someone had stepped in front of her. The next second, Bai Yujing, standing before Feng Shuatong, suddenly drew his sword. After another brief yet extreme pain, her head once again shattered into 5 flickering fragments imbued with the essence of the yellow springs, disintegrating and dissipating. Moments later, her consciousness awakened in the body of a man in the distance. Feng Shuatong was about to speak, "Wait." However, her words were cut off as a shoe stomped on her face, forcing her to swallow the sentence. The next second, her brain was sliced into countless fragments by the blood-red swordlight. After a brief delay, Feng Shuatong's consciousness awakened once more in a nearby body. Yet, less than 0.1 seconds later, without even uttering a word, her head was severed by Bai Yujing's magic sword, accompanied by the howling wind and the sword path of the yellow springs, in an excruciatingly painful strike. She turned to dust and vanished. Above the night sky was an infinite expanse of stars, twinkling brightly against the dark backdrop. Beneath the night, Bai Yujing lightly tapped the ground with his toes, gracefully descending from the starry sky. His long white hair danced in the wind, and in his right hand, he held a magic sword intertwined with blood-red gales. Looking at the head that had turned to dust before him, the flames of an unquenchable fire burned in his brilliant starry eyes. "You can be resurrected as many times as you want," Bai Yujing said with an expressionless face. "Go ahead and try." In the following minutes, Feng Shuatong died hundreds of times, but strangely, each time Bai Yujing could precisely locate the body where her consciousness was about to awaken. Then, in an extremely painful manner, he would sever her head with the magic sword. Pain, suffering, it hurt so much, truly so painful. The intense agony made it nearly impossible for her to think normally. It seemed her brain had been destroyed too many times in a very short period, causing Feng Shuatong's mind to become disordered. Why was this man so insane, so terrifying? Escape, she wanted to escape. Pain, she had to escape. After waking up once more, Feng Shuatong found that she did not die immediately as she had before. There was only one last body left. She turned her head in confusion. Where was Bai Yujing? Had he left? Then, in the next moment, her gaze met a pair of brilliant starry eyes, and the flames within those eyes seemed ready to burn her to ashes. She would die, truly die. After regaining a bit of composure, fear suddenly appeared on her face and in her eyes, and she shouted in a panic, Don't come any closer. Are you afraid of me? Seemingly sensing this, Bai Yujing stood tall with the magic sword in hand, his long white hair dancing wildly in the wind, resembling a white-haired Grim Reaper under the starry night. Then, a surge of furious rage suddenly erupted in his eyes, a rage that seemed ready to incinerate the terrified figure before him. During this time, you have spread so much fear and death in Ninghai City. A roar of uncontrollable anger erupted from his throat. Now that it's your turn to face death, will you also feel fear towards death itself? On the magic sword in Bai Yujing's hand, endless blood-red lightning flickered in an instant. The divine ability, Moment of Broken Dreams, activated at that moment. The magic sword, entwined with blazing anger, was raised high above his head, carrying the endless fury that had long been suppressed in Bai Yujing's heart, almost materializing at this moment. In the astonished and terrified gaze of Feng Shuitong, the magic sword fell with a speed that surpassed all limits, transforming into a spray of bloodlight, slicing through every part of Feng Shuitong's body like a storm. With each strike, the red lightning that burst forth from the sword left a deep, bottomless trench on the ground behind Feng Shuitong, like a divine punishment. The blood-red sword energy swept like a startled swan, resembling a dragon descending from the sky, or a ribbon flowing through the air. Bai Yujing said nothing, only continued to strike. It seemed he wanted to vent all the pain, guilt, and pent-up anger he had endured alone over the countless sleepless nights of the past 2 months in one go. After an unknown number of strikes in the blink of an eye, Bai Yujing did not hesitate to end the moment of broken dreams early, allowing time to flow once more. In that instant, Feng Shuitong's body seemed to explode at an astonishing speed. Her original figure vanished without a trace, replaced by a mass of bright red blood mist. One thought, 1 moment, 0.18 seconds. The half thought was about 0.009 seconds. From the minute changes in Feng Shuitong's body during the time switch, Bai Yujing deduced that even her clones would feel pain, and he decided to let her experience the agony of being torn to pieces before she died. Moreover, during the hundreds of times that could be described as 1,000 cuts, a cruel dismemberment, Bai Yujing also grasped the timing of her active body switches, the fastest being over 0.1 seconds. Therefore, all the damage and pain she endured within that half-thought, she had to bear entirely. This is just a bit of interest. Looking at the blood mist that had exploded and was then blown away by the wind, Bai Yujing murmured, far from enough to repay the sins you have committed. I will never let you escape. After Bai Yujing spoke these words one by one, suddenly, within the blood-red realm of slaughter, tens of thousands of marks resembling blood-red flowers appeared. These were the marks of slaughter, used to mark the targets for execution within the realm of slaughter, to track and eliminate them completely. Feng Shuitong had dispersed her original thought into too many parts, so it was only after Bai Yujing had killed her nearly 100 times that he managed to mark her for slaughter. Bai Yujing clearly remembered that Feng Shuitong had said those tens of thousands of polluted people were all her clones. In the continuous slaughter, he could clearly feel Feng Shuitong being consumed. As long as he eliminated all her clones, then she would die completely. These marks are scattered throughout various cities in the mountain and sea province, most of them within Ninghai City. But there are also a few located outside Ninghai City, in Qingshan City, Jianlan City. Bai Yujing didn't have time to kill them one by one, but now, with the killing marks, he didn't need to kill them one by one. The flames in his starry eyes burned brighter and brighter, reflecting the dazzling stars in the sky. At that moment, an indescribable feeling suddenly surged within him. This was the essence of the Yellow Springs, the path of extinction, but it also carried a breath reminiscent of a moment of divine power's residual dream. Divine Sword, you have helped me so much, now it's my turn to repay you. After a murmured self-talk, his right hand grasped the magic sword and lightly drew a sword in front of him. But this sword strike had no technique and no astonishing momentum, resembling a beginner who had just picked up a sword for the first time. Just like the night he took the magic sword from his sister, he had secretly woken up in the middle of the night, trying to make a sword strike in his room, which looked unremarkable. But as this sword was drawn, countless blood-colored flower-shaped killing marks in the realm of killing dissipated in large areas, turning into nothingness. Yellow Spring's sword path, great dream returns. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Qingshan City, Hu, like a dying person suddenly awakening. On a large bed covered with a soft mattress, a girl with the same appearance as Feng Shuitong suddenly rolled off the bed. Her face twisted in extreme pain, sweat pouring down like a waterfall, soaking the gothic Lolita dress she wore, her blue-black pupils filled with indescribable terror. This was one of her avatars, and as for why it looked exactly like her, it was naturally created casually, just as she had told Bai Yujing. Family is something that can be created easily. Feng Shuitong could not understand why Bai Yujing harbored such great hatred over the trivial matter of losing 2 family members. The time taken for this body switch was far longer than before, because during the moment of the residual dream stagnation, the pain of being sliced into countless pieces accumulated, exploding in an instant with a feeling that could not be described in words. Coupled with the hundreds of thoughts that Bai Yujing had killed, it overwhelmed Feng Shuitong's consciousness in an instant. At that moment, she truly felt fear towards Bai Yujing. Fortunately, although I lost hundreds of thoughts, it didn't have too much impact on me. I just didn't expect Bai Yujing to have grown to this extent. Feng Shuitong jumped off the bed, walked to the window, and looked up at the starry sky, deep in thought. He seems to value family a lot. Should I create 2 of his family members? I wonder if he can be ruthless towards his own family. At this thought, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. But just then, in front of Feng Shuitong, a blood-red blade emerged from the void, as if appearing out of thin air, slowly approaching her at an extremely slow speed. Her pupils suddenly constricted. She was not unfamiliar with this blood-red long sword. In fact, she was extremely familiar with it. This was the long sword in Bai Yujing's hand. Just moments ago, the body her thought had possessed had died hundreds of times under this sword. Moreover, after being killed by this sword in Bai Yujing's hand, for some reason, those thoughts seemed to have been killed at the same moment as the avatar's death. This sword had the ability to kill her, but how could that be? Strictly speaking, she was merely a conceptual existence, not even a living being. And how did Bai Yujing find her? She was now filled with questions. But at this moment, looking at the blood-red blade slowly approaching her, Feng Shuitong's eyes were filled with confusion. The speed of the blood-red blade was so slow that it seemed she could easily step back and avoid it. What was going on? There was no time to think too much. Feng Shuitong took a step back because, while she was contemplating, the blade closed the distance between them. But the next moment, something shocking happened. As she stepped back, the blood-red blade also flickered and advanced the same distance she had just retreated. A gust of cold wind swept through the room, and a shadow suddenly appeared, its voice deep. "Master is in danger, let me." A ghost at the martial sovereign level blocked Feng Shuitong's path, unleashing a terrifying aura of blood and energy, and punched towards the blade, clearly a powerful physical cultivator. However, this ghost could not hold on for even a moment. The instant it made contact with the blood-red blade, its body dissipated as if it had been turned to dust. Instant kill. Seeing this scene, she unconsciously stepped back several times, yet the blade continued to flicker, now dangerously close to her neck. Feng Shuitong quickly pulled out a black necklace from around her neck, from which illusory black threads continuously emerged, wrapping around her body in a matter of moments to form a black cocoon, shielding her from the blood-red blade. The dark cocoon. This was a shield she had formed from the dark energy collected from the souls of those who had fallen into darkness when she was in Ninghai City, possessing extremely strong defensive power. Originally, this dark energy was intended to be used as a substitute for pure souls to be sacrificed to the doll princess, as pure souls were too hard to find. However, now she had no choice but to use it herself. It seemed she could not sense any other thoughts, as if all her thoughts had died in an instant. Feng Shuitong looked at the wall of the black cocoon with hopeful eyes. At that moment, she regretted not having collected more earlier. Puff! A barely audible sound emerged as the blood-red blade sliced through the black cocoon, like cutting through a calm lake, not causing a ripple, and the blade directly sank into the black cocoon. No, I don't want to die again. This scene made Feng Shuitong's breath seem to stop, her eyes filled with extreme fear of death. However, the blade effortlessly pierced through Feng Shuitong's snow-white neck, and her consciousness completely dissipated. Her head fell off completely from her neck, just like those who had been beheaded by Bai Yujing for their heinous crimes. Ding! Triggered talent slaughter, vitality +1, magic energy +1, ding. Triggered talent slaughter, vitality +1, magic energy +1, ding. Triggered talent slaughter, vitality +1, magic energy +1, XN, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement 10,000 kills. Achievement condition met, kill 10,000 people within a day. Receive 1 achievement reward draw opportunity, ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching a historical magic energy value of 10,000. The Magic Sword Mall has been opened. Ding! Triggered talent slaughter, vitality +1, magic energy +1, XN, ding. The vitality stored in the magic sword has reached the conditions for upgrading to a low-level mysterious weapon. Would you like to start the upgrade immediately? Estimated upgrade time, 24 hours. Just after Bai Yujing's ordinary sword stroke, the system panel suddenly began to frantically display notifications as if it had been struck by a gust of wind. Su-Ying could see nothing clearly, only a large number of messages indicating vitality +1 and magic energy +1 jumping continuously. Staring in astonishment at the system panel, which was flooded with notifications, Su-Ying momentarily could not react. Originally, the magic sword still needed a considerable amount of vitality to upgrade. The experience bar had barely moved, yet it had suddenly reached full value. The magic energy value also skyrocketed under this sword, increasing by hundreds and thousands at a time. Goodness, how many people did Bai Yujing kill with that sword? Great dream returning to separation. What kind of killing efficiency is this for the Trisolaran? This is many times higher than the primitive method of killing one person at a time. No, it can't even be compared at all. Can we use the magic sword to strike like that again, maybe 2 more times? The gains from this one strike have already surpassed all the previous ones. Su-Ying looked at Bai Yujing with anticipation, but was slightly disappointed. After this strike, Bai Yujing sheathed the magic sword, and a look of relief appeared on his face. He let out a long breath in his heart. Just now, it seemed that Bai Yujing's gaze pierced through space, witnessing everything that happened to Feng Shueton before her death. Under his peak perception at the martial saint realm, he confirmed that Feng Shueton's aura had indeed completely dissipated. He had finally fulfilled the vow he made before her grave. With these hands, with the divine sword, he personally avenged his sister and mother. At this moment, all the past experiences seemed to have vanished along with it. Those painful memories, those feelings of unwillingness and suffering, all completely dissipated with this one sword strike. This commercial street, which was once bustling and brightly lit, was now littered with corpses, the ground soaked in dark red blood, and the air filled with a bloody stench. If it weren't for Bai Yujing attaching the yellow springs to the magic sword, the number of dismembered bodies piled up on this street might have been even greater. Nevertheless, standing there with the sword in hand in this hellish environment, the intertwining of murderous aura and majesty, Bai Yujing, with blood dripping from the crimson long sword, still looked like a bloodthirsty demon emerging from hell in the eyes of those who were unaware. You've been watching from over there for so long, aren't you planning to come out? After a moment of silence, Bai Yujing turned his gaze to a deserted corner of the street and spoke lightly. A gentle breeze swept through the street, and after Bai Yujing's words fell, that place remained unchanged, still silent. If you don't want to come out, then suit yourself. Shaking his head, Bai Yujing did not insist. He gripped the magic sword and turned to walk away, preparing to find a place to peacefully spend the remainder of his life. But at that moment, a faintly authoritative voice echoed through the empty street. You think you can just walk away after killing so many people in front of me? Without any fluctuation in aura, a handsome man in a black military uniform with dark golden eyes stepped out from that very spot. Beside the man in black, the slightly revived Sanyu beast lay on the ground, looking at Bai Yujing's white hair and the blood-colored magic sword with a hint of fear in its black eyes. Do you have nothing to explain? The man in black's expression darkened. Bai Yujing seemed to have not heard him at all, his footsteps never pausing for a moment. Why was the man in black here? Originally, he had indeed set off to meet Wu Yonk upon seeing the gathering thunderclouds in the distant sky, intending to resolve the source of the incident in Ninghai City together before returning to report. However, while passing through this still relatively bustling commercial street in the realm of reality and illusion, he noticed that the little Sanyu, who had just been a bit listless after being punished for a week without sweets, suddenly became agitated, its soft black fur standing on end, arching its body and suspiciously observing the people on the street. The noisy street, with its various vendors and laughing pedestrians, was a typical night market scene. However, due to the unusual behavior of the little Sanyu, the man in black immediately activated his eye of breaking illusions, using his dark golden eyes to observe the people on this street. After scanning the area, his gaze suddenly became somewhat subtle, because under the eye of breaking illusions, he saw no problems with these people at all. But the absence of any issues was precisely the biggest problem. The man in the black military uniform knew that as a special individual among the March Beast clan with high perceptual talent, Little March would not have pointed out the existence of the possessed without reason. Therefore, he abandoned the idea of meeting with Wu Yonk first. After all, although Wu Yonk's realm had temporarily fallen to half-step martial venerable, his martial prowess remained formidable, and he believed handling that evil god's believer at the martial sovereign level would not be a problem. So, he simply found a place to sit down on this commercial street. Continuing to observe, he indeed discovered the strange aspects here. Under such a level of thunderclouds, this group of vendors and pedestrians remained completely indifferent. Among hundreds of people, not a single one left. There was indeed a problem here. This was very reminiscent of the recent actions of the evil god's believer in Ninghai City. Seeing this, Zhu Jiuyin immediately began to doubt the authenticity of the information provided to him by the three major families of Ninghai City. Since Wu Yonk was fighting that evil god's believer by Yujing, what was the situation here? Others could fabricate information, but he trusted the truth he saw with his own eyes. Then, he saw a man with long white hair, holding a blood-red longsword, appearing in the crowd like an otherworldly immortal. Hearing the conversation between Bai Yujing and Feng Shuetong, he realized that the true evil god's believer was the little girl in front of him and witnessed the entire process of Bai Yujing brutally killing Feng Shuetong. Originally, the man in the black military uniform intended to reveal himself from the start, but Bai Yujing's methods were too ruthless, leaving him unsure whether he should step forward. It wasn't until just now, when his presence was exposed, that the man in the black military uniform felt a flush of embarrassment. As the grandson of General Zhu Yan of the 1st Military District of Shanha Province, a major general in the Chongwu Army, a killing machine of fierce beasts, and a prodigy among the youth of Qingshan City, Zhu Jiuyin had recently broken through to the martial venerable realm and comprehended the powerful domain of the boundary of reality and illusion. With numerous titles, full of vigor, and having achieved what most people in this world could not in just over 20 years, Zhu Jiuyin walked the path of invincibility. When had he ever feared anyone? Although the other party had indeed swiftly eliminated the evil god's believer, as a soldier, he did not agree with the other party's act of slaughtering ordinary people. Moreover, the other party dared to ignore him. Arrogant! If you don't stop, I'll take action. Drawing the golden slender sword hanging at his waist, Zhu Jiuyin narrowed his eyes slightly at Bai Yujing's back. Seeing that Bai Yujing remained unmoved, Zhu Jiuyin's figure instantly became ethereal, entering the virtual realm, and in a flash, he appeared behind Bai Yujing. He reached out a long hand to press down on Bai Yujing's shoulder to make him stop, but in the next moment, he turned into an afterimage and was sent flying out at an incredibly absurd speed, crashing heavily to the ground, with debris flying everywhere. The cold, blood-red sword tip pressed against his neck. As long as he lifted his head, the blade would pierce his throat. Zhu Jiuyin? His eyes were filled with shock. Although he knew there was a gap, how could it be this large, and how could he be instantly knocked out of the virtual realm? Zhu Jiuyin had no idea how he had been sent flying. He hadn't even seen the other party make a move. Could it really be a martial saint? But among the martial saints of the Great Xia, was there anyone with such a youthful appearance and white hair? Zhu Jiuyin had previously feared being biased by preconceived notions, so he decided to investigate himself, and thus he did not recognize Bai Yujing. Just as he looked up in shock, Bai Yujing glanced at him lightly. For the sake of that military uniform on you, I won't kill you. You can kill that evil god's follower, but why slaughter these ordinary people? You are a martial saint but also a citizen of the Great Xia. Why would you do such a thing? Zhu Jiuyin gritted his teeth and asked. The righteous words from the other party made Bai Yujing, who was about to turn and leave, slightly turn his head. Who are you? Deputy General of the Great Xia Chongwu Army, Zhu Jiuyin. His voice was powerful and resonant, full of momentum, if one ignored his current disheveled state on the ground. Don't you think Bai Yujing is the real evil god's follower? Bai Yujing asked. I had doubts before, but I only believe what I see. Zhu Jiuyin shook his head, because the truth can easily be covered up. Bai Yujing nodded slightly. You still haven't answered my question. Upon noticing that the other party's expression had softened somewhat, seemingly without malice, Zhu Jiuyin also breathed a sigh of relief. These people are beyond saving. Bai Yujing shook his head and sighed. Beyond saving? What does that mean? Zhu Jiuyin was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting this answer. Have you heard of pollution and possession? After a moment of thought, Bai Yujing decided to briefly tell this seemingly righteous official of the Great Xia the ins and outs of the matter. After a short while, I can't believe this. I didn't expect even someone like Wu Yonk to be possessed. The hands of the possessed have actually reached the borders of the Great Xia. After hearing the whole story, Zhu Jiuyin's expression became serious. He had originally thought that the situation in Ninghai City was just a simple case of an evil god's follower, but he didn't expect that there was actually a shadow of the possessed involved. Zhu Jiuyin suddenly felt that the matter was quite serious. The few possessed people found in the Shanha province were just minor characters. If even a powerful figure like Wu Yonk had been infiltrated, then what about other martial venerables, or even martial saints, or the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia? The thought was chilling. This news was very important. Thank you for informing me. Zhu Jiuyin slightly bowed to Bai Yujing, performing a fist salute. May I ask if you could return to Shanha province with me to report this matter together? Senior? This title was quite novel. Looking at the man in front of him, who was clearly older than himself, bowing and saluting, Bai Yujing's gaze became somewhat subtle. He smiled casually, waved his hand, and teased, I used a secret technique that consumes a lot of energy, so I'm a bit tired now and just want to find a place to rest." After saying this, he stopped speaking and turned, leaving Zhu Join with a graceful back. No wonder. The other party looked so young, yet already had white hair. Was it because of eliminating the evil god's follower that he had become this way? Thinking of this, Zhu Join felt a deep respect in his heart, and he solemnly saluted Bai Yujing with a military salute. "Senior, you are righteous. May I ask your name?" he shouted loudly. Looking at the figure under the starry night, holding a blood-red long sword, dressed in immaculate white, with white hair dancing in the wind, who had already walked far away, Zhu Join did not feel like he was facing a demon god. The other party's ethereal and carefree aura made him feel as if he were a fallen immortal. But the other party did not turn back or speak again, which made him feel somewhat regretful. Just as Zhu Join was about to leave, a gentle breeze suddenly brushed by, as if it had floated from the distant horizon. The voice was faint yet melodious, echoing through the heavens and the earth. "In the heavens, Bai Yujing, 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortal touches my head, granting me longevity." Accompanying this breeze was a voice that was ethereal and otherworldly. "I am Bai Yujing. We may not meet again." What? This martial saint senior is actually Bai Yujing? At this moment, Zhu Join was cursing the mayor of Ninghai City and the heads of the 3 great families in his heart, calling them a bunch of fools. With such a demeanor, how could a martial saint of such righteousness possibly be a follower of an evil god? "Zhu Join, I bid farewell to the white martial saint." Ninghai City, Wanda Chamber of Commerce. After several upheavals, this place was now deserted, with no shops still open. Outside the Cheng family's weapon shop, it seemed that everything remained unchanged from before. Above the shop door, the notice still read, "Owner out, shop temporarily closed, reopening time undecided." It appeared that the owner of this weapon shop, surnamed Chang, had not returned since leaving. A year ago, it was here that his sister, Bai Yuling, found the divine sword. "Bai Yujing, thank you for the sword bestowed by the owner." Standing outside the empty shop door, Bai Yujing performed a solemn bow towards the shop entrance and left some money on the counter inside. After turning around, Bai Yujing's figure vanished from this place. The cause and effect had been settled, he would not linger here any longer. The cicadas chirped in the silent forest, and the birds sang in the more secluded mountains. The woods were extremely quiet, even the wild beasts were soundly asleep. After a cool mountain breeze swept through the forest, a figure in white with long white hair and an ethereal demeanor appeared here. This place was an ordinary mountain outside Ninghai City, far from Bai Yujing's home, a small courtyard in the suburbs. In the past, he would return every morning after selling charcoal in the nearby town, and in the afternoon, he would walk a long way to chop wood on this mountain, then haul it back home at night to burn into charcoal, preparing dinner for his sister and mother. He had walked this path countless times, so familiar that it felt like second nature, though it took a lot of time. However, now, in just a few breaths, he stood at the top of this not-so-tall back mountain. Yet, everything had changed. Sitting on a protruding rock at the edge of a cliff on the mountaintop, Bai Yujing set down the magic sword he had been holding, letting it lie on the lush green grass beside him. With his hands propped behind him, he gazed into the distance. This place was originally a great spot to watch the sunset over the mountains. He used to enjoy coming here alone before descending. However, due to time constraints, he had never watched a sunrise here. For some reason, in the final moments of his life, he wanted to come here and take a look. With some time still before sunrise, Bai Yujing simply lay down. He placed his hands behind his head and looked up at the night sky above. The once brilliant stars were gradually dimming, slowly losing their luster. "Divine sword, it seems I don't have much time left. Please keep me company for a while," Bai Yujing suddenly said softly, still gazing at the night sky. Although the light of the stars faded, his eyes, shining like stars themselves, still sparkled. Suin remained silent, busy browsing the magic sword shop, hoping to find something that could help. Bai Yujing being alive was far more beneficial to him than his death would be for the magic sword. If he could be saved, perhaps the true method could even turn into a permanent explosive magic sword technique. But as Suin expected, the shop, which required 10,000 magic energy to unlock, indeed had a starting price of 10,000 magic energy. There were many good items, but he couldn't afford them. The ones he could afford seemed to offer no help for the current situation. Beside him, the magic sword remained silent. Bai Yujing was not disappointed. He knew the divine sword just couldn't speak, but it could certainly understand. Looking back now, the things that have happened to me still give me a sense of unreality, as if they were from another world. Once, I was just an ordinary person barely entering the blood chi realm, with no great ambitions. But now, I am already a peak martial saint, just a step away from entering the extreme martial realm. But my sister, my mother, and Uncle Chen all died because of me. That was my most desperate moment. Divine sword, in my most desperate time, it was you who gave me the confidence and strength to take revenge. He recalled many things from the past. Looking back, I avenged my great enmity. In 100 years of life, a day is but a fleeting moment. Having seen such high vistas, having witnessed the beauty of the world, experiencing a splendid life that I had not known for over a decade. In this life, it seems there should be no regrets. Time passed quickly, and in Bai Yujing's brilliant star-like pupils, the flames that burned like a raging fire began to flicker. In his soliloquy, the night gradually faded, and the sky turned a fish-belly white. Divine sword, I seem to be a bit tired. I want to rest for a while. Bai Yujing suddenly felt his eyelids grow heavy. Can I sleep for a bit? Sigh, why not just buy this? Suin sighed. His gaze fell on a special skill priced at 15,000 in the Demon Sword Mall. Gritting his teeth, he bought it. If I fall asleep, remember to wake me up. Bai Yujing's eyelids grew heavier. Just as he was about to completely close his eyes, a blinding golden light suddenly illuminated the demon sword beside him, forcing him to open his eyes. Before him, the golden dawn of the world formed a large golden character. Ku, thank you, divine sword. I will not forget this time spent with you. Goodbye, sword spirit. At that moment, the sun rose from the horizon, and the warm morning light fell upon Bai Yujing. He contentedly closed his eyes, his body gradually turning into specks of light, absorbed by the demon sword, but his soul seemed to drift away somewhere. At this moment, the insects and birds in the forest chirped in unison. It was warm and comfortable, a feeling of great reassurance, like a pure and carefree sleep of a baby. So much so that when Bai Yujing woke up, he felt a rare sense of regret in his heart, even a bit of melancholy and unfulfilled longing. How long had it been since he had experienced such a relaxing sleep? It seemed to have been since the shocking events of that night. After that, he had never had a sleep where he could fully relax. After this feeling of unfulfilled longing passed, Bai Yujing finally saw the surrounding environment and the place he was in. The soft orange light, the tea-colored ceiling in front of him, and the chandelier on the ceiling all felt very familiar. He woke up in his own bed at home, and his clothes had somehow been changed into a light-colored nightgown. Habitually reaching out his right hand to the side, wanting to grasp the divine sword, he realized he had grasped nothing and then discovered the divine sword was not there. Bai Yujing's expression slightly froze. His memory was still at the moment when the first golden rays of dawn fell at the mountain peak, when his body seemed to turn into specks of light. Therefore, he felt very confused about the strange situation of waking up in his home bed now. He should have already been dead. When he was gravely injured by Wu Yong's heavenly wrath thunder gun, and the divine sword imparted to him the secret method called the extreme marvelous true method, he already knew that accepting this power would cost him his life. He had successfully used this power to slay his enemies and avenge his family. For someone who was already on the brink of death, wasn't this the best outcome? Thus, Bai Yujing held no resentment and faced his death calmly. But what is the situation right now? He lifted the blanket, sat up in bed, and after putting on his slippers, walked towards the bedroom door. With a click, Bai Yujing opened the bedroom door. As he passed through the living room, he noticed that the lights were surprisingly on. On the dining table, covered with a white tablecloth, a petite girl was busily working on something, looking a bit flustered. Hearing footsteps behind her, the girl turned her head in confusion, her face dusted with white flour, making her look quite adorable. Upon seeing Bai Yujing standing at the living room door, looking a bit dazed, her confusion quickly turned to joy. Brother, why aren't you sleeping a bit longer? The dumplings aren't ready yet. Yue Ling? Seeing the familiar black-haired girl in front of him, Bai Yujing was momentarily taken aback. Is this the world after death? However, before he could figure out what was happening, the girl grabbed his arm with her slender hand and pulled him towards the dining table. Since you're awake, let's make dumplings together. Today is New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve? Yes. I was planning to have them all wrapped up before you woke up, but Bai Yujing looked at the table behind his sister, or a rather abstract object, which could barely be called a dumpling, lay quietly. Did you make this? Looking at the thing that resembled more of a dough than a dumpling, Bai Yujing shook his head, chuckling a bit. Bai Yueling playfully tapped her head with her fist and stuck out her tongue adorably. Just then, there was a knock at the entrance door, and a strong voice called out, "Is anyone home?" Coming. Before Bai Yujing could speak, Bai Yueling bounced over to the entrance and opened the door. A middle-aged man with a somewhat weathered face walked in, smiling as he gave Bai Yujing a manly hug. Long time no see. You look even more worn out than I do. Seeing Bai Yujing in a daze, the middle-aged man teased, "What, can't recognize your Uncle Chen?" "Of course I can." Bai Yujing's eyes were a bit red. Knock. Just as Bai Yujing was about to continue speaking, there was another gentle knock at the entrance. "Ha, whose child are you?" Bai Yueling walked to the door and opened it, discovering a little girl she didn't recognize. "Prince." After Bai Yueling opened the door, a girl in a white princess dress with long, smooth golden hair rushed in. Without saying a word, she ran to the table and hugged one of Bai Yujing's arms, her voice filled with joy. "Anna, how come you're here too? Brother, do you know this child?" Bai Yujing nodded. "Yes, she's a friend of mine." "Then, since it's New Year's Eve and we're all together, let's make dumplings together," Bai Yueling suggested, pinching the dough on the table, suddenly coming up with a great idea. "Then today, your Uncle Chen will shamelessly join in for some dumplings, huh? Anna wants to make the biggest dumpling." After Bai Yueling suggested making dumplings together, the atmosphere in the living room became warm and harmonious. "Then tonight, we'll eat dumplings together." Looking at this harmonious scene, Bai Yujing said softly, "As the saying goes, many hands make light work." Moments later, the dining table was filled with dumplings of various shapes. Bai Yueling took the dumplings into the kitchen. After a while, 4 bowls of steaming dumplings were brought out. Looking at the people present, she made a mysterious expression on her face. "Just now, I put a lucky coin in one of these dumplings. The person who finds the lucky coin will have good luck next year. I wonder who it will be." She elongated her voice intentionally. "A lucky coin? It really fits my sister's quirky personality." Bai Yujing smiled and casually picked a bowl of dumplings. His luck had always been poor, so he didn't think he would be the one to find the coin. "Not me," Uncle Chen said, taking a bite and smiling at the others. "Anna doesn't have it either, not me either," Bai Yueling said, her cheeks puffed out after taking a bite. The one who found the lucky coin was. The 3 of them turned their gazes toward Bai Yujing, who had yet to speak. Under their watchful eyes, Bai Yujing took a bite of the dumpling he had just picked from the bowl, and a coin fell out. He enjoyed this meal of dumplings very much. At midnight, the New Year bells rang, and a firework shot up from the small courtyard, exploding into a large heart-shaped firework. "Brother, look at the camera, your expression is so stiff." Bai Yueling squatted in a corner of the small courtyard, shaking the camera in her hand. "Just say something, you promised to take a picture." After thinking for a moment, a long-lost smile appeared on Bai Yujing's face. "Everyone, Happy New Year." Outside the small courtyard, a woman whose figure and face were unclear turned and disappeared into the distance. Anna, who was about to follow her into the house, turned her head in confusion. A familiar aura, but she couldn't recall it. After a moment, she gave up thinking and ran toward the house. "Prince, wait for me." In the early morning, at the top of the back mountain, bathed in the morning light, warm sunlight gathered on the magic sword lying on the lush grass. The blood-red blade of the magic sword, which had originally looked fierce and sinister, seemed to become a bit gentler at that moment. This was the effect of a special skill that Suyin had purchased at a high price, in magic energy, from the Magic Sword Mall. This skill was called Word of Truth, and its effect was to form a word in front of a selected target, producing different effects based on the word. For example, if the word formed was slash, then no matter what happened, the next sword technique used by the swordmaster with the magic sword would definitely hit the target. However, since the word can had no special meaning, it did not produce any magical effect, only triggering the formation. So after a while, when the golden morning light dissipated from the magic sword, it returned to its original color. To be fair, the effect of this skill was quite practical. However, the price was a bit on the high side, reaching 15,000 magic energy. Of course, this was expensive in relative terms. It was only after a simple search through the Magic Sword Mall that Suyin realized why this Magic Sword Mall was not open to him when he first bound the system. Because it was expensive, super expensive. In fact, when he learned from the Magic Sword system that the threshold for the Magic Sword Mall was 10,000 historical magic energy, he knew that the items inside would definitely not be cheap. So at that time, he temporarily reserved the Magic Sword Technique Extreme Marvelous True Method from Eden as a backup hidden magic energy. After all, if he wanted to retrieve it, he could do so at any time. The Magic Sword Mall had many categories of items, and there were quite a few powerful skills, but looking at the required magic energy, which was the long string of zeros behind the price, Suyin thought he must have been seeing things at first glance. Arranged in descending order of magic energy price, the first 10 entries were 10 unknown magic sword techniques with names labeled as, and effects also as, with the price being a question mark. Entry 11, the Star Artifact Star Trail, priced at 10 billion magic energy. Entry 19, the Star Artifact Pure White Box, priced at 5 billion magic energy. Entry 20, the Magic Sword Technique Star Slaying Magic Sword, priced at 5 billion magic energy. At that time, Suyin wanted to ask, is this system stuff made of gold for the names, or is the effect made of gold? If I buy it, will the effect be genuine? Killing one person only gives a bit of magic energy, and you, system, are always talking in billions. Who did you learn your pricing from? After Su Yin's great dream of the Sword Dao of Huangquan and Bai Yujing, the magic energy value on the magic sword panel only rose to 17,356, but after glancing at the long string of zeros behind the sequence 20 magic sword skill Starslaying magic sword, he couldn't help but fall into silence. Although the items in the shop are indeed good, selling them at such high prices is outrageous. Dear host, the magic sword shop produces only the finest products, 1 point of magic energy equals 1 point of value, and the effect is absolutely genuine. I know they are all fine products, but this price, are you serious? Suing couldn't help but complain, not to mention those at the very top where the prices aren't even visible. Let's talk about this sequence 11-star artifact star tracking, which you sell for 10 billion magic energy. Does that mean I have to kill 10 billion people? Are there even that many on Blue Star? Returning to the host, the system detects that the total number of humans on Blue Star is 12 billion. Suin. Thinking about it this way, selling this star-slaying magic sword for 5 billion magic energy seems quite reasonable. He tried to find something in the magic sword shop with effects similar to the Supreme True method and actually found one. It could elevate 2 major realms within an hour, and while it would also lead to death, the soul wouldn't fall into illusion. This skill was priced at 500,000 magic energy in the magic sword shop. After comparing, Suing dismissed the idea of selling the Supreme True method for magic energy. The buyback price is too black-hearted. Suing was dazzled by the options and simply filtered what he could buy, out of sight, out of mind. Thus, he chose the special skill one-word true saying. Suing also took a long time to finalize the purchase of this skill. Besides being impressed by its decent effect, another reason was to respond to Bai Yujing's last request. Moreover, he had always been unable to speak, and with this one-word true saying, although it could only manifest one word, it at least carried a bit of communicative property. After purchasing the one-word true saying for 15,000 magic energy, this skill instantly appeared among his magic sword techniques, and the magic energy value on the system panel changed to 2356. To be honest, the effect of one-word true saying surprised Suin. He had thought it would simply conjure a word out of thin air, but it actually formed a word from shape. It directly drew the dawn, which hadn't yet reached sunrise, and condensed it into the word can. The dazzling light awakened Bai Yujing, who was about to burn out before the sunrise. He saw the sunrise. This should have been a comforting thing. It was just a pity that Bai Yujing still died in the end. Suing felt helpless but could only face the reality of losing an excellent swordmaster. However, afterward, when the golden dawn dissipated from the sword body, Suing discovered something. He suddenly understood why the one-word true saying skill was classified as a special skill in the magic sword shop. This was because the skill could be used for free the first time, but afterward, it required charging before using its special effect. After using it once, he found that the description of effect words follow the law had changed, while effect condensing energy into form remained the same. So stingy? System, you only offer one free trial. Looking at the magic energy value that had just been 17356, now only 2356, Suing felt that if he still had a heart, it would surely be bleeding. After finally recovering, Suing could only comfort himself that the effect of words become spells was just temporarily unusable, not completely lost. It could be recharged later, though it would be a hassle. He remembered that when he completed the achievement of slaughtering 10,000, it seemed he had received a lottery chance. When he completed the slaughtering 100 achievement, he drew the enhancement aura, which increased strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, and sanity by +1, a full attribute boost. When he completed the slaughtering 1000 achievement, he drew the sword spirit technique, which could detect the presence of possessed beings, and perhaps there were other effects yet to be developed. He wondered what he would draw for the slaughtering 10,000 achievement this time. Suing felt a bit excited. System, draw the reward for slaughtering 10,000. Achievement reward drawing in progress, please wait. Although it was called a reward drawing, it didn't have a virtual spinning wheel like other systems, where the pointer would glide over various top-tier rewards and finally stop at a mediocre one. The Demon Sword system didn't bother with theatrics, it directly presented the result. Ding! Drawing complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Demon Sword technique. Demon walks 1,000 miles. Demon walks 1,000 miles. It can't be what I think it is, right? Seeing the name of this Demon Sword technique, Suing had a vague premonition. With a nervous heart, he clicked to open the introduction of Demon Walks 1,000 Miles. Skill name, Demon Walks 1,000 Miles effect, Demon Walk. When driven by demonic energy, the Demon Sword can act autonomously, traveling up to 1,000 miles in a day. Consumption, 1 demonic energy/minute. This was truly a stroke of luck. After carefully reading the skill effect of the Demon Sword technique, Demon Walks 1,000 Miles, Suing was instantly filled with excitement. He had just been worrying about what to do after being stranded on a desolate mountaintop. Then he drew Demon Walks 1,000 Miles. It was like a pillow scent when he was sleepy. Oh, my Yao, Shun, and you. Suyin's eyes welled up with tears. He could finally move on his own. Now, there was just one last thing. His gaze turned to the health value on the system panel. There, the progress bar representing the advancement of the demon sword had already reached 200%. Ding! The health stored in the demon sword has reached the conditions for advancing to a low-level Shen artifact. Would you like to begin the advancement immediately? Estimated advancement time, 24 hours. Of course. Deep Blue, add some. Oh no, I misspoke. System, advance. This time, the demon sword directly skipped the stage of high-level spirit artifacts. Advancing straight to a Shin artifact, it was impossible for Sui not to be excited. He had waited a long time for this moment. The sword body of the demon sword rose from the lush grass, hovering in midair. The blood-red sword body began to burn with silent black flames, and the mysterious patterns on the sword body gradually faded. Unlike the phenomena when a mortal artifact advanced to a spirit artifact, this time the advancement from spirit artifact to Shin artifact seemed much more restrained. Apart from the quietly burning black flames, there were almost no other phenomena. But as the sword spirit of the demon sword, Suing could clearly feel that under the burning of the nameless black flames, his soul and the sword body were being continuously tempered. Under this intense energy, his soul was growing stronger. On the mountaintop, the black flames completely enveloping the demon sword quietly burned. Time unknowingly passed into the evening, and soon night fell. The sword body of the demon sword had turned bright red from the burning, emitting a dazzling red light under the night sky, and the simple lines forming a pattern resembling the eye of the evil god on the hilt seemed to gradually become more animated. Until near the dawn of the next day, the original black flames suddenly began to burn violently, as if reaching the peak of sublimation. At this moment, the demon sword had completely transformed. The sword body, originally red as if it would drip blood, had its blood energy almost materialized, turning into blood-colored mist, enveloping the demon sword that radiated an eerie red glow. The eye of the evil god on the hilt was vivid and lifelike, emitting an extreme black light amidst the blood mist. On the hilt of the sword, a tassel adorned with a jade pendant appeared, but the jade pendant was blank. At the same time, a blank white light screen appeared before Suin. Ding! The magic sword is advancing to the final stage of a low-level mysterious weapon. Please name the magic sword. Host. Am I naming it? Isn't it the sword master who names it? The host has proven their qualifications by advancing the magic sword to a low-level mysterious weapon and is now eligible to wield it. Therefore, please bestow a true name upon the magic sword. From now on, the sword master will no longer name the magic sword. Do I get to name it? I'm not very good at naming things. Divine sword? Although Bai Yujing has always called it that, it feels quite out of place for a magic sword to have such a name. Sword of Victory and Oath? Just looking at its appearance, it doesn't seem to fit, and it would clash with King Arthur. What if there really is a saber in this world? Would they come to claim copyright? Never mind. Suin struck a classic thinker's pose, seemingly lost in thought. What should I name it? He turned his gaze to the magic sword, which had transformed completely, reaching a sublime state. Wrapped in a substantial blood-red mist, it emitted an eerie red glow. Suddenly, a name came to his mind, and he lightly traced it with his finger. On the blank white light screen before him, he wrote the two characters he had finally decided on. Fragmented. As a great ominous magic sword, while it grants the user, the swordmaster, the powerful ability to break free from fate, the swordmaster will also suffer from the magic sword's inherent passive effect, the ominous fate, which lowers their own fortune, leading to misfortune. This is a fair exchange, but not everyone can withstand such misfortune. Therefore, as the spirit of the magic sword, Suin would inevitably experience many farewells, which is unavoidable. Wielding the magic sword may shatter the swordmaster's already poor situation even further, but the swordmaster might also break the shackles of fate and take control of their destiny through the power of the magic sword. Either take control of their own fate or be witnessed leaving by the magic sword. This was the main reason Suin ultimately decided to use Fragmented as the true name of the magic sword. Then let it be called Fragmented, the magic sword Fragmented. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully naming the magic sword. The true name of the magic sword is confirmed as Fragmented. The advancement of the magic sword is complete. Current grade, low-level mysterious weapon. Please continue to strive, host, and let the name Fragmented resonate throughout the universe. Just as Suin wrote the two characters Fragmented on the white light screen, the blank jade pendant on the tassel of the fragmented sword gradually revealed two gilded characters composed of mysterious symbols. This was not the official script of the Great Xia, nor was it the script of any district of the Blue Star Federation. It was a font Suin had never seen before, but upon seeing these two golden characters on the tassel's jade pendant, one would naturally think of the name Fragmented. Once these two characters were completely engraved, the jade pendant hanging from the tassel erupted with an extremely brilliant golden light, and the vivid eye of the evil god suddenly flashed with an intense black glow. The fiercely burning black flames on the sword body vanished without a trace in an instant. Without the ominous black flames completely enveloping the sword body, the eerie red glow shot up into the sky, rising into the clouds, transforming the originally warm morning clouds, which reflected a faint golden hue, into a blood-red vortex cloud. The eerie red glow radiated towards the far distance, broader and more malevolent than Bai Yujing's killing sword domain. It seemed to proclaim its existence to the world. At this moment, countless ordinary people, martial artists, and ferocious beasts on Blue Star felt an unexplainable fear, their eyes filled with terror, trembling uncontrollably, as an unnamed dread surged within their hearts. It seemed that some extremely terrifying existence had descended upon this place. In the divine hall of the Great Xia, the blood god church of the Flower Flag, and the high heaven palace of the Cherry Blossom, many top-tier powerhouses gazed at the extraordinary phenomenon in the heavens and earth, their faces reflecting deep contemplation. In the Federal Flower Flag District, in the city of Luo, most of the passers-by here had high noses, thick lips, and blue eyes. Unlike the Great Xia, which does not publicly profess faith in deities, a statue loomed in the center of Luo City, soaring into the clouds, piercing the sky. The Blood God Church, the one with the most followers, was located here. At the headquarters of the Blood God Church, a tall, blond man lay on a sofa, gently swirling a goblet of red wine on the coffee table in front of him. The red liquid glistened under the light, vibrant like blood. He elegantly took a small sip, his throat moving slightly as the red liquid slid down, a look of enjoyment appearing on his face. At that moment, a soft knock came from the door behind the sofa. "Speak," the blond man said without turning his head. A cautious female voice came from outside. "Lord Bloodfall, the bishop says to ask you to visit the Great Xia. It seems there is a bloodline magical weapon emerging." "Tell him I understand," Bloodfall replied lightly, casually bringing the goblet filled with red liquid to his eyes. Outside, the barely audible footsteps gradually faded away. Looking at the exquisite color, Bloodfall slightly squinted, his gaze flickering for a moment. "Bloodline magical weapon? Interesting. It seems I need to take a trip to the Great Xia." Meanwhile, in the High Heaven Palace of the Cherry Blossom and the Free Council of the British Isles, many strong individuals were dispatched, converging on the Great Xia. In an instant, the winds of the Great Xia surged. However, Suin, who was in the Demon Sword, was completely unaware of this, not knowing he had become the target of various districts in the Federation. He was currently in a state of excitement and exhilaration. Although it had taken more than a year, the Demon Sword had finally advanced to the Xian level. Although it was only a low-grade Xian artifact, it represented a qualitative improvement. Suin remembered that the last time the Demon Sword advanced to a higher tier, from a high-grade mortal weapon to a low-grade spiritual weapon, 2 new Demon Sword techniques had emerged. When it advanced from a low-grade spiritual weapon to a mid-grade spiritual weapon, 1 new technique appeared. He wondered if there would be any new changes this time. System, open the Demon Sword panel. Suin rubbed his hands together, feeling quite expectant. A phantom light screen appeared in his field of vision. Demon Sword panel. Sword name, Fragmented Sword, Fixed, Level, Low-Grade Shin Artifact Talent, Slaughter, Demon Sword Inheritance Swordmaster, None Demon Sword Talents, 1. Slaughter. When the Demon Sword kills a target, it can plunder all of the target's source. System correction. Killing a human yields 1 source, killing a fierce beast yields 0. 5 source, and killing a star beast, an extraterrestrial being, or a deity, the plundered source depends on the source possessed by the opponent. 2. Demon Sword Inheritance. Each time the host successfully kills the master, they will inherit all the legacy of the previous sword master. Among them, martial arts, techniques, and body techniques can be passed on to the sword master by consuming a certain amount of demonic energy. Currently inheritable, high-grade Shin level technique Wind Thunder Source Flow, low-grade Huan level technique God-Slaying Art, Huang Quan Sword Path, Great Accomplishment, Killing Sword Domain, Great Accomplishment, Moment of Dream Remnants, Great Accomplishment, Low-Grade Level Martial Technique Shattered Flower Dream Shadow, Low-Grade Tian Level Martial Techniques Azure Fall Yellow Spring, Blood Flame Slash, High-Grade Shen Level Martial Technique Wind Thunder Sword Style, Low-Grade Shen Level Martial Techniques Phantom Sword Dance, Blood Fresh Flower, Flowing Water Sword Style, Mid-Grade Huan Level Martial Technique Falling Leaf Style, Mid-Grade Shen Level Body Technique Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, Technique Breathing Method. Demon Sword Techniques. 1. Blood Sword Ominous Cursed Fate. The Sword Master's luck value steadily decreases by 3 points. Death Omen. Active use reduces the Sword Master's luck value by 15 points within a day, and can stack with misfortune. Blood Tide. At midnight every day, the magic energy value automatically recovers by 3 points. Current storage, 20/30ths. Note, your Death Star shines like the sun in the sky. 2. Destiny Extreme Martial Arts. Extreme Martial Arts. When the magic sword reaches its current level cap, it can advance to the next level, gaining a new form, and can freely switch between the basic form and the new form. Note: Destiny Magic Sword. 3. Absolute Kill Decisive Strike. Targets harmed or killed by the magic sword cannot be restored, healed, revived, or resurrected. Linked Roots. When the magic sword slays part of a soul, it ignores division, and the remaining souls will also die. Note: all beings are equal, slay without mercy. 4. Blood Rain Sweet Dew Rebirth. When the sword master uses the magic sword to slay a target, they can receive a portion of their vitality back, with a return ratio of 1% to 50%. Note: like a light rain that falls without cause. 5. Enhancement Aura, not activated, omnipotent. When equipped with the magic sword, the sword master's strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, perception, and sanity each increase by 3 points. Note: all attributes, up. 6. Magic Walk 1,000 Miles Magic Walk. When driven by magic energy, the magic sword can act autonomously, traveling up to 1,000 miles in a day. Note: a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. 7. One-word true saying solid form. Designate a target, forming a character in front of that target. Law follows. Depending on the character formed, effects corresponding to the character will be produced. Characters with effects must be charged through talent killing. Note: one-word true saying, utter it, and the law follows. 8. Blood-colored Yellow Springs Decisive Death. A sword that condenses all of one's power. If the sword master uses blood-colored yellow springs to kill a target, their vitality and true essence will immediately recover to their best state. Conversely, the body will fall into a weakened state. Note: facing death as if returning home, treading on blood. 9. Magic Sword Requisition Plunder. When the sword master uses the magic sword to harm or kill a target, the magic sword will plunder a random ability from that target and store it within the magic sword. Unique. At any one time, only one ability can be stored. When a new ability is plundered, the previously stored ability will be overwritten. Hegemony. Due to the unique effect, the plundered target will temporarily lose the ability that was taken by the magic sword until the sword changes the stored ability. Note: you say this is yours? What I see is mine. 10. Magic Sword Listening Heart Words. Designate a target. The host can convey their thoughts to the other person's heart through intent. The voice heard by the other party can be chosen freely. Note: is this seduction? I don't think so. It merely lets those who crave the power of the magic sword know its strengths. 11. Magic Energy Intertwined Counter Master. During the sword master's loss of consciousness, the magic sword can control the body on their behalf. When centered on the magic sword, magic energy is consumed every second, but when a kill is completed, the source cannot be absorbed. Explosive Magic. During the counter master period, all sword techniques from the magic sword's inheritance and all techniques mastered by the sword master can be used, with effect enhancement. Note: Magic Energy Intertwined, Great Calamity Awakens. Final Magic Sword Technique 1. Extreme Marvelous True Law Sacrifice. Burn one's own life, temporarily elevating the martial arts realm by 2 major ranks within an hour, only for the swordmaster. Side effect: after use, the swordmaster dies, and the soul will sink into the extreme marvelous dream, belonging to the evil god Eden. Note: extremely dangerous. After thoroughly studying the magic sword panel from top to bottom, Suin was completely stunned by the changes in the magic sword. He had thought that the magic sword might undergo significant changes when advancing from a mid-level spiritual tool to a low-level mysterious tool, crossing a small rank and a large rank. But he never expected it to be so outrageous. It could be said to be a complete and earth-shattering enhancement. Not only have the passive magic sword techniques that have already reached the maximum level, LV, max, and cannot be enhanced with magic energy been strengthened, but there are also 3 brand new powerful magic sword techniques that have appeared, not counting the achievement lottery and purchases from the magic sword shop. In the beginning, aside from the negative magic sword technique Blood Sword, ominous, there was only one early game useless technique, the Destiny Extreme Martial Arts, which was almost equivalent to a blank slate. Now, the magic sword can truly be called a divine magic weapon. It's just that I wonder where the next reliable sword master is. After a moment of reflection, Suin turned his gaze to the magic sword panel and used his mind to open the detailed introduction of talents and magic sword techniques. First, he looked at the magic sword talent, Slaughter. He knew that he could gain 1 source for each person he killed. However, why does killing fierce beasts now yield 0.5 source? Bai Yujing had killed 4 fierce beasts at the underground venue of the entertainment city. Did he get any source then? Suin couldn't quite remember. At that time, Bai Yujing was influenced by the murderous aura, leading him to kill over 1,000 people in one night, and the system messages were too numerous to read. He didn't know if he received any source or not, but since it was clear now that he did, sword masters could kill fierce beasts to replenish their source. Although fierce beasts are hard to kill and the source gained is only half of what one would get from killing people, even a mosquito is still meat, and he would accept anyone who came. Moreover, killing fierce beasts wouldn't lead to being hunted down by the authorities like killing people would, making it a decent alternative method for source replenishment. Next was the magic sword inheritance. Unlike the beginning, where aside from a few minor skills, there were only a few profound level techniques and martial arts from the prison read to hold the fort, Bai Yujing's Yellow Spring Sword Path, Killing Sword Domain, and Moment of Dream remnants were all preserved. Additionally, there was now 1 immortal level and 2 heavenly level martial arts. Finally, he had some foundation in good things to inherit. The title of the poor ghost sword could finally be shed. Suin belatedly realized that the name Rainlight Red gave to the magic sword, Xiongui sword, was actually a homophone for poor ghost. No wonder he was so poor at the beginning. After a customary complaint about the prison red, Suin closed the magic sword talent and opened the magic sword technique panel. As the core of the fragmented magic sword, the magic sword techniques were of utmost importance. First, he looked at the master-killing magic sword technique, Blood Sword, Ominous. The curse was further strengthened, steadily reducing the sword master's luck by 3 points. Suin originally thought that after the magic sword advanced, it would be able to control the closure of the curse, but it didn't. Now, an ordinary person with luck below 3 could be directly reduced to a negative number by this curse. However, this way, it could better filter out suitable sword masters. After all, those who could withstand a curse of -3 must have some luck on their side. The active effect of Death Omen reduces luck by 15 points at once, and when stacked with the curse, that's 18 points. Even the protagonist with full luck would be reduced by this much. Within a day, a luck drop of -8 might even lead to disaster. Looking at it this way, could it be that I am the protagonist? Suin thought for a moment, but then felt it was unlikely. If he were truly the protagonist, he wouldn't have just crossed over to start moving bricks, and then ended up as a beggar, even being treated as sword forging material. Blood Tide. Has it really been enhanced? The presence of the Blood Tide effect has never been very high, mainly because the magic sword was a passive magic sword technique before its advancement and didn't have any permanent active skills. However, it was different now. With the ability to travel 1,000 miles with magic, the Blood Tide replenishing 3 points of free magic energy at midnight every day allowed him to act freely for 3 minutes each day without consuming magic energy. It was like driving an electric car without refueling. Blood Tide, rising in rank. Next, he looked at Destiny Extreme Martial Arts. It seemed similar to before, but Suing noticed that switching forms no longer consumed magic energy, a small trick to save magic energy every day. In this case, could the magic sword be used as a flashlight? He thought with a bit of dark humor. Next was Absolute Kill. The first effect of the decapitation had not changed much. However, after the advancement, a new effect emerged, Linked Roots. When facing an object that can split its soul or consciousness, as long as one is killed, the others will also die. It seemed that when Bai Yujing was killing Feng Shuitong used a method of differentiation to evade the magic sword's lethal strike, causing it to jump around and continuously revive, making the magic sword's lethal strike appear quite ridiculous. So, could the emergence of linked roots be due to this reason? It seems that the magic sword technique itself might continuously improve based on usage until it reaches perfection, much like fixing a bug. However, this way, the magic sword technique's lethal strike truly treats all beings equally, annihilating everything. I wonder if there will be any more instances of clowns with many clones in the future, just thinking about that scene. As for the core skill, Blood Rain and Sweet Dew, it still offers a 1% to 50% health return, but upon checking the details, Suing found that the upper limit for pure health return had increased from 5% to 10%. In other words, the Sword Master's martial arts realm can be enhanced more safely and without side effects, which is a significant boost, making the magic sword even more favored by the Sword Master. This is the key to disguising itself as a divine sword. However, it's uncertain whether the enhanced Blood Rain and Sweet Dew will provide any benefits to the Sword Master when killing fierce beasts. Suing felt it was a bit doubtful. According to the system's usual style, it was more likely that there would still be no possibility of that. The enhancement aura reached a 3-point increase in all attributes after the advancement. As an aura skill, the power of this skill is evident, and Suing generally keeps it activated. After all, having the rational aura can suppress the Blood Rain's evil energy. Otherwise, if the Sword Master goes mad, the reputation of the fragmented sword would be ruined. It might even be sealed away as a magic sword, which would be troublesome. It seems that in the future, one must be more stable and develop discreetly. Although the previous magic sword techniques, aside from the rampant demonic energy, had received varying degrees of enhancement, the next part is the main event. Suin tried out the magic sword technique obtained from the 10,000 Slaughters lottery, magic journey of 1,000 miles. After using it with his consciousness, the blood mist on the magic sword's fragmented body turned into black mist, enveloping the magic sword in midair, allowing it to move freely, albeit slowly, akin to riding a bicycle, moving about 5 meters per second. No wonder the introduction of magic journey of 1,000 miles said it could travel 1,000 miles a day. It really does seem like it can only move 1,000 miles in a day, which aligns with his expectations of the system. However, despite the speed being a bit slow, it was much better than being tossed into a hidden corner at the beginning, waiting for someone to pick it up. What more could one ask for? Although the magic sword flew very slowly, the experience of flying for the first time still brought Suin a sense of novelty. This feeling was completely different from when Bai Yujing had taken him flying before. Weaving through the clouds at the mountain's peak gave him a sense of riding the wind with a sword, vanquishing demons in the world. Moreover, Suin made another discovery. When the magic sword was flying using magic journey of 1,000 miles, the black mist enveloping it passed through a formation of geese in the sky without disturbing them. Only when he actively dispersed the black mist to reveal the magic sword's sinister red body did the geese suddenly scatter in panic as if startled. The black mist of magic journey of 1,000 miles seems capable of concealing the magic sword's movements. This unexpected discovery brought him a slight sense of joy. He had initially thought that with the magic sword's slow flying speed, it might be seen by many people, causing too much of a commotion. Now that it could hide its tracks, flying slowly was just fine. After flying around the mountain peak a couple of times, Suin had almost earned a flying license, able to skillfully control the magic sword's normal flight. After casually landing on a lawn at the mountain top, Suin turned his gaze towards the next magic sword technique, one word true word. Since he had used the first free word, the effect of the spell was currently in a charging state, with a 0 out of 10 displayed after the spell's description. System, what does it mean to charge through the talent of slaughter? Suin asked. By gaining 1 point of source through the magic sword talent slaughter, the spell effect of the magic sword technique one word true word charges +1, with a maximum storage of 10 words. Alright, 1 point of source charges at once. It seems that as long as the sword master puts in a bit of effort, the one word true word magic sword technique should not lack spell effects. He just didn't know how effective it would be. He would have to try it out once he found the sword master. Next was the first new magic sword technique obtained due to his advancement, blood-colored yellow spring. This name, no matter how you looked at it, seemed to relate to the sword intent of killing and the sword intent of the yellow spring comprehended by Bai Yujing. A sword that condenses all one's power, fearless of death, treading on blood. If this sword does not kill the opponent, they can only weaken and wait to die, giving off a sense of risking one's life for another. Unlike the talent magic sword inheritance that can directly pass on abilities through consuming magic energy, the magic sword technique blood-colored yellow spring seemed to require the sword master to practice it themselves. However, isn't it a bit too perverse that as long as the target is killed, the sword master's vitality and true essence immediately recover to their best state? If the sword master carries some lab rats or something, using blood-colored yellow spring to kill one when they are about to exhaust themselves, wouldn't that make them invincible? System, are there any requirements for the target? Only when the magic sword talent slaughter has plundered the source can the recovery effect of blood-colored yellow spring take effect when killing the target. The system's explanation was convoluted, so Suin summarized it simply. The recovery effect of blood-colored yellow spring can only take effect when the target is a human, fierce beast, star beast, extraterrestrial being, or deity. However, star beasts only refresh in the rift, and their appearance is too random. As for extraterrestrial beings, possessing a multitude could count as one. Deities, well, that goes without saying. In simple terms, the magic sword technique blood-colored yellow spring can generally only be triggered by killing people or fierce beasts. However, as his first true sword technique magic sword technique, although he didn't know how powerful it was, it definitely wouldn't be weak. The second new magic sword technique was magic sword plunder. Due to the numerous effects, Suin chose to let the system explain directly. After injuring a target with the magic sword, you can plunder one of their abilities, including but not limited to martial skills, body techniques, supernatural abilities, bloodline abilities, and divine blessings. What if I plunder a useless ability? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? If the host does not need the newly plundered ability, they can choose to forfeit it without replacing the previously stored ability in the magic sword. Then I plunder one and teach it to the sword master, and after teaching, I can replace it. Wouldn't that be? Suin hadn't finished his sentence when the system responded. The abilities plundered through the magic sword technique magic sword plunder can only be used by the sword master through the magic sword and cannot be taught. Alright, now he understood. It seemed that his idea of creating a myriad of immortal lords had been thwarted before it even began. However, despite this, these small flaws did not affect the fact that magic sword plunder was a very powerful magic sword technique. If used well, this skill could be divine. Then, there was the last new magic sword technique that appeared after his advancement, magic sword listening voice. This magic sword technique did not have any special attack effects or lethality. Simply put, it could only allow others to hear the voice he transmitted through his thoughts. But when Suin saw the skill magic sword listening voice, he almost wanted to howl 3 times to the heavens. A year! Do you know how I have spent this year? However, after the great joy, Suin began to feel a bit pained about the magic energy he had just spent. If the demon sword Ling Shang had come earlier, he wouldn't have had to spend 15,000 magic energy to buy the one-word true word in the demon sword mall. Suin had actually set his sights on a few better options, but the condensation ability of the one-word true word ultimately led him to choose this sword technique. However, since he had already bought it, and the system's products are guaranteed to be of high quality, the strength of this sword technique is certainly assured. Moreover, who knows, maybe the next sword master will be as powerful as Bai Yujing, and that 15,000 magic energy would be earned back in no time? Besides, the magic energy wasn't really spent, it just changed form to accompany him. Thinking this way, Suin instantly felt much happier. After thoroughly understanding all the changes that occurred after the demon sword advanced, he knew it was time for him to leave this place. After all, staying on this mountaintop wouldn't attract anyone to pick up the demon sword. In the past, he would have been tricked by Bai Yujing, left in this desolate place, calling out to the heavens and the earth, leaving his fate to chance, and it might have taken years for someone to discover him. However, times have changed. If the sword master doesn't come to find him, can't he go find the sword master himself? He planned to go to the capital city of Daxia, the place with the most geniuses, to find a super genius to be the sword master. It's not bragging, the demon sword surely has that qualification. Please wait, previous sword master, I'm coming. But which direction is the capital city? It should be in the middle of Daxia, right? Speaking of which, Ninghai City seems to be in the north. Then he should fly south. But which way is south? The place where the sun rises should be south, right? Magic travels 1,000 miles. On the mountaintop, the demon sword covered in black flames soared into the air, its sword tassels swaying in the breeze, flying steadily south at a speed akin to riding a bicycle. Theoretically, Ninghai City is in the northern border of Daxia, and as long as the demon sword keeps flying south, it can reach the capital city. It's just a matter of time. However, Suin forgot one thing. That is, his geography is terrible, and his sense of direction can be said to be extremely poor. When he first crossed into this world and discovered that his birthplace was Ninghai City, a border city near the Beast Mountain, he had the idea of heading to the capital city. However, after a month of begging, he ended up in Jianlan City, which was completely opposite to the direction of the capital city. This can only be described as fate. If it weren't for this, he would never have met Yu Qinghong in Jianglan City, who changed his life. Perhaps he would have been begging in the capital city, growing stronger. On the national road from Ninghai City to Qingshan City, a large transport vehicle carrying chickens, ducks, and livestock was currently driving steadily. But what felt strange was that the livestock, which should have been making a racket, flapping around in their iron cages and squawking loudly, were now all silent as if frozen in fear. Although they were locked in iron cages, they pressed their bodies against the bars, blinking their eyes, looking pitifully towards the middle of the vehicle. At this moment, in the back of the transport vehicle, a black sword with a tassel but no jade token, looking plain and unadorned, lay peacefully inside. It was Suin, who had transformed his appearance using the demon sword technique, Destiny Extreme Martial. That's right, Suin was currently hitching a ride. Originally, he did plan to fly south towards the rising sun to reach the capital city. However, while flying, he suddenly realized a crucial issue. Although determining direction based on the rising sun is a good idea, one must know that the sun doesn't stay in one place. And since magic travels 1,000 miles but flies relatively slowly, while he was flying, the sun was also constantly changing. More importantly, after flying for almost 15 minutes, Suin realized he hadn't even left Ninghai City. In short, his magic energy was about to run out, and he would soon have to start burning fuel. How could this be? Thus, Suin thought of the idea of hitching a ride on a truck going in the same direction on the national highway. He had already checked, and this national highway was a straight line. After waiting in midair for a while, a large truck came along, and Suin smoothly landed in the truck bed, causing the driver, who was driving, to suddenly feel a chill on his back. Clever as I am, this is in ancient times. Why should I exhaust myself flying when modern transportation is so developed? Wouldn't it be faster to take a vehicle? If it weren't for the absence of Star Source trains nearby, and the fact that the Star Source trains traveled too fast for the magic sword to catch up, Suin would have considered taking a Star Source train directly. He now regretted not thinking of this good idea sooner, otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted the 15 points of free magic energy accumulated from the blood tide. Time passed quickly, as the saying goes. Just as this large truck was entering Qingshan City, Suin once again entered the state of magic travel 1,000 miles, with the sword body igniting in black flames, and the magic sword immediately soared into the air, leaving the truck that had brought him here. He had already observed that the driver looked to be around 70 or 80 years old and clearly showed no signs of martial training, with his internal energy so weak that he hadn't even reached the first level of Qi and Blood Realm. Most importantly, it was obvious that the other party did not use a sword. If Suin were still in the early days, poor and desperate, he might have considered it if he had no other options. But now, he thought better of it. To be honest, Suin was a bit surprised that he could find a character like Bai Yujing, who wasn't particularly skilled in cultivation but had exceptional comprehension and a protagonist's fate, to be the master of the magic sword. He had previously been bound by fate. Moreover, as the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. After experiencing a genius swordmaster, with the magic energy reservoir full, his next swordmaster, if not ruthless, at least needed to have the resolve or motivation to kill. Therefore, Suin suddenly felt that his earlier idea of finding a super genius from a big family to be the sword master seemed a bit short-sighted. Super geniuses from big families should not lack high-grade cultivation resources. They might not resort to random killings for a quick breakthrough. Furthermore, these talented individuals from large families were pampered from a young age, cared for by their elders, like flowers in a greenhouse. They might do well in school competitions, but when it came to bloodshed, Suin felt it was unlikely. What he wanted was not to kill one person, but to kill many, at least in the thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Therefore, his main selection target should be those from smaller martial arts families, collateral branches, who looked deeply resentful and frustrated, feeling unappreciated. It would be best if they harbored some deep-seated grudge that they had to repay but lacked the strength, yet had great ambitions. Such people were more likely to draw their swords in a fit of rage. Only people like this would desperately need the fragmented power of the magic sword. Controlling the magic sword to fly near a university called Qingshan Martial Arts No. 3. Suin found a high spot to deactivate the magic sword's magic travel 1,000 miles, allowing the magic sword to land on the rooftop. Being in a high position allowed him to see far and better observe every passerby. However, why did this capital city feel different from the bustling and lively capital city he had heard about? It seemed that there weren't many people, and the quality of the martial artists didn't seem very high, feeling on par with Ninghai City before the evil incident occurred. But this wasn't the key point. Suin hid behind a sign at a high place, hoping that a passerby would come by. Not long after, the first person appeared in his line of sight. A girl who looked no older than 15 or 16 was walking over from a distance, holding onto a large dog. This wouldn't do. She clearly didn't seem like a tough person. It wasn't that she looked down on women. Suin had always been a supporter of gender equality. However, when it came to killing, Suin still preferred to tie up a male swordsman. Silently, he watched the figure gradually fade away, turning around a corner. Moments later, a tall, sturdy male student approached, wearing a light blue school uniform emblazoned with the words Qingshan. He had a square face and an air of righteousness. This person was a martial artist of a certain rank, with vigorous vitality, at the level of a martial apprentice. This wouldn't do either. He was too upright. Moreover, he was unarmed, with calluses on his knuckles, indicating he was a body-refining martial artist. Suin silently watched him leave. Time passed slowly, and after patiently waiting for a while, about 70 or 80 people had passed by, but none were suitable targets. Finding a suitable swordsman seemed to be no easy task, but better to be picky than to settle. He wasn't in a hurry. Just then, a figure approached from a distance, also wearing a light blue school uniform with Qingshan printed on it, but he walked unsteadily, his expression dark, as if suppressing a raging anger. As he got closer, Suyan's eyes suddenly lit up. This was a boy around 17 or 18, with a strong vitality at the level of a martial apprentice, standing about 1.60 meters tall, and he looked quite ordinary, the kind you wouldn't notice in a crowd. However, Suin noticed that one of his legs was unnaturally bent while walking, as if it had been injured by some external force. His eye sockets were sunken, one corner of his eye was very red and swollen, and Suin could clearly feel the anger simmering in his eyes from a distance. He had a white iron long sword at his waist, the blade glinting coldly, likely of mid-level to high-level common quality, suggesting he wasn't from a common background. His face was filled with deep resentment, almost as if it was written on his face that he wanted to kill. This person must have a great deal of grievance in his heart. Given that he was wearing a uniform with Qingshan on it, he should be a student from the nearby Qingshan Martial Arts School, perhaps having suffered bullying but lacking the ability to fight back. This kid clearly needed the power of the demon sword. In that brief moment, Suing quickly sketched a profile of this person based on his observations. Please wait, swordsman ahead, you are about to strike it rich. The next moment, Suing used the Heavenly Fate Extreme Martial to transform the demon sword from its dark blade into its ultimate form, and immediately, a large amount of blood mist surged around the sword, concealing its body. Soon, the blood mist turned into black mist, enveloping the demon sword as it soared from the rooftop towards the boy. That Lu Ren was just relying on being a direct descendant of the Lu family in Shansheng, having a few broken Shen-level techniques and a bit of money. What was he so proud of? Why did he have to ruin his feelings? And then there was Zhang Xiaoyu, who was clearly his childhood sweetheart. He had secretly loved her for so many years, investing so much time and energy into her. Yet, she became Lu Ren's girlfriend for a mere Shen-level technique and a few mid-grade yuan stones, even humiliating him in return. That Lu Ren had even sent people to block him after school, injuring one of his legs. He had threatened that if he dared to get close to Zhang Xiaoyu again during school competitions, Lu Ren would completely break his leg, leaving him disabled. Ji Buxiao's face was dark, his eyes nearly bursting with anger. It must have been that Lu Ren's manipulation. Xiaoyu was such a pure person. After all these years, he hadn't even held her hand. How could she so easily become Lu Ren's girlfriend? Did their years of feelings not compare to a mere Shen-level technique and a few yuan stones? Thinking of this made Ji Buxiao feel extremely sad, but he was powerless to change it, only able to seethe with indignation in his heart. Because his martial arts realm was only at the mid-level of a martial apprentice, he heard that Lu Ren had already broken through to the mid-level of a martial master a few days ago. Although he was unwilling to accept it, he had to admit that Lu Ren, as a direct descendant of the Lu family in Shanshang, had access to far better resources than he did. Feeling a bit sour, Ji Buxiao acknowledged his jealousy. Why did others have such a good family background from birth, while he did not? There was a significant gap in their realms. Unless some fortuitous event occurred, he might really lose Zhang Xiaoyu. But where could such a fortuitous event be found? With a gloomy expression, Ji Buxiao turned into a narrow, dark alley. It was a shortcut, somewhat dim, but it would allow him to reach Qingshan Martial Arts School faster. Normally, he wouldn't take this path because the environment was poor, but today his left leg was injured, and he was moving slowly. Taking his usual route would make him late. Damn Lu Ren, how dare he injure my leg? Ji Buxiao swore that if he could encounter a fortuitous event, he would seize it tightly. Then he would trample Lu Ren into the ground and humiliate him. Surely, Xiaoyu would come back to him. Just imagining that scene brightened Ji Buxiao's mood considerably. But he also knew it was just wishful thinking. Fortuitous events were not something one could easily come across. However, just as he was limping slowly through the alley, Ji Buxiao suddenly felt a chill enveloping him, as if he had been thrown into a freezing cold storage in an instant, causing him to shiver and nearly fall to his knees. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. He looked up in confusion. Not far above the ground, a long sword wrapped in blood mist, emanating a sinister red glow, was floating there. The hilt of this blood-red sword was adorned with a tassel, and on the jade plate of the tassel, there seemed to be two unfamiliar golden runes. Jili? Although Ji Buxiao did not recognize what these two golden characters were, the words Jili suddenly surfaced in his mind. When did this sword appear here? This alley, while dark, was not completely devoid of visibility, and since it was still daytime, he hadn't noticed any sword before entering. He turned to look around. There was no one else here besides him. Just then, Ji Buxiao's pupils suddenly constricted as he saw the blood-red sword floating in front of him flying towards him. The heavy smell of blood almost invaded his nostrils. At the same time, a neutral voice echoed in his mind, indistinguishable in gender, but filled with a seductive tone. Young man, do you desire power? It seems you are quite unwilling, wanting to resist this fate? Become. There's a ghost. Controlling the magic sword to fly towards the somewhat shadowy-faced boy, Suin had just begun to speak when he saw the other party suddenly turn around and, dragging his injured leg, run away quickly, as if he wished he had an extra leg. This scene left Suin somewhat stunned. As a low-grade magic sword, it had actively invited the boy to become its master, yet he turned and fled? What was going on? The path ahead. Sword master, please wait. Suin used the magic sword to send a voice transmission, but unexpectedly, the boy ran even faster. Ji Buxiao was nearly scared to death. That long sword was clearly not friendly, and it could even talk. He must have encountered a ghost. He regretted taking this shortcut. Seeing the other party running further away, Suin simply controlled the magic sword to stop. No longer pursuing? As Ji Buxiao was distractedly observing the situation behind him while fleeing, he was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when, in the next moment, his eyes widened, and he came to a sudden stop. A scarlet death character formed from blood mist blocked his path. Stop, or I'll kill you. At the same time, a cold, merciless voice filled with murderous intent echoed in his heart. The death character, entirely composed of blood mist, suddenly appeared before him and hovered in the air. The continuous stench of blood and the aura of death emanating from the character made his head spin. Cold sweat broke out on Ji Buxiao's forehead, and his legs went weak. If he hadn't stopped quickly, he would have crashed right into it. He was just a mere martial apprentice. When had he ever seen such a scene? "Are you still going to run?" A voice that seemed to be both mocking and amused rang in Ji Buxiao's mind. "No, please don't kill me. You stopped, so why would I kill you? I, for one, value honesty the most." Suing secretly praised his own cleverness. Fortunately, he had thought of the one-word truth technique to scare this kid, or else he might have really gotten away. "Ha!" Ji Buxiao was taken aback, momentarily confused by this strange logic. He seemed to be less afraid than before. "Then, can I leave now?" After a moment, he cautiously glanced at the ominous blood-red long sword hovering in front of him and asked carefully, "You're just going to leave like that? Don't you want revenge?" The magic sword flew around him, asking in a voice full of temptation, "Don't you want to become powerful? Revenge?" Ji Buxiao repeated the two words. Hearing that word, he suddenly remembered his childhood friend, Zhang Xiaoyu, and that Lu Ren who had taken away the person he liked and even sent someone to cripple his leg. "Yes, I want revenge." As he thought of this, hatred and anger flickered in his eyes, but soon the anger turned into bitterness. "But I don't have the strength." Indeed, he had ambition. Suing nodded in satisfaction. He had caught a glimpse of the fleeting rage in the other's eyes. He was quite familiar with this situation. Such a level of anger likely stemmed from someone close being killed, while the person felt powerless to do anything as their enemy roamed free. He could see at a glance that the other only had the strength of a martial apprentice, which was indeed a bit low. But having slightly lower strength wasn't a big problem. Wasn't Bai Yujing initially just at the first level of Qi and Blood Realm? Even lower than this person before him. After the magic sword advanced to the level of a mysterious weapon, the purity ratio of the Blood Rain and Sweet Dew technique had already increased to 10%, doubling from the initial 5%. With the Blood Rain and Sweet Dew present, as long as the sword master could occasionally collect a few heads, the improvement in martial arts realm would definitely not be slow. The most important thing was having a driving force to support the swordmaster in continuously killing, a long-term goal. Revenge was a very good internal motivation. As for why Suing insisted on finding a swordmaster to develop quietly instead of directly flying over the capital city and going into ultimate mode with full firepower, calling for its swordmaster duel, strong first, it was mainly because he feared being caught by the top experts of the extreme martial realm from the Great Xia official side, instantly refined, or being treated as an evil magic weapon and contained. At the speed of the magic traveling 1,000 miles, that would truly be disastrous. With this in mind, Suing gently guided, "No strength? It's simple. As long as you become a fragmented sword master, not to mention rapidly increasing your strength, you will have access to celestial level techniques and heavenly body techniques, everything you need." Celestial level, Ji Buxiao exclaimed. A fortuitous encounter. He had truly stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Could it be that the ancestral grave of the Ji family was emitting green smoke, bringing him good fortune today? He hurriedly asked, "How do I become a sword master? Are you willing to give everything for revenge and to become stronger?" Suing asked seriously, feeling that the statement was ambiguous, and added, "You don't need to sacrifice your life." Everything? At that moment, Ji Buxiao couldn't help but recall Lu Ren's arrogant face, thinking of the disdainful smile Lu Ren had when he embraced the childhood sweetheart he had secretly loved for years. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I am willing to give everything." "Good." Suing controlled the magic sword, the hilt hovering upward in front of him. "Use your hand to grasp the fragmented hilt." Ji Buxiao extended his right hand and grasped the hilt of the magic sword. Ding! Binding Sword Master, Ji Buxiao, this name, why does it sound a bit strange? The system's prompt made Suing pause for a moment, but he didn't think too much about it. System, bind it. Ding! 7th Sword Master, Ji Buxiao binding successful, is this all it takes? Ji Buxiao asked in confusion. After grasping the hilt, he didn't feel any connection with the sinister long sword in his hand. That's right, congratulations on becoming the master of the fragmented sword. Then how do I increase my strength? Fragmented? Ji Buxiao asked eagerly. He was somewhat impatient to press Lu Ren down and rub him into the ground. You should call me Sword Spirit Lord. Suing corrected the title. Oh, then Sword Spirit Lord. How do I increase my strength? It's simple, you just need to kill with the fragmented sword and offer a sacrifice to me. Oh, so I just need to kill. What? Kill? Ji Buxiao didn't react at first. What's wrong? Didn't you just say you were willing to give everything for revenge? But, hearing that increasing strength required killing, Ji Buxiao broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at the sinister blood-red long sword in his hand, he suddenly regretted his decision to become the swordmaster. What but? Are you going to back out? If I don't kill, is that okay? He hesitated but still asked. No. Suin directly refused. What a joke, if he didn't kill, then what kind of magic sword would he be? He might as well change the name to the kind sword. Wait a moment. Suin looked at Ji Buoxiao's frightened face and transmitted the information about the magic sword technique Blood Rain Sweet Dew. Ji Buoxiao was regretting when suddenly, a strange piece of information appeared in his mind. Blood Rain Sweet Dew? 10% no side effects, vitality. Sword Spirit Lord, is this for me? After digesting this information, Ji Buoxiao finally understood why the spirit of the fragmented sword wanted him to kill. However, this was still a bit much. What are you hesitating for? With your martial apprentice strength, how can you avenge your family? Sword Spirit Lord, my parents are still alive? Upon hearing this question, Ji Buoxiao clearly paused for a moment. Suin was also taken aback by his answer. However, he suddenly remembered that the other party's family being harmed seemed to be something he had imagined after noticing the raging anger in the other person's eyes, similar to Bai Yujing's. Then let me ask you, do you have a sister, and was she harmed? Sister harmed? But I don't have a sister. What about other siblings? I do have, Sword Spirit Lord. I have 2 older brothers, one named Ji Buochang, and the other Ji Boda. Are they dead? No, they are all alive, and they have been married for many years. Why are you suddenly checking my household registration? Ji Buoxiao scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. Ah, did I misjudge? Ji Buoxiao's answer made Suin fall into thought. It shouldn't be. The fierce anger in the other party's eyes didn't seem fake. Suin glanced at Ji Buoxiao's somewhat lame leg and his swollen eye corner, thinking to himself, since his family is still alive, there must be other reasons, right? Did I say something wrong? Ji Buoxiao felt a bit anxious. He could clearly sense that after he finished answering, the fragmented sword spirit suddenly fell silent. Moreover, this sword called Fragment was quite sinister, its entire blade shrouded in a mist of blood. How many people had to be killed for it to end up like this? He had never seen a weapon that could communicate with people. Even when the commander of the Changwu army came to recruit at Qingshan Martial Arts School, the mystical weapon used in the demonstration didn't possess such spirit. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. This was definitely a demonic sword. At that moment, the fear in Ji Buoxiao's heart overshadowed the joy of encountering a fortuitous event. Just as he stood there, feeling at a loss, the sword spirit spoke. Then let me ask you, why do you want revenge and to become stronger? Suin didn't want to guess anymore, so he asked directly. I have a childhood friend named Zhang Xiaoyu, and I've liked her for a long time. More than 10 years ago, when we were both young. Perhaps it was because this unrequited love had been bottled up for too long, or maybe it was due to fear or nervousness, but Ji Buoxiao began to ramble on like pouring out beans. Stop, just get to the important part. Seeing that the other party seemed to be starting a lengthy discourse, Suin coldly interrupted him. He wasn't interested in the other person's old stories. Oh, although he was a bit displeased at being interrupted, Ji Buoxiao didn't dare to get angry at this sword spirit. Otherwise, he might end up being cut down by this demonic sword. Here's the thing, sword spirit. My potential girlfriend was deceived by a guy named Lu Run, who relied on his status as a direct descendant of the Lu family in Shanchang. He even threatened that if he saw me interacting with my potential girlfriend again, he would break my legs during the next school competition. Is that it? Suin had expected Ji Buoxiao to say something earth-shattering, but it turned out to be just a love injury. Although Ji Buoxiao had a potential girlfriend, and Suin had been single in both of his lives, he still felt that in matters of love, the other party should call him senior. When Suin was in elementary school, a girl had once run up to him blushing and confessed her feelings, to which Suin had smiled and replied, "What a coincidence, I also like myself." Thus, he cleverly avoided the awkwardness of having no common topic. For instance, during his early teenage years, he once found an unsigned love letter in his desk and read it aloud during evening study to find out who had lost it, but unfortunately, no one claimed it in the end. There were many such incidents. Opportunities rained down on him like raindrops, yet he always managed to find the gaps between the raindrops and precisely dodge them, remaining a single dog. It must be said that this was an innate talent. But despite this, Suin felt he still had a say in matters of love. Ji Buoxiao, your vision is still too limited. Have you ever heard a saying? What saying? On the reverse flow river, 10,000 immortals retreat, love cannot withstand the tears of persistence. First time hearing it, Ji Buoxiao shook his head, indicating he hadn't heard of it. It means that to become an immortal, one needs persistence and effort. Love is just a joke. But sword spirit. I really like Zhang Xiaoyu, I've liked her for almost 10 years. Ji Buoxiao's gaze was somewhat complex. Then get your act together. At your age, you're still at the martial apprentice level. That's really pathetic. Have you heard of Bai Yujing? My last sword master was already at the peak of the martial saint realm at your age. Suyin said, exasperated. By the time you reach the martial saint realm, you won't have to worry about whether that Zhang something will like you. Listen to me, see if you can go to the Martial Supervision Bureau and become an executor, find a death row inmate to kill, and use the blood rain to enhance yourself. I guarantee you'll take off. Hiss. Peak of the martial saint realm. Ji Buxiao looked at the fragmented sword in his hand, his breath trembling. But can I really kill someone? Stop hesitating. Are you still a man? Do you still want revenge? Think about Lu Run, the one who took away your potential girlfriend. Do you still want to pin him down and make that Zhang something you look at you differently? The repeated pulling made Suyin a bit impatient, and his tone visibly worsened. I want to. Then listen to me. As long as you help me kill someone, the martial arts and techniques you want will all be yours. If you really feel pressured, you can kill a villain. Okay. Ji Buxiao sensed the change in the sword spirit's tone and knew that if he refused again, something bad would happen. Plus, he was indeed tempted, so he readily agreed. Not bad, not bad, now that sounds like it. Sui nodded in satisfaction, seeing that this sword master was quite obedient. But sword spirit, I've never killed anyone before. Can I try killing a fierce beast first? Ji Buxiao asked tentatively, realizing that the description of the blood rain did not specify that one had to kill a person. Sure. Sui knew that unless one was a heinous criminal who killed without remorse, it was unrealistic to expect a normal person who had never killed anyone to go on a rampage on their first day. It was also a good opportunity to test whether the blood rain had any effect on killing fierce beasts. He understood that one must take things step by step. The hardest part is actually taking the first step. Once that is done, the second, third, and countless steps will follow. After experiencing the rapid enhancement of the blood rain without side effects, Suing believed no one could refuse it. By then, he wouldn't even need to urge them, they would take the initiative. There is only a difference between 0 times and countless times. Anyway, with the immortal magic sword, Su Yin's demonic energy was still sufficient, he could afford to wait. By the way, there's one more thing. Ever since he could speak, Suing felt he had endless topics to discuss. Actually, I wanted to ask earlier, what do you mean by potential girlfriend? It means I like her, but I don't know if she likes me. Ji Buxiao scratched his head shyly. Isn't that just being a simp? Suing couldn't help but laugh. Ji Buxiao, don't worry, as long as you listen to me, even if you're a simp, you'll soon become a battle wolf. Originally, Ji Buxiao was worried about the consequences of having a treasure, planning not to come to school in the afternoon. But he didn't expect that after voicing this concern, the fragmented magic sword transformed right before his eyes, instantly changing from a bizarre blood-red long sword to a plain black sword, leaving him in shock. The change in appearance had no effect on the magic sword, so Suing agreed to this harmless request. As a well-mannered magic sword, generally speaking, as long as the sword master didn't completely give up, it wouldn't actively harm the sword master or interfere with their thoughts, at most just offering suggestions. Moreover, after all, it was he who chose the sword master, and the other party was still somewhat obedient. He decided to observe for a few days to see if there would be any surprises. In the Qingshan Martial Arts School, a short boy wearing a Qingshan school uniform, with a plain black sword at his waist, stumbled along the interwoven path under the trees. Suing saw groups of young martial artists walking together, chatting and laughing, before entering a large pavilion building not far ahead. He noticed that most of these students were at the martial apprentice level, but some had already reached the martial master realm. In the mid-stage of martial arts, Ji Buxiao was not considered outstanding here, but he was not at the bottom either, he was at a moderate level. Where is this place? Suing asked. Didn't we say we were going to hunt a fierce beast? Trial Pavilion. This is where our school accepts tasks. Some are issued by the school, and some are posted by individuals. Completing tasks earns you study points, which can be exchanged for resources for cultivation. As Ji Buxiao responded in his mind, one foot stepped into the hall of the Trial Pavilion. I plan to go to Yunmeng Mountain to hunt a few first-tier fierce beasts, so I came here first to see if there are any tasks available. If there are, I might as well take one to earn some study points. Suing thought it would be easier to apply for a position as an executor at the Martial Supervision Bureau rather than going through the trouble of doing tasks. Killing a few more people would be much better than dealing with these. However, he didn't say this out loud, as it sounded too paternalistic. Suing didn't like giving people advice, he preferred to be like Bai Yujing, who had his own opinions, abilities, and strong execution. In short, it would be best to do nothing and just lie back, continuously receiving resources. Moreover, saying too much didn't fit his aloof persona, maintaining the mystery of the demon sword was still very important. It was just that Suin had been silent for too long and was about to burst, plus Jibuxia was the first person to hear him speak, otherwise, he wouldn't bother to say much. If he didn't cooperate, he would just throw a death omen and move on. In this world, it was hard to find the four-legged sword king Sangxiang, but there were plenty of two-legged people who could wield a sword. About 10 minutes later, Jibuxia squeezed out of the crowd in the trial pavilion, holding a number plate representing the acceptance of a task. He chose a relatively simple one among the vast array of tasks. Task name, Yunmeng Deer Whip. Requirements, collect 5 Yunmeng Deer Whips. Difficulty, C. Task reward, 100 study points. The Yunmeng deer is a first-tier fierce beast that inhabits Yunmeng Mountain, usually living in groups, but during mating season, the male deer will leave the herd to live alone. Jibuxia chose the Yunmeng deer mainly because of its relatively gentle nature, making it easy to hunt with little danger. He also wanted to keep one of the task items to see if it had any effect. After carefully putting away the task number plate and the demon sword, Jibuxiao crossed the campus and hailed a taxi at the school gate, leaving Qingshan Martial Arts School No. 3. At the end of the dark tunnel, with the appearance of dazzling white light and the sound of rumbling railways, a tram with a dozen carriages rushed out of the dark tunnel and onto the elevated tracks above the city. This is the characteristic of Qingshan City, the cloud light rail. Due to the terrain and topography, Qingshan City has an extremely large number of mountains, both big and small, and countless wild and fierce beasts inhabit these mountains. Fortunately, these beasts generally do not leave their mountain habitats. Therefore, when planning Qingshan City, the Great Xia chose to build in accordance with the mountains. As a result, several famous martial arts clans in Qingshan City are located within the mountains, which also facilitates the training and honing of martial skills for the younger generation. The Cloud Light Rail was packed with people, almost every carriage was crowded. Jibuxiao, who had the privilege of a seat in the bustling crowd, sat upright on the long bench beside the Cloud Light Rail, holding the demon sword. Through the glass of the Cloud Light Rail, Suin looked down and could vaguely see a mountain range stretching for thousands of miles, its surface covered with towering forests. Is that Yunmeng Mountain? Suin asked Jibuxiao telepathically. Bai Yujing was too poor and had hardly used much technology-related items, so it was also Su Yin's first time riding such a peculiar mode of transportation, which made him quite curious. He remembered the last time, when Lao Hong took him on the Xingyuan train from Jianglan City to Ninghai City, allowing him to experience the feeling of first-class seating. That's right, Lord Sword Spirit, that's Yunmeng Mountain, Jibuxia said, gazing into the distance at the mountain shrouded in mist, casually communicating with Suin. However, this time, I'm only hunting Yunmeng deer on the outskirts of the mountain. The ferocious beasts deep within Yunmeng Mountain are too high in rank. With my strength, I can't venture too deep. It's fine, Suin didn't really care about that. The source of ferocious beasts was only half human, and he felt that killing ferocious beasts for blood rain and sweet dew was mostly useless. By the way, as a fragmented sword master, you might get targeted when you kill someone. Are there any major families or forces here that we should be aware of? Major forces? Xianfu Temple, Changwu Army, and the branch of the Martial God Hall should count. Jibuxia thought for a moment and added, on the other side of the Yunmeng mountain range, there's also a City of Innocence. City of Innocence? That sounds pretty good. Is killing a crime there? Suin asked. In the City of Innocence, anything you do is permitted. Then you should go there. As a fragmented sword master, Lord Sword Spirit will ensure your success, Suin encouraged. No way, Lord Sword Spirit, Jibuxia said with a bitter smile. It's easy to get into the City of Innocence, but hard to get out. You can only leave once a year. Once I go in, I can't come out. I see, then it seems there won't be an opportunity, Suin said, feeling a bit regretful after hearing this. By the way, can I ask you a question? Can you fly? Ha! Jibuxia was taken aback, not understanding why the fragmented sword spirit suddenly asked this. If you can't fly, you might be in trouble. Suin felt that Jibuxiao's luck was really not great. Just a moment ago, he had keenly sensed two extremely powerful auras fiercely clashing high up in the sky, 1,000 meters above. The chaos of the world's energy and the aftermath of the battle were earth-shattering, creating an astonishing momentum. To be able to maneuver in the air and act freely at such a high altitude, both of them were at least martial experts above the martial profound realm. However, although these two were originally far from the position of the cloud rail, they were not too far away, still separated by several kilometers, so logically, nothing should happen. But the route and direction of the cloud rail that Jibuxia was on just happened to be heading towards the location where those two high-ranking martial artists were fighting. Suin estimated that in no more than 10 seconds, this cloud rail would encounter those two high-ranking martial artists who, for some unknown reason, had appeared at this altitude. Each carriage of the cloud rail was engraved with array patterns, and with the array patterns enhancement, using high-quality essence stones as the foundation, it provided power to the formation, capable of resisting wind and some battle aftermath. But even so, it couldn't withstand a direct attack from experts above the martial profound realm. To encounter such a low-probability event while taking public transportation, Suin couldn't help but sigh that this cheap sword master was really unlucky. No, it should be said he was cursed with bad luck. Because Ji Bushu was on the cloud rail, if he were in a car, he could still jump out and run away, but on the cloud rail, he could only leave it to fate. Being able to fly was really important. Ha 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 ha. Two figures transformed into streams of light, colliding with each other at a speed invisible to the naked eye, each impact erupting with deafening booms. The thick clouds were scattered by the shockwaves of these two forces. A sturdy young man with a bare upper body and blood-red short hair was running through the clouds. Despite the flesh on his fists being nearly shattered, exposing white bone fragments, he continued to laugh wildly. What a thrill, truly exhilarating. Ha ha, the blood-haired youth laughed maniacally, revealing a set of sharp, snow-white teeth. Master Wudong, is your Qianhua temple affiliated with dogs? Even the Changwu army has stopped chasing me, so why are you so stubbornly clinging to me? As he spoke, the blood-haired youth's gaze was fixed like a hawk's, wary of the golden light opposite him, while the flesh on his fists continuously regenerated. When this blood-haired youth emerged from the bloodlight, an old monk in a golden robe, with white hair and beard, appeared from the golden light, looking frail and aged. Master Wudong stood in midair, holding a dark golden Zen staff, facing the blood-haired youth. They don't know that the War God's Guide is in your hands, he said, his tone neutral. Holy son of Blood Sea, hand over the War God's Guide that you stole from the War God Temple. The War God's Guide can never be taken by your Blood Sea demon cult. The Blood Sea demon cult is one of the three major evil sects within the Great Xia territory. Although the Great Xia government refuses to acknowledge the legitimacy of any religious groups within its borders, the path of martial arts is inherently difficult and requires vast resources for cultivation. The methods of the evil sects are simple, brutal, and yield quick results. Thus, over thousands of years, the number of cult followers in Great Xia has been increasing, with new evil organizations sprouting up like bamboo shoots after rain, repeatedly banned yet unceasing. The three major evil sects led by the Ghost Gathering, Blood Sea Demon Cult, and Beast God Church have emerged. The Holy Son of Blood Sea squinted slightly, his gaze flickering as he looked at Master Wudong, then burst into laughter. The War God's Guide? So this is what you want? He extended his palm, and the flesh that had just shattered above his fist and the white bone fragments had already returned to normal, appearing to have only sustained minor injuries. However, beneath the newly formed flesh, golden light similar to that of Master Wudong's golden Zen staff continuously surged, suggesting that things were not so simple. The Holy Son of Blood Sea flipped his palm upward, and an ice blue crystal appeared in his hand, floating quietly. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to have glistening veins hidden within. The War God's Guide. When this ice blue crystal appeared, a ripple emerged in the previously calm pupils of Master Wudong. The War God's Guide is indeed in your hands, Master Wudong said lightly. Return the War God's Guide. You were injured by my diamond demon subduing pestle just now. Have you noticed your recovery speed slowing down? Without answering, the Holy Son of Blood Sea covered his palm, and the ice blue crystal vanished from his hand. Seemingly sensing something, the corners of his mouth curled into a smirk, and he transformed into a beam of bloodlight, flying off into the distance. So what? If you want it, come and take it yourself. Watching the bloodlight fleeing into the distance, a cold glint flashed in Master Wudong's eyes as his body transformed into golden light and pursued after it. Why did he suddenly ask if he could fly? He definitely couldn't fly. What trouble would not being able to fly cause? Ji Bushu was puzzled by the words of the fragmented sword spirit. Just as he was about to ask what it meant again, he suddenly heard gasps from the crowd, as many leaned against the windows of the cloud train to look outside. Look quickly, it seems like a meteor is falling from the sky. Where? Let me see. Wow, it really is a meteor, with a fiery red tail, so beautiful. Wait, why is it getting closer to us? As the bloodlight drew nearer, someone finally realized. No, it's a person. That looks like a person. The once crowded train car suddenly erupted into chaos. Ji Bushu also got up from his seat, squeezed through the crowd blocking his way, and looked out the window. He could only see a dazzling crimson light growing larger in his field of vision. Bang! This unstoppable bloodlight crashed into one of the carriages of the cloud rail train that was in motion. In an instant, many bodies within that carriage exploded into large clouds of blood mist, as if it were a hell on earth. The blood mist merged into the body of the Blood Sea Saint, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face, which then transformed into a bloodlight that continued to flee towards the horizon. The cloud rail train was severed in half, toppling down from the high track, accompanied by the terrified screams of countless people falling from the sky. This scene caused the golden light that followed closely behind to come to an abrupt halt. Ah, I'll take my leave first, old monk. A boisterous laugh echoed from the horizon. Glancing at the crowd falling from the sky like rain, Master Wuding could only reluctantly abandon the thought of continuing the chase and flew towards the crowd. At the same time, the Shirley sword also fell from the sky. In the sky, countless people fell like dense raindrops, their terrified screams rising and falling. However, at that moment, a gentle golden light suddenly appeared beneath their bodies, slowly lifting them up. In their shocked and excited gazes, Master Wuding bathed in the golden light, resembling a true enlightened monk. The toppled cloud rail train was also lifted back onto the track by the golden light. Many faces were flushed with color, as if they had seen a savior. Great! It's Master Wudong from Qianfu Temple. We are saved. Thank goodness for Master Wuding this time. I will definitely go to Qianfu Temple to offer incense and make a vow tomorrow. That was really too thrilling. I almost thought I was going to die. After saving the affected pedestrians with his supernatural powers, Master Wuding did not hesitate for a moment and transformed into a beam of golden light, chasing after the direction the Blood Sea Saint had just left. But what he did not notice was that a plain, unadorned black long sword pierced through his golden light without obstruction, plunging straight downwards. The seventh swordmaster, Ji Buxiao, died just like that, in a low-probability event. The cause of death could be considered rather hasty. He was caught up in a battle between high-level warriors and died before he even understood what had happened. Just now, Suyin learned from the system about the death of this newly recognized, yet cheap swordmaster. Because of this, he obtained 2 mediocre techniques and martial skills through the magic sword inheritance. To be honest, Suyin did not feel any sadness over Ji Buxiao's death. As a magic sword, he had long been accustomed to changing sword masters. It was just a bit regrettable to lose a conversation partner. Although this sword master's performance was purely pedestrian in every aspect, even his name was, it was only now that the simple Suyin realized what Ji Buxiao's name meant. However, he initially had the thought of nurturing him a bit. For sword masters who were not completely hopeless, he would give some opportunities. What Suyin did not expect was that this sword master died so quickly. He almost broke Wang Fan's previous record. As the magic sword surely fell from the sky, Suyin fell into contemplation. This shouldn't be the case. Although he had encountered some poor sword masters before, they had still lived for over a week before he activated the magic sword technique Blood Sword, ominous. But this time, the duration from obtaining the magic sword to death seemed particularly short. Was it due to bad luck? With the bad luck having been reinforced twice in a row and still unable to be turned off, it seemed that the magic sword surely was not something a person with low fortune could wield. Even if forcibly bound, one would soon be killed by misfortune. It seems I can't look for those who obviously have bad luck. Their original fortune is already low, and being reduced by misfortune might even turn it negative. But where can I find those with high fortune? Suyin didn't expect that after advancing to the Xuanqi level and becoming stronger in every aspect, he would still struggle to find a sword master due to the negative effects of the cursed sword technique of misfortune. A nimble middle-aged figure swiftly darted through the darkness of the alley and then stopped in a concealed corner. After confirming that there was no one around and no other presence nearby, Han Tianyi pulled out an ancient book with a simple cover from his bosom, his face unable to hide his excitement. I've struck gold. This time I've really struck gold. Looking at the 4 characters Blood Sea Divine Art on the cover, he felt ecstatic in his heart. Han Tianyi was originally a guardian of the Blood Sea Demon sect, at the early stage of the Martial Lord realm. The cultivation method he practiced was a modified Shen-level technique derived from the Blood Sea Demon sect's treasured celestial-grade low-tier technique, the Blood Sea Divine Art. Although the Blood River technique had some shadows of the Blood Sea Divine Art, its side effects were much greater than the original, and its effectiveness was far inferior. Han Tianyi had once seen the Blood Sea Saint's son use the Blood Sea Divine Art from a distance during a gathering of the sect's followers. The aura was completely on a different level compared to the Blood River technique he practiced. No, the Blood River technique didn't even qualify to be compared with the Blood Sea Divine Art. As a guardian of the Blood Sea Demon sect, Han Tianyi had naturally fantasized about obtaining the Blood Sea Divine Art, but only the sect leader and the saint's sons and daughters could cultivate it. Yet today, he had actually obtained it. Just a moment ago, Han Tianyi had coincidentally seen the Blood Sea Saint's son transform into a blood shadow and fly towards the distant horizon from a hidden corner, followed closely by a golden light. Was he being chased? Han Tianyi chose not to pursue and help but immediately rushed to this corner. After carefully searching, he discovered an unnatural patch of earth. After digging it up, he found a small box. Perhaps due to the urgency of the situation, the small box had no restrictions and was easily opened by him. Upon opening it, he found the Blood Sea Divine Art lying inside, along with a crystal blue crystal with shimmering veins. Han Tianyi speculated that the reason the Blood Sea Saint's son had done this was likely to return for the small box after completely shaking off his pursuers, but unexpectedly, it had led to him striking a big bargain. Although he didn't know what this ice blue crystal was, it couldn't be anything inferior to be placed alongside the Blood Sea Divine Art. As he took these two items out of the small box, he already had a decision in his heart about what to do next. He would no longer be a guardian of the Blood Sea Demon sect. With the Blood Sea Divine Art, he could soar high like a fish leaping into the sky, and fly freely like a bird across the vast sea. The world was so big, where couldn't he go? In the future, just as Han Tianyi was lost in his fantasies, a sudden rush of air broke through above his head. Who is ambushing? The sudden pressure of death made his pupils constrict sharply. In an instant, Han Tianyi was enveloped in red mist, a pungent smell of blood emanating from his body, and he explosively retreated. At the same time, he drew the long knife from his waist, his eyes filled with vigilance. The blade was still stained with fresh blood, as if someone had just been killed not long ago. However, to his surprise, the anticipated next wave of attack did not come. Yet Han Tianyi did not lower his guard, still holding the knife with vigilance. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. It was only then that Han Tianyi noticed a sword stuck in the ground not far in front of him. The weapon that had almost killed him was actually a plain, unadorned black long sword. This long sword had fallen from the sky, brushing past the tip of his nose. After waiting for a while longer, everything remained silent with no changes. The only difference was that there was a sword on the ground in front of him. What's going on here? Suyin had just been lost in thought, completely unaware that the magic sword had nearly killed someone. By the time he reacted, the other person had already retreated several meters away, holding a knife and looking on guard. Is this considered a form of high-altitude projectile? He thought with a hint of dark humor. Not far away stood a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, with a mature appearance, prominent cheekbones, and dressed in a red and black outfit that made him look like a tough character. A blood-colored mist, similar to that of the magic sword, surrounded his body, and there were bloodstains on the long knife in his hand. Just one glance at the color told Suyin that this blood was not from anywhere else but human blood. The intensity of his vital energy was at the early stage of the martial lord realm, which was decent for his age, just passable. While Han Tianyi was observing the magic sword, Suyin was also secretly watching the man he had almost accidentally killed with his high-altitude projectile. He looked like a tough character, cautious by nature, not averse to killing, and his martial arts realm was neither high nor low. Su Yin's first impression of this man was quite good. The previous sword master had been unfortunate enough to die in an air disaster, and now he was in a period without a sword master, just thinking about where to find a reliable sword master to develop. What a coincidence, there was one right in front of him. Han Tianyi had been on guard for a while, but the person who had ambushed him never appeared. He felt a bit puzzled, holding the long knife horizontally in front of him while quietly retreating. But just then, he noticed that the pitch-black long sword that had been stuck in the ground was changing. The blade and hilt were suddenly covered by a strange black flame, and after a moment, the plain-looking black long sword had completely transformed. Shrouded in blood mist, it emitted an eerie red glow, and on the hilt, there was a vividly lifelike pattern resembling an evil eye, with a flash of black light that sent chills down his spine and shook his spirit. The sword tassel fluttered in the blood mist, and on the jade plate of the tassel, there were 2 golden characters written in intricate strokes. The magic sword had directly restored its true form right in front of him. Geely? Han Tianyi couldn't help but utter the name of the sword. What a fierce sword! How many people must have been killed for the blood mist to condense like this? Is this a magic sword? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the magic sword Geely, which had been embedded in the ground, seemingly pulled out by an invisible force from below. The blood-colored sword body gradually rose, floating in the air. The next second, it shot towards him, a sharp sword edge aimed directly at his face. Han Tianyi's pupils slightly contracted, and the blood-colored true essence within him suddenly erupted. Bloodlight burst forth from the long knife as he raised it in front of him, unhesitatingly slashing down at the rapidly approaching magic sword Geely. He just needed to block it for a moment. However, to his shock, at the instant the long knife in his hand made contact with the sword edge of the magic sword, it was as if he had collided with a passing dragon. In just a moment, the low-grade spirit weapon long knife shattered with a loud bang, and the sword edge of the magic sword continued unabated, piercing straight towards his face. Not good, this is it. Han Tianyi was stunned. He never expected his knife wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow. The sword edge in his line of sight kept growing larger, and he despairingly closed his eyes. It seemed he was going to die here today, Han Tianyi bitterly thought. He had just obtained the coveted Blood Sea Divine Art, believing himself to be destined for greatness. Who would have thought that instead of being killed by the Blood Sea Saint's son, he would be killed by a sword master he hadn't even seen, who hadn't even appeared? Han Tianyi closed his eyes, a bitter smile on his lips, quietly waiting for death to arrive. He knew that at the moment the long knife shattered, death had already been sealed. He had heard that when a person is about to die, many past events would flash through their mind. A person's life would appear like a revolving lantern, quickly unfolding before their eyes. At this moment, he recalled many things from the past, his thoughts gradually scattering. Before him, it seemed that the lantern of life truly appeared. Han Tianyi remembered how, as a child, he became an orphan after his parents died in a beast tide, struggling to grow up and experiencing the coldness of human relationships and the dangers of the world. He recalled the excitement he felt when he first joined a gang and successfully practiced the god-slaying technique, stepping from an ordinary person into the realm of martial artists. He remembered his youthful arrogance, full of ambition, determined to make a name for himself in this cannibalistic world, only to realize that his talent and comprehension were merely average, even inferior to most. He thought back to the humiliation he suffered when he was trampled underfoot, forcing a smile of humiliation while secretly vowing to become a powerful martial lord to regain his lost dignity and avenge his former self. He remembered how, due to his lack of talent, he went from being underestimated in his youth to being looked down upon in middle age, eventually joining the Blood Sea Demon sect as a disciple, feeling both excitement and fear the first time he killed, followed by coldness and numbness. He recalled that although he barely entered the martial lord realm at 35 due to the Blood River technique, he struggled for over a decade to make any progress because of its side effects, and the suffocating aura that surrounded him when using true essence. He thought to himself, it seemed there was nothing left to remember. Alas, he never expected that his life would be filled with so many events, and even watching the lantern of life would take so long. It was just a pity. Han Tianyi? At this point, Han Tianyi suddenly felt that something was amiss, sensing a hint of unnaturalness in his heart. Something was wrong. How could he still be alive after the lantern of life had finished? Wasn't this wait for death a bit too long? With this thought, Han Tianyi's eyelids twitched slightly, and his eyes, having been closed for too long, slowly opened, feeling a bit sore. He shifted his gaze to his chest, realizing that the scene he had imagined, his chest pierced by the demonic sword radiating an eerie red light, had not occurred. He was somewhat puzzled by the current situation. Where was that sword? Han Tianyi gradually lifted his head and looked up. There, the demonic sword named Fragmented, which had been shrouded in blood mist and radiating an eerie red light, was quietly hovering before him. However, it no longer exuded the fierce, bloodthirsty aura it had before. What was going on now? This guy had been standing there motionless since he closed his eyes. What was he doing? Suyin was somewhat confused. He had already posed for a long time. Fortunately, Suyin was unaware of Han Tianyi's thoughts. If he had known that during this time, the other party had already replayed the lantern of life in his mind, he would have surely burst out laughing. His gaze fell upon the now quiet and non-aggressive demonic sword, Fragmented, hovering in front of him. Han Tianyi's expression became somewhat subtle for a moment. The shattered long knife still lay on the ground, while the sword that had shattered it was right before him. Although he practiced the demonic Blood River technique, he had reached the martial lord realm and experienced many things. Han Tianyi was certainly not a fool. He had originally thought that he was being targeted by some unknown martial arts expert due to the Blood Sea Divine technique or that mysterious ice blue crystal, but now, it seemed that the situation might not be as he had guessed. Since the appearance of this sword, so much time has passed, and that mysterious sword master has yet to show up. Moreover, just now, he could say he had no defense at all. If someone truly had their sights set on the Blood Sea Divine art to kill and seize treasures, he would have been dead long ago. There's no way he could still be standing here like this. Therefore, there is only one possibility left. There is no so-called sword master, and he hasn't been targeted by anyone. This sword is ownerless. Just now, the sword acted on its own. As Han Tianyi was thinking this, he noticed the blood mist beside him surging, forming a large, bright red character in front of him. Contract. The demonic sword, radiating an eerie red glow, circled in the air before descending with the sword tip pointing down and the hilt facing up, landing right in front of him, perfectly positioned for his right hand to grasp. Do you mean for me to hold the hilt? Han Tianyi asked. After he spoke, he seemed to see the eerie red glow on the blade of the demonic sword named Zhili flicker for a moment. It really was so. Could it be that this sword, which shattered my long knife but didn't kill me, wants me to use it? Looking at the hilt before him, Han Tianyi thought to himself, eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining one must be the truth. From the speed of the sword just now, it was not that he couldn't react, he simply made the wrong decision, leading to the destruction of his knife. He actually had two choices now. One was to secretly operate the Blood River art and leave without looking back, avoiding this seemingly evil demonic sword. The other was to grasp the hilt. Based on the character contract just now, if he did so, there was a high possibility he would obtain this demonic sword, which might be his opportunity. After only a moment of thought, Han Tianyi made his decision. In the path of martial arts, one either advances or retreats, fighting against heaven and man. He came from a background of scattered cultivators, unlike those who were systematically trained in martial arts schools, nor like those from martial arts families who had laid their foundations from a young age. Han Tianyi had no one to rely on since childhood. All his strength came from competing with others, fighting for techniques, resources, divine weapons, and status, striving to break free from the shackles of fate and become someone extraordinary. How could he not fight? Joining the Blood Sea Demon cult and becoming a steward only granted him the highly detrimental Blood River art. But now, he had obtained the low-grade celestial technique Blood Sea Divine Art, and this demonic sword Geely matched the Blood Sea Divine Art in every aspect. Now, the opportunity to become stronger lay before him, and he had no reason to refuse. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Han Tianyi grasped the hilt of the eerie blood sword before him. Just as Han Tianyi reached out to grasp the hilt of the demonic sword Geely, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Do you wish to bind the sword master, Han Tianyi? System, bind. Suing did not hesitate and chose to bind. His earlier display of martial prowess was precisely to make the other party understand the power of the demonic sword, right? Plus, the other party was enveloped in blood mist, clearly practicing demonic techniques, and had undoubtedly killed many innocents. Binding someone like this meant he wouldn't have to say much. The other party would actively work for him. Ding! 8th Sword Master, Han Tianyi binding successful. While binding Han Tianyi, Suing also casually activated the enhancement aura. This sword master likely appeared older than his actual age due to overexerting his life force from practicing demonic techniques. Moreover, he was surrounded by a sinister aura, and when using true essence, he even produced a blood mist aura, looking as if his life was nearing its end. Suing actually had high hopes for this sword master, so he didn't want to see him die from the sinister energy before he could shine. As a demonic martial artist, Han Tianyi had certainly killed many innocent people. But as a magic sword, Suing does not reject the flesh and blood of the good, nor does he reject the practitioners of the demonic path. The sword master has a strong sense of justice, and it is certainly good to use the magic sword to cut down evil, but he also knows that there are all kinds of people in the world, and it is unrealistic to expect all sword masters to be like this. Therefore, his requirements are not high. As long as the sword master is not too outrageous and can help the magic sword improve its rank, that would be an excellent sword master in his eyes. After reinforcing it twice in a row, the magic sword's skill enhancement aura had an immediate effect, increasing all attributes by 3 points. As soon as Suing activated the aura, Han Tianyi felt it. What is this feeling? Han Tianyi's pupils constricted, and his hand gripping the magic sword trembled slightly. He couldn't tell if it was his illusion. Just a moment ago, when he reached out to grasp the sword, he felt a significant enhancement in his physical strength and leg agility in an instant. His body, which had been increasingly withered due to practicing the Blood River technique, suddenly regained vitality. The fog of lethargy that often clouded his mind seemed to clear, as if a spring of fresh water had flowed through, awakening his senses, and the blood-colored mist around him dissipated considerably at that moment. Han Tianyi felt as if his body had recovered from a state of near-death to a relatively healthy level. Was it because of this magic sword? Just holding it had such miraculous effects. How could Han Tianyi not realize that this sword was a treasure? He never expected that at the age of 48, nearing the age of knowing one's destiny, he would have such an opportunity. A phrase suddenly came to his mind. Lianpei is old, yet can he still eat? Of course he can. Han Tianyi's gaze became fervent, and he even wanted to laugh out loud, but he held it back. He prepared to leave this place and find a safe spot. After securely stowing the Blood Sea Divine Technique and the ice blue crystal, he looked at the magic sword in his hand, feeling troubled. I need to find a sheath. Going out like this is too conspicuous. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the blood-red mist of the long sword in his hand reintegrate into the blade, the eerie red glow on the sword dissipating, leaving only the blood color, and the Geely Jade token vanished with the wind. It can do that? And such strong spirituality. After exclaiming in surprise, he concealed the disguised magic sword behind him. Han Tianyi hurried along, disappearing into the distance in a few swift movements. With the disguised magic sword on his back, Han Tianyi walked down the street with an expression as usual, looking no different from the ordinary warriors. But only he knew that he was carrying 3 precious treasures. Walking down the street like this, he felt somewhat like a child carrying gold through a bustling market, thinking that there was no need for him to act overly cautious. Although his cultivation at the martial lord level was indeed considered high among ordinary people, the things he carried were treasures coveted even by powerful figures at the martial profound and martial sovereign levels. Han Tianyi understood very well that in front of those true powerhouses, he was hardly worth noticing. Therefore, he did not become arrogant due to his astonishing unexpected gains. After the initial excitement passed, he forced himself to calm down. After passing through the bustling market, Han Tianyi changed direction and walked for a while longer. Suing noticed that the number of warriors they brushed past in this direction was increasing. However, judging from the auras of these warriors, the strongest among them were only at the level of great martial masters or martial lords. Han Tianyi hurried along a winding path shaded by trees on both sides. The winding path led to a secluded area. Soon, he arrived in front of a not very large but tall tower-like building. The air here seemed much fresher than in other places, and the energy content in the air appeared to be higher. Just breathing normally seemed to clear one's mind considerably. The tower-like building was inscribed with the elegant small seal characters spelling out Martial Refinement Tower. Han Tianyi greedily took a deep breath, pushed open the large door, and strode into the hall of the Martial Refinement Tower. In the center of the circular hall was a reception desk. Unlike the classical tranquility outside, the spacious hall was bustling with people, the atmosphere quite lively. However, despite the crowd, there was little conversation. Everyone appeared hurried, as if they were all pressed for time. After entering, Han Tianyi also remained quiet, walking straight to the reception desk in the hall. There happened to be no one near the desk. Seeing him approach, a female receptionist behind the desk smiled and asked, "Excuse me, sir, are you here to cultivate in the Martial Refinement Tower?" "Sir?" Upon hearing this address, Suyin also turned her gaze to Han Tianyi. Although this sword master looked somewhat mature, with graying hair and beard, he seemed to be no more than 40 or 50 at most based on his bone age. How could he be called sir? Age is a sensitive topic for martial artists. Woman, you are courting death. This man is a practitioner of the blood path, a demonic martial artist. Speaking like that could get you killed. However, to Su Yin's surprise, Han Tianyi did not react as she expected. After a brief moment of astonishment, he reached up to touch his face and hair, murmuring, "Do I really look that old? Ah, I'm so sorry, really sorry." Seeing Han Tianyi's reaction, the female receptionist realized she had misspoken and quickly apologized. Not pursuing the issue of the receptionist's address, Han Tianyi asked, "Are there any available cultivation rooms?" Yes. After quickly checking the information on available cultivation rooms on her computer, the receptionist looked up at Han Tianyi with some regret and said, "However, the cultivation rooms on the upper floors are all full, but there is one available on the lower floor. Would that be acceptable?" "That's fine." Han Tianyi nodded slightly. He didn't care much about whether it was the upper or lower floor, as long as there was a place for him to quietly cultivate the Blood Sea Divine Art. "All right. For the lower floor cultivation room, it costs 10 low-grade spirit stones or 1 mid-grade spirit stone per hour." Han Tianyi nodded, feeling a slight pang in his heart as he placed 2 faintly glowing light blue stones on the reception desk. They were semi-transparent and looked stunning under the hall's lighting. "So this is a spirit stone? It really does look quite beautiful." Although he had always known about such things, it was Su Yin's first time seeing them in person. 2 hours. Okay. Handing a token to Han Tianyi, the female receptionist continued, "Your cultivation room is on the 3rd floor." Han Tianyi accepted the token, crossed through the crowd, and disappeared at the entrance of the spiral staircase beside the 1st floor hall. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he found his cultivation room and walked inside. As soon as he entered, a feeling of focus and tranquility enveloped Han Tianyi's heart, as if his thoughts had become much clearer. He casually placed the token into a recess beside the door, and a faint patterned curtain rose at the entrance. Inside the Martial Refinement Tower, there were special formations for gathering essence and concealment, allowing practitioners to enhance their understanding of their techniques while blocking prying eyes. Han Tianyi did not delay. He sat cross-legged in the cultivation room, placing the ancient book of the Blood Sea Divine Art before him. He had come to the Martial Refinement Tower specifically to cultivate this art. After quickly flipping through the ancient book and memorizing the mental techniques, Han Tianyi slowly closed his eyes, immersing his mind to begin his comprehension. As 2 hours approached, nothing unexpected occurred. In a place typically prone to accidents, there had been no incidents. Han Tianyi's luck seemed to be much stronger than Ji Bixiao's. Could this be considered withstanding the ominous fate of the demonic sword? Looking at Han Tianyi, who was sitting cross-legged and gradually surrounded by a blood mist as he comprehended the technique, Suyin thought to himself, "The Blood Sea Divine Art truly deserves its status as a celestial level technique." With the assistance of the Gathering Yuan formation and the Magic Sword's enhancement aura, Han Tianyi successfully stepped into the first layer of the entry-level realm of the Blood Sea Divine Art. Han Tianyi opened his eyes, and a flash of bloodlight flickered in his pupils. Although he had just entered the realm, the speed at which the true essence in his dantian naturally recovered was significantly faster than before. With each breath, the world's vital energy was refined into his body, far surpassing the previous Shen-level Blood River technique. Han Tianyi originally wanted to continue his comprehension. However, without the aid of fresh blood, the progress of understanding the Blood Sea Divine Art was too slow, and reluctantly, he had to withdraw his mind from the comprehension. Looking at the time, there was still a little less than 2 hours left. Thus, he stood up, unfastened the magic sword from his back, and held it in his hand. Han Tianyi's gaze towards the magic sword was somewhat subtle. He had previously been a saber practitioner, and the martial techniques he used were mostly related to saber techniques. As for the long sword, to be honest, it was his first time using one. But since saber and sword share the same origin, although he had never learned sword techniques, he still knew the common foundational 3 sword forms: the slashing sword form, the cutting sword form, and the lifting sword form. In the training room, Han Tianyi practiced the basic 3 sword forms with the magic sword. To be honest, even though he was holding a sword, it felt like he was using a saber no matter how he wielded it. So ugly. Who? The sudden voice that appeared in the training room startled Han Tianyi. His sword movements were broad and forceful, emphasizing strength and clumsiness, completely lacking the agility of a long sword, making it look as if he was using a saber. If the magic sword Jili was a heavy sword, then it looked acceptable in that context. However, as a long sword, Han Tianyi's way of using it was somewhat ugly, to the point that Suing couldn't help but voice his criticism through the magic sword. Who is speaking? Show yourself! Han Tianyi shouted loudly, simultaneously raising the magic sword in front of him. The blood mist suddenly erupted from his body, and in that moment, his figure instantly retreated to the corner of the training room, his gaze warily scanning every corner of the room. In the empty training room, the sudden voice startled Han Tianyi. He had completely failed to notice anyone's presence here. He, I am the sword spirit of the sword in your hand. Seeing Han Tianyi's expression, Suing suddenly felt playful and replied in an aged voice, Sword spirit? Hearing this voice again, he repeated the 2 words in his mouth. Only then did Han Tianyi realize that this voice seemed to have appeared suddenly in his heart rather than being heard by his ears. He curiously brought the magic sword he was holding in his right hand closer to him. Was that you speaking just now? Indeed, it was me, Suing said, causing the sword body of the magic sword to flicker slightly, his hoarse and aged voice resonating in Han Tianyi's heart. Your swordplay just now was truly ugly. Among all my previous sword masters, your swordsmanship is the worst. Was Han Tianyi's swordsmanship really the worst? In fact, Suing didn't know. It depended on who he was compared to. Compared to Bai Yujing, it was certainly not worth mentioning. After all, Bai Yujing had already become a peak martial saint-level unparalleled expert by the end. However, if compared to Ji Buoxiao, well, Upon hearing the sword spirit say that his swordsmanship was poor, Han Tianyi felt a slight anger in his heart, but he quickly reacted, his expression gradually turning to shock. This sword actually had a sword spirit? Moreover, it was so intelligent that it could communicate normally? Although Han Tianyi had heard that spiritual weapons above a certain level might possess intelligence, he had never heard of a weapon spirit that could communicate with people normally. Among the previous sword masters of the magic sword Jili, there was once a peak martial saint-level top warrior who, not long ago, single-handedly annihilated tens of thousands in the Mountain River province. Compared to him, little Han, you're still far behind. A peak martial saint realm? One sword annihilating tens of thousands? Han Tianyi recalled the terrifying event a few days ago in Shanhai province, where an unknown entity had wiped out thousands with a single sword strike from afar. That bizarre incident was actually related to the sword in front of him? He had been at the scene, witnessing an unfamiliar person nearby beheaded by a blood-red blade that emerged from the void, only to disintegrate afterward. At that time, Han Tianyi had been grateful that the sword hadn't struck him. But now, upon reflection, the blood-red blade that had emerged from the void did seem somewhat similar to the demonic sword he held in his hand. That sword was now in Han Tianyi's possession? Thinking of this, Han Tianyi covered his chest with his hand, feeling his heart pounding. Wait a minute, since the demonic sword is a weapon of a peak martial saint, what about this martial saint senior now? Han Tianyi suddenly realized a blind spot. He wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but he felt the sword spirit had fallen silent for a moment. He is dead. After a brief silence, the sword spirit's deep voice resonated in his heart, startling Han Tianyi. A peak martial saint had actually died. What kind of person could kill an existence capable of slaying thousands with a single sword strike from the void? He quickly asked with his thoughts, how did he die? It's a long story. He used a secret method to temporarily elevate his realm by 2 major levels, and after the secret method ended, he died. Hiss! There's actually a secret method in the world that can directly elevate 2 major realms? Han Tianyi gasped. What? Are you interested in this secret method? Suing asked with interest. No thanks, I don't want to die that quickly. Han Tianyi shook his head. Only a fool would use a secret method that leads to death. Although the effect of this secret method was astonishing, the side effects were equally terrifying, with the cost being death. If one was dead, what was the use of killing the enemy? As a selfish and life-loving demonic martial artist, Han Tianyi couldn't understand such behavior. To gain is to lose. This is the law of the world. nothing more to say, just a matter of choice. He chose to burn his life to achieve his goals. That is a true man. Suin said somewhat discontentedly. As the former master of the demonic sword, he was no fool. You should be more respectful. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Han Tianyi did not refute. He knew he had spoken carelessly, and it seemed indeed inappropriate to say such things in front of the sword spirit. At this moment, he took the opportunity to step down. Let's not talk about that anymore. You are now the master of the demonic sword. As the sword master, your task is to kill with the demonic sword. Of course, in return, I will help you enhance your strength. At this point, Suin selectively transmitted some information about the demonic sword techniques to Han Tianyi, such as blood rain, absolute kill, enhancement aura, blood-colored yellow spring. However, he did not mention the negative demonic sword technique, blood sword, ominous. Blood rain enters the path through killing, replenishing vitality, ignoring qualification bottlenecks, growing stronger with each kill. Absolute kill can directly injure as long as it targets the enemy. Holding the demonic sword enhances all six-dimensional attributes: strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, perception, and reason. Blood-colored yellow spring can restore all states just by killing. When Han Tianyi received the information in his mind, his expression first froze, then his breathing quickly became heavy. He looked at the demonic sword in his hand with fervent eyes, as if gazing at a rare treasure. No wonder when he had gripped the hilt earlier, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, and his body regained vitality. It seemed to be the power of the demonic sword's enhancement aura. Although he had not yet tested other abilities, just from the effect of the enhancement aura, it was clear that the other powers of the demon sword were equally formidable. This is not the full power of the demon sword. It's just the tip of the iceberg of its abilities. Every time you kill someone, the power of the demon sword can be strengthened. If you kill enough people, perhaps even more powerful abilities will emerge. This was not even the strongest state of the demon sword. It could continue to grow stronger as long as it killed. Han Tianyi's eyes burned with excitement. He suddenly felt that compared to the Blood Sea divine art, the demon sword was the greatest opportunity he had gained today. As a former steward of the Blood Sea demon sect, Han Tianyi was not short-sighted. He knew that some high-grade weapons could gain new characteristics by fusing with enhancement materials, such as fusing with ice crystal cold soul to obtain the frost characteristic. However, any enhancement material that could be fused into a weapon was extremely rare and precious. The demon sword actually grew stronger through killing, thereby gaining even more powerful abilities? Han Tianyi did not think this condition was too high. On the contrary, he felt it was too easy. After all, it only required killing, without any other additional conditions. No wonder the sword spirit said his swordsmanship was the worst among its previous masters. It was likely that its previous masters were all exceptionally talented individuals. Now that this sword was in his hands, could he also? Seeing the fiery look in Han Tianyi's eyes, Suing knew he had achieved his goal. Unlike before, when he could only passively wait for the swordmaster to discover the characteristics of the demon sword, now he could directly make the swordmaster understand what he wanted. Skipping the waiting time, he went straight to the point. As Suing had anticipated, under his persuasion, Han Tianyi was indeed very tempted. Moreover, he was itching to try. He couldn't wait to test the abilities of the demon sword, especially the blood rain sweet dew. With this thought, Han Tianyi lost interest in continuing to comprehend the Blood Sea divine art. He arrived at the door of the training room and took the token from the recess. After removing the token, the light-colored pattern at the entrance gradually dimmed and then disappeared. Han Tianyi stepped out, and as he went downstairs, he noticed that the patterns outside the other rooms on this floor were still active, indicating that there were people inside comprehending techniques or honing their martial skills. Although the Martial Refinement Tower charged a hefty fee, the training rooms here were always in high demand. Compared to hoping for a sudden enlightenment of powerful martial skills between life and death, it was clear that most martial artists from relatively well-off families preferred to cultivate in the Martial Refinement Tower, which was a comparatively safer method. After going downstairs, Han Tianyi crossed the crowd and walked straight to the front desk. As he passed by, the nearby martial artists subtly changed their expressions and took a small step back, making way for him, covering their mouths and noses, but no one said anything more. Although he looked quite friendly, the strong smell of blood on him and the powerful aura seeping from his body clearly indicated he was a tough character, and no one wanted to cause trouble. Due to just having operated his technique, Han Tianyi's aura had not yet retracted, and the lingering smell of blood had not completely dissipated. The receptionist was a young woman, but not the one who had attended to Han Tianyi earlier. At this moment, smelling the blood on Han Tianyi, her face turned a bit pale, but she still stood up. I would like to extend my training room for another 2 hours. He left 2 medium-grade essence stones at the front desk, showed the receptionist the token for the training room, but did not return the token. Han Tianyi said lightly, "However, I need to step out for a bit. I will be back soon." Okay. After the receptionist lowered her head and operated the computer for a moment, she timidly said, "The training room has been reserved for you. Just return the token here when you leave." Han Tianyi replied simply, no longer saying much, and turned to walk towards the entrance of the martial refinement tower. He planned to venture into the mountains and test the capabilities of the demon sword against a few small teams in the area. After all, killing people in broad daylight within Qingshan City was not impossible, but it was rather blatant and could easily attract the attention of the Martial Supervision Bureau or the Chongshan Army. However, once outside the boundaries of Qingshan City, it was a matter of relying on one's own abilities, with life and death left to fate. As a practitioner of the demonic path, Han Tianyi was unscrupulous, but he did not hold double standards. He allowed himself to kill others, but at the same time, he accepted the possibility of being killed if his strength was insufficient. Qingshan City was built against the mountains, with many mountains both inside and outside the city. Among them, many mountains were inhabited by ferocious beasts, and the flesh, blood, and materials from these beasts were valuable resources. Therefore, despite the dangers, there was no shortage of adventurers here. There were also vast mountain ranges like the Yunmeng Mountains that stretched for thousands of miles. Thus, unlike Ninghai City, which had a yellow intermediate danger level, Qingshan City had an orange high danger level, second only to the red critical danger level. Consequently, the forces stationed here were not ordinary troops, but the elite army of the Great Xia, the Chongmu Army. Ilong Mountain, a large mountain not far from Qingshan City, was said to have once had a fissure from which a star beast dragon king emerged, only to be slain by the young general Zhuyan of the Chongshan army. Scalding dragon blood rained down from the sky, nourishing the forest, and the dragon bones fell to the mountain, becoming Ilong Mountain. Of course, these were just rumors, but they did not dampen the enthusiasm of the endless stream of adventurers entering the mountain. Han Tianyi had just entered Ilong Mountain for a short while when he discovered a school team led by a teacher, dressed in matching uniforms with a Mountain Sea emblem on their chests. These were likely students from Shanghai University, here to complete tasks and earn credits, and the teacher leading them was quite powerful, so Han Tianyi did not provoke them as he passed by. Instead, he continued deeper into the mountain. Han Tianyi first found a few solitary low-level ferocious beasts and killed them with the demon sword. After noticing that the blood rain and sweet dew remained quiet and still, he abandoned the plan to continue hunting ferocious beasts and instead began to ambush solitary martial artists entering the mountain. When he beheaded the first martial artist, who died with unclosed eyes, with the demon sword, a pure force of blood and energy flowed from the sword's hilt into his body. This discovery made Han Tianyi's eyes widen. He had just killed a martial artist at the martial disciple level, and the ability of the demon sword, blood rain, and sweet dew had actually provided him with energy equivalent to more than half a month of hard training with the Blood River technique. Importantly, this energy was completely pure and fully transformed into his own strength. After ambushing a 6-member adventurer team, 3 solitary grand martial artists, and 1 hunter in the mountains, he felt his dantian stirring restlessly. He, who had been stuck at the early stage of the martial monarch realm due to practicing the Blood River technique, was about to break through. Han Tianyi suppressed the surging blood energy within him and rushed towards the martial refinement tower, where it was safe to break through. "Xiao Han, you're performing well," Sui nodded in satisfaction, deciding to give him a little more incentive. Breathing technique? While rushing, Han Tianyi suddenly stopped, realizing he had learned a technique called the breathing technique. He was a clever person and immediately understood it was the power of the demon sword. "Thank you, sword spirit." After adjusting his breathing rhythm and calming the energy within, retracting the blood energy back into his body, Han Tianyi sped back to the martial refinement tower at an even faster pace, racing straight towards the spiral staircase at the side of the hall without pausing for a moment. Wait a moment." The timid receptionist saw Han Tianyi and was about to speak when she noticed that he had already ascended the stairs in the blink of an eye. The receptionist was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting him to move so quickly. She hurriedly got up from the front desk and chased after him up the spiral staircase. Han Tianyi went straight to the 3rd floor, heading directly for the location of the cultivation room he had just been in. However, as he approached the door, he realized that the door to the cultivation room was not closed but slightly ajar. Han Tianyi frowned immediately, as he clearly remembered closing the door when he left. The materials for setting up the Gathering Yuan array were quite rare, so the entire martial refinement tower shared one Gathering Yuan array, controlled by the token obtained from the front desk, which was linked to the concealment array. The token controlling this cultivation room's concealment array was in his hand. Therefore, when Han Tianyi reached the door, he could distinctly sense that there was still a person's presence inside his cultivation room, and that person was still cultivating. What was going on? Did this mean someone had taken over his cultivation room? Han Tianyi intended to push the door open and reason with the person inside. He didn't want to kill anyone in Qingshan City, especially not in the Martial Refinement Tower. However, just as he placed his hand on the door, a cold, indifferent young voice came from behind it. Get lost. The owner of this voice showed no signs of hiding his demeanor, as if he were the true master of the cultivation room. A flash of crimson crossed Han Tianyi's eyes. Ever since he broke through to the Martial Lord realm, it had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him like that. Moreover, the presence of the person inside was not strong, only around the Martial Master realm. What gave him such confidence? At that moment, a petite figure appeared at the top of the spiral staircase, panting heavily as she ran up. It was the timid receptionist from the front desk. The earlier command to get lost had been so forceful and unrestrained that she had heard it even from the staircase. See customer. I'm really sorry, just now when you weren't here, I told the guest inside that this cultivation room had been reserved by you and that the payment had been made. But this guest insisted on. The receptionist stammered in her anxiety, and before she could finish her sentence, she saw Han Tianyi push the door open and walk in. She was immediately frozen in place, realizing something was wrong, and quickly followed him inside. However, as soon as she entered, she heard a rather explosive voice. Did I not make myself clear, or are you deaf, old man? A tall young man in martial attire opened his eyes defiantly. Did I tell you to come in? The young man squinted at Han Tianyi, his gaze revealing a dangerous aura. This was bad, a fight was about to break out. The receptionist thought to herself that things were going south. This guest. Han Tianyi had suppressed his own blood energy fluctuations on the way here using his breathing technique, so he now appeared to have the energy fluctuations of a martial apprentice. This is my cultivation room. Han Tianyi stood his ground, looking at the other person. Who are you? The young man's temper was clearly volatile. Old man, can't you understand human language? Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? This cultivation room is mine now. On what basis? On what basis? The young man laughed heartily as if he had heard something amusing, then his gaze turned cold as he looked at Han Tianyi. Just because you are weak. In this world, the weak should be prepared to be humiliated by the strong. Seeing that the other party did not move, the arrogant young man stood up and walked straight to Han Tianyi, extending a finger and forcefully poking his chest twice. He revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth and said coldly, I'll say it one last time, get out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, the arrogant young man interlaced his fingers, and the bones in his body began to crack ominously, his exposed skin gleaming with a bronze hue. Arrogant, truly too arrogant. Suyin noticed that the timid female receptionist behind Han Tianyi was on the verge of tears from fright. Having been humiliated so closely, could Han Tianyi endure it with his usual way of handling things? It seemed that the next step would be a violent outburst, followed by a desperate escape. Suyin had seen this scenario many times before, it was almost predictable. He guessed the following sequence of events would be like this. Han Tianyi, enraged and humiliated, would grab this arrogant fellow and swiftly eliminate him. Then, he would silence the woman beside him and leave the Martial Refinement Tower as if nothing had happened. The death would soon be discovered by the officials, and Han Tianyi would immediately become a fugitive. However, Suyin believed he wouldn't just sit and wait. But if he stayed in the city, he would eventually be discovered, as there were still many experts in the capital. So, Han Tianyi would likely take advantage of the time before the Martial Supervision Bureau and the Chongwu army reacted, entering the Yunmeng mountain range, then crossing the mountains to the City of Innocence in the north. Perhaps before that, he might be pursued by the Chongwu army, leading to a tense and thrilling chase in the Yunmeng mountains. After relying on the power of the demon sword to counterattack and kill several pursuers, he would enter the City of Innocence covered in blood. Just as Suyin had laid out this scenario clearly in his mind, Han Tianyi spoke up. Weaklings should be prepared to be ruthlessly humiliated by the strong? He repeated the arrogant young man's words, his gaze flickering slightly. See customer. Let me take you to another training room, the timid female receptionist said, reaching out to grab the corner of Han Tianyi's clothing, looking at him with pleading eyes. A training room just became available. Then take me to another one, Han Tianyi said, narrowing his eyes as he took one last look at the other person's arrogant expression before turning to walk out. As he reached the door, he heard a disdainful chuckle from behind. All right, good. Upon hearing this, the female receptionist sighed in relief. Thankfully, this customer had a relatively good temper. On the way, Han Tianyi seemed to casually ask, that person just now, quite influential? The female receptionist appeared to have regained some composure and shook her head. I'm not too sure either. When he registered, he only said his name was Xiao Yufei, a top 500 student from Shanghai University. After leading Han Tianyi to another training room and handing him the new token, the female receptionist left. Han Tianyi placed the token into the groove beside the entrance of the training room, and a light-colored pattern curtain rose. He then sat cross-legged on the mat in the training room, preparing to cultivate the blood sea divine art to refine the blood energy within him. Xiaohan, I'm not saying you should endure this. At that moment, a disdainful voice echoed. I never said this matter was over, sword spirit. As he spoke, Han Tianyi's voice was icy, his expression indifferent. Seeing this expression, Suyin seemed to understand what he was trying to convey. Indeed, this matter was far from over. After realizing that the demon sword's ability, Blood Rain and Sweet Dew, could replenish itself through killing, the other party had directly gone into the mountains and killed 10 unrelated people in a row. Moreover, while killing, he hadn't even blinked, as natural as stepping on a few ants by the roadside. In order to elevate his martial arts realm, he could strike without the slightest hesitation at completely unrelated individuals. Clearly a strong warrior at the martial lord level, he resorted to ambush and sneak attacks when dealing with those of lower realms. His character and conduct could be described as being at a crimson level. Moreover, being humiliated by someone 2 realms lower than himself, as just happened, without losing his temper on the spot, showed that Han Tianyi was quite patient. That's good. I thought you were actually a Doaimu, wanting to be a ninja turtle. After realizing that Han Tianyi was merely steady and patient rather than afraid of trouble, Suyin's impression of him changed. He was a sword master who planned before acting. Doaimu, ninja turtle? What is that? Although Han Tianyi didn't understand what the sword spirit meant, he subconsciously felt that these 2 terms couldn't be anything good. It means a masochist, Suyin explained. I'm not a masochist. Han Tianyi's face darkened, unsure where the sword spirit had learned such strange terminology. He had just been operating the blood sea divine art to refine the energy and blood return from the demonic sword in his meridians when Su Yin's words nearly caused the energy in his meridians to reverse. Han Tianyi lowered his voice and said, that person in the training room just now was incredibly arrogant. He might have some family or power backing him. Moreover, the Martial Refinement Tower is a training ground established by the Great Xia government for its martial artists, and the order here is maintained by an elite corps from the Great Xia 1st Military District, known as the Changwu Army. There are rumors that within the Changwu Army, there is a specialized beast that can track auras, which is extremely terrifying. It is said to have a very fierce appearance, with serrated fangs. Once it locks onto a scent, it can find you anywhere, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, and then tear you to pieces. That's why I didn't directly kill anyone there just now. Han Tianyi's considerations were not without reason, they sounded logical. After hearing his thoughts, Suyin couldn't help but look at him with new eyes. For now, Suyin was quite satisfied with this sword master. However, the fact that there was a beast capable of tracking auras within the Changwu army made him wonder just how ferocious it was and whether it had any strange abilities to track the demonic sword. With his thoughts racing, Suyin secretly pondered. This was a potential hidden danger. If they encountered it in the future, the sword master would need to find an opportunity to deal with the demonic sword to eliminate future troubles. In a certain elegantly decorated room in the 1st Military District of the Shanha province, the March Beast, licking an ice cream cake, suddenly raised its head, looking around in confusion, with white cream stuck to the fluff at the corner of its mouth. For some reason, it had just felt a sudden chill all over. After confirming that there was nothing unusual around, a pair of button-like, shiny black eyes revealed a human-like puzzlement. Could it be because the bite of ice cream it had just swallowed was too cold? After returning from Ninghai City, it had been punished by Zhu Jiuyin with a whole week without dessert supplies. The ice cream cake in front of it was its last wave. It absolutely couldn't waste it. Given the circumstances, it was better to eat first. Extending its pink tongue to lick off the cream at the corner of its mouth, the March Beast found nothing unusual and lowered its head to continue eating the ice cream cake in front of it. In the Martial Refinement Tower, in the training room, Han Tianyi sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, layers of blood-colored energy flowing around his body. At a certain moment, an invisible force erupted from within him. The tiny dust particles on the ground around him seemed to be pushed outward by an unseen power. The half-white strands of hair on his forehead moved without wind, gently swaying. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, blood-colored true essence condensing in his palm, murmuring to himself, I actually broke through so easily? Just now, Han Tianyi successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the Martial Lord realm. He had originally been stuck at the early stage of the Martial Lord realm for over 10 years due to the drawbacks of the Blood River technique. Today, simply by using the demon sword to kill a few people, he broke through the cultivation bottleneck that had shown no signs of loosening for over a decade. The fragmented blood rain from the demon sword could actually ignore the cultivation bottleneck? When he first saw the information appear in his mind, he was shocked, but the experience wasn't as pronounced. But at this moment, Han Tianyi was completely awed by the power of the demon sword. Feeling the more substantial true essence in his dantian and the significantly enhanced vitality within him, he felt as if he were in a dream. After familiarizing himself with the new realm for a while, Han Tianyi left the martial refinement tower. The night grew late, and the bright moon hung high. The city gradually faded into darkness, and the boundaries of the distant city receded. A figure, carrying a blood-colored long sword and dressed in tight-fitting clothes, nimbly weaved through the mountains. "Where are you going?" Suyin asked. "To find that student from Shanghai University, Xiao Yufei," Han Tianyi replied while leaping through the forest. "What are you doing in the mountains?" "He's not in Qingshan City right now, he's in this mountain." "How do you know?" "During the day, I marked him with a blood source mark. The mark told me." "When did this happen?" "It was when he poked my chest with his hand, I marked him then." "You really hold a grudge, planning it out at that moment," Suyin said with a smile, complimenting Han Tianyi. "Thanks for the compliment, but I don't think it's holding a grudge. It's just a preparatory measure." "Isn't this Jing City?" Suyin suddenly realized that Han Tianyi's earlier statement didn't seem to refer to Jing City. "This is Qingshan City in the Shanha province." On the way, Suyin asked many questions. Although Han Tianyi felt a bit annoyed by the inquiries, there was no sign of impatience on his face. After experiencing the power of the demon sword today, he didn't want to offend its spirit. "Aren't you a martial lord? Why are you jumping around in the mountains instead of flying directly?" "To conserve some true essence, I might need it later. I haven't heard of any major families with the surname Xiao in Qingshan City after all these years, so it should be a small family." "What will you do if it's a small family?" Suyin asked curiously. "Then it won't be my fault." At this point, a flash of bloodlight flickered in Han Tianyi's eyes. This fleeting bloodlight did not escape Suyin's notice. Considering what the other party had said earlier, the hidden meaning behind this statement was self-evident. Tonight, the Xiao family was likely to face a blood disaster. It was just uncertain whether there were any formidable experts within their clan. After all, Xiao was a prominent surname, and many protagonists had emerged from it in various works. Although the significance of surnames is a rather metaphysical concept, under the influence of the demon sword's ominous fate, unexpected events were likely to occur. If Han Tianyi were to fail here, the demon sword would likely change hands again. Suyin was quite satisfied with Han Tianyi's performance today. To be honest, it was hard to find a suitable master for the demon sword, and he didn't believe that the next master after it changed hands would necessarily be more suitable than Han Tianyi. After all, there was the precedent of Ji Buoxiao. The advancement of the demon sword required killing people or fierce beasts. Killing people was more efficient, but not everyone had the courage and determination to kill. Besides that, the first point was that one must have strong luck to withstand the negative effects of the demon sword's ominous fate -3. Secondly, one's moral standards couldn't be too high, or one must have a great vendetta to settle, along with great willpower and determination. At present, Han Tianyi seems to be a pretty good choice for him, because during the day, Han Tianyi killed 10 people and 4 ferocious beasts, allowing the magic sword to absorb 12 sources. This filled the magic sword technique one word true word from the initial 0/10 to full capacity. While Han Tianyi was killing, the magic sword technique magic sword collection also plundered quite a few martial skills. After several replacements, Suyin stored a sword technique that looked quite good. He remembered it was plundered from a young martial master in green who was carrying a blue long sword on his back, looking like a sword cultivator. However, Han Tianyi's martial arts realm was higher, and coupled with the unexpected sneak attack, the opponent didn't react in time and had their throat cut by the magic sword. Han Tianyi's performance was recognized by Suyin, so he decided to invest a bit more. However, although he said he would increase his investment, Suyin did not plan to pass on all the skills from the magic sword inheritance to Han Tianyi at once. First, doing so would yield too little benefit for him and would make the magic sword seem cheap, raising the psychological expectations of the swordmaster. Second, the magic sword has the effect of misfortune, meaning that the swordmasters who can withstand it are certainly few, which implies that the martial skills and techniques in the magic sword inheritance would increase. If every swordmaster inherited it once, Suyin would go bankrupt after just 2 sword masters. Therefore, he would only select suitable techniques and martial skills to pass on after the swordmaster contributed something to the magic sword or if the swordmaster truly had potential. It wasn't that he was targeting Han Tianyi. Suyin did the same with Bai Yujing, but later Bai Yujing emptied the magic sword inheritance, leaving him with no martial skills to pass on. Future sword masters would also be treated equally. Suyin felt that this was fair, a win-win situation. He could afford a small loss, but he couldn't go bankrupt. In short, it comes down to one thing. Helping others is fine, but helping them to the point of having nothing left and being in tears, to the extent that the situation is reversed, is not allowed. Thinking of this, Suyin used the magic sword to ask Han Tianyi, "Little Han, your movement technique is okay, but your speed during jumps isn't fast. and that blood mist is too conspicuous. Do you have a faster and more concealed movement technique? No, I was a loose martial artist before, otherwise, I wouldn't have joined the Blood Sea Demon cult. The Blood Shadow Step is already my best movement technique, Han Tianyi replied helplessly. He also knew that the high-grade Blood Shadow Step had many drawbacks, but movement martial skills are not as varied as attack and defense martial skills, and they are hard to obtain. The Blood Shadow Step was something he received after becoming a steward, as a complementary movement technique to the Blood River technique. You stop for a moment, Suin suddenly said. Hearing this, Han Tianyi also stopped in the forest, turning his head in confusion to look at the magic sword behind him, asking in his mind, "What's wrong, sword spirit?" Your performance today has been quite good, so I've decided to pass on a movement technique suitable for you from the magic sword, as well as a sword technique. You hold the magic sword. Passing on a movement technique and sword technique? Han Tianyi recalled that earlier today, when he returned to Qingshan City from Ilong Mountain, the fragmented sword spirit of the magic sword taught him a technique called breathing method. This breathing auxiliary technique was very powerful. It could not only calm the blood and energy but also conceal one's breath. Moreover, in the concentrated state of the breathing method, when moving at high frequency, both endurance and explosive power were greatly enhanced, and it consumed very little stamina. This was also a major reason he could jump and move for a long time in the mountains tonight without relying on true essence. So with the groundwork laid by the technique, breathing method earlier, Han Tianyi was very much looking forward to what the sword spirit had just said about passing on a movement technique suitable for him and a sword technique. Just as Han Tianyi stood still waiting, it was different from when he inherited the technique, breathing method, during the day. He suddenly felt a clarity in his mind, as if his consciousness had entered an illusory space. It was a bright night filled with twinkling stars. The originally pitch-black night sky had become resplendent due to the multitude of stars, with a brilliant river of stars hanging above. Beneath the starry sky lay a street littered with severed limbs and flowing blood, and on this street stood a tall man. He was a figure seen only from behind, dressed in a pure white robe, with long white hair that danced in the wind. In his right hand, he held a blood-red longsword. Although Han Tianyi did not recognize this man, his otherworldly aura was striking, like a celestial being descended from the heavens, giving him an immediate and terrifying sense of the man's formidable strength. As he marveled, the scene in the illusory space continued. Under the starry night, the white-haired man, with his blood-red sword, walked step by step into the distance. The white-haired man turned his head, revealing an extremely handsome profile. His lips moved as if he were saying something. Han Tianyi heard him say, "Wind Spirit Moon Shadow." As soon as the white-haired man's words fell, the next moment, Han Tianyi saw him standing atop a high mountain with lush green grass. At the same time, a profound piece of information appeared in Han Tianyi's mind, seemingly about a movement technique called Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, which could allow one to traverse using the wind spirit or moon shadow. Good, so powerful. Such a vast range, almost akin to teleportation. Is this the senior that the sword spirit spoke of, a peak martial sage? The movement technique Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, is this the martial sage's technique? However, before Han Tianyi could finish his astonishment, another unfamiliar sword technique appeared in his mind. It was called Wind Splendor Moon Slash. Wind Splendor Moon Slash. Like the Wind Thunder sword style derived from the Crimson Prison and the Magic Sword Inheritance, it was also a top-tier profound sword technique. But compared to the three styles of the Wind Thunder sword style, which required the cultivation of the Wind Thunder lineage to unleash its full power, Wind Splendor Moon Slash had only one style. Moreover, it had no requirements for cultivation methods. Of course, this was not the main reason. The main reason was that Suin had already consumed a considerable amount of magic energy today when passing on the technique, breathing method, and the movement technique, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Inheriting the top-tier profound Wind Thunder sword style would require an additional 6 points of magic energy. But the Wind Splendor Moon Slash, which was plundered by the magic sword, did not consume any magic energy. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, Wind Splendor Moon Slash. Han Tianyi digested the information in his mind, murmuring to himself. After a few breaths, he finally regained his composure from the earlier shock. Just now, his consciousness had entered an unknown mysterious space, and the white-haired man he saw in that space left a deep impression on him. At the same time, he felt even more awe towards Suin, the magic sword spirit. After mastering the movement technique Wind Spirit Moon Shadow that Suin had passed on to him, Han Tianyi no longer used his previous movement technique, Blood Shadow Step. Under the night sky and moon shadow, a ghostly figure traversed through the moonlit forest. It did not disturb any ferocious beasts in the mountains. This scene made Han Tianyi inwardly exclaim that it was indeed the movement technique of a martial sage. Although the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow he used did not have the astonishing distance of the white-haired man's shadow in that mysterious space, in terms of speed and concealment, it could be said to completely surpass Blood Shadow Step. This movement technique was indeed very suitable for him. Relying on the high mobility of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, Han Tianyi followed the trace of the blood source mark he had placed on the rebellious man, Xiao Yufei, using the Blood Sea Divine Art during the day, tracking all the way. There were many forks in the road on Ailong Mountain, with tall trees and dense grass, and one could easily get lost if not careful. It's fine during the day when there's sunlight, but at night, the dense forest obscures vision, and with the ferocious beasts living in the Ailong Mountain, those unfamiliar with the path might inadvertently walk into a beast's lair. Logically, such places should be unsuitable for human habitation. However, the reality is quite different. As the foundation for martial artists' training, the concentration of vital energy in the world is generally higher on the mountains than in the urban areas below. Therefore, some martial arts families choose to establish their residences in large mountains like Ailong Mountain, which is relatively close to the urban area of Qingshan City, to home their descendants. Although the educational methods of these families can be quite harsh, implying a survival of the fittest mentality, and may expose their descendants to greater dangers, it must be said that those who grow up in such threatening environments are often much stronger than those who merely practice martial skills among students in schools. However, while there are significant benefits to being located in the mountains outside of Qingshan City, there are also drawbacks. The lack of protection from the Chongshan army outside of Qingshan City means taking on more risks. These risks often come not only from the ferocious beasts in the area but also from people. Han Tianyi followed the blood source marker and found a relatively low-lying area in Ailong Mountain, surrounded by mountains but relatively flat, with only one valley leading in. There, he discovered several sizable blue stone buildings marked with the character Xiao. 5 brightly lit courtyards were hidden in the valley, and faint voices could be heard coming from within. It must be said that the location chosen by the Xiao family for their residence was likely well considered. This place is surrounded by mountain walls, and the only entrance, the valley, is obscured by towering dense forests, making it difficult for the ferocious beasts of Ailong Mountain to find this location. Even with the blood source marker's precise positioning, Han Tianyi still circled the mountain twice before locating the Xiao family's residence. Perched on a branch of a towering tree with lush foliage in the valley, Han Tianyi used a breathing technique to suppress his own blood energy fluctuations, observing the Xiao family courtyard below from a high vantage point through the leaves. The distribution of the 5 courtyards is such that there is one in each of the 4 cardinal directions, with the largest one situated in the center, likely the main house. The blood source marker indicated to Han Tianyi that the arrogant and boastful Xiao Yufei, who had insulted him with 6 derogatory remarks during the day at the martial training tower, was currently in that central courtyard. Han Tianyi had never considered himself a morally upright person. He believed in vengeance. He would remember everyone who had ever insulted him or trampled on him. When Han Tianyi broke through to the martial monarch level using the demonic technique Blood River formula, the first thing he did was seek out the person who had once broken his sternum with a kick when he was young, forcing him to wear a humiliating smile. Although that person had long since lost his previous arrogance due to his lack of talent in martial arts and had a family, even forgetting who Han Tianyi was, when that man knelt before him, weeping and begging for the lives of his wife and children, Han Tianyi still ruthlessly killed his entire family. For grievances that cannot be avenged, he would endure and wait until he became stronger to take revenge later. But for those he could avenge, he preferred to do so on the spot. Carefully sensing the auras within the Xiao family courtyard below, Han Tianyi did not detect any powerful presence. Only in the central courtyard was there an aura slightly weaker than his own. This person was likely at the early stage of the martial monarch realm, close to breaking through to the mid-stage. As for whether there was someone stronger than him who was also concealing their aura, which he did not detect, Han Tianyi believed that possibility was slim. He had been observing from this towering tree for quite some time. If there were strong practitioners at the martial sovereign or martial venerable level here, they would have discovered him long ago. If that were the case, he would turn around and leave without hesitation. But he had not been discovered. Moreover, this was the residence of the Xiao family, equivalent to the opponent's home ground, where generally no one would deliberately hide their aura. Therefore, Han Tianyi concluded that the strongest member of the Xiao family should be that early-stage martial lord expert. Thinking of this, Han Tianyi's gaze gradually turned cold. He crouched on the branch, drew the demon sword from his back, and held it horizontally in front of him. Each large courtyard had guards stationed at the entrance, and there were many figures moving about inside. It would be very difficult to sneak in and kill Xiao Yufei without alarming anyone. However, Han Tianyi had no intention of using stealth. He leaped down from the tree, landing lightly on the ground, holding the demon sword in one hand, and walked openly toward the central courtyard. After landing, he pulled out a featureless mask from somewhere and put it on his face. Han Tianyi was already a martial lord level warrior with great strength, and after killing 10 people during the day, his martial arts realm had even broken through to the mid-stage of martial lord under the blood reign of the demon sword. His cultivation method was the low-grade immortal level blood sea divine art. Although he had only practiced for a short time and had only reached the first realm, blood source, entry, in an environment rich in blood, the recovery speed of his true essence could be said to be endless. Coupled with the fact that he was wielding the already advanced low-grade mysterious level demon sword, the disparity was so great that the 2 guards at the entrance, who were only martial apprentice level, had no time to react. They only saw a figure with half-white hair and a mask approaching with a blood-colored long sword, just as they were about to draw their swords to stop him. The next second, the 2 guards felt a flash before their eyes, and a line of blood appeared on their necks. 2 columns of blood shot up into the sky, their legs buckled, and the headless corpses fell heavily to the ground. After killing the guards at the entrance with a single sword strike, Han Tianyi stepped boldly into the central courtyard against the night. Along the way, the average realm of those he encountered was below martial master, and it could be said that none were a match for Han Tianyi's sword. Anyone he came across, whether they were Shao family members practicing martial arts in their training grounds or servants serving tea and cleaning, or even Shao family disciples rushing over upon hearing the commotion, all fell under the demon sword. The ground beneath Han Tianyi's feet gradually turned red with blood. The continuous flow of blood energy surged from the demon sword into Han Tianyi's body. This incredibly exhilarating feeling, although he had experienced it once during the day, still made him unable to stop. After continuously dispatching nearly 20 people, looking at the blood flowing on the ground, Han Tianyi's gaze became somewhat subtle for a moment. He extended his left hand, his fingers gradually spreading apart. In the flowing blood beneath his feet, streams of illusory, blood-colored, semi-transparent energy gathered like a trickle into the palm of Han Tianyi, forming a small phantom blood droplet. As the blood droplet gradually shrank and was refined, the realm of the blood sea divine art, entry, began to slowly improve at that moment. Although there was an improvement, it was extremely minor. To put it metaphorically, it was like a grain of sand in the vast sea. Is the blood sea divine art this difficult to cultivate? Han Tianyi couldn't help but frown. Was there something wrong with his cultivation method? During the day, he had killed a few people on Ilong Mountain, and when he returned to cultivate the blood sea divine art, he had already noticed it. It was just that the realization had become more pronounced just now. This discovery suddenly plunged him into silence. Who are you? At that moment, a furious shout interrupted Han Tianyi's thoughts, the rough voice echoing like a bell beneath the night sky. A muscular man, clad only in loose training pants that revealed his strong upper body, stepped out from the courtyard and spotted him. The muscles on the man's back bulged, and his exposed skin glimmered with a metallic sheen, appearing seemingly indestructible. Clearly, he was a martial artist at the great martial master level. Shut up! Han Tianyi's figure suddenly appeared behind the muscular man, his right hand gripping the hilt of the demon sword tightly, the blood-colored true essence within his dantian erupting completely, transforming into an incredibly powerful force that enveloped the blood-red blade of the sword. Then, with a single step, he turned his palm upward, leveling the sword, and a streak of blood-red sword light sliced across the man's neck. The sword-cutting technique. Although the move was simple, under the shadow escape and the thick blood-colored true essence covering the demon sword, the muscular man was decapitated by Han Tianyi's strike. After the man's rough voice echoed, Han Tianyi noticed many footsteps approaching, clearly indicating that he had been discovered. However, there was no signal in this valley, making it impossible to contact the rescue from Qingshan City. In that case, it seemed not too bad. It saved him the trouble of searching one by one. Brother! As the muscular man was decapitated, a sorrowful voice suddenly rang out. In the conference hall of the large courtyard, an elderly man with a grim expression and white hair stepped out, followed closely by Xiao Yufei, who looked ready to explode with rage as he gazed at the corpse lying in a pool of blood. Are you hiding your true face because you have a grudge against the Shao family? Despite the anger surging within him at the sight of the faceless killer who had slain so many from the Shao family, the head of the Shao family could not sense the aura of the opponent. It was clear that this was a formidable character. Who are you to Xiao Yufei? Han Tianyi did not answer his question but instead asked, Is it you, you little brat, who caused this trouble? Upon hearing this, the head of the Shao family turned sharply to glare at the confused Xiao Yufei beside him. This expert had indeed brought trouble to the Shao family. Feeling the weight of the question, the head of the Shao family's heart sank. He knew that although his son had good martial talent and ranked among the best at Shanghai University, his reckless and domineering nature would eventually bring him great trouble. He just never expected that this time, the trouble he stirred up would implicate the Shao family. It's you! You're that old man from the day. Xiao Yufei looked at Han Tianyi's distinctive half-white hair and seemed to suddenly remember who the person before him was. Old man? Hearing his son call out this term, the head of the Shao family's face darkened. What exactly is going on? You have a grudge against me, Don't harm my family, Xiao Yufei roared, his shirt instantly bursting open, and a bronze light shone from his body as the stones beneath his feet shattered, charging towards Han Tianyi. The head of the Xiao family wanted to tell him to handle it, but he saw Xiao Yufei rushing out. Xiao Yufei quickly closed the distance, reaching out to grab Han Tianyi's shoulder, but to his surprise, the other party did not dodge. You're asking for death. Xiao Yufei's face twisted in rage, just as he thought he was about to succeed. Han Tianyi withdrew the demon sword to his back, spun around, and delivered a kick wrapped in blood-colored wind pressure directly to Xiao Yufei's arrogant face. Xiao Yufei felt a heavy blow to his face, his body sent flying by the immense force, crashing hard against the thick wall of the conference hall, sending a shower of debris flying as his body slid down. In the next moment, Han Tianyi's figure appeared before him as if teleporting, blood-red true essence condensing beneath his feet, and with a heavy stomp, he crushed the palm of Xiao Yufei, who was trying to push himself up from the ground. He controlled his strength slightly, otherwise, with Xiao Yufei's martial artist level, that kick would have already killed him. The excruciating pain radiating from his face and fingers made him let out a heart-wrenching wail. Han Tianyi looked down at Xiao Yufei, whose face was twisted in agony, his expression behind the mask emotionless. Weren't you quite arrogant during the day? So fast, it was truly too fast, fast enough that he couldn't see the trajectory of his opponent's movements at all. He didn't know how he suddenly flew into the air. The other party seemed like a shadow, appearing before him in an instant. Moreover, his once proud defense of copper skin and iron bones, along with his pride and self-esteem, were shattered under that single kick. Let go of my foot. Due to the pain causing his consciousness to blur, Xiao Yufei reached out with the other hand that wasn't pinned down, trembling as he tried to get Han Tianyi to release his grip. His lips moved slightly, as if trying to say something, but it came out extremely unclear. This was because the kick Han Tianyi had just delivered to his face, despite using only a portion of his strength, had still shattered most of his teeth, leaving his mouth filled with blood. Let go? No problem. After hearing the sound coming from Xiao Yufei's mouth, Han Tianyi actually moved his foot away from the palm he was crushing. But before Xiao Yufei could feel joy, a piercing pain shot from his fingers to his brain. Han Tianyi's gaze was cold, blood-red true essence coiling around his feet, and he stomped down hard on Xiao Yufei's fingers. In an instant, all 5 of his fingers were crushed. As the saying goes, the 5 fingers are connected to the heart. This blow made Xiao Yufei emit a wail as piercing as a pig being slaughtered. At this moment, the defiance and unruliness that had been on Xiao Yufei's face earlier had completely vanished. He never expected that in front of his father, the head of the Xiao family, a master in the early stages of the martial lord realm, the other party would dare to be so ruthless. It was completely different from when he had sparred with other martial science students who had just graduated from martial arts high school at Shanghai University, where they had only exchanged pointers. Han Tianyi's power and brutality had thoroughly frightened Xiao Yufei. At this moment, all that remained in his heart was shock and regret. Spare my life. Xiao Yufei's arm lay limply on the ground as he struggled to lift his head, a pleading expression on his face. At this moment? Are you joking? As if hearing a funny joke, a sneer came from behind the mask. Didn't you say it yourself? The strong should humiliate the weak mercilessly. The cold, heartless voice above him splashed cold water over Xiao Yufei, waking him from his fantasies. After saying this, Han Tianyi lifted his foot and brought it down once more. This time, it was aimed at another finger, precisely crushing one of Xiao Yufei's fingers. 6 fingers, neither more nor less. Once again, a heart-wrenching scream escaped Xiao Yufei's mouth. At this moment, he just wanted to faint, but the intense pain in his fingers kept his brain alert. Xiao Yufei's screams echoed above the Xiao family courtyard. Just as Han Tianyi was about to vent his anger and prepare to finish Xiao Yufei off with his magic sword, a sharp gust of wind suddenly came from behind him. At the same time, an enraged voice shouted, "You bastard, let go of my son." Everything happened so suddenly that by the time the head of the Xiao family reacted, he saw his useless son being trampled and humiliated by the masked man. In a fit of rage, the head of the Xiao family struck out with a palm towards Han Tianyi's back. In the palm of his hand, true essence enveloped, and the skin on his palm gradually shimmered with a golden glow. Feeling the pressure coming from behind, Han Tianyi's expression behind the faceless mask tightened. Judging from the aura emanating from that palm strike, if he did not evade, he would undoubtedly suffer serious injuries. This was a mysterious level martial technique called copper bone forging body. When Han Tianyi had slain the burly man earlier, Suyin had plundered it through the magic sword technique, magic sword requisition. However, after some consideration, he chose not to replace his previous technique, wind and elegance slashing the moon. With the agile movement of wind spirit moon shadow, why would he want to use copper bone forging body to take hits? That would be pointless. Regardless, the head of the Xiao family was a martial artist at the early stage of the martial lord realm, very close to the mid-stage, and his foundation was far better than Han Tianyi, a rogue demon cultivator. Han Tianyi did not dare to be careless. As the magic sword was about to descend, he adjusted his sword stance. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow activated in an instant. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot, reappearing several dozen meters away, causing the head of the Shao family to miss his strike. At this moment, other members of the Shao family began to arrive one after another. Head of the family, we're here. What happened here? Why is there a pig head here? Let me post this on social media first. Forgot there's no signal in the mountains. Someone couldn't help but laugh, then felt that the pig head looked somewhat familiar, and immediately asked sternly, how did young Master Xiao Yufei get beaten into a pig head? Who did this? Who is this masked person? An intruder? Someone noticed Han Tianyi standing in the center. Soon, others noticed the blood on the ground and the headless corpse behind him. Eldest young master, is that the eldest young master lying on the ground? Isn't he a late-stage grand martial master? How could he be killed by this masked person? A martial lord realm expert? As this statement was made, the atmosphere in the courtyard gradually became tense. Although the Shao family was not a large family, they had all the necessary configurations. While there was only one martial lord realm expert, the number of grand martial master realm warriors was not small. All members of the Shao family, listen up. This person has profound martial arts. We will all attack together and capture him. Alright. Everyone exchanged glances and shouted in unison. With the head of the Shao family's command, various martial techniques and different colors of true energy erupted in the courtyard. These attacks posed little threat to Han Tianyi, but still caused him some trouble, mainly due to the head of the Shao family's golden glowing palms. Although Han Tianyi wielded the magic sword and could often slay a Shao family disciple with a single strike, his martial arts realm was still a small level higher than that of the head of the Shao family. However, due to various disturbances, he could not take down the head of the Shao family for the time being. Whenever he turned to attack others, the head of the Shao family would focus on him. The disadvantage of his inferior swordsmanship began to manifest, and Han Tianyi found himself at a slight disadvantage. But just then, a particular sword technique suddenly came to mind. His figure slipped into the shadows, evading various martial techniques, and appeared several dozen meters away from the crowd. Under the cold moon in the night sky, he raised his arm high, lifting the long sword towards the air. The long sword was enveloped in a blood mist, emanating an eerie red glow, and as Han Tianyi killed more people, the magic sword gradually regained its true form. The change in the weapon held by the masked man immediately attracted the attention of the Shao family members. They clearly remembered that the long sword in the masked man's hand did not look like this at the beginning. In the pitch-black night, the magic sword's eerie blood-red glow stood out remarkably. Han Tianyi raised the long sword above his head and closed his eyes. He now had a strange feeling. He realized that he had not truly mastered or practiced this sword technique called Wind and Elegance Slashing the Moon. But just as he grasped the magic sword, the moment he thought of this sword technique, it seemed he naturally understood how to use it. His aura suddenly changed, and his entire presence resembled a sharp sword about to be unsheathed, connected to the bright moon in the night sky. Although he didn't know what the opponent was doing, judging by the momentum and stance, no matter what martial technique it was, he couldn't allow the opponent to use it smoothly. The members of the Shao family were not fools. They knew the opponent was gathering for a big move, yet they stood there dumbfounded, doing nothing, like babies watching a show. However, being aware did not mean they could act in time. The head of the Shao family was the first to react, and after realizing it, he immediately rushed towards the position of Han Tianyi. His clothes burst apart in an instant, his upper body muscles exploded, and his exposed skin turned golden, his aura erupting suddenly. A punch-carrying golden light surged towards Han Tianyi, who had his eyes closed and sword half-raised. His copper bone forging had already reached the highest realm, the indestructible golden body. The defensive power compared to the first layer of copper bone and the second layer of silver bone was like heaven and earth, completely incomparable. The head of the Shao family was confident he could withstand the opponent's upcoming sword technique. This masked man dared to kill his eldest son and had tortured that brat Yufei like this. Once he caught him, he would definitely. Just as the head of the Shao family imagined how to torture Han Tianyi later, he noticed the other party had opened his eyes, meeting a cold, piercing gaze. The bright moon in the night sky, which had been obscured, seemed to have a hand that just happened to part the floating clouds, casting a bright moonlight that illuminated Han Tianyi's expressionless face. His hands held the sword aloft, the blade facing himself. The long sword flashed in mid-air, resembling the moonlight that illuminated the rivers below. The sword edge came down in a straight line, the arm and sword forming a single line. True essence and force surged directly to the sword blade. Wind and elegance slashed the moon. A silver moon-shaped sword energy, as the blade descended, slashed towards the head of the Shao family at an incredible speed. The head of the Shao family was already in a state of rushing towards Han Tianyi. At this moment, the silver moon-shaped sword energy was almost upon him, making it seem as if he had crashed into it himself. There was no way to dodge this sword. The head of the Shao family's eyes narrowed, but as the family head, he couldn't evade, for behind him were many ordinary clan members of the Shao family. Since he couldn't dodge this sword energy, he simply wouldn't. He would shatter the sword energy along with the opponent. The head of the Shao family extended his other arm to block in front of him, protecting his center, and a golden metallic sheen instantly radiated from his arm and skin. This was the mark of having cultivated the copper bone forging to the highest realm, the indestructible golden body. At the same time, his true essence circulated rapidly, and a layer of faint golden true essence shield appeared on his surface. In an instant, he transformed into a dazzling golden figure, looking indestructible, with astonishing defensive power. This was the strongest defense he could muster. He was very confident in his defense. Even if the opponent was slightly higher in realm, as long as they hadn't reached the martial sovereign level, they were not to be feared. He was confident he could withstand this blow and then shatter the opponent. The ancestors of the Shao family had once produced many extraordinary talents, some of whom were invincible at the same level, even capable of defeating enemies of higher ranks with sheer will. However, after thousands of years, they had fallen into decline. But even in decline, it didn't mean they could be bullied. Today, this masked man had come to the Shao family because of the trouble caused by his son, Xiao Yufei. But to take a step back, even if his son did have some fault in the cause of this incident, and there were some minor conflicts or frictions with the other party, did the other side have no fault at all? Without a word, they came to kill dozens of people from the Shao family. Did they really think the Shao family was easy to bully? Indeed, the other side was very strong. But he, Xiao Zhantian, considered himself no ordinary person. Today, he would emulate the extraordinary talents of his ancestors and engage in a level-up fight. With the blood of this masked man, he would wash away today's humiliation. Xiao Zhantian felt a bit fortunate. If the other party insisted on escaping, with their shadow-like agility, he really had no good way to deal with them. But now, looking at the silver moon sword energy coming towards him, and the faceless man who stood still after unleashing a sword strike, seemingly unable to move for the time being, a sinister smile appeared on Xiao Zhantian's face. In the Shao family courtyard, a figure radiating infinite golden light faced the silver moon sword energy that was being cleaved down by the blood-colored sword wrapped in blood mist, which emitted an eerie red glow. Die for me! All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in an instant. The next second, the silver moon sword energy collided with Xiao Zhantian's fist. At the moment of contact, the pale golden true essence shield was like a thin sheet of gold paper, easily broken through by the silver moon sword energy. The sword energy did not lose momentum, and the metallic lost arm shot high into the air. The silver moon sword energy swept past Xiao Zhantian, and a narrow vertical line of blood appeared in the center of his brow, the sinister smile on his face freezing at that moment. Boom! Half of his body, still radiating golden light, crashed heavily to the ground. The entire Shao family courtyard fell silent. They never expected that the master, who had such an imposing presence just a second ago, would die so quickly. The master is dead. Master! Damn it! Let's avenge the master! Seeing this scene, the Shao family members cried out in despair, their eyes filled with hatred. Where are the Shao family members? Fight to the death! Someone shouted angrily, moving quietly towards the entrance of the valley. These were the guest elders or stewards of the Shao family. Han Tianyi said nothing more, watching the Shao family members whose faces were filled with anger, and those who silently retreated. His eyes, hidden beneath the mask, narrowed slightly as he charged forward with his sword. Although these people could not see his face, they saw the true form of the demon sword. Tonight, none of them would escape. Chapter 148. After this poem, the cause and effect are cleared many times. A group of weaker individuals rushes towards a far stronger enemy, shouting that love and courage cannot fill the gap in strength. Those who can achieve level-up kills or even counter-kills are actually a minority in this world. However, not everyone can recognize this. They always believe that they can win through momentum and numbers. Although Xiao Yufei was not a martial arts expert and his own strength was lacking, he did not say something wrong. That is, in this world, the strong indeed have the power to dominate the lives of the weak. The difference lies in the fact that some strong individuals will impose certain restrictions on their actions due to worldly factors, such as maintaining their image. However, once these restrictions are removed, they become reckless. Among the other members of the Shao family, the strongest were at the Grand Martial Master level, while most of the younger generation were between Martial Apprentice and Martial Master levels. Such a level, in front of Han Tianyi, who was at the mid-stage of Martial Monarch, could be said to be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Holding the demon sword, Han Tianyi charged into the crowd of the Shao family like a fierce tiger descending the mountain into a flock of sheep. The shadows of swords danced wildly, and the silver moonlight sword energy rampaged through the crowd. This time, without the interference of Xiao Zhantian, the remaining members of the Xiao family could not withstand Han Tianyi. Those who had been standing just moments ago began to fall one by one, their heads rolling on the blood-soaked ground of the Xiao family courtyard. Han Tianyi's aura not only did not weaken but grew stronger with each kill. As time passed, the number of those still standing dwindled, while the number of corpses on the ground increased. Among those who remained alive, panic spread continuously. As they exchanged glances, they saw fear reflected in each other's eyes. Monster! This person is a monster. Run, everyone, run. Don't gather together. Let's split up and run in different directions. No matter how strong he is, he can only chase one person. If we can escape to the mountains outside, there's still hope. Whoever escapes, find a place with signal first and contact the Chongwu army to send someone to rescue us. Before the words were even finished, the speaker dashed towards the valley entrance. His movements were extremely swift, causing the others to exchange glances in confusion. A silver moonlight sword energy flew towards the valley entrance, slicing the fleeing person in half. If there had been a chance of winning, they might have fought to the death. But facing an enemy with no hope of victory, no one wanted to die in vain. If there was a chance to live, no one wanted to die. Moreover, if they all died together, that would be one thing. But since some could survive, many hoped that person would be themselves. Human nature cannot withstand the test. With the first person leading the way, those who had been hesitating around Han Tianyi immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Even those who had initially wanted to fight to the death, upon seeing others flee and glancing at the corpses on the ground, gritted their teeth and turned to escape in different directions. Normally, as long as they could escape into the dense forest outside the valley, under the cover of night, there would indeed be a high probability of escaping. But this all depended on whether the enemy had a way to track them. Unfortunately, Han Tianyi did. Just moments ago, while in the crowd, he had marked the people here with blood source marks using the first layer of the Blood Sea Divine Art. Moreover, he had the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, which was faster and more agile than Blood Shadow Steps. So even if they were lucky enough to enter the dense forest, they still had no chance of escaping. In the next 2 minutes, Han Tianyi's figure flickered continuously within the Xiao family courtyard. The sounds of screams and gasps rose and fell. No one could withstand his sword. After clearing out everyone in the Xiao family courtyard, he turned his gaze towards the dark forest outside the valley. A few people had managed to escape. After carefully sensing the aura of the blood source marks, Han Tianyi's expression became somewhat subtle for a moment. One of the earliest blood source marks had actually managed to run quite a distance away. Run, he had to run quickly. At this moment, in the dense forest outside Ailong Mountain, a figure dragging a limp hand stumbled down the mountain in the dark. It was Xiao Yufei, who had quietly crawled up from the ground and left the valley entrance while everyone was focused on attacking Han Tianyi. At this moment, Xiao Yufei was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself twice. He deeply regretted going to the martial refinement tower during the day and occupying that training room. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have provoked the terrifying old man with the sword. He didn't know how things were going on the Xiao family's side or if they had dealt with that old man. But regardless of the outcome, Xiao Yufei knew that as long as he could safely enter Qingshan City, he would be safe. He didn't believe the other side would dare challenge the order of the Chongwu army. Where do you think you're going? At that moment, a suddenly rasping voice sent chills down his spine. In the next moment, Xiao Yufei felt a hand gripping his face, and then a sudden pain shot through his neck. His once heavy body suddenly became light. Soon, his consciousness plunged into darkness. The others who had fled into the dense forest did not run far. Following the trail of blood, Han Tianyi systematically killed them one by one. However, after completing this, Han Tianyi did not descend the mountain to find a place to refine the blood energy he would gain from exterminating the Xiao family, over 200 people, that night. Instead, he returned along the same path to the Xiao family estate located in the valley. Compared to the bustling atmosphere when he arrived, the estate was now filled with headless corpses, a scene of utter silence. After operating the Blood Sea Divine Art to absorb the blood energy here, Han Tianyi found a room and began to refine the blood energy. After a while, Han Tianyi opened his eyes. He had just broken through to the mid-stage of the martial lord realm during the day, and now he felt he had made further progress. However, at that moment, Han Tianyi suddenly turned to look out the window. "What's wrong?" Suyin asked curiously. "Nothing, my neck just felt a bit sore." Han Tianyi shook his head. "Suyin." After speaking, Han Tianyi stood up, his figure flashing as he appeared in the estate. He glanced at the heads rolling on the ground. Among them were men and women, old and young, their expressions ranging from terror to fear or resentment. 5 minutes later, a mound of heads appeared in the open space in front of the conference hall of the Xiao family estate. Han Tianyi stood before the mound, pondering for a moment, then slowly recited, "The cold wind sweeps through the courtyard, the cold moon shines on the mound. Here, the cause and effect end, Where do the souls return to dust? After reciting, he donned his magic sword and turned to leave, no longer lingering. However, just as Han Tiany's figure exited the valley path and entered the dense forest, he once again used the wind spirit moon shadow, instantly appearing atop a towering tree in the valley, concealing his presence.